Chen Mo. What on earth are you thinking? The homeroom teacher of Class 3, senior year, Mr. Zhou Ping, stood in the office, shouting anxiously. Chen Mo's mind was in chaos. The teacher's voice seemed to echo from a distance or perhaps wasn't heard at all. He furrowed his brows tightly, closed his eyes, and memories flashed rapidly in his mind like scenes from a movie. In his previous life, he was an all-around operative for the world's largest mercenary group. During a mission, he was fatally shot. When he woke up again, he found himself in a parallel world, one far more technologically advanced but equally fraught with peril. Now, he was just an ordinary high school senior in this world. He stared at the furious Mr. Zhou in front of him. Suddenly, Mr. Zhou shivered. While trying to advise him earlier, Chen Mo had completely ignored him, even closing his eyes as though pretending to sleep. But when Chen Mo opened those deep, ocean-like eyes, Mr. Zhou couldn't meet his gaze. He felt as if those cold, sharp eyes could see through everything. This kid, still just a student, yet there's something extraordinary about him, Zhou Ping thought to himself. Chen Mo was also silently reflecting, this world is anything but simple. Chen Mo, I'm doing this for your own good. With such a nonchalant attitude, how can I rest easy? Mr. Zhou frowned, trying to reason with him patiently. Chen Mo remained silent, his expression inscrutable, his gaze unfathomable, leaving others guessing at his thoughts. Even though your awakened ability is only at F rank, as long as you work hard, you still have a shot at excelling in the academic exams. Finding a stable job and living a peaceful life, isn't that a good choice too? Mr. Zhou's tone was filled with concern. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's lips, and his eyes shimmered with a strange light as though he was contemplating something. The martial arts exams are life and death trials. One small mistake, and you could lose your life. The school has never seen an F-rank ability student take the martial arts exams. Doing so is practically suicide. Mr. Zhou's voice grew agitated. A trace of disdain flickered through Chen Mo's eyes. He raised his head to meet Mr. Zhou's gaze, his expression calm yet resolute. Teacher, there's no need to say more. I've decided to take the martial arts exams. His voice was deep and firm. Mr. Zhou was stunned, as though he didn't recognize the student before him. His voice trembled. Are you sure? This isn't something to joke about. Chen Mo's smirk deepened. He gave Mr. Zhou a slight bow and turned to stride out of the office. Watching his departing figure, Mr. Zhou let out a long sigh. This kid, it's like he's become a different person all of a sudden. As the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou cared deeply about every student, especially Chen Mo, who usually kept a low profile, yet he had always felt that there was potential in this boy. But Chen Mo's awakened ability was the lowest F rank, weak and insignificant, like a flickering spark. In this era, where strength ruled above all, F-ranked ability users were like ants, always at risk of being crushed. However, the Chen Mo of today resembled a tiger ready to break free from its chains, leaving others both worried and intrigued. 10 years ago, the planet Blue Star experienced an unprecedented catastrophe and invasion by unknown beasts. These beasts rampaged like dragons, destroying everything in their path. Advanced technology was futile against them. When the crisis struck, the spirit energy of Blue Star awakened, as though it was nature's response or the planet's self-defense mechanism. It was during this time that numerous martial saints emerged globally. Like saviors, they turned the tide and prevented humanity from extinction. They became a beacon of hope for mankind, leading everyone into a new era of martial prowess. Now, all of humanity began awakening abilities. Once a person turned 16, they could awaken their powers and train to become powerful warriors. These warriors became the main force in the fight against the beasts. Over the past decade, numerous martial saints continuously refined the system of ability cultivation, making it incredibly robust. Currently, abilities were categorized into 9 levels, ranked from low to high: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. These ranks were the established and verified classifications discovered by humanity. Chen Mo's awakened ability was the weakest of them all, F rank, named Flickering Spark. The name sounded impressive, but in reality, this ability only allowed him to produce a small flame at his fingertips. Even if he were to cultivate it to its peak, it would merely amount to him holding a fireball in his hand. As a result, Chen Mo was nicknamed the Lighter by his classmates. Some even joked that after graduation, Chen Mo could become a full-time driver, lighting cigarettes for his boss during critical moments of perfect bootlicker. Typically, students with F or E-ranked abilities would choose to take academic exams. After graduating, they either pursued scientific research or lived as ordinary people, using their abilities to make life a little easier. But Chen Mo was different. He had always insisted on taking the martial arts exams. This was also why his classmates mocked him, thinking he was overestimating himself. In truth, Chen Mo had initially hesitated as well. But one sentence from his adoptive father solidified his resolve, and he never wavered again. His adoptive father had said, "Chen Mo, if you want to avenge your parents, you cannot be weak. The martial arts exam is your only path." These words were deeply engraved in his mind, becoming an unshakable belief. However, the reason Chen Mo refused his homeroom teacher's final persuasion was not because of this. Walking out of the office, he leaned against the corridor wall when suddenly a voice, clear as a heavenly melody, echoed in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for activating the system. Please claim your beginner's gift pack." Chen Mo was startled. In his previous life, although he wasn't a fan of online novels, he had some understanding of the concepts of transmigration and systems. He never expected that after transmigrating into a useless character, he would actually activate a system. It seemed like this wasn't going to be a bad start after all. Steadying his thoughts, he asked silently, "System, what's in the beginner's gift pack?" The beginner's gift pack includes 500 attribute points, the superpower Eternal Night True Flame, and a rank of Calamity. What? Calamity? Chen Mo thought he had misheard. Based on his body's memories, there was no such thing as a Calamity rank for superpowers. System, are you mistaken? Is there even a Calamity rank for superpowers? The system didn't answer, merely repeating its earlier message. "Please claim your beginner's gift pack." So you're saying, if I claim the gift pack, my F-rank superpower can evolve into the Calamity-ranked Eternal Night True Flame. The host is correct. Friendly reminder, the evolution process may cause some destruction to the surrounding environment. Please choose a safe location. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Mo cursed inwardly. If the system hadn't reminded him, he might have claimed it right there and then. He didn't know how intense the evolution would be, but since the system specifically mentioned it, the commotion must be significant. If the teaching building got blown up, that would be a huge problem. Thinking of this, he decided to wait and deal with it after school. System, hold on to it for now. I'll claim it once I find a safe place. Understood. The beginner's gift pack is valid for 30 days and can be claimed anytime within this period. Ending the conversation, Chen Mo got up and walked back to his classroom. Although he was anxious, he still had to attend class, otherwise, the teachers would start nagging him again. Returning to his seat, his best friend Zhang Ping leaned over. "What, got called out for a lecture again?" Zhang Ping teased, his eyes full of mischief. Zhang Ping had been Chen Mo's close friend since junior high, and the two shared everything. Zhang Ping's superpower was an E-ranked ability called Radiance, which the class jokingly referred to as a searchlight. Though it sounded impressive, compared to Chen Mo's F-ranked ability, it was actually a bit useless, too insignificant to be of much use, yet not bad enough to discard. He was even more aware of his future prospects than Chen Mo and had already made his plans. Without hesitation, he chose the liberal arts track for his college entrance exams. After graduation, his family would arrange a decent job for him. Unlike those classmates who chose the martial arts track and would head straight to the battlefield after graduation, Zhang Ping's life path was already mapped out, with its end clearly in sight. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. "Mr. Zhou is really persistent. Don't complain, he's just looking out for us. By the way, are you really not considering switching to the liberal arts track?" Zhang Ping asked. "No way." Chen Mo replied firmly with a nod. At that moment, a mocking voice came from the seat behind them. "A lighter and a searchlight, what a perfect pair of losers. You two sure get along well." Zhang Ping frowned and turned around, glaring at the speaker. The one who had spoken was Guo Wei, the class troublemaker. Guo Wei came from a well-off family, and his superpower was C-ranked. In both the class and the senior year, he was a big deal. His taunts toward Chen Mo and Zhang Ping annoyed Zhang Ping, but he refused to back down. "Guo Wei, did you eat crap for breakfast? Everything that comes out of your mouth stinks." Zhang Ping retorted directly. Guo Wei sneered but ignored him, instead casting a sidelong glance at Chen Mo. "Lighter, there are only a few days left until the college entrance exams. If you don't switch tracks now, it'll be too late. With that tiny spark of yours, you probably won't even be able to singe a beast's fur during the exam." Ha ha ha. Guo Wei's words elicited laughter from a few nearby classmates. Zhang Ping's eyes widened in anger, but he couldn't find a comeback. It was true, against beasts, his little spark would be utterly useless. Watching Guo Wei laugh so hard he nearly fell over, Chen Mo remained completely unbothered. He simply cast him a cold glance and turned away, ignoring him. Guo Wei felt frustrated, like punching cotton. Usually, whenever this topic came up, Chen Mo would argue back, and Guo Wei would always win. But this time, what was going on? Had Chen Mo given up? Just as they were going back and forth, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, walked into the classroom. The previously noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. Zhou Ping scanned the room with a calm gaze, his eyes eventually landing on Chen Mo, as if trying to see through him. Class, the college entrance exams are just around the corner. I know you're all eager to step into university life. Here, let me wish you all success in your exams and a bright future in advance, he announced. A round of applause erupted from the students below the podium, offering their most heartfelt blessings to the homeroom teacher who had accompanied them for the past 3 years. Zhou Ping's eyes were filled with deep emotion and expression of care for his students and hope for the future. In the next few days, take a good rest and adjust your mindset. 6 days from now, I will be there with you as you walk into the examination hall. His words were warm yet firm. The applause echoed once more. A few female students couldn't help but feel their eyes misting over. They all knew that after the college entrance exam, everyone would go their separate ways. Perhaps this farewell might be forever. Looking at Zhou Ping on the podium, Chen Mo felt a sense of warmth in his heart. The care and expectations of his homeroom teacher gave him an unprecedented sense of comfort. In his previous life, he had never experienced such concern. He became even more certain that his choice was the right one. He was now fully prepared to face the college entrance exam. With the support of his teacher, friends, and foster father, he no longer felt alone. A day passed quietly and uneventfully. As the dismissal bell rang, Chen Mo's close friend Wang Fei approached him. Chen Mo, Zhangping, let's go. It's my treat today, let's grab dinner at the place behind the school. There's a barbecue shop on that street. Let's have a feast and celebrate the upcoming college entrance exam, alright? Consider it the perfect conclusion to our 3 years of high school. Wang Fei had awakened a D-level superpower, considered average, and his family was just ordinary working-class people. With his abilities, as long as nothing went wrong, he was certain to get into a college. At the mention of food, Zhangping immediately perked up. Great idea. Let's indulge tonight. I swear I'll eat 20 skewers of lamb kidneys. Watching the two of them brimming with excitement, Chen Mo shook his head lightly. You guys go ahead. I won't be joining. Hearing Chen Mo decline, Wang Fei immediately frowned. Hey, Chen Mo, don't be like this. I'm the one treating today. As he spoke, he slung an arm around Chen Mo's shoulder. Don't worry, during the exam, I've got your back. I'll make sure you pass with flying colors. Chen Mo rolled his eyes at him. I really have something to do. My foster father asked me to head home early. At these words, Wang Fei and Zhangping immediately fell silent. Just the thought of Chen Mo's strict foster father sent a chill down their spines, and they had no choice but to drop the matter. At that moment, Chen Mo had no appetite for barbecue. He was eager to find a safe place to enhance his superpower. Leaving the school and walking along the street, he studied the data panel provided by the system while pondering a suitable location. Host, Chen Mo. Level, Novice. Superpower, Ember Spark, F level. Physique, 25. Mental Strength, 8. Skills, Freestyle Combat, Intermediate, Flame Burst, Beginner. Even my skills from my previous life carried over. In his previous life, Chen Mo had been an orphan, adopted by his foster father and trained to become a mercenary. Eventually, he rose to become the top jack-of-all-trades agent in an international mercenary organization. After crossing over to this world, he found himself with a foster father once again, whether by fate or coincidence, he wasn't sure. He had once single-handedly taken down 300 armed criminals in Africa to rescue hostages. He had also infiltrated a heavily guarded secret prison to assassinate a notorious war criminal. In the mercenary world, he was known as the King of Soldiers. His signature ability was his mastery of various freestyle combat techniques. This skill set included fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, and even proficiency with knives, swords, and firearms. It had become the foundation of his survival. As for Flame Burst, it was the only superpower combat technique he had learned in this world. It allowed him to combine 5 small flames from his fingertips into a single fireball. When thrown, the fireball would explode upon impact, unleashing high-temperature flames and a shockwave. While it sounded impressive, the technique was only D-level. For someone like Chen Mo, whose superpower was F-level, the fireball might not even scorch the hide of a mutant beast. His physique and mental strength were on par with that of an ordinary high school senior, typical for someone who had just awakened their superpower, a beginner by all accounts. As Chen Mo stared at the panel and thought, he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. Fire! The warehouse is on fire! Somebody help! Looking in the direction of the noise, he saw thick smoke billowing into the sky. It was coming from the Huacheng Grain Depot. The Huacheng Grain Depot was one of the city's most vital facilities. With mutant beasts ravaging the world, large-scale crop cultivation had been severely impacted. The depot had become a critical center for growing staple crops and storing reserves. The grains here were several times more productive, energetic, and nutritious than those on Earth in his previous life. Chen Mo's residential area, Liangxinyuan, wasn't far from the grain depot. The fire brigade had yet to arrive, but the flames soared skyward, and smoke blanketed the area, creating a tense and foreboding atmosphere. Many concerned citizens rushed to the scene, and even some superpowered individuals who had awakened water-based abilities joined the rescue efforts. Unlike novices like Chen Mo who had just awakened, superpowered individuals were an advanced and expansive group. Those who had just awakened their powers required specialized training to control and wield their abilities freely. This was truly the moment when he could be considered an Esper. Espers were divided into many levels, beginning from the lowest, the initial warrior, progressing to the specialized warrior, martial master, grandmaster, martial sage, and supreme martial sage, up to the martial emperor and martial saint. The pinnacle of martial prowess that Chen Mo knew of were the three martial saints of China and the martial saints from other nations. They were the ultimate experts in this world. It was precisely because of their existence that the mutant beasts hesitated to launch a full-scale attack. Each martial saint had the power to contend with a beast emperor among the mutant beasts, making them the most formidable combatants. When Chen Mo arrived at the grain supply base, he saw the granaries consumed by raging flames, with fire rising high into the sky. In just a few minutes, 5 granaries had already been reduced to ashes. The blaze was so intense that even standing outside, Chen Mo could feel the scorching heat on his skin. One could only imagine the situation inside. Where's the fire brigade? Why aren't they here yet? A middle-aged man, who seemed to be in charge of the warehouse, stomped his feet anxiously. Don't worry, 3 water element espers have already rushed in, someone nearby replied. 3? What are their levels? The middle-aged man asked urgently. Seems like 2 initial warriors and 1 specialized warrior. The response came with a tremor. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nearly fainted. With such a massive fire, relying on just 3 espers to extinguish it was far from enough. He even feared that these 3 might get trapped in the inferno. As he fretted, someone suddenly shouted nearby, "Hey, young man, what are you doing? Don't go in there. It's too dangerous." Everyone looked up to see a figure darting like lightning into the nearest blaze, disappearing into the sea of fire within seconds. The middle-aged man quickly asked, "Who just rushed in?" "Boss." "Oh no." It was a young guy, looked like a high school student, someone nearby exclaimed nervously. "What? A high school student?" The middle-aged man's mind went blank, as though the sky had crashed down on him. If someone lost their life in the fire, the responsibility would be immense. "Quick! What are you all standing around for? Start organizing firefighting efforts. Check where the fire brigade is. Call for medical help too. Hurry up." The middle-aged man roared like a madman. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already plunged deep into the inferno, his fate hanging by a thread. His daring move was spurred by a sudden thought. He had been unable to find a suitable place to evolve his abilities, and the fiery inferno before him seemed like the perfect opportunity. After confirming with the system that there was no danger, he had resolutely dashed in. But the fire inside the warehouse was far too fierce. The intense heat and thick smoke made it nearly impossible to take another step. Even so, he pressed forward, 1 step at a time. He knew that only by delving deeper into the blaze could he avoid being discovered. In the harsh environment, Chen Mo gritted his teeth, covered his mouth and nose with his school uniform, and pushed forward with all his might. Along the way, he encountered 3 water element espers who were desperately trying to suppress the flames. But faced with such a massive fire, their powers were simply insufficient, and the blaze showed no signs of diminishing. The 3 were so focused on firefighting that they didn't even notice Chen Mo moving through the flames. Finally, as he reached the side of the 3rd granary, Chen Mo stopped. His school uniform was charred and tattered, his face and hands blackened, and even his hair had started curling from the heat. He looked ahead, where the flames continued to roar unabated, showing no signs of retreat. "This is the spot," Chen Mo thought to himself. "I can't go any further. If I do, I'll lose my life before I complete the evolution." He glanced around and found a relatively safe corner to settle down, then began communicating with the system. "System, claim the novice gift package." With a crisp notification sound, the system responded. "Novice gift package successfully claimed. Would you like to evolve your ability now? Y/N. Evolve. Start the evolution right now." Chen Mo shouted, his face filled with determination. As the fire threatened to engulf him, he could only risk everything for this one chance. At the moment he confirmed the evolution, all the noise around him abruptly vanished, and the inferno fell into an eerie silence. He looked around. The flames were still burning, but it was as if time itself had frozen, and every flicker of the fire had come to a standstill. Then, he saw a slender crack appear in the void, slowly expanding into a massive vortex. From within the vortex, a small, ghostly blue flame silently emerged. As soon as the flame appeared, all the fire within a 20-meter radius was instantly extinguished. Even the distant flames began retreating, as if terrified. Chen Mo felt a wave of coolness emanating from the blue flame, bringing an unusual sense of comfort. He extended his right hand, letting his index finger lightly touch the flame. It danced joyfully for a moment before instantly diving into his body. Within him, the originally red spark of fire began to transform, turning into ghostly blue embers that grew vigorously. These embers gradually turned into a towering, all-consuming blaze, slowly converging and enveloping Chen Mo entirely. What was shocking was that instead of the fire's intensity decreasing, the heat in the inferno actually rose dramatically, an altitude unbearable for ordinary people. Yet Chen Mo felt no searing heat. Instead, he was enveloped in a sensation of coolness. At this moment, a breathtaking scene emerged in his mind. He saw the birth of the universe. A primordial fire erupted, splitting into three parts, one of which was the eternal night true flame. The moment the eternal night true flame appeared, all other flames in existence were extinguished, as if the world was plunged into eternal darkness. A look of ecstasy overtook Chen Mo's face. This is truly unexpected. No wonder it's called a cataclysmic grade ability. If that's the case, eternal night true flame, merge with me. With his roar, the grain warehouse, previously ablaze with towering flames, exploded with an earth-shattering boom. A pillar of ghostly blue flame surged into the sky, instantly engulfing the entire fire scene in a spectacle beyond words. Outside the blaze, the crowd grew larger and larger, surging like an unstoppable tide. The wailing sirens of fire trucks and ambulances blended into a tense symphony of chaos. Police officers were busy maintaining order, but in the face of the inferno, they appeared utterly helpless. Word had spread that a young man, seemingly a student, had rushed into the fire. Everyone's hearts clenched in worry. The fire raged like a violent storm, its tongues of flame resembling a ferocious dragon opening its jaws, threatening to devour everything in its path. Even for those with supernatural abilities, survival seemed nearly impossible in such an overwhelming blaze. Don't panic. Begin the rescue operations now. The fire squad captain's voice was firm and commanding, like a conductor orchestrating a symphony, as he systematically assigned tasks. This time, the fire brigade had deployed 10 low-tier specialized warriors, 3 low-tier martial masters, and the captain himself, who was of master-level capability. Such a lineup was more than sufficient to extinguish the fire and rescue those trapped inside. The low-tier initial warriors responsible for first aid stood ready to rush into the blaze at any moment. Just as everything was in place and the enhanced individuals were prepared to charge in, a sudden, deafening explosion erupted from the center of the fire. The ground shook violently, and a formless shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Something's wrong. Explosion! Take cover now! The captain's expression turned grim as he shouted toward the crowd, his voice full of fear and urgency, as if he sensed an even greater disaster looming. But his warning came too late. The shockwave sent many people at the scene tumbling, even causing the enhanced individuals to stagger unsteadily, struggling to remain upright. Panic and confusion painted their faces. They couldn't comprehend why the disaster had struck so abruptly. 3 figures were hurled out of the blaze like cannonballs, crashing hard into the roadside greenery. These were the enhanced individuals who had rushed into the fire earlier. Now, they too had been blasted out by the sudden explosion. Fortunately, despite the thunderous sound of the explosion, no lives were lost. After the chaos subsided, people slowly got back on their feet, glancing at one another with expressions of lingering fear. The captain, livid, turned to the warehouse manager and roared, "What's going on here? Is there something you're hiding from us? How could there be an explosion in the grain warehouse?" The warehouse manager's face was pale, full of grievance. "I truly don't know. How could I possibly hide something like this? It concerns lives." At that moment, the 3 enhanced individuals who had been expelled from the blaze arrived back at the scene. Their faces looked weary, and their eyes were filled with confusion. The captain asked urgently, "Did you see anything inside? What about the kid?" The 3 exchanged bewildered looks. Having been stunned by the explosion, they had no idea of the child's whereabouts. The crowd looked at each other in mutual bewilderment and unease. Suddenly, someone in the crowd gasped, "Look, what is that?" Everyone raised their heads, and what they saw left them dumbfounded. The raging fire in the grain warehouse had completely extinguished. The once ferocious flames had transformed into tiny flickering embers, trembling in the air as if in awe of an overwhelming presence. And hovering silently above the center of the warehouse, a massive ghostly blue flame, several dozen meters in diameter, floated in the air. It exuded an aura so overpowering that it rendered everything around it dim and lifeless. What is that? The warehouse manager swallowed nervously, his voice quivering. No one answered him. The air was thick with fear and uncertainty. The captain stared at the ghostly blue flame, the first to sense its extraordinary nature. The heat emitted by the flame far exceeded anything he could comprehend. The surrounding air distorted and warped under its intense temperature. A wave of unrest swept through the scene. People instinctively backed away, retreating nearly 100 meters before stopping. Even at such a distance, the searing waves of heat stung their skin. The sheer intensity of the flame's heat was enough to demonstrate its terrifying power. As everyone stood paralyzed, unsure of what to do, the ghostly blue flame quivered gently, like a child stretching after waking from a deep slumber. Then, the countless red embers floating on the ground turned into streaks of light, rushing toward the ghostly blue flame. Within seconds, all the embers were absorbed into the blue flame, vanishing without a trace. The massive ghostly blue flame shrank rapidly and eventually disappeared from above the grain warehouse. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Everyone stood motionless, stunned into speechlessness. Everyone was so shocked by the terrifying scene that they were left speechless. Even those with special abilities had never seen such a powerful flame. For a moment, everyone forgot about the fire itself and just stood there, stunned. At this moment, the flames had nearly died out due to the earlier tremors. The blazing fire that had engulfed the granary earlier was completely absorbed by the blue flames, leaving behind only charred grains and smoldering ruins. The warehouse manager suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly, "There's still a child inside. Someone, go save them." This shout was like a clap of thunder, snapping everyone out of their daze. The team leader immediately gathered people and rushed into the fire scene. Inside the ruins, the flames and thick smoke had completely disappeared, leaving only a chaotic mess of destruction. What was even more shocking was that there wasn't a single ember to be seen in the fire site. This situation left everyone incredulous. They hadn't done anything, yet the fire was extinguished, or rather, it was extinguished by another fire. No one would believe it, but the fact remained. When the firefighters and paramedics rushed into the third granary, from a distance, Chenemo saw a tall and imposing figure quietly standing not far away. The upper half of his school uniform had been burned away, revealing his muscular torso. His pants were burned into shorts, and his shoes were long gone. He stood barefoot and motionless. "Hurry! Save him!" A paramedic ran over urgently, preparing to carry him onto a stretcher. But just as the paramedic's hand touched him, the person suddenly spoke. "Huh? Who are you? Is the fire out?" Chenemo opened his eyes, dazedly looking around. Just moments ago, his eyes were tightly shut, his entire body enveloped in the eternal night true flame, completely oblivious to the outside world. It felt like he had been dreaming, and when he woke up, he found several large hands touching his bare body. "Young man, are you okay?" The team leader quickly ran over, concern evident in his voice. I'm fine, really." Chenemo stretched lazily and jumped on the spot. "How did you survive such a massive fire? Did you see anything unusual?" The team leader couldn't believe he had survived and kept pressing him for answers. When I got here, the fire wasn't this big." Where are my clothes? My backpack?" Chenemo finally noticed that his clothes were almost entirely burned away, and his backpack was completely destroyed by the fire. "Quick, take him out for a proper checkup." The team leader figured the boy might be disoriented from the fire and decided it was best to have him taken away immediately. Chenemo cooperated, following the ambulance to the hospital for a full examination. Unsurprisingly, there was nothing wrong with him. After a whole day of commotion, Chenemo finally returned to his home at Lianzin Court. It was already dark, nearing 8 o'clock at night. As he took out his keys to unlock the door, he was nearly suffocated by the stench inside. The room was filled with the choking smell of cheap tobacco, and thick smoke billowed, almost forcing him back out. Cough, cough. Sun Dashin, stop your antics already." Chenemo was furious, storming in and opening all the windows. As the smoke cleared, he saw a man sprawled out on the living room sofa, limbs splayed out, sleeping soundly. Drool trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his snoring shook the very air. The coffee table was a mess, with dozens of empty beer cans scattered everywhere, alongside leftover bones from various snacks. Chenemo felt a headache coming on and cursed internally. What is going on here? He walked over and gave the man a hard shove. "Godfather, wake up! It's so late already, stop sleeping." The man simply turned over and continued sleeping. Chen Mo had no choice but to push harder. Get up. Go cook something, I'm starving. Snored the man, stirred slightly but quickly fell back asleep. Chen Mo was so angry his eyes almost popped out. He couldn't help but say, if you don't get up now, you'll miss the live stream of your beloved little sweetheart. She's cosplaying as your favorite nine-tailed fox today. The man on the sofa immediately jumped up, his eyes wide with excitement, drool almost dripping onto the floor. Looking at his goofy expression, Chen Mo felt the urge to beat him up, though he knew he couldn't win. This man was Chen Mo's godfather. He had a tall and imposing figure. Though a bit lean, his body was covered in old scars on his face, arms, and legs, giving him a fierce appearance. These scars seemed to tell stories of his past, evoking both fear and respect in others. His face was sharp and angular, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, a straight nose, and a wide mouth. Yet, between his brows, there was an unmistakable aura of menace. This aura seemed ingrained in his very bones, making him appear even more intimidating and untouchable. The only unusual thing about him was his long golden hair, soft and flowing, even more lustrous than many women's. Chen Mo's long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching the floor, making him appear both beautiful and elegant. Chen Mo didn't know his godfather's name, he only knew his last name was Ba. It was a very rare surname, which made Chen Mo both curious and in awe of him. 10 years ago, the world fell into an apocalyptic crisis. At that time, Chen Mo was only 8 years old, still just a primary school student. His parents had passed away in that disaster. When he returned home, his foster father was standing at the doorway, delivering the heartbreaking news to him. Since then, Chen Mo and his foster father had depended on each other for survival. He didn't know where his foster father came from, nor did he know the source of his income. Over the past 10 years, his foster father had taken meticulous care of him, ensuring he could attend school. Every time he came home, he could smell the enticing aroma of meat. In an era of soaring prices, such a life was enviable. His foster father was an excellent cook. Whether braising, boiling, steaming, or roasting, the meat he prepared was always incredibly fragrant. Every time, Chen Mo would eat until his stomach was round and full before he was willing to stop. When he asked his foster father what kind of meat it was that tasted so good, the only answer he received was that it was so expensive it couldn't be bought anywhere. His foster father would urge him to eat more while he was still growing, saying it would serve a great purpose when he turned 18. This answer only made Chen Mo more curious about his foster father's secrets. His foster father had a fierce appearance but was incredibly strong. At least in the complex neighborhood of Liangxin Garden, no one dared to bully Chen Mo. Whenever trouble came knocking, his foster father would always stand up to protect him, giving Chen Mo a warm sense of security. Today, Chen Mo had just awakened his unique ability, the Eternal Night True Flame. Seeing his foster father excitedly scrolling through his phone with a beaming expression, the sense of being protected grew even deeper. Still, he had no idea about his foster father's origins, and the man had never revealed much. All he ever said was that Chen Mo's parents had entrusted him, on their deathbeds, to raise Chen Mo until he turned 18. Once Chen Mo finished his college entrance exams and went to university, he would be free. His foster father didn't have many hobbies, the only thing he truly enjoyed was watching live streams of young women, particularly those dressed as anthropomorphic animal-eared girls or white foxes. Every time he watched these, his foster father's eyes would light up like light bulbs, his entire demeanor brimming with passion and excitement. Chen Mo secretly wondered if his foster father had an unusual obsession with such things, as he seemed completely defenseless against them. Compared to the cold and strict foster father from his previous life, this one felt more human and lively. As someone who had lived 2 lives, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. "Hey, you little rascal, what's going on with you? Are you running around naked?" His foster father looked up, glaring at Chen Mo with a trace of irritation on his face. Chen Mo lowered his head, not daring to meet his foster father's gaze, and softly explained, "I was helping to put out a fire earlier, and my clothes and shoes got burned up." After hearing the explanation, his foster father's anger subsided quite a bit, but he didn't ask whether Chen Mo was injured, which surprised Chen Mo. Normally, even the slightest discomfort would make his foster father extremely concerned. Why wasn't he showing any concern this time? There was no dinner prepared, so the two simply made instant noodles to get by. The atmosphere at the dining table was a bit heavy. His foster father ate his noodles in silence, and Chen Mo didn't say a word. After finishing the instant noodles, his foster father wiped his mouth, lit a cigarette, and slowly asked, "Kid, when are the college entrance exams?" "June 7th, just about a week away. How's your preparation?" "Feeling confident. I've always been confident, it's just Chen Mo hesitated, not revealing to his foster father that he had just awakened a special ability. He still needed time to adapt to it. On his way back, he hadn't had a chance to test out his new powers, since it wasn't appropriate to do so while naked on the streets. Are you worried about your ability? His foster father asked. Chen Mo nodded slightly, admitting it. His foster father took a drag from his cigarette and sighed softly, "Kid, you're already 18 now. You're a real man. Don't look down on yourself just because of a little difficulty, understand?" Chen Mo nodded again, staying silent. He felt his foster father was acting a bit differently today. Why was he suddenly offering words of wisdom? "There's something I have to tell you. Once the college entrance exams are over, I plan to leave." His foster father's voice was low. The words sounded as ordinary as stating a simple fact. But when Chen Mo heard them, it was like a bolt of lightning striking him. What? Foster father, you're leaving? Why?" He shot up from his seat, slamming his hands heavily on the table. His body leaned forward as he stared at the man before him, his face filled with pain and anger. It was too sudden. He couldn't accept it. He absolutely could not accept it. In his previous life, he had watched helplessly as his foster father passed away in his arms. Now, having just traveled back to this life, before he even had time to settle in, his foster father was planning to leave again. His heart felt as though it was being torn apart, the pain far exceeding the grief of losing his parents. His foster father's dark, piercing eyes silently watched Chen Mo. After a long pause, he let out a sigh. "I told you before, I promised your parents I'd raise you until you turned 18. After that, I'd be free." "I know you said that, but I thought free just meant you wouldn't have to worry about me anymore. I've grown up now. I can even take care of you in the future. But you can't leave. Don't leave me." Chen Mo shouted, his voice trembling with emotion. His foster father shook his head. "That was the agreement I made with your parents. I've fulfilled it. I also have my own matters to attend to. I can't stay with you forever. Actually, on your birthday, I could have left, but I couldn't bear to leave you. I decided to stay until you finished your college entrance exams," the foster father said. A hint of reluctance flashed in his foster father's eyes, and for the first time, he couldn't meet Chen Mo's gaze. He lowered his head in silence. On this heartbreaking night, Chen Mo's mood plummeted to rock bottom. The atmosphere during dinner was heavy. When his foster father suddenly announced that he was leaving, Chen Mo realized he couldn't stop him. The foster father told him that he must stay home the day before the college entrance exams because there was a special gift waiting for him. Tossing and turning in bed, Chen Mo was overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Knowing about the departure in advance but being powerless to stop it was even more painful than a sudden disappearance. He didn't care about any so-called gift, he only wished his foster father could stay. In his frustration, he unconsciously opened the system panel, and the numbers on the screen shocked him. Host, Chen Mo. Level, Beginner. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, Catastrophic Level. Body Constitution, 367. Mental Strength, 116. Skills, Freestyle Combat, Intermediate, Flame Burst, Beginner. Assignable points, 500. Chen Mo took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He could hardly believe his eyes. Seeing these astonishing stats, his earlier gloom was somewhat alleviated. "Holy crap! This is insane! I just awakened my ability, and my base stats have increased this much," he exclaimed internally with excitement. His body constitution had skyrocketed from 25 to 367, an increase of 342 points. His mental strength had risen from 8 to 116, an increase of 108 points. What did this mean? Even though he was still a beginner and not officially considered an ability user yet, his base stats had already reached the level of a low-tier beginner martial artist. In other words, purely based on his physical attributes, he could easily defeat all ordinary beginner martial artists and even contend with some low-tier ones. Not to mention, he still had 500 unallocated attribute points. If he invested all of them into his body constitution, his strength, stamina, and speed would increase across the board, and Chen Mo could immediately advance to a high-tier beginner martial artist. The thought excited Chen Mo so much that he almost fell off the bed. But he quickly calmed himself down. He couldn't allocate the points recklessly. These 500 points were part of a beginner's gift package. While they seemed abundant, if used hastily, he might regret it later. The system hadn't indicated whether the points could be reset. Come to think of it, he'd had this system for some time but had never taken the effort to study it thoroughly. Right now, the most important thing was to understand how the system worked. With that in mind, Chen Mo steadied himself and asked aloud, "System, could you explain in detail how attribute points are used and how they can be obtained?" Certainly, host. Attribute points are used to enhance base abilities, not limited to body constitution and mental strength. Chen Mo frowned. Wait, you mean there are other attributes besides body constitution and mental strength? That's correct. The host's current level is insufficient to unlock them. Attribute points can also be used to enhance skills, including combat techniques and cultivation methods. Hearing this, Chen Mo was left speechless with shock. Only now did he realize that the system was far more intricate than he had imagined. This was practically a treasure trove waiting to be uncovered. So, you're saying attribute points can be used to improve anything on the panel? He asked excitedly. Correct. Then can I use them to instantly advance from a beginner to an ability user? Chen Mo asked with anticipation. Impossible. You have not fulfilled the prerequisite conditions nor obtained the cultivation methods for ability enhancement. Can Eternal Night True Flame be upgraded? He asked, unwilling to give up. It can. And the conditions? Chen Mo pressed further. Host must discover them independently. This system is so rigid, Chen Mo muttered in frustration. He knew he couldn't afford to waste these precious 500 attribute points carelessly. He had to be prudent. How can I earn more attribute points in the future? He asked, changing his approach. By killing non-human beings with spiritual energy. The amount earned depends on their strength. Hearing this response, Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. He realized this meant endless possibilities. In this dangerous and mysterious world, he had a chance to become the strongest. Spiritual energy was the foundational power for cultivation on Blue Star, somewhat akin to the spiritual essence used by immortal cultivators. Even exotic beasts possessed spiritual energy. These creatures coexisted with humans in a world where their strength ranged from level 1 to level 9, with each level further divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. This formed a vast and complex ecosystem. Chen Mo, with his quick thinking, caught on to a key detail revealed by the system. In this world, besides humans and exotic beasts, there were other races that possessed spiritual energy. When he tried to probe for more information, the system informed him that his access was restricted, refusing to disclose anything further. While this interaction provided Chen Mo with limited information, it was enough for now. However, more questions began to take root in his mind, leaving him somewhat restless. After careful consideration, he decided to invest all his attribute points into skill upgrades. Having already acquired superhuman abilities, his basic stats were decent enough. The most important thing now was to enhance his skills. Without hesitation, Chen Mo spent 300 points to upgrade his free combat technique from intermediate level to grandmaster level. The breakthrough in his skill left him ecstatic. Then, he used 80 points to upgrade Flame Explosion from beginner level to grandmaster level. This indicated that the starting level of Flame Explosion was lower compared to free combat technique. After completing the upgrades, he still had 120 points left. Chen Mo decided to save them for the time being, just in case. Unexpectedly, when free combat technique reached its peak, his physical attribute rose from 367 to 388. This unexpected boost filled him with excitement. Now, his entire body was brimming with strength, and he couldn't wait to test his skills somewhere. Pulling out his phone, he saw that it was already 1 a.m. At this time of night, only martial arts gyms were still open. With no hesitation, Chen Mo jumped out of bed and put on some practical clothes. He opened the door and heard his foster father snoring soundly in the next room. Smiling with satisfaction, he carefully slipped out of the house and headed to the Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall. Tonight, he had no doubts or second thoughts. He wasn't wearing any gear. He simply wanted to test his strength and wasn't planning on an actual fight, so there was no need for armor. Besides, his family was so poor that they could barely make ends meet. The only F-grade armor he owned was the one he had worn during his high school entrance exams, and there was no spare. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at a spacious area near the river in Hui City. From afar, he could see a towering 5-story building standing proudly on the riverside. Even in the dead of night, it was brightly lit. That was the Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall, one of Hui City's 2 heavyweight martial arts gyms. Hui City was just a small third-tier city and wasn't particularly famous in the entire Sichuan province. But as one of the 2 most renowned martial arts halls in all of China, Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall still had a branch located in Hui City. 200 meters away from the Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall, by the riverside, was another circular building. Chen Mo knew that it was another martial arts gym, the Qinkan Martial Arts Hall. Both martial arts halls had stellar reputations in China and had branches spread across the north and south. The Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall was founded by the Martial Saint Xianyuan, while the Qinkan Martial Arts Hall was established by the Martial Saint Qinkan. The two were evenly matched in strength and highly competitive with each other. Chen Mo chose to visit the Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall because, after 8 p.m., the third-floor practice area was free for high school students preparing for their college entrance exams. Even though it was already midnight, the lights of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall were still blazing. As he walked through the main entrance, he was greeted by the imposing emblem of the Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall. A massive sculpture of the Xianyuan sword hung on the wall behind the reception desk. Although it was just a sculpture, every time Chen Mo saw it, he felt the sword emanated a solemn aura. The entire martial arts hall had 5 floors. The first floor housed various performance arenas used for hosting competitions. The second floor was a training center where students attended classes. The third floor was an open practice area, free for public use. The fourth and fifth floors served as the administrative offices of the martial arts hall. Chen Mo's destination was the practice area on the third floor. He made his way to the third floor with practiced ease, but as soon as he entered the practice area, he was stunned. He hadn't expected so many people to still be here this late at night. Upon closer inspection, he saw that most of them were students, with only a handful of superhumans practicing alone in the corners. Some of the students wore the uniforms of Hui City No. 1 High School, while others wore those of Hui City No. 2 High School and a few ordinary high schools. Clearly, they were all students preparing for their college entrance exams, making the most of their time to train here. Chen Mo scanned the room and found a corner to stand in. The practice area was spacious, with plenty of room for everyone, so he didn't have to worry about disturbing others. In front of him was a strange machine. Its appearance resembled a human, but it was fixed to the floor and couldn't move. This machine was called the Xianyuan Tester Type I, made from A-grade Chinook alloy, specifically designed to test the abilities of superhumans. The machine could withstand a full-force attack from anyone below the Grandmaster level without budging an inch. It represented the pinnacle of humanity's technological achievements on Blue Planet. Looking at the tester, Chen Mo could hardly contain his excitement. He did a few simple stretches on the spot and then aimed at the machine's chest, throwing a punch. Before his fist even landed, the air reverberated with a thunderous sonic boom. The punch was incredibly fast. When Chen Mo's fist slammed into the machine's chest, the machine's previously closed eyes suddenly snapped open, and a string of numbers began rapidly flashing on the display screen above its head. 100.35 kilograms, 159.11 kilograms, 200.53 kilograms, 327.61 kilograms. The numbers kept climbing until they finally stopped at 499.99 kilograms. Seeing the number on the screen, Chen Mo was overjoyed. As a mere beginner, his pure physical strength had managed to deliver a punch nearing 500 kilograms. To put this into perspective, in the realm of superhuman awakening, earlier, his test results were only around 50 kilograms. Moreover, he hadn't even used his full strength with that punch. Going all out was merely a warm-up. Without considering the boost from his supernatural abilities, Chen Mo was fully confident that a single punch could blow the head off a low-tier level 2 mutant beast. Standing before the tester, he calculated in his mind, if I incorporate my freestyle combat techniques, how powerful could a full-force strike be? Chen Mo's freestyle combat skills had reached their peak. Every time he prepared to use them, an overwhelming amount of information would suddenly flood his mind, as if he became omniscient and omnipotent. As he stared at the tester, he suddenly noticed it was full of flaws, like an open door inviting him to attack. This is the true power of freestyle combat. Chen Mo was shaken to his core. Now, with just one glance, he could identify an enemy's weaknesses and exploit them with various techniques to break through effortlessly. Come on, let's have a good practice session today. Chen Mo let out a low shout and dashed forward like lightning. A punch, a palm strike, an elbow, a kick, he attacked the tester's various parts like a raging beast. That's for running around. Bang! That's for not listening. Asterisk bang, bang, asterisk. I don't even care about your lousy gift. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. As Chen Mo struck, he cursed under his breath. He treated the tester like his foster father. Unable to defeat his foster father, he vented his frustrations here instead. The sound of punches roared through the air, blending with similar noises from others in the training area. No one paid him any attention. On the screen, various numbers flashed continuously, accurately recording each of his attacks, eventually forming a chart. More than 5 minutes later, Chen Mo stopped, leaning on his knees, panting heavily. During this round of attacks, he held nothing back, unleashing the full strength of his physical body. Drawing on his past mission experiences, every strike was a life-or-death blow. In reality, unless facing a significant threat or a far superior opponent, no one would exert themselves to this extent. Looking at the data and curves on the screen, Chen Mo smiled in satisfaction. The curve was almost a straight line. Each attack registered a stable value of 1,100 kilograms, with fluctuations of no more than 0.5 kilograms. Chen Mo was thrilled. What did this mean? If he were thrown into a swarm of level 2 mutant beasts, it wouldn't be him fleeing in panic, it would be the beasts. And this was purely the power of his physical body, without even factoring in the boost from his supernatural abilities. As long as he didn't encounter mutant beasts renowned for their strength, Chen Mo could easily defeat them. Not bad. Next, let's test out the eternal night true flame. He adjusted his breathing and began channeling his internal energy. A faint blue spark appeared on his right palm, instantly transforming into a leaping flame that engulfed his entire hand. An intense heat quickly spread outward. Fortunately, no one else was training nearby, so the high temperature didn't draw attention. Chen Mo's lips curled into a sinister smile. Ha ha, don't be scared, little buddy. Next, I'll give you a little cupping therapy. With that, he raised his right palm and slammed it down toward the tester's head. The palm of the Tathagata, break for me. His palm sliced through the air, creating violent distortions. Even before it struck, the intense heat had started roasting the top of the tester's head, causing its alloy shell to glow red. Boom! With a muffled thud, Chen Mo's ghostly blue flaming palm penetrated the tester's head, as if it were soft rubber, sinking right in. The contact area of the alloy was burned red and began to melt. Warning! Warning! Equipment is about to be damaged. Initiating self-repair protocol. A piercing system alarm blared, and Chen Mo instantly felt a powerful force emanating from the tester. His palm was abruptly repelled, and he was pushed back several steps by the recoil. The display atop the tester suddenly went blank, replaced by a series of warnings and error messages. User's strength exceeds the testing limit of the equipment. Machine damaged. Self-repair initiated. Seeing this notification, Chen Mo's expression became a mix of emotions. Did his one strike just break the equipment? Could this be a defective product? Chen Mo hadn't expected his supernatural ability to be this powerful. The eternal night true flame, once unleashed, could even burn through a great alloy. If he casually used it on someone or a mutant beast, wouldn't it leave a giant hole in them? However, this strike left Chen Mo feeling utterly drained. Unlike the earlier physical training, this time he truly felt his stamina being depleted. Just by simply channeling his supernatural ability into his palm, nearly a quarter of his spiritual energy was consumed. Chen Mo frowned and sat down with a bitter smile, feeling somewhat helpless. This was the difference between a novice and a seasoned supernatural user. Without professional training, his attacks were purely brute force. He could neither control the release of his ability nor efficiently manage his spiritual energy. While it seemed immensely powerful, most of the energy was wasted, and only a fraction actually reached its target. The surrounding temperature became unbearably high. If the system could learn superpower techniques, such a waste of energy wouldn't happen. Overall, though, this test left Chen Mo very satisfied, so much so that it exceeded his expectations. Alright, the college entrance exam will be a breeze now. Chen Mo stood up, quickly tidied up, and planned to head back to rest. Just then, he noticed a large group of people gathered in the center of the training ground, and the sound of arguing reached his ears. What's going on? Someone causing trouble? Chen Mo was slightly surprised. At such a late hour, who would come to the training ground to stir up trouble? As he approached, he saw that a crowd had already formed at the scene. On one side stood students wearing Huicheng First High School uniforms, and on the other, students from Huicheng Second High School. In terms of numbers, there were over 30 students from First High School but only 8 from Second High School. Yet the atmosphere clearly showed that the First High students were the ones being bullied. One student was sitting on the ground clutching his stomach, while others glared angrily at the 8 from Second High. However, no one dared to step forward. Students from other schools stood around watching, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Some superpowered individuals stood at a distance, arms crossed, chuckling at the scene. Seeing this, Chen Mo's expression immediately turned cold. What was going on? How dare they bully others? Students from these two schools were fighting, and First High was at a disadvantage. Huicheng First High School was a public school with an astonishing number of students. Most students in Huicheng attended this school. It was also the city's oldest and most established high school. Huicheng Second High School, on the other hand, had been founded less than 20 years ago. Initially a public school, it later attracted private investment and became the city's model school. Most students at Second High came from wealthy families, with an annual tuition fee exceeding 1 million yuan. Although the number of students at second high was less than one-third of first high's, their overall abilities far surpassed those of first high. Not only were second high students from affluent backgrounds, but their superpower talents were also exceptionally strong. It was said that second high had strict admission requirements. A minimum awakening of a C-level superpower was necessary to enroll. Coupled with their wealthy family backgrounds, they had access to the best equipment, nutrition, and techniques. As a result, second high had produced a batch of superpowered elites early on. First high simply couldn't compete. Over the past 7 or 8 years, the top 3 spots in Huicheng's college entrance exams were almost always taken by second high students. Among the top 10, 8 were from second high, and of the top 100, about 70 were from second high. In terms of strength, second high represented the pinnacle of Huicheng's younger generation. Whether it was teaching resources, facilities, or student quality, second high far outclassed first high, let alone the other, less noteworthy schools. As Chen Mo stepped into the crowd, he overheard 2 students from another school whispering complaints. "It's those second high jerks again." The first high students were practicing in peace, not causing any trouble, and yet they came to stir things up. They're like rabid dogs. Exactly. Everyone knows it's first come, first served. This training hall doesn't belong to them. Why should only second high students get to use the central area? After listening for a bit, Chen Mo roughly understood the situation. Apparently, the first high students had arrived first, occupying the central area of the training ground. Later, the 8 second high students arrived and forcibly demanded the space. Neither side was willing to back down, and eventually, a conflict broke out. Chen Mo scanned the scene. He recognized several of the first high students but wasn't very familiar with them. Most were seniors from other classes, and none were from class 3. As for the 8 from second high, he didn't recognize any of them. At this moment, one of the second high students, seemingly their leader, sneered and said, "See that? I told you, you useless bunch never listen until you get hurt. Now that you've learned your lesson, get lost." "Yeah, get lost. Stop blocking young Master Qin's practice session," the other 7 chimed in. The 30-plus first high students were all novices, except for the boy sitting on the ground clutching his stomach. He was a superpowered individual. Chen Mo recognized him. His name was Jiang Yi, a senior from class 1 and a low-level beginner martial artist. In other words, he had already trained with the superpower system and was considered a qualified superpowered individual. Jiang Yi's superpower was sea-level petrification, a powerful ability within the earth category. But now, lying on the ground in pain, it was clear that those from second high were far stronger than him. The first high students were furious, but none dared to step forward, unwilling to concede just like that. Meanwhile, the second high group was visibly growing impatient. Among them, a short boy stepped forward. "Didn't you hear young Master Qin? Let me teach you all a lesson and drive you out of here. Remember this name, I'm Wang Ting." As he spoke, he adopted a fighting stance, preparing to charge. Behind him, young Master Qin and the others watched with smiles, making no move to stop him. At that moment, a stern voice rang out from the crowd. "Stop right there." The voice was like a thunderclap. Chen Mo stepped out of the crowd, positioning himself in front of Wang Ting. Well, looks like there's a straggler here. Who are you to dare? Don't know your limits." Wang Ting glanced sideways at Chen Mo. A mere rookie dared to challenge someone like him, an ability user? It was nothing short of suicide. "Hui City First High School, senior year class 3, Chen Mo replied coldly. His gaze remained locked on Wang Ting. He could tell that Wang Ting was also a low-tier beginner martial artist. Not just him, every one of the other 7 students from second high school were ability users. As for that person called Qin Xiao, his aura was even stronger. He was already a high-tier beginner martial artist, just one step away from the peak. "Chen Mo? Never heard of you. Quit pretending you're some big shot. You wanna fight me?" Wang Ting sneered with disdain. "Fight you? You're not even qualified." Chen Mo smirked, pointing at the training ground's entrance. "I'll count to 3. You worthless lot better get lost. If you don't, I'll show you what real power looks like." The moment Chen Mo finished speaking, the place fell silent. The students from second high started murmuring among themselves, some even bursting into laughter. Even the students from first high and the bystanders around were stunned, their expressions filled with bewilderment. "Haha, did I hear that right? This guy is hilarious." Wang Ting laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. "Everyone, look, a rookie pretending to be a big shot. This is comedy gold. Are you straight out of an anime or something?" The moment Wang Ting finished speaking, his right hand swung sharply, aiming a slap directly at Chen Mo's face. In his eyes, Chen Mo had no chance of countering such a powerful opponent. This slap would surely send him sprawling. But to his shock, the moment Wang Ting's hand touched Chen Mo's, it was immediately clasped in an iron grip. Wang Ting's expression changed drastically. A surge of incredible strength emanated from Chen Mo's hand. No matter how much force he exerted, his palm wouldn't move an inch. On the contrary, his own wrist was tightly locked in Chen Mo's grasp, as if caught in a steel clamp, the pain intensifying with every passing second. Ah, it hurts so much. Wang Ting cried out in agony, feeling as if his wrist might snap. Panic surged through him. The college entrance exams were just around the corner. If his wrist got injured, even with medicine to recover, his performance would undoubtedly be affected. This thought sent Wang Ting into a frantic struggle to pull his hand free. The scene left everyone around utterly dumbfounded. Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, he yanked hard, combining the force with Wang Ting's own resistance. Wang Ting's body flew backward like a shrimp shot out of a slingshot, hunched over, crashing into a nearby student. Fortunately, that student managed to steady him, otherwise, Wang Ting would have made an even bigger fool of himself. Wang Ting, are you okay? The student who caught him frowned deeply, asking with concern. Wang Ting was in so much pain that tears nearly streamed down his face. He looked down at his wrist, now swollen and bruised, though thankfully not broken. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Chen Mo with rage. You little punk, you cheated, didn't you? Cheated? Who gave you the nerve to accuse me of cheating? Chen Mo shot back with a cold sneer. If it wasn't cheating, how could a rookie like you possibly? Wang Ting's voice trailed off. He realized it himself. Chen Mo was just a rookie. To be humiliated by a rookie in front of everyone, how could he save face? This realization ignited Wang Ting's fury. He activated his ability, determined to settle the score with Chen Mo. Enough! How much more embarrassment do you want to bring us? Stand down! Qin Xiao's voice roared like thunder. Wang Ting, who had been so aggressive moments ago, instantly deflated. Hanging his head, he retreated to the side. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow at the scene. As expected, Qin Xiao was no ordinary person. His authority was undeniable, and his strength must be formidable. After reprimanding Wang Ting, Qin Xiao turned, his sharp gaze piercing directly into Chen Mo as if seeing through his very thoughts. Chen Mo, is it? You've awakened an enhancement-type ability, haven't you? Wang Ting lost because of his inexperience, so he deserved it. But if you think a bit of brute strength is enough to make us retreat, you're dreaming. Really? Then why don't all 8 of you come at me together? I'm in a hurry to get back, so let's make this quick, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. You! Chen Mo's words nearly made Qin Xiao explode with anger. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. What Chen Mo implied was that fighting them wasn't even as important as taking a dump. The students from First High almost couldn't hold back their laughter either. Although Chen Mo wasn't particularly familiar with them, they certainly knew him. Lighter was Chen Mo's nickname. He was practically a household name among the senior students. An F-rank ability user attempting the martial arts entrance exams? The news had spread like wildfire throughout the school. What had just happened left his fellow First High students utterly stunned, their heads spinning with questions. What had gotten into Lighter? How could an F-rank rookie not only withstand the attack of a low-tier beginner martial artist but also counterattack? Even Jiang Yi, who was still sitting on the ground, looked completely bewildered. But as a fellow First High student, Jiang Yi couldn't help but chime in with a warning. Chen Mo, don't fight Qin Su. He's a high-tier beginner martial artist and has awakened a B-rank ability, Infernal Flames. He's the top contender for Hui City's college entrance exam champion this year. As soon as Jiang Yi said this, the crowd erupted into murmurs. The name Qin Su was widely known, with almost no one unaware of it except for Chen Mo. Everyone else was very clear about who he was. As the most promising top student of number 2 high school, Qin Su was practically invincible. Even the other elite students at number 2 couldn't compete with him. No one dared to challenge him. This time, it was almost certain that Qin Su would be the top scorer in Huicheng for the college entrance exams. As Jiang Yi introduced him, Qin Su's face was filled with pride, his grin so wide it couldn't be contained. He wanted to see if Chen Mo would tremble in fear at the mere mention of his name. The result left him thoroughly disappointed. Chen Mo's face remained expressionless, as calm as a poker card. He even casually used his finger to pick his nose, completely ignoring Qin Su. Humph, stop wasting time already. He spat on the ground, the spittle landing precisely near Qin Su's feet. Impatiently, he said, I can't hold it in anymore. Are you fighting or not? If not, I'm heading to the restroom first. The bystanders were stunned. A student from number 1 high school was this arrogant, daring to show such disrespect toward Chin Su. Chin Su's face turned dark with rage, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. Who was this idiot who hadn't even heard of Chin Su's reputation and dared to act so brazenly here? Fine, since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. You still want to take the college entrance exams? If you get injured here and it affects your results, don't blame me. This is all on you. Chin Su glared fiercely at Chen Emo, speaking with malice. He was ready to teach Chen Emo a lesson on the spot. Even if he left Chen Emo severely injured, he wasn't worried. His father would take care of everything with money. He had done this countless times before at number 2 high school. Let alone the fact that the opponent was just a nobody from number 1. Without hesitation, Chin Su activated his ability. Black and red flames ignited around him. Hellfire. Infernal flames. Although his ability was only at the B level and far from the true infernal flames, when he unleashed his full power, a strong sense of oppression filled the air. The scorching heat pricked at everyone's skin, forcing them to retreat. The 7 students from number 2 high school looked at Chen Emo with glee, their faces filled with schadenfreude. Especially Wang Ting, whose eyes radiated with delight. Ha, young Master Chin is angry now. You're in for a trip to the ICU. With his ability unleashed, Chin Su's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. He charged out of the flames like a war god, leaping and teleporting straight in front of Chen Emo, his right fist hurling toward Chen Mo's chest with ferocious force. The air seemed to freeze. The fist, engulfed in scorching flames, descended like a fist of destruction from hell. If this punch landed, Chen Emo would undoubtedly be seriously injured, making the college entrance exams impossible for him. And this was Chin Su holding back. If he were to go all out, one punch would have been enough to kill Chen Emo. The hellfire churned within the practice field, like fiery waves from the abyss, overwhelming the atmosphere. The intense heat ignited the air, causing waves of scorching heat to roll through. Everyone was in shock. A B-level ability, its power was terrifying. They couldn't possibly withstand it. Even a few adult ability users in the distance showed signs of fear. But none of this included Chen Emo. Faced with the incoming fist, Chen Emo remained calm, his expression serene, his eyes steady. It was as if he could see through everything. Playing with fire in front of me? Do you even understand what true fire is? With that, he raised his left hand. In his palm, a faint spark of deep blue flame appeared. This time, he didn't even use his full strength, summoning just a wisp of his power. Then, with a bang, he caught Chin Su's blazing fist in his hand. The entire scene fell into stunned silence. Was this guy insane? Using his bare hand to block a flaming punch? Did he not care about his hand? But what shocked everyone even more was what happened next. Chin Su, who had been like a fiery war god, was abruptly stopped midway. The hellfire around him trembled violently, like a mouse encountering a cat. Suddenly, with a slight flicker, the flames made a soft poof sound and extinguished. Chin Su remained frozen in his punching posture, his fist locked within Chen Mo's palm as if turned into a statue. His mind was in turmoil, nearly losing his senses from the shock. The others only saw the flames extinguish, but only Chin Su knew the truth. The searing hellfire within him had felt fear. The fire had been absorbed by the opponent through his fist. How was this even possible? Chin Su was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. He stared dumbfounded at Chen Emo, who was now inches away. Chen Mo's abyss black eyes bore an icy, indifferent, and deeply contemptuous gaze. Who is he? What kind of ability did he awaken? How could he possibly devour my flames? Chin Su's mind screamed as he desperately tried to unravel the mystery of Chen Mo's power. But Chen Emo didn't give him any time to think. Grabbing Chin Su's wrist with force, he yanked him forward with immense strength. Chin Su staggered, losing his balance and falling. Chen Emo followed up by raising his knee, slamming it forcefully into Chin Su's stomach. An excruciating pain shot through him instantly, and Chin Su's eyes bulged out from the agony. Before he could let out a sound, he was launched like a ragdoll, crashing heavily into a testing apparatus. The ground. Beep. A string of numbers flashed across the screen above the tester's head. 977 kilograms. The training field fell silent in an instant, so quiet that even the sound of breathing seemed absent. The air was thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Emo, filled with shock and disbelief. This seemingly ordinary young man had somehow instilled awe and fear in everyone's hearts. Chen Emo stood in the center of the field, his expression calm, his eyes deep and profound, as if he could see through all falsehoods. Under the lights, his figure appeared tall and imposing, like a war god descended upon the earth. Chin Su lay on the ground, his body convulsing, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness, as if questioning, how can someone so powerful exist? The surrounding crowd instinctively gasped. They stared at Chen Mo's back, their hearts filled with reverence and dread. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Standing next to Chen Mo, Jiang Yi's face was pale with terror. He looked at Chen Mo as if he was staring at a demon. In a trembling voice, he asked, Chen Mo, how did you do that? Chen Mo glanced at him and flashed an innocent smile. Casually, he said, what do you mean, how? My stomach suddenly felt uncomfortable. I was in a rush to get to the bathroom, and I guess I overexerted myself. The crowd. On the ground, Qin Su couldn't hold it in any longer. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out before he fainted. His face was pale, his body limp as if all life had drained from him. Chen Mo glanced indifferently at the group from second high across from him and asked, are we still fighting? I'm in a hurry. The 7 opponents showed looks of terror and instinctively stepped back. Their gazes fell on Chen Mo, filled with fear and unease, as if they were staring at an insurmountable mountain. If not, then fine. I'm leaving. We agreed, if you can't beat me, you leave. If I leave and you still dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for waiting at your school gate to deal with you. With that, Chen Mo waved his hand nonchalantly and walked out of the training field with an unhurried yet commanding stride. Under the lights, his tall and powerful figure resembled a descending war god. His voice echoed through the training field, brimming with confidence and dominance. The summer night breeze blew gently, carrying a hint of heat, yet the training field within Xianyuan Martial Hall felt as cold as winter. It wasn't until Chen Mo left the training field that the air seemed to begin flowing again, as if life had returned. Quick, check on Qin Su, a student from second high shouted urgently. The 7 finally snapped out of their daze and quickly surrounded Qin Su. They scrambled to lift him up, some pinching his philtrum, others rubbing his back. Wang Ting, the most enthusiastic, placed both hands on Qin Su's stomach and started massaging. If anything, this only made things worse. Qin Su immediately woke up from the pain. What the hell are you rubbing? It hurts like hell. Qin Su cursed, nearly crying out in agony. The students from second high quickly carried Qin Su down to the first floor of the martial hall. There, a healer with an ability specialized in treatment was on duty, along with special medicinal serums available for use. Qin Su's injuries were merely superficial. With some treatment, he would recover quickly. The training field returned to its usual calm. The crowd began to disperse. The students from first high gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Jiang Yi, do you know that Chen Mo? Someone asked. Jiang Yi shook his head, wiping sweat from his still aching stomach. I heard he awakened an F-rank ability, Spark of Fire, one classmate said. Yeah, his nickname is Lighter. Everyone in school knows. I even heard he's planning to take the martial arts exam, added a tall girl. I thought he was useless, but who knew he'd be so strong? And he's pretty handsome too. Humph, Xiaomei, you're smitten again, but don't think you can steal Chen Mo from me. Humph, I'm asking for his WeChat tomorrow. The previously chilly atmosphere was completely transformed by the girls' chatter. Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly, still bewildered. What happened today had been captured on video by several onlookers with their phones. By tomorrow, the whole school would know. Subconsciously, he glanced at the entrance of the training field, a hint of apprehension on his face. Class 3 was hiding such a powerful figure. F-rank ability? Who were they trying to fool? After returning, Jiang Yi decided to inform his homeroom teacher. It was clear Class 3 was pretending to be weak, likely preparing to challenge Class 1 head-on. With that in mind, Jiang Yi casually found a classmate, copied the video, and sent it along with a message to his homeroom teacher, Lu Guozheng. Just wait, Chen Mo. Let's see how long you can keep this under wraps. Leaving the martial hall, Chen Mo didn't linger outside but headed straight home. The evening's little episode didn't concern him in the slightest. From beginning to end, he hadn't revealed his true ability, Eternal Night Flame, even with phones recording him. He had nothing to worry about. Upon returning, the sound of his foster father's snoring remained as loud as ever. Chen Mo felt relieved. He had managed to sneak out without disturbing him. The night passed peacefully without incident. The next morning, Chen Mo got up early. By his calculations, he had slept less than 4 hours the previous night. Since his basic attributes had improved, his need for sleep had significantly diminished. Facing the delicious breakfast prepared by his foster father, he ate without any hesitation. At the dining table, he remained silent. His face was as dark and stern as a rigid stone, showing not a trace of kindness toward his foster father. He changed into a spare school uniform. His backpack had been burned in last night's fire, so today he was traveling light. With only a few days left until the college entrance exams, there wasn't much he needed to bring anyway. Upon arriving at school, he went about handling some daily tasks as usual. There were no substantial lessons. Many classmates were absent, having gone to the two major martial arts academies to polish their combat skills in the last days before the exams. As Chen Mo entered the classroom, he immediately heard several classmates whispering excitedly while holding their phones. The moment they saw him, all eyes turned toward him. The gazes that greeted him upon entering were anything but ordinary. Some were curious, others disdainful, and still others surprised, a complex mix of emotions. Zhang Ping and Wang Fei flanked him like two iron guardians, standing protectively on either side. "Spill it, lighter. You've been hiding this from us for way too long," Zhang Ping said with a stern face. "That's right, Chen Mo. You've been so unfair to us," Wang Fei complained repeatedly. "What's wrong with you two? Did you take the wrong medicine?" Chen Mo asked in confusion. "Medicine, my ass. Stop pretending in front of us. Spill the beans about what happened last night." The two of them grabbed Chen Mo from either side and dragged him back to his seat. Several classmates nearby didn't move but stared at him curiously. As expected, the video of Chen Mo teaching Qin Su from second high a lesson had already spread across their entire grade. Seeing Chen Mo thrash Qin Su filled the hearts of first high students with immense satisfaction. At the same time, it raised even more questions. How had the infamous lighter suddenly become so powerful? Many simply couldn't believe it. Take Guo Wei, for example. Even though the video was right in front of him and he couldn't find any flaws in it, he adamantly refused to accept that Chen Mo had gotten stronger. But as more witnesses came forward to confirm the story, it became impossible to keep the truth hidden. Chen Mo scratched his head helplessly and was just about to explain when their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, appeared at the classroom door. "Chen Mo, come with me," Zhou Ping said sternly before turning and walking away. Seeing this, the classmates didn't dare to stop him. Chen Mo quickly followed. They arrived at the staff office. Early in the morning, all the homeroom teachers of each class were present. Zhou Ping sat down. Next to him was Lu Guozheng, the homeroom teacher of class 1 of the senior year. Unlike Zhou Ping's serious demeanor, Lu Guozheng wore a wide smile, holding his phone as he watched something and joked. "Well, look at this. What a show of strength. Those second high guys really got put in their place." Noticing Zhou Ping and Chen Mo enter, Lu Guozheng laughed and said, "Hey, isn't this our very own hero of first high, Chen Mo? Ha ha. Hello, Mr. Lu." Chen Mo greeted somewhat awkwardly. Zhou Ping sat down, took a sip of tea, and glanced sideways at Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, what exactly happened last night? Tell us everything in detail." Chen Mo chuckled inwardly. Looks like even the teachers couldn't sit still. He didn't hold back and recounted the events of the previous night in full detail. After hearing him out, Zhou Ping let out a heavy cough. "Kid, don't try to dodge the question. What I'm asking is, how did you manage to beat Qin Su?" Chen Mo feigned innocence. "Teacher, if you ask me, I don't even know myself. When I was fighting him last night, I was scared out of my wits. I honestly have no idea how I won." Zhou Ping almost spat out the tea in his mouth. This kid had the guts to act? Where in the video did he look scared? Chen Mo continued, "When I arrived, Jiang Yi had already fought Qin Su. I noticed that Qin Su seemed a bit weakened at the time, probably injured. Plus, I suddenly broke through a skill while putting out the fire, which gave me an unexpected advantage." Both Zhou Ping and Lu Guozheng frowned simultaneously. It was true that Qin Su had fought Jiang Yi first in that incident. Although the gap in their abilities was significant, Qin Su had effortlessly overpowered Jiang Yi without a scratch. Lu Guozheng found it hard to believe otherwise. Jiang Yi was one of his top students, with grades among the best in Huichang First High. If Qin Su had been merely putting on an act but was actually injured, then this explanation made sense. Recalling how Qin Su's flames had suddenly extinguished during the fight, the two teachers became even more convinced that Chen Mo was telling the truth. They certainly didn't think Chen Mo was making things up. Chen Mo must have disrupted Qin Su's flames. Clearly, Qin Su hadn't fully recovered, and his internal energy imbalance had led to a misfire in his abilities, resulting in a backlash. As for Chen Mo's claim about a skill breakthrough, the two teachers didn't take it seriously at all. Seeing the two teachers fall silent, Chen Mo was secretly amazed. He had casually made up a few lines, and yet they bought it completely. This is way too easy to fool. After several minutes, Zhou Ping finally spoke. "You just said you went to fight a fire." "Ah, yesterday the grain storage caught fire, so I went to help." Before he could finish, Zhou Ping slapped the table and widened his eyes in fury. Chen Mo, do you realize what time it is? Do you know how many days are left until the college entrance exam? And you went to fight a fire. Aren't you afraid you might not make it back? You're driving me crazy. Get out of here, now. Chen Mo shrank his neck, stuck out his tongue, bowed to the two teachers, and quickly ran out of the office. Beside him, Lu Guozheng hurriedly tried to console Zhou Ping. All right, old Zhou. Chen Mo may not have outstanding abilities, but his character is commendable. Don't be mad at him. Zhou Ping glanced at him, cursing in his mind, is this supposed to comfort me? Earlier, when you saw the video, you came running over in a panic. Now that you know the truth, you're dismissing my student as average. You sly old fox. And just like that, Chen Mo muddled through the situation without much effort. Once the teachers explained things, the matter gradually lost attention. Especially from Guowei in Class 3, who mockingly claimed he had known the truth all along. He kept making snide remarks, almost causing Zhongpeng to argue with him. Meanwhile, the central figure, Chen Mo, sat at his desk with his eyes closed, resting as if none of this had anything to do with him. Time flew by. And soon, there was only one day left until the college entrance exam. The senior students were released early for the break. The teachers repeatedly reminded everyone to prepare their exam materials. Liberal arts students were advised to double-check their admission tickets and stationery. Martial arts students were specifically reminded to wear their armor and bring their weapons. Today was the day Chen Mo had agreed to meet with his adoptive father, so he stayed home. With his current abilities, passing the exam would be a breeze, and he wasn't interested in cramming at the last minute. Over the past 2 days, his relationship with his adoptive father had somewhat improved. His adoptive father was leaving, and no matter how hard he tried, it was a reality that couldn't be changed. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Chen Mo, though saddened, had gradually come to terms with it. Since it couldn't be prevented, he decided to cherish the remaining time together. Over these days, Chen Mo rarely helped his adoptive father with cooking. The two of them even enjoyed a few drinks together, fostering a deep father-son bond. That evening, after dinner, they sat on the sofa. His adoptive father, usually relaxed and casual, suddenly became serious. Kid, are you ready for tomorrow's exam? Don't worry, I've got everything ready. Have you double-checked? Admission ticket, armor. Ugh, you've asked me 10 times today. Enough already. The admission ticket is electronic, and the armor is already in my bag. Good. Since that's the case, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. His adoptive father stood up, walked into his bedroom, and brought out a metal box. The box wasn't particularly special, it was just an old tin box left over from cookies Chen Mo had eaten before. Take it. This is the first gift I've prepared for you. He handed the box to Chen Mo. Curious, Chen Mo shook it slightly. It wasn't heavy, in fact, it was surprisingly light. Opening the lid, he saw a pair of gloves. Adoptive father, what is this? Chen Mo asked with confusion, looking up at him. Lighting a cigarette, his adoptive father spoke calmly. I know you aren't fond of using weapons. That's on me. I once told you, to become a true powerhouse, you need to experience the raw feeling of your fists connecting with flesh. He pointed at the gloves inside the box. These are special gloves. Combat gloves. Give them a try. As his adoptive father raised his hand, Chen Mo noticed a fresh scar on his arm. Instead of asking about the gloves, he showed concern. Adoptive father, you're hurt? That wound looks serious. Are you okay? His adoptive father quickly withdrew his hand, using his wide sleeve to cover the scar. It's nothing. Just a little mishap while showing off some tricks while grilling meat. He glared at Chen Mo, signaling him to put on the gloves. You really need to be more cautious. Last time, you got burned all over your hand by a cigarette, but because you were too mesmerized by that girl dancing. Haven't you learned your lesson? Grumbling, Chen Mo picked up the gloves from the box. The moment he touched them, he was shocked by how light they were. It was almost as if they weighed nothing. If he hadn't felt them in his hand, he would have doubted their existence. Upon closer inspection, the gloves looked ordinary, completely unlike those combat gloves with alloy arm guards or brass knuckles. Puzzled, he slowly put them on, and a chill instantly spread through his hands. Then, the gloves emitted a faint dark green glow. Chen Mo was stunned as he watched the gloves meld with his hands, vanishing completely. What's going on? Staring in disbelief, Chen Mo was at a loss for words. Now, throw a punch and see for yourself. His adoptive father chuckled, enjoying the look of amazement on Chen Mo's face. Clenching his fists, Chen Mo casually threw a punch. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the room. The furniture in the room shook, and dust scattered into the air. Chen Emo was stunned, unable to utter a word. That punch just now, he hadn't even exerted any effort. It was as casual as swatting a mosquito. But he could clearly feel the friction of the air against his fist. And the glove that had disappeared earlier could now be felt again. He raised both hands, staring at them in disbelief, his voice trembling. This is incredible. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at his foster father. Foster father, where did this come from? It's like a cheat code. This must be made of A-grade alloy, right? No, this clearly isn't alloy. The more Chen Emo spoke, the more incredulous he became. His brows furrowed tightly. His foster father chuckled with disdain. Ha, A-grade alloy? What's that worth? I didn't get you some toy. Chen Emo, like a child with a new toy, leapt excitedly around the living room, throwing punches non-stop. The furniture shook violently, nearly falling apart. Until Mrs. Lee, the elderly neighbor from downstairs, bellowed in fury. Chen boy, can you keep it down? This old woman's bones can't take your racket. Chen Emo quickly stuck out his tongue and apologized. After seeing Mrs. Lee off, he returned to the living room, still brimming with enthusiasm. With the gloves on, a casual punch carried half the strength of his usual full-force punch without the gloves. And this was without any enhancement from special abilities, just pure physical strength. With these gloves, Chen Emo couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful he would become. These gloves are decent enough. Unless you run into SS-grade weapons or higher, nothing's breaking through their defense, his foster father said, snubbing out his cigarette and sitting upright. Now, it's time for your second gift. There's more. Chen Emo exclaimed in surprise. Come on, back to your room. Sit cross-legged. The two returned to the bedroom, and Chen Emo obediently sat cross-legged on the bed. Hold your breath. Don't open your eyes or get nervous from here on out. Just feel it slowly. As he spoke, his foster father raised his hand and pressed on several key acupoints on Chen Mo's body. Suddenly, Chen Emo found himself unable to move. He was shocked, but remembering his foster father's instructions, he clenched his teeth and closed his eyes tightly. His foster father's palm, as large as a fan, pressed heavily against his chest. Boom! A massive sound rang out. Chen Emo felt an overwhelmingly powerful energy surge within him, sweeping explosively through his entire body. His foster father's palm quickly transformed into fingers, furiously pressing against the acupoints on his body with such speed that the movements were nearly invisible. Kid, all those years of meat you ate are finally paying off. Now, enjoy this miraculous transformation to its fullest. When the final finger pressed against the center of Chen Mo's forehead, his consciousness began to blur. A golden light enveloped him, pulling him toward an unknown world in the distance. His foster father's gaze was as deep as the ocean, fixed on Chen Mo, who was shrouded in a faint glow. Complicated emotions flickered in his eyes, profound reluctance, boundless inner conflict, and an unyielding resolve. He spoke softly, as if confessing to the air, Chen Lume, your debt is repaid. Every word carried heavy emotions, making it clear how much turmoil and pain he was enduring inside. His foster father took one last deep look at Chen Mo. His gaze held countless unspoken words, but none escaped his lips. Then, he turned and walked away. At that moment, his posture suddenly straightened, and his previously slightly frail body became robust, as if supported by an invisible force. Golden hair flowed down his back, shimmering faintly as if gilded by sunlight. A kingly aura erupted from him, so overwhelming that it was impossible to look directly at him. His voice was filled with both deep affection and resolute determination. Chen Mo, live well. Your foster father will be waiting for the day we meet again. As he spoke, his expression suddenly twisted with pain, as though he bore an unbearable torment in his heart. He shook his head forcefully, trying to rid himself of the anguish. Forget it. Maybe it's better if we never meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, his body transformed into countless specks of starlight, shining like the brightest stars in the night sky. The starlight gradually faded until it completely disappeared. The room was left with only Chen Mo, sitting silently, as if he had been the sole occupant all along. Chen Mo had no idea his foster father had left. At this moment, he was enveloped in a golden light, hurtling through endless darkness. A rhythmic sound echoed in the void. Thump, thump, thump. He immediately recognized it as the sound of his own heartbeat. Suddenly, a blinding golden light pierced through the darkness. A colossal golden rat appeared in the void. The rat was as massive as a small mountain, its body covered in shimmering gold fur. Its long tail extended even farther than its body. Its ruby-like eyes radiated a wild, fierce killing intent. Chen Mo watched in terror as the golden giant rat soared past him. As it drew close, his blood felt as though it was about to freeze solid. A golden giant rat darted past, and a surge of immense energy erupted within his body, filling every muscle, every bone, every vein, and every acupoint. Under the impact of this energy, his physical body and skills advanced rapidly. Before he could even react, another beam of light flashed in the distant void. This time, what appeared was a creature so bizarre that he couldn't even name it. It had a body as long as a python, stretching at least tens of kilometers. The thickest part of its body was as massive as a skyscraper. The creature's head resembled an eagle, with a tuft of feathers as pure and white as jade, and a black beak as sharp as a hooked blade, glinting with a chilling cold light. On the bird-like head, a crimson, massive eye was embedded squarely in the front. Its pupil was shockingly shaped in a complex spiral pattern. The moment Chen Mo's gaze met the creature's eye, his head felt as though it had been struck with a heavy hammer. A splitting pain engulfed him, and the world before his eyes spun wildly. Yet he did not wake up because of this. The creature seemed to pay him no mind at all and walked past him indifferently. At that very moment, Chen Mo suddenly felt his mind become extraordinarily clear. Mysterious information flashed rapidly through his brain, and the cultivation problems that had troubled him before suddenly made perfect sense. Simultaneously, the system's voice rang out, and his attribute panel automatically popped up. Chen Mo was stunned to discover that his two major skills, free combat technique and flaming explosion, had advanced directly from master level to perfection level. Both skills had completely broken through, reaching their peak. The excitement was so intense it nearly made him dizzy. What kind of monster was this? Just a single exchange of gazes brought about such powerful effects. What surprised him even more was that his basic attributes were rapidly soaring. His physique leaped from 388 to 511, and his mental strength skyrocketed from 116 to 399. But it wasn't over yet. One after another, strange creatures that Chen Mo had never seen in his life flew past his eyes. A total of 20. With each creature that passed, his attribute numbers surged wildly. By the time the last one flew by, Chen Mo's mind completely froze. Host, Chen Mo. Level, Beginner. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, Catastrophe level. Physique, 1191. Mental Strength, 631. Skills, Free Combat Technique, Perfection, Flaming Explosion, Perfection. Unallocated points, 120. Chen Mo could hardly believe his eyes. Was this still the same lighter that could barely light a cigarette before? Purely in terms of basic attributes, his current physique had reached the peak level of an elementary martial artist, just one step away from becoming a specialized martial artist. The progression of martial artists to ability users begins with reaching the elementary martial artist stage, where physique is generally divided into several levels. Low tier, 100 to 400. Mid tier, 400 to 800. High tier, 800-1000. Peak tier, 1000 to 1200. Breaking through 1200 signifies stepping into the ranks of a specialized martial artist. Mental strength follows a similar classification. Not only had Chen Mo's physique improved significantly, but his mental strength had also ascended to the mid-tier level of an elementary martial artist. The only regret was that, among the 20 creatures, only the second serpent-like being had enhanced his mental strength. The others had almost exclusively boosted his physique. This was the gift his adoptive father had prepared for him. Chen Mo's heart was brimming with joy and gratitude. It turned out that his adoptive father had been silently supporting him all these years. The delicious meat he had once eaten was, in hindsight, the flesh of these terrifying, unknown creatures. Chen Mo had no idea where his adoptive father had procured them. Even just placing these creatures in front of him now would evoke awe and reverence, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. Could these monsters be the legendary beast sovereigns, said to rival martial saints? Chen Mo speculated, but there was no one to provide him with answers. Then, what kind of person was his adoptive father, who could obtain the flesh of such creatures? His curiosity grew stronger. He stared blankly at the attribute panel, lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. His heartbeat accelerated instantly, as if it might leap out of his chest. He had keenly noticed a number, physique 1191, just 9 points away from 1200. This number echoed in his mind, like a powerful call beckoning him. According to the knowledge he had learned in school, for an elementary martial artist, breaking through 1200 in physique before advancing to a specialized martial artist would result in a qualitative leap in power. Before becoming a specialized martial artist, breaking through the 1200 limit was nearly impossible. But there were always exceptions. Only those legendary geniuses, born with extraordinary talent, were capable of breaking this barrier. It was said that once an elementary martial artist's physique surpassed 1,200, they would be favored by the gods. To date, the only person on Blue Star to have reached this realm was Pango Martial Saint of Huaxia. This revered figure. The existence both revered and feared by all, a true genius. Unlike other martial saints, he was a prodigious youth who rose to prominence swiftly after the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star. In just 8 short years, he ascended from an inexperienced novice with no foundation to the realm of martial saint. He is the youngest martial saint in Blue Star's history. Even now, Pango Martial Saint remains a legend in the hearts of all ability users. Countless people look up to him as a role model, dreaming of one day rising swiftly just like him and becoming the center of attention. According to records in the textbooks, when Pango Martial Saint was at the pinnacle of the initial martial artist stage, his physique had already surpassed 1,200. It is said that because of this, he received the blessing of the gods and comprehended an incredibly powerful ability. But as for what it was specifically, no one knows. That remains his secret. And now, Chen Mo, who isn't even an ability user yet, already has a physique nearing 1,200. The system doesn't limit the allocation of basic attribute points. So, what will happen if I raise my physique beyond 1,200? The more Chen Mo thought about it, the more excited he became. Pango Martial Saint broke through 1,200 as an initial martial artist, whereas he was about to surpass it as a beginner. Does this mean he's stronger than Pango Martial Saint? With this thought in mind, Chen Mo made up his mind and decided to take a gamble. System, add 20 points to my physique. Ding! With the pleasant chime, the attribute panel showed that his physique had finally broken through to 1,211. Immediately after, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the basic attribute intelligence and awakening the talent skill breath concealment, beginner. Breath concealment conceals heartbeat, breathing, pores, and all forms of aura, making it impossible to be detected by spiritual detection skills. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Mo was momentarily caught between laughter and tears. This breath concealment skill was something he was quite pleased with. It's a practical survival skill. Especially suited for stealth and covert operations, it's practically a divine ability. In situations requiring prolonged hiding or ambushes, this skill could be a lifesaver. Chen Mo could already imagine silently approaching an enemy and launching a deadly attack without them noticing. But when his gaze landed on the newly unlocked intelligence attribute, his face immediately darkened. Intelligence. What the hell, intelligence? Does this mean he had been a brainless idiot this whole time? On the panel, his intelligence showed only 80. Chen Mo fell into deep existential doubt. Was this number even normal? The system's intelligence value was based on human IQ standards. For normal people, it ranged between 90 and 110. And he only had 80. Damn it! Chen Mo, who's lived 2 lifetimes, turned out to be intellectually deficient. He felt an overwhelming urge to flip the table. System, get out here. What's with this 80? Explain yourself. Chen Mo's mouth twitched in anger, feeling utterly disrespected by the system. In your previous life, you were shot in the brain, causing irreversible brain damage. As a result, your IQ dropped from 103 to 80. Wah! Hearing the explanation, Chen Mo froze. Even that counts. It turned out he ended up in this world because of a fatal brain injury from a bullet. He murmured to himself, wondering if even the injury was factored into the equation. He wanted to argue, but then remembered how his free combat skill had been automatically upgraded to an intermediate level upon inheriting it. He promptly shut his mouth. If he dared to complain further, the system might get mad and reset all his attributes to 0. Unacceptable. If my uncle can tolerate this, my aunt absolutely cannot. I refuse to be a dimwit. Fuming with rage, Chen Mo shouted, System, allocate all remaining attribute points to intelligence. Ding, the system chimed again, and on the attribute panel, his intelligence jumped from 80 to 180 in one go. Host, Chen Mo. Level, beginner. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, Catastrophe class. Physique, 1,211. Spirit, 631. Intelligence, 180. Skills, Free Combat, Mastery, Flame Explosion, Mastery. Talent Skill, Breath Concealment, Beginner. Unallocated points, 0. Looking at the brand new attribute panel, Chen Mo was extremely satisfied. He was no longer a dimwit, he was a bona fide genius. Even if he didn't score well on the martial arts exam, with such a brilliant mind, he could still thrive in society. Feeling that his physical enhancements were now fully complete, Chen Mo slowly exited the system interface. His consciousness returned to his body. As he opened his eyes, the familiar sight of his bedroom came into view. The entire house was eerily quiet. His foster father was nowhere to be found. Chen Mo sat motionless on the bed, his eyes welling up with tears. He didn't need to move to feel it. The house was empty, he was the only one left. "Foster father, you're really gone," he murmured softly, his voice filled with sorrow. The jarring sound of an alarm clock suddenly rang out, snapping Chen Mo back to reality. Mo pulled himself back to reality from the sorrowful haze. Unknowingly, it was already 6 in the morning. Today was the day of the college entrance examination. He had to set out quickly, head to the gathering point, and follow the school to the exam venue. Silently, he got up, washed, and dressed in his F-grade close-fitting battle armor. In the empty room, his was the only figure bustling about. The once lively dining table no longer saw hot, steaming breakfasts. After getting ready, Chen Mo opened the door. He turned back to take one last deep look at the empty home. Then, he stepped out resolutely, walking toward the school without looking back. The sky began to brighten. Morning light pierced through the clouds, spreading over the quiet neighborhood. Chen Mo walked on the deserted road, his steps steady and firm. In the soft morning glow, his figure appeared both solitary and determined. The surroundings were silent, with only him moving forward. He was clear about where he needed to go and what he had to face. The pressure of the college entrance exam, the loss of his foster father, and the mystery of his awakened abilities all churned within him. Yet, he did not stop, nor did he falter. He understood that this path had to be walked. No matter how many challenges lay ahead, he would press on with unwavering resolve. Time ticked to 7 in the morning. Hui City Central Stadium. On this summer morning, the stadium was already packed with people. This was the gathering spot for all college entrance exam candidates from Hui City and the surrounding counties. Examines for the liberal arts would take their exams in the comprehensive gymnasium next to the stadium. As for the martial arts candidates, their exams were organized by the city's education bureau at specialized venues. Chen Mo, over here, over here. Upon entering the field, Chen Mo looked around and heard Zhang Ping shouting at him from not too far away. The students from Hui City No. 1 High School had gathered nearby. "You guys are really early," Chen Mo said. "Hey, the early bird gets the worm," Zhang Peng replied with a grin. "Oh, cut it out. You were so nervous you couldn't sleep, weren't you? Liberal arts candidates are even more stressed than us martial arts folks," Wang Fei teased from the side. The three of them joked and laughed, gearing up for this pivotal day. All around, people were chatting and laughing, creating a lighthearted and cheerful atmosphere. Chen Mo glanced around and noticed other classmates and teachers from different grades also gathered here. Not far away, students from Hui City No. 2 High School were present as well. Among them, he recognized Qin Su and his 7 companions, who had previously caused trouble at the martial arts hall. Qin Su also noticed Chen Mo and quickly averted his gaze. Chen Mo's attention shifted to 2 individuals among the Hui City No. 2 High School crowd who stood out markedly, like the brightest stars in the entire stadium. They were a male and a female student. The boy was about the same height as Chen Mo, his face cold and expressionless, with a long sword strapped to his back. The girl was slightly shorter, slender, and her close-fitting battle armor accentuated her graceful curves. She had striking white hair tied into a ponytail, naturally hanging down her back. Her face bore a faint smile, and she carried a long spear on her back. The two were surrounded by students from Hui City No. 2 High School. Even Qin Su showed respectful deference in their presence. Through Wang Fei's introduction, Chen Mo learned of their identities. This pair were the most brilliant talents in Hui City for this year's college entrance examination, Song Tingyu and Wang Tong. Song Tingyu was the class president of Hui City No. 2 High School's senior year Class 1, and his martial prowess had reached its peak. Standing there, he resembled an immovable mountain, his gaze sharp like an eagle's. His awakened ability was rated A-level, known as Phantom Thunder, a silent yet immensely powerful force, perfectly reflecting his calm and decisive nature. Wang Tong, on the other hand, was the class representative of Hui City No. 2 High School's senior year Class 2, with superior martial skills. Her eyes shone bright and resolute, like a sky full of stars. Her awakened ability was also A-level, called Star Radiance, a luminous power that could illuminate the path ahead, embodying her unyielding spirit. These two were the hopes of this year's college entrance examination, representing the pride of Hui City. They were expected to rank among the top 10 in the entire province, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. In contrast, Qin Su, who was supposedly ranked 3rd, seemed utterly overshadowed. His strength and experience paled in comparison to Song Tingyou and Wang Tong, making him almost insignificant. If he could perform exceptionally well and make it into the province's top 100, it would already be considered a stroke of luck. Sichuan province, with its dense population, remained an enchanting place even in this era of rampant beasts, earning the nickname Land of Abundance. However, the competition for college entrance exams was brutally fierce. To stand out required not only high-level abilities but also economic and familial support. Expensive training techniques, equipment, weapons, and recovery potions all were purchased with substantial wealth. By the time geniuses entered university, they had already become powerful ability users, achieving leaps in strength through top-tier cultivation techniques bought at great expense. As a result, the exam field was dominated almost entirely by ability users. For novices, they didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Chen Mo's close friend Wang Fei had already reached the level of a beginner martial artist. His family had spent a fortune to purchase a cultivation technique for his training. For these exam candidates, their current cultivation techniques were: perfection doesn't matter. Once they enter university, they will have access to an abundance of resources. Whether it's cultivation techniques, combat skills, or advanced equipment, everything is within their grasp. In this highly competitive world, the college entrance examination is a crucial battle. It determines whether someone can soar to the skies and change their destiny. However, more people understand that some individuals have a starting point far beyond the ordinary. They begin at a higher level, and their achievements are also greater. Whether in the past or the present, this has always been a harsh reality. Chen Mo merely glanced indifferently before withdrawing his gaze. For him, the most important thing now was accumulating attribute points. And the college entrance examination was currently the fastest way he had found to achieve that. The rules of the martial arts entrance exam were simple: within a specially designated area, complete the test within a limited amount of time. According to the rules, candidates had to hunt and kill exotic beasts within the specified time. Scores would be awarded based on the quantity and level of the beasts killed. At the end of the exam, rankings would be determined based on the accumulated scores. A level 1 exotic beast was equivalent to a human novice, and killing one would yield between 0.1 to 10 points. A level 2 exotic beast was equivalent to a beginner martial artist, with points ranging from 20 to 100. A level 3 exotic beast was comparable to an advanced martial artist, with points ranging from 200 to 1000. However, level 4 and above exotic beasts had never appeared in previous exams. For most people, unless a genius like the Martial St. Pangu appeared, even the most gifted individuals could only reach the level of advanced martial artists. A level 4 exotic beast was equivalent to the realm of a martial master. The leap from an advanced martial artist to a martial master was a qualitative transformation, far beyond a mere enhancement in abilities. Hence, it was nearly impossible for an advanced martial artist to challenge a martial master and win. The same logic applied to level 4 exotic beasts. The rules of the college entrance exam were not complicated, and these candidates had long familiarized themselves with them. The only unknown factors were the 3 key points that would only be announced on the day of the exam: the examination venue, the types of exotic beasts, and the exam duration. On the school field, students were gathering continuously. Homeroom teachers, principals, and officials from the education department were all present. Zhou Ping had arrived early on the field, tirelessly encouraging his students. When he approached Chen Mo, his expression was complicated. He patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end, he only uttered 4 words: "Come back alive." Beside them, Wang Fei stepped forward and said, "Teacher Zhou, don't worry. I'll protect him." Zhou Ping nodded, showing a slightly awkward smile before leaving to encourage other students. For a novice, especially a useless one who had awakened an F-level ability, participating in the martial arts entrance exam was undoubtedly a death sentence. The exam's fatality rate was around 10% every year. This number wasn't low. Despite the official measures for ensuring safety, unexpected incidents during combat could arise at any time, and dying in the exam was not uncommon. For Chen Mo, the expectations others had for him were merely to stay alive, and that was already the best blessing he could receive. But Chen Mo remained calm and composed, his face showing no emotion. For him, this exam was far more than just about surviving. He didn't care about getting first place, but every exotic beast in the examination field was a mobile source of ability points. As long as they dared to appear in front of him, they would meet certain doom. Survive? Even if he hadn't awakened the system or evolved his abilities, he would still be absolutely safe. And all of this was thanks to his adoptive father. Since the day he met his adoptive father, the man had been laying the foundation for Chen Mo's success in this exam. Until yesterday. Adoptive father, I will definitely achieve excellent results and live up to your expectations. Chen Mo silently vowed in his heart. The final candidate arrived, and the loudspeaker on the field blared, its sound echoing throughout the campus, drawing everyone's attention. The mayor of Huicheng City and the director of education ascended the stage together, smiling warmly and delivering an encouraging speech. In this turbulent era, every young awakened individual represented hope for humanity in the fight against exotic beasts. Their speeches were filled with anticipation and blessings. Next, let us welcome the chief commander of the Huicheng district, Commander Zhang Qingson, to give a speech. Following the mayor's introduction, a middle-aged man in a neatly pressed military uniform stepped onto the stage. His entire being exuded a tense and imposing aura, like a ferocious beast ready to charge at any moment. As soon as Zhang Qingson took the stage, the audience instantly fell silent. The students stared at him with fear in their eyes. Wang Fei muttered softly, "Commander, how can a commander from the military district come to oversee the exam in such a small place?" His legs couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Qingson's presence was simply too intimidating. As a supreme powerhouse at the martial emperor level, he was second only to the few martial saints in Huaxia. At this moment, the pressure emanating from his spiritual abilities made everyone present feel suffocated. His cold gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke slowly. "Candidates, the examination site for this test has been confirmed to be the Hunduan mountain range." As soon as his words fell, the entire audience erupted in shock. The Hunduan mountain range. That place was fraught with peril, overrun with ferocious beasts, making it nearly impossible for humans to survive. To set the college entrance examination site, there was nothing short of gambling with lives. But the words that Zhang Qingson uttered next silenced everyone. "You should feel honored. To take the exam in such a place is the truest test of your strength. If you can't even overcome this challenge, then you are unworthy of becoming elites who fight against the beasts alongside humanity." His tone was firm and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. The students on the field were overawed by his imposing presence, their faces pale, and they were rendered speechless. Yet among these students, there was one person who stood out. It was Chen Mo. There wasn't a trace of fear on his face, instead, it brimmed with determination. He knew that he had to stand out in this exam, not just for himself, but also for the expectations of his adoptive father. As Zhang Qingson's commanding voice echoed across the field, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Someone took a deep breath as tension and the aura of danger quickly spread throughout the field. The students couldn't help but whisper softly among themselves, their voices filled with anxiety and speculation. Even the homeroom teachers' expressions changed as they looked toward Zhang Qingson and Mayor Hui on the stage, their faces full of confusion. "Commander Zhang, this is?" Mayor Hui asked in a low, astonished voice. Zhang Qingson waved his hand to reassure him. "Don't worry, Mayor. The exam location was decided by the higher-ups. Every test site across Sichuan province is set there." Hearing this, Mayor Hui's expression eased slightly. He had thought only Hui City was unlucky, but now it seemed everyone was starting from the same line. The reason everyone was so puzzled was that, in the past, the exam locations had always been in old city ruins on the outskirts of military zones, serving as training grounds. But this time, they had directly chosen the Hunduan Mountains. It was widely known that among the major battle zones in Huaxia, the core of the southwest battle zone was the Hunduan Mountains. The terrain there was treacherous and complex, with an astonishing number of beasts. The southwest battle zone and the northwest battle zone were collectively referred to as the two forbidden death zones of Huaxia. Each year, countless ability users perished there. When Chen Mo heard this news, he was also a bit surprised. But to him, it didn't matter whether the exam site was in a battle zone or training grounds. Because just yesterday, he had awakened a powerful skill called breath concealment. When faced with an unbeatable beast, he could use this skill to escape effortlessly. His survival probability had instantly risen from 0 to nearly 100%. Faced with the commotion below the stage, Zhang Qingson remained unwavering, like an immovable mountain. His voice was firm and resonant, like the first ray of dawn piercing through the fog, as he continued, "In 10 minutes, all examines will receive their specialized examination equipment and board the Southwest Battle Zone transport plane to their designated test site. Strictly follow the instructions. Anyone who disobeys will be disqualified from the exam." As his words fell, he saluted, his arm as steady as forged iron, and confidently stepped down from the podium. His figure had just disappeared when the atmosphere on the playground immediately tightened like a string, ready to snap at any moment. The examinants' faces were solemn, and the tension spread like wildfire. The Hunduan Mountains, the name itself is filled with the cruelty of blood and fire, far beyond what an ordinary training ground could compare to. Under the teacher's guidance, the examines began to collect their examination equipment. Everyone's device feels heavy in their hands, as if it carries their future. The wristband is a high-tech device specially designed for the college entrance examination by the National Education Examination Institute. When a candidate defeats a beast, the wristband can automatically identify the beast's level and record the score. This device is like an invisible sword, constantly reminding them that this exam is no trivial matter. More importantly, the spherical bead, the pinnacle of technology from the National Academy of Sciences. Each bead seals the skills of 2 martial emperor-level ability users. In case of danger, simply grip the bead and press firmly to activate the skills. One is a nature-based skill, rock solid, which forms a sturdy stone wall around the examinee, large enough to accommodate one person, to fend off attacks from exotic beasts. The other is a space-based skill, positioning teleportation, which takes effect immediately after rock solid is activated, transporting the examinee to a safe zone. The beads can only be used once, and once activated, they cannot be undone. The seemingly inconspicuous little beads incorporate the most advanced technology of Hua Nation, transforming the abilities of superhumans into practical tools. Across the entire blue planet, only Hua Nation and the beautiful nation possess such technology. Every time these devices are distributed during the college entrance exams, all of them, except for the damaged ones, are fully recovered. On one hand, collect data to continuously improve the equipment, on the other hand, prevent these powerful devices from falling into the hands of bad people. However, having the bead does not mean everything is perfectly fine. Activating the bead requires 1 second. This 1 second is its greatest weakness. For fast and powerful exotic beasts, 1 second is enough to easily kill a person. If encountering exotic beasts capable of mental attacks, there might not even be a chance to use the beads. The candidates' expressions grew even more solemn. They understood that this college entrance exam was not only a test of strength but also a contest of willpower and determination. They must remain vigilant at all times, without the slightest relaxation. Here, every second could determine life or death. The candidates gradually received their equipment and boarded the planes in batches according to their exam admission numbers. Wang Fei originally wanted to go with Chen Emo, but the exam admission numbers were shuffled, so he could only watch helplessly as Chen Emo boarded the previous plane. Everything was ready, the airplane engines roared, deafeningly loud. 10 specially made Kunpeng military transport aircraft from Huoduo soared into the sky like steel behemoths, heading straight for the Linduan Mountains. Compared to his previous life, the blue star that Chen Emo had crossed into was 10 times larger in area, with more advanced technology. These Kunpeng transport aircraft are exclusively for military use, each capable of carrying 1,500 people, flying like a giant rock, spreading its wings and soaring through the clouds. The atmosphere on the plane where Chen Emo was located was unusually heavy. The examines each occupied a small space, staring at the information on their wristbands. It was an introduction to the entire examination venue. The venue was shaped like concentric circles. From the outer to the inner areas, it was divided into the ordinary zone, intermediate zone, advanced zone, and core zone. At the center of the core area, there is a striking red dot, which is the center of the examination site and the only location marked as a danger zone. Each area spans 10 kilometers, with no clear boundaries, but once you enter a different area, the wristband will alert you. The ordinary area only contains level 1 exotic beasts, posing the lowest threat. The intermediate area, on the other hand, is a mix of level 1 and level 2 exotic beasts, with more level 2 exotic beasts the deeper you go. The advanced area mainly consists of level 3 exotic beasts. The core area is a gathering place for exotic beasts above level 3 high rank. In the danger zone marked by the red dot, there resides a level 3 peak exotic beast, the Mangshan giant rhinoceros. Chen Emo stared at the information on the wristband, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To him, these exotic beasts were practically effortless power boosts. He couldn't help but start imagining how quickly his strength would grow if all these exotic beasts became his trophies. However, he also understood that the examination field was simply too vast, and there were too many exotic beasts. Even if they didn't hide, standing and killing them wouldn't be feasible. He must have a meticulous plan to hunt more exotic beasts within the limited time. Just as he was thinking, the broadcast in the cabin suddenly sounded, piercingly loud. Attention all candidates. High-altitude teleportation will begin in 1 minute. Please return to your seats and remain quiet. The exam duration is 3 days. Candidates who do not exit early will be teleported to the safe zone after 3 days. Wishing everyone success in the exam. As the system announcement ended, everyone in the cabin grew tense. This was a crucial turning point in their lives, a key moment that would determine their future fate. Soon, the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transmission starting. A cascade of white light poured down like a waterfall, enveloping Chen Mo. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in an unfamiliar forest. Ancient trees towered around him, with verdant pines and cypresses standing tall, resembling a mysterious ancient painting. The fresh scent of soil wafted through the air, and thin mist swirled among the trees in the distance, as if whispering ancient secrets. Chen Mo noticed another examinee nearby, who only glanced at him briefly before decisively heading into the depths of the dense forest. Chen Mo, on the other hand, calmly stretched his body, feeling a sense of familiarity with this environment. In his previous life, he was very knowledgeable about primeval forests and could handle harsh conditions with ease. Looking down at the wristband, the green glow flickered faintly in the mist, indicating that he was now at the northwest edge of the examination field, a normal area with a relatively low safety level. He casually performed warm-up exercises, as if strolling in his own backyard. But after entering the dense forest, the situation changed. The humidity was heavy, the mist swirled, and visibility became blurred. Chen Mo did not rush to act but slowed his pace. He knew that in an unfamiliar environment, survival was the most important thing. Although this was an ordinary area, the possibility of high-level exotic beasts appearing still existed. Just as he cautiously moved forward, a faint golden light suddenly flashed in the front right. The light, though not strong, was exceptionally eye-catching in the dim forest. The golden light swiftly streaked past Chen Mo's right side, its speed astonishing. Seeing this light, Chen Mo instantly became excited. Finally, traces of the exotic beast were discovered. He stepped forward without hesitation, chasing after like lightning. The golden light seemed completely unaware of being followed and continued moving quickly. Chen Mo's heart raced, both nervous and excited. This was his first direct encounter with a mythical beast. Although he had learned a lot from books, he had zero practical experience. But he did not back down and resolutely chased after it. The distance between them grew closer and closer, and Chen Mo finally saw the true form of that golden light. It was a spirit-devouring rat, a level 1 exotic beast. Seeing this big, golden, glittering rat, Chen Mo felt a bit disappointed. I didn't expect the first thing he encountered upon entering the examination hall to be such an ordinary creature. The book explains it clearly. The soul-devouring mouse is the most numerous type of exotic beast and prefers to live in groups. Their strength varies greatly, ranging from level 1 to level 8. According to legend, there is even a devouring spirit rat king whose strength can rival that of a martial saint. Chen Mo had never seen the rat king, but the one before him was clearly just a not-so-powerful little mouse. A true feast of slaughter had only just begun. Low-level devouring spirit rats have very weak attack power and harbor no hostility toward humans. They survive by consuming underground Chinook crystals. Chinook crystals are minerals naturally formed by the condensation of spiritual energy in specific environments. These crystals are extremely valuable mineral resources for humans. Although spirit-devouring rats do not actively attack humans, their frenzied consumption of Chinook minerals has made them a true scourge. Chen Mo followed the soul-eating rat all the way without making a move. He knew they were social animals and wanted to see how big their nest was. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the soul-eating rat stopped. Ahead on the ground was an enormous hole, large enough for a tank to pass through. The soul-eating rat observed at the entrance for a while, then burrowed inside. 1 second later, Chen Mo followed in. He hesitated for a moment and finally decided to take the risk and venture deeper into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, an oppressive aura rushed toward him. It wasn't a stench of decay, but a dense spiritual energy so thick it felt almost tangible. Chen Mo was shocked. How much spirit energy or have these devouring spirit rats hidden? He ventured deeper into the cave, so excited that his breathing quickened. A few minutes later, he had already descended hundreds of meters underground. Turning a corner, a scene that made his skin crawl unfolded before his eyes. A massive natural cave, densely packed with thousands of spirit-devouring rats, each half a meter long. They held glowing cyan energy ores in their mouths, busily transporting them back and forth. These spirit-devouring rats piled the ores onto an open area deep within the cave, then retreated. Chen Mo looked over and saw that the pile of ores had already formed a small mountain, shimmering with cyan light, casting a surreal glow throughout the entire cave. This is simply a treasure falling from the sky. His eyes were filled with greed and ecstasy, as if he saw endless wealth beckoning to him. If he could move all these ores out, there would be no worries about equipment and supplies. Thinking of this, Chen Mo's heart ignited with a fervent fighting spirit. He decided to obtain these ores at all costs. Looking at the soul-eating rat in front of him, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't that he was bloodthirsty, but the temptation of the Shinichors was too great. Sorry, we come from different worlds. This time, we can only be enemies. Chenemo let out a low roar, the strength under his feet suddenly erupted, and like a bolt of lightning, he charged into the swarm of soul-devouring rats. With a loud crash, he slammed heavily onto the ground. Beneath his feet, a soul-devouring rat was crushed into pulp, blood splattering everywhere. The sudden attack threw the swarm of soul-devouring rats into chaos. But seeing that it was humans attacking, they did not fight back but scattered and fled. It seems these rats really have no offensive power. Chenemo glanced at the wristband. Killing one soul-eating rat only gives 0.1 points, and attribute points are merely 0.01. This level is truly the lowest grade of exotic beasts. Even if I kill all the thousands here, I'd only get 100 points, 10 attribute points, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Forget it, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and there are so many Shinichors here. Chenemo thought to himself as he began his first real battle after graduating from high school. Or rather, the first massacre. This was his first encounter with a beast. His figure flickered like a ghost, constantly appearing and disappearing in the cave. With each strike, he took the life of a soul-devouring rat. He didn't use any abilities, only focused on sensing every subtle change in his body. Strength is rapidly improving. After that, he had never experienced such an exhilarating release. However, this battle was more like a one-sided massacre. 5 minutes later. Except for a few soul-devouring rats that escaped, almost all the soul-devouring rats in the cave were slaughtered by Chenemo. The heavy stench of blood mixed with a strong aura of spiritual energy turned the entire cave into a brutal battlefield. Looking at the ground littered with the corpses of soul-devouring rats, Chenemo lightly flicked his hand. To kill these weak alien beasts, he didn't even use his full strength, relying solely on the power of his physical body to fight. Although these soul-eating rats are low-level and not very threatening, Chenemo noticed one thing. Their skin and bones are much tougher than those of humans. If it weren't for his strong physique, replacing him with another ability user, without using abilities, they might not even be able to kill a single soul-eating rat with one punch. Chenemo did not use the Eternal Night True Flame. In this situation, directly using an area skill can instantly kill all enemies. But doing so not only consumes a large amount of energy but also loses the opportunity to train oneself. The bracelet suddenly transmitted a message. Candidate, Chenemo. Student ID, 40037289959. Points, 103.9. Rank, 9301. Seeing this, Chenemo felt nothing. He had anticipated the result long ago. The attribute points on the system panel had already reached 10. For convenience, the system automatically hid the numbers after the decimal point. Alright, quickly collect these Shinik minerals. System, start working. With a command in his mind, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detected 1.1 tons of Shinik ore. Store in backpack space? Y/N. Yes. Hurry! Collect it all. As Chenemo shouted, the pile of Shinik ore in front of him, resembling a small mountain, instantly vanished. This is the power of the system, built-in storage space. Although the space isn't large, it's enough to store these ores. More importantly, before Chenemo came, he packed all the meals his foster father left in the fridge. With these, there's no need to worry about going hungry for 3 days. He couldn't afford energy potions, but the meals cooked by his foster father were more effective than 10,000 potions. After handling these matters, Chenemo nodded in satisfaction, walked out along the cave entrance, and continued his journey. Less than 10 minutes later, a golden rat, twice the size of the previous soul-devouring rat, entered the cave. Its black eyes instantly turned blood red, and its sharp front teeth bit into the cave wall as if venting its anger. Next, it sniffed the air fiercely with its nose, transformed into a streak of golden light, and dashed out of the cave without looking back. In the examination hall, the candidates engaged in fierce competition. The geniuses had already ventured deep into the intermediate zone, while the main group reached the depths of the ordinary zone. Crack! Wang Fei swung the large machete in his hand, slicing off the head of a black cloud wild boar. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, cursing under his breath. God damn it! It's so early, and I already ran into a black cloud wild boar. If it weren't for my thick skin, cough, and brute strength, this would have been real trouble. Looking at the data on his wristband, he saw that this 10-minute battle had earned him a solid 10 points. Now his points are close to 500, and his ranking has risen to within the top 8,000. For Wang Fei, who has only awakened a D-level ability, earning so many points in a short time is almost impossible. But for this college entrance exam, his family spared no expense and prepared a lot of equipment for him. Take the mountain splitting blade in his hand, for example. Made of B-grade alloy, it is worth over 10 million, nearly depleting the family's savings. The armor he wears is also made of C-grade alloy. There are also various energy potions and healing potions. The family even borrowed money from relatives. To ensure Wang Fei not only passes the college entrance exam smoothly but also achieves good results, his family spent a considerable amount of money. However, as long as one gets into a good university, this bit of investment is hardly worth mentioning. After all, people with special abilities have plenty of opportunities to make money. Wang Fei's special ability is body enhancement, which belongs to the hardening category. When faced with the strength-type Black Cloud Wild Boar, most other examines would basically avoid it. Only someone like Wang Fei would dare to face it head-on. He withdrew his gaze and stared ahead. Further ahead was the intermediate zone. The Black Cloud Wild Boar is a peak-level Grade 1 exotic beast, already Wang Fei's limit. If they encounter a second-level exotic beast, they probably won't even have a chance to fight back. After thinking for a long time, Wang Fei still didn't have the courage to move forward. He decided to first take steady steps in the regular area and slowly accumulate points. How's Chen Mo doing now? Could he be hiding somewhere trembling? Wang Fei carried a machete, muttering to himself as his figure gradually merged into the dense forest. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, whom he had just mentioned, had just taken down 5 shadow wolves and was sitting in a daze with a troubled expression. Shadow wolves are one of the most common exotic beasts in ordinary areas. They possess wind-based abilities, and their sharp claws and teeth cause headaches for many examines. Especially those mentally powered ability users with weaker physiques. A slight mistake could leave them scarred and battered. But for Chen Mo, these dangers were nothing at all. He sprinted all the way, encountering a swift shadow wolf along the way, but instead of killing it, he deliberately slowed his pace. Sure enough, the wolf howled and summoned its companions. A level 1 high-tier alpha wolf also appeared. It wasn't until confirming no more wolves were coming that Chen Mo stopped and stared at these exotic beasts with a treasure-discovering gaze. It might be instinct that made the swift shadow wolf sense danger. The alpha wolf issued a warning, intending to escape. But Chen Mo had no intention of letting them get away. He stomped heavily on the ground and shot out like a cannonball, colliding with a swift shadow wolf. With just one strike, the wolf was split in two. The other swift shadow wolves hadn't reacted yet. Chen Mo took them out with one punch each, instantly killing them all. He glanced at the wristband information. One swift shadow wolf is worth 5 points, the alpha wolf 8 points, totaling 28 points. In terms of attribute points, one swift shadow wolf gives 1 point, the alpha wolf 2 points. This score is way too low. Chen Mo rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. The exotic beasts here posed no threat to him, but the efficiency was truly too low. Looks like I can't stay here. I'll head straight to the intermediate zone. A cold glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he made his decision. But before leaving, he still wanted to collect some interest. Chen Mo stood up and quickly moved forward. As he walked, he shouted loudly, "Help! Exotic beasts, come and catch me, I'm so scared." The sound drifted away. Sure enough, the strange beasts in the dense forest began to react. Various strange beasts of different sizes and levels rushed toward Chen Mo, following the sound and scent. Inside the examination hall, the test was in full swing. Outside the examination venue, the spectators were equally enthusiastic. The Southwest Military Region is located at a key military base in the Hunduan Mountains. Commander Zhang Qingsun and the heads of each examination area were all present. However, the officials and teachers from Huicheng held a slightly lower status here, sitting on the edges of the venue, and their numbers were far fewer than those from other examination areas. In front of each person, there is a large screen displaying the real-time exam footage of candidates in their respective exam areas. These images are captured by the military district's top-notch stealth drones, broadcast live, and are completely authentic. The screen shows the situations of the top 10 candidates. Even in a major exam center like Hui City, there are over 10,000 candidates, with even more in other locations. At this moment, the mayor of Huicheng and the director of the Education Bureau were sitting side by side. Behind them were the principals of Huicheng No. 1 High School and No. 2 High School, along with education officials from other regions. Looking at Zhang Qingsun at the front of the venue, Zhou Shen, the director of the Education Bureau, had a glimmer in his eyes. He whispered to Mayor Fang Xingguo, "Mayor, why has Commander Zhang suddenly come to our Huicheng exam site?" Mayor Fang Xingguo took a puff of his cigarette and said meaningfully, "Old Zhou, it seems your information is a bit outdated." "What do you mean?" Zhou Shen asked in confusion. Even the principals of number 1 high school and number 2 high school leaned in to listen. Heh, you don't know, do you? Commander Zhang's visit this time is actually for Song Tingyu and Wang Tong. What? For those two? Zhou Xin turned in surprise to look at Xiao Tiantong, the principal of number 2 high school, who also shook his head in bewilderment. Stop looking at him, Lao Xiao doesn't know either. Fang Xingguo opened the screen and enlarged the exam footage of Song Tingyu and Wang Tong, displaying them side by side. Look at the strength of these two young people. Several people stared at the screen intently. At this moment, Song Tingyu and Wang Tong were not teaming up, both were fighting solo, venturing deep into the examination area alone. Song Tingyu was the fastest, crossing 2 large zones and directly entering the advanced examination area within just 3 hours of the test starting. Wang Tong followed closely behind. Their scores unsurprisingly ranked first and second. Watching their performance, several leaders secretly praised them in their hearts. They were all retired ability users, fully aware of the strength of these candidates. Su Fang, the principal of Huicheng number 1 high school, smiled helplessly and said, "Old Xiao, it seems this year will be number 2 high school's domain again. The strength of these two kids surpasses previous years." Xiao Tiantong also sincerely praised, Tianyu and Wang Tong are both extraordinarily gifted, and their future achievements are boundless. Hearing this, Mayor Fang Xingguo sneered. Heh, you got it wrong this time. The two principals looked at him in confusion. If it were just an ordinary genius, how could Commander Zhang come personally? Do you know? They are the most outstanding young talents of the Song family and the Wang family. Song family? Wang family? Are you saying? That's right, the two great prominent families of the imperial capital. Fang Xingguo nodded. Zhou Xin and the two principals looked at each other in astonishment. Such important news, and they are only finding out now. Truly short-sighted. If I had known earlier, I would have given all the resources to them. Director of Education Zhou Xin smiled wryly. Old Xiao, don't just focus on the present. The Song family and the Wang family don't care about these resources of ours at all. However, the three found it hard to believe that members of two top families from different countries would keep a low profile, conceal their identities, and quietly come to Huicheng to take the exam. Mayor Fang Xingguo shook his head and said, I don't know the reason either. But the good news is, this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam for Sichuan province is very likely to emerge from our Huicheng. Hearing these words, the three showed excited expressions on their faces. Especially Xiao Tiantong, as the principal of number 2 high school, he would soon enjoy great honor and abundant resource support. Seeing Xiao Tiantong so happy that he couldn't stop smiling, Su Fang, the principal of number 1 high school, could only sigh inwardly. Heaven is unfair, our number 1 high school is always just a runner-up. They chatted privately, while the teachers behind them were also nervous for the candidates in their own classes. Zhou Ping, the homeroom teacher of class 3, grade 12 at number 1 high school, looked at the impressive figures of the top 10 candidates on the screen, feeling little envy in his heart. On the contrary, he was more worried about his own students. The students in his class, especially Chen Mo, for whom this exam was extremely critical, practically a tough battle. The students in the class were all ranked very low, so Zhou Ping couldn't bring up the live broadcast screen to check. He glanced at the rankings and was surprised to find that Chen Mo had actually risen to around 9,000th place. Rubbing his eyes, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's ranking shot up like a rocket, directly surpassing 8,800th place. What on earth is going on? Zhou Ping was extremely puzzled, suspecting that he had seen it wrong or that there was a system malfunction. What exactly did this child do? Could there have been some special preparation in private? He couldn't figure it out, but he felt slightly more at ease. After all, he didn't expect Chen Mo to have any earth-shattering performance. As long as the students in the class could return safely, that would already be the greatest comfort. On the other hand, the homeroom teacher of class 1 in grade 12, Lu Guozheng, was grinning from ear to ear. Watching the rankings of Jiang Yi and others from his class rise rapidly, Lu Guozheng was overjoyed. He was well aware that although his class was the top class in the school, it might not even make a ripple in the strongest schools across the city. However, in their school, this class was undoubtedly number 1. This is the feeling of picking the strongest among ordinary students. There is competition everywhere. Who wouldn't want to be first? Teachers compete for resources, relying on the quality of their students' grades. These disturbances from the outside world felt like they were separated by several dimensions for Chen Mo. He was fully immersed in this battle of supernatural abilities, his entire body seemingly ablaze, his heartbeat pounding like a war drum, providing him with endless energy. He was like a massive humanoid tyrannosaurus, exuding an earth-shaking aura. Every stride he took was accompanied by a thunderous roar, his shadow stretching long under the sunlight, like a deep-sea behemoth surging and charging forward. The places he passed were left with a thick mist of blood. These were the traces of his battles with the beasts, the proof of his cold-blooded slaughter and resolute victories. No matter the size of the beasts, whether they flew or ran, as long as they dared to approach him, they would be mercilessly defeated. Blood splattered everywhere, merging with the blood mist, as if singing a hymn to his victory. An hour ago, Chen Emo shouted his first words. The nearby exotic beasts were immediately drawn to the sound, charging toward him in a frenzy. Although level 1 exotic beasts weren't very intelligent, hearing a human shouting loudly in this place was like spotting a living target. Moreover, the sound of his voice made them irresistibly want to bully him first before devouring him. Chen Emo himself didn't know that this sharp, piercing sound was the effect brought by the strange creature he saw last night that could enhance mental power. This sound terrified the other examines. Who is so out of their mind? Are they looking for death? It's not far from me, so annoying, this is bad now. If I knew who it was, I'd definitely beat them up. Wait, the beast is coming, run quickly. The surroundings instantly turned into chaos. The examines were panic-stricken, desperately trying to avoid the frenzied beast charging at them. The beast did not attack them but rushed straight toward the source of the sound. Chen Emo hummed a little tune while deliberately shouting, slowly walking forward. Facing these ferociously charging beasts, he felt both helpless and somewhat amused. You really don't learn your lesson. So many have died ahead, yet you still dare to charge forward. I'm truly touched. Though he said this, his hands showed no mercy. Left foot kicks, right fist swings. Each strike accurately hits a beast, knocking them down fiercely. The lives of several beasts were easily taken by him. Chen Emo felt that his integration with this body was becoming deeper and deeper. The discomfort caused by the sudden surge in strength had completely disappeared. He knew that he had finally adapted to this powerful feeling. Next, he planned to enter a more advanced area to earn more points and attribute boosts. He glanced at his wristband. The intermediate area was less than a kilometer away. So far, his score has reached 1,200.3 points, and his attribute points have increased to 200. The number of level 1 exotic beasts that have died at his hands is countless, ranging from ordinary low-level ones to peak level ones. Just now, a black cloud wild boar blocking his way had its head crushed by his foot. Chen Mo's battle armor was stained red with blood, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. However, that blood was not his at all. Just as Chen Emo was about to rush into the intermediate area in one go, his powerful mental strength suddenly sensed movement ahead to the left. He had already stopped that sharp, piercing scream, so logically, no exotic beast should be rushing over nearby. But there was commotion coming from the left front. Someone was fiercely fighting with an exotic beast. Chen Emo originally didn't want to get involved in this kind of matter, he had no need to help others here. But as the distance closed, he heard a familiar voice, Wang Fei. At this moment, Wang Fei was holding a massive mountain-splitting knife in his right hand, while his injured left arm hung weakly at his side. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he panted heavily, struggling to dodge the attacks from behind in the dense forest. Behind him, a giant python 20 meters long and as thick as a water barrel was in hot pursuit. This was a peak-level Grade 1 exotic beast, the Thunder Python. The Thunder Python not only had a massive body but was also incredibly fast. As a lightning element mutant, it could unleash its innate abilities without any preparation. This was its instinct. This Thunder Python is just one step away from advancing to level 2, with 90% of its python scales already turned purple. Once all the scales turn purple, it will officially be promoted to a level 2 exotic beast. But even at the peak of level 1, it is not something Wang Fei can handle right now. Especially since the abilities of this Thunder Python happen to counter him. Wang Fei's ability is hardening, making his body appear very resistant to attacks. However, the Thunder Python releases lightning, spewing fine electric beams from its mouth. When it hits an enemy, it causes instant paralysis, hindering their movements. Moreover, if an alloy weapon strikes its body, the current will conduct, resulting in paralysis. The Thunder Python itself is exceptionally strong. Although Wang Fei can harden his body, if he gets entangled by it, it's over. Once his energy is exhausted, death is certain. Wang Fei fled while his face was filled with frustration and despair. He is in despair because there is no time to use the healing potion. If this continues, he can only use the life-saving bead to exit early. But today is the first day of the exam, just a few hours in. If he exits now, he definitely won't even reach the minimum admission score. Frustration arises because he has been cautiously hunting exotic beasts all the way. Earlier, continuous cries came from afar, sounding somewhat familiar. but the distance was too great to hear clearly. This sound caused the nearby exotic beasts to behave abnormally. The thunder python was one of them. Wang Fei originally avoided its path. But just as the thunder python was about to pass him, the sound suddenly disappeared. The thunder python froze, its eyes regaining clarity. The next moment, its keen sense of smell detected Wang Fei hiding in the distance. Thus, the fierce battle began. In the intense fight, Wang Fei was clearly no match and could only flee in panic. Seeing its prey about to escape, how could the thunder python let it go? It pursued relentlessly. Wang Fei's face looked worse than crying. Barely dodging a lightning bolt, his stamina was nearly exhausted. Finished. Finished. Really finished? If I give up now, how can I live up to my parents' expectations? What about the debt my family took on for me? Feeling a heavy weight in his heart, Wang Fei had already taken out the life-saving pearl, ready to risk it all. Just as he was about to crush the life-saving pearl, a deafening roar suddenly echoed in his ears, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. He abruptly looked up, only to see a towering figure charging at the thunder python behind him with astonishing speed. The speed was so fast it made one's head spin, and Wang Fei couldn't see the face of the approaching person clearly. Just as he was stunned, a deafening roar came from behind him. He turned around and saw the person leap high into the air, like a tiger descending a mountain, and slam their right fist fiercely onto the massive head of the thunder python. The force of this punch was astonishing. The thunder python's head immediately drooped down, like a meteor crashing to the ground, creating a 5-meter wide pit. With a loud bang, the head of the thunder python burst like an exploding balloon, blood splattering everywhere. Its massive body collapsed to the ground like a broken iron chain, raising a cloud of thick smoke and dust. Wang Fei was thrown by the impact, rolling over 10 meters before getting up covered in dust. Just as he steadied himself, a familiar figure appeared before him. He looked up, a familiar voice sounded, accompanied by a smile. Wang Fei, are you okay? Holy crap, Chen Mo, why is it you? Wang Fei's mouth opened wide, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Standing in front of him was unexpectedly his close friend, the one he swore to protect, Chen Mo. The joy of escaping life and death was instantly swallowed by surprise, and Wang Fei's entire body stiffened. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. He looked at Chen Mo, deeply shocked in his heart. His friend was actually able to kill a peak-level first-grade beast, something he had never imagined. Wang Fei's dazed expression made Chen Mo worried, and he asked with concern, "Fei, what's wrong? Are you seriously hurt? Did your head get stunned?" "I was trying to be gentle." Wang Fei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, cursing in his heart. "My head isn't damaged, I was scared by you." Although he thought this in his heart, he still gratefully punched Chen Mo lightly on the shoulder. As a result, this almost fractured his only uninjured right hand. "It hurts so much. Chen Mo, why is your body so hard? What kind of supplements have you been taking?" "I don't have money for those things. Hurry up and heal yourself. The exam has just started, and you're already like this. Do you still want to go to college?" Faced with Chen Mo's reprimand, Wang Fei was unexpectedly at a loss for words. It seems that the real fool is himself. After dealing with the thunder python, there were no other exotic beasts causing trouble nearby. Wang Fei finally had time to heal his injuries. He endured the pain, took a healing potion from his bag, and injected it into his left arm. This was a common potion available in Huoduo's market, with average effectiveness, but it was cheap and practical. Wang Fei still had to use it sparingly. In less than 5 minutes, his previously weakened arm was fully restored. Chen Mo glanced at the wristband and prepared to leave. "Wang Fei, I have to go. The area ahead is the intermediate zone. For safety reasons, I suggest you don't go there and just stay on the outskirts to earn points. This way, in 3 days, your score will be enough for you to be admitted smoothly." Listening to Chen Mo's words, Wang Fei remained silent, feeling that something was off. Chen Mo was right, and Wang Fei was aware of his own abilities. But hearing it from Chen Mo always made him feel like something was amiss. "Hey, Chen Mo, how did you suddenly become so powerful?" "Harmed." Wang Fei finally couldn't help but voice the doubt in his heart. Chen Mo waved his hand casually. "Isn't it obvious? It was all thanks to my godfather's help." Wang Fei suddenly realized and instantly understood everything. That's right. He almost forgot that Chen Mo had a fierce and intimidating godfather. Wang Fei had met him a few times when visiting Chen Mo's house. Although they hadn't interacted much, his intuition told him this person was very impressive. Unexpectedly, this godfather did not disappoint and prepared a lot of good things for Chen Mo. Thinking of this, Wang Fei felt a sense of relief. After all, Chen Mo was his best brother, and if he could successfully get into college, it would definitely be a good thing. Alright, take care of yourself. Don't go venturing into the intermediate zone, that place is too dangerous. After the exam, let's have a good gathering with the guys. Before the words were finished, Chen Mo's figure flickered and shot off into the distance like an arrow. He disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, heading straight for the intermediate zone. He saved Wang Fei but didn't waste much time. If it were someone else, Chen Mo wouldn't even bother to act. In the college entrance exam venue, everyone is a competitor. Everyone is racing against time, who has the leisure to help others. Finally, with the buzzing sound of the wristband system, Chen Mo successfully entered the intermediate area. Although it was just crossing an invisible boundary, Chen Mo clearly felt the atmosphere change. The forest here was denser, and the light was much dimmer. On the road, some skeletons of level 1 exotic beasts could still be seen. Those were not killed by the examines but were eaten by higher level exotic beasts. Upon entering here, Chen Mo did not use his annoying taunt skill as he had before. He remained calm and composed, shuttling through the dense forest in search of traces of exotic beasts. This time, the college entrance examination was held in the Hengduan Mountains, and the biggest difference from before was that there was no exotic beast guide. In the past, the exotic beasts appearing in the examination venues were all announced in detail. But this time, apart from informing everyone that the central danger zone had a Mangshan giant rhinoceros as the final boss, no other information about the exotic beasts was provided. This invisibly makes the exam much more difficult. The exotic beasts previously only seen in books are very likely to all appear this time. Just like that thunder python earlier, even among level 1 exotic beasts, it is quite troublesome. Unexpectedly, it's not considered rare here. Chen Mo walked forward about 200 meters, then suddenly stopped, a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. He felt someone was following him. It wasn't a person following him, but a strange beast. Chen Mo stood still, motionless, his mental strength had long been vastly different. Soon, he noticed an unusual movement in the grass behind him to the right. A swift and slender figure, as fast as lightning, appeared less than 2 meters behind him in just a single breath. Chen Mo still didn't move, a trace of a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At the moment the figure was about to attack, Chen Mo finally made his move. Like a leaf falling in the wind, his body lightly turned to the left. The dark shadow brushed closely past his body. From a distance, it looked like a gust of black wind sweeping by, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves. After its attack missed, the dark shadow did not continue to pursue but stood quietly in place, watching Chen Mo warily. Through the dim light filtering through the forest, Chen Mo finally saw the appearance of this strange beast clearly. Secondary exotic beast, saber-toothed tiger. This saber-toothed tiger is already a mid-level secondary powerhouse. Unlike the saber-toothed tiger recorded in books as extinct, this one is clearly much smaller, about the size of a lynx. If it weren't for its iconic saber teeth and the large king character on its forehead, Chen Mo would have thought it was just a big cat. What luck! Just got here and already ran into such a troublesome guy. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly, unsure whether to call himself lucky or unlucky. The saber-toothed tiger is a formidable enemy among second-level exotic beasts. Its ability is an enhancement-type power called Sharpen, specifically used to strengthen its saber teeth and claws. It sounds like a useless ability, but in reality, it's incredibly powerful. Sharpening can ignore the enemy's defense. A level 2 saber-toothed tiger can easily cut through all alloy armor and weapons below Class B. If encountering a level 3 saber-toothed tiger, even Class A alloys can be easily penetrated. This is practically like a cheating superpower. Coupled with the saber-toothed tiger's extremely fast speed, it is naturally the assassin among exotic beasts. Many new superpowered individuals who have just stepped onto the battlefield are easily defeated by it. Chen Mo looked at the saber-toothed tiger in front of him, feeling no ripple in his heart. He was well aware of the power of this beast. He just hadn't expected to encounter it so soon after entering the intermediate zone. Chen Mo did not know that many candidates had already been eliminated outside the field. Without exception, they were all attacked by saber-toothed tigers and only narrowly escaped by activating their protective beads at the critical moment. Seeing these candidates who were transported back to the base, Su Feng, the principal of Huicheng No. 1 High School, couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a few hours, and some people have already been eliminated. At this rate of elimination, there will definitely be more later. Even fierce creatures like saber-toothed tigers have appeared. Isn't this exam a bit too difficult? His words were unfinished, but the meaning was clear. The person who set the questions was quite ruthless. This no longer felt like an exam, but more like a true test of life and death. Huicheng Mayor Feng Xingguo said calmly, the content of this exam is completely confidential, and even the military only learned the specifics a few hours before the exam. Although it's much harder than before, as long as you pass, those who remain are elites. Everyone nodded in agreement. The college entrance examination selects students who can attend university. After graduation, they go directly to the battlefield. The current exam's difficulty means that in real situations later, their chances of survival will be much higher. These retired veterans are all well aware of this. But thinking about their own students being eliminated, it still feels quite upsetting. After all, which teacher doesn't hope their students perform well? In the examination hall, Chen Emo and the saber-toothed tiger had already been in a standoff for a few seconds. This saber-toothed tiger had previously ambushed several students, all successfully. But those students all had means to protect themselves, and the saber-toothed tiger didn't get a single bite of meat. Now it was so furious it was about to explode. Facing Chen Emo, who had escaped successfully this time, it completely forgot the subtlety a predator should have and directly locked eyes with Chen Emo. The two stared at each other for a long time, and in the end, it was Chen Emo who broke the silence first. Big cat, if you don't make a move, I'll strike first. A provocative remark. It's unclear if the saber-toothed tiger could understand, but seeing its fur bristle and its menacing demeanor, it was clearly enraged. The saber-toothed tiger let out a low growl, and its figure suddenly vanished from its original spot. The next second, a sharp claw gleaming with a cold light appeared less than half a meter in front of Chen Emo. Facing this claw, Chen Emo did not dodge but chose to confront it head-on. He lightly stepped forward with his left foot, pulled his right hand back, and then threw a fierce punch. Boom! The fist and the sharp claw collided violently, erupting with a loud bang. A trace of disdain appeared in the saber-toothed tiger's eyes, as if saying, "You foolish human, actually daring to clash with me using your fists." Its claw had already activated sharpening. Logically, Chen Mo's hand should have been shredded to pieces by now. But before the saber-toothed tiger could savor the joy of victory, a piercing pain shot through its paw. Its body was sent flying backward by Chen Mo's punch. While still in mid-air, the saber-toothed tiger's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist under the force of the punch. Chen Emo lowered his fist expressionlessly. There wasn't a single scratch on his fist. Looking at the saber-toothed tiger that had been blasted into a mist of blood, leaving not even bones behind, Chen Emo sneered coldly. Sharpening? In front of the gauntlets given by my foster father, it's all just trash. He glanced at the numbers on the wristband and system panel, nodding in satisfaction. A level 2 mid-tier saber-toothed tiger actually gave him 50 points, and his attribute points directly increased to 15. It seems that choosing to enter the intermediate zone was definitely the right decision. With 10 more saber-toothed tigers like this, he could easily earn 500 points, and his attribute points could increase to 150. This was much better than his previous exhausting and desperate methods. Thinking of this, Chen Emo unhesitatingly activated that annoying yet thrilling taunt mode once again. A cry that made one's teeth itch with anger echoed once again in the dense forest. The commotion caused earlier in the ordinary area played out once more. This time, Chen Emo slowed his pace, preparing to linger here a bit longer to rack up some points. After all, there were still 3 days left in the exam, and only half a day had passed today, so there was plenty of time. After entering the intermediate zone, the types of exotic beasts became even more unpredictable. Although with his current attributes and the cheat-like gauntlets given by his foster father, dealing with second-level exotic beasts was no problem at all. However, the strange types and abilities of these exotic beasts still broadened his horizons. To better adapt to the upcoming challenges, Chen Emo decided to thoroughly train himself in the intermediate zone. So, he no longer moved straight ahead but took a detour, turning from the northwest to due north. Every so often, he would loudly mock, attracting all the surrounding exotic beasts. Unexpectedly, this behavior ended up saving the lives of quite a few examines. Apart from assassin-type exotic beasts like saber-toothed tigers, there were many other incomprehensible creatures here. For example, Chen Mo's classmate Guo Wei was on the verge of despair, almost ready to curse. Who the hell came up with these exam questions? What the hell is the Hunduan Mountains? This is practically a death sentence. Guo Wei frantically ran forward. There were no ferocious beasts chasing him from behind, but rather a massive, dense black swarm. Look closely, it's a swarm of black bees, numbering in the hundreds. These are secondary-level mutant beasts, the ghost bees. Each ghost bee is about the size of a fist, a typical social mutant beast. Their abilities are extremely terrifying. The stinger of the ghost bee is highly venomous, capable of paralyzing a person within seconds, rendering them immobile. But this is not their most formidable ability. What is truly terrifying is their sonic attack. When they flap their wings, they emit sound waves at a special frequency. This type of sound wave is a mental attack, causing a brief blank state in the listener's mind. Once the ghost bee gets close and delivers a sting, it is almost certain death. This type of exotic beast has only been seen in textbooks, with no chance of encountering it even in ordinary recruit training grounds. Because ghost bees are social creatures with a clear hierarchy. The lowest level is all second-level low rank. There are second-level high-ranked queen bees and even second-level peak queen bees within the colony. Encountering ghost bees on the battlefield usually requires specialized warriors or higher-level ability users to deal with them. For someone like Guo Wei, a beginner warrior, although he is at a similar level to the ghost bees, he stands no chance against their swarm attacks. This is also why Guo Wei kept cursing angrily when he saw the phantom bee. He knew in his heart that his path to the college entrance examination might end here. Just when Guo Wei thought he was about to be eliminated, suddenly, he heard a cry for help coming from afar. The sound seemed like a cry for help, but it lacked any sincerity. It was as fake as a stand-in actor reciting lines stiffly without a lunchbox. What was unexpected was that as soon as the sound rang out, the ghostly swarm of bees behind him acted as if they were on stimulants, completely ignoring him and turning to rush toward the source of the sound. They flew away. What's going on? Guo Wei was completely puzzled. He stared at the receding figure of the ghost bee, feeling very confused. Clearly, he was an esper, so how could a simple cry for help attract these insects more than him? He really couldn't figure it out. Although he was inexplicably saved, his strong curiosity drove him to follow the ghostly bee all the way. He wanted to know who was making that piercing sound. Moreover, the sound seemed so familiar. After running several hundred meters, Guo Wei kept his distance and followed. Finally, he vaguely saw someone battling fiercely with a strange beast deep within the dense forest ahead. Even from a distance, he could smell the pungent scent of blood. A mist of blood was also floating in the air, slowly spreading toward him. Guo Wei was extremely shocked. Such a dense blood mist, how many exotic beasts must have been killed? Could it be that up ahead is the legendary Song Tinyu from Wucheng No. 2 High School? Thinking of this, Guo Wei became even more curious. Song Tinyu's reputation had long been heard of, but he didn't expect him to have such a unique way of mocking. Thinking carefully, I can't think of anyone else who could possess such strong power to defeat so many exotic beasts. Just as Guo Wei was less than 200 meters away from the front, Chen Mo had just taken down a level 2 thunder python with a single punch. Suddenly, he heard a piercing buzzing sound coming from the left front. The sound frequency was strange, like thousands of ants crawling inside the head, unbearably annoying. Chen Mo frowned, holding his breath and focusing his mind. Relying on his strong mental strength, he quickly overcame the discomfort. When he saw the source of the buzzing sound, the cold sternness on his face changed for the first time. Flying towards him were hundreds of ghost bees. These ghost bees seemed to have gone mad, charging at him frantically. The buzzing of their wings was twice as loud as usual. Damn, such huge wasps. Chen Mo was startled. Having lived 2 lives, he feared nothing, except insects. Whether it was large bugs or flying ones, they were his most hated. Looking at the ghost bees, each the size of a fist, Chen Mo's skin crawled. It wasn't that he was afraid of being unable to defeat these exotic beasts, but the thought of every punch causing the bugs to burst, with flying limbs and sticky fluids. Oh my, just thinking about it is disgusting. Chen Mo still doesn't understand what people who like eating fried insects are thinking. Can this kind of thing even be eaten? He wanted to escape, but the ghost bee had already locked onto him. Although he was quick at short distance dodging, he couldn't outrun these flying insects over long distances. Such a large swarm, it seems I'll have to use my powers. Chen Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and made a decisive decision. At that moment, hundreds of ghost bees instantly flew up to him. The closest distance was less than 10 meters. So close, it arrived in the blink of an eye. But this time, Chen Mo didn't stand there foolishly waiting to die. He closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. A fierce and murderous aura erupted from him. The right hand was raised, palm facing up and held level at chest height. A faintly glowing blue spark appeared in his palm. Just this tiny spark immediately caused the surrounding temperature to rise, making it unbearably hot. Even the wild grass underfoot began to curl and wither. Spark ignites, flames explode. Chen Mo shouted in a low voice. The index and middle fingers of his left hand slightly pinched together. Snap! A crisp sound rang out as the middle finger suddenly flicked open. That tiny spark instantly. A small blue Mars-like pebble was flicked away by Chen Mo's finger, shooting straight toward the swarm of bees. The leading ghost bee was still roaring as it charged at Chen Mo, completely unaware of the incoming blue fireball. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth revealed a faint sneer as he softly uttered a single word. Explode! Boom! In the middle of the ghostly swarm, a cluster of ghostly blue flames suddenly flared up. The blue spark instantly turned into a massive fireball, rapidly expanding and exploding in mid-air. This was Chen Mo's first time using his ability to unleash a long-range area attack skill, Flame Burst. Facing a large group of enemies, the area damage effect of the blazing fire explosion is excellent. The blue fireball, carrying devastating power, instantly engulfed the entire swarm of ghostly bees. In less than a second, the menacing swarm completely vanished, as if it had never appeared. Within 100 meters of the explosion's range, trees and weeds were all reduced to nothingness. A small barren clearing appeared in front of Chen Mo, as if the air had been completely scorched away. After a few seconds, heat waves accompanied by gusts of wind surged, and the surrounding air quickly filled the vacuum. Chen Mo stood still, his gaze calmly sweeping over the vanished swarm of bees, yet his brows furrowed tightly. This strike was astonishingly powerful, but he discovered a major problem. This time, the ability consumption actually reached as high as 30%. He thought he had only used a little, but didn't expect the consumption to be so immense. Facing a strong enemy, he could only use the ability 3 times at most before completely running out of strength. This is really troubling. Chen Mo rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. This is the downside of not learning the cultivation methods for supernatural abilities. He is still just a beginner. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. Chen Mo had never been so eager to obtain a cultivation technique. I can't let this happen, I must achieve good results in the exam. He made up his mind. Only then, after entering university, could he freely choose a cultivation technique suitable for himself. And the level of the cultivation method is directly linked to the exam results. Just as Chen Mo decided to change his strategy, a distressed voice came from afar. Guo Wei, with a sooty face, scorched body, and hair blown into a mess, climbed up from the ground. Just now, he was about to see that person's true face clearly, but was blown away by a sudden massive flame shockwave. At this moment, he was horrified to discover an unbelievable fact. The towering figure in the distance turned out to be the lighter Chen Mo, whom he had always mocked. Chen. Guo Wei stammered, too shocked to speak. He felt that he must have taken the wrong medicine before going out today, otherwise how could he witness such an absurd scene? Is this still the lighter he mocked every day? Is this still the Chen Mo who participated in the college entrance exam with an F-level ability? In the distance, Chen Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air, slightly alleviating the irritation caused by excessive consumption of his abilities. He looked up and saw a black man standing not far away, feeling puzzled. Are there foreigners taking this college entrance exam? I haven't heard of any foreign students at Huicheng No. 1 High School. Could he be from No. 2 High School? Chen Mo vaguely remembered that his flame explosion earlier seemed to have blasted someone away. Thinking of this, his expression turned a bit awkward, and he quickly stepped forward to prepare to apologize. Hello, hi, konnichiwa, annyeonghaseyo. Guo Wei was instantly speechless. Seeing the other person completely black and shiny, with eyes staring straight at him, Chen Mo felt a chill all over his body. This guy wouldn't have any strange quirks, right? Classmate, I'm really sorry just now. I accidentally hurt you, Chen Mo said sincerely. Cough. Guo Wei coughed violently a few times and finally regained consciousness. You really are Chen Mo. Ah, you know me. Chen Mo was a bit surprised, the voice sounded somewhat familiar. I'm Guo Wei. Damn, it's you bastard, it's you. Chen Mo took a closer look, and sure enough, it was that guy. Since they were classmates and had some old acquaintance, Chen Mo's guilt instantly disappeared. Since you're fine, that's good. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Chen Mo returned to his indifferent demeanor, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. Guo Wei swallowed hard, watching Chen Mo's departing figure. Several times, he wanted to ask Chen Mo how he managed to take down those ghost bees in an instant, but the words stayed stuck in his throat. He doesn't have a good relationship with Chen Mo. He awakened a Class C superpower, has a privileged family background, and a bright future ahead. Although he can't compare to the top students in Class 1, getting into a good university is not a problem. Because of this, he is always arrogant in class, especially looking down on students like Chen Mo and Zhang Ping, who are falling behind. Who would have thought that I was just saved by this bottom of the barrel? A strong sense of superiority and pride made it difficult for him to say thank you. Chen Mo. Guo Wei's face looked grim, his fists slowly clenched, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. He must have cheated. That's right, he cheated. Guo Wei instantly came up with the correct answer. No matter what means you use, cheating is breaking the rules. Once the exam is over, I will definitely report you. Just wait. Guo Wei's lips curled into a sly smile as he glanced at Chen Mo's back and turned to walk in another direction. Chen Mo didn't care at all what Guo Wei thought. He just wants to quickly earn points now. Next, Chen Mo started the crazy mode of luring and killing monsters again. A rumor that made many examiners tremble with fear began to spread. Legend has it that there's a madman in this year's college entrance exam who loves luring monsters everywhere. As soon as he arrives somewhere, the monsters go berserk and riot collectively. In the intermediate area, this situation is almost widespread in the northwest, north, and northeast directions. It is even spreading to other areas. However, apart from a few people who saw his figure from a distance, no one has seen his true face. This made Chen Mo even more mysterious in the minds of the examiners. Everyone guessed whether he was Song Tianyu, the genius from second high school, because the voice was clearly male and couldn't possibly be Wang Tong. Moreover, how could a beauty do something so embarrassing? But no matter how powerful Chen Mo was, it was impossible for him to kill all the alien beasts on his own. Each area is 10 kilometers deep, filled with countless exotic beasts. Apart from those extremely territorial and social exotic beasts, most are scattered throughout the dense forest. Chen Mo's shout could only travel about 200 meters. This made him very dissatisfied with his monster killing speed. But this is just his own feeling. Outside the venue, everyone was still closely watching the situation inside the examination hall. The first day of the college entrance exam was nearing evening. It should be noted that at night, the power of the exotic beasts will greatly increase. Some terrifying exotic beasts that only appear at night will also emerge. Examiners must quickly find a safe place to build a shelter before nightfall. Otherwise, once it gets dark, if they are not in a team, they will surely be overwhelmed by the surging beast tide. Even small teams dare not wander around the dense forest at night. At this moment in the base, sitting in the front row of the venue, Commander Zhang Kingson slightly narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the screen in front of him. This was the live broadcast of the Huicheng City examination site. The screen showed only two people, with the rankings of the examination site and the entire province displayed beside them. Commander, look, Xiao Yu and Xiao Tong have already entered the advanced area, so fast. The adjutant said while staring at the screen, full of surprise. Indeed, Song Tianyu and Wang Tong had already taken the lead in entering the advanced area. They were the only two candidates from Sichuan province to reach this place before nightfall on the first day of the exam. Zhang Kingson's face showed no expression. He was not surprised. After all, they were the key figures of the younger generation cultivated by the Song family and the Wang family. Thinking about the way these two families nurture their young, even he felt shocked. Unlike the methods of Huicheng's mayor Fang Xingguo and others, Song Tianyu and Wang Tong were directly sent by their families to the remote Huicheng. The location is entirely determined by drawing lots. Wherever they draw, that's where they go. The family did not provide them with any material support. Being able to rank among the top at Huicheng No. 2 High School is entirely due to their own efforts. For the descendants of these prominent families, if they cannot survive an adversity, they are not qualified to enter the family corps, let alone inherit the family business. As a soldier, Zhang Kingson strongly agrees with this training method. Only those in high positions truly understand the harshness of facing a crisis. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand a storm at all. Only those who survive the test of life and death can become the backbone of the nation. He looked at the rankings. Song Tianyu, 8,326 points, first in Huicheng, fourth in Sichuan province. Wang Tong, 7,644 points, second in Huicheng, seventh in Sichuan province. The reason they didn't take first place in Sichuan province was that, while maintaining monster killing efficiency, they didn't stay in the intermediate area for too long. Most of the points are earned after entering the advanced area. Zhang Kingson just glanced briefly, and the screen quickly switched to other test sites. Although he had a good relationship with both families and was entrusted to pay attention to the exams of these two juniors, he couldn't make it too obvious. Otherwise, these small actions might catch others' attention and become material for future gossip. Time quickly reached 8 o'clock in the evening. The sun left only a trace of afterglow hanging on the horizon. The dense forest was already completely dark. The nights in the Hunduan Mountains are much more dangerous than the days. Thick fog spread, obstructing vision. Many examiners were busy looking for places to hide. Some killed a few exotic beasts and used their nests as temporary shelters. Some climbed up tall trees, looking for safe branches to spend the night. More often, they formed small teams, carving out their territories in the forest and using special potions to mask their scent. The teams had clear divisions of labor, some stood guard while others set traps. For these young students, this was their first true test of life and death. Some of the girls had damaged battle armor, their faces smeared with the blood of strange beasts. They have no time to tidy up their appearance, let alone take a bath. Even while eating compressed food, they vigilantly watch the darkness, fearing the sudden appearance of strange beasts. These young figures quickly grow through the trials of life and death. This is a life lesson they must go through. In the long journey of life ahead, this college entrance examination will become their most precious memory. The Southwest Military District base remains bustling, with no one leaving. Gathered here are leaders and teachers from various regions, all of whom are ability users. According to Hua Nation's educational philosophy, all teachers and education leaders were once retired veterans. There are no useless individuals here, nor are there cowards afraid of death. Although they have all faced life and death, watching their students charge into battle feels entirely different. Almost all the teachers regard their students as their own children. This is completely different from schools in peaceful times. Everyone understands that a single mistake in this examination could result in death. Life offers no second chances, and not everyone is as fortunate as Chen Mo. At this moment, Zhou Ping, the homeroom teacher in the Huicheng district, was not watching the live broadcast of the top 10 candidates but was instead focused on the points leaderboard. He was well aware of the academic level of his class's students. Apart from Guowei, none of them had any chance of breaking into the top 10 at the Huicheng exam site. Ever since Chen Mo refused his advice that day, Zhou Ping had been paying more and more attention to this child. As the sky grew darker, his worry for Chen Mo's safety deepened. The first day is over, Chen Mo must have already pushed himself to the limit. Zhou Ping thought to himself. For someone like Chen Mo, who was at the bottom of the rankings, no one would want to team up with him, leaving him to fight alone. Surviving until now was already quite remarkable. Zhou Ping quickly scanned the rankings beyond 8,000, his brows furrowed. He couldn't find Chen Mo's name. He double-checked several times and even looked at the withdrawal list, but still nothing. His face instantly turned grim, and a fact he least wanted to face emerged in his mind: Chen Mo was dead. Next to him, Class 1's homeroom teacher Lu Guosheng was intently staring at the screen. Two of his top students had made it into Huicheng's top 10, and he was feeling particularly excited. Looks like we have a chance this year. Old Zhou, you'll have to treat me to drinks again later, ha ha ha. Old Zhou. Lu Guosheng turned his head with a smile, only to find Zhou Ping looking unusual. Old Zhou? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ha, no, nothing. Zhou Ping snapped out of it and quickly replied. Old Zhou, what's really going on with you? Lu Guosheng noticed that something was weighing heavily on his mind, definitely related to the examens. Zhou Ping said with difficulty, there is a student in our class who might have died in there. What did you say? That's impossible. Lu Guosheng was shocked and quickly took out his phone to call Chu Qing, the homeroom teacher of class 2. Chu Qing was responsible for verifying the information of withdrawn and deceased candidates but was not in the main venue. The information about candidates who have withdrawn can be seen on their side, but not the information about deaths. This way, it avoids affecting the mood of the spectators and also protects the emotions of the deceased's family and teachers. Such news is only secretly announced by designated personnel after the exam ends. Even the candidates can only guess who has fallen through bits of information when the results are announced. Hello, Teacher Chu, this is Lu Guosheng. I need your help to confirm something. Has there been a candidate death at Huicheng No. 1 High School? Lu Guosheng's voice was anxious and heavy. He and Zhou Ping had been colleagues for many years. Although there was competition, they had a good private relationship. The two of them came from the same. An old comrade who had just come off the battlefield, seeing Zhou Ping in such a state, would never stand by and do nothing. On the other end of the phone, Chu Qing heard this and was silent for a moment before saying, I'm sorry, Teacher Lu, this matter cannot be confirmed. According to regulations, exam information is confidential and can only be disclosed after the exam is over. No, Teacher Chu, this is a matter of life and death. Can you make an exception? Lu Guosheng almost pleaded. Chu Qing sighed, thought for a moment, and finally said, I'm sorry, I really can't tell you. I can only say that so far, there has been no news of any deaths at the Huicheng exam site. Are you sure? Confirmed. Lu Guosheng heard this and finally felt a weight lifted off his heart. After repeatedly expressing his gratitude, he hung up the phone and shared the news with Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping listened and felt relieved. But he quickly sensed that something was amiss. He carefully checked the list of candidates after the 8,000th place and indeed did not see Chen Mo's name. Could this guy have squeezed into the front? He muttered to himself, completely unable to believe it. After all, he knew Chen Mo's abilities the best. The two of them stared at the screen, scrolling up along the rankings. By late night, there were very few changes in the candidates' names, as most people had already gone to rest. But they kept scrolling for a full 20 minutes and still couldn't find Chen Mo's name. The rankings had already entered the top 2,000. What's going on? Old Lu, are you sure you didn't see Chen Mo's name? Zhou Ping asked, his lips tightly pressed, staring at the leaderboard. That's right. We both looked at it together. How could we have seen it wrong? I'm not far-sighted. Lu Buisheng was also very puzzled. There are only two possibilities. Either the system made a mistake, and a bug caused Chen Mo to not appear in the rankings. Or, the moment they thought of the second possibility, the two exchanged glances, their eyes full of doubt. Could it be that Chen Mo has already broken into the top 2,000? This is as absurd as hearing that a pig can climb a tree. However, pigs do occasionally have the chance to climb trees. A trace of hope flashed through Zhou Ping's heart, even he found it hard to believe. He sped up the movement of his fingers, his eyes fixed on the screen searching for Chen Mo. 1,500th place, not there. 1,000th place, not there. 500 people, no. 100 people, no. The ranking has already reached 100, still no sign of Chen Mo. Zhou Ping's suspicions grew stronger, and his breathing began to quicken. Lu Buisheng also sensed something was off. The two silently stared at the screen, continuing their search. 80th, 50th, 30th, 20th. The ranking kept climbing higher, and Zhou Ping's heartbeat grew faster and faster. Until I saw it. Lao Zhou. Damn. Holy crap. Lu Buisheng suddenly screamed, his words all jumbled up, mixed with expletives. At this moment, Zhou Ping finally saw the name that made him both worried and curious. Chen Mo, ranked 11th, score 6,400.37. Zhou Ping's eyes were fixed on the name on the screen. At some point, his mouth had formed a perfect O shape. Lu Buisheng was even more unwilling to believe the reality before him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It must be a system error. Or that kid cheated. Lu Buisheng clutched his sparse hair, growling in a low voice. Faced with this unbelievable result, he was completely flustered. What did you say? Old Lu, say it again if you dare. Zhou Ping suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with menace. Someone actually dared to say his student cheated. This is intolerable. Lu Buisheng realized he had misspoken and quickly waved his hand. Old Zhou, that's not what I meant, you know that. But, how do you explain this result? You know better than I do what this kid's situation is. If he didn't cheat, how could it be possible? He didn't say more, the implication was clear. Even Zhou Ping was left speechless. He couldn't find a reason to refute it. But he absolutely does not believe his students would cheat. This is his trust in his students, as well as his trust in himself. In their senior year class 3, there are absolutely no students who cheat. Damn it! Why does it have to be the 11th place? If only we could move up one more place, we would be able to see his screen. Lu Buisheng muttered under his breath. He himself hadn't realized that he was actually somewhat looking forward to Chen Mo advancing further. It seemed as if the heavens had heard his thoughts and generously helped him fulfill this small wish. Just as the two of them were going crazy, the rankings on the screen suddenly flickered. Chen Mo's row turned red, flashed a few times, and automatically rose by one rank. Chen Mo rose to 10th place with a score of 6,700.37 points. A strange silence spread around Zhou Ping and Lu Buisheng. They could hardly believe their eyes. The screen flickered, and a tall and handsome figure appeared in the last frame of the 10 live broadcast screens. Although the screen wasn't large, the two finally saw the guy who had been giving them a headache. At this moment, Chen Mo neither hid nor dug holes or climbed trees. He was like a silent ghost in the night, frantically hunting alien beasts. Although this metaphor is not entirely accurate, because he keeps using that infuriatingly annoying call to attract the surrounding beasts. However, even Chen Mo himself is starting to struggle now. It's not that he doesn't have the strength to kill the beasts, but his throat is about to go hoarse. Just after finishing off the last batch of exotic beasts, Chen Mo finally squeezed into the top 10 of the test site. Made it to the top 10, but it's still not enough. I can do more, cough cough. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse from shouting, and his throat itched unbearably. In the end, he found a tree to lean against and took out a bottle of compressed mineral water to drink. This water is the result of Huoguo technology. Mineral water is compressed to the size of a capsule. When used, just gently squeeze it to drink sweet water. It can also be customized into hot water or ice water. Chen Mo neither took out energy potions nor the food prepared by his foster father. On one hand, he couldn't afford energy potions. On the other hand, if he made it into the top 10 and there were live broadcasts, taking out a large plate of pork knuckles would definitely attract attention. His system space identity would be exposed. Thinking of this, Chen Mo felt a bit troubled. Despite all the calculations, he forgot this detail. Forget it, I'll enjoy the good food after the college entrance exam. After saying this, he got up and walked to the corpse of a nearby flame dragon lizard. The head of the dragon lizard had already been smashed by him, though its body remained intact. He directly tore off one of its large legs and began to skillfully process it. Then, Chen Mo dug a pit on a flat piece of ground, set up a simple roasting rack, and started a fire to roast the dragon lizard's leg. The bright flames illuminated the dark forest like a beacon. Chen Mo carefully controlled the intensity of the flame from his ability, fearing he might burn the dragon lizard leg to ashes. As he kept turning it over, the dragon lizard leg began to sizzle and release oil. A rich aroma quickly spread through the air. Seeing Chen Mo like this, Zhou Ping and Lu Guozheng both began to question their lives. What is this guy trying to do? Doesn't he know this is the Hongduan Mountains? He actually dares to light a fire and roast something. This is clearly intentional to attract a group of exotic beasts. After all, they hadn't seen the scene where Chen Mo had just dominated the battlefield. This scene also caught the attention of others. Sitting in the front row, Su Fang, the principal of Huicheng No. 1 High School, and Xiao Tiantong, the principal of Huicheng No. 2 High School, looked at the screen, their expressions changing as if they had seen a ghost. Principal Su, is this Chen Mo one of your No. 1 high school students? Xiao Tiantong asked. Su Fang answered somewhat uncertainly, seems like it. What do you mean seems like? Don't you even know your own student? Xiao Tiantong was almost exploding with anger. When had he ever seen such an audacious examinee, daring to hold a barbecue party in the middle of the night? Su Fang smiled wryly, he himself couldn't figure out what was going on. By the way, the information says he's a student from class 3. I'll call the homeroom teacher over to clarify. After speaking, Su Fang waved at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping looked helpless, stood up, and walked over. It seems that Chen Mo's outrageous actions have already caught the attention of the principals. Outside the Southwest Military District base, the person in charge of the Huicheng exam site and the principals of the two schools gathered together, frowning as they stared at the 10 live broadcast screens. Song Tianyu, ranked first, and Wang Tong, ranked second, have already found places to rest, and the others are almost ready as well. Only the 10th screen, the dazzling firelight like a beacon in the night, not only illuminated the darkness of the Hongduan Mountains but also weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Homeroom teacher Zhou Ping walked over cautiously and asked, Principal Su, Principal Xiao, is there something you need from me? He actually understood in his heart. Before Su Fang could speak, Zhou Shen, the director of the Education Bureau sitting in the front row, spoke first. Zhou Ping, tell me, what exactly is going on with this Chen Mo? Zhou Shen's expression was serious. Zhou Ping glanced at him, shrank his neck, and softly called out, Big brother. It turned out that Zhou Ping and Zhou Shen were brothers, for years apart. However, Zhou Shen had been promoted to director of the Education Bureau, while Zhou Ping was still an ordinary teacher. You still remember me as your big brother? How can your student have no common sense at all? How are you even teaching? Zhou Shen said angrily. Chen Mo's unconventional actions made him lose face in front of the mayor. Mayor Feng Xingguo rested his chin on one hand, looking thoughtful. After a while, Feng Xingguo asked, Teacher Zhou, what's the deal with this Chen Mo? The records show. He didn't dare to continue speaking. F-level ability, yet made it into the top 10. Everyone thought it was impossible. Zhou Ping stammered as he glanced at Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen glared at him fiercely, signaling him to speak quickly. Mayor Feng, here's the situation. Chen Mo is a student in our class, and his ability is indeed the F-level spark of fire. We just found out he made it into the top 10, we hadn't paid any attention to him before. Hearing him say that, everyone frowned. They all thought of the same word, cheating. If this is true, it could be the biggest scandal in the history of Huicheng's college entrance exams. It might even become a joke for the entire Sichuan province. Once verified, not only Zhou Ping but even the mayor will find it hard to escape punishment. According to the college entrance examination regulations, candidates are not allowed to bring equipment and tools, but this is limited to armor, weapons, and energy supplements or healing potions. As for those powerful armors and weapons, as long as you have money, no one cares if you wear SSS grade ones. But the problem is, these candidates are at most in the beginner martial artist realm. Even with an SSS grade weapon in hand, it cannot be controlled. so there's no possibility of cheating when it comes to equipment. But this doesn't mean cheating is impossible. Over the past decade, especially in recent years, human awakening has brought rapid development. Various novel and powerful technological products have emerged one after another. Faced with these exotic beasts appearing in the college entrance examination halls, although such tools are not exactly ubiquitous, ordinary people can at least easily purchase them. Examines undergo strict inspections before entering the venue to prevent anyone from using these items to cheat. Not to mention, Zhou Ping knows very well that someone like Chen Mo, a poor boy from a destitute family, can't even afford the cheapest cheating tools, let alone cheat. Seeing that the leaders all looked displeased, Zhou Ping couldn't help but voice what was on his mind. Everyone fell silent instantly. Fang Xingguo directly pulled up Chen Mo's surveillance footage, filling the entire screen. At this moment, whether Song Tingyu could take first place was no longer important. Chen Mo, this ticking time bomb, was the biggest problem. The atmosphere outside was tense, but Chen Mo inside was completely unaware. He was happily eating barbecue. Although no seasoning was added, the abundant spiritual energy in the exotic beast meat made it particularly delicious. Over the years, his adoptive father had made him quite picky. As he ate, he couldn't help but start commenting. The big lizard's legs aren't great, the meat is loose, and there's little juice. Roasting this kind of meat requires precise control of the heat. It's a pity there's no seasoning, so I can only make do. If only my foster father were here. Although he was talking to himself and no one heard him, his voice was clearly recorded by an invisible drone and transmitted outside the examination venue. The person in charge of the Huicheng examination site turned pale. This guy actually has the mood to savor gourmet food. As they feared, Chen Mo's barbecue firelight attracted a beast. The Hunduan Mountains are even more dangerous at night. Some beasts that specifically appear at night are stronger and harder to deal with than those during the day. At this moment, a 10-meter-long sandworm underground, 100 meters away from Chen Mo, was rapidly rushing in this direction. The temperature of the flames made this underground creature feel warm, instinctively wanting to get closer. The sandworm has no eyes, and if shrunk down several times, it would look almost like an ordinary earthworm. But the huge mouth on its head is filled with sharp teeth, resembling a concrete mixer. Anything, even the hardest E-grade alloy, would be crushed in its mouth. This sandworm has already reached adulthood, attaining a high-level Tier 2 status. Due to its stealthy movements and long-term underground lifestyle, many exotic beasts fear it. A moment of carelessness could make them its dinner. Chen Mo finished eating the roasted dragon lizard leg, patted his stomach, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. Suddenly, behind him, a massive cylindrical object burst out of the ground. The enormous body of the sandworm, with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters, cast a huge shadow under the firelight. Hiss! A sharp, piercing cry rang out. The sandworm had long smelled the scent of humans. It opened its massive mouth without hesitation and fiercely bit towards Chen Mo. Off the field, seeing the sandworm appear, Zhou Ping and everyone else felt a chill run down their spines. It's over. Level 2 Advanced Sandworm. This kind of sneak attack, even if Chen Mo reacted, there wouldn't be enough time to use the life-saving bead. Zhou Ping was anxious and desperate, despair surging in his heart. Could it be that he would have to watch helplessly as his student was devoured by the beast? Just when everyone thought Chen Mo was doomed, the giant mouth of the sandworm crashed down, but Chen Mo's figure suddenly vanished in a cloud of dust. The sandworm did not stop its attack. In that instant, it actually missed its target. That frail human actually dodged it. Chen Mo appeared like a ghost on the other side of the bonfire. His face was gloomy, staring disgustedly at the sandworm in front of him. Chen Mo was most afraid of all kinds of insects. Seeing the giant wriggling worm before him, he almost vomited the dragon lizard meat he had just eaten. Damn it! Here I am enjoying my meal, and you just have to come and ruin the mood. Get out of my way. Chen Mo was burning with rage, truly furious. With a loud bang, he stomped his right foot fiercely, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. In mid-air, he raised his right fist high. The next second, a heavy punch landed on the massive sandworm. Then, punch after punch, without pause. Thud, 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 the continuous muffled sounds echoed. Chen Mo moved like a ghost, nimbly dodging around the sandworm. Each punch created a large hole in the sandworm's body, and viscous bodily fluid splattered onto him. This made him even angrier, his punching speed increased, and he even turned his fists into palm strikes. He used a hand chop to carve wound after wound on the sandworm's body. 2 minutes later, the sandworm's body was smashed into countless fragments, scattered across the dark forest. Only by the campfire could the dark green bodily fluids and shredded flesh still be seen. Meanwhile, Chen Emo was splattered with the sandworm's bodily fluids, becoming a true green giant. From the moment the sandworm appeared to being smashed to pieces by Chen Emo, it took less than 5 minutes. Chen Emo stood by the campfire, panting heavily as the stench invaded his nostrils. Ugh! He almost threw up. Why? Why is it bugs again? This is so unlucky. Can someone explain this to me? He shouted in his heart, but no one paid him any attention. He took off his battle armor, even stripping off the clothes underneath. It's not enough. He took the armor, ran to a nearby creek stark naked, and squatted down to start washing clothes. After a while, he came back wearing clean new clothes and the armor. His mood also stabilized. These clothes didn't need to be hung to dry. He used his ability to circle around himself, and the moisture on the clothes instantly evaporated. This job requires careful attention. The eternal night true flame was too formidable. If one wasn't careful, they'd end up taking their next exam stark naked. The embarrassing scene of Chen Emo stripping down to wash his clothes was entirely captured by the drone. However, no one outside cared about his shameful, bare-bottomed appearance. Instead, the people in front of the screens were all unusually silent, as if they had agreed to be so. Until Chen Emo got dressed and returned to the campfire, Principal Su Fang of No. 1 High School finally spoke with difficulty. I wasn't mistaken, was I? This kid is using kickboxing. As soon as the silence was broken, the others immediately started discussing. Principal Xiao Tian of No. 2 High School frowned, his eyes full of shock. That's right. Not only is it kickboxing, but it's very likely that he's already mastered it to the highest level. What? How is that possible? He's only 18. Education Director Zhou Xin exclaimed in shock, turning to his younger brother Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, what's going on here? He's your student. Zhou Ping was just as shocked as everyone else. At this moment, he finally understood why Chen Emo had been so determined to take the martial arts college entrance exam. So, he's been working so hard all along because of this. Zhou Ping, stop mumbling, answer me. Zhou Xin urged anxiously. An unprecedented light flashed in Zhou Ping's eyes. The suspicion of Chen Emo cheating instantly dissipated, and his performance shocked everyone. Zhou Ping explained the reason why Chen Emo insisted on taking the martial arts exam. Everyone sighed after hearing this. So this kid was hiding his strength all along. Su Fang shook his head with a wry smile. Teacher Zhou, you were fooled by him too. At this moment, Fang Xingguo, the mayor of Huicheng, spoke. I never expected our Huicheng to produce such a promising talent. 18 years old, and his combat skills are already at their peak. When we were 18, we were probably still thinking about the 5-cent popsicles sold at the school gate. His words made everyone burst into laughter. But soon, Fang Xingguo's brows furrowed tightly again. What a pity! Such an outstanding talent, yet the awakened ability is only F-level, with very limited potential for development. His tone was full of helplessness and regret. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Chen Emo, despite his young age, was able to cultivate his combat skills to the peak, proving his exceptional perception. Calling him a genius is not an exaggeration at all. But his innate defect has limited his growth. As the level continues to rise, the encountered exotic beasts become increasingly powerful. By that time, relying solely on combat skills will no longer suffice for an easy victory. The use of abilities will be necessary. This means Chen Mo's future achievements won't be very high. At most, he can reach the level of a specialized warrior, making it difficult to progress further. What a pity! If his ability was enhancement type, combined with his comprehension, he would practically be the next Marshal St. Pandu. Zhou Xin sighed. At the mention of Marshal St. Pandu, everyone felt nothing but reverence and awe, which further highlighted the challenges Chen Emo would face in the future. Zhou Ping gave a faint smile. He had just experienced fright and surprise, and now he felt regret. But compared to others, Zhou Ping's mindset was the calmest. He doesn't expect Chen Emo to achieve great heights, he just hopes he can safely leave the examination hall. No matter what, as long as Chen Emo doesn't enter the advanced area, he should be able to secure a college admission qualification. As soon as the words fell, he saw on the screen that Chen Emo suddenly stomped out the campfire and turned into a shadow, speeding away into the distance. The scene fell into a deathly silence once again. That's not right, what's this kid trying to do? That's the direction of the advanced area. The principal of No. 1 High School, Su Fang, frowned and said, Teacher Zhou, have you been neglecting the psychological development of the students? Chen Mo's impulsiveness is too dangerous. Zhou Ping's face turned grim, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had just been feeling emotional, and then Chen Emo poured cold water on him. This guy is really worrisome, that place is not somewhere he can go. But their anxiety as outsiders was useless. They could only watch as Chen Mo's figure disappeared into the pitch-black dense forest. After killing the sandworm just now, Chen Mo gained 90 points and 30 attribute points. This surprised him a lot. Could it be that the nocturnal beasts are more valuable? He pondered for a while and decided to try it himself. Heading toward the advanced area was just a casual decision. He instinctively felt that getting closer to that place would mean encountering higher-level beasts. The fact is indeed so. This time, Chen Mo did not use the taunting skill. With poor visibility at night, he was completely unaware of the distribution and types of exotic beasts here. The best approach is to observe while walking. Thus, Chen Mo changed his previous bold and unrestrained style, moving like a nocturnal ghost, initiating indiscriminate ambushes. Bang! A punch struck a golden-toothed crocodile with 8 legs and a tail twice as long as its body, shattering its head. Bang! System prompt: killed one level 1 mid-tier golden-toothed crocodile, gained 85 points and 25 attribute points. Another punch: the phantom owl was knocked off the tree and died completely. System prompt: killed one level 1 high-tier phantom owl, gained 90 points and 30 attribute points. As one exotic beast after another was defeated by Chen Mo, his points and attribute points began to grow slowly. Although the speed wasn't as fast as before when gathering monsters, each beast provided very generous points. Chen Mo was so excited that white breath puffed out of his nose. Looks like I need to take a trip to the advanced area. He has already seen a shortcut to earning points. The exotic beasts in the advanced area are mostly level 3, with each worth no less than 100 points. The night is deep, and the points are likely to increase even more. Thinking of this, Chen Mo did not hesitate. When everyone else was resting, he took advantage of the darkness and resolutely rushed toward the advanced area. Just as Chen Mo was about to enter the advanced area, a shocking event suddenly occurred in the examination hall. In the first row of the military base venue, the secretary rushed in breathlessly, heading straight for Commander Zhang Kingson's position. Chief! Chief! Zhang Kingson gave him a cold glance and said, "What's the matter? Why so flustered? I don't usually see you like this." The secretary wiped the sweat off his forehead, not because of the heat, but from nervousness. "Chief, we've just received news that in Zindu and 9 other exam venues, a large number of candidates have suddenly died." The secretary's voice carried a sense of panic. "What?" Zhang Kingson's brows furrowed tightly, suddenly exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that almost made the secretary kneel in fear. "Make it clear, what exactly happened?" Zhang Kingson's cold and angry voice came through. The secretary hurriedly reported, "Just learned that 9 lantern grass has appeared at the junction of the intermediate and advanced regions." "What did you say? 9 lantern grass?" Zhang Kingson showed surprise for the first time. "That's right. Our drone captured it, and the mist has already spread. Some candidates are already trapped." Zhang Kingson's expression turned unusually grim. The appearance of the 9 lantern grass caught him off guard. "How is this possible? 9 lamp grass has never been seen on the outskirts of the Hunduan Mountains," he murmured. Then, he stared at the secretary. "Call the college entrance examination office immediately and find out how this thing got in. Our military district will never allow such a thing." "Yes, I'll contact them right away." The secretary, relieved, quickly went to make the call. A few minutes later, he returned with an awkward expression. "Chief, Professor Zhong called and said he wants to talk to you in person." Zhang Kingson let out a cold snort and picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Zhang Kingson." A light cough came from the other end of the line, followed by an elderly voice. "Commander Zhang, the 9 lantern grass was arranged by me." "What did you say? Are you crazy? This is the college entrance exam. How can these kids handle it?" Zhang Kingson was furious. Professor Zhong on the other end of the phone, however, remained completely calm. "So what? It's all written in the textbooks. If they don't do well, it just means they didn't study seriously." "You Zhongtong, do you know what you're doing?" "Of course I know. Starting from this year's college entrance exam, the difficulty must be increased. Talent cultivation needs to be accelerated. Only those who survive life and death trials are the true guardians. Besides, this is an order from above." Hearing the last sentence, Zhang Kingson remained silent for a long time. He hung up the phone, his face dark, and turned to his secretary, saying, "Tell them, everything stays the same." The secretary was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the determination in Zhang Kingson's eyes, immediately turned and left. The examines in Sichuan province were completely unaware that this college entrance examination would be a cruel and bloody test for some. Years later, many people still shuddered at the memory of that examination. At the same time, this disaster also caused many to grow rapidly, supporting each other on the battlefield and forging deep friendships. Soon, all the examination centers in Sichuan province fell into chaos. Hui Cheng, class 2 of grade 12's homeroom teacher, Chu Qing, stared at the death toll statistics screen, almost dropping the teacup in her hand. 10 people. 10 candidates died all at once. What happened? Chu Qing was stunned. She stood up, her mind in turmoil. Chu Qing wanted to find someone to understand the situation, but when she saw the other teachers working at the same test site as her, each with a grim expression, her anxiety grew even stronger. Suddenly, the death toll on the screen refreshed again. 3 more had died. Moreover, this number was climbing continuously at a rate of several to over a dozen people per minute. Completely crazy. There must have been a major problem with this exam. Chu Qing was completely unable to stay calm. She had just seen the death list, and to her shock, it included the names of several outstanding students from her class, students who were originally the most capable in the class, strong enough to compete with Class 1's top students, but unexpectedly, they had died. The location of death is shown in the intermediate area near the advanced area, less than 3 kilometers away from the advanced area. Wait, what is this? Chu Qing stared at the screen and the transmitted image, her face instantly turning pale. 9 lamp grass. How could something like this appear in the examination field? There must be some mistake. I need to contact the person in charge immediately. She hurriedly stood up, preparing to report the situation to the examination field supervisor. Many teachers had the same thought. But at this moment, a cold voice echoed in the venue. A command came through the broadcast. All teachers, return to your seats immediately. 9 lantern grass is one of the exam contents this time and has been confirmed with the college entrance examination office. Please remain calm, and no one is allowed to leave the examination hall. Those who disobey will be dealt with seriously. This order was issued directly by the Southwest Military District. As soon as the order was given, a deep sense of fear enveloped all the teachers present. They could only obey the command and return to their seats, their eyes fixed on the constantly updating death toll on the screen. It was a torment, one that tortured their hearts as well as the students in the examination hall. Hui Cheng examination site, Chen Emo was advancing towards the advanced area. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a large area ahead shimmering with a hazy light. The light was soft and warm, like a glimmer of hope in this perilous dark night. What is this thing that's so bright? Chen Emo did not stop and walked directly toward the light. The closer he got, the more he realized that the light covered an area of several kilometers. At his feet, a half-human tall plant swayed in the breeze, its flowers glowing like 9 lanterns. Chen Emo squatted down to observe carefully. These glowing plants are distributed in clusters, with one appearing every 1 or 200 meters. He felt puzzled, sensing a feeling of déjà vu, yet he couldn't recall why. However, since the plant did not attack him, it indicated there was no immediate threat. He chose not to destroy them, simply assuming they were a unique type of plant. As he ventured deeper into this glowing area, a shocking scene suddenly unfolded before his eyes. 2 examines, a male and a female, stood face to face. The long sword in the boy's hand fiercely pierced the girl's heart. The long spear in the girl's hand also stabbed into the boy's abdomen. Blood stained the ground. The 2 were already dead. What's even more bizarre is that they still had smiles on their faces. Not far away, a girl staggered like a zombie, heading toward a huge, strange plant. Chen Emo clearly saw that the giant pouch of the plant had already trapped more than one examinee. This was the first time Chen Emo had seen an examinee perish in the examination hall. What was even more baffling was that these 2 examines had actually killed each other. The college entrance examination explicitly prohibits any harm between examines, not even provocation is allowed. This situation is not an ordinary accident but extreme hatred. However, the smiles on their faces made Chen Emo feel that it was absolutely impossible for hatred to be the driving force. That smile was as if being killed by the other party was a matter of course. This is truly a chilling scene. Could it be that these 2 high school students committed suicide together? Chen Emo shook his head vigorously, quickly dismissing this absurd thought. 2 high school students, where would the idea of suicide come from? This isn't ancient times, no one would be that foolish. The state of the other people around was also eerily unsettling. When Chen Emo saw those plants with huge sack-like organs, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he finally remembered what they were. 9 lantern grass. As the name suggests, this plant has 9 flowers growing on its head. These flowers are still in the form of buds. During the day, the 9 lamp grass is short and inconspicuous, like wildflowers in the mountains, with no sense of presence. But at night, they grow crazily tall, reaching half a person's height, and the 9 flower buds emitting a hazy glow all stand upright, like lighthouses in the dark. However, for Chen Mo and other humans, these lights are not ordinary lights but deadly traps. The 9 lamp grass belongs to exotic beasts, a special type of plant-based exotic beast. The textbook says that plant-type exotic beasts are particularly terrifying. Although they cannot move, their attack methods are extremely varied, making them hard to guard against. 9 lamp grass is especially dangerous among second-level exotic beasts. Once you see 9 lamp grass, it means you have already fallen into its trap. Therefore, places where 9 lamp grass appears are called 9 lamp maze. 9 lamp grass can release a special mist, invisible to the human eye but perceptible to those with strong mental power. Now, Chen Mo clearly feels an invisible force surrounding his entire body, desperately trying to penetrate his mind. Fortunately, his mental power has reached 631. Although not as strong as his physical body, it is sufficient to resist the invasion of the 9 lamp grass's mental mist. What reminded Chen Mo of the 9 lamp grass was the strange pouch-like plant not far away. That is another type of plant-based exotic beast called the phantom pitcher plant. This plant releases neurotoxic gas, causing hallucinations and making people obediently walk up to it. The large pouch-like structure is actually its stomach, used to digest its prey. Both humans and exotic beasts are its targets. The illusionary pitcher plant is a companion of the 9 lamp grass, and the two share nutrients. Textbooks classify both the 9 lamp grass and the illusionary pitcher plant as extremely dangerous second-level exotic beasts. For ordinary people who encounter them, unless they are specifically trained in psychic abilities, there's almost no chance of survival. Seeing the girl in front of him with vacant eyes, dazed and about to walk into the stomach of the pitcher plant, Chen Mo quickly rushed forward, grabbed her, and retreated 10 meters before stopping. "Hey! Wake up! Wake up!" he whispered urgently, his voice low as he watched the girl lying there, completely unresponsive, with a bizarre smile still lingering on her face. If it weren't for Chen Mo holding her back, she would have already wandered off toward the pitcher plants. "This won't work," Chen Mo muttered anxiously. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck the back of the girl's neck forcefully, knocking her unconscious. It was the only way to save her life. Gazing at the clusters of enormous pitcher plants in the distance and the faintly glowing 9 lantern grass scattered around, Chen Mo felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. His mental strength was robust enough to withstand the 9 lantern grass's hallucinogenic mist, but others weren't so fortunate. With that thought, he approached the pitcher plant's swollen sacs to inspect them. What he discovered was grim 7 or 8 examens had already perished inside, their life forces completely extinguished. Their bodies had been almost entirely digested, leaving virtually no trace behind. This scene made Chen Mo's skin crawl. In his previous life, he knew that pitcher plants only ate insects, but he never expected that here, even humans had become their food. He continued to walk deeper. As the number of 9 lantern grass increased, the atmosphere grew even eerier. Surrounded by the hazy glow of the 9 lantern grass, a bizarre and grotesque environment, like a despair-inducing endless maze. Chen Mo saw 3 more examens who had been poisoned to death by the neuromist released by the 9 lantern grass. Their deaths were extremely strange, clearly all suicides. In the pitcher plant's stomach, you can occasionally see the corpses of 1 or 2 examens. I remember the textbook said that plant-based exotic beasts are not the focus, and the teacher also mentioned that this kind of knowledge is only taught in university. How could such terrifying things appear in the college entrance exam venue? The more Chen Mo thought about it, the heavier his mood became. He kept speculating in his mind, but no one gave him an answer. Actually, entering the 9 lantern maze doesn't necessarily mean death. Because the neural mist takes time to permeate, it won't affect people instantly. However, if someone carelessly picks the flower of the 9 lamp grass, the situation becomes completely different. Once picked, the neural mist will spray directly from the stamen, at 10 times the usual concentration. People with insufficient mental strength will almost instantly be controlled. Chen Mo discovered that the candidates who died under the neural fog all had faint fluorescent flickers on their bodies. It was a sign of being contaminated with 9 lamp grass pollen. This indicated that they had all picked the flowers of the 9 lamp grass. Did these people not pay attention in class? How could they dare to pick something like this so casually? Chen Mo cursed inwardly. Actually, he didn't recognize the 9 lantern grass at first glance either, it was just a similar situation. No way. This can't be solved like this. Chen Mo stopped as he walked. He temporarily gave up the idea of continuing to advance to the higher level area. If the range of the 9 lantern maze is this large, the victims are definitely not limited to those he has seen. To exaggerate a bit, perhaps half of the examens might die here. By then, this place wouldn't be an examination site at all, but a true death trap. Thinking of this, Chen Emo made a difficult decision. He must remove these 9-lantern grass. He wasn't acting on impulse, nor was he being soft-hearted. His thoughts were simple: if his classmates accidentally wandered in here, it would be dangerous. As for whether students from other classes or other schools live or die, it doesn't have much to do with him. This is Chen Emo, kind but not blind. He has his own principles and bottom line. But when he made up his mind, he had already become the key figure in saving the lives of the examines. The threat of the 9-lamp maze is still expanding, but only a few people know about the information regarding the deceased candidates. Most people have not yet obtained first-hand information. At Huicheng's examination site, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Mo. After all, most candidates were resting at night, and it was extremely rare for someone like Chen Mo to dare to wander around at night. When they saw the 9-lantern grass appear, everyone's expressions turned extremely grim. 9-lantern grass. Am I seeing this right? How is this possible? Those two are students from our second high school. Xiao Tintung's eyes turned red as he saw the two students fighting each other. As Chen Mo walked deeper, scenes of tragic carnage gradually unfolded. Mayor Feng Xingguo of Huicheng couldn't sit still. No way. How could something like this appear in the college entrance exam venue? Something must have gone wrong. I need to go ask. After saying that, he stood up and quickly ran toward Zhang Kingson's position. The others nervously stared at Chen Mo's screen, their eyes unblinking. At this moment, a figure appeared on the screen. Principal Xiao Tiantong of number 2 high school immediately shouted, "Qin Su! It's Qin Su from our number 2 high school. He's been hit too." Just as he saw it, Chen Mo arrived at a clearing surrounded by 9-lamp grass and saw Qin Su, who had been defeated by him back in the Xianyuan Martial Hall, acting like a fool, holding a long sword and slashing wildly at the air. Qin Su's abilities had fully erupted, the glow of infernal fire entwining the long sword, while the surrounding wild grass and trees twisted and burned in the flames. The night was hazy, and the atmosphere was eerie. As Qin Su swung his sword, he kept muttering, "I'll kill you. Chen Mo, this is not over." Ah! Chen Mo looked at him helplessly, feeling strange inside. This kid hates me so much, even in his dreams he's competing with me. Fortunately, there were no deadly predatory plants around. Qin Su was only affected by the mental mist released by the 9-lamp grass. But judging by his current state, he won't last long before he becomes completely exhausted and turns into nourishment for the 9-lamp grass. Chen Mo was not in a hurry. He quietly watched Qin Su perform. Since he hates me so much, let him play by himself for a while. Maybe he can beat me in his dreams. Chen Mo was calm, but Xiao Tian in the livestream room was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Lao Su, are all the students at your school this cold? Seeing Qin Su suffer like this, why doesn't Chen Mo go and help him?" Su Feng's face turned stern, and he said coldly, "You should ask the good students at your school." The two of them seemed to have a deep grudge. Xiao Tiantong was left speechless. Although Qin Su was not as formidable as Song Tingyu and Wang Tong, he was still among the top tier at number 2 high school. Xiao Tiantong was unaware of the fact that Qin Su had been beaten by Chen Mo at the martial arts gym. He was very puzzled. Could it be that the two of them had known each other before? Chen Mo glanced at the wristband. Another 20 minutes had passed, and the time was almost up. Qin Su's movements began to slow down, and his steps wavered. He probably wouldn't last another 5 minutes. Chen Mo sighed, shook his head, and said, "What else is there to say about this? Am I being reasonable and measured?" After speaking, he stepped forward and gave Qin Su a heavy slap on the back of the head. Bang! A dull thud sounded, and Qin Su's body swayed a few times before falling headfirst to the ground. Chen Mo deliberately found a good angle, watching Qin Su fall to the ground like a dog that had tripped. But at this moment, Qin Su's previously confused gaze suddenly became clear. He suddenly pushed off the ground, flipped in the air, and landed steadily. What happened to me?" Qin Su rubbed the back of his head, muttering to himself in confusion. Seeing Chen Mo standing in front of him, he jumped 2 meters back like a startled rabbit, staring at the other party warily. Chen Mo? Why are you here? Were you the one who ambushed me just now?" Qin Su asked nervously. Chen Mo looked at him in surprise, not expecting Qin Su to regain consciousness. It seems his mental strength is quite good. "Ambush? I couldn't even beat you head-on, why would I need to ambush you?" Chen Mo sneered. "Then why are you here? How come I had no idea at all?" "You should ask them." Chen Mo pointed at the 9-lantern grass around them, his tone full of mockery. Qin Su instinctively looked around, and a few seconds later, his eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. This is 9 lantern grass. He suddenly remembered everything. Before nightfall, he found this open space and prepared to set up camp. There was quite a bit of 9 lantern grass around, but it wasn't noticeable during the day, so he hadn't paid attention. At night, the 9 lamp grass emitted a faint glow. He was already late. To be honest, Chin Su had decent talent, belonging to the close combat type of ability users, and his mental strength was not lacking either. Before becoming a novice martial artist, his family used various precious materials to help him build a foundation. After awakening his abilities, his family invested even more resources to nurture him. Chin Su's performance was also impressive, with a privileged family background. Chin Su had encountered many ability users and learned from them that advancing to a specialized warrior was a critical moment to determine one's combat style. However, this does not mean that close combat ability users can neglect the cultivation of mental strength. Even a slight increase in mental strength is often the key to victory or defeat. Moreover, many S-level and above combat techniques require a certain foundation of mental strength. No matter how strong your body is, without sufficient mental strength, it is simply impossible to successfully train in these combat techniques. This is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. But today, Chin Su was unlucky and surrounded by a large patch of 9 lantern grass. Although his mental strength was strong, it was only at the level of a low-level beginner martial artist, completely unable to resist the mental fog released by the 9 lamp grass, and he was instantly affected. Fortunately, Chen Emo rushed out from the clearing and pulled him out. Now, the 9 lamp grass is sparsely scattered around, and the situation has slightly improved. Chin Su's face was grim, and he swallowed hard. He looked at Chen Emo awkwardly. Was it you who saved me? Chen Emo nodded without saying a word. Chin Su blushed, his heart racing, biting his lip, unsure of what to say. The two had clashed before, and now being saved, he wanted to express his gratitude but found it hard to speak. After a while, Chin Su finally set aside his pride. He took a deep breath and bowed earnestly to Chen Emo. Chen Emo, thank you for saving my life. Stop right there. You're not about to say you can only repay me by offering yourself, are you? Chen Emo quickly interrupted. Chin Su almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This guy really has no filter. However, with Chen Mo's words, the awkward atmosphere eased quite a bit. Chin Su looked around. The area was densely covered with 9 lamp grass, and it was unclear how large the range was. Chen Emo, what do we do next? Should we leave here quickly? Chen Emo shook his head, his expression serious. You go your way, I'm not leaving. Ha, you're not leaving? Why stay here? To enjoy the scenery? No, I want to get rid of these 9 lantern grasses. Eliminate. Chin Su was stunned, then burst out with a what the hell. Chen Emo, are you crazy? Look around, do you see how many 9 lantern grasses there are? Can you possibly get rid of them all? I have to, even if I can't finish. As long as I try my best, before dawn, every 9 lantern grass I see must be cleared. Chen Emo said coldly. Chin Su was speechless and could only grit his teeth. Since that's the case, I won't accompany you. I'll leave first. Be careful. Chen Emo didn't stop him, and the two clasped fists to bid farewell. Chin Su packed his belongings and left, leaving only Chen Emo at the scene. He made up his mind that unless he cleaned up these guys thoroughly today, he wouldn't enter the advanced area. Do it right away. Chen Emo took a deep breath, raised his right palm, and 5 fingers ignited with faint blue sparks. This was the spark of the evolved eternal night true flame. He reduced the output of his spiritual energy, trying to minimize the power of the flame. Although the 9 lantern grass is formidable, it cannot move. Just the lowest level of flame is enough to destroy it. Chen Emo raised his right hand horizontally and flicked 5 sparks with his left hand. 5 ghostly blue meteors streaked through the dark night, shooting in 5 directions. Blazing fire, explode for me. With a low shout, 5 sparks exploded in the dense area of 9 lamp grass. The originally weak sparks instantly turned into a raging inferno. Hundreds of 9 lamp grass were reduced to ashes in the flames. Gray smoke spread out. Chen Emo looked at the results of the battle before him and nodded lightly. This level of consumption, he could still bear. He swept through along the path he had come. The 9 lamp grass and illusionary pitcher plant he encountered were both burned to ashes by his eternal night true fire. Although he tried hard to control the fire, once the flames erupted, their power was still immense. Even the plants surrounding the 9 lamp grass were completely incinerated. The ground became pitted and uneven, as if it had been forcefully scraped. Eliminate a second-level low-grade 9 lamp grass to gain 1 point. Eliminate a second-level low-grade 9 lamp grass to gain 1 attribute point. Chen Emo stared at the data on the wristband and system panel, feeling a bit surprised. He was already mentally prepared for 9 lamp grass to give 1 point. But it actually gives 1 attribute point? He didn't expect that. It seems the system highly values the worth of 9 lamp grass. Looking at the mountains covered with 9 lamp grass, Chenmo's slightly tired spirit immediately perked up. These 9 lamp grass seem like attribute points waving at him. So many 9 lantern grasses, if I take them all out, how many times will my attribute points multiply? Chenmo increased his firepower, driven with enthusiasm by the temptation of attribute points. As he was walking, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. That person was rushing toward him quickly. Chenmo focused his mind and felt something unusual even before meeting, showing a strange expression on his face. When the person approached, Chenmo asked, "Chin-su, didn't you run away? Why are you back again?" The visitor was none other than Chin-su, who had left earlier. As Chenmo spoke, his hands kept moving. The surrounding 9 lantern grass was completely cleared with a flick of his finger. Chin-su couldn't help but shiver. The flame in Chenmo's hand seemed ordinary, yet it made him tremble deep inside. In front of Chenmo, he didn't even dare to use his own inferno. Chenmo, I've thought it through. I'm not leaving. I've decided to stay and help you get rid of these 9 lantern grasses. Chin-su said through gritted teeth. Oh. Chenmo looked at Chin-su in surprise, not expecting him to make such a decision. Are you sure? Sure. Chin-su nodded firmly. I just saw the corpse of one of our classmates from number 2 high school. If I just walk away like this, what kind of person would I be? Chin-su's words made Chenmo seriously look at this guy for the first time. Unexpectedly, the one who usually bullied others relying on his talent had such awareness at a critical moment. Alright, you're a real man. In that case, let's do this together. Don't stray too far from me, so we can look out for each other if there's danger. Chin-su nodded. The two stopped wasting words and immediately worked together to clear the 9 lamp grass. With Chin-su's help, the speed increased significantly. Later, Chenmo was pleasantly surprised to discover that the eternal nitro flame could also enhance Chin-su's infernal fire. Switch to Chin-su as the main attacker, he only needs to use Mars' blessing at the right time, and the power of the flames can be enhanced dozens of times. This way, both of them save much more effort. As they steadily cleared the area, their points also grew slowly but steadily. Off the field, Huicheng exam site. Mayor Feng Xingguo and several others stared intently at the screen, momentarily silent. Finally, Zhou Ping broke the silence and sighed. Chenmo is truly a good child. Xiao Tiantong also said, I didn't expect Chin-su to have this side. The others were also moved by the performance of the two. The long-lost passion in their hearts was ignited. They recalled the days of fighting side by side with their comrades. At that time, they were just like Chenmo and Chin-su, fighting shoulder to shoulder. Those promising students will sooner or later become significant figures among the superhumans. The night grew deeper, and the 9 lantern maze was unusually quiet. But it was during this dark and silent night that two young people were sweating profusely as they worked tirelessly. The time had already reached 3 in the morning. Despite the powerful flames, Chenmo and Chin-su were exhausted and out of breath. The two stopped to take a short break, and Chin-su took out a reserve recovery potion and handed it to Chenmo. Chenmo accepted it without hesitation and immediately injected himself with a dose. After several hours of battle, they had long since set aside their initial estrangement and become inseparable comrades in arms. Chenmo discovered that Chin-su was indeed a remarkably gifted genius. Whether it is the control of psychic energy or the manipulation of flames, both are precise and accurate. It can be said that if it weren't for encountering a freak like him, Chin-su would be almost invincible. After a short rest, the two set off again. After relentless effort, this massive 9-lamp maze was finally completely cleared by them, as thoroughly as ants moving house. At this moment, the other exam center supervisors were anxiously pacing in circles. However, the invigilation area at the Huicheng exam center was unusually relaxed. Old Joe, help me check if there are still a large number of candidates withdrawing. Mayor Feng Xingguo stared at the screen, his tone calm. Just now, their faces were full of tension, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Now, a few people lit cigarettes, feeling like they were finally able to relax after surviving a calamity. 9-lamp grass appeared at the junction between the intermediate and advanced areas. Candidates who made it here are all quite strong. If these people die, it would be a huge loss. Although it is impossible to obtain death data from Chu Qing's side. But if a large number of candidates withdraw from the exam, it indicates that there is a problem over there. Fortunately, after investigation, no similar situation has occurred again at the Huicheng examination venue. In other words, the 9-lantern maze only appears in the northern part of the examination venue, and no other areas have been found. Hearing Zhou Shen's report, Fang Xingguo felt relieved. Right now, he has no intention of dealing with the competition between Song Tianyu and Wang Tong. He has already planned to find Chen Emo and Qin Su immediately after the exam ends. Turn them into model students of Huicheng and give them generous rewards. Especially Chen Emo. This child has brought too many surprises. Although they have not yet discovered the changes in Chen Mo's abilities, his strength and courage are enough to make him the focus of any examination hall. In the examination field, Chen Emo and Qin Su lay sprawled in the grass like two collapsed dead dogs, their limbs spread out, too exhausted to even move a finger. Their spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. Although Qin Su still had plenty of recovery potions, Chen Emo had no intention of using them. He felt that what he needed most right now was rest and sleep. Psychic energy can be replenished with potions, but continuously resisting the erosion of the nine-lantern grass has pushed his mind to the brink of collapse. This exhaustion is even more unbearable than physical fatigue. Fortunately, Qin Su has a solid foundation. He pulled out a bunch of strange items from his bag. First, he sprayed a mist over a range of several meters, then lit something that looked like mosquito repellent. Chen Emo watched curiously as Qin Su proudly said, "This spray is made from the mixed urine of level 4 exotic beasts. When exotic beasts smell it, they won't dare to come near. This incense is called soul-calming incense, reportedly made from ground roots of the soul-calming grass. It can soothe the mind and calm the spirit, especially effective for restoring mental strength." Chen Emo didn't say anything, but his eyes revealed his identity as a country bumpkin. Either of these items was something he couldn't afford, especially the soul-calming incense. He knew that the precious herb, soul-calming grass, was extremely rare and could only be found in areas teeming with ferocious beasts. A single stick of soul-calming incense likely consumed a significant amount of soul-calming grass roots to produce it, making it absolutely invaluable. Qin Su looked at Chen Mo's smug expression and secretly felt overjoyed. He had finally regained a bit of dignity. The two didn't talk much, just lay there quietly, and soon fell into a deep sleep. At 7 in the morning, sunlight filtered through the dense leaves and spilled onto the ground. Chen Emo woke up. Although he only slept for 3 hours, with the help of the calming incense, he slept exceptionally well. He got up and glanced at the system panel, pleasantly surprised to find that his attribute points had reached as high as 8,471. What surprised him even more was that the points earned from killing 9-lantern grass all night, even after splitting them with Qin Su, still climbed to 9,966 points, just one step away from 10,000. This achievement ranked third in the entire Huicheng exam site. Qin Su was also promoted to 5th place. This is such a huge gain. After this college entrance exam, I've collected a whole bunch of attribute points, and I won't have to worry about running out anytime soon. Chen Emo was overjoyed. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and prepared to strike while the iron was hot by heading to the advanced area for a look. Hearing the noise, Qin Su also woke up. He glanced at the rankings and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Qin Su's strength wasn't bad. He usually didn't like teaming up with others, but he hadn't expected that after just one day, his ranking would be so high. It was much faster than he had anticipated. Seeing Chen Emo ranked ahead of him, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. On the contrary, I feel that Chen Emo should be the first place. Watching Chen Emo pack his things, Qin Su asked, "Chen Emo, what are you planning to do next?" "I'm planning to go to the advanced area. The speed of earning points here is still a bit slow," Chen Emo said while packing. Hearing this, Qin Su was delighted and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, I'm also planning to go to the advanced area. Shall we go together?" Unexpectedly, his sincere invitation was coldly rejected by Chen Emo. Chen Emo looked at him expressionlessly. "No, let's do our own thing. With you around, the efficiency actually drops." "Chen Emo, can you be a bit more polite?" Qin Su smiled on the surface, but inside he was fuming. This guy's mouth is really sharp. He originally planned to cling to Chen Mo's coattails to easily rack up points, but ended up being disliked. His plan didn't work out, but Qin Su wasn't discouraged. Although the advanced area is dangerous, he is confident he can handle it. Besides, his bag is packed with so many good things, it's like Doraemon's magic pocket. "Humph, losing me as a teammate is your biggest loss. No one will provide you with soul incense later." Qin Su thought to himself, but the two still smiled and shook hands to say goodbye. They walked off in different directions. Many of the external candidates still don't know what happened last night. Those rescued candidates also don't understand what exactly occurred. Until waking up in the morning, looking at the scorched marks on the ground and the uneven surface, everyone thought there had been an earth-shattering battle last night, and he was truly lucky to have escaped unscathed. Chen Mo sprinted all the way. This time he didn't stop much, directly rushing with all his might toward the advanced area. Ranking third gave him a desire to experience what it feels like to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam. In his previous life, he had never gone through the college entrance exam. But on TV, you always see top scorers being interviewed, like ancient scholars bringing glory to their families. This lifetime, he wants to give it a try. Song Tinyu, Wang Tong. Looking at the points on his wristband, he realized he was still more than 500 points behind the second place Wang Tong. The other party wasn't idle yesterday either, their score increased significantly. The first place, Song Tinyu, has already reached 12,000 points. Got to hurry up. Chen Mo's eyes ignited with fierce determination. A fighting spirit unwilling to admit defeat ignited in his heart. He quickened his pace. The advanced area was actually not far away, and it took him less than half an hour to cross the boundary. The wristband emitted a notification sound, and Chen Mo officially entered the advanced area. Chen Mo's ranking skyrocketed like a rocket. This is not surprising to people at other test centers. But for the teachers and students at the Huicheng Test Center, it caused quite a stir. The teachers had witnessed Chen Mo tearing apart exotic beasts and clearing 9-lamp grass, so they were not surprised. The examines in the test hall, however, had never seen such scenes. When they saw a strange name suddenly appear on the leaderboard, Chen Mo, ranked third, they were all stunned. Chen Mo? Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Yeah, he's actually ranked higher than Qin Xiao. Stop arguing, don't you know? He's the guy who fought with Qin Xiao at the martial arts hall that night. Oh, so it's him. Some people know a bit of the inside story, especially Qin Xiao's fans. But most people don't know Chen Mo at all. The students of Huicheng No. 1 High School were even more shocked and speechless when they saw this name. In the lower level area, Wang Fei had just dealt with a beast and casually glanced at the leaderboard. He almost dropped his knife on his foot. Chen Mo, am I seeing this right? Damn, he's already third? It's only been a day. In the mid-level area, inside a hidden cave, Hu Wei, who had just taken down a pack of shadow wolves, also looked grim. His ranking has already risen to within the top 3,000, far exceeding expectations. He thought that if he gave it his all, he might even make it into the top 1,000. But when he saw the glaring name at the top of the leaderboard, his mood instantly collapsed. Chen Mo, why do you show up everywhere? The results you got through cheating will be exposed sooner or later. Wu Wei gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He said nothing, turned around, and rushed toward the advanced area. Chen Mo's rise had completely provoked him. With his current strength, entering the advanced area was extremely risky. But he would never allow a useless F-level ability user to be stronger than him. He must prove that he is the strongest in Class 3 of Senior Year 3. At the same time, Chen Mo officially stepped into the advanced area. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt a noticeable difference. The forest here is quieter than the previous two areas. In the intermediate area, the roars of exotic beasts can still be heard, but the advanced area is completely silent. The terrain is more complex, and the altitude has increased significantly. In front lies a towering mountain that pierces the clouds. Chen Mo knew that the most dangerous area marked in red on the map was at the top of that mountain. And now, he had already reached halfway up the mountain. Level 3 exotic beasts have strength equivalent to that of human specialized warriors. There is only a one-word difference between novice warriors and specialized warriors, but the gap in strength is immense. Humans progress naturally from awakening abilities as beginners to practicing and becoming novice martial artists. However, advancing from a novice martial artist to a specialized martial artist marks the entry into the ranks of experts, officially beginning the path of an ability user. At the novice martial artist stage, one can freely switch techniques. You can transform from a close combat ability user focused on physical strength to a long-range ability user with strong mental power. But once a dedicated martial artist determines a direction, it is difficult to change course. Although not entirely impossible, the cost is extremely high. From low rank to peak, every level a dedicated martial artist advances significantly enhances their basic attributes, which is unmatched by beginner martial artists. And those on par with the level of a dedicated martial artist. The strength of third-level exotic beasts far exceeds imagination. Their abilities are almost all innate talents. In every aspect, they are much stronger than humans, with their only weakness being low intelligence. Most low-level exotic beasts have limited intelligence, and those capable of utilizing terrain, teamwork, or even setting traps are extremely rare. At the level of Tier 3 exotic beasts, almost every one of them has its own territory. Within the territory, there is also a group of Tier 2 exotic beasts as subordinates. Normally, Tier 3 exotic beasts rarely interfere with each other, unless there is a severe conflict of interest, which would then lead to a bloody battle. Therefore, the high-level areas are actually quieter than the low-level areas. But the premise is that you must not accidentally trespass into the territory of any Tier 3 exotic beast. Chen Mo's physique has already reached 1211, fully meeting the standards of a specialized warrior. Coupled with the gauntlets gifted by his foster father, he no longer feels any fear toward Tier 3 exotic beasts. But this does not mean he would become arrogant and act recklessly. After entering the advanced area, Chen Mo became particularly cautious. He was ready at any moment to unleash the newly comprehended skill breath holding. Being able to hide his breath at critical moments, this skill was practically a lifeline for him. He slowed his pace, weaving through the tranquil dense forest. The body agilely leaps between giant trees, almost never walking on the ground. This not only maintains visibility but also avoids being ambushed by ground-dwelling beasts. However, even with such caution, he still encountered some trouble. The trees are not completely safe either. Within 10 minutes, he secretly dealt with 3 peak-level second-grade exotic beasts, 2 thunder pythons and 1 ghost-faced owl. These 3 were merely subordinates of that third-grade exotic beast. As he advanced, Chen Mo found that peak-level second-grade exotic beasts were becoming fewer and fewer. A suffocating aura emanated from the valley not far ahead. The valley was actually a hollow on the mountainside. A waterfall cascaded down from between the mountains, forming a pool. Scattered around the valley were a few peak second-tier exotic beasts stationed to patrol. In the valley, Chen Mo's powerful mental perception detected a formidable enemy lurking. As soon as he sensed it, the other party also noticed him. Not good. A level 3 mutant beast is indeed no joke. My mental strength is still not strong enough. Just as Chen Mo was about to react, a sharp howl echoed from the valley. The sound was like a baby's cry, yet also like a scream from someone being strangled, piercing and unbearable. As soon as the sound rang out, the second-tier peak-level beasts outside the valley, who had been idle, immediately became alert. Their eyes turned blood-red, all staring intently at Chen Mo's location. In the next moment, as many as 20 second-tier peak-level beasts of various forms charged at him with bared fangs and claws. Chen Mo's whereabouts were quickly exposed, and he finally experienced the power of a level 3 exotic beast. Without using the breath-holding skill, it is almost impossible to approach a level 3 exotic beast silently. Unless you also possess special abilities. These 20 peak level 2 exotic beasts came aggressively, overwhelming everything in their path. If it were someone else, they would either turn around and run or be scared out of their wits. But Chen Mo looked at these 20 exotic beasts and instinctively licked his lips, as if he had encountered a delicious feast. A peak exotic beast is worth 100 points, and depending on the type, it can yield 25 to 30 attribute points. 20 exotic beasts amount to 2,000 points, which translates to at least 500 to 600 attribute points. For Chen Mo, this is a great opportunity for advancement. These second-level peak beasts are practically here to deliver themselves. Chen Mo suddenly shouted excitedly, stomped hard on the ground, and his body shot like an arrow toward a beast. Those beasts were a bit dumbfounded. When did a novice human become so powerful? They can sense Chen Mo's realm, but cannot discern his true combat strength. The result was just like before. As soon as they made contact, Chen Mo directly shattered the head of a massive Pan Mountain rhino with a single punch. He passed through the shattering body of the rhino, flipped in the air, and landed with one foot on a nearby tree trunk. The whole person quickly retreated again. Then came another punch, and a peak-level thunder python fell to the ground in response, completely losing its ability to resist. Immediately following with a kick, the black cloud wild boar nearby, which hadn't reacted yet, was sent flying by his kick. Fists struck flesh with resounding echoes, one blow after another. In less than 5 minutes, 20 peak-level Tier 2 exotic beasts lay lifeless on the ground, each utterly and thoroughly slain. Chen Mo didn't spare a single glance at the corpses. His agile figure weaved through the terrain, heading straight into the depths of the valley. This time, he finally came face to face with the true form of the Tier 3 exotic beast. Low-level Tier 3 exotic beast, the Los Demon Spider. From a distance, a massive spider web could be seen hanging in the valley. Several large cocoons tightly wrapped in spider silk were still entangled on the web. Chen Mo guessed that these were likely prey the demon spider hadn't had time to devour yet. In the center of the spider web, a massive spider over 10 meters long with 8 ferocious giant claws lay there quietly. Its 8 eyes, as large as bronze bells, stared intently at Chen Mo, emitting a piercing hissing sound from its mouth, as if warning the other party. This Roth's demon spider is named after its discoverer. Among third-level exotic beasts, it is extremely ferocious. It not only keeps many second-level exotic beasts as slaves, but if angered, it can easily devour even them. Chen Mo carefully observed for a moment. Judging by its size, this is a female spider, which is more aggressive than the male. Third-level exotic beasts generally have a strong sense of territoriality and possess basic intelligence. When the rock spider saw that none of the underlings it had sent out returned, but instead a seemingly weak human appeared, it instinctively felt something was wrong. However, when Chen Mo saw this big spider, his expression darkened. He cursed inwardly, wondering if this examination site was specifically designed to target him. First the phantom bee, then the sandworm, and now a spider has appeared. Isn't this clearly sending him things he hates? Chen Mo originally wanted to turn around and leave, but thinking that this level 3 exotic beast was worth at least 200 points, he gritted his teeth and decided to stay. Winning the fight before doing laundry won't be too late. Thinking of this, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he prepared to charge into battle. However, the lock spider moved even faster than him. Perhaps due to its innate alertness, it let out a sharp scream and instantly shot out a thick white web. The web was like a white beam of light, heading straight for Chen Mo. Chen Mo tapped his foot lightly, his body swiftly dodging the attack. But before he landed, the strand of spider silk snapped onto the tree trunk he had just stepped on. Immediately after, a strange scene unfolded. The demon spider gently flicked one end of the spider silk with one of its legs. With a buzzing sound, the spider silk vibrated violently like a rubber band. This unexpected move caught Chen Mo off guard for a moment. The high-frequency vibrating spider silk suddenly struck the outer side of his right leg. A tremendous force instantly hit him, sending Chen Mo flying more than 10 meters before he barely managed to stop himself. He touched the outside of his thigh. This cheap F-grade battle armor was almost shattered by the blow. The pain from his thigh made Chen Mo frown deeply, but he quickly adjusted his state, ready to face the next wave of challenges. Waves of sharp pain struck. But Chen Mo's current strength has already reached the level of a specialized warrior, so this strike at most made him feel a bit uncomfortable and did not cause any real damage. However, his expression turned grim. He realized that he had been too careless earlier and underestimated the strength of this level 3 exotic beast. Although the textbook contains an illustration of the Roth magic spider, it provides very little information about its habits and attack methods, only mentioning that its abilities belong to the enhancement category. After all, it is almost impossible for high school students to encounter such ferocious exotic beasts, only in college will they learn more details. This was Chen Mo's first time seeing one, and he suffered a major loss as a result. He originally thought the magic spider's attacks were limited to webs and venom, but he was completely wrong. Although webs are its main weapon, its webs are not only flexible but can also suddenly vibrate at high frequencies, which completely caught him off guard. It seems that every level 3 exotic beast cannot be underestimated. The enhanced abilities of the Luo clan demon spider are not only reflected in its physical attributes but also in the strengthened spider silk it spits out. This time, Chen Mo heightened his vigilance and was extra cautious. The demon spider's strike missed its target, and it roared furiously, believing that this human was merely lucky to evade its attack. But next, this human's luck will not continue. The massive body of the demon spider moved swiftly across the web. In an instant, it appeared not far above Chen Mo's head. Looking at the demon spider's enormous figure and its colorful patterns, Chen Mo's heart churned. Had no time to react, the demon spider, like a towering mountain, crashed down with a thunderous roar. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and the demon spider's body smashed a large pit into the ground. But Chen Mo was nowhere to be seen. Hiss! The demon spider let out a sharp scream, unexpectedly losing its target. At this moment, it panicked. This human is clearly not ordinary. Just as the demon spider was panicking, Chen Mo's voice came from above its abdomen, full of anger. Damned bug! Just looking at you makes me sick, but for the points, I'll endure. Before the words had even faded, he raised his right fist and slammed it fiercely into the demon spider's abdomen. With the gauntlet's enhancement, Chen Mo's fist struck the demon spider's abdomen with a bang. A ripple spread out from the center of the fist. The next second, the demon spider's belly burst open like fireworks. Blue, green, and red viscera and bodily fluid splattered all over the ground, colorful like an abstract painting. The battle ended so abruptly. Even the spectators on the sidelines were stunned. Apart from being caught off guard at the beginning, Chen Mo's subsequent moves were flawless. His near-perfect freestyle fighting technique displayed astonishing power in the battle against the third-level mutant beast. From the moment the demon spider slammed down, Chen Mo's figure shot out like lightning, lightly tapping the ground and leaping gracefully onto the demon spider's back. Then, the final punch was thrown. All movements were seamless and smooth. The enhancement from the gloves nearly doubled his attack power, combined with the skill boost from freestyle fighting techniques. The abdomen of the demon spider, which was harder than D-grade alloy, was directly shattered by Chen Mo's punch. Relying solely on kickboxing itself is not that strong. But Chen Mo integrated the combat techniques he learned in his previous life. He incorporated the essence of Chinese martial arts. Wherever his fists reached, energy naturally flowed out. This is what caused the strange effect resembling water ripples just now. The punch force penetrated the surface and spread across the demon spider's belly, forming an area attack. This is Chen Mo's trump card. Off the field, Principal Xiao Tiantong of No. 2 High School couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid's mastery of combat techniques is simply flawless. Have you ever seen such free-fighting skills?" Su Fang and Zhou Xin, who were next to him, were stunned and shook their heads, indicating they had never seen it before. Back when they were still on the field, they had never seen such incredible techniques. On the battlefield, they had encountered many ability users who relied on physical combat or fought desperately against exotic beasts. But someone like Chen Mo, who completely refrained from using abilities and relied solely on exceptional physical fitness and nearly perfect combat skills to easily defeat an exotic beast 2 levels higher than himself, was simply unprecedented. Maybe, back when the Marshal Saint Pangu was young, he could have done it. Several people couldn't help but think the same thing. Chen Mo smashed the Luo clan demon spider with a single punch. This time, he was especially cautious, controlling his strength and direction with extreme precision. At the moment the demon spider's body exploded, he leapt lightly, landing directly on the web above, avoiding the splattering blood and venom. The demon spider let out a terrified scream before its death. Even until its death, it couldn't understand how a weak human who had just started could be so strong. Chen Mo glanced at the spider silk beneath his feet. He initially thought about taking a piece with him but ultimately gave up. If he wanted to collect materials from exotic beasts, he would have done so long ago. But this would greatly slow him down. He came to take the college entrance exam, not to farm materials. The most important thing right now is to quickly accumulate points and attribute points. Sure enough, this level 3 Loter demon spider brought him 200 points and 50 attribute points. This was nearly double the amount of a peak second level beast. Chen Mo was extremely satisfied. The advanced zone extended as deep as 10 kilometers, with a large number of third level beasts. Enough for him to slaughter to his heart's content for a while. He glanced at the leaderboard, his points had already surpassed the 10,000 mark. But Song Tinyu and Wang Tong weren't idle either, their points steadily rising. It seems the competition here is fiercer. Perhaps Chen Mo's sudden rise has spurred them on, as the two haven't stopped their hunting efforts. Chen Mo sighed. He didn't want to push himself so hard, but there was no other choice if he wanted to take first place. Anyway, the competition was fierce, it was either him or someone else. He didn't linger in place and continued advancing deeper. Meanwhile, in the middle section of the advanced area, a figure danced gracefully in the air. With long white hair, her battle armor accentuated her curvaceous yet agile figure, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth, captivating all eyes. The long spear in her hand combined perfectly with the ponytail fluttering behind her, exuding an air of elegance and freedom. Suddenly, the long spear left her hand, flying out like lightning toward a third-level mid-tier exotic beast ahead. The strange beast let out a miserable scream, its head pinned to the ground by the spear, instantly losing its life. Wang Tong landed lightly, stepping beside the corpse, raising her slender leg, and gently kicking with her toe. The spear buzzed as it flew back to her hand from the beast's head. She raised her hand to glance at the wristband, her face covered with a layer of cold frost. Song Tinyu's points have increased significantly again, it seems the other party hasn't been idle. I must work even harder. But, who is this third place? In Wang Tong's impression, there hasn't been any mention of a skilled player named Chen Mo in second high school. The only one who could closely follow her in Song Tinyu was that playboy Qin Su, but he was always left behind in the dust. Who exactly is this Chen Mo? The wristband only shows names and points, without detailed information. Chen Mo's points are rising, just now they suddenly increased by 200 points. It seems he has already entered the advanced area. Wang Tong glanced quickly and didn't think much more about it. She looked up at the dark dense forest ahead, a determined expression on her face. Song Tinyu, just you wait. I usually don't compete with you, but this time for the college entrance exam, I won't hold back. Wang Tong clenched his teeth, his figure instantly transforming into a blinding white light and disappearing into the distance. Deep within the advanced area, only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the core region. A tall figure stood steadily on a massive boulder. In his hand, he held a seemingly ordinary longsword, with the character Song engraved on the blade. This is a sword uniformly distributed by the Song family, made of the lowest grade D-level alloy. Of course, in the Song family, this is considered the lowest end equipment, but for ordinary people, a weapon made of D-level alloy is already exorbitantly priced. Song Tinyu looked at the sword in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. The blade already had quite a few nicks and scratches. After entering the advanced area, this sword was clearly falling behind. But he had no choice. The Song family's rules were very strict. Only by using this sword to pass the college entrance exam would he be considered qualified. Otherwise, even if he ranked first, the Song family would not acknowledge him. Under the boulder lay a recently deceased level 3 highter exotic beast, its eyes still filled with unwillingness. Song Tinyu never glanced at the wristband from start to finish. In his eyes, no one in this exam hall could compare to him. His only opponent was himself. Whether he could break through his limits and gain recognition from those old folks in the Song family was what truly mattered. As for taking first place, that was just an extra reward. From the moment he entered the examination hall, he didn't even stop in the first few areas. He sprinted all the way, heading straight for the advanced area. In the intermediate area, he warmed up a bit, and as a result, during the warm-up, he slaughtered countless exotic beasts, causing his points to skyrocket. He killed as he walked into the advanced area. The number of level 3 exotic beasts that died under his sword was countless, and his points had already reached a terrifying 15,000. This score ranked first in the entire Sichuan province. However, apart from Zhang Kingson's side, it was difficult for others to see the overall rankings of Sichuan province. Looking at the towering peak, Song Tinyu's face remained calm. His goal had always been clear. With the sword in his hand, take down the final boss here, the level 3 peak wild mountain giant rhinoceros. Outside the examination hall, inside the military base, Zhang Kingson once again accidentally switched to the surveillance footage of the Huicheng examination site. Watching Song Tinyu and Wang Tong leading the way on the screen, he nodded to himself. Although the Song family and Wang family don't have many members, this group of young people is clearly stronger than those from other major families. Song Tinyu's calm and composed demeanor in the face of danger, with almost every step capable of slaying a beast, exudes a power that instills fear. Wang Tong is no less impressive, wielding a long spear that dances in her hands, combined with her formidable abilities, making her almost invincible. The championship contention at the Huicheng exam site is essentially locked between these two individuals. Zhang Kingson glanced at the real-time score rankings of Sichuan province. Song Tinyu and Wang Tong have already risen to 3rd and 4th place. There are only 2 people ahead of them. Zhang Kingson knew that those 2 were by no means ordinary contestants. In the entire Sichuan province, the only candidates truly capable of competing for the top scorer in previous college entrance exams came from 2 test centers. One was the provincial capital, Xindus City, and the other was Fengdu's City, known as the Ghost City. The top scorers over the years mostly came from these 2 places, with Xindus City holding a slight advantage. Being able to stand out among hundreds of thousands is not something an ordinary family can achieve. At this moment, the provincial number 1 is Nie Yuan, the prodigy of the Nie family, the leading family in New Metropolis. Close behind is Shueli, the rising star of the Fengdu Ghost clan. These 2 are the only opponents capable of causing trouble for Song Tinyu and Wang Tong. However, Zhang Kingson knew that in terms of potential and foundation, Nie Yuan and Shueli were ultimately slightly inferior. As the competition progresses, by the final day, the rankings are likely to undergo significant changes. Just as Zhang Kingson was about to switch the screen, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a scene, and his eyes lit up sharply. He immediately enlarged the live stream and stared intently at the screen. In the scene, a lone figure stands amidst the chaos. A tall, strikingly handsome young man with a cold and stern demeanor is engaged in a fierce battle with a mid-tier level 3 beast. In less than a minute, the beast lets out a piercing, sorrowful wail. Its limbs, tail, and head are torn off one after another by the young man's sheer strength, leaving it in a gruesome, tragic state of death. What is shocking is that this young man did not use any supernatural abilities from start to finish, relying entirely on his powerful combat skills to fight. For the first time, Zhang Kingson showed a surprised expression and turned to ask the secretary beside him, who is this candidate? The secretary had already started looking up information about this candidate as soon as the footage was pulled up. Not only Zhang Kingson, but even he himself felt that this candidate was incredibly formidable. Entering the advanced area, he didn't even use any superpowers. This kid's combat skills must have been honed to perfection. Chief, we've found out. The examinee's name is Chen Mo, a senior in Class 3 of Huicheng High School. His superpower is F-level sparks of a star, the secretary hurriedly reported. But as he finished speaking, he himself felt that something was off. What? His superpower is only F-level? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Zhang Kingson's face darkened as he asked coldly. Sir, absolutely no mistake. That's exactly how it's written in the examination system, and no one would dare to falsify such information. Is there any other information? Other than that, nothing special. When he was 8, it was during the time of rampant alien beasts, and he lost both his parents. Since then, he's been living with his adoptive father. The family situation is ordinary, not wealthy, just a child from a regular family. The secretary retrieved more detailed information. This information can only be accessed by people at their level. Outsiders cannot see such detailed family background. I see. Zhang Kingson fell silent, his gaze fixed on the agile figure on the screen. 18 years old, impoverished family background, ability only F-level, but his freestyle fighting skills are at least master level, and very likely have already reached the peak. Zhang Kingson calculated in his mind, unable to resist taking a few more glances. But thinking about the other party's ability level, he felt a bit regretful. What a pity, this child's potential is ultimately limited. If our Hua nation could produce another legendary unparalleled martial saint, how wonderful that would be. Zhang Kingson sighed. Then, he stopped looking here, and the screen shifted to other exam sites. On the second day of the college entrance exam, the battle entered a fever pitch. Initially, the examines mostly launched tentative attacks to ensure they could earn points. But as time passed and the rankings constantly shifted, after intense battles, everyone completely let loose and engaged in fierce combat. At least 10 people from the Huicheng examination site entered the advanced area. They were exceptionally strong, full of confidence, and dared to challenge even stronger exotic beasts. Although not as relaxed as Song Tinyu and the others, after a period of entanglement, they were also able to safely eliminate the enemies. The most dazzling ones were the top 3. Song Tinyu, Wang Tong, and Chen Mo's scores had already distanced themselves from the 4th place, Qin Su. Qin Su's score was approximately 11,000 points, Chen Mo had already reached 15,000 points, and Song Tinyu was even higher at 17,000 points. Everyone was shocked by the strength of the 3rd place, Chen Mo. What's even more terrifying is that they discovered the gap between Chen Mo and the top 2 is continuously narrowing. In other words, Chen Mo's efficiency in killing alien beasts is significantly higher. This makes people feel afraid. Could he possibly surpass Song Tinyu and Wang Tong to take 1st place? Many people had this crazy thought in their minds. But most believed it was absolutely impossible. Especially the candidates from Huicheng No. 2 High School. They are the most aware of Song Tinyu and Wang Tong's abilities. In one sentence, Huicheng No. 2 High School has only 2 types of people, one is Song Tinyu and Wang Tong, and the other is everyone else. Time quickly reached the evening of the next day. Night falls. All day long, every examinee fought desperately as if they were on stimulants. By evening, almost everyone was so exhausted they could barely hold on. But reason told them that the evening was the time they could least afford to relax. It is necessary to find a safe place to camp before nightfall, otherwise, it is highly likely to perish in this dangerous area filled with ferocious beasts. Even Song Tinyu and Wang Tong cannot escape this limitation. No matter how strong a person is, they must face exhaustion. But Chen Mo seemed to be unaffected by this rule. While everyone was busy building shelters and preparing to rest, Chen Mo once again entered his long-lost hunting mode. After a whole day of intense battles, Chen Mo didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he became more energized the more he fought. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the gift from his foster father once again displayed its miraculous effects. For years, he had eaten countless dishes made from the meat of exotic beasts. On the night before the college entrance exam, years of accumulation finally erupted, pushing his strength to an unprecedented level. But that was not enough. There was still a large amount of energy in his body that had not been fully absorbed. As Chen Mo continued to fight, this energy was gradually released and merged with his body. Others grew more exhausted the more they fought, ultimately relying on potions and food to replenish their strength. But the more he fought, the more energized he became, feeling an endless supply of power. When dealing with second-level mutant beasts before, this state was not as apparent. Upon reaching the advanced area, facing the oppression of a Tier 3 beast, this power finally erupted completely. Chen Mo was overjoyed, discovering that his basic attributes were starting to improve once again. Host, Chen Mo. Level, Beginner. Ability, Eternal Night True Fire, Catastrophe level. Physique, 2038. Spirit, 866. Intelligence, 180. Skills, free combat technique, mastery, flame explosion, mastery. Talent skill, breath holding, beginner, duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour. Unallocated points, 8330. Seeing the attribute panel displayed by the system, Chen felt an immense sense of exhilaration. He has already accumulated a large number of attribute points. Without spending any, his basic attributes, except for intelligence, have all improved again. Now his physique has firmly reached the level of a low-tier professional martial artist, and his mental strength has also risen to the realm of a high-tier beginner martial artist. As long as he doesn't touch the 9-lantern grass that causes mental fog invasion, he can completely resist it without any pressure. As for these attribute points, he doesn't plan to spend them for now. When he goes to college and learns more advanced combat techniques, he will need these points. This college entrance exam is his perfect opportunity to earn attribute points. After it ends, he can't think of any other way to crazily farm attributes like this. Chen Mo gazed ahead. In the darkness, the towering mountain peaks resembled giants, quietly overlooking these examines, as if gods were gazing down at ants. A resolute gleam sparkled in his eyes. He had decided to unleash a massacre tonight and push forward into the final core territory. He was determined to launch an assault on the highest peak. Come on, my lovely little ones, tonight we shall have a grand celebration. Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his head, took a deep breath, and let out a long howl towards the sky. A peculiar sound emerged from his mouth, spreading in all directions. Centered around Chen Mo, within a radius of over 800 meters, all the beasts heard this howl. Immediately after, whether they were second-level or third-level beasts, they seemed as if they had taken stimulants, their eyes turning blood red as they charged madly towards Chen Mo. The exotic beasts roared, and the ground trembled slightly. Countless exotic beasts ran through the forest. The invigilators outside the field witnessed this shocking scene firsthand, stunned and frozen in place. What on earth is he trying to do? Has he gone mad? Zhou Ping's face turned pale as he saw the scene before him. He kept a close eye on Chen Mo's actions and knew that his student's strength was extraordinary. But that was in a fight against a single level 3 mutant beast. Now, he actually attracted all the mutant beasts, intending to fight 1 against 100. At this moment, everyone at the Huicheng exam site was both shocked and worried. They all thought Chen Mo had gone mad. But what happened next completely changed everyone's opinion. It wasn't that Chen Mo was mad, but rather their vision was too narrow. In the examination hall, Chen Mo stood quietly, even closing his eyes. His body could clearly feel the vibrations coming from the ground. Countless exotic beasts were charging toward him, including 5 third-level exotic beasts. 1 was mid-tier third level, and 4 were high-tier third level. The rest were second-level exotic beasts following them. Come on, let the storm rage even fiercer. Chen Mo laughed loudly toward the sky. His figure resembled the grim reaper of the night, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. Before the alien beasts could approach, he had already transformed into a ghostly light, directly charging into the enemy ranks. Inside the Huicheng Examination Center, all the school officials had forgotten about their students. Their screens all switched to Chen Mo's location. Because here, a slaughter feast beyond imagination was unfolding. Amidst the horde of beasts, a figure emitting a ghostly blue flame darted back and forth. Wherever he passed, the beasts fell one after another. That mid-tier level 3 beast was struck by Chen Mo, leaving a massive hole with just 1 encounter. Blood, bones, wails, and flames intertwined, creating a heart-stirring scene. This time, Chen Mo didn't rely solely on brute force. He's no fool. Facing so many beasts, especially level 3 ones, relying only on fists would be far too inefficient. So, he brought out his ultimate move, the Blazing Flame Explosion Fire combat technique. Relying on his previous experience clearing 9-lamp grass, he was already able to control the output of his spiritual energy to avoid excessive consumption. To deal with level 2 exotic beasts, he only needed to throw out a single spark to cause massive damage. As for level 3 exotic beasts, he was even more direct, covering his entire body with Eternal Night True Flame, turning himself into a human-shaped bomb and charging forward. Wherever he went, devastation was everywhere, and nothing could stop Chen Mo. This battle also completely exposed his powerful Eternal Night True Flame. Outside the battlefield, Principal Xiao Tiantong of Huicheng No. 2 High School exclaimed in shock, turning to stare at Zhou Ping. Mr. Zhou, is this the F-level ability you mentioned? An F-level flame can actually burn through a third-level exotic beast. Zhou Ping was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. The people around cast puzzled and scrutinizing glances. They suspected whether the homeroom teacher was deliberately hiding Chen Mo's true abilities. But Zhou Ping knew in his heart that he had just learned how strong Chen Mo's powers were. This isn't about tricking the students, it's about tricking the teacher. What secret does this kid have? He awakened his superpower starting from the first year of high school. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How is he so powerful now? Zhou Ping spread his hands with a wry smile. Don't blame me, I'm really not hiding anything from anyone. Chen Mo's superpower awakening is recorded on video, I wouldn't dare to lie. Everyone felt it made sense after hearing this. Concealing the truth wouldn't benefit Zhou Ping. Every candidate's superpower awakening is backed by evidence. But how can the scene before us be explained? What exactly is that eerie blue flame on Chen Mo's body? Everyone's hearts were filled with doubt. Eternal night true flame, the reaper blooming in the darkness. Everyone was watching Chen Mo's performance. This was a one-man show that belonged to him. His opponents were countless exotic beasts from the Hongduan Mountains. The battle lasted a full 15 minutes. A mid-tier level 3 exotic beast is worth 500 points, and each of the 4 high-tier level 3 exotic beasts is worth 800 points. Just these 5 alone are in 3,700 points, not to mention countless level 2 exotic beasts. After this battle, Chen Mo's points instantly soared to 19,296, almost breaking the 20,000 mark. Not only that, he also gained 1,600 attribute points, with these 5 level 3 exotic beasts alone giving him 480 points. Now, his attribute points have reached an astonishing 9,930, about to break through the 10,000 mark. Awesome! So damn satisfying. At this moment, Chen Mo was engulfed in a layer of ghostly blue flames, like a flame war god emerging from hell, cold yet radiating an unapproachable heat. The forest where he fought had long turned into ruins, with the corpses of beasts, trees, and rocks all reduced to ashes under the eternal night true flame. A bell-like roar emanated from within him. He clearly felt the immense energy hidden within his body slowly being released, continuously replenishing his consumption. Moreover, his mastery of the eternal night true flame was becoming increasingly proficient. Even without practicing special ability techniques, he could effectively control his physical energy consumption. As long as he didn't unleash the most intense flame attacks, his current energy consumption could be entirely self-sustaining, achieving self-sufficiency. Off the field, there was dead silence. No one spoke. Everyone stared intently at the terrifying figure on the screen, saying nothing. They were also speculating about the changes in Chen Mo. After a while, the director of education, Zhou Shen, suddenly spoke. Do you think it's possible that Chen Mo's ability has mutated? Mutated. These words were like a bright light illuminating everyone's hearts. That's right, how could we have forgotten about this? Once a superpower mutates, its level will increase. This has happened quite a few times before. Although it's not common, there are indeed cases of superpower mutations. Some people have even jumped from E level to A level, instantly becoming powerful individuals. Everyone has always regarded Chen Mo as an ordinary person, ordinary family, no resources, no connections, completely impossible to become a genius level figure. But if the superpower mutated, all of this could be explained. Zhou Shen's words made everyone's eyes light up. But Mayor Feng Xingguo immediately raised doubts, plunging everyone into silence again. Superpower mutation is indeed possible, but has anyone seen the flames on him? In the fire-type superpowers, no one has seen such flames, right? Everyone here is a seasoned expert in supernatural abilities, familiar with various types of powers. Yet, no matter how hard they rack their brains, they can't find any chart that matches Chen Mo's flames. Could this be a brand new flame ability that has never appeared before? A bold speculation suddenly emerged in everyone's minds. With the in-depth development of superpowers by humans, the awakening and cultivation of superpowers have formed a mature system. 10 years have passed, evolving from ignorance to a scientific cultivation system. Human understanding of superpowers has become very profound. The discovery of new superpowers occurred occasionally in previous years. But now, after the system has been perfected, it almost never happens again. The discovery of every new superpower can be recorded in history. Thinking of this, everyone's faces were filled with shock and excitement. The shock brought by Chen Mo repeatedly surpassed their imagination. His rise is likely to become a major event in the history of Huicheng. Unlike Song Tinyu, Wang Tong, Chen Mo is a native-born Huicheng resident. No matter how successful he becomes in the future, this identity will always remain unchanged. Maybe, Huicheng will be recorded in history because of Chen Mo. Thinking of this, Mayor Feng Xingguo felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. If this is true, he and everyone present will become witnesses and participants in this grand event. Comrades, Perhaps Chinemo will bring us a huge surprise. As soon as the college entrance exam ends, protect him immediately. We must not let anything happen to him. Feng Xingguo said solemnly. Everyone nodded seriously. This was no longer just a competition between a school or a class, but a matter concerning the honor of the entire Huicheng. Now, they even hoped that Chinemo could achieve a good ranking among all the candidates in the entire Sichuan province. As long as he made it into the top 10, it would be enough to make history. What they didn't expect was that as soon as Chinemo finished this battle and received the points, his ranking immediately caught the attention of the senior officials in Sichuan province. On the leaderboard at the Huicheng exam site, Chinmo's name turned red and flashed several times. Afterward, he surpassed Wang Tong and Song Tianyu, rising to first place in Huicheng. In the overall ranking of Sichuan province, although his score was high before, among hundreds of thousands of candidates, he was still ranked beyond the top 300. After this battle, his ranking directly jumped to first place in the entire province. If the people at the Huicheng exam site knew, they would probably faint from excitement. But the shock wasn't over yet. When everyone thought Chinemo would take a break and prepare for the final day of exams, on the screen, this godlike towering figure turned into a streak of ghostly blue light, rushing toward the giant mountain. His steps were not fast, but each one was steady and powerful. Immediately after, a series of long howls echoed. He actually wants to keep fighting. Xiao Tiantong stammered in astonishment. Others were left speechless. Who could have thought that the battle just now was not the end, but merely the beginning? Chinemo wasn't here to take the exam, he was here to clear the battlefield. Watching Chinemo once again surrounded by the alien beasts, everyone was stunned. They could only numbly watch the figure in the image, continuously harvesting the lives of the beasts. In his eyes, these beasts were like tiny bugs, incapable of causing him the slightest harm. Kill a level 3 high-tier beast, gain 800 points. Kill a level 3 high-tier beast, gain 100 attribute points. As the bracelet and system panel continued to broadcast, Chinmo's points and attribute points steadily increased. His basic attributes also began to slowly improve. Physique, 2038, 2039, 2050, 2100, 2200. Spirit, 866, 867, 880, 890, 900. The slaughter continued. This night in the Hunduan Mountains was destined to be anything but peaceful. Years later, people jokingly referred to this college entrance exam as the great crisis of exotic beasts in the Hunduan Mountains. In the past, it was exotic beasts slaughtering humans, but this time, an unremarkable high school student turned the tables, indiscriminately slaughtering the exotic beasts as if they were ants. This became a model for countless young ability users to emulate in the future. Chinemo had no idea that his unintended actions this time would become a tremendous driving force for the younger generation of humanity. Just as Chinemo was wantonly slaughtering thousands of meters above the Hunduan Mountains, a tall and sturdy figure stood quietly in the void. He has flowing blonde hair and a robust physique, even stronger than Chinemo. The adoptive father remains upright and dignified. He is none other than Chinmo's adoptive father. Standing for over 10 minutes, his figure remained motionless, and neither the military radar nor the satellites far out on the blue star's periphery detected him. The foster father's eyes emitted two beams of golden light, deeply fixed on a certain spot in the Hunduan Mountains. That place is the Huicheng examination site. Even from such a distance, he could still clearly see Chinmo's figure darting through the night. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his face, which then turned bitter. His emotions were extremely complicated. Watching Chinmo's fierce battle and his growth, he felt both happy and sad. "Kid, I didn't expect you to hide such a big secret from me." The foster father was astonished to see the flames on Chinmo's body. He also didn't know what those flames actually were. The flame didn't look strong, but in his eyes, it brought a fear that penetrated to the bone. Could it be that this kid had some kind of fortuitous encounter? The foster father shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself, "Forget it, whatever he has gone through, that's his fate." After saying that, he waved his right hand. A void rift suddenly appeared. The foster father reached in and grabbed. In the next moment, a colossal creature larger than a small mountain was forcibly pulled out by him. It was a gigantic exotic beast. The body resembles a giant lizard, with two massive fleshy wings on its back and a tail as tall as a towering tree. The most terrifying part is the enormous dragon head. Golden eyes like lamps, teeth glinting with a cold light, and nostrils emitting faint flames. As soon as the dragon appeared, a fierce and violent aura erupted instantly. But the foster father slapped it hard on the back of its head. Beast, behave yourself, or I'll roast you later. The dragon immediately became obedient, letting out a whimper, its eyes filled with grievance as it looked at the little figure in front of it, who was several times smaller than itself. This little figure made it not dare to move at all, with no thought of resistance. The foster father cast a glance, and even the dragon shivered. I'll give you a task, fly to the top of that mountain. If any humans dare to challenge you, kill them mercilessly. As long as you make it through tomorrow night, you can leave freely and live a life of freedom. The dragon looked bewildered, like a child who had misheard something. Don't stare at me. Although you haven't grown up yet, dealing with those human kids should be no problem for you. Don't tell me you're a coward. The foster father glanced at it. Roar! The dragon let out an angry roar, as if its pride had been hurt, declaring that it was by no means useless. Alright, it's been a long time since you brushed your teeth, your breath stinks. Go now, and remember, anyone who dares to climb to the mountain top, kill without mercy. The dragon nodded in agreement, spreading the wings on its back, spanning 20 meters wide. It excitedly rolled a few times in the air, circled around, and then flew toward the mountaintop, quickly disappearing into the night. Watching the dragon leave, the foster father let out a long sigh. Kid, don't blame me. If you can take down this big lizard, we might have a chance to meet again. If you die, maybe that's not such a bad thing either. He muttered to himself, the pain and conflict on his face growing more intense. Looking up towards the east, a brightly lit scene came into view. We need to create some trouble for them, so they don't pay attention here. As soon as the words fell, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. A cold wind swept across the sky above the Hunduan Mountains. No one knows that at this moment, a shocking event is about to take place in the college entrance examination venue of Sichuan province. After several fierce battles, Chenemo finally arrived at the junction of the core area and the advanced area. His points have skyrocketed to an astonishing 28,000, and his attribute points have accumulated to 15,000. Host, Chenemo. Level, Beginner. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, Catastrophe level. Physique, 3122. Spirit, 1036. Intelligence, 180. Skills, Free Combat Technique, Perfect, Flame Explosion, Perfect. Talent Skill, Breath Holding, Beginner. Unallocated points, 15,027. Looking at the ranking on the wristband, he firmly held the first place at the Huicheng exam site, leading the second place Song Tinyu by a full 3,000 points. Now, he was already standing halfway up that towering mountain, at a height greater than before. One more step forward, and he would reach the core area. There were no longer any second-level exotic beasts, the lowest level was high-tier third-level exotic beasts. On the mountain peak at the center of the core area, the final boss of this exam is hidden, the level 3 peak-ranked Mangshan giant rhinoceros. According to the rules, a level 3 peak-ranked beast is worth 1,000 points, which doesn't sound like much. But the Mangshan giant rhinoceros is different, it is the final boss. As long as someone defeats it, all points will be doubled. In other words, as long as Chenemo kills it, his first place position will be absolutely unshakable. Looking at the distance still remaining to the mountain peak, Chenemo took a deep breath. Rest for an hour first, then sprint straight ahead. He did not immediately enter the core area but temporarily stopped at the boundary. Continuous battles rapidly enhanced his strength, but one must also rest. His mind was highly tense and needed a brief relaxation. Moreover, he believed that no one could beat him to slay the final boss. While Chenemo was resting, on the other side of the examination hall, two contestants saw the rankings on their wristbands and immediately panicked. Where on earth did Chenemo come from? Wang Tong was resting against a big tree when she suddenly realized she had been left far behind. She looked at the rankings, her face full of confusion and shock. Not only had she been surpassed, but the gap was enormous. Even Song Tinyu, who was ahead of her, was left far behind. On the other side, Song Tinyu calmly looked at the wristband, a trace of interest flashing in his eyes. Interesting. I didn't expect Huicheng to have someone worth me taking seriously. In that case, I'll deal with the Mangshan giant rhinoceros first and completely crush your hopes. After saying this, he stood up, carrying the long sword full of cracks on his back, and advanced deeper into the core area. Within the military base of the Southwest Military Region, the invigilation areas at various exam sites are bustling with noise. As night falls, the exam content enters a stable phase. The previous 9 lantern grass incident has made all the class teachers extremely tense, each staring at the screen, not daring to relax in the slightest. Some people are chatting, while others are smoking together. Tomorrow is the last day, and it is expected that the rankings will be finalized by tomorrow noon. In the smoking area outside the venue, several officials from the Huicheng exam site are gathered together smoking. Excitement is evident on their faces. Because their top 3 scores are already far ahead, it is astonishing. Although the provincial rankings are not visible, based on experience, these scores are definitely among the top. Especially Chen Mo, whose sudden rise without any warning has excited Mayor Hui and others immensely. Watching Chen Mo's battle scenes, they felt their blood boil, as if reliving the glory of their youth. Mayor Fang, what do you think? Chen Mo's performance this time. Where does it rank in the province? Education Bureau Chief Zhou Shen took a puff of his cigarette and asked very seriously. The smile on Fang Xingguo's face never faded. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and said proudly, well, it's hard to say for sure, but I bet that if nothing unexpected happens, making it into the top 10 is definitely no problem. Top 10. Principal Xiao Tiantong exclaimed in surprise. Wow! If this is true, Chen Mo will have made history in Huicheng's college entrance exams. No matter how impressive Huicheng No. 2 High School is, it has never produced a student who ranked in the top 10 in the entire province. In the end, this opportunity was snatched away by Huicheng No. 1 High School. Xiao Tiantong glanced at Su Fang, his expression a bit complicated. Su Fang had a faint smile on his face, staring blankly at the pitch-black night sky outside the window. This guy, benefiting yet pretending to be aloof, and at this moment still putting on an indifferent act. Xiao Tiantong cursed inwardly. Old Su, what are you looking at? Why are you so absorbed? He couldn't help but ask. Su Fang completely ignored him. Old Su, are you crazy? Xiao Tiantong got angry and shouted again. This time Su Fang did respond, but his tone made people want to punch him. Old Xiao, look how beautiful the moon is tonight. Quick, look, there's a shooting star. Such a bright shooting star, we definitely have to make a wish. Su Fang pointed at the pitch-black night sky, brimming with pride. Xiao Tiantong was so angry his nose was crooked. He glanced out the window. The entire sky was pitch black, not to mention stars, even the moon was nowhere to be seen. What on earth is this guy looking at? He's purely trying to annoy me. Wait. It seems there's really a shooting star. Xiao Tiantong saw a particularly bright spot of light in the darkness overhead. No, this shooting star is way too bright, and it feels like it's getting bigger. He stared at the meteor, feeling something was off. A few seconds later, the meteor suddenly grew more than 10 times larger and hurtled toward the military base, exploding with a deafening roar. Damn, what the hell is this thing? Xiao Tiantong was scared out of his wits. The others were also dumbfounded. Haven't reacted yet, a loud bang shook the entire base. People in the venue were shaken and fell to the ground one by one. A semi-transparent white light screen suddenly appeared above the base. The meteor hit the light screen and exploded like fireworks. The alarm sounded sharply. Zhang Qingsun heard the alarm, and his expression changed drastically. Without paying attention to anyone else, his figure flickered and instantly disappeared from the venue, reappearing in the command room the next moment. The command room was bustling, and upon seeing him arrive, several people quickly stepped forward to greet him. What just happened? Report to the commander. The base was attacked by an unidentified creature. What? An unidentified creature? Zhang Qingsun froze, his face instantly darkened. The radar didn't detect it. No, it didn't, and we didn't capture what it was either. Zhang Qingsun was so angry that he almost slammed the table. Useless. Spent so much money on the equipment, and now it's scrap metal, the enemy is nowhere to be seen. He kept cursing, while the soldiers secretly blamed the scientists for being unreliable. At that moment, the operator at the monitoring station suddenly shouted, I see it. What is this thing? All eyes gathered. Zhang Qingsun immediately rushed over, staring at the screen. Sen's expression changed for the first time. Space Channel. Damn it. His shout left everyone in the command room stunned. Immediately, a tense atmosphere quickly spread throughout the entire room. On the light screen, a dark vortex appeared at the center of the earlier explosion, surrounded by a faint glow, resembling some kind of fractured space. Others might not understand, but Zhang Qingsun, as the top figure of the Southwest Military District and the strongest presence here, had seen this kind of thing with his own eyes. That was a space portal. If I'm not mistaken, this passage likely connects to that place. Sure enough, the situation is even more serious than expected. A flash of light appeared in the spatial passage, followed by a flood of alien beasts pouring out, like a dam bursting, crashing towards the military base below. Fortunately, the base's defensive light screen was strong enough to block these alien beasts, causing them all to fall outside the base perimeter. But Zhang Qingsun's expression was still very grim. He knew that once the space channel was opened, it would mean an endless stream of exotic beasts would pour out continuously. If the channel continued to expand, the consequences would be very severe and uncontrollable. At this moment, the operator suddenly shouted, "Look quickly, the space portal is starting to move." "Shut up!" John Kingston shouted angrily. Everyone saw it. The space portal did not stop at the base but moved steadily in the direction of the Hunduan Mountains. A moving spatial passage, this was the first time humanity had seen it. As they stared at the passage in shock, John Kingston's face suddenly changed. "Not good. That direction. It's the direction of the examination hall. Sound the highest alert immediately. Deploy the 7th Division at once to surround the spatial passage. Notify all examines in the test site to stand by immediately and absolutely not to run around." John Kingston issued the urgent order. As one of the major war zones in Hua Nation, the Southwest War Zone has always been at the forefront. As soon as the order was given, the entire base sprang into action. The army of superpowered individuals charged out of the base like awakened beasts. Many people operated various military equipment, heading straight for the space portal. Along the way, any encountered exotic beasts were crushed by the army. John Kingston arrived near the space portal at the first opportunity. He was dressed in a crisp military uniform, standing in the void with an imposing aura. A powerful momentum erupted from his body. Buzz! An unsettling buzzing sound echoed through the void. John Kingston's eyes turned golden. Two dazzling golden beams pierced through the darkness, shooting straight toward the nearby space passage. The passage, originally moving rapidly, was forcibly frozen by this strike. Awe-inspiring. As the strongest combat force in the Southwest Military District, John Kingston is a psychic ability user. Psychic ability users are already rare, usually serving in long-range combat and often being trained as military commanders. On large-scale battlefields, if ability users rely solely on individual combat, they cannot defeat the enemy. Only with a powerful psychic ability user coordinating the overall situation can the maximum combat effectiveness be achieved. John Kingston is such a leader with exceptional combat and command abilities. The soldiers of the main force saw John Kingston successfully stabilize the space channel and excitedly shouted, "The commander is amazing. It's always reliable when the commander takes action. Commander, mighty." With John Kingston's delay, the army quickly surrounded the spatial passage, sealing it tightly. While using his abilities to bind the passage, he wondered in his heart, "This spatial passage, why does it feel so strange?" The exotic beast, with a massive body and tattered wings, had clearly gone through an intense battle. What major event happened here? Chen Mo frowned deeply, growing increasingly puzzled. He quickened his pace, eager to find answers. Yet no matter where he went, the scene remained the same: piles of dead beasts, but no trace of any living exotic beasts. He couldn't help but start to wonder, had this place already been cleared out? Or was there a powerful force secretly controlling everything? Just as Chen Mo was deep in thought, a low rumbling sound suddenly came from the distance. He immediately became alert, looking around and discovering that the sound was coming from the direction of the mountain peak. "It seems things are more complicated than I imagined," he thought to himself, his gaze firm as he quickly headed toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Wang Tong also stopped in her tracks, staring intently at the rankings, her expression growing increasingly grim. She knew she had to act quickly, or she would be left behind. Song Tinyu, as always, indifferently turned off the wristband notifications and continued to move stealthily through the night, advancing toward the core area like a ghost. Although the three were fighting their own battles, they all realized that this fight was far from over. Deep in the forest, the scent of blood grew stronger, and a deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. No one knew what kind of dangers and challenges awaited them ahead. The strange beast, Cold Owl, is a powerful monster active at night. Its ability can instantly freeze weaker enemies within a 10-meter attack range. Even if it cannot freeze the target, Ice Attribute skills will slow down the enemy's movements. Whether attacking or escaping, this ability is extremely powerful. But now, this Cold Owl has died a tragic death. Chen Mo stared at the Cold Owl's corpse, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. He discovered 3 deep wounds on Leng Xiao's chest and abdomen. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that these injuries were not caused by human alloy weapons or machinery. The wounds appeared to have been slashed open by sharp claws, leaving 3 neat, parallel gashes. Leng Xiao's internal organs were spilling out. Clearly, it was a fatal strike. This wound looks like it was clawed by another beast. The more Chen Mo observed, the more convinced he became. He moved forward cautiously, carefully examining each beast carcass he encountered. The findings left him stunned. All the dead beasts had either been crushed to death by massive claws, their bodies riddled with neat bite marks, or, in some cases, bitten clean in half, dying in gruesome ways. What kind of creature is this strong? Could an even more powerful beast have cleared out the core zone? A wild thought instantly sprang into Chen Mo's mind. At the same time, Wang Tong and Song Tinyu, who had also entered the core zone, encountered the same scenario. How could this happen? Not a single one alive. Wang Tong was the first among the three to enter the core area, because her ability allowed her to move faster. But along the way, she frustratingly discovered that she hadn't encountered any living mutant beasts at all. She subconsciously glanced at her wristband and found that Song Tinyu and Chen Mo's points hadn't increased either. This made her feel slightly relieved. She knew that since she had already ventured into the core area, it was impossible for those two to still be in the outskirts. Especially the straightforward Song Tinyu, who would never let others take advantage of him. But faced with the awkward situation in front of her, Wang Tong was at a loss. Her brows were tightly furrowed, her teeth clenched, and the undulating figure beneath her tight battle suit revealed her inner anxiety. Forget it, just head straight to the mountaintop. If I'm late, someone might beat me to it. In the end, she didn't linger here and, with a flash, headed straight for the mountaintop. On the other side, Song Tinyu didn't stop either. Although he wasn't as fast as Wang Tong, he never hesitated. When faced with something he couldn't figure out, he chose to ignore it. Song Tinyu knew what should be done and what shouldn't. So, after he noticed something unusual, he didn't stop and headed straight for the mountaintop. As he was nearing the summit, Song Tinyu suddenly halted his steps. In front of him lay the corpse of a strange beast, larger than a small hill. Beside it was a giant golden yellow rat, squeaking around the corpse. Song Tinyu's appearance startled the rat. Sensing his dangerous aura, the large rat quickly fled toward the mountaintop and soon disappeared. Song Tinyu ignored the level 3 spirit-devouring rat and instead stared at the giant beast's corpse, momentarily stunned. This is the Mang Mountain giant rhinoceros. It's actually dead. He stepped closer to the corpse step by step, and after confirming it, anger quickly surged in his heart. What followed was the frustration of failure and the fear of facing his family. Who on earth killed the Mangshan giant rhinoceros? Song Tinyu lost control for the first time. His face was ferocious, the sword stuck in the ground, both hands clutching his head, almost going mad. Song Tinyu took a look and found that someone had already taken the lead. The person who killed the giant Mangshan rhinoceros might very likely become the top scorer in this test. That's right, the leaderboard. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Song Tinyu's mind, and he quickly opened his wristband to check the points ranking. But the light screen in front of him made him freeze again. The points of the top three hadn't changed at all. What on earth is going on? He quickly scrolled down the leaderboard, almost checking through the points of the top 2,000 players. After confirming that no one's points had skyrocketed abnormally, Song Tinyu's expression eased slightly. But what followed was an even bigger question. Since no one showed up, who killed the Mangshan giant rhinoceros? Moreover, it was supposed to stay on the mountaintop, so why did it come here? Song Tinyu instinctively looked up toward the mountaintop. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the horizon was already tinged with pale light. It was very close to the mountaintop here, he could reach it in 2 or 3 minutes. Did something happen at the mountaintop? His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He decided not to dwell on guesses and went directly to check it out. Song Tinyu took a deep breath, pulled out the long sword stuck in the ground, and rushed swiftly toward the mountaintop. Meanwhile, in a corner of the military base outside the examination hall, the spatial channel still exists, but it has already started to slowly shrink. Zhang Kingson did not relax in the slightest, continuing to exert his abilities with full force. He knew that in the face of such sudden situations, even a slight lapse could lead to danger. During this period, he had been pondering the origin of this spatial passage. The answer was obvious, it was deliberately opened by someone. But who? What was the purpose? He had no way of knowing. Those capable of creating such a passage were at least top-tier powerhouses. However, the other party only did this and then disappeared. More precisely, the mastermind never showed up. This left Zhang Kingson feeling constantly uneasy. He allocated a portion of his mental energy to cover a 500-meter radius around him, ready to respond to any ambush at any time. The military experimental base quickly restored order after the recent disturbance. Everyone was instructed to stay in place and not wander around. Unfortunately, several officials from Huicheng were trapped in the smoking area and couldn't return to the venue. As a result, the real situation at the Huicheng test site could only be witnessed firsthand by the teachers remaining in their seats. When they saw Chen Mo and the other two ignoring the emergency notice and heading straight for the core area, everyone showed a surprised expression. Lu Buisheng, the homeroom teacher of senior class 1 at Huicheng No. 1 High School, glanced at Zhou Ping beside him and said mockingly, "Old Zhou, I didn't expect your students to be so bold, daring to run around at such a critical moment." Zhou Ping snorted coldly, "So what if they're running around? Didn't you see those two from number 2 high school doing the same? If your students have the guts, let them run around and see." Lu Buisheng was rendered speechless, his face darkened, and he said no more. The emergency notice was received, but no one in the venue knew what had happened. Although the intense tremor just now caused some commotion, it didn't cause any harm to these superhumans. However, many people began to speculate. They suspected that the military base might have been attacked. But no one came out to explain, only soldiers rushed into guard, adopting a posture of full readiness. This made the atmosphere of the venue even more tense. Zhou Ping stared intently at the screen, focusing on the situation of the three entering the core area. When they saw the corpse of the Mangshan giant rhinoceros, Zhou Ping's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Unlike these students like Song Tinyu, Zhou Ping had been to the battlefield. He immediately felt that something must have happened at the mountaintop, and it was definitely an uncontrollable emergency. Could this be related to what just happened at the military base? Is that why an emergency notice was issued, instructing all examines to stay where they are? If that's really the case, Chen Mo is in danger. Zhou Ping's heart tightened sharply. "Chen Mo, don't go to the mountaintop, it's too dangerous there," he shouted desperately in his heart. The more Zhou Ping didn't want Chen Mo to go, the more determined Chen Mo was to move forward. Along the way, those strange beasts were almost all killed by him without the slightest pause. He also noticed that some trees in certain areas had been violently broken, and some places had even turned into scorched earth. Clearly, a disaster had just occurred here. No, this was not an ordinary battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. The slaughterer's strength is ridiculously overwhelming. Those tier 3 high-level beasts didn't even have a chance to fight back. Chen Mo's expression was heavy, but he didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace, heading straight for the mountain peak. He wanted to find out what terrifying thing had caused such a tragedy. In just one night, all the level 3 exotic beasts in the core area were wiped out. Curiosity drove him to investigate. More importantly, the Mangshan giant rhinoceros was still at the mountain peak. Based on his understanding of the Mangshan giant rhinoceros, this type of exotic beast, with its thick skin, coarse flesh, massive size, and astonishing defense, could not have caused such destruction. Moreover, the Mangshan giant rhinoceros doesn't have sharp claws. The sky gradually brightened, and Chen Mo got closer and closer to the mountaintop. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Just as he was about to reach the summit, he suddenly heard a thunderous roar. Immediately, a black flame that covered the sky erupted from the mountaintop, sweeping wildly in all directions. Chen Mo was propelled by inertia onto the mountaintop platform, directly facing the surge of flames. In an instant, the black flame enveloped his entire body. A terrifying burning sensation spread from his skin. His battle armor was almost instantly burned to ashes. At the critical moment, Chen Mo's supernatural power erupted, and the eternal night true flame surged out from within. No matter how strong the black flames were, they could not withstand the ferocity of the eternal night true flame. The eternal night true flame, like a hungry child, instantly enveloped Chen Mo and devoured the surrounding black flames. Chen Mo even heard a satisfied gulp sound. He was toppled over by this force and rolled down from the mountaintop platform before finally coming to a stop. At the same time, the drone that had been closely following him was also reduced to scrap metal in the flames. The top 3 screens on the monitoring display instantly went pitch black. The drone lost connection, the signal is gone. At the very last moment, everyone saw the appearance of that black flame. Zhou Ping suddenly stood up from his seat, trembling all over with fear and anxiety. "Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Old Lu, something happened at the test site," he shouted nervously. Lu Buisheng beside him also saw the scene just now. Unlike focusing solely on Chen Mo, Lu Buisheng was simultaneously monitoring the footage of Song Tinyu and Wang Tong. Because of this, the scene that just occurred at the mountaintop did not escape his eyes. His expression was even heavier than Zhou Ping's, with fear written all over his face. "Oh, old Zhou, there's big trouble," Lu Buisheng said with difficulty. Zhou Ping looked at his expression and immediately sensed something was wrong. He rushed over, grabbed Lu Qiushan's shoulders, and asked urgently, "Old Lu, quickly, tell me, what on earth happened?" Lu Buisheng swallowed hard and stammered, "You were only watching Chen Mo, but I looked at the footage of the top 3. I just saw. What exactly are you trying to say? Spit it out." Zhou Ping was so anxious he almost shouted. I saw a dragon. Lu Qiushan's eyes were filled with fear. A dragon, a dragon. Zhou Ping was initially stunned, then suddenly widened his eyes. He stared at Lu Guozheng in disbelief and this time truly shouted. Where did the dragon come from? Did you see it wrong? What exactly happened? Lu Guozheng broke free from Zhou Ping's hand, coughing, his voice trembling. I really saw a giant dragon. If I'm not mistaken, it's an 8th level exotic beast, the infernal black dragon. As soon as he spoke, Zhou Ping was completely stunned. He stood there frozen like a statue, his hands still outstretched, as if he had just tried to grab something. Lu Guozheng was startled when he saw this and quickly leaned in, shouting, Old Zhou, are you okay? No matter how Lu Guozheng shook him, Zhou Ping seemed completely dazed, showing no reaction at all. Lu Guozheng grew anxious and quickly added, I haven't finished yet. I looked closely, that dragon should be a juvenile infernal black dragon, roughly equivalent to a level 4 low-tier exotic beast. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ping suddenly let out a gurgling sound from his throat, as if he had just been pulled out of water, and began coughing violently. He had been so shocked earlier that his mind had momentarily short-circuited. Fortunately, Lu Guozheng added an explanation, so he didn't pass out. However, he still couldn't calm down. The strength of a level 4 exotic beast is equivalent to the martial artist level of humans. But for specialized martial practitioners, the martial artist level is a very difficult threshold to cross. If transitioning from a novice martial artist to a specialized martial artist is just the beginning, then moving from a specialized martial artist to a martial master is the difference between a beginner and an expert. The two are completely on different levels. It can be said that even 100 specialized martial artists combined cannot defeat a low-level martial master who has just started. The same principle also applies to level 4 exotic beasts. Not to mention that the physical qualities of exotic beasts far surpass those of humans. Chen Mo and his group encountered a hatchling of a Western dragon. Unlike Eastern dragons, Western dragons are more adept at using supernatural abilities. The most powerful move of the Abyssal Black Dragon is its Abyssal Black Flame. This flame originates from Hellfire. That's right, it's the same Hellfire in Qin Su's hand. However, the Abyssal Black Flame has undergone mutation, bringing a stronger corrosive effect. Ordinary Hellfire can only burn and destroy everything, but the Abyssal Black Flame is even more ferocious. Although it is also classified as an A-level ability, the Purgatory Black Flame has extremely strong destructive power against various battle armors and alloy equipment. Things that even Hellfire cannot burn will be directly corroded by the Purgatory Black Flame. Unless you are wearing S-level alloy battle armor or holding an S-level weapon, you cannot withstand the attack of the Purgatory Black Flame. This doesn't even take into account the formidable strength of the Black Dragon itself. Its entire body is covered in scales like an impenetrable fortress, difficult to destroy. Facing such an enemy, even a cub is not something Chen Mo, who has just started, can handle. Even though he has now reached the level of a specialized warrior, it is still far from enough. No, I must report this immediately. Zhou Ping thought anxiously, standing up and rushing out. Lu Guozheng was worried something might happen to him, so he followed. Just as he reached the entrance of the venue, he was stopped by the guards. During this special period, no one is allowed to leave the venue without permission, the soldier said coldly. Let me see Commander Zhang, I have an urgent situation to report. Zhou Ping explained anxiously. The commander is currently out handling urgent matters and cannot see you, please leave. The soldier refused mercilessly. What? There's a problem in the examination hall. Zhou Ping shouted, a flash of light appearing on his body as sign of his ability activating. He wanted to force his way out. Lu Guozheng grabbed him tightly, desperately pulling him back. Old Zhou, are you crazy? Look around you. Lu Guozheng shouted. Only then did Zhou Ping notice that, in that instant, over a dozen soldiers had simultaneously turned around, raised their weapons, and each of them was emanating waves of supernatural energy. If he had acted just now, he would have been torn to pieces by this group of soldiers in the next second. Seeing the killing intent and vigilance on the soldiers' faces, Zhou Ping felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly calming him down. He suddenly felt a wave of panic. If he had really acted just now, not only would he have gotten into trouble, but even Lu Guozheng beside him would have been implicated. Lu Guozheng tightly held Zhou Ping's waist and dragged him back to the Huicheng exam monitoring point. The two sat down again, facing the pitch-black screen, and neither of them spoke. After a long time, Zhou Ping asked in a hoarse voice, Old Lu, what do you think about that guy Chen Mo? Lu Guozheng wanted to pat Zhou Ping's shoulder, but his hand stopped mid-air and couldn't come down. He knew very well that there was no chance of winning. If Chen Mo escaped, there was a glimmer of hope. But as long as he stayed, the final outcome was obvious. Escape. But, where could he escape to? Lu Buizheng suddenly realized that things were much worse than he had imagined. Once that black dragon charges down the mountain, no candidate in the entire test center can survive. He panicked. Facing despair, the two could only look at each other silently, their hearts full of helplessness. In the Huicheng examination hall, the explosion sound from the mountaintop just now shook the entire examination venue. All the examins looked toward the mountaintop in fear. The shockwave formed by the black flames spread over 200 meters before gradually dissipating. From below, it looked as if someone had placed a black ring around the massive peak at the mountaintop. Qin Su, who was hunting exotic beasts on the outskirts of the advanced area, couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw this scene. What was that just now? Someone fighting on the mountaintop? Could it be Qin Mo? Qin Su's first thought was Qin Mo, but he quickly dismissed this idea. The color of the flames was wrong, and such a massive commotion was definitely not something Qin Mo could cause. Could it be a mythical beast? When did that giant rhinoceros become so powerful? Qin Su couldn't figure it out, but he didn't dwell on it. This wasn't something someone of his level should be concerned about. He is more concerned about the rankings on the leaderboard. The gap between the top 3 and the rest is over 10,000 points. Even if he gives it his all today, he still can't catch up with those monsters. Many examins think the same way. The matters at the summit are too far away from them and not worth paying attention to. The last half day of the college entrance examination must be seized to slay more exotic beasts. Even a difference of 0.1 points can result in a ranking gap of hundreds or even thousands. The number of examins in Sichuan province is enormous, with hundreds of thousands of candidates every year. Subtle changes in scores determine whether they ascend to heaven or descend to hell. This pressure is most profoundly felt by these ordinary examins. As for the mountaintop, Qin Mo stood not far from the mountaintop, his face still carrying a look of lingering fear. Right next to him, not far away, 2 figures lay on the ground in a sorry state, struggling to get up. Qin Mo immediately recognized them as Song Tingyou and Wang Tong. The two also saw him, their faces showing confusion. Wang Tong stood up. Her ponytail had almost been burned off by the flames just now, and her face was covered in smudges. However, her battle armor was completely intact, thanks to her special ability, which saved her life at the critical moment. She walked up to Qin Mo, saw that he was completely unscathed, wearing only thin shorts and a t-shirt, standing there in a daze, and couldn't help but curiously ask, "You are Qin Mo?" Qin Mo nodded. It had to be said, Wang Tong was absolutely captivating. Although she was only 18, her figure was well defined, and even under the battle armor, she exuded youthful vitality. Even though she had just been through a battle, the dirt on her face couldn't hide her beautiful temperament. Qin Mo and Wang Tong sized each other up. Wang Tong's face showed no expression, but she was extremely surprised inside. This boy was 1.85 meters tall and handsome in appearance. He is not a muscular man, but his figure is well proportioned, without a trace of excess fat. His eyes are so sharp that people dare not look directly at them. Wang Tong immediately fixed her gaze on Qin Mo. Those eyes are truly captivating. Wang Tong could read too much from it. An 18-year-old young man, yet carrying such a complex aura, who would believe it? What's even stranger is that she couldn't feel the slightest sense of oppression from Qin Mo. She slightly used her mental power to sense, and was shocked to discover that Qin Mo was actually still a beginner. In other words, he doesn't even qualify as an ability user. At this moment, Wang Tong's mind couldn't keep up with the pace. Was she outdated, or was the world changing too fast? Are even beginners this strong now? This made her feel as if she were very stupid. At this moment, Song Tingyou also walked over. He glanced at Qin Mo, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, unlike the others, Song Tingyou didn't show much curiosity or attention. For him, whether Qin Mo hides his strength or pretends to be weak, it doesn't matter. He only cares about whether he can achieve his goal and have a say when he returns to the family. The three of them stood together, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Finally, Qin Mo broke the silence. "Wang Tong, right? What did you encounter up there just now?" Wang Tong finally came back to her senses. Her face instantly darkened. She looked at Song Tingyou, who only gave a slight nod. Wang Tong then spoke, "We encountered a dragon up there." "Dragon?" Qin Mo couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing the word. "It's a young abyssal black dragon, level 4, low rank," Song Tingyou added. "That's not right. Didn't they say there was a Mangshan giant rhinoceros here?" Qin Mo asked in confusion. Wang Tong looked at Song Tingyou with a wry smile. "You have to ask him about that." Song Tinya's face was cold. I saw the corpse of the Mangshan giant rhinoceros when I came, not far from the mountain top. Chen Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. The guess in his heart finally had an answer. The entire core area, even the final boss, was taken down by this giant lizard. The three fell into silence again. A few minutes later, Chen Mo raised his eyebrows. He suddenly realized that the abyssal black dragon hadn't pursued them. This was very strange. Does the other party think the three of us are too weak and not worth chasing? Thinking of this, a terrifying thought emerged in Chen Mo's mind. If that black dragon really came down the mountain, all the examines here would die. Is this something arranged by the people in charge of the exam, or an unexpected accident? Combining the previous urgent notice received, Chen Mo found it hard not to think of the latter. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Just like when he encountered the 9-lantern grass before. He wasn't a weak person. Even when facing a level 4 exotic beast, he wouldn't recklessly rush in to save everyone. But that strike just now gave him some confidence. That is his S-level ability, still invincible even against black flames. Even if he can't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem. In fact, he has never truly fought a level 4 exotic beast, so he doesn't know the difference between level 3 and level 4. All these thoughts are just speculation. But in the end, Chen Mo decided to go up and take a look himself. He stepped towards the mountain peak. Wang Tong saw this, frowned, and immediately stopped him. Hey, Chen Mo, where are you going? Go up and take a look. Are you crazy? Wang Tong looked at him as if he were a fool. That's the abyssal black dragon. Even a hatchling is level 4. You're going to your death. Chen Mo shook his head. I know, but I have my reasons. What reasons? Wang Tong asked in confusion. Nothing special. I'm just worried it might charge in and clear out the entire exam hall. Wang Tong was stunned upon hearing this. She had never thought it would turn out this way before. She and Song Tinyu climbed to the top of the mountain almost at the same time. The black dragon saw them and didn't even move. Before they could steady their footing, it directly spewed a black flame. The earlier explosion was caused by the black dragon's sudden attack. If it weren't for their immense strength, that attack just now would have been fatal. But this guy named Chen Mo actually said he wanted to go up and take a look. And his reason is so confident. Is he a reincarnated immortal? Or a Buddha descended to the mortal world? Impossible, right? That burn just now probably fried his brain. Wang Tong thought more and more that Chen Mo seemed like a fool. Seeing her expression, Chen Mo knew what she was thinking. Facing a beauty, he couldn't directly retort and could only patiently explain, I'm not trying to save the entire exam hall. But if this is an emergency, I think I can buy some time until people outside come to the rescue. Besides, I have this. As he spoke, Chen Mo took out a life-saving bead and shook it in his hand. Wang Tong rolled her eyes helplessly. Of course, she knew the purpose of the life-saving pearl. But once she used it, the exam results would be considered a fail, equivalent to quitting halfway. She looked at Chen Mo, not knowing what to say. Chen Mo shrugged and continued walking toward the mountaintop. A strange glint flashed in Song Tinyu's eyes. He picked up the longsword in his hand and looked at it. The blade was already covered in scars. The black flame just now came too suddenly. If he hadn't activated his ability in time, both he and the sword would have been doomed. Song Tinyu tightly gripped the sword hilt and silently followed Chen Mo towards the mountaintop. Wang Tong looked at the two of them, as if she had seen a ghost, her mouth wide open. Hey, Song Tinyu, he's crazy, and you're going crazy too. Song Tinyu turned back and said calmly, I just want to see how strong a level 4 exotic beast really is. I need to witness it for myself. You. Wang Tong was so angry she was at a loss for words. She watched the backs of the two, her face full of conflict. Finally, she stomped her foot, and the long spear she had just put away reappeared in her hand. You two lousy men have gone crazy. I have to clean up your mess. Ugh, disgusting, how could I say something so vulgar? Wang Tong pouted and followed them up the mountain. The drones of all three were broken. No one outside knows the current situation. But they didn't care. Since it's an unexpected situation, people outside will definitely notice. It's just a matter of time. They would never sit idly by and let a single beast kill all the examines. That would be a major incident. For now, consider this as a warm-up, a preparation for encountering a level 4 beast in the future. They don't know that this black dragon was actually brought by Chen Mo's adoptive father, and it won't leave the mountaintop. Previously, it killed all the exotic beasts in the core area purely out of territorial instinct. As a noble black dragon, it does not allow lowly creatures to roam around nearby. So the first thing it did after descending was to clean up the battlefield. That poor Mangshan giant rhinoceros was sleeping soundly at the time. It didn't even see clearly who killed it before its body was thrown down the mountain. At this moment, on the mountaintop, the purgatory black dragon was leisurely lying down, pretending to rest. It remembered the words of that terrifying guy: as long as it endured until the exam ended, it would be free. As for humans, it didn't care at all. As long as anyone dares to approach, it will breathe fire and burn them to ashes. Next to the black dragon lies a giant golden rat. It is a level 3 soul-devouring rat. It is chattering away to the black dragon, its two front paws constantly moving. The black dragon kept staring at the devouring spirit mouse, its eyes slightly opening, clearly showing interest in what it said. It didn't kill the devouring spirit mouse because the latter revealed a secret to it. The devouring spirit mouse had hidden a source of raw spiritual energy ore in this mountain range. To the infernal black dragon, raw spiritual energy ore was like a glittering treasure, its favorite thing. At this moment, Chen Mo and the other two finally climbed to the top of the mountain. The devouring spirit mouse was communicating with the black dragon. Upon seeing Chen Mo, its golden fur immediately stood on end. It let out a sharp cry, frantically gesturing toward the black dragon. The black dragon finally opened its massive eyes, its gaze sweeping over the three, especially Chen Mo. Chen Mo appeared to be the weakest, but the black dragon vaguely sensed the aura of that powerful figure from last night on him. Although the aura was very faint, the black dragon's intuition was absolutely correct. It let out a low growl and its massive body suddenly stood upright. This sudden rise was like a mountain lying down suddenly standing up, bringing immense pressure to the three of them, making it difficult for them to breathe. The black dragon was still a youngling, its mind not yet sharp. Although it feared the dangerous aura emanating from Chen Mo, it still had a task to complete. These three people were nothing more than insignificant bugs. Since they had come, they must disappear completely. The black dragon spread its massive wings and slowly ascended into the sky. The wind generated by the flapping wings stung the faces of the three. Damn it, it's going to attack. Chen Mo muttered in a low voice, his body turning into a flash of lightning to dodge swiftly. The other two also immediately made evasive moves. Just as they dodged, the black dragon ferociously opened its massive mouth, spewing a jet of black flames at the spot where they had just been standing. With a thunderous boom, the shockwave from the black flames shook the entire examination field. All the examines in the examination hall looked towards the mountain peak in terror. Less than 20 minutes had passed since the first explosion. The power of this explosion was even stronger than the last one. Everyone speculated about what had happened at the mountain peak, but no one dared to risk going up to see. Even if someone knows the core area of the exotic beasts has been cleared, no one dares to go up. This flame is simply deadly for these rookies. At the mountaintop, the massive body of the purgatory black dragon soars through the air. Its right claw tightly grips the level 3 soul-devouring rat. At the critical moment just now, the black dragon grabbed it, narrowly avoiding being reduced to ashes by the flames. But the black dragon is not in a good mood right now. Because it saw that not a single one of those three human bugs had died. Two of them emitted black and white light respectively, easily evading the flames. The last one was even more exaggerated, not dodging at all, letting the flames engulf him, yet still jumping around energetically. The black dragon widened its eyes, feeling that this guy was hiding something dangerous. When this person came into contact with his purgatory black flame, a ghostly blue light suddenly erupted from his body. This light made the black dragon involuntarily shudder. It is not smart enough yet, only sensing danger, but the opponent is still a weak little bug. It won't stop just because it feels danger. After experiencing this fire attack, Chen Mo and the other two felt more confident. The first time they were ambushed, Song Tingyu and Wang Tong suffered losses. This time, Song Tingyu was well prepared, leaving himself ample time to act. The black light on his body actually absorbed 80% of the power of the black flames, while the remaining 20% was endured by his battle armor and physical body. As for Wang Tong, she had already turned into a streak of white light and dodged away when the black flames approached, completely untouched by the fire. But when they saw Chen Mo, shock flashed in their eyes. Just now, I clearly saw Chen Mo being engulfed by the black flame, yet this guy doesn't have a single scratch and even looks more energetic. Song Tingyu finally began to take this opponent seriously, while Wang Tong originally wanted to go up and ask Chen Mo what kind of ability he had, but now the situation was tense, so she could only give up. Chen Mo, however, was overjoyed inside. What's so great about this black dragon? It's just like that, he thought disdainfully, even his gaze at the black dragon carried contempt. You two, since you both have the strength, how about we take down this big lizard together? Chen Emo suggested with a smile. Well said. Who's afraid of who? Wang Tong responded cheerfully. Song Tianyu didn't speak, but the fighting spirit in his eyes said it all. Then let's go together. Let's see who takes it down first. Chen Emo chuckled, his figure transforming into a dark blue streak of light as he charged toward the black dragon. He is not an esper, has no ability to fly, and can only rely on his strong body to leap up and punch the black dragon in the air. Wang Tong and Song Tianyu did not hesitate either. Both of them are espers. Although their levels are not high, their abilities are very unique, allowing them to fly briefly. Wang Tong is particularly formidable, her entire body enveloped in dazzling white light, moving so fast that she becomes a blur. Between heaven and earth, only a pillar of white light remained, like a white spear piercing straight at the black dragon. The tip of the spear gleamed, pointing directly at the black dragon's belly. Song Tianyu transformed into a mass of black mist, and although his speed wasn't as fast as Wang Tong's, it was still quite swift. He curved around and flew toward one of the black dragon's wings. 3 attacks came simultaneously. This was the assault from the strongest trio in the examination hall. Almost any other candidate would be utterly crushed. Even the original final boss, the Mangshan giant rhinoceros, would be injured facing such an attack. But the abyssal black dragon snorted 2 streams of black flames from its nose, its gaze surprisingly mocking. Its massive body did not dodge in mid-air, instead, it cooperatively lowered itself a bit. At that moment, 3 attacks simultaneously struck the black dragon. Wang Tong was the fastest, and the white light spear pierced into the soft belly of the black dragon. However, she immediately felt as if the spear tip had stabbed into gummy candy. The entire spear tip went in, but what followed was a strong rebound force. Wang Tong felt the spear in her hand almost slipping away, and her whole body was bounced back even faster than when she had risen, crashing hard onto the mountaintop ground, creating a deep pit. Chen Mo's attack was almost the same. This punch was purely a test and did not use the eternal night true fire. He wanted to see just how tough the body of a level 4 mutant beast was. With the added power of his gloves and free combat techniques, he wanted to know if he could break through its defense. The result was obvious. The harder he exerted force, the stronger the rebound. Chen Emo was immediately bounced back, turning into a meteor crashing toward the ground. When Song Tianyu's black mist collided with the black dragon's wings, it unusually caused some damage. A layer of skin and flesh on the wings was devoured by the darkness, visible to the naked eye. But that's just a little bit of damage. Seeing this, Song Tianyu quickly retreated without hesitation. This is the tension of facing a formidable enemy, an instinct honed through countless battles. However, the black dragon did not attack immediately. It just let out a low growl, with a slight pain coming from its wing. This pain was hardly worth mentioning and could be completely ignored. Thus, the three's first proactive attack ended awkwardly. Wang Tong and Chen Emo climbed out of the pit and exchanged glances. Wang Tong's eyes were filled with anger. She absolutely hated this guy in front of her. If it weren't for him insisting on coming, how could she have ended up in such a sorry state? Girls all love to look pretty, even those with special abilities care more about their appearance than those sweaty men, especially a girl as beautiful as her. But Chen Emo just grinned and smiled, completely ignoring her, without even a word of comfort. This made Wang Tong even angrier. This guy must have never been in a relationship. A typical straight man fighter jet. Absolutely right. At this moment, Song Tianyu also walked over. The three exchanged glances. Chen Emo spoke up, "This guy's physical body is really tough. Looks like we'll have to use our abilities." Wang Tong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What? He didn't even use his abilities just now. Are you kidding me? Even Song Tianyu cast a meaningful glance. Everyone wants to test the opponent's strength, but not using abilities at all. This is way too overconfident. Although the three were mentally prepared, they still clearly felt the gap between themselves and a level 4 exotic beast when they actually started fighting. The black dragon seemed to particularly enjoy the feeling of toying with little ants. Not only did it stop attacking, but it also let out a rumbling sound. The three were utterly confused upon hearing it. Is this guy a cat? Just now it was just like scratching an itch. Chen Emo looked at Song Tianyu and said, "So, still want to fight? If you don't, I'll keep going." Song Tianyu snorted coldly, "Such a good sparring partner, it'd be a shame to miss out. Of course, I'll fight." Wang Tong looked at the two of them, feeling helpless inside. Usually, one might think they were fighting over her. But it turns out they were competing to see who was stronger. Fight? Why not fight? I haven't even started warming up yet. Wang Tong retorted coldly. Alright, then let strength do the talking. Chen Mo didn't waste any words and was the first to charge forward. Song Tinyu struck almost simultaneously, attacking the black dragon. Wang Tong was not to be outdone, transforming into a streak of white light and rushing forward. What followed was a scene on the mountaintop resembling mosquitoes swarming an elephant. 3 tiny humans fiercely attacked a black dragon 100 times larger than them. Attack after attack, failure after failure. The 3 seemed to have found their ideal sparring partner, relentlessly continuing their assault. A level 4 exotic beast actually stood still and let them hit it. Where else could they find such an opportunity? Chen Mo still didn't use his superpower. Although his previous attack didn't harm the black dragon, the countershot force made the energy in his body release even faster. This made Chen Mo extremely excited. He pushed his freestyle fighting skills to the limit, leaping around the black dragon, each punch solid and powerful. But what followed was the pain of falling to the ground like a cannonball again and again. However, Chen Mo didn't care at all. Each time he continued to charge forward energetically and fight wildly. His basic attributes also gradually improved in such battles. Host, Chen Mo. Level, Beginner. Ability, Eternal Night True Fire, Catastrophe level. Physique, 4391. Spirit, 1122. Intelligence, 180. Skills, Free Combat Technique, Perfect, Flame Explosion, Perfect. Chen Mo's mental strength has finally approached the peak of a junior warrior, just one step away from breaking through. His physique is also close to reaching 5,000, which is the limit for low-level specialized warriors. Once surpassed, he will reach the intermediate level. But the black dragon didn't give him time to upgrade his attributes. The trio's attack had already lasted for 15 minutes. At the beginning, the black dragon was still quite interested in watching them. But as time went on, its patience and curiosity were nearly exhausted. Especially that little guy shrouded in black mist, whose every attack caused it pain. The black dragon's skin suffered slight damage after coming into contact with the black mist. Though minor, the repeated occurrences could still affect its mood. When the 3 charged at the black dragon again, preparing for close combat, the black dragon finally erupted. It raised an empty front claw and slammed it fiercely toward the approaching Chen Mo. The strike came too suddenly, and Chen Mo had not anticipated being counterattacked. Done for. His heart tightened, and without time to think, he could only cross his arms to protect his chest, curling into a ball as he rolled in mid-air. A heavy blow struck his body, blood spurted out. A tremendous force instantly spread throughout his entire body. His battle armor was already damaged, and this strike sent him crashing directly toward the ground with a force several times greater than before. The black dragon didn't stop. Its thick tail swept across, hitting Wang Tong behind it. A flash of white light passed by, accompanied by a painful groan, and she was also slammed to the ground. Song Tinyu remained highly vigilant. Seeing his companion under attack, he immediately ran away into the distance. But the speed was too slow, and facing the massive body of the black dragon, he simply couldn't outrun it. Moreover, the black dragon gave him extra attention. The enormous dragon had rapidly enlarged, its sharp fangs gleaming, directly biting towards Song Tinyu. The black dragon stopped playing, intending to first eat an appetizer. Song Tinyu's heart tightened, and at the critical moment, his entire body erupted with black light. Taking advantage of the black dragon's gaping mouth closing, he desperately twisted his body to dodge. He narrowly escaped, but his longsword vibrated violently, slipping directly from his hand and was bitten and swallowed by the black dragon. Song Tinyu desperately fled toward the outskirts, finally escaping danger. The black dragon did not pursue him. It flapped its wings and landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. It threw the soul-devouring rat to the ground, its eyes fixed intently in Chen Mo's direction. The soul-devouring rat had already told it that the one who killed all its subordinates was Chen Mo. That pile of spirit energy or must have also been taken by him. The black dragon's primary target was to kill Chen Mo, the others were merely incidental. Chen Mo struggled to climb out of the pit, his whole body aching as if his bones had fallen apart. Too careless. I thought it was just a wooden stump, didn't expect it could fight back, it hurt so much. He gritted his teeth and stared at the black dragon, his heart full of anger. Wang Tong and Song Tinyu also stood up again. In the previous battle, they deeply realized the black dragon's strength. This physical body, not to mention the 3 of them, even 30 wouldn't be able to defeat it. But Chen Mo didn't lose heart, he hadn't yet used his true supernatural ability. At that moment, the black dragon took heavy steps and charged directly at Chen Mo. Chen Mo was startled. What on earth is going on? Why did the black dragon suddenly charge at me? Could it be that my attack isn't as effective as Song Tinyu's? Seeing the danger approaching, Chen Mo's mind raced quickly. This time, he decided to give the black dragon an unexpected counterattack. Facing the overwhelming momentum of the massive black dragon pressing down like a mountain, Chen Mo surprisingly did not dodge. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist tightly, and a fist-sized ghostly blue flame suddenly ignited above his palm. As soon as the flame appeared, the surrounding temperature instantly soared, becoming exceptionally scorching. The black dragon's steps halted, hesitantly staring at the flame, an inexplicable fear surfacing in its heart. However, it quickly dismissed its concerns and lunged at Chen Mo once again. It simply does not believe that such a small flame could harm it. Chen Mo steadily held up his right hand, the flame dancing in his palm like a lively little sprite. The black dragon drew closer and closer, its massive figure completely enveloping Chen Mo in shadow. Wang Tong and Song Tinyu beside him were both stunned. Wang Tong shouted loudly, "Chen Mo, why are you standing still? Run quickly!" Song Tinyu's face was grave, and he felt a faint sense of worry in his heart. His longsword was destroyed, which was a heavy blow to him. Even if he takes first place in this exam, going home without the sword would still mean punishment. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Chen Mo is in crisis. Song Tinyu unexpectedly felt a bit of reluctance and nervousness in his heart. Perhaps it was the tacit understanding between competitors, perhaps it was the cooperation during the previous battle, or maybe they both shared the same fighting spirit. In any case, this was the first time Song Tinyu truly felt affection for an outsider. He didn't want to see Chen Mo die, but his speed was no match for the black dragon, so he couldn't help at all. The black dragon raised its sturdy right leg and stomped down fiercely toward Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. Flame burst. He shouted in a low voice. With a gentle flick of his left hand, the ghostly blue fireball flew out of his grasp, directly heading toward the black dragon's claw. What a dramatic scene! From afar, a tiny figure resembling an ant stood beneath the dragon's foot, and the blue flame appeared even more insignificant. The black dragon's eyes were full of disdain. A tiny ant dares to challenge an elephant. In the distance, Wang Tong couldn't help but close her eyes. Her heart ached. Chen Mo is definitely doomed. This idiot, why didn't he dodge? She completely couldn't understand Shen Mo's thoughts. The moment the flames hit the dragon's leg, there was no explosion sound, nor any shockwave. Chen Mo quickly sidestepped to dodge. At the same time, he lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! The crisp sound echoed in the air. The next second, the small flame suddenly erupted as if it had encountered fuel, blazing fiercely and instantly engulfing the massive foot of the black dragon. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching howl, the black dragon roared in pain and crashed heavily to the ground. Its scorched foot was a bloody, mangled mess, and the black dragon writhed in agony on the ground, its colossal body shaking the entire mountaintop. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already retreated far away, his face pale and breathing heavily. That earlier strike-flame explosion nearly consumed half of his energy. The eternal nitro fire erupted with full force, without any reservation. This was the first time he had used his abilities to their fullest, apart from clearing the 9-lantern grass. Seeing the black dragon's paw burned to a bloody mess, Chen Mo finally revealed a faint victorious smile. The power of eternal nitro fire shocked even himself. The black dragon's right paw and part of its lower leg were burned to charcoal by the eternal nitro fire. The charred surface cracked open, and blood continuously gushed out from the gaps. This leg was completely ruined. In the distance, Song Tinyu and Wang Tong stared at the sudden scene, frozen like statues. What kind of ability is this? Wang Tong's voice trembled, full of confusion. No one answered her. Song Tinyu's pupils shrank to the size of a needlepoint. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented sense of immense danger. The power unleashed by the blue flames almost brought him to his knees. That was a fear from the depths of his heart. At this moment, he finally began to take his opponent seriously. This opponent was not weaker than him, perhaps even. Song Tinyu shook his head fiercely, the confidence that was almost shattered jolted him awake. He clenched his fists tightly, and the fighting spirit surged within him like a tide. The next second, while Wang Tong was still in a daze, Song Tinyu had already charged toward the black dragon. He was enraged by Chen Mo. At such a critical moment, he absolutely could not lose. The black dragon was in unbearable pain from being burned by the eternal nitro fire, completely unaware that Song Tinyu had already approached. When it sensed danger, a mass of black mist quickly enveloped its injured right leg. Roar! A more piercing and furious roar than before echoed. The black dragon's right leg was tightly enveloped by black mist. Song Tinyu's figure flashed out from the mist, quickly retreating. He knew clearly that the best time to strike was when its leg injury was at its worst. Sure enough, the black dragon's leg began to ache intensely, and it rolled in agony. The already fragile leg was corroded by the black mist, with the outer skin and flesh completely gone, leaving only the exposed leg bone. This kind of pain was unbearable for any living creature. The black dragon's mind was nearly shattered by the agony. With a fierce leap, it pushed off the ground with its remaining left leg, propelling its massive body into the air. It lowered its head, its eyes blood-red, filled with resentment and anger. This time, the black dragon completely erupted. It roared furiously at the sky, took a deep breath, and its chest swelled. Suddenly, the dragon's head fiercely slammed down toward the mountaintop. A mass of pitch-black flames spewed from its mouth, shooting straight towards the mountaintop like a giant meteor. This was a full-force attack. The flames engulfed the entire mountaintop, with power far surpassing any previous breath. The flames struck the mountaintop heavily, instantly triggering a violent tremor. Rocks tumbled down, and dust filled the air. At the foot of the mountain, both examines and exotic beasts were terrified by the scene. For a moment, all living beings desperately fled outward to save their lives. No one cared about points anymore, and the exotic beasts stopped attacking humans. Song Tainyu and Wan Tong were scared out of their wits, desperately running down the mountain. Chen Mo, however, did not flee. He even considered taking the opportunity to absorb the flame energy to replenish himself. But the shockwave was too strong, directly blowing him off the mountain top. The mountain top completely melted under the bombardment of the infernal black flame. The height was reduced by 10 meters, and scorching lava flowed everywhere. That poor soul-devouring rat didn't even have time to squeak before turning to ashes in the black flames. Thick smoke and dust slowly dissipated at the mountain's peak, and 5 minutes passed. The entire mountaintop resembled a purgatory, with the ground charred black and lava still steaming. The massive black dragon crashed heavily to the ground, unable to even stand steadily. The severe pain in its injured right leg left it almost immobile. The frenzied burst of rage it unleashed earlier had nearly drained all its strength. It was so furious that it almost lost control, seemingly ready to destroy this entire area without even looking at the situation below. As a result, something even more infuriating happened. Not a single one of those 3 people died. The black dragon painfully licked its wounds, lying on the ground. In the distance, Chen Mo, Song Tainyu, and Wan Tong cautiously poked their heads out from the foot of the mountain. That last strike, Chen Mo was fine, just a bit disheveled. Song Tainyu and Wan Tong ran quickly, otherwise, they would have either been burned by the black flames or swallowed by the flowing lava. The 3 were still shaken, but their fighting spirit remained high in the face of a formidable enemy, with no intention of giving up. They weren't fools and had already noticed that the black dragon was now exhausted. The 3 slowly gathered together. Chen Mo spoke first. That last strike was really close, almost cost me my life. The other 2 cast him complicated looks. Do you look like you're about to die? Look at the 2 of us. Chen Mo completely ignored their gazes and continued, I have a way to take down this giant lizard, but... The 2 were both shocked upon hearing this. Even though the black dragon was not in good condition now, it was not something the 3 of them could easily handle. Chen Mo's flames were powerful, but they only caused the black dragon some superficial injuries. If the opponent is smart, they would never be foolish enough to stand there and take a beating. Chen Mo noticed the 2's confusion and said with a wry smile, it's just an idea. Look, my ability can hurt it, but to kill it in one blow, the key is to break through its defense. If someone could create an opening for me, I could directly charge into its body. He didn't continue, as even he knew how difficult it would be to meet such conditions. Their attacks couldn't break through any defenses at all. Unexpectedly, Wan Tong and Song Tainyu didn't speak but exchanged glances. After a moment, Wan Tong spoke, Chen Mo, do you think it's possible? If there's a breach at its heart, I'm almost 90% confident I can kill it in one strike. Wan Tong pondered for a while, then turned to look at Song Tainyu. Tainyu, at this point, stop holding back. How about we work together? Song Tainyu gave Wan Tong a deep look, a complex yet excited light flashing in his eyes. He immediately understood Wan Tong's meaning. In the capital, the Song family and the Wang family are top-tier super clans. But the 2 families have always been in competition and opposition, the reason being supernatural abilities. The abilities of the 2 families are almost completely opposite. But they both know a secret that no one else knows. The patriarchs once cooperated on the battlefield, and that was the only time. That cooperation delivered a finishing blow that shocked everyone. Unexpectedly, today, the 2 most outstanding individuals of the younger generation from these 2 families are actually joining forces. Thinking of this, a faint smile finally appeared on Song Tinyu's face. He looked forward to seeing how powerful the fusion of 2 completely different abilities would be. Since you think it's feasible, let's work together. Song Tinyu said with a smile. Chen Emo looked confused. What are you two talking about? I can't stand riddles. Wang Tong rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, I've already told you, you don't understand at all. Later, we'll help you break through, you just need to fulfill your promise. Chen Emo paused for a moment and took a deep look at the two people opposite him. One as beautiful as a celestial fairy, the other as cold as an iceberg. Do they have some secret they themselves don't know about? At this moment, the black dragon also noticed the three of them. It let out an angry roar, its massive body struggling to rise. It didn't even have the strength to fly now. But the enemy couldn't break its defense. Even if it had to use its claws to scratch or its mouth to bite, it was determined to eliminate these three little things. Thinking of this, the black dragon ignored the severe pain in its leg and desperately flapped its wings, charging toward Chen Emo. Chen Emo, get ready and wait for our signal. Wang Tong quickly shouted, then she and Song Tinyu split up and flew in two different directions. The three of them and a severely weakened black dragon engaged in guerrilla warfare on the scorched mountaintop. The black dragon chased in front, and the three dodged nimbly, never confronting it head-on. After all, they couldn't possibly defeat the black dragon. Wang Tong and Song Tinyu kept looking for an opportunity. Time passed second by second, and 10 minutes later. Wang Tong suddenly shouted loudly, it's now. Her hair seemed to be blown by the wind, and her body emitted a dazzling white light. Wang Tong was surrounded by the light. Then, 6 pairs of enormous white wings unfolded from the light. In an instant, she appeared like an angel of light, sacred and majestic. Her voice was solemn and serious, Dawn, the goddess's forgiveness. Boom! With a deafening roar, a massive pillar of light shot out from her, striking directly at the heart of the black dragon not far away. Almost simultaneously, Song Tinyu appeared behind Wang Tong. His body suddenly vanished, replaced by a massive shadow covering the sky. A terrifying aura emanated from the shadow. It was extreme darkness, coldness, and ruthlessness. Song Tinyu's voice emerged from the shadows, like a deity, devoid of any emotion, darkness, the sigh of the Grim Reaper. A black ghostly light shot out, instantly catching up with the white light. The black and white beams intertwined, spiraling into a helix, and blasted toward the black dragon's heart. The speed was unbelievably fast. The black dragon still maintained its charging posture, intending to immediately eliminate these three little bugs. Unexpectedly, an incredible black and white light directly struck its heart. A sharp pain surged, as the light, like a drill, hit the black dragon's hardest reverse scale. The scales in this area are at least 10 times harder than elsewhere. It is precisely because of this that the black dragon's heart was not pierced. The light tore through its flesh. The defense was broken. A blood hole deep enough to expose the bone appeared on the black dragon's body. At this moment, Chen Emo, who had long been prepared on the sidelines, launched his final attack. His entire body was enveloped in ghostly blue flames. He resembled a god of fire descending to the mortal world, transforming into a blue meteor that crashed violently into the blood-filled pit. On the hellish mountaintop, it was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The abyssal black dragon stood silently at the center of the mountain peak, like a statue. Its body still maintained a charging posture, with immense dragon eyes reflecting anger, unwillingness, and confusion. That's right, the black dragon is dead. Just moments ago, the eternal night true flame, transformed by Chen Emo, surged into the blood hole in its heart. It was just an instant, the eternal night true flame directly engulfed the black dragon's heart, burning it into nothingness. The black dragon didn't even have time to let out a scream before its young life came to an end. This abyssal black dragon hatchling was only 80 years old, having just been weaned not long ago. Yet it ended up being captured by Chen Mo's adoptive father to serve as a soldier. Even the adoptive father did not expect that this black dragon would be defeated by 3 ordinary human ability users. Among them were 2 novice martial artists and 1 beginner. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. The massive body of the black dragon crashed to the ground, creating a large pit on the scorched earth, and the still hot lava quickly engulfed its corpse. Before the black dragon fell to the ground, Chen Emo shot out from the blood hole and landed not far away. Blue flames still lingered on his body, his chest heaving violently, and his entire body was weak. Chen Emo felt extremely exhausted, his Shinnic energy completely depleted. If not for his strong physical constitution, he would have already collapsed by now. Even if another level 3 exotic beast came, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. However, even so, his eyes still sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. It was the radiance of joy, excitement, and victory. At the moment the black dragon was slain, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Kill a level 4 low-tier exotic beast, dragon species, gain 1000 attribute points. This reward far exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. Logically, killing a level 3 peak exotic beast would only yield 200 attribute points. Then a level 4 low tier beast should roughly provide 500 points. This time, it directly doubled. The system specifically emphasized the dragon genus, indicating that this abyssal black dragon is exceptionally powerful among exotic beasts, otherwise, it wouldn't have been specially mentioned. Host, Chen Mo. Level, Beginner. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, Catastrophe level. Physique, 4391. Mental, 1122. Intelligence, 180. Skills, Free Combat Technique, Mastery, Flame Explosion, Mastery. Talent Skill, Breath Holding, Beginner. Unallocated points, 16,027. This is Chen Mo's current attribute panel. This college entrance examination brought Chen Mo great rewards, with attribute points rising sharply. The points remained unchanged, as the Black Dragon was not within the assessment scope. At this moment, Song Tianyu and Wan Tong also walked over. The faces of the three 18-year-olds were filled with excitement. Wan Tong felt incredibly excited to be able to kill a level 4 infernal Black Dragon hatchling together. Song Tianyu, on the other hand, was more immersed in the power of their combined attack just now. That strike was immensely powerful, beyond imagination. Even though the Black Dragon was already dead, Song Tianyu still savored the moment. Chen Mo. We won. Wan Tong exclaimed excitedly. Yes, we won. Chen Mo revealed a victorious smile. Song Tianyu said nothing, but nodded solemnly. The top 3 candidates from the Huicheng exam site actually joined forces to kill a level 4 exotic beast. Once this matter spreads, it will undoubtedly shake the entire Hua nation. There are still 2 hours left until noon. The 3 were already exhausted, and no one had the strength to continue hunting beasts. At this moment, all the candidates at the test sites were waiting in place, and no one dared to easily step out of the examination area. The situation at the Huicheng test site is even more special. The Black Dragon's breath of fire terrified all the beasts in the mountains. All the beasts fled the test site in panic and never returned. The candidates were almost all gathered in the outermost area. They did not dare to rush out of the examination hall like wild beasts. After all, once they left, their test scores would be invalidated. Moreover, there was no protection outside the examination hall, and encountering danger would be troublesome. At the same time, outside the military base, the energy of the suddenly appeared spatial passage began to rapidly dissipate, becoming smaller and smaller. Finally, under the encirclement of Zhang Qingsun and the soldiers, the spatial passage completely disappeared. Seeing the passage disappear, Zhang Qingsun finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the burden in his heart was lifted. He glanced at his watch. There were still half an hour left until the end of the college entrance exam. Immediately notify all candidates that the exam is ending early, and have them transported to the designated location using the beads. Zhang Qingsun exercised his authority and directly intervened in the exam arrangements. After returning, he will definitely explain this matter clearly to the people at the college entrance examination office. If rushing for time causes an accident to a candidate, he cannot bear this responsibility. Soon, the army of the 7th Division returned to the base, and Zhang Qingsun also returned to the examination venue. The lockdown measures in the base were also fully lifted. Fang Xingguo and his group rushed back, only to be stopped by Zhou Ping and Lu Buisheng as soon as they entered the door. After listening to the report from the two, Fang Xingguo was so shocked that his hair seemed to stand on end. He instructed the others to stay put and hurriedly ran towards Zhang Qingsun. "Chief, something's wrong. Something's wrong." Fang Xingguo shouted as he ran, completely disregarding his image, his voice drawing the attention of many people. Zhang Qingsun frowned deeply but still sat calmly and asked, "Mayor Fang, what happened? Why are you so flustered?" Fang Xingguo didn't waste words and concisely relayed Zhou Ping and the others' report. Zhang Qingsun suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open and his brows furrowed. "What did you say? Infernal Black Dragon?" Fang Xingguo was startled by the oppressive aura emanating from Zhang Qingsun, but the urgent situation forced him to grit his teeth and persevere. "Yes, the footage of the top 3 candidates at the Huicheng exam site is completely gone. Something major must have happened. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Qingsun's face turned ashen as he angrily spoke. The base is under lockdown, no one is allowed to move around freely, so I couldn't report it," Fang Xingguo said, full of frustration. Zhang Qingsun didn't argue with him, feeling as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. There were children from the Song family and the Wang family at this exam site, and he had been entrusted by both families to look after them. He wouldn't intervene without a life or death crisis, but now the situation had already occurred. If something happened to Song Tainyu and Wang Tong, he would have to face the wrath of both families. Even though he held a high position, he still had a severe headache. As for the other candidate named Chen Mo, he had long stopped paying attention to him. Zhang Qingsun couldn't bother with anything else and immediately used his authority to open the exam withdrawal and death list to check the situation at the Huicheng test site. After looking for a long time, he found that the names of these 3 people were not on the death or withdrawal list. This made him breathe a slight sigh of relief, but the problems that followed gave him a headache. That was the infernal black dragon. If they didn't die, how did they escape? Immediately issue the order for the 7th Division to rush to the Huicheng exam site and eliminate the infernal black dragon's offspring. Zhang Qingsun gave the order without hesitation. This black dragon cannot be left alive, it must be eliminated, or it will be a huge problem. Then he looked at Feng Xingguo and said, Mayor Feng, their names are not on the death list. The college entrance exam is over, let's go directly to the gathering point for the examines to take a look. Alright, I'll notify everyone to head over immediately. Feng Xingguo felt a sense of relief after hearing this. He hurried back to deliver the message to everyone. However, Zhou Ping was still uneasy and couldn't wait to see Chen Mo. Fortunately, the teleportation point was located in a temporary camp not far from the base. It was a vast open space that had been cleared in advance, divided into multiple areas, enough to accommodate everyone. All the candidates from the entire Sichuan province had gathered here. The expansive open space was crowded with people. Apart from those who had given up early or unfortunately left, everyone else had successfully teleported here. Chen Mo and the other 2 had just been teleported back, and seeing so many people, they felt as if it had been a lifetime. Who would have thought that they were just fighting desperately against a black dragon, and now they had safely returned here? The 3 were about to find acquaintances from their respective schools to chat when suddenly a figure accompanied by a deafening roar flew over from afar. The immense sound instantly drew the attention of all the examines, and everyone looked up in unison. Look quickly, that's the Commander-in-Chief of the Southwest Military Region. That's right, Commander Zhang has come in person. Many examines were surprised and excited, as not every test site gets the chance to see Zhang Qingsun in person. In contrast, students at the Huicheng test site were less surprised since they had seen him once before. But they quickly realized something was wrong. Zhang Qingsun actually flew toward their Huicheng exam site. Under the powerful mental force coverage, Zhang Qingsun immediately locked onto Song Tainyu, Wang Tong, and Chen Mo. Song Tainyu and Wang Tong were fine, but Chen Mo felt a strong sense of oppression pressing down from above. He clearly felt a powerful mental force scanning him, even directly locking onto him. Chen Mo looked up and stared at Zhang Qingsun, frowning deeply. His mental strength had already improved significantly. While others only felt immense pressure, he was able to catch more details. Chen Mo's mental strength suddenly erupted. Although facing a strong opponent was like an ant trying to shake a tree, being targeted made him very uncomfortable. This old guy is really nasty, so rude. Chen Mo muttered to himself, releasing his spiritual power without reservation to resist the other party's probing. Zhang Qingsun in the sky immediately sensed a force below that was not strong but very stubbornly resisting him. He quickly locked onto Chen Mo. This kid. A trace of surprise flashed in Zhang Qingsun's eyes. At this moment, he had already landed at the Huicheng examination site. The surrounding examines automatically gave him a wide open space. Not only because he was a military district commander, but also because his strength made people hesitant to approach him easily. Song Tainyu, Wang Tong, Chen Mo, the 3 of you, come over here. Zhang Qingsun looked around and said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze focused on 3 people. The students from number 2 high school stared at Song Tainyu and Wang Tong, while the students from number 1 high school looked at Chen Mo. More people curiously looked at Chen Mo. After all, he was the top scorer at the Huicheng exam site. That's Chen Mo? Doesn't seem all that special. Are you blind? How can you not see someone this handsome? That's right, our school doesn't have anyone this good looking. If I had known, I would have gone to number 1 high school. Stop dreaming. With your grades, do you think you could even get into number 1 high school? The surroundings instantly became noisy. Everyone watched the 3 walk toward Zhang Qingsun. Looking at the 3 young people in front of him, Zhang Qingsun finally felt relieved. They were all safe and sound. The seriousness on his face gradually disappeared, revealing a smile he considered kind. I already know about the situation at the Huicheng exam site. I heard you encountered a young abyssal black dragon on the mountaintop. The 3 exchanged glances, and finally, Wang Tong spoke up to respond. Reporting to the commander, that is indeed the case. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves. The surrounding examines could hardly believe their ears. What? A young infernal black dragon? Did I hear that right? Oh my god. So the commotion just now was caused by the infernal black dragon. Yeah, but why the exam? Did you see that? This thing actually appeared in the exam hall. Wait, don't you want to know how the three of them managed to escape alive from that black dragon? The scene instantly erupted into chaos, the noise even louder than before. Even candidates from other exam sites gathered around. The news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone knew about it. John Kingston continued to press, "Can you talk about what happened at the time? How did you escape from the mountain top?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the awkward expressions on the faces of the three people opposite him. Wang Tong didn't know how to start, her face showing embarrassment. Song Tinyu looked grim and said nothing. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was so exhausted that he just wanted to find a place to sleep and couldn't be bothered to waste words with this rude old man. At that moment, John Kingston's phone rang. He answered it, and the voice of the commander of the 7th Division came from the other end. "Report, Chief, we have arrived at the Huicheng examination site." But the commander paused for a moment, seeming somewhat hesitant. "Stop stammering, speak up," John Kingston urged with a cold expression. "It's like this, Chief. When we arrived, we found that all the exotic beasts in the examination site had escaped the boundaries. Furthermore," the commander paused again. John Kingston couldn't help but roar, "Are you stuck today? Why are you speaking so slowly?" There was a second of silence on the other end of the phone, and the commander's voice carried confusion and puzzlement. "We took a look at the mountaintop, and it is indeed a young purgatory black dragon, low-level tier 4. But by the time we arrived, it was already dead." "Hello, Chief, are you still there? Hello." John Kingston's silence made the commander a bit panicked. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" John Kingston's expression turned complicated. "No mistake. So many of us were watching together," the commander answered confidently. "Got it, hanging up now." John Kingston hung up the phone, turned to look at the three people in front of him, and his expression became serious. After hanging up the phone, John Kingston said seriously, "Latest news, the infernal black dragon's hatchling is dead. It was most likely killed by a stronger force. Did you notice anything unusual at the time?" The three of them looked even more peculiar. After half a minute, Wang Tong awkwardly spoke, "Sir, actually, the infernal black dragon was killed by the three of us." I heard you. The three of you really had it tough, managing to escape alive. What did you just say?" John Kingston widened his eyes, staring at Wang Tong in astonishment. "I said, it was the three of us who took down that abyssal black dragon hatchling." "Oh my god. What did I just hear?" Wang Tong said the three of them killed a level 4 exotic beast, and it was a dragon. "This is just too unbelievable. I admit they're impressive, but they can't be this strong, right?" Voices of doubt and astonishment kept echoing around. Even John Kingston was a bit flustered. "Wang Tong, this matter is too important. You can't just say things recklessly in front of so many people." Wang Tong's face darkened, as if she had been wronged. "Who said anything wrong? If you don't believe me, you can ask the two of them." She pouted, unhappily pointing at Song Tinyu and Chen Mo. At this moment, the teachers from the Huicheng exam site also rushed over one after another, and the crowd grew larger and larger. Everyone heard the news, and the scene became very lively, with discussions rising one after another. Seeing the situation getting increasingly chaotic, John Kingston frowned and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, quiet." A powerful spiritual force quickly spread out. In an instant, the previously noisy gathering point became deathly silent. The examines all held their breath, even the teachers dared not make a sound. Zhang Qing looked solemnly at the three people in front of him. "Wang Tong, Song Tinyu, and Chen Mo, this matter is very important. Since you claim to have taken down the black dragon, explain the whole story in front of everyone." As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Tong and Song Tinyu exchanged a glance, showing an embarrassed expression on their faces. "Song Tinyu, can this matter be casually talked about?" Wang Tong asked hesitantly. Song Tinyu frowned and shook his head helplessly. "I'm not sure either. But if we don't say it now, at this rate, we might not even be able to leave this place." Wang Tong glanced at the crowd surrounding them, her expression turning grim. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind and said, "Chief, you're the one who asked us to speak. If something goes wrong afterward, you'll have to take responsibility." John Kingston raised an eyebrow. "This little girl actually dares to threaten me. What could possibly happen between you two?" "All right, I will take responsibility for all the consequences." Wang Tong glanced at Chen Mo, who was lowering his head beside her. He was so exhausted that he was about to fall asleep, so he simply sat on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. The surrounding commotion seemed to have nothing to do with him. Wang Tong took a deep breath and began to recount the events in detail. When she described how powerful the black dragon was, the surrounding examines all exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Qingsun judged from everyone's reactions that Wang Tong was not lying. When she mentioned that she and Song Tianyu joined forces to break through the black dragon's defense, Zhang Qingsun's expression changed drastically. He widened his eyes, looking at Wang Tong, then at Song Tianyu, more shocked than when he heard about the space channel. Wang Tong saw his expression and shrugged. "Chief, you were the one who asked us to speak. Now everyone present knows. As for the Wang family and the Song family, you'll have to figure out how to explain it yourself. When I go back, I'll say it was you who forced us to reveal it." Zhang Qingsun's face looked as unpleasant as if he had swallowed a fly. He hadn't expected things to escalate like this. Everyone knows about the relationship between the Song family and the Wang family. This matter also involves the grievances of the previous generation of the two families. The younger generation of the two families working together for the first time is absolutely shocking news. If this gets out, the two families will definitely cause trouble for him. Seeing Zhang Qingsun's unpleasant expression, Wang Tong couldn't help but chuckle to herself. "Old man, bullying us young people? Just wait and see." Without waiting for Zhang Qingsun to react, she continued. "That's how it went. In the end, Chen Mo used his abilities to charge into the blood hole and directly burned the black dragon's heart. Then we won." Wang Tong shrugged, looking as if it was no big deal. But these words sounded like a thunderous explosion to the students and teachers. "Impossible. Chen Mo is an F-level ability user, how could he defeat Black Dragon? That's right, there must be something fishy here." The scene became chaotic again. At this moment, a piercing shout came from the crowd. "Chief, I want to report. I want to report." A thin figure squeezed out of the crowd and came before Zhang Qingsun and the teacher. Zhou Ping saw this and immediately shouted, "Guo Wei, you're causing trouble again." Guo Wei sneered, not taking Zhou Ping seriously. With Zhang Qingsun around, he wasn't afraid of Zhou Ping. "Sir, you heard what Wang Tong said. Ask the classmates nearby, is this even possible? Chen Mo is clearly an F-level ability user, how could he have killed the Black Dragon? I want to report him for cheating on the exam." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted. "Oh my god, Chen Mo cheated. No wonder he got first place. Yeah, I've seen his F-level ability, how could he possibly be this strong? If it weren't for cheating, there's no way he could achieve all this." "That's right, I think so too. He actually managed to get past the previous security checks, quite impressive." The surrounding voices of doubt grew louder, and the examines became increasingly agitated. Zhou Ping angrily pointed at Guo Wei and shouted, "Guo Wei, are you crazy? Your classmates, don't you know what Chen Mo is usually like? He didn't cheat at all." At this moment, Wang Fei also rushed over, pointing at Guo Wei's nose and shouting, "Guo Wei, I've disliked you for a long time. You usually mock Chen Mo with sarcasm, and now you're openly slandering him. Are you tired of living?" Guo Wei sneered, "Ha, have you all been fooled by him? The facts are right in front of you. If he didn't cheat, then tell me how he managed to do it? Speak up." "You." Wang Fei was rendered speechless. He had been saved by Chen Mo before and had personally witnessed his strength. He firmly believed that Chen Mo did not cheat. Moreover, at that time, Chen Mo was using pure strength, not at all like he had taken any drugs. But when asked to explain why Chen Mo suddenly became so strong, he couldn't say. The scene suddenly fell into silence. At this moment, a person stepped out from the crowd. His face was heavy, as if black flames were burning on his body, and his gaze fiercely fixed on Guo Wei. "Guo Wei, right? I, Qin Su, guarantee with my integrity that Chen Mo absolutely did not cheat." Qin Su coldly glanced at Guo Wei, then turned to the surrounding classmates. "Not only that, you should also thank him. It was the two of us who wiped out all the 9 lampgrass at the Huicheng exam site. If it weren't for that, many of you wouldn't even know the cause of your death." Qin Su's words echoed at the gathering point. Someone asked in confusion, 9 lampgrass? What's that? I heard it's a plant-type exotic beast. How could it appear in the exam site? I don't know either, this guy makes up stories without a draft. But some people's expressions changed instantly, they were the candidates who had been saved by the two. At that time, they were unconscious, and by the time they woke up, the two had already left. Guo Wei sneered, "Qin Su, you're just from Huicheng number 2 high school. What right do you have to talk about our number 1 high school? Are you close with Chen Mo? I heard you even had conflicts before the college entrance exam. Could it be that you're pretending to help? Ha ha ha. His mockery made the other candidates burst into laughter. After all, everyone has seen that martial arts school video. Chin Su's face turned livid with anger. Go away. It was just a misunderstanding before. Chen Mo saved my life in the Nine-Lantern Maze. Later, we joined forces to eliminate the Nine-Lantern Grass. If you don't believe me, you can check the footage. At this moment, Huicheng Mayor Feng Xingguo stepped forward to speak. Commander Zhang, I can prove this is true. We all watched Chen Mo and Chin Su spend the night eliminating the Nine-Lantern Grass. Director Zhou Xin of the Education Bureau, along with the principals of First High School and Second High School, also stepped forward to testify. For a moment, numerous authoritative figures vouched for the two, leaving Guo Wei speechless. His face turned grim, his expression twisted. Even if you say it so well, you still can't prove he didn't cheat. Without special means, how could he possibly defeat Judenko? Are you out of your mind? Guo Wei shouted desperately. The candidates who were initially hesitant fell into doubt once again. Exactly. So what if he saved me? The fact that he cheated doesn't change, I won't thank him. That's right. Getting first place through cheating, this kind of thing should make him completely infamous and humiliated forever. The people around were speaking louder and louder. Chen Mo frowned tightly, closed his eyes, and sat on the ground to rest. He was utterly exhausted, having shut off all his senses long ago, completely ignoring the sounds from the outside world. Next to him, Wang Tong was so angry that her face turned red. You fools! He didn't cheat at all, I can tell. She wanted to continue arguing, but Song Tinyu suddenly reached out and pressed her shoulder. Wang Tong turned her head and saw Song Tinyu's calm expression. He gently shook his head, his eyes full of determination. Wang Tong, don't waste your breath on these useless people. The truth will always come to light. If even our leader finds it hard to judge, it only shows how terrible the current social atmosphere has become. Song Tinyu's voice was not loud, yet Zhang Qingsun heard it clearly. What? This kid is trying to set me up. So, he means that if I say Chen Mo cheated, I'm encouraging bad behavior? Good boy, just you wait and see. Zhang Qingsun felt both angry and amused. He never expected that as the commander-in-chief of the military district, he would be threatened by two young people one after the other. If this matter gets out, it would be utter chaos. However, as a senior executive, he certainly wouldn't be easily swayed by a few words from others. He simply doesn't believe those rumors. It was only at this moment that he seriously looked at Chen Mo. What? This kid actually fell asleep. Zhang Qingsun was so angry that he almost lost his temper. Hundreds of thousands of examines in the entire examination hall were watching the commotion, and Chen Mo became the center of attention. Yet he fell asleep as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Zhou Ping walked over and gently patted Chen Mo. Chen Mo, wake up. What's wrong with you? But no matter how much they called, Chen Mo didn't respond. After all, he had shut off all his senses. Wang Tong sighed and said, that last strike almost drained all his energy, and now his body is overexerted. As she spoke, she took out a recovery potion from her bag and handed it to Zhou Ping. This is an A-grade recovery potion. Give him an injection, and he will recover quickly. A-grade recovery potion. Zhou Ping took it in shock, looking at Wang Tong in disbelief. This potion is top-notch, and one vial can sell for 5 million outside. She actually took it out so casually for Chen Mo to use. Since when did their relationship become this good? The teachers and students present were all shocked by Wang Tong's actions. Zhou Ping didn't hesitate, rolled up Chen Mo's sleeve, and directly injected him with the medicine. I have to say, grade A potion is simply defying the heavens. In less than a minute, energy fluctuations began to emanate from Chen Mo's body. This is a sign of Shinik recovery. A few minutes later, Chen Mo frowned and finally opened his confused eyes. So sleepy. What happened to me? What time is it? Did I oversleep? Have the exam results come out? He groggily stood up, looking at the people around him. Chen Mo, wake up. Look around and see where you are. Your best classmate is reporting you for cheating right now. Wang Tong glared at him and said irritably. What did you say? Cheating? Me? That's right. It's you. Guo Wei said fiercely. Chen Mo finally came to his senses and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Guo Wei, I remember you were chased by ghost bees before, and I saved you, and now you're being so ungrateful. You, humph, so what? You did save me, that's true, but that doesn't change the fact that you cheated. I could never thank a cheater. I must stand on the side of justice. Guo Wei declared firmly, though he felt a bit uneasy inside. Seeing Chen Mo's calm expression, he felt even more unsettled. Chen Mo glanced at Guo Wei but didn't pay him any further attention. He turned to look around and found himself surrounded by a large crowd. Everyone cast doubtful, scrutinizing, and even gloating looks at him. "Oh, you all think I cheated too?" Chen Mo's gaze swept across the crowd, and those who met his eyes awkwardly looked away, not daring to meet his stare. "Chen Mo, I can prove you didn't cheat." Qin Su shouted loudly, his eyes unwaveringly firm. Wang Fei also voiced his support, and Wang Tong and Song Tingyi rarely stood up to testify for Chen Mo. Immediately afterward, Zhou Ping, Lu Guosheng, and several leaders from the Huicheng examination site also expressed their support for Chen Mo. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became extremely tense. Seeing so many people speak up for him, a trace of warmth flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Some of them he had never met before, such as Mayor Fang Xingguo, a lofty figure with whom he had no interaction at all. But they all stood up to testify for him. It's impossible not to be moved. At this moment, Zhang Qingsun finally spoke. "Chen Mo, as the person in charge of the Zishuan examination site, since someone has reported you, I must conduct a routine check. If you haven't cheated, I will clear your name." Chen Mo stared at Zhang Qingsun and said with a smile, "All right, how do you want to check? Should I strip right now? With so many people watching, I might as well charge admission." Wang Tong next to him couldn't help but laugh out loud, her face flushed and her heart racing, cursing inwardly, "This bastard, he's really not afraid of the old men hitting him." Zhang Qingsun neither laughed nor got angry. He shook his head and said, "No need to take it off. I can scan your body with mental power, there's no need for others to see." Chen Mo nodded indifferently, "All right, go ahead." Zhang Qingsun didn't act immediately but turned to Guo Wei and said, "Next, I will personally examine Chen Mo. If he cheated, his results will be cancelled, and he will be permanently banned from taking the college entrance exam. If he didn't cheat, as the accuser, your results will also be cancelled, and you may face legal consequences. Do you understand?" Guo Wei was so frightened by these words that he almost sat on the ground, flustered and uneasy. However, looking at Chen Mo's infuriating expression and his own unwillingness to concede, he still gritted his teeth and nodded, "Understood, Chief, go ahead and investigate." "All right." Zhang Qingsun once again scanned the entire crowd, his voice transmitted to everyone's ears through his mental power, "My decision is final. If anyone has doubts, speak up now." The entire place fell into dead silence. No one dared to question him. Whether in terms of status or strength, no one believed Zhang Qingsun would show favoritism toward Chen Mo. Everyone knew that Chen Mo came from an ordinary family and couldn't possibly have any connection to a military district commander. Even if he had money, Zhang Qingsun wouldn't care. After no one spoke up, Zhang Qingsun's gaze returned to Chen Mo. In the next moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his eyes, shooting straight toward the center of Chen Mo's forehead. "Don't resist, it will be over soon," he said in a deep voice. This time, Chen Mo really didn't resist. Although his mental strength was considered strong among his peers, it was nothing compared to Zhang Qingsun. Zhang Qingsun's mental strength enveloped Chen Mo's entire body, including the backpack on his back. Seeing the few worn-out items in the backpack, Zhang Qingsun frowned. This kid didn't even bring a single potion. Apart from the life-saving bead, the bag only contained 2 sets of clothes for changing, bedding, and a tent. This isn't battle gear, it's travel equipment, isn't it? The people around him were all carrying combat gear, but he showed up with camping equipment. Zhang Qingsun carefully examined Chen Mo's body again, and finally felt a stir in his heart. His body is actually this strong? How is this possible? He frowned deeply, unable to figure out how a beginner could have such a powerful physique. His physical fitness is astonishingly strong. Although he couldn't accurately gauge the opponent's strength, he was certain that the opponent's physique was definitely not something an ordinary novice could possess. Seeing Zhang Qingsun's expression, Guo Wei, who was beside him, felt a trace of secret delight in his heart. Really found a problem? It seems this kid indeed has something fishy going on. Everyone else was also staring intently at Zhang Qingsun. The scene instantly became so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. With even greater doubt, Zhang Qingsun carefully scanned Chen Mo's body. He didn't find anything unusual. In other words, Chen Mo did not carry any cheating tools. After a moment, Zhang Qingsun withdrew his mental force field. He looked at Chen Mo with a determined gaze and solemnly said, "After my inspection, Chen Mo has not engaged in any cheating." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in astonishment. Wang Fei and Qin Su jumped up excitedly. "I told you, how could Chen Mo possibly cheat?" "Exactly. His first place is well deserved." Zhang Qingsun's words were like the final conclusion. Hearing this, Guo Wei's face immediately turned pale, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. No, no way. Impossible. He is clearly an F-level ability user, how could he not have cheated? This doesn't make sense. He screamed hoarsely. This was also everyone's question. At this moment, Zhou Ping stepped forward and said to Chen Mo, what's the deal with your superpower? Everyone is very curious, you need to give us an explanation. Chen Mo sighed helplessly, I knew I couldn't hide it from you all. Since that's the case, I'll tell you the truth. Do you remember the fire at the grain base before the college entrance exam? Chen Mo recounted his experience. He said that he entered the fire scene to fight the fire and almost couldn't make it out. At the critical moment, he felt a change in his supernatural ability. Afterward, it turned into the current state, with even his physical fitness significantly improved. Zhou Ping sighed after hearing this, so the anomaly at the food base back then was actually related to you. Chen Mo shrugged, looking innocent, without saying much. But, what exactly is your ability? Why have I never seen it before? Lu Guozheng interjected from the side, can you show it again? No problem, but you guys better be careful. As he spoke, Chen Mo raised his right index finger, and a small ghostly blue flame ignited at his fingertip. The moment the flame appeared, the surrounding temperature rapidly soared at an astonishing speed. People close to him immediately felt their skin burning, faintly aching. Although almost everyone present had witnessed his strength, they endured the discomfort and did not retreat. But some examines couldn't take it. Some examines with opposing attributes were even forced to step back by the scorching heat. What kind of flame is this? The temperature is so high. Everyone was astonished. Even Zhang Qingsun showed a serious expression. This kind of ability, he had never seen before. The superpower has mutated, but what specific superpower it has turned into cannot be determined for now. Zhang Qingsun concluded. Everyone began to accept this fact. Although superpower mutations are rare, they are not unheard of. It can be said that every superpower mutant is a lucky one. This situation mostly occurs in low-level ability users, and after mutation, they can at least reach A level. Some can even reach S level, or even SS level. As for Chen Mo's ability, the result will only be determined after a specialized evaluation upon returning. The unexpected incident at the Huicheng examination site ended in such an unforeseen manner. Guo Wei, who originally wanted to step on Chen Mo, finally realized that the joke was all on himself. The moment the truth was revealed, the people around cast cold and disdainful glances. Many classmates from class 3 to 3 stepped forward one after another and spat fiercely in front of Guo Wei. Guo Wei had always relied on his strong abilities and decent family background, bullying his classmates harshly on a regular basis. But now, it feels like the whole world is bullying him, and no one is helping him. Guo Wei was completely in despair. His college entrance exam this time was completely over. Not only were all his previous scores invalidated, but he would also never be eligible to take the college entrance exam again. Even worse, this incident would be recorded in his file and follow him for the rest of his life. Even if he looks for a job in the future, others will definitely reject him outright upon seeing this record. Unless he relies on his family background to start his own business, he will never have a chance to succeed in life. That's not all. If Chen Mo refuses to let him go and uses legal means to punish him, he might even end up in prison. The incident at the scene was recorded in its entirety by many examines using their phones. Soon, this matter will definitely spread across the entire internet, and it wouldn't be surprising if it even trends. Chen Mo didn't get into any trouble. Instead, Guo Wei became the target of everyone's criticism. Guo Wei slumped to the ground, his face pale as death. He stared blankly at the tall and handsome figure in front of him, his eyes filled with hatred. Chen Mo, it's all your fault. Why are you everywhere? I clearly have the lowest level of abilities, why did yours mutate? This world is so unfair. Too unfair. Guo Wei's eyes were bloodshot, his heart completely shattered. In his eyes, Chen Mo was no longer a classmate but a demon who wanted to kill him. Demon! I will kill you! I will kill you! Ah! Guo Wei lost his mind, his entire body surging with supernatural power. He leapt fiercely, preparing to charge at Chen Mo. But as soon as he moved, he was frozen in mid-air. A cold, angry voice exploded in his ear. Guo Wei, you actually want to kill a classmate, you must have a death wish. Two beams of white light shot out from Zhang Qingsun's eyes, and his powerful mental force directly suppressed Guo Wei. In an instant, Guo Wei regained his senses. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, despair surging in his heart. It's over. Completely over. He was already an adult, Yet he openly attacked a fellow student in the examination hall, even harboring murderous intent. This was a serious crime. There was no way he could escape. Take him away, John Kingson ordered, and soldiers rushed forward to seize Guo. He struggled desperately, but the soldiers showed no mercy. They directly broke his arms and legs. His screams were piercing, silencing every other examinee in fear. The military was truly ruthless. This guy dared to cause trouble here. He was lucky not to be shot on the spot. Chen Mo, I'll kill you. You won't live long. Guo's furious roars gradually faded into the distance. And with that, this incident finally came to an end. The chaos at the Huicheng Examination Center was destined to become the biggest news of this year's college entrance exams, and perhaps even the most widely followed event across the nation. After handling the situation, John Kingson surveyed the room. All examines, follow instructions and leave in an orderly manner. The exam results will be announced in 3 days. Please log into the official website to check them promptly. After saying this, his figure flickered and disappeared into the distance. The college entrance exam is finally over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This college entrance examination was different from previous ones, with too many unexpected events. Although it's unclear how things were in other provinces, at least the candidates in Sichuan province will never forget this experience. The students at the Huicheng exam site especially went through a thrilling crisis, fortunately resolved in time by Chen Mo and Qin Su. At this moment, many candidates stepped forward voluntarily to express their gratitude to Chen Mo and Qin Su. They were all students who almost died in the Nine-Lantern Maze. Faced with the swarming crowd, Chen Mo had a terrible headache. He quickly asked Qin Su for help in dealing with them, then hid beside the homeroom teacher Zhou Ping, pretending to be seriously injured, unwilling to step forward. They've arrived. When administering the injection earlier, Zhou Ping had already noticed that Chen Mo's body was severely overexerted. So he didn't stop them, doing his best to protect Chen Mo until all the examines left in an orderly manner under the arrangements of the military. Most of the examines returned to their respective cities or towns, but Song Tainyu and Wang Tong did not go back. When they arrived at the school, someone was already waiting to pick them up, and they directly boarded a private jet to fly back to the Song family and Wang family in the capital. After everything was over, Chen Mo finally returned home. Pushing open the door, the figure of his adoptive father was no longer at home, and he felt a bit unaccustomed. With a bitter smile, Chen Mo collapsed onto the bed and immediately fell asleep. He was too exhausted. This college entrance exam had been immensely rewarding for him, but it had also left him utterly drained. 3 days later, Chen Mo was awakened by the urgent ringing of the phone. The phone kept ringing, as if it wouldn't let him sleep. He picked up his phone and saw it was a call from his homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Chen Mo, you finally answered the phone. It's so late, hurry up and get out of bed." Teacher, how did you know I was sleeping?" "Nonsense, I'm your homeroom teacher, how could I not know? After the exams are over, it's either staying up all night playing games or going out to have fun. Who would wake up early?" Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed. Sleeping in is not wrong, but Zhou Ping misunderstood his true state. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Ping's voice was excited and urgent. "Hurry up and come to the school, now. The mayor, the director of education, and the principal are all waiting for you." "Huh? What happened?" Chen Mo's mind was still a bit foggy. "What else could it be? You're the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Haven't you seen the results list?" Chen Mo remained silent. He really hadn't looked, or rather, hadn't had the chance to. This matter wasn't that exciting for him. That day, returning from the exam venue, everyone knew he was definitely the top scorer at the Huicheng exam site. But what shocked Chen Mo even more was the over 10,000 attribute points. "Alright, I'll have breakfast first and head over right away." "Alright, as soon as possible." Zhou Ping didn't urge him further and hung up the phone. Chen Mo rubbed his eyes, got up to wash, took out the meal prepared in advance by his foster father, and started eating in big bites. While eating, he opened his phone to check the exam results. The results were supposed to be released at midnight today. When he opened the website and saw the information, he was stunned. The chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground, and he was completely unresponsive. The Candidate Information Network published the rankings for the Huicheng Test Center and the entire Sichuan province. Chen Mo searched for his name. After excluding duplicate names, he saw a shocking piece of information. Chen Mo, 18 years old, Huicheng City No. 1 High School, Class 3 of Senior Year, Student ID 40037289959. College entrance exam score, 28,632.17 points, ranked first in Huicheng City, ranked first in Sichuan province. Seeing the 2-1s at the end, especially the provincial first place, Chen Emo, having lived 2 lives, almost couldn't believe it. His mouth opened wide, and the food spilled out. Whoa, am I not dreaming? I actually became the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Sichuan province. Chen Emo was so excited that words could not describe it. This was beyond anything he could dream of. He worried that he might have seen it wrong or that there was a system error, so he quickly logged out of the website and logged back in. The result was still the same. Chen Emo jumped straight up from the chair, excitedly bouncing around the room. Unstoppable. Amazing. Our family's ancestors must be smiling from above. Chen Emo, actually became the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Mom, Dad, Godfather, did you see this? Did you see this? Chen Emo shouted loudly in excitement. As he shouted, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He knelt in front of his parents' portraits, tears streaming down his face, his heart filled with unbearable pain. Once, he was just an F-level useless ability user, looked down upon and bullied at any time. But now, he had transformed into the top scorer in the college entrance examination, standing out among hundreds of thousands of candidates. This news not only made him so excited he couldn't sleep, but even the neighbors were likely to stay up all night in excitement after hearing it. That's right. I am the neighbor of the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination. This means he is one step closer to his goal. Foster father, just wait. Since we agreed there would be a day to meet again, I will work hard with all my might to make that day come sooner. Chen Emo wiped away his tears, sat back at the table, carefully finished the remaining food, then changed into that old school uniform and walked out the door. Huicheng in the summer remains unbearably hot. The college entrance examination is indeed a major event that garners nationwide attention, but most people still have their own lives to attend to. After the exam ended, the streets remained bustling with traffic, and people were striving hard for their livelihoods. This time, Chen Emo didn't take a car but walked alone on the street, feeling the warmth of the sunlight on his body. Perhaps it was the eternal nitro flame within him at work, for despite the scorching sun overhead, he didn't feel hot at all. Instead, he felt a cozy warmth all over. He started walking slowly, then began to jog, and finally couldn't help but sprint down the street. His strong physique allowed his speed to reach its peak. Passers-by only felt a blur before Chen Emo sped past them. From home to school, it took less than 10 minutes. At the school gate, he saw a huge banner hanging above the entrance. Congratulations to Huicheng No. 1 high school student Chen Emo for achieving the top score in the Sichuan Province College Entrance Examination, ranking first in the province. He looked up at the banner, still finding it a bit hard to believe. The security guard at the gate had already recognized him. It's Chen Emo, he's here. The security guard immediately called the principal's office, then quickly ran out to greet Chen Emo. Chen Emo was startled by the security guard's respectful and enthusiastic attitude. Uncle Wang, what are you doing? Security guard Uncle Wang smiled and said, Xiaochen, I have a good eye for people. I said back then that you were extraordinary. How about it, was I right? You've really brought glory to our Huicheng. Chen Mo's mouth twitched slightly as he recalled the scene where he was once coldly blocked at the door by Uncle Wang for being 5 minutes late, and it was finally the homeroom teacher Zhou Ping who brought him into the school. Now the contrast is so stark that he can hardly believe it. Uncle Wang used to say he was only good enough to carry shoes for others. Looking at Uncle Wang's flattering expression, Chen Emo shook his head. Just got the top scorer title, and the attitude of those around me changed immediately. This reality is truly speechless. At this moment, the campus broadcast played stirring music. The voice of Principal Su Fong came through the broadcast. Now, let's welcome the top scorer of the college entrance exam in Sichuan province, Chen Emo, back to his alma mater. Chen Emo felt extremely awkward. Seriously, I just finished the exam. How does this count as returning to my alma mater? They make it sound like I've been away for years. Uncle Wang led him into the campus and directly to the playground. The scene before him startled Chen Emo. The playground was already crowded with people. All the middle and high school students of Huicheng No. 1 school were standing there. All the teachers were also present. On the podium, Mayor Fang Xingguo, Education Bureau Director Zhou Xin, Principal Su Fong, and his senior year Class 3 homeroom teacher Zhou Ping were all smiling as they looked at him. Chen Emo was being stared at by thousands of eyes, and he couldn't help but shiver. He had never been the center of attention for so many people before. Uncle Wang led him onto the stage and stood him in front of Mayor Fang Xingguo. Fang Xingguo smiled and reached out to shake his hand. Chen Emo, you are truly the pride of our Huicheng people. Today is a special day, and I represent the entire Huicheng city to commend you. Feng Xingguo stood in front of the microphone, his voice full of passion. His words instantly turned Chen Mo into a model of enduring hardship, excelling in both character and academics, and working diligently. Not only did he help his classmates in the exam room, but he also resolved the major crisis of Jidenko. He excels in academics, has impeccable character, and is simply a model student with all-around development. Feng Xingguo spoke vividly, and Chen Mo felt like he was about to break into a sweat. Is this about him? Could he have come to the wrong place? The first award will now be presented, Feng Xingguo announced. At this moment, Qin Su from No. 2 High School walked onto the stage, accompanied by Principal Xiao Tiantong of No. 2 High School. Chen Mo and Qin Su have become role models of Huicheng for their bravery, helping classmates, and selfless acts of saving others. On behalf of the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government, I hereby commend them. They are awarded the title of Huicheng Model Worker and the Medal of Bravery. Each will receive a reward of 2 million huobi and 10 sea-level potions. As soon as the words fell, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The students were all stunned. This reward is too generous. Just those 10 sea-level potions are worth a fortune, not to mention 2 million hua currency. Even Chen Mo himself was taken aback, not expecting to receive such treatment. Only Qin Su remained calm. He came from a wealthy family, and this amount of money was merely half a year's pocket money for him. The potion didn't hold any special significance to him either. Seeing Chen Mo's dazed expression, Qin Su couldn't help but secretly laugh. He hadn't expected the top scorer of the college entrance exam to be such a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Thinking back to the time when he had conflicts with Chen Mo, Qin Su felt a surge of emotions. Fate is truly something inexplicable and mysterious. After the awards were presented, Qin Su nodded at Chen Mo as a greeting and then left the stage. Only Chen Mo was left on stage, and he felt like a giant panda being watched by everyone. The students below the stage cast various glances, some curious, some excited, some disdainful, and some hostile. The mix of emotions made Chen Mo afraid to look directly at anyone. The most excited were his close friends Zhangping and Wang Fei. Zhangping took the liberal arts entrance exam and didn't witness the scene firsthand. When he returned and heard Wang Fei's account, he was utterly shocked. Who would have thought that the once mocked loser duo of Class 3 Lighter and Searchlight would now have one of them become the provincial top scorer? Zhangping felt as if he were dreaming. He's been feeling quite proud these past 2 days. Although he only found out today that Chen Mo is the provincial top scorer, being the top student in Huicheng is enough to make him proud for a long time, showing off everywhere that he is the best friend of the first-place student. Back then, they caused trouble together, sharing the bond of secretly peeking at female classmates taking a bath. Of course, if Chen Mo found out, he would probably beat him up. Wang Fei was similar. Chen Mo was not only his close buddy but also his lifesaver. After returning home, Wang Fei told his family about the matter, and his parents insisted on thanking Chen Mo in person. In the end, Wang Fei stopped them, saying they should visit 3 days after the official announcement of the results. Today, Wang Fei's parents also came and stood at the back. Countless parents were gathered there. Below the stage, besides students and teachers, there were also TV reporters broadcasting live. This was the most glorious moment in Huicheng's history, and it was certainly worth extensive coverage. The top scorer in the martial arts college entrance exam, this level of prestige is unparalleled. As long as Chen Mo doesn't encounter any unexpected events, his future is bound to be infinitely bright. That's true. Many years later, whenever the people of Huicheng mentioned Chen Mo, they would be filled with emotion. It was he who changed the fate of this city, propelling Huicheng to become the largest city in Sichuan province with the most superhumans, completely surpassing the provincial capital, Zinda City. However, that's a story for another time. At this moment, Feng Xingguo was still speaking on stage. Next, we will commend and reward Chen Mo, who achieved first place in this year's college entrance examination in Huicheng City, as well as first place in the entire province. As soon as Feng Xingguo finished speaking, the audience erupted into excitement. This is the main event. According to the previously announced reward plan, the student who achieves the top score in Huicheng City's college entrance examination will receive 8 million huobi, along with a Longhua villa and 10 C-grade potions. As soon as the reward was announced, the entire audience was in an uproar. Countless people's eyes sparkled with envy. Chen Mo instantly secured a reward worth over tens of millions. In this lifetime, he had never seen so much money. Not only that, he also received the most luxurious villa in Huicheng for free. Longhua District, surrounded by mountains and water, is considered a suburban area but is a gathering place for the wealthy. Many wealthy individuals from new cities and other places own properties here. and Longhua Villa is a top-tier residential area that the city has prioritized for development. Each villa covers at least 1,000 square meters, stands 5 stories high, features luxurious decor, and is fully equipped with complete facilities. The security guards in the villa area are all powerful novice martial artists. Zhang Peng once joked with Qin Mo, saying that maybe working as a security guard in Longhua Villa in the future wouldn't be a bad idea, as the benefits there are much better than those of ordinary residential area security guards. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo is no longer a security guard but has directly become a property owner. Zhang Peng, sitting below, felt a pang of bitterness in his heart but was genuinely happy for Chen Mo. After all, these are rewards brought by strength. But the rewards are not over yet. Fang Xingguo continued, since Chen Mo unexpectedly achieved the top scorer in the Sichuan Province College entrance examination, the provincial reward will be issued specifically by the provincial party committee and provincial government. However, after an urgent discussion, the Huicheng Municipal Party Committee has decided to grant Chen Mo a special commendation in the name of the government. As soon as the words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Reward Chen Mo with 10 million Huobi, 10 B-grade potions, and confer the Lifetime Achievement Award of Huicheng No. 1 High School and the Special Medal of Honorary Citizen of Huicheng. Additionally, a statue of him will be erected at Huicheng No. 1 High School to inspire more students to follow his example. Fang Xingguo's words completely ignited the atmosphere of the playground. First, the 10 million Huobi directly elevated the reward to a new level. Chen Mo's wealth suddenly soared to 20 million. What surprised people the most were those 10 B-grade potions. These potions are extremely valuable and cannot be bought with money alone. B-grade and above potions are usually in limited supply due to their powerful effects and limited production. Not only does it require money, but sometimes it also depends on connections. In the hands of any ability user, this is a strategic level treasure. At this moment, Chen Mo finally understood just how precious the grade A potion Wang Tong casually gave him at the gathering point was. And Wang Tong didn't even blink at the time. The financial power of the Wang family is truly unimaginable. Chen Mo sighed, the imagination of the poor is really limited. I wonder what Wang Tong and Song Tinyu are doing now. The second and third places also have rewards, could it be directly delivered to their homes? I guess they might not even care about it. As for the Lifetime Achievement Award, that's just an honorary title. However, the honorary citizen of Huicheng medal carries significant weight. Chen Mo is no fool, most of the people who have received this medal in history are already deceased. This is not because the medal is unlucky, but because these individuals have made tremendous contributions to Huicheng, even sacrificing their lives as heroes. Receiving this medal means their families will receive comprehensive support from the government in terms of finances and daily life, with policies in place to assist with education and employment. Discounts and support available. But these were of no use to Chen Mo, he was all alone, and if he died, he just died. However, this honor still shocked everyone present. Chen Mo could be said to be the first person in Huicheng's history to receive this medal while still alive. Maybe not the last one, but definitely the first. As for the last one, he deserves a statue. Chen Mo listened, his face looking like he was holding back a breath. He shouted inwardly, seriously, can you not do this? Aren't statues only for great figures and deceased sages? How much do you want me to die already? Unexpectedly, years later, this statue became the most famous tourist attraction in Huicheng. Countless tourists come here to take photos and commemorate. Just the ticket sales alone have earned Huicheng No. 1 High School quite a bit of money. And in the most critical moment, this statue even saved the lives of Huicheng's residents. The awards announcement is complete. Mayor Fang Xingguo, Education Bureau Director Zhou Xin, and other leaders shook hands and embraced Chen Mo one by one. Their faces were all adorned with genuine smiles. This made Chen Mo feel a warm current. No matter what others think, these people are genuinely proud of him. Especially the class teacher, Zhou Ping, whose gaze was particularly emotional. When he hugged Chen Mo, his eyes were slightly moist. Chen Mo, well done. The teacher didn't misjudge you. Zhou Ping patted his back, his voice choked with emotion. Chen Mo's nose tingled with emotion. Zhou Ping cared for him the most. Back then, he awakened an F-level superpower but insisted on taking the martial arts college entrance exam, enduring all the pressure. This matter worried Zhou Ping to no end. It can be said that, apart from his adoptive father, only Zhou Ping truly cared about Chen Mo. Not about his future, but genuinely about his life and death. As the saying goes, a master and disciple are like father and son. Zhou Ping was like a strict yet kind father, always supporting Chen Mo. Teacher Zhou, thank you. Thousands of words are condensed into these 3, Everything is beyond words. After the award ceremony ended, students and parents gradually left. Before leaving, Feng Xingguo reminded that the provincial award would be delivered in a few days. These rewards have already been announced. 10 million Hua coins, 10 B-grade potions, and a set of C-grade battle armor. The rewards are quite generous. With the matter settled, Zhou Ping prepared to take Chen Emo back to class. The class even held a welcome ceremony for him. At that moment, Wang Fei rushed out from the crowd, followed by a middle-aged couple, his parents. The couple praised Chen Emo endlessly, making him feel like a superhero. Then, Wang Fei's parents expressed their gratitude to Chen Emo. Their family is ordinary and cannot offer such generous rewards as those on stage. Chen Emo hurriedly declined politely. He said he and Wang Fei are best friends, and saving him was the right thing to do. If gratitude is necessary, then it would be impossible to remain friends in the future. Wang Fei's parents were very moved upon hearing this, tears welling up in their eyes. In the end, they could only invite Chen Emo to their home for a meal when he had time, as a token of their gratitude. As soon as Wang Fei's parents left, another middle-aged couple walked over. At the sight of these two people, Zhou Ping's face immediately darkened. Isn't this Guo Wei's mom and dad? Why aren't you going to the detention center to see your son, and what are you doing here? Zhou Ping's words were harsh, but he wanted to remind Chen Emo. After all, Chen Emo had never met these two people. Guo Wei's parents looked embarrassed, but they still mustered the courage to step forward. Guo Wei's father walked over and took out a shiny transparent card, handing it to Chen Emo. Chen Emo, the small amount of money is just a token of my appreciation. First, to congratulate you on becoming the provincial top scorer, and second, to apologize on behalf of my disappointing son. Beside him, Guo Wei's mother also chimed in. She smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Yes, Xiaochen, after all, you and Guo Wei have been classmates for 3 years. You have such a good relationship, could you please help out and make sure Guo Wei doesn't suffer inside?" Mother Gu spoke while wiping her tears. Chen Mo's expression was calm and did not take the card handed over by Father Gu. He just earned 20 million huobi, along with another 10 million he is about to receive. Although it can't be said that he's particularly wealthy, at least he doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. Actually, there was no real hatred between him and Guo Wei. Having been reincarnated twice, Chen Emo had seen too many of those guys in school who relied on their family's wealth and power. School is nothing more than a microcosm of society. Besides, Guo Wei indeed had talent, and he had the right to be proud. It's normal for classmates to have quarrels and disputes. Chen Emo wasn't petty enough to fuss over it. But now, the other parents came to him with a request, but he was unable to help. Chen Emo calmly said, "Uncle, Auntie, I understand your feelings, but I can't help with this." Mother Guo became anxious upon hearing this. "Xiaochen, you can't just stand by and do nothing. My Xiao Wei has never encountered such a situation before, he's a good kid." Chen Emo shook his head helplessly. "Auntie, it's not that I don't want to help, it's truly beyond my ability. You can ask the classmates who were present at the time or teacher Zhou." Guo Wei acted in front of the military district commander, and the commander's mental power detected his intent to kill. The military district directly intervened in this matter and will file a public prosecution. Even if I write a letter of understanding and publicly state that I won't pursue it, it won't help. The case has already been handed over to the public security and judicial authorities, and I am powerless. Everything he said is true. Many times, making a big mistake cannot be resolved just by the victim's forgiveness. For some serious matters, state agencies will directly file a case. In situations like Guo Wei's, he was purely unlucky and happened to get caught in the crossfire. At that time, Zhang Kingson was threatened by the two young people, Wang Tong and Song Tianyu, and feeling upset, he jumped out to stir things up. "If I don't help you, who else would I help? If you want to help Guo Wei get out of trouble, you'd better think of a way to find Commander Zhang." After saying that, Chen Emo turned around and prepared to leave. Zhou Ping, Wang Fei, and other class leaders also followed. But Guo Wei's parents refused to let go. Seeing that Chen Emo didn't help, Guo's mother, with her tear-streaked face turning ferocious, glared at him viciously, as if she wanted to tear him apart. "Chen Emo, you little bastard, Guo Wei didn't offend you. He only made the mistakes that all kids make, and you want to kill him. Are you even human?" Guo's father also roared, "Yes. Regardless of the facts, are you completely blameless? If it weren't for your mutated ability keeping everyone in the dark, would my Xiaoei have doubted you? And you still claim this wasn't your doing. You must have deliberately harmed our Xiaoei." Guo Wei's parents' words left everyone stunned. Chen Emo felt like he had traveled back to Blue Star. Why are those fools here too? The world is different, but fools are never absent. He felt deeply helpless. Didn't want to get entangled with these two people. To save the child, they abandoned all shame. Pitiful is the heart of parents in the world. Chen Mo didn't plan to say much, but Guowei's parents were relentless. Father Guo's expression changed, and he directly grabbed Shen Mo's arm. As a local martial artist, Father Guo was not someone to be trifled with. He had already prepared before he came. It would be fine if Chen Mo agreed, but if he didn't, he was ready to use force to make him help. Chen Mo felt a strong force coming from his arm. His face immediately darkened. Standing still, he slowly turned his head to look at Guo's father. What do you mean by this? Guo's father, fuming with anger, roared, Kid, today you must help my son get out of trouble. If not, don't even think about leaving here alive. He and Guo's mother had also seen the video online, witnessing their son being brutally beaten, his limbs broken, and dragged away. As for Chen Mo defeating the Black Dragon, he simply refused to believe it. In his eyes, all the credit belonged to Song Tinyu and Wang Tong. Chen Mo was just lucky. Furthermore, even if Chen Mo's abilities had mutated, he believed Chen Mo's strength was still that of a novice, completely incomparable to his own as a professional martial artist. He was confident that as long as he made the first move, he could easily take Chen Mo down. But things did not go as he had planned. Guo's father grabbed Chen Mo, but to his surprise, Chen Mo didn't budge an inch. His expression instantly turned cold. With a forceful pull, Guo's father staggered, and his entire body was yanked forward by Chen Mo with a sudden, powerful tug. In the next moment, Chen Mo raised his knee and drove it straight into Guo's father's stomach. Only a dull thud was heard, and Father Guo's expression instantly twisted, his eyes almost bulging out. The severe pain in his stomach nearly made him vomit. The next second, he was like a tattered sack hit by a heavy hammer, sent flying over 10 meters and landing heavily on the ground. This kick was extremely heavy, leaving Father Guo in so much pain that he couldn't straighten up, failing several times as he tried to get up. It all happened in just a few seconds. The people around hadn't reacted yet, and Guo's father had already been kicked away. Seeing this, Guo's mother screamed and lunged at Chen Mo, her face full of anger. She was only a beginner-level ability user and was no match for Chen Mo. I'll fight to the end, she shouted. Just as she was about to lunge at Chen Mo, Zhou Ping reached out and grabbed her shoulder. A force flung Guo's mother directly away, causing her to fall next to Guo's father. Zhou Ping didn't use excessive force, only a slight reprimand, not even employing his abilities. Both parties are aware that once supernatural abilities are used here, things will become more serious. Wang Fei, call the police immediately. Zhou Ping calmly ordered. Wang Fei immediately took out his phone and dialed. Hello, is this 110? We're at the Huicheng number 1 high school playground. Someone here is trying to harm the provincial top scorer of the college entrance exam. Hurry, they're really trying to kill. Luckily, we stopped them in time, but if you don't come, the provincial top scorer might be in danger. Wang Fei excitedly described, and after hanging up the phone, he gestured OK to Zhou Ping and Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled helplessly. This buddy really knows how to exaggerate, making the situation sound much worse than it actually is. Who knows who is really in danger? The police were terrified after hearing the call and immediately notified the local police force for an emergency deployment. The speed was astonishing. The phone had just been hung up, and within 3 minutes, the sound of sirens echoed at the school gate. 30 police cars filled the school entrance, and all the officers were superhumans. They carried various equipment, their expressions serious, and headed straight for the playground. This scene almost scared Uncle Wang, the security guard at the gate, into wetting his pants. The incident immediately caused a sensation within the school. Many students walked out of the teaching building, while even more leaned by the windows to watch the commotion. Principal Su Fong had just seen off Fong Xingguo and the others, and before catching his breath, he saw the scene and hurried to the playground. The police have completely cordoned off the scene. Who just called the police? Who is the provincial top scorer? A leading officer asked sternly. I reported it, he is the provincial top scorer. Wang Fei answered loudly, pointing at Chen Mo. The police looked at Wang Fei, then at Chen Mo. They had just seen footage of Chen Mo attending the award ceremony on TV. No mistake recognizing him. Everyone, listen up. Immediately apprehend the 2 suspects and take them back to the station, the officer ordered. Yes, sir, all the officers shouted in unison and instantly charged toward Guowei's parents. Guowei's parents hadn't even stood up before they were surrounded by a group of officers and beaten ruthlessly. This blue star was vastly different from the world Chen Mo knew in his previous life. When dealing with crimes committed by superpowered individuals, it is crucial to incapacitate them immediately, otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable. Not long after, Guowei's parents' faces were swollen like pig heads. However, the police were very experienced and only immobilized them without causing fractures or serious injuries. Afterward, everyone was taken to the police station to give their statements. The originally lively welcome banquet was completely disrupted by this man and woman. The hatred of Class 3, Grade 12 students towards Guowei was deeper than ever before. Just as Huicheng was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Northwest Theater, a vast expanse of yellow sand dances in the air, with dust ravaging the land. In the distance lies an endless stretch of Gobi Desert, scattered with sharp, peculiar rocks. The Kunlun Mountains stretch endlessly, majestic and magnificent. In this desolate desert, a towering giant stands tall. This tower is incredibly peculiar, with no entrance at all. However, there is a spacious room at the top of the tower, with lights shining brightly. From an aerial view, the tower is surrounded by a majestic giant city. The city is grand and imposing, illuminated with bright lights. Tens of thousands of people live here. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, no one would imagine that this is the Northwest War Zone's front line and the most important military base, Dragon City. Not only that, the famous Dragon City Military Academy is also located here. The starlight dots the night sky, blending with the city lights on the ground, resembling a galaxy on Earth. In the room at the top of the tower, two people were sitting face to face. A tall and burly man with flowing blonde hair was Chen Mo's foster father. Opposite him sat an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face. The old man appeared to be 70 or 80 years old, with white hair and a white beard, yet his face was free of wrinkles. He is like a kind-hearted grandfather next door, making people feel warm and friendly. The two had been sitting across from each other all day. Finally, the old man spoke. I really didn't expect that you would want to protect a child. The old man's tone was full of doubt. The foster father was expressionless, his gaze icy. That's right, I have only one request. If he comes to you, I hope you can train him well and not treat him unfairly. The old man burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Is this some kind of joke? You want me to train him well, aren't you afraid that one day? Shut up, old man. The foster father shouted angrily, interrupting. I just need one word from you, agree or disagree. Heh, what if I disagree? The old man chuckled softly. Oh, aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now? The foster father's gaze turned cold, and a powerful aura erupted instantly. The furniture in the room began to float one after another, trembling incessantly. The next moment, everything shattered into powder with a loud crash. The terrifying pressure from the foster father's body pressed toward the old man. The old man, however, was like a small boat on the sea, steadfast and unyielding, with a faint smile still on his face. The two of them confronted each other like this for a full 5 minutes. Suddenly, the foster father withdrew his oppressive aura, as if nothing had happened just now. The wreckage on the ground was the only evidence, indicating that a fierce confrontation had just taken place here. The foster father stared deeply at the old man, his killing intent undisguised. Very well, you truly are fearless. The old man smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, I can't beat you, but I have other ways. But you're not in your best condition yet, are you? Instead of wasting time here, why not hurry back and deal with your family matters? Humph, my affairs are none of your concern, the foster father said discontentedly. It doesn't matter if you disagree, but I'll risk my life to get out and burn this city to the ground. And as for your station people, not a single one will leave alive. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed instantly. His gaze turned cold as he stared intently at his foster father. From his eyes, the old man could tell he was serious and not just trying to scare him. The old man's expression changed several times before he finally gave in. He let out a long sigh. You're really not someone to mess with. Fine, I'll agree, but let me make it clear, the person you're talking about is truly useless. I have no obligation to protect or teach him. The foster father burst into hearty laughter, his laughter shaking the entire room. Trash. Ha ha ha. Just you wait. I hope you won't regret it. After saying this, he stood up, made no other movements, and suddenly disappeared from where he was. The room instantly became so quiet it was unsettling. The old man sat there, his eyes slightly closed, motionless. After quite a while, poof! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Wiping his mouth with a pale face, he smiled bitterly and said, This guy is too terrifying, I almost couldn't hold on. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs of the imperial capital, inside the grand estate of the Song family, a pitch-black building stood tall in the night. That was the Song family's council hall. The hall was dimly lit, surrounded by an eerie atmosphere, and felt oppressive. In the hall that could accommodate hundreds of people, there were only 4 present at the moment. Three elderly men sat on one side, with the one in the middle, over 90 years old, seated in a massive Grand Master's chair, his expression stern. On his left and right stood a middle-aged man. Kneeling opposite him was Song Tinyu, who kept his head down in silence. The elder spoke, "Tinyu, do you know where you went wrong?" Song Tinyu's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Grandfather, I did nothing wrong. I accepted the fact that my sword broke, and I have no complaints about not coming first in the exam. If you want to punish or reprimand me, I will accept it, but do I have any other faults?" Before the elder could speak, the middle-aged man on the left snorted coldly, "Humph, Tinyu, have you not realized your problem yet? The broken sword is a minor issue, but your matter with the Wang family girl, don't you have any sense of it?" Song Tinyu suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, glaring angrily at the man. "Uncle, the situation was critical at the time. There was no way to break through the Black Dragon's defense without doing that. If the Black Dragon wasn't killed, all the examines in the test field would have been in danger. Even putting that aside, do you really think I would have some unspeakable relationship with Wang Tong? Outrageous. How dare you speak to your uncle like that?" the middle-aged man on the right shouted angrily. "Tinyu, your parents are no longer here. As your uncles, we have the responsibility to discipline you. Are you unaware of the conflict between the Song family and the Wang family? Wang Tong's words have already been recorded in countless videos and spread everywhere. Do you know how significant the impact is? People's perception of the Song family has completely changed because of this." Song Tinyu sneered, "Ha, what does this have to do with me? You should go settle the score with Wang Tong. No, you should go find Zhang Qingsun. If it weren't for his coercion, would Wang Tong have said those things? You can't deal with him, so you take it out on me? I won't accept this. You're really driving me mad. I must teach you a lesson today." Song Tinyu's uncle was so furious he was about to take action. "Enough." The elder in the middle suddenly spoke. His expression remained indifferent. But as soon as the words were spoken, Song Tinyu's uncle immediately fell silent. "Tinyu, I don't blame you for this matter. But you damaged the family sword, failed to take first place in the exam, and let the family down. The family requires us to act according to the rules. You must accept the punishment. Do you agree?" "I agree," Song Tinyu answered without hesitation. But before the other party could finish speaking, he interrupted directly, "There's no need to make it so complicated. I don't want any of the family's resources, and don't talk about any punishment. Just send me over there." Hearing this, his uncle's expression immediately changed, and he roared angrily, "Tinyu, do you know what you're saying? With your current strength, going over there is just seeking death." "Seeking death? My parents are already gone. Aren't you all just waiting for me to meet the same end sooner?" Song Tinyu retorted with a cold sneer. The eldest uncle said helplessly, "Tinyu, don't go too far. What do you take us for?" Song Tinyu's face showed a trace of sadness as he said softly, "Grandfather, I have only one request, give me my mother's Qingfeng sword. Other than that, I want nothing." The room immediately fell into silence. Everyone seemed unwilling to bring up the topic of his mother, as if it were a taboo. After a long while, the old man sighed. "Forget it, the child has grown up and has his own ideas. I promise you, someone will deliver your mother's sword. Also, a deadline, 1 year. If you can return alive within a year, the Song family will still cultivate you as the heir." Grandfather's words made Song Tinyu's eyes light up, but he had no interest in being the heir. "There's no need for such trouble. I've never thought about being the heir. I only hope that after a year, I can return alive, and grandfather can clear my mother's name within the family. I will also bring back evidence to prove my mother's innocence." After speaking, he didn't wait for the three to respond, stood up, bowed deeply to them, and then turned and left the hall. Watching his lonely figure gradually disappear into the darkness, the old man remained silent for a long time, the wrinkles on his face seeming even deeper. The eldest uncle and the younger uncle exchanged a glance and simultaneously let out a heavy sigh. Not far from the Song family, over a mountain, lies the territory of the Wang family. Unlike the Song family, most of the buildings here are white. The night lights were brilliant, like a sea of shimmering light. In the depths of the Wang family's estate stood a luxurious small building. Wang Tong sat on a velvet armchair, her legs tightly pressed together, head lowered, and her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, looking like a little girl who had done something wrong. Opposite her sat an elderly woman and a beautiful lady. The woman looked very much like Wang Tong. She was her mother, Wang Qingxue. The elderly woman was the current head of the Wang family, Wang Tong's grandmother, Wang Ziyilian. At this moment, both grandmother and mother looked at Wang Tong's aggrieved expression, full of helplessness. Wang Qingxiu said, half laughing and half crying. Tong, you've been back for 3 days, not eating or drinking anything, and avoiding everyone. Is this for us to see? Wang Tong lowered her head and complained softly, it's all because I'm not capable. Not only did I fail to surpass Song Tinyu, but I also inexplicably lost to the Chen Mo. No, actually, it wasn't inexplicable. He's indeed very impressive. Grandma Wang Ziyulian laughed upon hearing this. Oh my, this is rare. Tong is actually praising an outsider. And it's a boy too. Wang Qingxiu also laughed, covering her mouth, and said, yeah, is that Chen Mo handsome? Did you exchange contact information? Have you had a meal together or gone shopping? Could there already be something going on? Hearing her mother say this, Wang Tong's face turned red instantly. She shyly raised her head and said angrily, Mom, is it appropriate for you to talk about your daughter like this? I didn't even know him before. If you keep saying things like this and it spreads, I won't be able to clear my name. Oh dear, now you're angry. Where did that aggrieved look go just now? I think you should go hungry for a few more days, and I guarantee you won't be so noisy then. Wang Qingxiu teased her with a smile. I'm not talking to you anymore. Wang Tong stomped her foot in anger, turned her head away, and pouted like a little child, sulking in silence. Grandma Wang Ziyulian saw this scene and her smile grew even wider. Wang Qingxiu quickly interrupted, alright, no more joking, Tong. Back to the main topic, we've already investigated this matter thoroughly. The appearance of the infernal black dragon hatchling was indeed an accident. The fact that you could set aside your prejudices and cooperate with Song Tinyu has earned the recognition of everyone in the Wang family. After all, you saved countless examiners' lives. Wang Tong blushed slightly after hearing her grandmother's words, feeling both embarrassed and a bit happy. She said softly, actually, it wasn't anything special. It was just a spur-of-the-moment decision at the time, and I didn't think much about it. Besides, it was Chen Mo who actually killed the black dragon, we just helped a little. Wang Qingxiu immediately caught the key point and said with a smile, oh my, Tong, you keep mentioning Chen Mo. You say there's nothing between you two, but I don't believe it. You even gave him such a big credit, and you still say there's nothing. Wang Tong was left speechless by the question and thought to herself, what's going on with my mom? Her eyes are full of gossip. Since she couldn't argue back, she simply chose to remain silent. After all, silence is the best response. But in her heart, she couldn't help but mutter, ugh, what kind of weird name is Chen Mo? It's so annoying. Seeing that Tong didn't respond, Wang Qingxiu also put away her smile and said seriously, alright, I won't tease you anymore. This mistake wasn't your fault. Our Wang family isn't like those rigid people who treat their children like machines. But through this incident, you should also recognize your own shortcomings. Wang Ziyulian sincerely encouraged, that's right, Tong, you must remember, there are even stronger people out there. Chen Mo's appearance is the best reminder. Our Wang family has remained strong because we hold reverence in our hearts. I hope you can take this as a lesson and keep striving. Wang Tong felt a lump in her throat as she looked at her mother and grandmother, nodding solemnly. Grandma, Mom, don't worry, I understand. I've thought it through these past few days, send me to the war zone. What, Tong, are you starving to the point of fainting? Do you know what you're saying? Wang Qingxiu widened her eyes. I know, I've thought it through. Only in that kind of environment can I surpass myself. I don't want to lose to anyone. Now, Song Tinyu is no longer my goal. I want to surpass Chen Mo. Tong said firmly. As she spoke, her chest heaved noticeably, filled with determination. Wang Qingxiu frowned deeply and hurriedly tried to persuade her, Tong, we hope you understand, but we're not asking you to risk your life. No one in the war zone can protect you, and we can't send anyone with you. That's military territory, we can't interfere. I know, but is there any other way? Why don't you just send me over there? I can train even better. Tong retorted. Wang Qingxiu was instantly speechless. Send her over there? With Tong's current abilities, it would be sending her to her death. It would be safer to send her to the war zone. Seeing the mother and daughter at an impasse, Wang Ziyulian quickly stepped in to mediate. Tong, don't worry, Grandma supports your decision. Mom, how can you support her? Wang Qingxiu protested unhappily. Shut up. Tong is already a grown girl. Since when has our Wang family produced cowards? If Tong's father knew, he would also support her decision. Wang Ziyulian said sternly. When mentioning her father, Tong's eyes revealed a trace of longing. For many years, she hadn't seen her father, only knowing that he was still alive. She had to become stronger to meet him, which was also why she wanted to train in the war zone. Since her mother supported her, Wang Qingxiu had no choice but to relent. Alright, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Since you've decided, take a few days to rest and prepare to set off. Hearing this, Tonton beamed with joy, rushed over to hug her mother, and gave her a big kiss. Mom, you understand me best. Oh, by the way, I brought some specialties from Huicheng for you and Grandma. You don't know. The bobo chicken there is simply too delicious. Wait a moment, I'll bring it to you right now. As she spoke, Wang Tong walked to the table and lightly touched the ring on her middle finger. With a swoosh, several large bowls instantly appeared on the table. Look, it's these. This one is the spicy red oil flavor, this one is the Sichuan pepper flavor, and this one, how can you eat bobo chicken without soy milk? Wang Tong, like performing magic, took out a pile of delicious food from the ring space, leaving Wang Xiaolian and Wang Qingxiu dumbfounded. Mom, I feel like Tong Tong seems a bit different this time she came back. Do you think she might be in love? Wang Qingxiu whispered to Wang Xiaolian's ear. Well, it's hard to say. The kids are grown up now, harder and harder to manage, really hard to manage. Wang Xiaolian shook her head with a bitter smile. The three were pulled along by Wang Tong, eating and chatting, the atmosphere warm and joyful. The college entrance examination is over. Whether it was the past era of technology or the current era of superpowers, the period after the college entrance examination always brings a sense of relief and joy. This battle that determines one's fate has finally ended. Regardless of the results, the outcome is already set. Everyone can only look forward. As candidates in the era of superpowers, they bear even greater responsibilities on their shoulders. They are the hope for humanity's future. Every college entrance examination is an important test of growth in their lives. It is their first time truly facing life and death, confronting the enemies they will encounter in the future exotic beasts. Especially during this college entrance examination, many people matured significantly overnight. Those once naive and even somewhat unrealistic boys and girls finally understood that this world is full of dangers. A slight mistake could cost their lives. And behind them are tens of thousands of ordinary civilians with no combat ability. They have family and friends to protect. This college entrance examination is the first threshold on their challenging path to the future. After the results are announced, some are joyful while others are disappointed. But for the provincial top scorer Chen Mo, there is hardly anything to worry about. 1 week after the results are announced is the time to fill out the application forms. However, the top 10 students in each province don't need to go through this step at all. They will directly receive invitations from the nation's top universities. As soon as the results were out, the homeroom teacher Zhou Ping had already informed Chen Mo. At that time, he and the people from the city will accompany him to the provincial capital of Sichuan, New City. There, a meeting between universities and outstanding students will be held. Such events are held in every province across the country, and Sichuan province is the third stop after the imperial capital and magic city. It wasn't originally planned this way. But this time, an unexpected incident occurred during the college entrance examination in Sichuan province. Videos and various messages captured by the examined shocked the entire nation. First, the Jidenko incident sparked immense anger, with some parents even traveling to the imperial capital to petition for the impeachment of that old guy Zhongli. Then, the Hell Black Dragon incident at the Huicheng exam site completely erupted, further escalating the attention. More news is being released one after another. A spatial passage appeared at the Southwest Military District base, an exotic beast suddenly attacked. This series of events instantly turned Sichuan province, which was previously not highly regarded, into the national focus. In past college entrance exams, Sichuan province ranked around 7th or 8th nationwide. Even if one is the provincial top scorer, they are not considered elite and sometimes cannot even make it into the national top 10. This does not mean there are no strong contenders here. Every year, the Nie family from New City and the Shui family from Phone City send their young members to take the college entrance exam. However, for major families like the Song family and the Wang family, their descendants participate in the college entrance exam more to test their abilities. As soon as the exam ends, they withdraw, do not participate in the selection process, and even skip college. These families have their own unique training methods. In terms of ability, they far surpass many ordinary candidates. Their children grow up through another method. This is why among the top 10 in Sichuan province this time, Song Tinyu, Wang Tong, Nie Yuan, and Xue Li did not appear at all. In the end, they could only let the people behind take their place and attend the meeting. Chen Mo had no understanding of the complex situation behind this. After the exam ended, he never saw Song Tinyu and Wang Tong again. Didn't even have time to exchange contact information. After the exam, his best friends Zhang Ping and Wang Fei clung to him every day, either playing games or indulging in eating and drinking. To be honest, he had never let himself go like this in his entire life. But Chen Mo never stopped working hard. Every day after returning home, he would go to the martial arts gym and rent a private practice room to train. Although such exercise seems to be of little use, the habit developed over the years makes it hard for him to give up. All his attribute points remain unused, as he plans to allocate them reasonably after learning new things in college. Moreover, upgrading from a novice to a junior fighter will definitely require a considerable amount of attribute points, something Chen Mo had already mentally prepared for. There were still 3 days until the meet and greet, but he arrived early in the new city. This time, it was at Zhang Kingsen's invitation. Due to the special circumstances of Chen Mo's mutated ability, Zhang Kingsen specifically contacted experts from the Sichuan branch of the Institute of Supernatural Science at the Chinese Academy of Sciences to conduct a comprehensive analysis of Chen Mo's ability. From Chen Mo, it was learned that his ability is called Eternal Night True Flame. After testing, the experts initially determined that Eternal Night True Flame is at least S level. Since there is no precedent, and Chen Mo has not officially advanced as an ability user, it can only be temporarily classified at this level. Chen Mo didn't pay much attention to it, he had privately discussed it with the system. Clearly, his superpower was at the calamity level, so why did the external test only classify it as S level? The system's answer was straightforward. Chen Mo's level was too low to fully unleash the true power of Eternal Night Flame, so it could only manifest as S level strength. Even so, Chen Mo was already very satisfied. He was still at the level of a child playing with a toy gun, yet he was already this powerful. If he started practicing supernatural abilities and could skillfully control them, he would truly be unstoppable. Thinking of this, Chen Mo became even more excited about university life. After entering university, he could learn a lot of knowledge he had dreamed of. Soon, the day of the meeting arrived. This meeting was arranged to be held in the auditorium of the Sichuan Provincial Department of Education. In the grand auditorium, representatives from over 100 universities across the country gathered. This almost covers 80% of the formal higher education institutions in Hua country. As for those private institutions, they don't even qualify. Not all of these institutions are top-tier universities, as the number of top schools in the country is quite limited. But most institutions just want to take the opportunity to say hello and get acquainted. They are friendly towards the provincial top scorers, understanding that these academic elites are unlikely to choose their school. But this doesn't mean there won't be any interaction in the future. After graduation, many outstanding students will grow into powerful talents, even excellent officers. Building a good relationship now means that when students face difficulties in the future, they can lend a hand to reduce losses, which benefits everyone. In addition, this meet and greet in Sichuan province has the highest number of participating schools. Everyone is scrambling to see who the provincial top scorer that defeated the infernal black dragon hatchling is. There are less than 10 minutes left before the meet and greet begins. Chen Mo is waiting backstage. Together with him were the class teacher Zhou Ping, the principal of No. 1 High School Su Fang, the director of the Huicheng City Education Bureau Zhou Shen, and the mayor Fang Xingguo. As the mayor, Fang Xingguo originally didn't need to come in person. But this was the first time in Huicheng's history to achieve the provincial top scorer, so he naturally had to make an appearance. Otherwise, people would say that this local official didn't even value his own top scorer. The other 9 candidates were also seated in the waiting area. 4 of them were from the provincial capital, New Metropolis, while the other 5 were from other cities. The atmosphere in the waiting area was somewhat tense, and everyone remained silent. The other candidates and accompanying personnel stared at Chen Mo with curious yet scrutinizing eyes. This made Chen Mo very uncomfortable. He felt like a giant panda being watched for free. If you sent some potions or equipment, it would be understandable. But staring at me, this handsome guy, so rudely, aren't you going too far? Chen Mo thought this in his heart but had no way to refute it. He couldn't just yell at others, "What are you looking at?" Even if he was upset, he still had to save face for the teacher and city leaders and couldn't cause trouble outside. Those candidates and their companions didn't think there was anything wrong with their gazes at all. Because Chen Mo was too mysterious. He was like a dazzling new star that suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone knew about the appearance of the abyssal black dragon hatchling at the Huicheng exam site. But there was no footage of the black dragon being slain at the time, making it hard to determine the truth. The investigation report released by the military did not convince everyone. How could a novice possibly leap 4 levels at once and slay the infernal black dragon? Most people believe the real credit belongs to Song Tianyu and Wang Tong. No one doubts the strength of the Song family and the Wang family. As for why all the credit was ultimately given to Chen Mo, everyone speculated that the geniuses from the two major families didn't want to attract too much attention. After all, they returned to their families after taking the college entrance exam and had no plans to attend university. Therefore, the gazes directed at Chen Mo by those present were complex. Some were curious, some were disdainful, and some had obvious cold sneers on their faces. But Chen Mo didn't care about others' opinions at all. He actually didn't want to attend this meeting, but it replaced the process of filling out college applications. Not coming would be equivalent to giving up the chance to go to college. So he could only bite the bullet and come. For this meeting, the school even specially made him a brand new school uniform. This school uniform is designed to mimic battle armor. It's really flashy. No, in Chen Mo's eyes, it's downright embarrassing. Can't you just keep the school uniform simple? Why does it have to be styled like battle armor? The most outrageous thing is that this armor looks like the equipment of the final boss in a game. A pair of wings even extended from the back, with two horns on top of the head. The large Wuchang No. 1 high school welcomes Yubel board on the chest is simply eye-catching to an absurd degree. Chen Mo thought to himself, should I charge extra for advertising fees? However, the people present didn't pay much attention to his attire, they were more focused on him as a person. The meeting quickly began. Now, let's welcome the top 10 candidates of the Sichuan Province College Entrance Examination to enter, the host's voice rang out. The people in the waiting area stood up one after another and entered in order from back to front. Chen Mo was the last one. The last to enter is the top scorer of this year's Sichuan Province College Entrance Examination, Chen Mo from the Huicheng Exam District, the host introduced excitedly. It's him. He stood up alone and eliminated the threat of the 9-lantern grass. It's him. Together with the cooperation of two others, he killed the infernal black dragon hatchling, creating a legend in the history of China's college entrance exams. Chen Mo was already stepping onto the stage but almost pulled back after hearing the host's introduction. He cursed inwardly, is this an introduction or an attempt to make me a target of hatred? But he still braced himself and stepped onto the stage. The university officials in the audience saw his strange school uniform, and their expressions changed. Some girls couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is way too flamboyant. What does this outfit even mean? Chen Mo's face turned red instantly, his eyes full of helplessness. The reactions of the homeroom teacher Zhou Ping and Principal Su Fang were as if they were on steroids, even more excited than Chen Mo. They kept waving to the audience below and frequently pointed at the slogan on Chen Mo's chest. Hey, aren't you guys going too far? Who's supposed to be the main character today anyway? Chen Mo's mouth twitched, feeling like his presence didn't make much of a difference. As long as this outfit was here, it could completely serve as a stand-in for him to just go through the motions. Fortunately, this was a formal meeting, and everyone was here for serious matters. The scene quickly returned to order. Next, representatives from the top 10 universities will introduce themselves in turn. Each person has 2 minutes. Other university representatives can distribute their school materials to candidates during the free exchange time. After the host announced the rules, the audience began to stir. After a brief preparation, the first batch of representatives took the stage to begin their introductions. These representatives are all here for the top scorer, their eyes fixed on Chen Mo, and the conditions they propose are specifically prepared for the top scorer. This is a privilege of the top 10 universities, other schools do not have the opportunity for individual speeches. The first to take the stage is the number 1 ranked university in Huoguo, the imperial capital Qingbei University. This university has a long history, even tracing back to the feudal era before the technological age, with a history of over 300 years. Whether in terms of faculty or overall strength, Tsinghua and Peking University are undoubtedly the best. Many prominent families in the capital send their children to Tsinghua and Peking University for further studies. In terms of talent reserve, strength, or research capability, Tsinghua and Peking University are dominant leaders. This time, the representative is Jiang Shan, the director of admissions at Tsinghua and Peking University, a refined and extraordinary middle-aged gentleman. But no one dared to underestimate him, because Jiang Shan was a grandmaster-level expert in psychic abilities. The levels of ability users, from lowest to highest, are beginner, novice warrior, specialist warrior, warrior master, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial emperor, and martial saint. A great grandmaster is almost like a regional overlord. Psychic great grandmasters often serve in the military and are key commander-level talents. Jiang Shan is known as the Soul Chaser, and just hearing this nickname reveals his prowess. He quickly introduced the advantages of Qingbei University in 1 minute, then smiled and looked at Chen Mo. Student Chen Mo, if you choose Kingbei University, you will enjoy S-level student privileges and receive A-level free cultivation resources every year. The school has made a special exception to customize rewards for you. You can attend courses taught by all the school's instructors, and on behalf of the school, I have also prepared a storage ring with a 1 cubic meter space for you. As soon as Jiang Shan finished speaking, the venue erupted in exclamations. Examines and representatives from other institutions were all shocked. The treatment at Kingbei University is simply too generous. The privileges for S-level students completely outshine other schools. After entering the university, students will be comprehensively evaluated based on their grades and ability levels to determine their student ranking. The lowest is grade D, basically not participating in the martial arts college entrance exam. The highest is grade S. This affects the level of materials students can borrow and the resources they can obtain. Grade S students can borrow all levels of techniques and combat skills, including grade S and below. This means Chen Mo was far ahead of others from the very beginning. In contrast, although A-level cultivation resources are important, they are not as prominent, yet they are still something many people dream of. The school arranged this way considering various uncertainties. Although Chen Mo's ability was rated as S-level, there is still controversy. The real situation will have to wait until he enrolls, undergoes a series of tests and competitions for a comprehensive evaluation. If Chen Mo is outstanding enough, it is entirely possible to provide him with S-level cultivation resources. In the history of Kingbei University, only 2 people have ever been granted S-level privileges and resources. The most shocking are the last 2 special rewards. The first is that you can attend any teacher's class freely. In other words, Chen Mo can study whatever he wants, and the teachers cannot refuse him because the subject doesn't match his major. This is almost like giving Chen Mo a pass to Kingbei University. The second item is a space ring. This type of storage equipment is extremely rare. Currently, only advanced ability users who possess spatial abilities can manufacture it, and it requires the cooperation of many researchers. A ring like this has a market price of at least 50 million huobi. This is not something that can be bought with just money. This also explains why everyone was so surprised just now. After Jiang Shan finished his explanation, he did not step forward to shake hands with Chen Mo. As a representative of Kingbei University, he naturally has his own demeanor. The conditions are already sincere enough. Chen Mo is not a fool and naturally would not refuse. After Jiang Shan returned to his seat, the representative from Modu Zhendan University took the stage. His conditions were almost the same as those of Kingbei, except for the lack of a spatial ring. The Zhendan representative's face turned grim. He hadn't expected Kingbei to add this condition, catching him off guard. It's too late to make a phone call now. Next, the top 10 schools appeared one after another. Even the University of Science and Technology under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which specializes in research, showed up. After the introductions, it was time for the free exchange session. Representatives from various schools handed over their materials and conditions. They never expected Chen Mo to choose them. After all, the resources they offered couldn't compare to Kingbei, Zhendan, or even other top 10 schools. However, the materials gave Chen Mo a whole new perspective. He was surprised to find that Huoguo has so many leading universities in various fields. For example, the University of Science and Technology, which focuses on scientific research. Many peculiar and unusual Shinik devices originate from them. 60% of the students at the University of Science and Technology are psychic ability users, while the remaining 40% are various other ability users, with levels varying greatly. They even accept E-level and F-level ability users, who enter through the liberal arts entrance exam. The school focuses on scientific research, but some equipment requires testing and feedback from combat-type ability users, especially close combat ability users. Chen Mo also saw universities specializing in potion research, universities focused on civilian manufacturing industries, and even military academies dedicated to space exploration and transportation. This school did not appear on the regular admissions list at all. It could only be seen at the meet and greet. Their student sources also do not primarily come from here. After reading this information, Chen Mo remained silent for a long time. He pondered in his heart. In fact, before coming, he had already decided which university to attend. This idea stemmed from his foster father's suggestion. After this college entrance exam, he appreciated his foster father's suggestion even more. Strangely, among so many school representatives, his desired university was not present. This made him somewhat puzzled. Chen Mo looked around, appearing absent-minded. Next to him, Zhou Ping was flipping through the materials. Seeing Chen Mo's puzzled expression, he asked, Chen Mo, what are you looking for? Have you finished reading the materials? Do you have any plans in mind? Chen Mo awkwardly smiled, scratched his head, and asked, Teacher Zhou, where is the representative from Longqing Military Academy? Ah! Zhou Ping was stunned. Longqing Military Academy. Why ask this all of a sudden? Only then did Zhou Ping remember that as the most famous and least reputable, this military academy surprisingly didn't have their representative present today. Chen Mo, why are you asking about this? Zhou Ping asked curiously. I just wanted to learn more about their school, I'm quite curious. Chen Mo replied. Zhou Ping said solemnly, You're the top scorer in the province, don't be misled by those rumors online. This school is no easy place to get by. Only Chen Mo was by Zhou Ping's side, as the others had taken the opportunity to socialize. If they were present, they would likely share the same thoughts as Zhou Ping. Longqing Military Academy is renowned in Huaguo, even more famous than Qingbei University. However, its reputation is not due to strong academics but for two reasons. First, the school is located on the front lines of the Northwest War Zone Longqing. The Northwest and Southwest War Zones are the two major borders of Huaguo, where intense battles take place. It is the front line of the conflict between humans and exotic beasts. Countless ability users die here every year, earning it the name Hell. Longqing Military Academy has the highest student casualty rate among all colleges. Whether one can survive until graduation is an unknown. Secondly, this is the only school in Hua Nation with a martial saint in residence. Because of this, Longqing Military Academy has become an existence both revered and feared by examines. Most people wouldn't apply here unless they were out of their minds. The school's student body mainly consists of children of military personnel. The children of active duty and retired soldiers generally go straight to this military academy. Most of the students are locals from Longqing. As for those online claims that this place is the land where legends are made or that real men must undergo trials of blood and fire, they're all lies. No one knows who started these rumors, but they've caused quite a few young people to impulsively apply. Xin Yu, as the admissions representative of Longqing Military Academy, had mixed feelings. Her father sacrificed his life in battle, leaving her and her mother to rely on each other. After graduating from high school, she naturally entered the military academy. Due to her awakened ability being of a supportive type and her poor health, her combat strength was weak. Apart from the mandatory annual training, she had hardly been on the battlefield. Fortunately, she successfully made it through 4 years of college. After graduation, Xin Yu stayed at the academy as an ordinary staff member, responsible for admissions work. She knew that, except for those who were not thinking clearly or were deceived by online rumors, almost no one from outside would apply to this school. So this job is actually an easy gig. Xin Yu really enjoys the life of being able to travel while working. This time coming to Sichuan province, she was just going through the motions again. Sichuan, known as the land of abundance, has such delicious food that she couldn't resist. The night before the meet and greet, she went out alone in the middle of the night to eat hot pot. She devoured an entire table of dishes and meat. Although people with special abilities have big appetites, she started regretting it after returning to her lodging. In the middle of the night, her stomach began to churn, and she ended up running to the bathroom several times throughout the night. At the critical moment of the meeting, she squatted in the restroom again, with no trace of elegance on her face, gritting her teeth without a care. She knew she was practically invisible among these school representatives, and since others didn't pay much attention to her, she felt at ease. At this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the restroom. Before the person arrived, someone shouted loudly from outside the door. Shen Yu, is Xin Yu from Longqing Military Academy here? A hurried middle-aged woman's voice rang out, followed by the sound of a door being pushed open. Shen Yu, are you in there? This woman was one of the staff members from the Provincial Education Bureau responsible for the meeting. She had just heard that Xin Yu went to the restroom and quickly came to find her. Xin Yu was startled and quickly responded, Here, I'm here, I'll be ready soon. The woman heard the reply and finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her face still showed an urgent look of impatience. Hurry up. The provincial top scorer, Chen Mo, is waiting for you specifically. Xin Yu came out and froze upon hearing provincial top scorer. Sis, what did you say? Who's waiting for me? Who else could it be? The provincial top scorer, Chen Mo. Hurry up, everyone is already there except you. Don't embarrass the candidates from Sichuan province. Faced with the other party's urging, Xin Yu had no temper at all. It was indeed her fault for getting distracted at a critical moment. There was nothing she could do about her stomach discomfort. What she didn't expect was that the provincial top scorer would specifically seek her out. She quickly washed her hands and hurried back to the venue with the woman. As soon as she entered the auditorium, she saw Chen Mo, dressed in that flashy school uniform, sitting there looking bored from a distance. Chen Mo, I brought her here, you two talk. The woman pulled Shin Yu forward quickly, giving her a glare in the process, implying not to mess around and to behave well. Chen Mo saw it was a delicate-looking girl, immediately stood up, and extended his hand. Hello, Teacher Shin. My name is Chen Mo. Shin Yu looked up at him. This boy was much taller than her and quite handsome. He carried a unique aura, especially those eyes, which didn't look like they belonged to an 18-year-old. They were simply a heart-stirring trump card. Teacher Shun, are you okay? Chen Mo looked at her in confusion. I'm fine, just ran over here and caught my breath. Hello, Chen Mo. Shin Yu quickly extended her hand to shake his. His hand was a bit cold, which startled her into quickly pulling her hand back, her heart racing. Shin Yu, you hopeless romantic. You're already 25, and he's only 18. Are you trying to go after a young handsome guy? She scolded herself inwardly, but her face showed an awkward yet polite smile. Ms. Shen, I plan to apply to Longqing Military Academy. Could you please give me an introduction? Chen Mo said with a smile. No problem. Even if you don't choose our school, I still have to help. Shin Yu was speaking when she suddenly froze, her eyes widened in shock, unable to say a word. Wait, what did you say? You're applying to our school. Her shout attracted the attention of many people around. Zhou Ping, who was reading materials nearby, suddenly looked up, his face full of shock. He quickly walked over to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, what did you just say? You're applying to Longqing Military Academy. Yes, I came here today specifically for this school. Chen Mo nodded earnestly. What? Zhou Ping was utterly shocked, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a moment. Shin Yu felt her head buzzing. Shin Yu, you must have eaten something bad yesterday and got a fever. This must be a dream. Yes, it must be a dream. She desperately tried to comfort herself, instinctively pinching her fair face. It hurts. It hurts so much. This isn't a dream, I'm so lucky. At this moment, she finally completely believed that everything in front of her was real. A crowd had gathered around, each person eager to join in the excitement. The provincial top scorer actually wants to apply to Longqing Military Academy. This news is even more thrilling to them than their wife running off with someone else. Such an explosive matter, you'll regret it for a lifetime if you don't listen. At this moment, Zhou Ping finally came to his senses and said to Chen Mo with a serious expression, Chen Mo, don't leave yet, I'll be right back. After saying that, he hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and ran off. Without a doubt, he went to find someone for help. Joking aside, his student is the pride of Huicheng. If he goes to Longqing and then returns, he's bound to be scolded mercilessly by the people of Huicheng. The top priority is to quickly find Xiao Zhang, the education director's opportunistic brother, and the mayor, and call them back to help. No matter what, Chen Mo must be stopped from doing such a foolish thing. Chen Mo watched Zhou Ping leave and shook his head helplessly. He knew what the teacher went to do, but it didn't affect him much. He had already made up his mind before setting out. Once he made a decision, no one could persuade him otherwise. He couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with his foster father back then. When he had just entered his senior year of high school, both sides had discussed the choice of college applications. At that time, his foster father suggested he apply to a military academy, specifically recommending Longqing Military Academy. Back then, Chen Mo had no concept of college applications and found it strange why his foster father was so adamant about recommending this school. His foster father said that Chen Mo's ability was F-level, and if he went to other schools, he might end up at the bottom of the class and be looked down upon by his peers. Don't forget, in schools of those big cities, every student is an elite. Without background or strength, you definitely won't be favored. On Blue Star, universities are not ivory towers but places to train warriors. Hoping for fair competition is simply a pipe dream. Military academies are different. These schools accommodate students from all backgrounds. Whether you have talent or not, as long as you work hard, you can achieve good results. Longqing Military Academy rarely recruits students from other regions, mainly enrolling students from Longqing and nearby cities. Therefore, the requirements for students from other provinces are very low, and as long as he puts in a little effort, Chen Mo can meet the score threshold. More importantly, his adoptive father earnestly told him that if he wanted to avenge his parents in the future, he must undergo life and death trials and the baptism of war. And Longqing is the front line of the Northwest War Zone, which best meets this condition. Going there is equivalent to going directly to the battlefield. As long as he can graduate alive, Chen Mo's strength will definitely far surpass his peers. At that time, Chen Mo was half skeptical. He had always been troubled by his special ability and didn't believe he could be better than others after graduation. Later, he specifically searched online and discovered that Longqing Military Academy was actually a popular school on the internet. Of course, its reputation was highly polarized. The terrifyingly high mortality rate had become a nightmare for many college students. But after experiencing the college entrance examination, Chen Mo completely understood his foster father's good intentions. Battles can truly make people grow continuously. He believes that even without the blessing of eternal night true flame, one can become strong through countless battles. What's more, the most important reason he decided to choose this school now is yet to come. That is to go to the battlefield. As long as he goes to the battlefield, there will always be exotic beasts waiting for him to kill. The troublesome issue of his attribute points can also be easily resolved. This is far better than any free resource. As for that space ring, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His system comes with its own space. Inside, there's a large amount of precious Shinik ore. These ores have always been a headache for him, as he doesn't know how to sell them. In the end, he decided to deal with them after starting university. The crowd around them grew larger, and Zhou Ping's panicked expression made Xin Yu start to feel nervous as well. She knew what Zhou Ping, as Chen Mo's homeroom teacher, was thinking. Xin Yu also didn't want to be surrounded by so many people and become a laughingstock. She planned to brush it off for now, persuade Chen Mo, and then leave quickly. So, she put on the appearance of a caring elder sister and said with a smile, Chen Mo, it seems like you might have some misunderstandings about our school, right? No misunderstandings, I've already looked up the basic information about the school online before. Xin Yu cursed inwardly, since you've already seen it and still came to enroll, you're really asking for trouble. On the surface, she still patiently said, then you should know that our school requires students to intern on the battlefield, and the risks are much higher than other schools. I know, that's exactly why I'm here. Xin Yu was about to lose it. This guy is getting more and more excited. Oh my god, look at the stairs around us. If you don't feel embarrassed, I feel awkward for you. But Chen Mo didn't care at all. He believed that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it would be strange for others to feel awkward. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became restless. Zhou Ping arrived with reinforcements. Mayor Feng Xingguo was the first to step forward, his face serious as he said to Chen Mo, do you know how unrealistic your idea is? Director of Education Zhou Shen quickly echoed, Xiaochen, you're still young and lack experience in choosing your aspirations. Listen to your class teacher, applying to Qingbei University is the best choice. Principal Su Feng also nodded repeatedly. Seeing the three leaders united in persuasion, Zhou Ping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With influential figures backing him, this kid surely won't refuse to cooperate. Starting from the college entrance examination, Chen Mo had already brought him countless surprises, most of which were shocks. Zhou Ping felt that this college entrance examination had significantly improved his heart's endurance. Chen Mo's actions made him feel like he was on a roller coaster, utterly thrilled. Xin Yu saw that the people accompanying the other party had all arrived and sensibly kept quiet. She knew that no matter how much she said, it wouldn't be as convincing as them. But she didn't leave. Out of politeness, she still smiled and looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo had already anticipated this outcome. He didn't rush to speak and waited for them to finish. Feng Xingguo and the other two were almost hoarse from shouting. Finally, Principal Su Feng spoke up, Chen Mo, we've said so much, don't just stand there dumbfounded, give us a response. Chen Mo glanced at the three of them, then at homeroom teacher Zhou Ping, and finally nodded solemnly at Xin Yu. Alright, I'll make my stance clear. Xin Yu was overjoyed, thinking that Chen Mo had finally been convinced. She no longer had to suffer here. Classmate, hurry up and choose Qingbei University. You're a future star, and this place is too small to accommodate someone as important as you. Xin Yu shouted inwardly. But the next second, Chen Mo's words almost left her completely dumbfounded. I've decided, I'll apply to Longqing Military Academy. Stop trying to persuade me, I made this decision before coming here, it's not a spur-of-the-moment thought. If you keep persuading me, I'll leave the meeting and simply not go to college. Chen Mo's words were firm and unwavering. The scene fell silent instantly, and everyone stared at him. They all heard Chen Mo's decision. The most shocked was Xin Yu, who could hardly believe her ears, standing there dumbfounded, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. As soon as Chen Mo spoke, the scene instantly erupted. Not only were the representatives of various universities present stunned, but even other candidates found it hard to believe. Some people secretly rejoiced in their hearts. The provincial top scorer actually applied to the military academy with the highest mortality rate. As soon as this news breaks, it will definitely trend online. Someone took out their phone and secretly started recording a video. According to the rules, recording is not allowed at such meet and greet events. But at this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Chen Mo, and no one cared whether someone was secretly filming or not. Chen Mo's words left Fang Xingguo and the others speechless. Especially the homeroom teacher Zhou Ping, whose face was full of shock, followed by anger and anxiety. He strode forward, pointed at Chen Mo's nose, and roared angrily, "Chen Mo, oh Chen Mo, are you really trying to drive me mad? What on earth are you thinking? You're giving up a perfectly good opportunity at Tsinghua or Peking University just to go to the war zone and risk your life." Zhou Ping's words echoed everyone's thoughts. No one could understand what Chen Mo was planning. Chen Mo, however, was not angry and calmly said, "Teacher Zhou, this matter can't be changed. Please don't try to persuade me. I discussed this with my adoptive father long before the college entrance exam and had already decided to choose Longcheng Military Academy." Nonsense. Zhou Ping was so angry that he directly cursed. "At that time, you only had F-level abilities, and it wasn't even certain if you could pass the exam. Now you're the provincial top scorer with a bright future ahead, yet you want to throw it all away." Principal Su Fang also tried to persuade him from the side. "Xiaochen, no one will stop you from going to the battlefield after graduating from university, but now is the time to lay the foundation. If something goes wrong." Su Fang didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already very clear. He was reminding Chen Mo not to think that his S-level ability made him invincible. The battlefield is still dangerous. Chen Mo shook his head firmly. "Teacher, principal, leaders, please stop trying to persuade me. I've made up my mind." After speaking, he looked at Xin Yu and reached out his hand, saying, "Give me the volunteer form." "Ha, what?" Xin Yu looked completely confused. "Volunteer form. Ah, this." Xin Yu was at a loss, feeling the cold, sharp gazes cast around her. If she handed it over, she feared they might tear her apart alive. As Xin Yu hesitated, Chen Mo's expression immediately darkened. "Didn't hear me clearly? What I want is the volunteer form." He stared at Xin Yu, and a chilling aura gradually emanated from him. In an instant, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and a scorching sensation filled the entire auditorium. Chen Mo's body remained still, but a faint layer of bluish flame emerged on him. The color was pale, yet it caused the surrounding temperature to rise at an astonishing speed. Xin Yu was stunned by the gaze and the heat wave. She was just a support, never having been on the battlefield, so how could she have seen such a terrifying scene? At this moment, Chen Mo in her eyes was no longer the sunny and handsome young man, but rather a demon who had walked out of hell. She was almost scared to the point of collapsing on the ground. "Application. Form. Give. It to me." Chen Mo enunciated each word clearly, his voice cold and firm. "I'll give it to you right away." Xin Yu trembled all over in fear, hurriedly pulling the application form out of her bag and handing it over. As soon as the form reached his hand, the intense heat and the eerie blue flames instantly disappeared. Chen Mo's face lit up with a radiant, sunny smile as he gently nodded at Xin Yu. "Oh my god, that was terrifying." Xin Yu screamed internally, feeling as though she had nearly fainted from shock moments ago. Why did this high schooler seem like a battle-hardened veteran who had been through countless wars? Life and death, in truth, aren't all that different. Xin Yu could clearly feel a faint killing intent emanating from Chen Mo just now. This killing intent was very subtle, as if deliberately restrained to avoid detection. Not only her, but the people nearby also felt it. Fang Xingguo and the others turned pale. This was their first time witnessing Chen Mo use his supernatural abilities. But what is this intense murderous aura all about? This has nothing to do with supernatural abilities, right? This kind of murderous aura is only possessed by those who frequently hunt exotic beasts or are formidable individuals who kill. But Chen Mo is just a middle school student. How could he have such experiences? For a moment, including Zhou Ping, everyone gained a completely new understanding of Chen Mo's strength. The candidates who were secretly taking photos from the shadows earlier were also frightened by the powerful aura and abilities emanating from Chen Mo. Originally, they thought he only had the opportunity because of his connections with Song Tingyou and Wang Tong, but now it seems this provincial top scorer is far from ordinary. Chen Mo took the registration form, sat down directly, and began filling it out, completely ignoring the gazes of those around him. Surprisingly, everyone actually stayed and silently watched him fill out the form. 5 minutes later, the form was completed. "Mr. Zhou, could you help me check it to see if I made any mistakes?" Chen Mo said humbly. Zhou Ping was momentarily speechless. Looking at Chen Mo's sincere eyes, he sighed heavily in his heart and reluctantly took the form. Since you've already made your decision, the teacher respects your choice. Zhou Ping said this with almost all his strength. He glanced at the watch briefly and handed it back to Chen Mo. No problem. Teacher Shen, here's your watch. Ah, okay. Chen Yu took the watch nervously, as if holding an imperial edict, afraid of losing it. Chen Mo looked around and saw Jiang Shan from Qingbei University nearby. He apologized, I'm sorry, everyone, I didn't choose another school. I hope you won't feel upset. Jiang Shan smiled faintly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This young man is quite interesting. He felt a bit of admiration for Chen Mo, along with a sense of curiosity. To him, Chen Mo was just a provincial top scorer. He didn't choose himself, and naturally, someone from another province would take over. But Chen Mo is an S-level ability user, which is indeed a bit of a pity. The representatives from other institutions were not so magnanimous. Although Chen Mo didn't choose them, these representatives couldn't understand his choice at all and all stared at him with scrutinizing eyes. Most people think this young man is too arrogant and will regret today's decision sooner or later. Feng Xingguo and the others felt a pang of sadness but were powerless to do anything. One by one, they looked like wilted eggplants, losing interest in socializing and heading straight out to smoke. The meeting, originally intended to showcase Huicheng's pride, ended up being turned into a joke by Chen Mo. It is estimated that soon, this matter will spread throughout the entire Sichuan province, and even all of China. By the time they return to Huicheng, who knows how many people will point at them and curse. The meeting concluded with the unexpected result of Chen Mo choosing to apply to Longqing Military Academy. This matter will soon spread across Sichuan province and even the whole country. Shen Yu still felt a bit dizzy even after the meeting ended. She couldn't understand at all why a provincial top scorer would choose their school. As soon as the meeting ended, she immediately called the school leadership for instructions. In the end, she only received a perfunctory reply of "got it." Shen Yu felt like she was about to go crazy. She knew the school had always been unconventional. After all, the military academy was different from other universities and had its own set of rules. But what happened today was too sudden. The academy had never encountered such a situation before. How can the school leaders remain so calm? She couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to think further. In the end, she could only pack her luggage and rush to the next province. Leaving aside her matters for now, let's just talk about Chen Mo's side. On the way back to Huicheng, everyone remained silent. Zhou Ping had a gloomy expression and ignored everything Chen Mo said, making Chen Mo feel extremely awkward. Chen Mo could understand everyone's feelings, but this concerned his future, and he absolutely could not compromise. When they arrived in Huicheng, Chen Mo tactfully got out of the car early and took a taxi home. In just a few days, this matter caused an uproar online. Chen Mo didn't check the internet, but his best friend Wang Fei called to tell him. There were all kinds of comments online. Some said he was foolish, while others praised him as a real man. However, most people expressed their lack of understanding, and some even hurled harsh words, accusing him of doing it deliberately for fame. I really don't know what those people are thinking. Using their own lives to gamble for traffic, who would be so foolish? Wang Fei and Zhang Ping also called, and some reporters wanted to interview Chen Mo. He refused them all. He didn't want to say much about it, nor was there any need to explain it to the public. The school and the city government faced public pressure, with some suspecting that they forced Chen Mo to apply to the military academy. Feng Xingguo and the others felt deeply troubled, but they couldn't say a word. However, in this era of information explosion, the hype didn't last long and gradually subsided. One day, Chen Mo had just returned from training at the martial arts gym when he saw the courier stopped at the entrance of the building. Chen Mo still lived in the old house and hadn't moved into the villa provided by the city. Although the villa was beautiful, he didn't want to live there, especially after what had happened, as he felt it would be inconvenient. He entrusted a company to design and renovate it, which would take at least another year before he could move in. The neighbors in the old neighborhood have a completely different attitude toward this provincial top scorer. Even though he chose a military academy, everyone is much more enthusiastic than before. After all, having a provincial top scorer living here is a great source of pride. Some say their small shop is often visited by the provincial top scorer, while others say their child even had a fight with the provincial top scorer. For a time, even putting up small advertisements at the provincial top scorer's house became an honor. The courier also recognized Chen Mo. Seeing Chen Mo return, he quickly shouted, "Chen Mo, come here. There's a registered letter for you." Registered letter. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood and ran over excitedly. Nowadays, not many things are sent by mail, but admission letters are one of them. However, this admission letter is different from the ones before. The courier handed Chen Emo a strange square box. Chen Emo opened the package, and inside was a glowing cube. One side of the cube had a blue button, while the other side resembled a fingerprint recognition symbol. Chen Emo did not hesitate and pressed the button. A flash of light passed, and a holographic projection appeared on the box. The virtual image of the principal of Longcheng Military Academy appeared. It was obviously a pre-recorded video, processed by AI, and it even mentioned Shin Mo's name. The principal welcomed Shin Emo for choosing Longcheng Military Academy. Finally, it said to press the fingerprint recognition area if accepting the admission. Chen Emo patiently finished watching and pressed his fingerprint without hesitation. The cube flashed again, and a paper resembling a photograph was ejected from it. It contained a seal, Chen Mo's basic information, and enrollment time. The cube was then retrieved by the courier. This item needs to be sent back, and when Chen Emo reports in, fingerprint and biometric information will be used for verification. After finishing these, Chen Emo happily went home. He held the admission letter and looked at it for a long time, finally feeling at ease. The letter stated that the registration date was August 31st. The official start of school was on September 1st. Because Chen Emo is the provincial top scorer, he can arrive at school 15 days early, and the school has also arranged a dedicated person to receive him. This is the special privilege given by major universities to provincial top scorers. Chen Emo could hardly wait. He began handling various matters left here. His close friend Zhang Peng took the liberal arts college entrance exam and was successfully admitted to a second-tier university in Huicheng. Meanwhile, Wang Fei, like Chen Emo, was going to study in another city. After some consideration, Chen Emo could only entrust Zhang Peng to help take care of matters at home and the villa's renovation. To thank Zhang Peng, Chen Emo personally went to his house and transferred 1 million in front of his parents as a form of payment. Zhang Peng's parents were overwhelmed and adamantly refused to accept. Chen Emo came up with an excuse, saying it was for home maintenance expenses, which finally made them reluctantly accept. After that, Chen Emo went to the mall, picked out gifts, and visited the leaders who accompanied him to the meeting one by one. As the saying goes, no one will refuse a kind gesture when offered. Although everyone felt it was a pity that Chen Emo gave up a better option, his sincere attitude made everyone greet him with smiles. Especially Zhou Ping, who specifically invited Chen Emo to stay for a meal at home. During the meal, Zhou Ping's eyes were red, and he drank quite a bit, rambling drunkenly. But he repeatedly urged Chen Emo to be sure to stay safe, as staying alive is more important than anything else. Chen Emo was so moved that he almost choked up. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, there were very few people who genuinely cared about him. Now that his foster father was no longer around, the only person who truly cared for him was this teacher. Teacher, rest assured, I will work hard and make Hui City No. 1 high school proud. I will always remember your teachings in my heart. After handling these matters, Chen Emo packed his luggage and embarked on the journey to report to school. On what was supposed to be an ordinary trip to enroll, he unexpectedly encountered some trouble. Longcheng is the core of the Northwest War Zone and also the front line, making it not easy to get there. Without a special pass, ordinary people simply cannot enter. Chen Emo was able to pass smoothly thanks to the admission letter. However, he first took a flight to Jin City, a major city in the northwest, and then boarded a special high-speed train to Long City. After entering the northwest, this high-speed train went directly underground. After a long, enclosed tunnel, Chen Emo finally arrived in Long City. The underground high-speed train station in Long City was very small. Apart from Chen Emo, fewer than 20 people got off here. Chen Emo was surprised to find that these passengers were all ability users, exuding a strong aura. With a slight sense, he discovered that they were at least at the martial master level. This made Chen Emo place even greater importance on Dragon City. Got off the high-speed train and arrived at a dimly lit exit, spotting someone in the distance holding a sign and looking around. Ha! Isn't that teacher Xin Yu? Chen Mo's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over, calling out. Xin Yu stood at the exit, lost in thought. Since she left Sichuan province, she traveled across the country and, apart from Chen Emo, she did not take on any other students. This was also within her expectations. After returning to the school leadership specifically inquired about Chen Mo's situation. In the end, the task of receiving Chen Emo and bringing him into the campus naturally fell to Xin Yu. Xin Yu didn't mind. As an admissions office staff member, she is busiest every year during the new student enrollment period. She often receives students from Longcheng and other military districts. Chen Mo was the first regular admission student she received this year, so she paid special attention. Shin Yu didn't expect Chen Mo to arrive so early. Classmate Chen Mo, welcome to Longcheng, Shin Yu said with a smile. Teacher Shen, you even specially came to the station to pick me up. It's really too much trouble for you, Chen Mo said politely. He had a very good impression of teacher Shin Yu. Let's go, the private car is ready. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and then headed towards the parking lot. Shin Yu glanced at Chen Mo's luggage and showed a hint of surprise. Chen Mo, you brought so little luggage for registration. Chen Mo only brought a small suitcase, which contained personal clothing. Other items, such as the food and reward potions left to him by his adoptive father, were stored in the system space. In fact, the main reason for bringing so little luggage was that Chen Mo was too poor. He couldn't bear to spend the reward money. After all, buying potions and equipment later would cost quite a bit. 30 million sounded like a lot, but when it came to actual use, it might not be enough at all. In the parking lot, a majestic military jeep was parked there. Chen Mo had seen this type of vehicle before in the Southwest Military District. The body was made of D-grade alloy, capable of withstanding attacks from low-level exotic beasts. This car is expensive to build and can seat 7 or 8 people. After getting in, there is a dedicated driver to drive. Along the way, Chen Mo admired the scenery of Longcheng. As a military stronghold, the architecture of Longcheng is very uniform. Most of the buildings look similar, differing only in height. There are many pedestrians and vehicles on the street. He also saw a kindergarten and a school. Similar to the information found online, Longcheng is a vast city. Although this is a military stronghold, there are many residents here. A large number of superhumans and their families live here. Looking at this massive city, Chen Mo showed a shocked expression. Shin Yu looked at him, feeling very proud inside. Chen Mo, it's your first time in Dragon City, right? How do you feel? It's so magnificent, even bigger than I imagined, Chen Mo said sincerely. Suddenly, he looked out the car window into the distance and saw a towering giant tower reaching into the clouds. Teacher Shen, what is that tower for? Chen Mo asked curiously. Shin Yu smiled and proudly replied, that is our destination, Dragon City Military Academy. That tower is the center of the academy, also known as the Demon Suppression Tower. Gen Mo Tower. Chen Mo was surprised, this name sounds really impressive. Yes, this tower is the symbol of Dragon City and also everyone's spiritual pillar. Suppressing demons means subduing the beasts. Could it be? Chen Mo suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. Hee, you guessed it right. That is the place where the Martial Saint resides. Martial Saint. Hearing this word, Chen Mo was incredibly excited. That is the pinnacle of human existence. I never thought that coming to Dragon City would bring me so close to a Martial Saint. Teacher Shen, which Martial Saint is stationed there? Well, I'm not too sure either. Apart from the Martial Saint, no one can enter the Demon Suppression Tower, not even the principal. As for which Martial Saint is stationed there, we don't know, it's arranged directly from above. Oh. Chen Mo felt a bit disappointed but quickly adjusted his mindset. The Martial Saint is too distant, still an unattainable existence for him. Even if he knows who it is, there's no chance to meet. The car continued moving forward, and Shin Yu kept introducing the local customs and culture of Longcheng. To be honest, there's nothing particularly historical here. This military city is man-made, with little traditional culture. But Shin Yu, as a superpowered individual who loves life, is very knowledgeable about where to find good food. 40 minutes later, the car arrived at the school gate, and Shin Yu still hadn't stopped talking. She kept talking nonstop along the way, covering a wide variety of topics. Chen Mo listened quietly, occasionally asking a few questions. He really enjoyed this relaxed atmosphere. After all, at school, teachers only talk about doctrines and never discuss these trivial matters of life. Study hard and strive to get into a good university. Chen Mo, we've arrived. This is Dragon City Military Academy. Follow me inside, I'll show you around the school. Shin Yu got out of the car and pointed at the grand gate ahead. Chen Mo pulled his luggage and followed Shin Yu into the academy. The gate was extraordinarily majestic, towering at 30 meters high, with carvings depicting battles between human superhumans and exotic beasts, stirring one's blood. Although it was summer vacation, there were still quite a few students coming and going at the entrance. Seeing Chen Mo's curiosity, Shin Yu explained, these are all students from the academy. Although it's vacation, many people go out to train and come back to exchange for credits. Credits. Chen Mo heard this term for the first time. There's no such thing in middle school. Yes, this is the school system. All universities in our country, Huoduo, implement the credit system. Come on, I'll explain it to you slowly. After thorough inspection and registration, Chen finally entered the school. Longqing Military Academy covers a vast area and is located at the center of the entire Longqing. From an aerial view, the academy is centered around the Demon Suppression Tower, forming a perfect circle. Upon closer inspection, the architectural layout subtly incorporates the principles of the I Ching's Bagua. Chen didn't understand these profound things, but with Xinyu leading the way, he listened with great interest. The two chatted as they walked. Every time they reached a building, Xinyu would carefully introduce it. Xinyu usually wasn't very sociable, but she felt particularly at ease in front of Chen, and her mood was good. Chen was handsome and occasionally humorous, making Xinyu's heart itch. Chen, we're here. This is the Academic Affairs Office. Since you arrived early, you can handle the procedures directly here. Xinyu led Chen into a gray building that resembled a columbarium, with no windows and a strange appearance. But inside, it was brightly lit, with busy people coming and going. Chen was stunned by the scene before him. Xinyu smiled and said, Chen, this feeling is very normal. Everyone feels this way the first time they come to the Academic Affairs Office. Yeah, why is the Academic Affairs Office so busy, and why are there so many people here? You might not know, this is not just the Academic Affairs Office, but also the Military Intelligence Center of Longqing. All important information is stored here. The people you see are all intelligence personnel. So that's how it is. Chen suddenly understood. He discovered that even the administrative staff were all ability users, some with powerful auras. He saw someone sitting and doing nothing, resting with their eyes closed. He unintentionally released his mental power, which they noticed, and pairs of cold eyes stared at him. Xinyu quickly tugged at him, don't look around. You can't casually use mental power here. If you're too conspicuous, you might be caught as a spy. Chen Mo's heart tightened, and he quickly followed Xinyu toward the small door on the right. Inside was a large space, but it was much smaller than the intelligence center earlier. There was only one person on duty here, making it seem desolate. Behind the man were rows of huge black cabinets gleaming with light. Xinyu stepped forward to greet, Mr. Wang, I brought Chen to report in. The young man, who was looking at his phone, raised his head and smiled. Wow, the great beauty Shen personally brought someone here, that's impressive. This handsome guy is really something. This is truly lucky. Xinyu blushed after hearing that. She gave the other person a playful glance and said, you're so annoying. Let me introduce you, this is the top scorer of our Sichuan province, Chen Mo. Chen Mo, this is teacher Wang Tongkai, who is in charge of student records and credit management in the Academic Affairs Office. Hello, teacher Wang. Chen politely stepped forward to shake hands. As soon as their hands met, Chen felt a subtle aura emanating from the other person's palm. He secretly chuckled to himself, haha, this guy wants to test me. Still wearing a smile on his face, Chen silently released his mental power. Although not as precise as the other parties, it was enough to spread around. Wang Tonkai's smile suddenly froze, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Chen is truly young and promising. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha ha. Chen saw that the other party was just testing him, and after countering with his mental power, the other party immediately retreated. He wasn't angry either. After all, he was here to report, and the other party had no ill intentions, so there was no need to fuss over such a small matter. Xinyu, who was beside him, didn't understand what had happened, but her woman's intuition made her feel that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Mr. Wang, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and handle the procedures for Chen Haha, getting anxious now? Are you planning to ask her out for coffee? Wang Tongkai teased Xinyu with a smile as he began handling the paperwork. Suddenly, from the depths of the room, with a whoosh, something flew over and landed on the table in front of the three of them. Chen recognized it as the cubic box he had seen earlier in the courier's hands. Come, Chen press your fingerprint. Chen pressed down, the box lit up with a green glow and emitted a beep sound. Verified, hold on, I'll handle the procedures for you. Wang Tongkai waved his hand, and the box flew out again. Then, he gestured again, and another item flew over. This is the Academy's wristband. Wear it. It's very important, don't lose it. Your student identity, credits, and outing records are all stored in it. Chen carefully put on the wristband. Tap the screen, a light curtain unfolds, displaying his student information. Credits? How do I have 100 credits? Chen was surprised to find that he actually had 100 credits. Just enrolled, Where did the credits come from? Shinyu explained with a smile, you have no idea, you're the first provincial top scorer to get into our college in years. The school certainly won't treat you poorly, these 100 credits are a reward. Wang Tonkai continued, that's right, and there's even better news. This morning, the school leadership had a meeting and decided to grant student Chen MOS level student privileges, but these privileges will only last for a year. If you can't maintain first place in the class within a year, the privileges will be revoked. What? S-level privileges? How come I've never heard of this? Shinyu exclaimed in surprise. Wang Tonkai shrugged and said, I just found out too. It seems the school wants to motivate students, but I wonder how the other students will react when they find out. Shinyu listened and frowned deeply. She vaguely felt that this arrangement seemed a bit deliberate. Once the news spread, it would definitely cause quite a stir. However, Chen Emo was completely unaware of this and was focused on studying the wristband. Opening the store interface, the rich content immediately caught his attention. The wristband has a built-in campus-wide online store. Inside, various resources can be exchanged using credits. S-Class Alloy Battle Armor, 50,000 credits. A-Class Alloy Weapon, 10,000 credits. The dazzling array of goods left Shinemo overwhelmed, but he couldn't help but smile wryly. These things are too expensive. Any item that slightly caught his interest cost tens of thousands of credits. And he only had 100 credits in hand, enough to buy just a few bottles of cheap C-grade potions. Seeing Shinmo's expression, Shinyu leaned over to comfort him. Shinemo, it's too early for you to be looking at these. Don't underestimate the credits. Do you know how much a bottle of C-grade potion costs outside? Here it's only 20 credits, do the math yourself. These words suddenly enlightened Shinemo. A bottle of C-grade potion costs about 200,000 huobi outside, which means 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 huobi. That's truly astonishing value. Moreover, didn't you notice? Things you can't buy outside can be exchanged for credits at school. Shinyu continued. Chen Emo completely understood the value of credits. The items in the mall are indeed precious, they can't be bought with money outside. But at school, these treasures are just ordinary goods that students can easily exchange for credits. Just based on this, Chen Emo felt that he had chosen the right university. Time flew by, and after completing the enrollment procedures, Shinyu took him to the cafeteria for a meal. Since it was his first time here, Shinyu specially treated him. The food in the school cafeteria is truly surprising. Shinemo looked at the menu and found it filled with a dazzling array of dishes, most of which were made from exotic beast meat, some of which he was seeing for the first time. However, Shinyu didn't order any of those expensive dishes. Instead, she led Shinemo to the counter and bought a set meal. The two of them found a quiet spot to sit down. Shinemo, I'm really sorry. It's not that I don't want to treat you to something better. It's just that those stir-fried dishes are too expensive. You have no idea how tight my salary is. Shinyu said awkwardly. Chen Emo smiled and suddenly stood up, startling Shinyu. She thought he was upset. Unexpectedly, Chen Emo didn't say much and walked straight to the stir-fry stall. Shinyu hesitated, not knowing what to say. She neither wanted to eat nor felt comfortable refusing. A few minutes later, Chen Emo returned with a heaping plate. Teacher Shen, thank you for helping me with the procedures today. This meal is on me. He placed the tray on the table, which held 8 small dishes in total, each one a different delicacy. Shinyu's mouth fell open, her eyes fixed on the fragrant and delicious-looking dishes, almost drooling. Chen Emo, how much does all this cost? Chen Emo waved his hand dismissively. Not much at all. Come on, eat up. It won't taste as good once it cools down. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite himself. The moment the food entered his mouth, it was bursting with flavor. The exotic beast meat melted after just a few chews. A faint stream of spiritual energy followed the path down his throat into his stomach, spreading throughout his entire body. Not bad. Although it's not as delicious as what my foster father makes, the taste is quite amazing. Chen Emo thought to himself. Shinyu carefully picked up a bite, and to her surprise, the taste was so delicious it almost brought her to tears. It's so good. For her, dreaming of eating stir-fried dishes here on her salary was almost impossible. The stir-fry in the school cafeteria is made from exotic beast meat hunted by students, not only delicious but also replenishes energy and strengthens the body. This is no ordinary meal, it could practically be considered a health supplement. Just one plate is worth tens of thousands of huobi. Being able to eat this today, Shinyu was overjoyed. She didn't care about her image and picked up the bowl to eat heartily. People with special abilities have big appetites, and the two quickly finished all the dishes on the table. Seeing Shinyu eat so happily, Chen Emo was overjoyed. He felt that coming to this school was truly the right decision. The place mentioned online isn't as cold and unapproachable, at least teacher Shinyu is very down to earth, and Wang Tankai, whom I just met, is the same. Wow, this is amazing. I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life. Shinyu wiped her mouth and said, still savoring the taste. Teacher Shun, are you full? If not, I can order more. Do you want to pack some to take home? Ah, no, I'm full, really full. You've already treated me to this meal, and I feel bad enough about it. Packing leftovers? Where would I put my face? Teacher Shin, stop joking. You're so young, your face is as beautiful as a flower. How could you be old? Oh, Chinemo, you're teasing me too. Shinyu blushed and complained with a smile. After this meal, their relationship suddenly became much closer. Shinyu discovered that although the provincial top scorer in front of her was young, he was not at all immature in his actions. On the contrary, he resembled a mature and steady man. After dinner, the last thing they did was take Chen-Mo to his residence. The two of them walked all the way toward the north side of the academy. That is the student dormitory area. Along the way, Chen-Mo saw many students walking hurriedly, each with determined steps and tense expressions. The people here all seemed to be in a rush, with none strolling leisurely like him and Xin Yu. Teacher Shen, is our school this intense? These senior students all seem to be working so hard. Xin Yu looked at these hurried figures and sighed. You can't blame them. Our school is a military academy. The competition here is much fiercer than in regular schools. A slight slack and you'll be overtaken by others. Rankings determine resource allocation, so everyone has to give it their all. Chen-Mo nodded to show his understanding. Instead, he felt excited about this tense environment. In his previous life, he wasn't someone who idled around, he lived every day amidst a hail of bullets. In this life, he still has to fight desperately. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at the dormitory area. There were more people here, with students coming and going. From a distance, the student dormitories were rows of neat little buildings. The exterior of these buildings looks similar, but some have several unit doors, while others have only one or two. Let's go, your place is at the very back. Xin Yu led Chen-Mo northward. They arrived at a residential area. The houses here were obviously much larger than the previous buildings, with only one door per house. Although the floors are similar, each building only has 4 levels. They stopped at the entrance of Building 4 in Area A. Xin Yu pointed at this grand building and said, with your S-level privilege, plus your status as the provincial top scorer, your residence is here. Chen-Mo curiously examined the building and followed Xin Yu inside. In front of me is an astonishingly large living room. Sunlight streams into the house through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. The living room is simply yet luxuriously furnished. Next to it is the kitchen, clean and tidy. Xin Yu took Chen-Mo for a tour around the building, introducing as they walked, this villa is prepared for outstanding students, so the conditions are naturally excellent. 2 people live in one villa. The first floor is the reception room and kitchen, the second and third floors are bedrooms, the fourth floor is the training room. There's also a basement, which is a laboratory specifically for research. It is cleaned daily by dedicated staff, so you only need to focus on studying. Of course, you can cook for yourself as well. Seeing this luxurious villa, Chen-Mo was momentarily speechless. He was filled with emotion. Poverty truly limits imagination. This villa is even bigger than the one Wu Cheng gave him. A month ago, he was just a poor young man striving to change his fate. A month later, he became the provincial top scorer, gained unimaginable wealth, and moved into a luxurious villa. Strength. Everything is brought by strength. Strength determines everything. Chen-Mo made up his mind to continuously improve his strength. This world, to put it bluntly, is survival of the fittest. The weak can only reason, while the strong speak with power. As long as his fists are strong enough, the whole world will listen to him. At this moment, Chen-Mo felt the invisible shackles in his heart suddenly break apart, as if the psychological burden that had been restraining him was forcibly lifted. He instantly became clear-headed, and his senses turned exceptionally sharp. He could even hear the sound of Xin Yu's heartbeat beside him. Mental power, 1222. The system's voice promptly sounded. Chen-Mo's mental power finally broke through the 1200 threshold, officially stepping into the ranks of specialized warriors after his physique. This improvement in mindset felt like experiencing a life-and-death trial. The sudden breakthrough left Chen-Mo still in a daze, his mind filled with surprise and joy. From now on, his basic strength had completely reached the level of a specialized warrior. It could be said that even without advanced combat techniques and skills, relying solely on raw strength, he could easily defeat all level 4 and below exotic beasts and ability users. Wait, last time when my physique surpassed 1200, I awakened intelligence. Why isn't there a reward this time for my spiritual power breakthrough? Chen Mo asked the system in confusion. The host can only receive a reward upon the first breakthrough of the extreme state. The system's response was concise and clear, but it left Chen Mo even more astonished. He keenly caught the term extreme state. However, following the system's usual style, it would never explain further, only leaving him to figure it out on his own. Chen Mo was not discouraged. Breaking through attributes was a good thing in itself, as it saved him from spending attribute points to improve them. Just as he was immersed in joy, a sound from afar pulled him back to reality. Chen Mo? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xin Yu saw him in a daze and asked with concern. She seemed to sense a change in Chen Mo just now. Oh, I just suddenly thought of something and got a bit distracted, Chen Mo quickly responded. Xin Yu didn't think much of it, gave a few instructions, and then turned to leave. Before leaving, she specifically reminded Chen Mo to quickly go to the library to choose a cultivation method. After advancing to a beginner martial artist, one can choose a teacher from the academy to become their mentor based on certain conditions. Becoming a disciple is akin to the master-apprentice relationship of the old era. The teacher will wholeheartedly guide the disciple and act as their protector. Students can also take other courses at the academy. As long as they have time, they can learn as much as they want. However, you can only apprentice under one master at a time. Chen Mo glanced at the information on the wristband. Dragon City Military Academy is a comprehensive full-time university. The school has several specialized colleges. Among them, the Tactical Command Academy is the most important and renowned academy. Only psychic ability users are admitted here, with extremely high entry requirements. Students entering the Tactical Command Academy aim to become commanders. It is important to know that in large-scale wars, apart from powerful military force, the role of the commander is crucial. Without a commander, an army is like loose sand. With a commander, an army can maximize its advantage. This is also the key for humanity to resist large-scale attacks from alien beasts and not be defeated. Apart from the Tactical Command Academy, other academies are conventional specialties. For example, the Academy of Supernatural Abilities focuses on training combat-type supernatural ability users. The Weapons Academy, on the other hand, trains talent in equipment manufacturing, which is of a special nature. Some students may not have high ability levels, but they possess exceptional talent and are geniuses in combat skills. Many combat skills rely on various weapons. These individuals are called weapon masters, and they are nearly invincible in the combat skills of one or two types of weapons. The Potion Academy and Research Academy are also worth mentioning. Students from these two colleges primarily focus on the development of pharmaceuticals and non-weapon types of supernatural equipment. The last one is the Logistics College. Xin Yu is a graduate of the Logistics College. This college is very inclusive towards various supernatural individuals. Although the students' supernatural talents are not strong and they rarely participate in combat, they possess strong willpower and are responsible for the logistical support of the entire Dragon City and even the entire war zone, making them an indispensable key force. Seeing the classification of these academies, Chen Mo was filled with emotion. The speed of human development in the field of supernatural abilities is truly astonishing, achieving unbelievable accomplishments in just 10 short years. He couldn't help but wonder, how exactly did humanity manage this in the past decade? Those martial saint-level figures seem to have suddenly appeared out of nowhere 10 years ago. According to his understanding, no matter how talented humans are, it is impossible to perfect a system capable of influencing human destiny within 10 years. There must be some secret hidden within. However, these matters were too far removed from him, and even if he knew, it wouldn't be of much help to his cultivation. Chen Mo carried his luggage directly to the third floor. Since the villa is for 2 people, he has the priority to choose since he arrived first. He chose the third floor, mainly because it was close to the training room on the 4th floor. After organizing everything, he went to the training room on the 4th floor to start his daily workout. After finishing his workout, he returned to the 3rd floor, took a comfortable shower, and went to bed early to rest. A day's journey and sightseeing, along with absorbing a lot of information, left him feeling a bit tired. More importantly, he needed to recharge his energy, as there were important tasks to handle tomorrow. The next day, Chen Mo's first day at Longqing Military Academy passed just like that. What he didn't expect was that the news of him obtaining S-level privileges had already spread like wildfire throughout the school. Careful observers will notice that this news seems to have been deliberately released and spread quickly. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Chen Mo woke up. He had a particularly deep sleep, sleeping straight through until dawn. He quickly washed up, got dressed, put on his wristband, and prepared to go out. Today is very crucial for him. He is going to the library to choose a superpower technique that suits him. Only by practicing the technique can he truly become a superhuman. From then on, he would no longer have to use a cannon to kill a mosquito, wasting a large amount of superpower but achieving little. As he just pushed open the villa door, he was stunned. There were more than a dozen young people standing at the entrance, both male and female. They exuded a strong aura. Chen Mo could smell a thick scent of blood, a smell that only comes from frequently hunting exotic beasts. Judging by their attire, these people were also students of the academy. Chen Mo was a bit puzzled and politely stepped forward to ask, "Seniors, is there something you need from me so early?" The young man leading the group was about the same height as Chen Mo, with healthy bronze skin, a clean and neat buzz cut, and a sharp aura between his brows. He was carrying a massive knife on his back. Chen Mo glanced at it. The knife resembled the mountain-cleaving knife his former best friend Wang Fei used to have. Both were large and heavy types. It seemed this senior's strength was extraordinary, likely a superhuman type or animal type ability user capable of enhancing the body. The man with the sword on his back coldly looked at Chen Mo and asked in a frosty tone, "Are you Chen Mo?" "Yes, I am. I heard you're the top scorer of this year's Sichuan province." "That's right. I also heard you killed a level 4 low-tier infernal black dragon hatchling. That was a team effort. I just got lucky." "You, a rookie who just started." At this point, the other person's words were full of disdain and contempt. Chen Mo frowned. The group in front of him was clearly up to no good, obviously here to cause trouble. He sneered inwardly and retorted bluntly, "That's right, just me. At least I'm better than those useless people who only know how to talk big." The man carrying a knife immediately darkened his expression. "Chen Mo, who are you calling useless?" Chen Mo shrugged and said indifferently, "Who knows? If someone wants to invite insults upon themselves, I can't stop them." "You bastard." Before the man with the sword on his back could speak, a tall and thin man next to him couldn't hold back. He was tall and thin, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, gleaming with a cold light. He rushed in front of Chen Mo, raised his right hand, and swung it fiercely. "Rookie, today I'll teach you the rules of Dragon City Military Academy." He wanted to give Chen Mo a lesson and properly teach this arrogant freshman a thing or two. The man carrying the sword did not intervene, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. This group of people were all second-year students, and upon hearing that Chen Mo had just obtained S-level privileges, they were all infuriated. When they first enrolled, they were all exceptionally talented, but the school did not provide them with much special treatment. The man carrying the sword is an A-level ability user, but he only earned his privileges by working hard during his near graduation in his freshman year. In other words, this group of people earned their rights through their own efforts. As for Chen Mo, he was granted S-level privileges as soon as he enrolled, which caused an uproar in the academy. The third and fourth year students were relatively indifferent. Fourth year students were busy preparing for graduation, eager to head to the battlefield for training, earn credits, and exchange for equipment. Junior students face intense competition and immense pressure. However, sophomore students, having just passed their freshman phase, are extremely dissatisfied with this sudden policy. They even went to the academic office to confront Wang Tongkai, but Wang Tongkai completely ignored them and instead directly disclosed Chen Mo's address. This led to the conflict this morning. The tall and thin man is not simple either. He possesses a B-level animal type enhancement ability, allowing parts of his body to enlarge. The palm he swung out instantly tripled in size, becoming as hard as iron. This strike carried the power of his ability, ruthless and leaving no room for mercy. Ordinary freshmen encountering such a specialized fighter would have long knelt down and begged for mercy. But Chen Mo is different. Faced with the other party's show of force, he couldn't even be bothered to dodge. What they say online is true. This school is fiercely competitive. Those with the strongest fists have the final say. I like it. Chen Mo's lips curled into a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The tall, thin man's palm, like a large fan, swung toward his left cheek. If it landed, Chen Mo's face would surely swell like a pig's head and wouldn't recover for months. Wearing a pig's head to attend the freshman orientation will definitely make people laugh. The tall, thin man was precisely aiming for this effect. This time, he struck hard, but his control over the force was just right, only injuring the flesh without harming the bones. This is the precise control of power by an ability cultivator. But just as his large hand was about to slap Chen Mo's face, it suddenly stopped. Chen Mo's left hand, at some unknown moment, had been raised and firmly grabbed the other party's wrist. The tall, thin man didn't notice at all and was caught just like that. Immediately after, a piercing pain came from his wrist. Let go of me. It hurts so much. Let me go. The tall, thin man screamed, desperately trying to pull his hand back. But Chen Mo's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly gripping his wrist. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. The other party didn't budge an inch. Suddenly, Chen Mo's arm gently pushed. The tall and thin man was desperately trying to pull his hand back. With this move, he used the force to push back, causing the tall and thin man to lose his balance and fall backward directly. The person behind him didn't react in time and was hit squarely. As a result, like dominoes, 3 people fell. The scene instantly became unusually quiet. Everyone stared at Chen Mo, their eyes filled with murderous intent. This battle was now inevitable. Seeing the tall and thin man fail to gain the upper hand with one move, all the sophomore students became excited. A strong killing intent erupted from them. Damn, this kid is too cunning. Li Xian is a specialized martial artist. How could he lose to a rookie? He must have a secret weapon. Let's go together and teach him a harsh lesson. Everyone was furious. As senior students, they were actually humiliated by a freshman. Once this news spread, no one could afford to lose face like that. Chen Mo faced the large crowd without the slightest fear. On the contrary, his fighting spirit was soaring, and his momentum was unprecedentedly strong. Facing more than 10 specialized fighters, he showed no sign of retreat. Just as both sides were about to start fighting, a roar came from behind. Stop it, all of you. The voice was not loud, but as soon as everyone heard it, they immediately restrained their momentum. The originally tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Chen Mo turned around and saw Xin Yu and Wang Tongkai hurrying over. Xin Yu's face was full of anxiety. It was her voice that had just called out. Wang Tongkai appeared relaxed, as if he were just joining in for fun. What are you all doing? Looking for trouble for no reason. Xin Yu approached and harshly reprimanded the group of sophomore students. Her anger was mainly directed at the knife-wielding man leading the group. Yang Song, you really have some nerve. A sophomore coming to block a freshman's door, isn't that shameful? Xin Yu pointed at the man's nose and shouted angrily. The group of students looked at each other, their expressions awkward. They glanced at Xin Yu and Wang Tongkai, full of grievances but unable to voice them. Although Xin Yu's strength is not top-notch, he is still a support. But as for Wang Tongkai next to him, they definitely can't afford to provoke him. Moreover, the authority of the teachers at the military academy is extremely high. If a student dares to contradict a teacher without justification, the consequences are very serious. Minor consequences include deduction of credits, repeating a grade, or reduced resources, while severe consequences involve expulsion. As Xin Yu spoke, Wang Tongkai watched with great interest from the side. He keenly noticed that the tall, thin man, Li Xian, had clearly suffered a loss. He gave Chen Mo a meaningful glance, with a barely noticeable glimmer flashing in his eyes. Clearly, they were probing the provincial top scorer's background, but unexpectedly, Wang Tongkai sneered inwardly. He felt that the school leadership wasn't very smart, actually using such a clumsy method to test. But on second thought, it was reasonable. The management style of Longcheng Military Academy was very domineering, even ruthless. Classmates are both teammates and competitors. As long as you're strong enough, no one will stop a freshman from challenging a senior. Moreover, the school does not prohibit competitions. As long as both parties agree, the school actually supports it. But there is a prerequisite: the competition must take place in the martial arts arena, with a teacher present as the referee. Once the competition begins, both parties must concede if defeated and cannot use lethal methods. Blocking the door and picking a fight like this completely violates the rules. This is purely rogue behavior, and no teacher would ever allow it. But Wang Tongkai knew that this kind of door blocking was actually a tradition at their school. The students called it seniors welcoming freshmen. Among each batch of freshmen, those with good grades and decent talent would always receive a warm reception from the senior students. Unfortunately, today they ran into a tough one. Watching Xin Yu talk endlessly without any intention of stopping, Chen Mo, on the other hand, started to feel a bit impatient. He still had important matters to deal with today and didn't take this trivial issue to heart at all. If Xin Yu and the others hadn't come, he would have already taught this group a lesson. Ahem, Teacher Shen, it might be a misunderstanding. The seniors were just here to say hello to me. Xin Yu glanced at Chen Mo strangely upon hearing what he said. Chen Mo, if you're being threatened, blink, and I'll definitely stand up for you. Chen Mo gave a wry smile. Teacher Shen was truly kind-hearted and genuinely worried about him. But she was a bit too kind. This small matter, if blown out of proportion, Chen Mo might really become the target of the entire school. The sophomore students nearby, after hearing Chen Mo's words, also showed puzzled expressions. Is this guy trying to sell favors? We don't need him to save face for us. At this moment, a man named Yang Song behind him spoke up. He ignored Shin Yu and stared directly at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, I officially challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. This bastard really came knocking on the door. A challenge? Then bring it on. Let's see how I'll beat you so badly you won't even recognize yourself. Just as he was about to agree, Shin Yu immediately said coldly, Yang Song, do you even count as a man? Chen Mo just joined, do you think this is fair? Chen Mo ignored her and directly replied, no problem, I accept. You set the time, and I'll be there on time to face you. Yang Song's eyes lit up, this kid really has guts. Since he dares to accept, he can't blame me. He already had a plan and sincerely said to Shin Yu, teacher, you're right. I'll give him time, the competition is set for August 31st. This period is enough for him to break through to the initial martial artist level. A provincial top scorer challenging across levels, that's not excessive, right? The people around nodded in agreement. That's right, he's the provincial top scorer. I've never seen a top scorer compete with someone before. Brother Yang has already stepped back. Are we supposed to wait until he becomes a professional martial artist to compete? By then, we'll have already graduated. Shin Yu was left with a headache from the students' chatter, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Wang Tonkai quickly stepped in to resolve the situation. Since that's the case, it's decided. On the morning of August 31st at 10 o'clock, Yang Song and Chen Mo will compete in the training field. I will personally act as the referee. What does everyone think? Yang Song was overjoyed and naturally agreed. Wang Tonkai is a teacher in the academic affairs office, and his word carries weight. Despite his young age, he is extremely capable. Even if Chen Mo has some tricks up his sleeve, he can't use them in front of Wang Tonkai. This competition purely tests strength and combat understanding. Since enrolling, Yang Song has practically been crawling and rolling among exotic beasts, undergoing countless life and death trials. His combat experience and crisis awareness are both top-notch. This is also the reason he was able to secure first place as a freshman. Seeing Yang Song's face full of confidence, Chen Mo secretly found it amusing. He knew Yang Song's little scheme, choosing August 31st, precisely the day for new student registration. Yang Song wanted to embarrass him in front of everyone. This was clearly Yang Song's tactic, but Chen Mo didn't care at all. Chen Mo didn't care at all. The other party even deliberately gave him time to break through. Isn't this courting death? He is just a beginner now and has no fear of the opponent. When he becomes a junior martial artist, it will be even easier. Chen Mo agreed without hesitation, readily accepting. Seeing Chen Mo's relaxed and confident demeanor, Shin Yu stomped her feet anxiously. But the agreement had already been made, and both she and Wang Tonkai had witnessed it, leaving no room for regret. After Yang Song and his group achieved their goal, they left laughing and joking. Before leaving, the tall and thin Li Xian even made a throat-slitting gesture towards Chen Mo, implying that he should wait to be embarrassed. Chen Mo paid no attention at all. Everyone had left, and only then did Shin Yu say regretfully, Chen Mo, this matter. The school's special treatment of you has made quite a few students feel dissatisfied. There was no need for Shin Yu to say more, Chen Mo had already seen through it. He replied with a smile, Teacher Shin, no need to say more, I understand. Who doesn't have a bit of jealousy? But I'll prove to them with my strength that I earned the S-level privilege fair and square. After speaking, he clasped his fists toward the two teachers and quickly turned to run away. He definitely didn't want to waste time here listening to Shin Yu's chatter. Watching Chen Mo's departing figure, Shin Yu sighed. Wang Tonkai beside her teased with a smile, what? Afraid of your little boyfriend? Wang Tonkai, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell everyone about those little movies on your phone. Shin Yu warned fiercely, her face flushed with anger. Aya, Shin the Great Beauty, it's really a misunderstanding. I didn't say anything. I have something to do, I'll leave first. Wang Tonkai hurriedly found an excuse to run away, leaving Shin Yu standing there dumbfounded. Not talking about them, let's focus on Chen Mo. He didn't delay along the way and headed straight to the library. When he came in yesterday, he still remembered Shin Yu specifically introducing this place. At this moment, looking again, Chen Mo felt that the exterior of the library was quite out of place. Compared to the surrounding teaching buildings, this two-story small building was both shabby and simple, not at all like the repository of books for a prestigious institution. Although many books are now digitized, this library looks like it was converted from a small convenience store. Chen Mo's mouth twitched. Although it was morning, the library entrance was still bustling with people, with students constantly coming and going. Chen Emo stepped inside and suddenly felt a bit lightheaded, his vision blurred for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him had completely changed. He saw a massive hall towering at least 30 to 40 meters high. The hall had no pillars and was filled with towering bookshelves. Every bookshelf was stacked full of books. This is, damn. Chen Emo was stunned. He usually didn't talk much, but at this moment, damn was the best way to express his inner shock. From the outside, it looked like an old, shabby building, but inside, it was a whole different world. Needless to say, this must be a place created by a highly powerful spatial ability user. Moreover, this is just the first floor. Chen Emo noticed a staircase leading to the upper levels. Just as he was in a daze, a strange sound suddenly came from beside him. Welcome, new student, to your first visit to the library. Please register your identity information. Chen Emo followed the sound and saw a glowing little sphere floating in the air, speaking to him. Robot. Chen Emo leaned closer, curiously staring at the small object. Seemingly sensing Chen Mo's gaze, the sphere emitted an electronic voice again. Hello, I am the AI assistant of Longcheng Military Academy. You can call me Xiaolong. May I register your identity? Register. Register now. Chen Emo found it more and more amusing. Is this artificial intelligence really that advanced? The level of technology here is far superior to that of Earth in his previous life. Chen Mo's wristband automatically emitted a beam of light, shining onto the little dragon. Identity confirmed. Welcome, Chen Emo. Xiaolong has detected that you possess S-level privileges. How can I assist you? I want to find a technique suitable for cultivating my supernatural abilities. Alright, please follow me to the reading room. Xiaolong spoke as he turned and flew towards the stairs. Chen Emo was here for the first time and didn't understand anything, so he could only follow him. They arrived at the third floor of the library. There were no bookshelves here, only rows of individual rooms. Xiaolong led him to a room, and the door opened automatically. Please come in. Chen Emo curiously looked around. The room was simply furnished, with only a small desk and a chair. Please have a seat, I will retrieve it for you right away. After Xiaolong finished speaking, he hovered in the air, his body shimmering with colorful lights. 1 minute later, the light stopped. Xiaolong's voice sounded again. Chen Emo, your ability level is S-level, with the attribute of fire. Based on your permissions, I have found a total of 388 techniques suitable for you. Among them, 2 are S-level, 8 are A-level, 76 are B-level, 122 are C-level, and 180 are D-level. Chen Emo felt his head spinning. He hadn't expected there to be so many techniques. Just give me the S-level one. Alright. A reminder, the S-level technique only has the original copy, and you can only read it here. As soon as the words fell, a crack suddenly appeared on the desk, revealing 2 ancient books. Chen Emo was stunned. These 2 books appear to be very old, with yellowed pages, worn-out covers, and ancient Chinese characters, which surprised him. The global resurgence of spiritual energy has only been 10 years, yet these techniques are clearly much older. Could it be that humanity had already mastered the secrets of supernatural cultivation? This thought lingered in his mind. He opened the book on the left, titled Mystic Fire Scripture. It didn't contain much, but it appeared profound and difficult to understand. Chen Emo didn't read it in depth, only wanting to get a general idea first. Then, he opened the book on the right, 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual, which was equally complex. He hesitated for a moment and decided to ask Xiaolong. Xiaolong, what is the difference between these 2 S-level techniques? Xiaolong replied, the Mystic Fire Scripture is suitable for all fire attribute ability users. The higher the ability level, the faster the cultivation. It is a complete technique. The 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual is only suitable for S-level and above fire attribute ability users, with better effects for F-level ability users. However, it is only a fragment, the first half of a more advanced technique. Currently, it can only be cultivated up to the Martial Saint realm, as the subsequent parts have been lost. After hearing this, Xiao Emo looked at the 2 books, falling into a dilemma. He had never found it so hard to make a choice. Reason told him that choosing Sun Huo True Scripture was the safest option. It was complete and highly compatible with his ability. But it felt like a little devil was stirring within him. When the little dragon mentioned that the 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual was an incomplete text, he wanted to choose it even more. What puzzled him even more was why an S-level technique would be more effective for an F-level ability user. It didn't make much sense. Once chosen, it's very difficult to switch techniques. He was very hesitant. He wanted Little Dragon to help with suggestions, but Little Dragon was just an AI and remained silent at such a critical moment. Chen Mo sat here for half an hour. In the end, after intense inner conflict, he decided to choose Nine Heaven's Divine Fire Manual. Chen Mo had a strong intuition in his heart, telling him that choosing this technique was absolutely the right decision. More importantly, this technique could allow him to cultivate to the martial saint realm, which was already the highest level humans could achieve, making it absolutely worth it. Xiaolong, I'll choose this one. Alright, the Nine Heavens Divine Fire Manual has been successfully bound. Before you graduate, you can only read it within the library. Understood, I'll start reading right away. Xiaolong will step back for now. If you need anything, just call me, and I'll be at your service anytime. As soon as the words were spoken, the floating orb flashed and vanished without a trace. Chen Mo was startled. This thing is just an artificial intelligence? No physical form. After being stunned for a moment, he no longer paid attention to Xiaolong, and his gaze returned to the martial arts manual in front of him. He opened the book, and densely packed text came into view. These words gave Chen Mo a headache. Logically speaking, he is not illiterate, he recognizes every character, but when put together, he cannot understand them at all. This left him momentarily perplexed. He finally understood that the higher the level of the technique, the greater the difficulty, and without sufficient comprehension, it is impossible to understand. What should he do? Even if he watches here for a year, he might not necessarily understand it. Isn't my intelligence already 180? Why can't I still understand it? Chen Mo muttered to himself while subconsciously opening the system panel. Host, Chen Mo. Level, Beginner. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, Catastrophe level. Physique, 4391. Spirit, 1222. Intelligence, 180. Skills, Free Combat Technique, Mastery, Flame Explosion, Mastery. Talent skill, Breath Holding, Beginner, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Unallocated points, 16,027. What's going on? Chen Mo was surprised to find that when he stared at the Nine Heavens Divine Fire Manual, the spirit and intelligence attributes on the system panel actually lit up. He stared at the panel in confusion, lost in thought. Could it be? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. I understand now. Chen Mo excitedly slapped his thigh, then gritted his teeth and started cursing the system. This lousy system, I have to discover everything myself. Is this considered a hidden feature? He immediately called out to the system. System, merge my spirit and intelligence. Request received. Spirit and intelligence successfully merged. The following abilities have been obtained after merging. 1. The host's comprehension is greatly enhanced, with the enhancement level based on intelligence bonuses. 2. Weaknesses of enemies can be identified during combat. The higher the enemy's level, the higher intelligence required. Hearing this, Chen Mo was so excited that he almost jumped up. Oh my god. Your system is so sneaky, the intelligence is so powerful, and you're only telling me now. He immediately thought, since intelligence can merge with spirit, could it also merge with physique? System, cancel the merge. Merge intelligence with physique. Request received. Physical strength and intelligence successfully merged. After merging, the following ability is obtained. The host can fully enhance physical strength to any part of the body. The degree of enhancement varies depending on intelligence. Current enhancement multiplier, 2x. This news made Chen Mo so excited that he almost knocked over the table. This is simply heaven-defying. This is equivalent to him gaining an additional enhancement type superpower out of thin air. Moreover, this superpower can continue to evolve with the increase of attribute points. Just think about it, Chen Mo's physique is now 4,391, already close to the upper limit of a beginner-level specialized warrior, which is 5,000. After activating enhancement, his physique directly doubles, reaching 8,782, instantly surpassing the intermediate beginner warrior level and hitting the threshold of 8,000 for an advanced beginner warrior. Such an enhancement is simply maddening. Success, plus the bonus from the foster father's gauntlets. He even had a hunch that as long as he didn't encounter a perverse 4th-level exotic beast like the infernal black dragon hatchling, relying on his own body, he could completely fight a 4th-level exotic beast to a standstill, or even easily annihilate lower-tier 4th-level exotic beasts. This is simply unbelievable. Chen Mo excitedly paced back and forth in the room. I didn't expect to find something so powerful while coming to the library to choose a cultivation method. This gave him a whole new understanding of the system he awakened. After going back, I must thoroughly study this system. Clearly, there are still many hidden functions yet to be discovered. After making up his mind, Chen Emo returned to his seat and once again activated the combination of mental power and intelligence. This time, the nine heavens divine fire mirror before him seemed completely renewed. Rays of spiritual light flashed, and those obscure and difficult texts instantly became clear. Not only that, he had almost reached the realm of photographic memory. All the texts, as long as he glanced at them once, were immediately etched in his mind. Only 5 minutes had passed, and the system emitted the long-awaited notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Nine Heavens Mystic Fire Mirror has been successfully learned. Current level, beginner. What? It succeeded so quickly. Chen Emo stared blankly at the system panel, where the screen clearly displayed the message of successfully learning the technique. At the same time, in the level bar, an upgrade option finally appeared after beginner. But Chen Emo did not rush to upgrade. After all, this was the library. If any accident occurred during the upgrade, he would be in trouble. Suppressing his impulse, he asked the system, do you know the full name of the technique in Nine Heavens Divine Fire Manual? Unexpectedly, this time the system did not say something dismissive like insufficient permissions or please research it yourself. The system actually provided an answer directly. Nine Heavens Divine Fire Manual, Introductory Chapter of Primordial Fire Codex, Level S. 9. Yuan. Oh my gosh. Hearing this response, Chen Emo suddenly jumped up from his chair. Using too much force, his head directly hit the ceiling made of grade A alloy with a dull thud. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts so much. He clutched his head and screamed in pain, but his heart was filled with joy. What kind of luck is this? I thought it was just an incomplete technique, but it turned out to be part of an even stronger technique. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Emo felt he had truly stumbled upon a great treasure this time. System, my cutest little buddy, can you tell me more about the Primordial Fire Codex? Host level too low, insufficient permissions. The cold, mechanical voice of the system sounded again. But Chen Emo wasn't angry, he was already mentally prepared that the system would most likely reject him. No problem, since I've already started cultivating, I'll sprint toward the finish line with all my might. Chen Emo made up his mind that one day he must obtain the complete version of the Primordial Fire Codex. Next, it was the critical moment to officially advance to an ability user. Chen Emo looked at the upgrade prompt that appeared next to beginner on the system panel, his heart surging with excitement. Just as he was about to call the system to upgrade, he seemed to remember something and stopped. System, how many attribute points are needed to upgrade the Nine Heavens Divine Fire Manual from beginner to intermediate? Based on the current host's intelligence and mental strength, upgrading the Nine Heavens Divine Fire Manual from beginner to intermediate requires 85,000 attribute points. Chen Emo fell completely silent. He originally just asked casually, but he didn't expect this number to shock him. 85,000. That's way too high. How many beasts would he have to slay to accumulate so many attribute points? Even though Nine Heavens Divine Fire Manual is just the introductory chapter of the Primordial Fire Codex, the system rated it as S level. No wonder the requirements are so high. Forget it, this system has no trace of human touch, talking to it is like playing the lute to a cow. Let's get the main task done first. Chen Emo thought to himself and tried communicating with the system again. System, upgrade to Junior Warrior. Request received, deducting 8,500 attribute points, upgrading to Junior Warrior in progress. Damn, so many points. Chen Emo was shocked, but before he could think further, a strange force suddenly surged through his body. Immediately, the eternal nitro flame uncontrollably erupted from within him, instantly enveloping his entire body. The intense heat instantly filled the entire room. Chen Emo watched helplessly as the tables and chairs melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The walls and ceiling made of grade A alloy around him also began to turn red, on the verge of melting. We're doomed. This is big trouble. His heart raced with anxiety. He had forgotten the destructive power when his abilities first awakened and didn't expect the same during an upgrade. If he destroyed the library, he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. But the upgrade has already begun, and it's too late to regret. He could only watch helplessly as the surrounding environment turned into a hellish scene. The numbers on the system panel were also constantly changing. Beep beep alert. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected in reading room 304. Please address immediately. The piercing alarm sounded. Suddenly, a small AI dragon that teleported in from outside was instantly melted into a puddle of molten metal by the intense heat. The C-grade alloy dragon stood no chance against the eternal nitro flame. The commotion caused by Chen Emo grew increasingly intense, with the alarm blaring incessantly throughout the library. Alert! Level 2 alert! An orange energy fluctuation has appeared in the reading room 304 on the third floor, imminent total destruction. Initiating Level 2 safety protocol. Inside the library, Xialong's voice echoed. All the students and teachers heard it. The students in the rooms closest to Chen Mo's room were the first to sense the danger. At this moment, the walls, ceiling, and floor of room 304 began to melt and deform. Chen Mo floated in the center of the room, resembling a small sun radiating scorching light. The students next door saw the walls turning red, slowly deforming like melting ice cream. The alarm sounded again. Damn, it's right next to me. Run! The students in the neighboring room panicked and rushed out of the classroom. They stood in the hallway, staring fearfully at room 304. The door had already melted away and disappeared. They saw a figure emitting a faint blue glow, quietly floating inside the room. A stream of scorching hot air blew out of the room like a blower. The two dared not delay and scrambled downstairs for their lives. Meanwhile, in the teacher's exclusive reading room on the fourth floor, a female teacher was looking up information when she suddenly felt something unusual underfoot, and the temperature in the room rose sharply. She looked down and saw the floor had already started turning red. Fortunately, she was sitting, otherwise, her feet would have been scalded. "What on earth is going on?" the female teacher exclaimed. The alarm sounded throughout the entire building once again. The floor began to melt, yet she remained unusually calm. As a teacher at the military academy, she remained calm in the face of danger. She happens to possess ice element superpowers. At the critical moment, she immediately activated her superpower, launching a full-scale cooling attack on the floor beneath her. Ice wall. A low shout, and the fiery red floor was instantly covered by a thick ice wall. The crisis is temporarily averted. However, just as the female teacher breathed a sigh of relief, she noticed that the floor beneath the ice wall was starting to melt. A large hole appeared beneath her feet. The ice wall she had just created was instantly evaporated without a trace by the high temperature. "Help! Help!" The female teacher panicked and rushed out of the room, shouting for help. It's not surprising that she was so scared. After all, she is an ability user at the martial master level. An attack that can instantly break her ice wall is at least at the grandmaster level, far surpassing her strength. With a whole major realm of difference, what else could she do but run? At the same time, the floor beneath Chen Mo's feet also began to melt. The second floor is the public area of the library, where there are many students. When anomalies appeared overhead, many people had already stepped aside. 7 or 8 teachers rushed over, and more than a dozen teachers from the fourth floor also came to check the situation. Everyone in the library was nervously staring at the anomaly. Since the establishment of Longcheng Military Academy, there has never been any mention of an enemy launching an attack in the library. Everyone was filled with doubt and concern. By the time the teachers arrived, room 304 had already turned into a crimson hell. They saw a faintly blue figure inside, surrounded by the eternal night true flame, its appearance unclear. "Xiaolong, who's in room 304? The teacher in charge of library security asked anxiously. "Room 304 is occupied by this year's freshman, Chen Mo. He just borrowed a book on supernatural ability cultivation methods here." "What, a freshman? Chen Mo?" The teacher frowned, finding it hard to believe. How could a freshman cause such destruction? At this moment, a student nearby exclaimed, "Chen Mo? The freshman who was exceptionally granted S-level privileges by the school. I heard he was the top scorer in Sichuan province, and during the exam, as a novice, he even killed a level 4 low-tier infernal black dragon hatchling." As soon as these words were spoken, most of the students on site were astonished. Those less informed students understood after their classmates explained. They looked in horror at the figure in the room, their hearts heavy with the destruction in the library. This is the provincial top scorer? A freshman with no experience, yet capable of causing such massive destruction. An S-level ability, truly terrifying. Some students who were previously dissatisfied with the school's measures also began to be convinced. They are even sophomores or juniors, yet they don't have the ability to cause such a commotion in the library. Meanwhile, at the top of the towering demon suppression tower in the Academy Center. Inside the room, an elder was sitting cross-legged in the center, eyes slightly closed, breathing steadily, like a meditative old monk. At this moment, the piercing sound of the telephone on the desk beside him rang out. The old man remained motionless, and the call connected automatically. "Speak." The old man's voice was calm. A man's panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. "Senior, something happened. Chen Mo just caused a commotion in the library and directly burned through the third-floor reading room." The old man slowly opened his eyes. "Oh, Is that really the case? Senior, what do you think we should do? What should we do? Isn't Lankin in charge of the library? Let her handle it. Just keep an eye on it and don't let the situation escalate. Yes. The man was stunned for a moment and hung up the phone. Interesting, truly interesting. Such a commotion right after arriving at school. Let's observe a bit more. The old man muttered to himself, his eyes slowly closing, and the room returned to silence. In the library, the water and ice element teachers activated their abilities one after another, trying to prevent the situation from worsening. However, their abilities had no effect when faced with the blue flames. Seeing the destruction grow worse, everyone was deeply worried. Suddenly, a calm and elegant voice echoed from all directions, heard by everyone in the library. Step aside, I'll handle this. The teachers immediately became excited, and the students were thrilled. The director is here. Wow, the mysterious director has finally appeared. This is my goddess, look quickly. Stop talking nonsense, you're about to fail your courses, the curator won't pay attention to you. The library was bustling with noise, and even the damage caused by Chen Mo couldn't suppress everyone's excitement. At this moment, a graceful woman appeared on the second floor. She was breathtakingly beautiful, not yet 40, dressed in a tight silver-gray battle armor that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. Her long silver-gray hair flowed loosely, gently swaying with the high-temperature air currents. She hovered below room 304, casting a faint glance. Whether teacher or student, everyone who saw her displayed eyes filled with infatuation and admiration. More people are in awe of her formidable strength. She is Lan Qin, the head librarian of Longcheng Military Academy, a Grandmaster-level spatial ability user. This library was personally built by her. So any slight disturbance here, she knows immediately. Chen Mo's destruction, though impressive, was nothing in front of her. Lan Qin raised her hand and lightly pointed at room 304. Suddenly, the room that resembled a burning hell began to tremble. After the scene distorted, room 304 vanished into thin air. The ceiling and walls returned to their original state, and the molten iron on the ground vanished without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened. All right, disperse now, Lankin said calmly. Everyone couldn't help but swallow nervously, then left one after another, sneaking a few extra glances at her. Lankin was completely indifferent, and with a wave of her hand, a silver-gray void gate appeared. She stepped gracefully, her long legs crossing over, disappearing into the gate. The void gate vanished, and the library returned to silence. But the students who had just witnessed everything found it hard to calm their emotions. They whispered that Chen Mo would definitely be severely punished. After all, this was Lan Qin's territory, and provoking her would not end well. Some were still eagerly discussing Lan Qin's earlier appearance, so excited they were almost drooling. Many people had taken photos and videos and were busy posting them on the school forum and class group chats. What happened in the library instantly became a hot topic of discussion in the academy. And Chen Mo was trapped in a strange space. He could see everything outside but dared not move recklessly, as he was at a critical moment of advancement. The values on the system panel in front of him were changing slowly and steadily. All around was a gray haze, as if exiled into endless chaos. Only the area where he was located emitted a faint blue glow. The powerful eternal nitro flame could even burn through the void, but now it had no effect on everything before him. Chen Mo understood that it wasn't that the eternal nitro flame wasn't strong enough, but that his own strength was too weak to fully unleash its power. In this deathly silent space, after an unknown amount of time, the system suddenly emitted a crisp notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to a junior warrior. Chen Mo looked at the brand new system interface in front of him, feeling both happy and calm. His previous experiences with upgrades had made him understand that the attribute points spent on this advancement were certainly not insignificant. His realm improvement brought a significant boost to his basic attributes. He originally thought his basic attributes had already far surpassed those of a beginner martial artist and that there wouldn't be much change after advancing, but the system still surprised him. The physique of a beginner martial artist is generally between 5,000 and 8,000, while he had already reached 5,900. Although his mental strength didn't improve much, it stabilized at the level of a low-level beginner martial artist. Although the improvement seems limited, combined with his various powerful skills and equipment bonuses, Chen Mo's physical fitness now, even without using superpowers, can easily rival that of a peak-level beginner martial artist. If he unleashes his superpowers, even a peak-level beginner martial artist would find it hard to withstand. In the future, he might even encounter a level 4 exotic beast, and as long as it's not an abnormal existence like the infernal black dragon, he would have the ability to contend with it. After carefully examining his body, Chen Emo felt an endless supply of strength, even capable of staying awake for 3 days and nights without needing to replenish a single bit of energy. If someone were right next to him, they would definitely be overwhelmed by the intense fiery aura emanating from his body. Through the cultivation of supernatural abilities, Chen Emo had officially become a qualified supernatural being. His entire body exuded the unique dominance of the eternal night true flame. If he didn't actively release his aura, others would only feel a warm, sunny, and friendly presence from him. Especially for girls, this kind of aura full of strength and vitality is extremely attractive. However, Chen Emo was a bit troubled at the moment. He was trapped in this confined space, unable to leave. He tried to attack the space, but his fists and abilities seemed to hit nothing but air, having no effect, which was frustrating. Time passed second by second, and Chen Emo went from initial agitation to helplessness, eventually calming down. He knew that all of this was caused by the space-type abilities of the library director. After causing such a commotion in the library, there was no way the other party would let him act freely. Given the current situation, he was probably being confined. Facing a strong opponent who could manipulate space, Chen Emo knew he couldn't confront them head-on. Since he couldn't get out, he decided to calm down and focus on cultivation. With the support of the cultivation method, he could precisely control his own energy, no longer exerting too much force or wasting power as before. Thinking of this, Chen Emo began to continuously practice the release and retraction of his abilities in this confined space. He swung a punch into the void, and a pillar of fire shot out along with his fist. Where it passed, ghostly blue flames lingered in the void. He furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes slightly closed, focusing on the changes in the energy within his body. The operation of the technique began to flow smoothly. Chen Emo threw another punch. He punched one after another, delivering over 1,000 consecutive strikes. This time, the punches no longer carried the towering pillars of fire from before. The eternal night true flame merely wrapped tightly around his arms and fists, as if adding a layer of fiery armor over his gloves. Success! Seeing his fist firmly wrapped in flames, Chen Emo finally revealed an excited smile. He wasn't sure how long he had been practicing here, stopping to carefully experience and feel after every punch. Now, he could precisely control his ability, striking and retracting his fists and legs with ease. The eternal night true flame could not only transform into scorching fire to burn everything but also cling closely to the body, becoming an unexpected and deadly weapon in close combat. Next is to link the skills together, to perfectly connect free combat techniques with flame burst. Chen Emo did not stop and continued on the lonely path of training. As an ability user, almost everyone masters several combat techniques. He originally planned to go to the library to learn more skills, but something happened, so he could only first combine the existing free combat techniques with flame burst. One excels in close combat, the other in long-range attacks. Generally speaking, there is always a brief gap when switching between the two. But Chen Mo's goal is to make them seamlessly connected. He moves swiftly in this silent space, combining punches and kicks, occasionally launching a fireball. That's not right, there's a half-second gap after throwing the punch. This won't work. Once flame burst is activated, it must be followed up immediately. The fireball and the punch need to arrive at the same time. After countless attempts, Chen Emo kept reflecting and summarizing. At first, there was a noticeable pause between the two skills. Later, he compressed the gap to less than 1/10 of a second. But he was still not satisfied, his body never stopping for a moment. Fortunately, he could precisely control his ability, and the flame burst only emitted symbolic small fireballs, without the need for a full release. This greatly improves training efficiency. No one knows how much time has passed. Chen Emo leaped up like a hawk, his right leg sweeping through the void, as if targeting an invisible enemy. Before the movement was complete, his left hand had already crossed over his right leg, with his index finger pointing in the direction of the sweep. A small fireball shot out following the trajectory of the right leg's kick. Not finished yet, Chen Emo flipped in the air and chased after the fireball like a cannonball. The next moment, the right fist swung out again, unexpectedly catching up with the rapidly flying fireball. Bang! A punch shattered the fireball, breaking it into countless ethereal blue sparks scattered across the sky, stunningly beautiful. Success! It really worked. Chen Emo turned over and landed on the ground, breathing heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat. He finally achieved seamless integration of combat techniques. It sounds simple, but 90% of superpowered individuals can't do it. Experts all know that even a small gap is a fatal weakness. And he overcame this challenge with just the realm of a novice martial artist. This is attributed to his superior physical fitness far beyond his peers and the efficient operation of the Nine Heavens Divine Fire Manual technique. When utilizing combat techniques and abilities, the cultivation method continuously stimulates the body's potential, achieving perfect coordination between abilities and the body. This is the power of top-tier techniques. After completing these, Chenemo felt a wave of exhaustion. He wiped his sweat and was about to take out food from the system space to replenish his energy. Suddenly, the entire space shook violently. Chenemo only felt the world spinning around him. The next second, he fell onto the thick carpet in an awkward posture. Chenemo suddenly felt something soft and fluffy beneath him, as if he had stepped on something furry. He got up and realized he was in an unfamiliar room, standing on a huge carpet. The color of this room is very strange. The carpet is silver gray, embroidered with a starry sky. The walls are also silver gray, and even the furniture is uniformly silver gray. Chenemo curiously looked around, his gaze finally stopping behind the desk opposite him. There sat an extremely beautiful woman, watching him with great interest. Director. Chenemo was startled. He still remembered being suddenly transported to this inexplicable space with a wave of Lankin's hand. Now that I see her, it must be her who let me out. Chenemo greets Director Lan. Chenemo respectfully saluted. Lan Qin lounged lazily in the large chair, holding a steaming cup of black tea in her hand. She simply looked at Chenemo, a playful smile on her lips, without speaking immediately. Chenemo stood there, so embarrassed that he didn't know whether to sit or stand. A minute later, Lan Qin finally spoke. Kid, you really can endure loneliness. Locked you up for 3 days, intending to dampen your spirit, but instead, you figured out how to cultivate on your own. It turned out he had been in that space for a full 3 days. Chenemo bowed again. Director Lan, I'm truly sorry. I didn't control myself well during my advancement and caused such a commotion. If there's any damage, I'll definitely compensate. He was prepared to be punished. Kalinkin was not angry, she just smiled gently. Compensation? Do you think your stuff is enough to compensate? Detaining you for 3 days is already a punishment, let's just forget about it. Really? Thank you, Director. Chenemo was overjoyed upon hearing this. Director Lan is not only beautiful but also has such a good temper. He secretly sighed in his heart. But if others knew his thoughts, they would surely mock him for being too naive. Lan Qin is very famous in the academy. She is famous not only for her stunning beauty and figure but also for her ability to control spatial powers. However, what truly makes her renowned is her fiery temper. Students and teachers who provoke her will be locked up in the black room. As little as 1 day, as much as 1 month. When they came out, everyone was battered and bruised, like eggplants that had been beaten. Since then, no one dared to approach her, and they kept their distance whenever they saw her. Chenemo was still unaware of these things, only feeling that Lankin was very nice. He was about to leave but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Somewhat embarrassed, he turned to Lankin and said, Director Lan, there's still something I haven't done. I haven't chosen a combat skill yet. Could I go down and pick a combat skill before leaving? Lankin raised an eyebrow. Kid, are you pushing your luck? I've already let you go, and you still want to stick around. Chenemo scratched his head awkwardly, though he was mentally prepared for this. He estimated that Lankin, in her anger, wouldn't let him stay. He planned to try again after some time, and if it didn't work, he would look for inexpensive combat techniques on the market. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Lankin put down her teacup and lightly pointed her right index finger in the air. Half a meter in front of Chenemo, a void fissure suddenly appeared. A book with a fiery red cover flew out from the crack. Chenemo quickly caught it, feeling the book was heavy. It was then that he realized. This book was not made of ordinary paper but crafted from a mysterious metal. On the cover, large characters were prominently written, 3 styles of burning heaven. Chenemo stared at this book, his gaze somewhat dazed. At this moment, Lan Qin's voice suddenly appeared in his ear. This is an A-level combat technique. Take it and study it well. Remember to find Xiaolong to register it. Before the freshman entrance ceremony, don't let me catch you causing trouble in the library again. As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Qin waved her hand without waiting for his response. Chenemo felt a wave of dizziness, and the next second, he was already in the first-floor lobby of the library. His sudden appearance startled quite a few students. When everyone saw it was Chenemo, they all showed surprised expressions. Look, it's Chenemo, the freshman who was locked in the little dark room by Director Lan. Have to admit, he's quite handsome, but judging by the looks of it, it seems Director Lan didn't scold him too harshly. Haha, maybe it's because he's handsome that Director Lan went easy on him. Don't be silly, saying things like that in the library. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? The surrounding students whispered among themselves, but no one dared to approach him. After all, he was new, and no one knew him well. At this moment, Xiaolong floated over again. There are many intelligent robots like Xiaolong in the library. Xiaolong remained enthusiastic, as if nothing had happened last time. Xiaolong, help me register this combat technique book. I want to take it back to study. Alright, please wait a moment. A beam of light swept across the book, followed by a prompt indicating successful registration. Chen Mo didn't dare to stay long and quickly left the library. Walking out of the library, he turned back to glance at the two-story small building, which was only slightly larger than a convenience store, feeling a bit uneasy. I didn't expect to cause trouble as soon as I arrived at school. Next time I advance, I must find a safe place to practice. Thinking this, he quickly returned to his villa. There are still 12 days until the official registration for new students. Although these 3 days in the library delayed some time, the gains were significant. First, he successfully advanced to a junior warrior, further enhancing his strength. Secondly, his mastery of the connection between combat techniques has reached an extremely high level, almost becoming an instinct of the body. Next, no matter what new combat technique he learns, he can achieve seamless integration. All of this is thanks to the assistance of the Nine Heavens Divine Fire Manual technique. Now, even without deliberate cultivation, this technique operates automatically. Whether eating, sleeping, or using the restroom, the technique runs continuously, enhancing strength 24 hours a day. Although the improvement seems minor, it's better than stagnation. The most important thing next is to quickly learn new combat techniques and prepare for actual battles. The combat technique he used before, Flame Explosion, seemed powerful but was actually limited in effect. After the fireball is launched, it requires time to travel, and at a low level, enemies can easily dodge it with a little attention. As his strength improves, the usefulness of this move diminishes. Chen Mo came alone to the training room on the 4th floor, where it was spacious and quiet. He sat cross-legged and opened the 3 forms of Burning Heaven. The book recorded 3 combat techniques specifically for fire attribute ability users. The first 2 forms were offensive moves, named One Young Finger and Heavenly Fire Palm, respectively. The last move is a body technique, named Fire Dragon Turning Over. Without hesitation, he activated the intelligence and mental power fusion mode, focusing intently on reading. He decided to master all the contents of this book immediately. In less than half an hour, the system delivered a familiar notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully learning 3 styles of Burning Heaven. Current levels: Sun Finger, Beginner; Skyfire Palm, Beginner; Fire Dragon Roll, Beginner. Ha ha ha! With the system, this is absolutely amazing. I really am a genius. Chen Mo hugged the book, laughing uncontrollably. Since discovering the magical functions of the system, he felt as if he had struck gold. At present, the most difficult cultivation techniques and combat skills became easy and simple in his hands. System, give me points. Add them all to the 3 styles of Burning Heaven. Request received, 7,500 points consumed, 3 styles of Burning Heaven successfully upgraded. Current levels: Sun Finger, Advanced; Skyfire Palm, Advanced; Fire Dragon's Turn, Advanced. So awesome! Chen Mo leapt up. He had almost used up all his attribute points, directly upgrading the Burning Heaven 3 forms to the advanced stage. Although there were still the Master and Perfect levels, he was already very satisfied. After all, an A-level combat technique reaching the advanced stage had power that was absolutely not to be underestimated. What was even more special was that Chen Mo discovered this combat technique had no learning threshold. No requirements for physique, spirit, or ability level. This made him feel curious. Could it be that Director Lan specially chose this combat technique for me? Thinking of this, Chen Mo felt a warm sensation in his heart. He burned down the library himself, yet Lankin not only didn't punish him but also gave him such a precious item. A teacher treats students with warmth like a spring breeze. Where can one find such a good teacher? But what Chen Mo didn't know was that after he left the library, Lankin made a phone call. Senior, as per your arrangement, the 3 forms of Burning Heaven has been handed over to him. Very good, you did well. Senior, is this really okay? This combat technique may be grade A, but no one in the academy has ever successfully cultivated it. Could it cause him psychological trauma? That depends on his fate. Ever since I brought back the 3 forms of Burning Heaven from the ruins, no one has successfully cultivated it. If he's truly a genius, I hope he won't disappoint. Otherwise, he's just an ordinary person. Hanging up the phone, Lankin's face showed confusion. She didn't understand why the senior was so focused on a freshman. What was even stranger was that it was clearly causing trouble for Chen Mo. In Lan Qin's view, Chen Mo was just a beginner. But as soon as he entered the academy, he was granted S-level privileges and became the center of attention. Now the senior has given him a combat skill that no one has been able to successfully cultivate. Targeting Chen Mo everywhere, even Lan Qin couldn't bear to watch anymore. Such a handsome boy, could he be the senior's illegitimate child? No, illegitimate children should be taken better care of. I know. He must be the child of the senior's rival in love. Only that would make sense. The senior's rival in love must be an extraordinary figure, otherwise, they couldn't have produced a genius like the provincial top scorer. Lan Qin thought more and more that this guess was reliable. It must be said, this beauty's imagination is simply off the charts, her ability to fill in the blanks is almost at a master level. What Chen Mo didn't know was that after entering the school, he was targeted. Burning Heaven 3 styles is widely renowned in the academy. This is the combat technique brought back by the martial saint from the ruins that year. But no one has been able to successfully cultivate it, not just students, even teachers can't. On the surface, it looks very powerful, but in reality, it only has an A-level comprehensive evaluation. This is only because it is a legacy from the ruins and has the martial saint's recognition. Actually, the 3 styles of Burning Heaven is not without its threshold. Its cultivation requirements are similar to the 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual, requiring F-level or S-level fire abilities. But there are even stricter demands. The physique must exceed 1,200 at the entry stage, and the spirit must not be lower than 800. In other words, the physique must reach the level of a junior specialized warrior, while the spirit needs to be at the level of an advanced beginner warrior. Under such conditions, looking across the entire Huaxia continent, in the country, perhaps only Pango Martial Saint can reach that realm. Others simply have no way to cultivate it. Yet this combat technique book doesn't mention these restrictions at all. Therefore, this combat technique book had always been left in the corner of the library, ignored by everyone. Who would have thought that one day, it would finally meet the right person? Chen Mo, this guy with a cheat, obtained this combat technique book and mastered it within half an hour. What's even more impressive is that he directly upgraded the skill level to advanced. After the excitement, Chen Mo couldn't wait to test the power of the combat technique. He summoned the sparring robot. Let's try the yang finger first. Chen Mo could hardly contain himself. The name of this move was exactly the same as the ultimate skill in a martial arts novel from his previous life. Just hearing the name sounds powerful, the force must be immense. Chen Mo firmly steadied his stance, adjusting his breathing to its optimal state. This time, he used less than 1/10 of his energy, pointing his right index finger at the chest of the sparring robot 5 meters away. SHHH. A sharp piercing sound rang out. A thread-thin, ghostly blue beam of light shot out along his fingertip, directly striking the robot's chest. The seemingly tiny beam contained immense power. A small scar appeared on the chest of the robot made of grade A alloy. The robot's body was like tofu, directly penetrated by the light. The light did not weaken and continued to shoot toward the wall behind the robot. The walls of the training room suddenly glowed with golden light, which lasted for several seconds before gradually dimming. This was the training room activating its emergency mechanism, automatically deploying the energy shield. Otherwise, the earlier attack would have directly pierced through the wall. Although the beam of light was as thin as a hair, it caused damage to the building, which is absolutely intolerable for artificial intelligence. Watching the shield light up, Chen Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but his eyes were filled with ecstatic excitement. He had already tried his best to control the energy output, yet it still caused astonishing damage. In actual combat, this move alone can completely crush the enemy. Moreover, the speed of the one yang finger is astonishing, comparable to lightning and light-based abilities. This compensates for the weakness of his slow flame explosion speed. If the one yang finger is already this powerful, wouldn't the heavenly fire palm be even more extraordinary? Thinking of this, Chen Mo didn't hesitate at all. His body suddenly dashed forward, and a loud bang echoed in the training room. The next second, he was already in front of the sparring robot, gently striking with his right palm. This palm strike also used half of his strength. It seemed light and effortless, but it was extremely dangerous. As a result, an awkward scene occurred. Chen Mo's palm felt as soft as slapping tofu. The training robot's chest was directly struck, leaving a complete handprint-shaped hole. Chen Mo lost his balance, and with his body's momentum unchecked, his arm went straight through the hole. His whole face was pressed against the robot's, resulting in an unexpected mouth-to-mouth contact. Inside the training room on the 4th floor of the villa, This close encounter was both laughable and tearful. Chen Emo and the damaged sparring robot shared an awkward hug. Damn! Chen Emo quickly withdrew his hand, like a startled fawn, jumping and retreating simultaneously. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He kept wiping his mouth with his hand, his face full of disgust. Damn! My first kiss was actually stolen by this lousy thing. Thinking about that scene just now, Chen Emo stomped his feet in anger. You said you're made of grade A alloy, so why are you so fragile when it comes to me? Could you be a defective product? Chen Emo pointed at the sparring robot and cursed loudly. After scolding for a long time and calming down, he stood in the training room with his hands on his hips, deep in thought. At present, the first two moves of the Burning Heaven 3 styles seem incredibly powerful. Now he is full of confidence. When encountering a physically formidable beast like the abyssal black dragon hatchling, he can easily break through its defenses. However, just one last move left. That is agility. Having strong attack power is correct, but the key is whether you can hit the enemy. Next comes the final technique, the moment the fire dragon flip makes its appearance. Chen Emo glared at the sparring robot, and his body suddenly disappeared on the spot. In an instant, a deep dragon roar echoed through the training room. A dark blue giant dragon appeared out of thin air. This was not the kind of infernal black dragon from the west, but an authentic eastern dragon. The dragon swiftly spiraled in the air, moving so fast it dazzled the eyes. It flew faster and faster, eventually transforming into a streak of blue light, wildly circling around the sparring robot. At the same time, Chen Mo's voice echoed from within the dragon. How dare you steal my first kiss? Smack! A clear palm print appeared on the sparring robot. Serves you right, imposter. Smack! One arm of the sparring robot was removed. How dare you be so fragile? Smack! The head of the sparring robot was smashed off. 2 minutes later, the dragon disappeared, and Chen Mo's figure reappeared. The poor sparring robot had completely turned into a pile of scrap metal. I'll have to talk to Teacher Shen tomorrow and ask someone to come fix it. Chen Emo finally vented his frustration and confirmed the power of the fire dragon's turn. This movement technique is particularly formidable. As a movement technique, speed certainly cannot be lacking. The speed of fire attribute ability users has always been a shortcoming, unlike the swiftness of wind, light, or lightning attributes. But Fire Dragon Turnover perfectly compensates for this flaw. Who invented this movement technique? Truly a master. Based on the Eastern Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, the ability transforms into a true dragon. The speed of pure energy is naturally extremely fast. This dragon can not only perform extreme maneuvers at close range but can also be used for rapid movement. What excited Chen Emo the most was that he could appear at any position on the fire dragon. In other words, when an enemy attacked a certain part of the fire dragon, he could instantly move to another position on the dragon's body to evade the attack. He could also counterattack at any time. Chen Emo affectionately named this move close range sneaky trick. Spent thousands of attribute points, totally worth it. Chen Emo crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. At first, he spent all his attribute points at once, feeling a bit reluctant. But now, seeing the terrifying power of the advanced Burning Heaven 3 forms, all his previous concerns vanished. With powerful attack skills and agility, his combat strength soared significantly. The efficiency of hunting exotic beasts naturally became much higher. In the war zone, hunting exotic beasts is hardly a difficult task. Attribute points can be earned again, but improving strength is the most important. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Chen Mo. Level, beginner. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, Catastrophe level. Physique, 5900. Mental, 1379. Intelligence, 180. Skills, Free Combat Technique, Mastery, Flame Explosion, Mastery, 3 Burning Heaven Techniques, Sun Finger, Advanced, Skyfire Palm, Advanced, Fire Dragon Turn, Advanced. Talent Skill, Breath Holding, Beginner. Technique, 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual, Beginner. Unassigned points, 27. Only 27 attribute points left, can't waste them. System, allocate all the remaining attribute points to intelligence. Ding. Intelligence, 207. Until now, all the attribute points Chen Mo had saved since the college entrance exam were finally used up. Sigh, now I have to work hard to grind monsters and save up points again. Although Chen Mo didn't say anything, he was overjoyed in his heart. He returned to his dormitory on the 3rd floor and rested for a while. After taking a comfortable shower, he sent a message to Shen Yu, asking her to arrange someone to repair the robot. Putting on his close-fitting clothes and then the set of C-class battle armor awarded to him as the provincial top scorer, he was ready to set off. Chen Mo had no intention of resting. He headed straight to the library and returned the 3 styles of Burning Heaven in the first-floor lobby. Then, he immediately rushed to the trading hall. This is the busiest and most bustling place in the entire military academy. From a distance, the area in front of the trading hall was crowded with people, lively and bustling. Those unaware might even mistake it for a marketplace. Upon entering the hall, he was even more stunned by the scene before him. This massive trading hall is circular, with a high dome overhead. Beneath the dome is a ring of enormous electronic screens, 15 meters tall, filled with various flashing information. There are task commissions, purchase requests, and all kinds of trade announcements, dazzling and overwhelming to the eye. Below the screens is a huge circular counter, bustling with noise as people queue up, crowding every counter. Chen Mo looked at the scene before him, his brows slightly furrowed. The queue in front of each counter stretches to dozens of people, and just waiting in line takes a long time. More importantly, his raw spiritual energy ores are still hidden in the system space. Taking them out for trade rashly could very likely cause unnecessary trouble. As a freshman without any background, how could he possibly carry such a large spatial ring? If someone were to discover the secret of the system, that would be a real problem. Chen Mo paced back and forth in the hall and finally walked to the information desk in the corner. This area was specifically for new students. Since it wasn't time for registration yet, there were very few people at the information desk. A young man wearing glasses was idly playing on his phone. Chen Mo walked over and tentatively spoke, Hello, teacher, I'd like to ask something. The young man didn't look up, playing on his phone while saying, post tasks at counters 1 to 10, receive and hand over tasks at counters 11 to 20, buy and sell items at counters 21 to 30. Chen Mo said awkwardly, teacher, I wanted to ask, is there a private room for transactions? I have quite a lot of stuff and would like to sell it privately. The young man finally looked up, his expression not very pleasant. Which year are you? This year, just started college, freshman. Yo, a freshman. He raised an eyebrow and immediately got annoyed. What does a freshman like you have that's worth selling? And you want to trade alone? I'm in the middle of a game, don't bother me. You're roaming around as a jungler, can't you see the enemy is stealing our tower? When the counselor heard that Chen Mo was a freshman, they immediately lost patience, brushed him off with a few perfunctory words, and ignored him. Chen Mo was met with a closed door and could only shake his head helplessly. After thinking for a moment, he finally decided not to sell these raw spirit energy ores here. Forget it, I'll deal with it when I get out into the wild. With that in mind, he walked toward the task assignment counter. He looked around and chose counter number 15, which had relatively fewer people. While waiting in line, he looked up at the huge electronic screen overhead. The screen displayed various tasks. Pick 10 thorny grass leaves, reward, 5 credits. A pair of eyeballs from a level 2 peak exotic beast spirit cat, reward, 10 credits. 100 stingers from level 3 exotic beast ghost bees, from low to peak level, reward, 50 credits. 10 pounds of feces from a level 4 exotic beast thunder leopard, reward, 12 credits. Chen Mo stared at the tasks on the light screen, completely puzzled. Most of the tasks involved collecting various materials. From exotic flowers and plants to parts from rare exotic beasts, everything was included. The credit rewards for each task are also different. For example, the task of collecting ghost bees offers a reward of as much as 50 credits. It doesn't seem very difficult, but ghost bees are gregarious exotic beasts with very tight defenses. Students with insufficient cultivation levels simply cannot complete it, while those with higher levels feel the credits are too few and not worth it. When calculated carefully, the cost-effectiveness of this task is actually very low. Chen Mo glanced at it. This task had been posted for a month, and no one dared to take it. Then this one. Chen Mo thought for a while and decided to take on the task. For others, it was as difficult as climbing to the heavens, but for him, it was nothing at all. The key point was that he took on tasks mainly to conveniently go out into the wild to fight monsters and farm attribute points. Completing the task was just incidental. At school, only senior students are allowed to freely enter and exit the wilderness. Freshmen to juniors must take on tasks if they want to go out, and they can only go to designated wilderness areas. Even so, every year, a considerable number of students in the academy get injured or even lose their lives in the wilderness, with the figures being quite shocking. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Chen Mo's turn. He successfully received the task. By the way, I also want to buy a map. The counter staff said coldly, you don't need to buy a map. If you're going to the wild, maps are provided for free. Once you take on a task, it's already in your wristband. If it's your first time going to the wild, don't forget to register at the academic office. The teacher glanced at Chen Mo, with a hint of disdain in their eyes. He has already checked Chen Mo's information. A freshman who has just enrolled and hasn't officially registered yet wants to go into the wild. He's seen many people like this, all thinking they're impressive and wanting to explore. The result was either getting injured or completely defeated, and some never returned. In his eyes, Chen Mo was just an overconfident young boy. Busy with work, he was too lazy to dissuade and just gave a few reminders. Chen Mo thanked him and went straight to the academic affairs office. On the road, he glanced at his wristband. Sure enough, after receiving the task, a wilderness map appeared in the information bar. Upon opening it, Chen Mo was completely shocked. This map is astonishingly large, covering the entire wilderness area of the Northwest War Zone. The map is elongated, and the farther you go, the wider it becomes. Different colors indicate different danger levels. The place Chen Mo is heading to is light green, representing a low-risk area. The recommended level ranges from the peak of a beginner warrior to the peak of an advanced warrior. He had just advanced to a beginner warrior, considered a rookie, and entering would be quite risky. There was a bright red exclamation mark at the end of the mission, indicating the danger level as extremely dangerous. This was a warning given by AI Xiaolong based on the database, but Chen Mo was indifferent. He carefully studied the map. This map combined high-resolution images from the nation's satellites with a compilation of years of human exploration data. Moreover, some information is updated in real time. The exotic beasts within the war zone do not stay in one place, some migrate in groups. The migration routes will be displayed on the map in real time. These are all the results of Blue Star's advanced technology. Even so, the mortality rate of human ability users remains very high. Chen Mo walked while observing, his gaze slowly moving to the top of the map. The color there is bright red, and the level of the exotic beast is displayed as unknown. Above that, there is a black area marked as unexplored. At the junction of the red and black areas, there is a conspicuous vortex-shaped symbol. According to the scale measurement, this vortex is a full kilometer wide. What exactly is this? Chen Mo curiously tapped on it, but there was no explanation on the map, as if it were just an ordinary symbol. He stared at it for a long time but couldn't open it, so he simply decided to ignore it. After all, the area behind was full of high-level exotic beasts, which he couldn't risk venturing into at the moment. At this moment, he had already arrived at the academic affairs office. I came here once before when I enrolled, but this time I'm already familiar with the place. After entering, Chen Mo saw an old acquaintance, Wang Tongkai. Hello, Mr. Wang. Chen Mo greeted from afar. The academic affairs office has not yet welcomed the new students, and the atmosphere is particularly relaxed. Wang Tongkai was staring at the computer reviewing materials. Hearing a sound, he looked up and saw Chen Mo. Isn't this our famous top scholar Chen? I heard you burned down Teacher Lankin's library, almost turning it into a fire scene. Wang Tongkai teased with a laugh. You already know about it. It was just an accident, and I've already apologized to Director Lan. Made a mistake? Didn't she have a proper talk with you? Wang Tongkai asked in confusion. Talk about life? No, not at all. Director Lan is really nice. Not only did she not hold me accountable, but she also helped me find suitable combat techniques and told me to go back and train well. If all the teachers in our academy were like her, you, and Teacher Shin, that would be great. I must properly thank her. Ha ha. Wang Tongkai's mouth twitched. Damn, you actually compared me to Shin Yu and that she-devil. I'm truly honored. In front of them, I'm practically a gentle little lamb. Wang Tongkai didn't continue joking and asked, what brings you to the academic office today? Teacher, I just received a task to train in the wild, so I came here specifically to register. Chen Mo said with a smile. What did you say? You're going to train in the wild? Wang Tongkai was shocked, almost unable to believe it. He took a deep breath, trying to put on a serious expression as he advised, Xiaochen, are you under too much pressure? I know your competition with Yang Song has made you want to improve your strength quickly, but you can't rush it. The wild is a real battlefield. Teacher Wang, I'm just going to complete the task and train myself a bit, not to throw my life away. Chen Mo looked at Wang Tongkai's anxious expression and felt deeply grateful in his heart. Sure enough, the teachers at this school really care about their students. Isn't this just sending yourself to death? You've just advanced to a beginner martial artist and have an S-level ability. But the battlefield is nothing like the exam hall, where there are troops watching over. If something happens, no one can save you. More importantly, Wang Tongkai's expression grew increasingly serious. What is more important? Chen Mo asked curiously. Could there be a secret he didn't know about? Xiaochen, you need to understand. Humans and exotic beasts are mortal enemies, but the number of people who die at the hands of exotic beasts is not the highest. Oh. Chen Mo truly couldn't understand. He looked like a curious child, his eyes sparkling as he stared at Wang Tongkai. Seeing his harmless yet eager expression, Wang Tongkai sighed helplessly. Xiaochen, you're 18 now, already an adult. This world is far more complicated than you imagine. If you were at another school, you'd still have 4 wonderful years. But here, you have to face the harshness of society ahead of time. Wang Tongkai put down the documents, pulled Chen Mo aside, poured him a glass of water, and continued. Have you heard this saying? What words? Painting a dragon or a tiger is easy, but painting their bones is hard. Understanding a person's heart is even harder. This means that it's easy to look at someone, but hard to truly understand their heart. Wow! Chen Mo silently gave Wang Tongkai a big thumbs up in his heart. I didn't expect the teacher to understand such profound truths. Looking at Chen Mo's mischievous expression, Wang Tongkai laughed even more happily. You still dare to laugh? Don't you understand the meaning of these words? In the war zone, there are all kinds of people, and the abilities of the gifted are even more varied. There, you not only have to face ferocious beasts but also be wary of those gifted individuals who strike ruthlessly in secret. Humanity's greatest enemy is actually ourselves. If we were united enough, would these beasts even have a chance to invade our homeland? Seeing Wang Tongkai's serious expression, Chen Mo silently nodded in his heart. How could he not understand this reasoning? 2 lives as a person, he had seen too many terrifying things in his previous life. The internal struggles among humans never truly cease. Just like the saying goes, I fear ghosts, but ghosts have never harmed me. I don't fear humans, yet humans have left me battered and bruised. This tells us that the scheming between people is the most terrifying. Wang Tongkai patiently introduced the situation of the war zone to Chen Mo, which made Chen Mo realize for the first time that the war zone was completely different from what he had imagined. A war zone refers to a place where no one governs and no one provides protection. Here, exotic beasts run rampant, but neither humans nor exotic beasts can fully control this land. This is an eternal battlefield. Humans also have their own strongholds in the war zone. However, these strongholds were not built by the military but were constructed by wealthy and influential individuals themselves. These strongholds are scattered throughout the war zones, without military protection, relying entirely on self-maintenance. Therefore, many superhumans often enter the wilderness from these strongholds. Some people do it to collect rare plants or precious materials from exotic beasts. Some people become mercenaries to make money, protecting wealthy ability users during their training. But there is another group, completely evil, rotten to the core. They specialize in robbery, arson, and murder. Whenever they see ability users weaker than themselves, they show no mercy and rob them directly. If you're lucky, you can survive and leave after being robbed. If you're unlucky, you'll die in the war zone and never return. It can be said that the war zone is a jungle where the weak are prey to the strong. The enemies here include both ferocious beasts and ruthless superpowered individuals. Sometimes, even the closest friends may betray you in the face of interests, leaving you unprepared. Chen Mo listened quietly to Wang Tongkai's narration, and he roughly had an idea in his mind. No wonder when he looked at the map earlier, he saw those icons resembling small castles. He thought they were military-built outposts, but unexpectedly, they turned out to be private supply points. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Teacher Wang, please help me file this, I'm in a hurry. Chen Mo interrupted Wang Tongkai. You sigh. Wang Tongkai sighed helplessly and shook his head. He returned to the computer and quickly tapped on the keyboard. Stretch out your hand, the one with the wristband. Wang Tongkai said irritably. He waved his hand, and the cubic box Chen Mo had seen before flew out again. A beam of light shot toward his wristband. Record successful. The system notification sound rang, and the box flew back. Chen Mo, I can't stop you if you've decided to go, but please cherish your life and make sure to come back alive. Don't forget the competition on the 31st, Wang Tongkai said seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I promise I won't miss the appointment. Chen Mo assured, patting his chest, and then walked out of the academic affairs office. Wang Tongkai watched his departing figure, his gaze complex. This child has been targeted since entering the school. Although Wang Tongkai knows some of the situation, he is not clear about who is behind the scenes causing trouble. He feels that this time Chen Mo's training journey will definitely not go smoothly. The mastermind will definitely take action again. Chen Mo got ready and headed towards the west side of the academy. There is a special place called the transit station. Dragon City has a dedicated transit station leading to the war zone, and the academy has also built its own transportation facilities for the convenience of students. Chen Mo plans to head straight to the wilderness war zone from here. On his way to the transit station. In the library, Lan Qin stared at the 3 forms of burning heaven on the table, her face as gloomy as if it were about to rain. This brat. What kind of joke is this? Even if he can't learn it, there's no need to return the book so quickly, it's too much. She gritted her teeth, almost throwing the teacup in her hand. After thinking for a long time, Lankin still dialed the phone. Senior, the 3 flames of heaven has been returned. What? Returned? Yes. Didn't we just give it to him? Yeah, maybe the kid realized he couldn't learn it and returned it right away. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. He's hopeless, forget it, you don't need to worry about this anymore. Lankin could tell the other person was very angry. Senior, Chen Mo seems to have already gone to the trading hall to take on a task, he plans to. Got it, stop talking, go mind your own business. The call was directly hung up on the other end, leaving her no extra time. At the same time, on the demon suppression tower, the old man closed his eyes and murmured softly, young people lack patience. It seems I need to teach him a good lesson. This time, I'll let you experience a true hell. On the west side of the academy, near the west gate, there is a large square filled with military transport aircraft. These transport aircraft are completely different from the giant ones Chen Mo saw during his college entrance exam. These are small and agile, with each capable of carrying only 20 people. Chen Mo arrived at the transit station and saw planes taking off and landing continuously. The students got off the plane, some covered in wounds, limping and relying on their companions for support as they walked out. Some others had gloomy expressions, clearly having faced difficulties in the war zone. However, quite a few students were energetic, their faces beaming with bright smiles. It was evident that they had gained a lot in the war zone. Chen Mo carefully observed that these students exuded a sharp aura, and upon closer proximity, a faint scent of blood could be detected. This was the mark left by prolonged battles. Whether it was killing people or hunting exotic beasts, they carried a unique aura. This aura combined killing intent with a fierce anger. After the death of the exotic beast, that ferocious aura would quietly affect humans. Therefore, the academy specifically established a psychological counseling room. Every student who spends 3 months in the war zone must undergo psychological counseling. These counselors are powerful psychic or support type ability users who can effectively help students alleviate psychological shadows and trauma. After Chen Mo transmigrated into this body, he integrated all the memories and personality, and the cold murderous aura and hostility on him had significantly diminished. However, sometimes it would still be noticed by others. Especially after experiencing the college entrance examination, that aura began to gradually reappear. After making a round at the transit station, Chen Mo bought a ticket at the ticket counter for a flight to the 3rd war zone. The 3rd war zone is his target this time, the light green area on the map. There are many types of exotic beasts there, with levels generally starting from level 3. Occasionally, there are level 4 exotic beasts, but they are rare. Of course, exotic beasts cannot all obediently stay within the designated areas, this is just a general range. This time, Chen Mo didn't wait long, the plane was set to take off in 5 minutes. After boarding, the cabin was soon filled with people. Looking around, there were both men and women, some calm and composed, some excited and thrilled, and others nervous and uneasy. Chen Mo felt that, apart from himself, most of the people on the plane were specialized martial artists. Even the weakest were low-level specialized martial artists. The 3rd war zone is just right for them to train and grow. Before long, the plane took off, flying out of Dragon City. This time, Chen Mo could finally take in the full view of Dragon City. This massive steel city, like a slumbering giant beast, lay sprawled across this desolate wilderness. The plane flew out of the city in just a few minutes. A different scene appeared before his eyes. Chen Mo saw a vast plain outside Longqing. To be precise, it is a barren expanse of Gobi Desert where not a single blade of grass grows. The soil here is very dark in color, but this is not its natural hue. Instead, it is the result of countless exotic beasts perishing, their blood soaking into the ground and accumulating over a long period, forming a deep dark brown. The area near Dragon City is the 1st war zone. Out of Dragon City, the 1st war zone stretches over 100 kilometers. This is an area completely under human control. Chen Mo saw a few scattered people walking here, but not many. There were almost no exotic beasts in the 1st war zone, and the ones that occasionally appeared were lone beasts that had strayed from the 2nd war zone. Most of the people who come here to train are newcomers who have just awakened their abilities. Most of them, like Chen Mo at the beginning, are beginners who have just stepped into the world of abilities, coming here to experience the combat atmosphere. In the first war zone, it's almost impossible to kill any exotic beasts, at most only low-level creatures like spirit-devouring rats. However, the first war zone is vast, with many good things hidden underground. For example, ores and some peculiar plants. In addition, the Gobi Desert is scattered with the remains of various exotic beasts, which can fetch a good price if found. Therefore, the students of the academy jokingly refer to this place as the junkyard, and practicing here is called scavenging. Next is the second war zone. Chen Mo saw several square-shaped fortified cities at the border between the first war zone and the second war zone. Upon closer inspection, each fortified city was a heavily guarded military stronghold. Although not as large as Dragon City, they were still considerable in size. Each stronghold could accommodate thousands of ability users for rest and resupply. This is the supply point operated by private forces that Wang Tongkai mentioned earlier. The military also comes here to resupply during missions. The plane did not stop, roaring past the supply point and flying deeper in. This is the heartland of the second war zone. Here, you can see undulating hills, sparse trees, and wild grass scattered in between. The second war zone is a place for beginner ability users to train. For Chen Mo, he had already easily defeated a level 2 exotic beast during the college entrance exam, so the second war zone was not his target. The second war zone is larger than the first war zone, with a length of about 100 kilometers. Similarly, there are supply points at the junction of the second and third war zones. Chen Mo's destination this time is the number 13 stronghold at the junction. This is a supply station operated under the Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall. Heading northwest from here leads to the heart of the third war zone. Starting from the third war zone, human supply points became increasingly scarce, and by the fifth war zone, only one remained. After the sixth war zone, humans no longer had any strongholds. The plane slowly landed on the helipad of stronghold number 13. The cabin door opened, and a group of students swarmed out, quickly disappearing into the interior of the stronghold. Only Chen Mo was dazedly looking around, not anxious at all. At this moment, a young man with a sharp, thin face, looking very cunning, walked over with a smile. "Hero, is this your first time at our number 13 supply point?" Chen Mo glanced at him in surprise. This guy is less than 1.7 meters tall, as skinny as a monkey. He rubbed his hands, bent over, and wore a big smile. He didn't look like an esper but rather like a shrewd businessman. Chen Mo knew very well that places like this always had people like him. They were called guides or know-it-alls. These people are familiar with the local situation and specifically target newcomers visiting for the first time. They are a mixed bag, and some even belong to unofficial factions. Chen Mo glanced at him indifferently, originally not wanting to pay attention, but considering that he was a newcomer and didn't want to cause trouble. Moreover, having a guide who understands the rules can save a lot of trouble. "What is your name? What is your name?" The young man's smile grew even brighter upon hearing the other person's response. "My name is Ho Xing. My nickname is Monkey. You can just call me Monkey." Chen Mo smiled helplessly. This guy really was as lively as a monkey. With Ho Xing leading the way, Chen Mo saved himself a lot of trouble. As a guide, Ho Xing charged a daily fee of 10,000 huobi. If he helped with buying or selling items, an additional 5% commission was required. Chen Mo thought the price was reasonable. After all, this was a war zone, life was not easy, so he didn't haggle over the price. Seeing Chen Mo agree without hesitation, Ho Xing was overjoyed. He had lived at Outpost 13 for 4 years and had been working as a guide for 3.5 years, enduring many hardships. His own ability was very weak, only E-level support type, so trying his luck in the war zone was practically courting death. Later, through a friend's introduction, he managed to become a guide. The guides formed an organization, and half of their daily earnings had to be handed over. If they went half a month without getting any clients, they would be kicked out of the organization. Ho Xing was weak and often bullied in this complicated place. At present, he hadn't had any clients for 10 days. If he didn't get a job soon, he would really be kicked out. Fortunately, this time he encountered the opportunity with Chen Mo, and he was determined to provide excellent service and earn enough money. The two reached an agreement, touched their wristbands, and the service contract officially took effect. From now on, until Chen Mo left Base 13, Ho Xing would be his exclusive guide. Customers can choose not to use their services, but a daily fee of 10,000 huobi must be paid. If you want to replace someone, you will have to pay a significant penalty. These terms may seem strict, but this is the organization's way of protecting the interests of the guides. After all, abilities vary among individuals, and some people don't follow the rules, leaving force as the only solution in the end. Not only in the war zone, but other strongholds also have guide organization branches. It can be said that as long as they go into the field, they are basically indispensable. As for how this organization was established, even Hoshing is not clear. There are 12 days left before leaving school, and Chen Emo is pressed for time. He plans to stay here for 10 days, then return to school to rest for a day, and finally participate in the agreed competition. After prepaying 10 days' fees, the two left the transit station and arrived at the main gate of the stronghold. Chen Emo looked up and saw a striking slogan hanging above the gate. "Welcome to Hell." The words were written in the blood of some exotic beast, exuding a chilling ferocity. "Monkey, what does this slogan mean? Do you really call this place Hell?" Chen Emo asked curiously. Monkey immediately perked up. He said, "You don't know, the death rate in the war zone is extremely high, and the number of exotic beasts far exceeds other places. That's why, a long time ago, ability users started calling this place Hell. The name of the demon suppression tower in Dragon City also comes from this, meaning to suppress the demons in Hell." Chen Emo nodded silently. Although he hasn't truly ventured into the wilderness yet, this metaphor is indeed fitting. This kind of slogan invisibly puts pressure on people. Cowards become extra cautious, while the strong are instead spurred to fight. Chen Emo clearly belonged to the latter. He grew increasingly eager for this so-called Hell War Zone. As soon as he entered the stronghold, the scene before him changed abruptly. A luxurious lobby comes into view. The decor style here is full of a futuristic technological vibe. The lobby is bright and spacious, with simple decorations, reminding Chen Emo of the sci-fi movies he had seen in his previous life. The lobby is bustling with noise, some people are moving alone, while others are in groups, creating a very lively scene. "Guest, you." A staff member stepped forward to greet. "Don't call me guest, just call me Chen Emo." Then I'll call you Brother Chen." "All right." Chen Emo muttered to himself. This Hoshing was older than him, yet called him Brother Chen. Forget it, it's a small matter not worth fussing over. "Brother Chen, since it's your first time here, please go to the counter to register your identity. Then I'll take you to choose a place to stay," Hoshing skillfully introduced. He led Chen Emo towards the service desk deep in the hall. The area was bustling with people, and the service desk had dozens of windows, some with self-service AI and others with manual service. "Brother Chen, for registration, you can just use the self-service window," Hoshing said. Chen Emo nodded and followed Hoshing to a less crowded window to queue. He pointed at the manual service windows and asked, "Why are so many people queuing there? What are they for?" The manual service windows mainly cater to registered ability users, selling necessities and purchasing various materials and herbs brought back from the war zones, Hoshing explained. Then, he pointed to the elevator nearby and said, "Brother Chen, your status is distinguished, so you don't need to queue. There's a private trading room specially prepared for VIPs. If you have items to sell after returning from the war zone, you can go directly there." At this point, Hoshing glanced around and lowered his voice mysteriously, saying, "If the items are not convenient to sell openly, you can entrust me to handle them for you. Many clients use this service." Chen Emo glanced at him and secretly laughed to himself. This kind of special service was indeed straightforward, getting straight to the point like this. It seemed the war zone was truly unsafe. He didn't respond, and Hosheng didn't say much either. They tacitly understood each other. Such matters were better left at that. Asking too much would only make him seem inexperienced. Soon, the registration procedures were completed. Chen Emo looked at the information on the wristband, with an LV1 mark next to the name. Hoshing said with a smile, "This is the unified ranking system for the Warzone outposts. Once your spending here reaches a certain amount, you will be upgraded. The higher the rank, the better the benefits." "Got it. Take me to find a place to stay first." Hoshing agreed and led Chen Emo straight to the elevator. The two arrived on the third floor. As the elevator doors opened, a spacious area came into view. Although not as grand as the first floor lobby, it was still quite luxurious. The third floor was the accommodation area, with the lobby equipped with various entertainment and leisure facilities, as well as sofas and food and beverage vending points for convenience and relaxation. "Brother Chen, as per your request, just book a VIP suite directly. This kind of suite costs 100,000 Hua currency per day, which should be sufficient for you." Hearing the price, Chen Emo raised his eyebrows slightly. This price isn't cheap either. Hoshing saw this and immediately understood his thoughts. But as an experienced guide, he didn't recommend a cheaper room. He instinctively felt that this young man was not simple, definitely not a pauper. It could be seen just from the C-class battle armor he was wearing. If Ho Shing knew that half a month ago Chen Mo was just an ordinary person poorer than him, and that this battle armor was a reward from the province for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam, who knows what he would think. However, Chen Mo just frowned slightly and did not refuse. He has high standards for accommodations, especially in such complex and unfamiliar places where privacy and security are very important. Alright, then book the VIP suite. Ho Shun beamed with a bright smile. Brother Chen, you're so generous. Spending 1 million Huobi in 10 days is enough to directly upgrade to LV2. Oh, upgraded so quickly? What's the benefit of LV2? For now, there's no particular benefit. No benefit? Then what's the point of upgrading? Just for the fun of it. Ho Shing scratched his head awkwardly. This level is actually mainly a symbol of status. You have to understand, the ability users who come here. Unexpectedly, half of the people can't even reach LV2. This means you've already surpassed more than half of the ability users. After hearing this, Chen Mo's expression immediately turned grim. A symbol of status is actually displayed through levels. Isn't this blatantly telling others that I'm wealthier than them? This base must have another purpose for implementing such a ranking system. Those with ulterior motives will certainly focus on this rank and use it to stir up trouble. Ho Shin couldn't say much about it either, as this was the official rule of the stronghold. He was just a small guide and had no right to comment. Of course, he knew such a setup would attract the attention of some people, but there was no other choice. As long as you consume here, you have to accept this rule, unless you decide not to come here anymore. Brother Chin, levels aren't completely useless. Once you reach LV6, you can enjoy actual benefits, like getting a 5% discount when shopping. Chen Mo didn't want to listen to him continue at all, and urged with a dark expression, hurry up and take me to choose a place to stay. The two walked in through a large door next to the hall. A prominent VIP sign hangs on the gate. After entering, there were rooms on both sides, one next to the other, resembling those old-style apartment buildings. Monkey, you call this VIP? These rooms are so close to each other, how big can they be? I bet they can't even fit a basic training room. Chen Mo said, frowning. Brother Chen, don't rush. Ho Shing smiled and led him to a small door. Chen Mo glanced at it and found that this door was even smaller than the gate of the residential area he lived in at Huicheng. Brother Chen, please scan your wristband. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment but still scanned his wristband. Beep, the door automatically opened. Ho Shing led Chen Mo inside. Upon entering, Chen Mo realized just how narrow his perspective had been. This room was extremely spacious. Although it only has one floor, the area is much more spacious than the villa at his school. There is a spacious living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and training room, with all facilities fully equipped. What shocked Chen Mo the most was the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window opposite the living room. Ho Shung pulled open the curtains, revealing the boundless Gobi scenery of the Third War Zone. The fierce wind swept through, and the rolling yellow sand roared across the Gobi like a giant dragon. In the distance, jagged rocks and dark peaks appeared both mysterious and perilous. Chen Mo felt his blood boil, eager to rush into the battlefield and experience the atmosphere of this primal wilderness. Brother Chen, how is it? Satisfied with this place? Not bad, monkey, thank you. Not at all. Actually, there are even better rooms here, with dedicated maid services, much more comfortable than this, hee. Chen Mo ignored Ho Shing. He was not one of those ability users who spent all their time here. Many superhumans have lived in war zones for a long time, facing immense pressure, and their spirits are easily influenced by the ferocious aura of the beasts. This is not a school, and there are no psychologists here. However, there are quite a few entertainment activities in the base, specifically designed to help superhumans relieve stress. The maid service that Ho Shing mentioned earlier is one of the open secrets. After the introduction, Ho Shing prepared to leave. Brother Chen, please rest first. Let me know anytime if you need anything. I hope you have a great time in the war zone. After saying that, he turned to leave. Monkey, wait a moment. Chen Mo suddenly called out to him. Ho Shing was a bit puzzled but still patiently asked, Brother Chen, is there anything else? Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, I want to buy a batch of raw Shinik ore. Do you have any connections? Raw Shinik ore. Ho Shing was stunned for a moment. He certainly knows about this. It is an essential material for manufacturing various superpowered equipment. Even strongholds require a large amount of Shinik ore as fuel. Apart from Hua currency, it is the most important hard currency. However, this resource is generally controlled by the state, and private individuals rarely come across it. In the wild, some people can discover chinook or veins, but those are just veins. Thinking of mining the ore yourself and bringing it back is simply wishful thinking. Most people sell the news for a good price after discovering a vein. I've never heard of anyone directly selling ore. What? Can't sell it? Chen Mo saw Ho Xing in a daze and frowned as he asked, could it be that this stuff doesn't sell well? Of course, it can be sold. Ho Xing immediately replied, how much do you want to sell? If it's only 1 or 200 kilograms, I can directly help you exchange it at the service desk. Not just that, maybe a bit more. Oh, 1 or 2,000 kilograms. Ho Xing's eyes lit up. Once chinook ore exceeds 1 ton, it becomes a strategic reserve resource. 1 ton of chinook ore is enough for a stronghold to use for half a month. Strongholds never sell this stuff, but that doesn't mean it can't be sold. Ho Xing, as the guide, naturally has channels to sell the ore, and he knows the price. 1 ton of chinook ore can sell for 1 million huobi. He can make a clean profit of 50,000. This commission doesn't need to be handed over. Thinking of this, Ho Xing became excited. But Chen Mo still shook his head, maybe a bit more than that. Actually, I'm not quite sure how much. Ho Xing was completely dumbfounded. Does this young man's family own a mine? Is he stealing ore from home to sell? Ho Xing looked at Chen Mo's hand and saw no space ring. He knew that some people didn't wear their spatial equipment on their hands, but space rings were extremely valuable. Judging by Chen Mo's attire, wearing a set of C-grade battle armor, those concealed spatial equipment probably didn't belong to him. Could it be that he was a low-key super-rich second-generation heir? Thinking of this, Ho Xing felt like he had struck it lucky, as a new door to life was opening for him. Brother Chen, how much are you planning to sell? Can you tell me? Ho Xing asked anxiously. He told Chen Mo the market price and added that larger quantities could be negotiated further. Chen Mo remained silent, listening quietly. This made Ho Xing even more anxious. Since Chen Mo had started speaking, why did he stop? He couldn't figure out what the other was thinking at all. Chen Mo also had a headache. He didn't expect the chinook ore to be so valuable. Thinking about the ores in the system space, his scalp tingled. It wasn't just 1 or 2 tons, it was a huge pile. Back then, he wiped out the devouring spirit mouse's lair, never expecting such a massive harvest. Later, he focused entirely on hunting exotic beasts and didn't pay much attention to the ore. Later, he looked it up online and found that this thing was a basic energy source, extremely valuable, and classified as a strategic resource. Fortunately, it wasn't sold at school, otherwise, it would have caused big trouble and might even have led to an investigation. Just now, I called out to Ho Xing, but it was actually just a casual question. Didn't expect to know the price with just one question. Now, Chen Mo is in a dilemma. He just arrived here and isn't familiar with Ho Xing. Revealing the details rashly feels unsafe. But the words were already spoken, and it was hard to take them back. Chen Mo regretted making such a rookie mistake. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to sell it. Keeping this thing wasn't very useful, instead, it became a hot potato. Selling it early would bring peace of mind. Thinking of this, Chen Mo took a deep breath and looked at Ho Xing. Monkey, you go out first and wait for me at the door. I'll call you to come back in. Ho Xing was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Although he didn't understand, he complied. Why did Chen Mo do this? After all, this was someone else's secret, and as a guide, he naturally understood the rules. After Ho Xing left the room, Chen Mo opened the system space. A flash of light appeared, and a pile of ore resembling a small mountain emerged in the center of the living room. As soon as the ore appeared, a strong aura of spiritual energy immediately filled the entire room, as if one could feel their immense power. Looking at these raw spiritual energy ores before him, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel deeply moved. If he happened to own a battleship, these ores would definitely not be sold. He would load them all onto the battleship to serve as fuel for those powerful chinook cannons. In that case, wouldn't Chen Mo be invincible? Hee. Thinking of this, Chen Mo couldn't help but start planning his glorious future in his mind. He quickly shook his head, dispelling those wild thoughts, and called out to the wristband. Ho Xing entered upon hearing the call. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was almost pushed back by the overwhelming intangible aura of spiritual energy. Holy crap, this is way too over the top. Ho Xing was dumbfounded, standing at the doorway, staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed at the mountain of ore. Chen, brother Chen, is this the ore you want to sell? Ho Xing swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Well, this is only 1/10 of it. Ho Xing almost collapsed to the ground. He thought to himself, Chen Mo must be showing off on purpose. I know this thing is shocking enough, and then you tell me this is only 1/10 of all your ores. But what shocked him even more was that these were not ordinary Chinook ores at all, but highly pure Chinook raw ores. Ho Shing originally thought the ores Chinemo took out were just randomly extracted rough ores, but to his surprise, every piece of ore in front of him was clean and free of impurities, all pure raw ores. These are not something you can buy for 1 million huobi per ton, but 5 million huobi per ton. This kind of purified ore, just 1 ton, could supply their base for 3 months. This big deal made Ho Shing so excited that his heart almost jumped out. After selling these ores, he could go to the city to buy a house, start a proper business, and no longer have to live in fear in this dangerous war zone. Thinking of this, Ho Shing made up his mind that he must complete this deal no matter what. But what followed was his deep awareness of the risks. If the news gets leaked, he might not even get a sip of soup and could very likely be taken out directly. Thinking of this, Ho Shing broke out in a cold sweat. Getting rich isn't that simple. But he clenched his teeth and secretly vowed, "Let's go all out. Making money requires taking risks. Once this deal is done, I'll retire for good." Chen Emo watched Ho Shing's face constantly change, knowing he was carefully calculating in his mind. He didn't say much and just waited quietly. It took a full 10 minutes before Ho Shing spoke again. "Brother Chen, I'll take this deal. But please, you must not tell anyone about this. Only you, me, and the heavens will know. If the news leaks, neither of us will escape misfortune." Chen Emo nodded. "Don't worry, I only have one request. All these ores must be sold today. I have to leave for the war zone tomorrow." "No problem, Brother Chen. You rest first, I'll make the arrangements," Ho Shing said and hurriedly left. He found a sofa in the third-floor lobby, sat down, calmed his emotions, and repeatedly went over every detail of the matter in his mind. After confirming everything was foolproof, he walked toward the elevator and headed straight to the 5th floor of the base. When the elevator doors opened, unlike the floors below, this floor faced an imposing grand door. This was the office of the base's chief manager. Ho Shing took a deep breath, walked to the door, and pressed the doorbell. A gentle female voice came from the doorbell. "Mr. Ho Shing, hello. We couldn't find your appointment. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" "I need to see Manager Dong. There's a big deal that must be handled by him personally." "All right, please wait a moment," the female voice responded. Ho Shing stood at the door, feeling uneasy. He wasn't sure if the senior manager Dongxing would meet him, but he knew that the only way to resolve this matter was to go directly to Dongxing. At the same time, in Dongxing's office. "Old Joe, what brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up. Come, this is some fresh tea I brought back from the enchanting cave, have a taste." A middle-aged man, towering at 2.5 meters tall with a physique even stronger than a bear, said with a smile. As he spoke, he skillfully brewed tea and poured water. His thick, steel pipe-like fingers held the delicate tea set, exuding a peculiar sense of beauty. Sitting on the sofa opposite the desk, a middle-aged man with glasses and a crew cut smiled wryly. "Old Dong, do you think I want to come to this lousy place? It's all because of the mission. Our school recently got a new provincial top scorer from Sichuan province, named Chen Mo. For some reason, he caught that person's attention. I was told to follow him and even create some trouble for him. I really can't figure out what that person is thinking. Did this kid offend someone?" Old Joe took the tea, sipped it, and looked helpless. Dongxing listened and chuckled. "Old Joe, you and I both know we can't guess that person's intentions. I advise you not to overthink it and just focus on your work." Old Joe sighed and nodded helplessly. This Old Joe is none other than the Deputy Dean of the Dragon City Military Academy's Ability Research Institute, a powerful martial emperor. On Blue Star, superhumans are divided into 9 levels. Beginner, Novice Warrior, Specialized Warrior, Martial Master, Grandmaster, Master, Great Master, Martial Emperor, Martial Saint. The Martial Emperor is the 8th tier powerhouse, second only to the Martial Saint. Zhou Jinlong possesses the A-level ability Bone Spirit Cold Fire and is at the lower tier Martial Emperor level. He originally planned to take a vacation and travel with his family, but ended up being directly taken by that person from the Demon Suppression Tower and sent to the war zone. When he heard about the mission, he was very puzzled. Although Chen Mo was the provincial top scorer, he seemed to have no connection with that person. But ever since Chen Mo came to the school, people from top to bottom seemed to deliberately cause him trouble. This time, when Chen Mo went to the war zone for training, that person specifically instructed to create trouble for him within permissible limits, so he could taste some hardships. They even said that if Chen Mo died in the war zone due to insufficient strength, just leave him be, that would be his fate. This gave Zhou Jinlong a headache. If they wanted someone dead, why not just slap them to death outright? Why make it so complicated? Obviously, that person didn't really want Chen Mo to die but had another purpose. Zhou Zhenlong had a headache all the way. Creating trouble is indeed hard to control. Chen Mo is still a novice martial artist. If he accidentally exerts too much force, it's possible that Chen Mo could really be done for. So as soon as he arrived here, he came to find Dongxing to vent his grievances. The two were once comrades in arms, with a bond as strong as brothers. After retiring, Zhou Zhenlong went to the military academy and remained in the military. Dongxing stayed in the war zone after retiring and became the supervisor at Base 13. Dongxing was once a renowned soldier, and even after retiring, his reputation still resounded throughout the war zone. Stronghold number 13 is a renowned presence in the third war zone and even deeper within the war zone strongholds. This is all thanks to Dongxing's formidable strength. His ability is the A-level Iron Wall, a combination of enhancement and superhuman-type mutation ability. Because of this, Stronghold number 13 is indestructible, standing firm like a rock even in the face of beast tides. Two old friends who hadn't seen each other for years were chatting over tea when suddenly, the voice of artificial intelligence sounded. Zhou Zhenlong prepared to get up and say goodbye, but was held back by Dongxing. "Old Zhou, don't rush to leave, sit down, let's have a good chat. You have business to discuss, shouldn't I stay and accompany you?" "This is a big deal," the other party said as soon as they spoke. "Humph, what big deal? What kind of remarkable business could a guide at the martial specialist level possibly have? I'll dismiss him with just a few words later. You sit here first." Zhou Zhenlong snorted coldly, feeling disdainful in his heart. Looking at the situation in front of him, he couldn't say much and could only sit down leisurely to drink tea. Not long after, the door opened. Ho Sheng walked in, his expression very serious. But anyone could see that while he appeared calm, he was actually extremely nervous inside. "Guide Ho Sheng, at your service, Chief Supervisor." Ho Sheng respectfully saluted Dongxing. Dongxing's tall and imposing figure made Ho Sheng's legs go weak. Dongxing sat in the large chair behind the desk, his face devoid of any expression. "Speak, what do you want from me? You should know I'm very busy. If your matter is unimportant, you know the consequences," Dongxing said coldly, his tone full of pressure. The base housed all kinds of people, and as the person in charge, he was well aware of everyone's temperament. If he were polite to everyone, they would surely think he was an easy target. So, he always shows this cold and imposing demeanor to everyone. Hearing this, Ho Sheng couldn't help but tremble, cold sweat breaking out. But at the thought of those glittering ores, he gritted his teeth and encouraged himself. This time, he was 80% sure that Dongxing would definitely be interested. Just as he was about to speak, he saw someone sitting on the sofa, and his expression instantly turned grim. This matter absolutely cannot be known to outsiders, otherwise he and Chen Mo would be in danger. He stammered, wanting to speak but not daring to, making the situation extremely awkward. Dongxing immediately noticed something was amiss and snorted coldly, "Ho Sheng, just say what you have to say. This is my most trusted friend, not an outsider." Ho Sheng gritted his teeth but still didn't dare to speak. Dongxing grew impatient and said in a deep voice, "Ho Sheng, are you deliberately wasting my time? If you won't talk, then get out. I'll make sure your organization disciplines you properly later." Ho Sheng finally made up his mind, dropped to his knees with a thud, and said loudly, "Chief, this matter concerns my life. I hope you can protect me after hearing it." What did you say?" Dongxing was stunned, his brows furrowed tightly. "Obviously not here to cause trouble, this sounds very serious." Although Ho Sheng is a minor figure, Dongxing has a thorough understanding of the people at the stronghold. Ho Sheng is not the cunning type of person, so saying this indicates that the situation is very important. Thinking of this, Dongxing stood up and walked over to Ho Sheng. His tall figure cast a shadow, exuding an imposing aura. "Ho Sheng, stand up and talk to me properly." Ho Sheng quickly got up, his face still pale. "All right, go ahead. If it's truly valuable, I'll agree to your terms." Hearing the promise, Ho Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of who was sitting next to him, he quickly explained the whole story. After he finished speaking, the office fell into silence. Dongxing's eyes widened as he stared at him, then turned to look at Zhou Zhenlong. Zhou Zhenlong's expression was also strange, with a flash of shock in his eyes. "Wait, Ho Sheng, what did you say the name of the person selling the ore was?" "Chen Mo, from Longqing Military Academy," Ho Sheng answered seriously. Dongxing coughed lightly and looked at Zhou Zhenlong again, who nodded slightly. Dongxing finally showed a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Ho, I'll take this deal. Come, sit down and let's have a good talk." As he spoke, he pressed Ho Sheng onto the sofa like holding a chick, handed him a cup of tea, and smiled brightly. in the office of Supervisor Dongxing. After sending off Ho Xing, only Dongxing and Zhou Jinlong were left. Having just listened to Ho Xing's description, the two still had traces of shock on their faces, especially Zhou Jinlong. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to this top scorer from Sichuan province. At Longqing Military Academy, there were plenty of geniuses, but few managed to survive. If it weren't for the direct order from the one in the Demon Suppression Tower, he might not have noticed Chen Amo until the start of school. But the mention of the Shinichor by Ho Xing just now made Zhou Jinlong suspicious. That person's unusually high attention to Chen Amo indicates that Chen Amo is hiding a secret. Shinichor is not something just anyone can obtain. Where did he get so many ores? Could it be, as Ho Xing guessed, an invisible rich second generation with a family fortune? But this idea was quickly dismissed by Zhou Jinlong. He had previously looked into Chen Mo's background. An ordinary family, completely a child from a regular household. Moreover, before the college entrance examination, his superpower had always been at the lowest level. If it weren't for the sudden mutation of his superpower at a critical moment, let alone getting into the military academy, he might not have even been able to get into college. This information comes from Chen Mo's hometown and the academy's official records, so it is absolutely accurate. This kid must be hiding a big secret. Zhou Jinlong thought to himself. He finally understood what that person meant and felt reassured. Dongxing smiled while drinking tea and said, "Old Zhou, didn't you want to create trouble for Chen Emo? Here's your chance." "Oh, do you have a way?" Zhou Jinlong asked curiously. "This isn't difficult. I just need to let the news slip out a little," Dongxing said with a smug smile. Zhou Jinlong frowned. If this news gets out, the ones coming for him won't be something Chen Emo can handle. He's just become a beginner martial artist. He thought about the trouble Chen Emo caused in the library, even prompting that formidable female manager to step in. His regard for Chen Emo increased a bit more in his heart. Dongxing waved his hand. "Don't worry, trust me to handle it. I'll keep the news within an appropriate range." Zhou Jinlong pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll leave this matter to you, but I'll keep an eye on it secretly." "Stop nagging. It's settled then. Come on, let's go have a good drink." Dongxing impatiently ended the conversation and pulled Zhou Jinlong toward the nearby restaurant. That place is specifically designated for dining, where the chef delivers meals directly through a special passage. On the other side, Ho Xing left the 5th floor. He was overjoyed and tried hard to suppress his excitement. To be cautious, he first took the elevator to the 1st floor and casually strolled around. After confirming no one was paying attention, he returned to the 3rd floor and went to Chen Mo's residence. As soon as he entered, Ho Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He made an okay gesture. "Brother Chen, the matter is settled." "So fast?" Chen Emo was surprised. Ho Xing had just left less than 2 hours ago. The efficiency was too high. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Ho Xing. Ho Xing excitedly recounted the process of his conversation with the chief supervisor. He also told Chen Emo that after lunch, he would take him to the underground warehouse, where someone would inventory the ores. As per his request, a separate storage room was arranged to store the ores. Before the ores are properly stored, no one is allowed to enter. Things went so smoothly that Chen Emo felt something was off. But Ho Xing repeatedly assured him, so Chen Emo didn't think much of it. After saying that, he hurriedly left to make preparations. Chen Emo rested in the room for a while, then went down to the 3rd floor hall to grab a quick bite. It wasn't until Ho Xing notified him through the wristband that he took the elevator to the 1st floor. Ho Xing had already been waiting for him in the lobby. He led Chen Emo to a door beside the service counter. A staff member was standing at the door. Upon seeing Ho Xing, they nodded in acknowledgement. The two pushed the door open and entered, finding another elevator inside. The staff member followed them in and scanned the elevator with a wristband. The elevator went straight down to the 1st basement level. This was the base's warehouse, storing a large amount of resources. As soon as he entered, Chen Emo felt several hidden yet powerful auras sweep over him. His heart tightened. This is the investigation of a powerful psychic ability user. It is evident that the warehouse is heavily guarded. They followed the staff inside. Although no one else was seen along the way, Chen Emo used his spiritual power to sense the faintly drifting presence of powerful auras around him. It's not that no one is guarding here, but the guards are all hidden in unseen places. After walking for a few minutes, they stopped in front of a large gate. The staff briefly explained a few words, only allowing Chen Emo to enter while Ho Xing stayed outside. Chen Emo walked through the gate and discovered that it was a spacious and empty warehouse. He walked around, his mental power sweeping through the entire warehouse without restraint. Finally, He confirmed there were no surveillance devices. Of course, if there were, they would be beyond the scope of his current abilities to detect. Since he was already here, he didn't overthink it. He directly opened the system space and took out all the raw Chinook ore. In an instant, half the warehouse was filled with ores. After finishing these tasks, Chen Mo opened the door and walked out. Seeing the mountain of raw Chinook ores inside the door, the staff's eyes revealed shock. Even Ho Shun couldn't help but be astonished. Brother Chen didn't lie to me. It turns out what I saw before was only 1/10, he thought to himself. The staff member, seeing this, dared not delay and quickly used the wristband to make contact. Before long, 5 people came in from outside, carrying tools in their hands. The group lined up and entered the warehouse, and the door closed again. Chen Mo and Ho Shun were waiting outside. 2 hours passed, and just as Ho Shun was starting to get impatient, the main door opened again. Both of you, the count is complete. 10,000 tons of raw Chinook ore. A staff member handed over a device. The device clearly displayed the number 10,000. 10,000 tons. Ho Shun almost fainted. Although he was mentally prepared, he still didn't expect it to be this much. 1 ton of raw Chinook ore is worth 5 million Hua currency, and 10,000 tons is a full 50 billion Hua currency. 50 billion. Ho Shun was so excited he almost wet his pants. Calculating at a 5% service fee, he could get 2.5 billion Hua currency. He had never seen so much money in his life. Not to mention buying a house, even buying a luxury mansion would be more than enough. With this money, he would no longer have to live in constant fear in this hellish war zone. Chen Mo was also shocked by this number. He knew there was a lot of raw Chinook ore. He was already stunned when he first saw it in the cave. Unexpectedly, after calculating, it truly exceeded his imagination. The staff were also excited. He had never seen so many raw spirit energy ores. Based on the calculation of 1 ton lasting 3 months, these ores would be enough for them to use for 2,500 years. Of course, this is just a theoretical figure. Once faced with sudden events like a beast tide, the Chinook energy consumption will be even greater. The resource consumption is enormous, but even so, it is far from sufficient. It is foreseeable that Dongxing will definitely use some of the raw ores in his possession to exchange for other more important supplies. However, as a staff member, he doesn't need to worry about these matters. Now, he is noticeably more polite towards the seller in front of him. A transaction worth a full 50 billion huobi is rarely seen in the entire warzone's history. Although the money seems like a lot, it is nothing for a massive base. He quickly verified Chen Mo's identity and bank account. The payment request was sent directly, went through multiple levels of approval at the base, and was ultimately confirmed personally by Dongxing. The 50 billion huobi officially entered Chen Mo's account. Because of this transaction, Chen Mo's level directly upgraded from LV2 to LV10, becoming the supreme VIP of the stronghold. Not only can he stay in the most luxurious presidential suite for free, but he can also enjoy a 20% discount when purchasing supplies at all strongholds in the war zone. This 20% discount is no small matter. It might not make much difference when buying D-level or C-level potions, but for A-level or S-level resources, this discount is real money saved. Chen Mo was overjoyed. He never expected that on the first day entering the war zone, he would solve the issue of raw ore and earn a large sum of money. At least for a long time to come, he wouldn't have to worry about money. He didn't return to his previous residence but was directly taken by the staff to the presidential suite on the 4th floor. The level of luxury in this suite far exceeded that of the previous VIP suite. Ho Xing excitedly followed behind him. It was his first time seeing the interior of the presidential suite. After the staff left, Chen Mo transferred 2.5 billion in service fees to Ho Xing as agreed. After receiving the money, Ho Xing was so overwhelmed that he couldn't control himself and collapsed to the ground, crying bitterly. Chen Mo did not stop him, allowing him to vent freely. Afterward, he ordered a table full of good dishes and had a hearty meal with Ho Xing. At the dining table, Ho Xing told Chen Mo that after this job was done, he would completely leave the underworld and find a city to live a peaceful life. After seeing Ho Xing off, Chen Mo did not start today's training. He took a shower and lay directly on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Tomorrow he will enter the war zone, so he must conserve his energy to face new challenges in the best condition. The night on Blue Star deepens. The temperature in the 3rd war zone drops sharply at night. Outside the stronghold, the cold is bone-chilling, having dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero, but inside the stronghold, it is brightly lit and filled with warmth. At this moment, in the 2nd floor leisure area of the base. This is the entertainment center of the base, equipped with a bar, casino, and various other facilities. In the corner of the bar area, inside the Lonely Warrior bar, only 5 people were sitting at the counter drinking. Leading the group was a tall, bearded man with sharp eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. He suddenly downed a glass of blood wine, his eyes fixed on the bartender inside the bar. "Are you sure the information is true?" The bartender replied without looking up while wiping a glass, "Absolutely reliable. Don't you trust my sources?" The bearded man frowned. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that this news is so shocking, I find it hard to believe." Beside him sat a voluptuous woman dressed in a red tight outfit, stunningly beautiful. She looked at the bearded man, her voice soft and alluring. "Boss, why are you still worried about Brother Seven's information? Right now, only we know such a big secret. Leaving such a big catch untouched isn't the style of our 100 Battles squad." She spoke while gently running her finger behind his ear, full of teasing. "This boss is Lu Feng, the captain of the 100 Battles squad. The woman is the vice captain, Luan Feng. The other 3 at the bar are regular team members. This squad is quite ordinary at the number 13 stronghold, but it has gained some fame. Lu Feng has reached the low-level martial master realm, while Luan Feng serves as the deputy captain. Feng also possesses top-tier specialized martial strength, and the other 3 members of the team are all mid-level specialized martial artists. Their fame is entirely due to their impressive team name. This squad has entered and exited the third war zone hundreds of times, yet not a single casualty has occurred. The 5 of them formed a team many years ago, back when Lu Feng was just an advanced specialized warrior, and the lowest-ranked member of the team was still a low-level specialized warrior. But it was this very team that created an unparalleled record of glory in the brutal third war zone. All of this was thanks to the 2 leaders, Lu Feng and Luan Feng. Especially Lu Feng, despite his rugged appearance, his thoughts are extremely meticulous. It is precisely because of his keen judgment of danger and his cautious, non-greedy approach that he has managed to lead the team to survive until now. This time, upon hearing the news brought by the bartender Xiao Qi, Lu Feng's first reaction was not excitement but caution and suspicion. He was not overwhelmed by Luan Feng's words but continued to question the bartender. "I have a question, why did you tell us about this?" After speaking, his eyes stared at the opposite side like a hawk. Bartender Xiao Qi stopped wiping the glass and looked up to meet Lu Feng's gaze. The 2 people's eyes met, and Lu Feng saw the fervor and excitement burning in Xiao Qi's eyes. "Because I want a share of the profits." Xiao Qi raised 3 fingers and waved them. The voice wasn't loud, but amidst the noisy bar music, it clearly reached the ears of the 5 people. This finally made Lu Feng certain that this information wasn't a trap. Messages are free, but Xiao Qi wants a 30% share of the profits. The message itself is nothing, but the 30% commission demand is extremely bold. If it were someone else, Lu Feng would have turned and left long ago. But the fact that bartender Xiao Qi dares to make such a request actually puts Lu Feng at ease. "Deal." Lu Feng's lips curved into a smile as he firmly shook Xiao Qi's hand. Early the next morning, the war zone was shrouded in yellow sand, with sunlight striving to pour into the room through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Chen Emo stretched lazily and woke up comfortably. He slept extremely well last night. It must be said, the facilities in the presidential suite are truly exceptional. The bed was especially comfortable. He slept soundly until dawn, without even dreaming. After washing up, he used his wristband to call Ho Xing. Ho Xing was already waiting at the door. According to Chen Mo's request, Ho Xing had prepared the necessary travel items in advance. Mainly some functional potions. "Pack up and get ready to depart," Ho Xing repeatedly urged him to be careful. In Ho Xing's heart, Chen Emo was his benefactor, and he sincerely did not want him to die in the war zone. Bidding farewell to Ho Xing, Chen Emo walked out of the stronghold's gate, crossed the outer perimeter guard post, and officially stepped into the third war zone. Beneath his feet lay barren land paved with gravel and yellow sand. Chen Emo stomped his foot hard, feeling as if the strength of his entire body had been activated. After the college entrance examination, he enjoyed a period of leisure. But he realized that this kind of leisurely life did not suit him. Perhaps it was related to his experiences in his previous life. After crossing over, he integrated the memories and personality of this body, changing significantly. From a simple big boy, he transformed into a slightly more mature and charismatic man. But when he stepped onto the battlefield, the excitement for slaughter and danger from his previous life slowly awakened. "Let's go. This time, I must have a satisfying fight." He stomped his foot, and with a loud boom, his entire body shot forward, disappearing instantly into the vast yellow sand. His imposing aura startled the surrounding passing ability users. Many people revealed mocking smiles. Only the newcomers visiting for the first time, still wearing expressions of excitement, would enter the war zone in such a flamboyant manner. Those truly familiar with this place remained silent and unobtrusive, never so ostentatious. Just as Chen Mo was leaving, in less than 2 minutes, a team of 5 ability users set off in his direction from the base. It was the 5 members of the 100 Battles Squad. After they left, Zhou Jinlong leisurely followed them out of the stronghold. Chen Mo didn't know someone was following behind, let alone 2 groups of people. Even if he knew, he wouldn't particularly care. Entering the wilderness, this was his domain. He sprinted for an hour, his speed astonishing, and had already penetrated deep into the heart of the 3rd war zone. He stopped, took out a map, and examined it carefully. Strange, it should be here, why can't I find it? Chen Mo frowned, staring at the map on his wristband. He had come straight from point 13. Ho Xing had previously told him that it was the off-season, and exotic beasts were almost invisible on the surface during the day. Chen Mo found it strange. Could a war zone really have an off-season and peak season? Wasn't this a tourist area? But as he walked along, he realized that Ho Xing was right. Apart from yellow sand, gravel, and oddly shaped rocks, he hardly saw a single exotic beast. He figured it out. It is now summer, and the temperature is high. The temperature in this kind of wasteland is even higher. The exotic beasts wouldn't be foolish enough to grill themselves on the surface during the day. They mostly hide underground. The underground of the 3rd war zone is a world of its own. There is a vast underground labyrinth, which has become a resting place for exotic beasts during the day. At night, the temperature drops, and the exotic beasts emerge. Chen Mo used the map to find an entrance to an underground cave. Searched for a long time, but couldn't find the entrance. Just as he was feeling troubled, a loud noise came from afar. Chen Mo looked in the direction of the sound and saw a giant earthworm crawling out of the ground. Its earth-yellow skin was emitting green smoke under the sunlight. It apparently burrowed to the surface accidentally while hunting. Upon discovery, it quickly flipped over and burrowed back underground. Chen Mo walked over quickly and found a large hole where the earthworm had appeared. It was originally covered by a pile of rubble. So the entrance is here. I have to thank this annoying bug. Chen Mo was excited. Although he disliked bugs, since it helped him open the entrance, he decided to let it go for now. Without much thought, he leapt down and jumped into the pitch-black hole. At first, there was some sunlight, but the deeper he went, the dimmer the light became, until it was completely dark. Chen Mo did not turn on the light or use his abilities, silently moving forward in the darkness. His mental power exceeds 1,300, completely perceiving his surroundings without relying on his eyes. It's like the divine sense of a cultivator, able to perceive the surrounding environment. It's just that he hasn't learned psychic combat techniques, so his mental power can only be used for perception. The deeper he goes, the more complex the cave becomes. Every time he walked a certain distance, there were multiple forks in the road. Chen Mo didn't choose any side paths, he only followed the largest opening. After walking like this for another half an hour, the area ahead suddenly brightened. He slowed his steps and cautiously approached the source of the light. The scene before him made his scalp tingle and gave him goosebumps. The illuminated area was a massive underground space. The space was exaggeratedly large, almost half the size of a stronghold. The space was densely packed with ghost bees buzzing incessantly. What you fear most always comes true. Chen Mo's whole body trembled uncontrollably, his stomach churning. It wasn't that he was afraid of the ghost bees, but seeing so many swarms gathered together would make even someone without trypophobia feel creeped out. Clearly, he was now in the underground cave where Ho Xing had mentioned the ghost bees gathered. However, this number is just too terrifying. It feels like he directly barged into the ghost bees' lair. Chen Mo did not rush in recklessly but stood at the entrance patiently observing. As a result, he really discovered something special. The entire cave is indeed a ghost bee hive. The ground was covered with densely packed bee eggs, and countless worker bees were busily shuttling through the gaps. But strangely, he didn't see the queen bee or the king bee. Such a large hive, yet the queen bee and the king bee couldn't be found? This doesn't make sense. Chen Mo frowned, filled with doubt in his heart. His gaze slowly moved from the bee eggs on the ground to the upper area, finally locking onto a massive stone pillar in the center of the cave. The stone pillar was thick and straight, reaching directly to the ceiling. At the top of the pillar was a glowing sphere, resembling a sporangium, rhythmically expanding and contracting. Chen Mo's expression grew even darker. If there's any insect he hates, it's this kind of baffling creature. No one knows what's hidden inside, just like opening a blind box. But it often brings not surprise, but fear. Suddenly, a miraculous scene unfolded. The spore capsule slowly opened, transforming into an 8-petal structure resembling a flower. As the spore capsule opened, Chen Mo saw the previously vanished queen bee and king bee quietly lying at the bottom of the spore capsule. They cautiously and reverently worshipped something at the center of the spore capsule. At the center of the spore capsule was a glowing cocoon. When the spore capsule opened, the light cocoon emitted a cracking sound. Immediately after, dazzling rays of light shot out from the cracks. With a loud boom, the light cocoon shattered completely, and a giant, multicolored butterfly was born. The shattered fragments of the light cocoon scattered around the hive, frantically snatched up by countless worker bees. Chen Mo was stunned by the scene. Immediately after, a sense of crisis surged into his heart. Without hesitation, he activated a talent skill he had never used before: breath holding. In an instant, all traces of his presence vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from this world. Chen Mo trembled all over in fear because the moment he activated breath holding, he saw that butterfly seemingly turn its head toward him. Fortunately, after activating breath holding, the butterfly no longer paid attention to this place. Level 4 Exotic Beast Ghost-Face Butterfly. There's actually such a thing here. Chen Mo's scalp tingled. He originally came to the third war zone to earn points, but unexpectedly ran into a level 4 exotic beast right at the start. And it was the troublesome ghost-faced butterfly among level 4 exotic beasts. Ghost-faced butterflies range from level 4 to level 8, and this one seemed to be a newly transformed level 4 low tier. But this exotic beast is very tricky. First of all, it is a flying type exotic beast, with flight speed and aerial maneuverability far surpassing the non-flying Chen Mo. Secondly, the ghost-faced butterfly possesses both poison type and psychic type abilities. Its ghost-like wings emit highly toxic powder. Even if they are both level 4 martial artists and ability users, it is still easy to get poisoned. In addition, the psychic ability of the ghost-faced butterfly is Dominion, similar to the tactical commander of human espers. At present, all the ghost bees in the entire hive are under its command. Of course, it doesn't need to expend too much mental energy to control all the ghost bees. Controlling the queen and king bees is sufficient. This ghost-faced butterfly has just transformed, its wings still a bit damp, looking as if it has just emerged from the light cocoon. It flapped its wings a few times with effort, then ate the remaining light cocoon in the middle of the sporangium. Its aura immediately stabilized at the level of low tier level 4. Those scattered light cocoons can be considered as rewards for the ghost bee's diligent guardianship. After exactly 5 minutes, the ghost-faced butterfly spread its massive wings, soared into the air, and flew toward a larger opening deeper within the space. After it flew away, the queen bee and the king bee lying on the ground slowly stood up and returned to their respective positions. Chen Mo remained motionless, holding his breath, not daring to relax in the slightest. He wasn't afraid of the ghost-faced butterfly, as he had never dealt with this type of exotic beast before. Although he believed he now had the ability to fight a level 4 exotic beast, caution was always wise, especially in such a dangerous place. Time passed bit by bit, and as his breath holding ended and entered the cooldown period, the ghost-faced butterfly still hadn't returned, evidently flying deeper into the cave. Only then did Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. Looks like after finishing the points, I'll need to enhance my breath holding ability. In this kind of war zone, 10 minutes of breath holding is far from enough. He calculated in his mind, his gaze once again falling on the densely packed ghost bees in the space. Now that the ghost-faced butterfly had left, he could finally move freely. Don't be fooled by the number of ghost bees here. For Chen Mo, the quantity is not an issue at all. During the college entrance exam, he could easily defeat ghost bees, and now the cave is full of level 3 ghost bees, which are even less of a challenge. Quick and decisive, he commanded in his heart. To deal with the pack of alien beasts, he directly unleashed Flame Explosion. He raised his palm flat, and a football-sized dark blue fireball appeared. Since practicing the supernatural technique 9 Heaven's Divine Fire Manual, Chen Mo had mastered his abilities with ease. This time, he precisely controlled the power of the Eternal Night True Flame, trying to reduce its intensity as much as possible while adjusting the range of the flame explosion to the maximum. This way, it not only avoids the flames being too fierce and burning the ghost bees completely, but also ensures maximum coverage. Everything was ready. Chen Mo forcefully pushed his palm. Go! The ghostly blue fireball swiftly flew toward the honeycomb area below the space. As soon as the fireball flew out, the ghost bees noticed it, but before they could react, the fireball had already hit the ground. Immediately after, a deafening explosion erupted. Blue flames exploded instantly, unleashing a towering inferno. In an instant, 1/3 of the space was engulfed in a sea of fire. The scorching flames and the impact of the explosion intertwined. Countless ghost bees screamed as they were burned into wreckage. Interestingly, the ghost bees' hardest claws, teeth, and stingers were not burned, remaining intact. The sudden explosion plunged the hive into chaos. Panic quickly spread throughout the entire space. The queen bee took the lead and flew up, leading a group of soldier bees toward the cave entrance where Chen Mo was. But just as they were halfway there, another fireball came flying straight at them. The queen bee didn't dodge and crashed directly into the fireball. The sound of an explosion rang out once again. The fireball exploded in the air, and the queen bee along with most of the combat-type ghost bees were instantly engulfed in the sea of flames. Chen Mo pressed the advantage and launched 2 more fireballs. The remaining queen bee and other ghost bees had no chance to escape and were slaughtered in an instant. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Tens of thousands of ghost bees were easily wiped out by just a few fireballs from Chen Mo. The cave still had lingering blue flames that hadn't extinguished, casting an eerie and bizarre light across the space. The ground was littered with countless remnants of ghost bees. Chen Mo stepped into the cave, facing the massive victory before him, his brows furrowed, showing not a trace of joy. His face turned ashen, and he warned in a low voice, "Everyone, be careful. A fierce battle just took place here, and the danger isn't over yet." The 5 exchanged glances, a sense of tension rising in their hearts. Ma Gan squatted down, carefully examining the ground, and discovered some fragments of ghost bee remains. It seems someone was indeed here earlier, and they were an expert. Even so many ghost bees were wiped out, he murmured. Lu Feng calmly analyzed, "We can't let our guard down. Since an expert has already appeared, it's even more likely we'll encounter stronger enemies next. Stay alert and prepare for battle." The team quickly formed ranks and stepped into the scorched hive ruins, where the air was still thick with the smell of burning and an atmosphere of tension. They knew that this abandoned place concealed dangers, and their mission was far from over. Every step could bring unknown challenges. Their expressions instantly turned grim. "Boss, could it be that a master above the martial artist level once appeared here? Judging by the situation, it definitely wasn't Chen Mo's doing, right?" Luan Feng said with a serious expression. Lu Feng shook his head, "It's definitely not him. But if a true expert has been here, we'll need to be even more cautious with our plan. If that expert discovers our intentions, the consequences will surely be unimaginable." Hearing this, the others also showed concern on their faces. No one doubts that this was done by Chen Mo, a master must have been here just now. They trust Captain Lu Feng's judgment. In the past, it was precisely his analysis and decisions that allowed them to escape death's pursuit multiple times. This time is no exception. "Let's go, everyone, be careful. If you encounter a skilled opponent, retreat first. If you come across Chen Mo first, find an opportunity to lure him to a secluded place to deal with him." After speaking, Lu Feng led everyone to follow Chen Mo's footsteps, heading deeper into the cave ahead. They had been gone for less than a minute when Zhou Jinlong appeared in this space. Scanning around, Zhou Jinlong's eyes revealed a peculiar glint. As a fire element ability user, his perception of flames far surpasses that of ordinary people. This place has clearly been scorched by a great fire, and the ghost bees have been completely eradicated. He hardly needed to think much and immediately restored the truth of the matter. "Flames. I heard that Chen Mo's ability is the S-Class Eternal Night True Flame. Could it be his doing? It doesn't sound very likely." Zhou Jinlong's expression was complicated. S-level abilities are indeed powerful, but Chen Mo is just a beginner martial artist. Facing tens of thousands of ghost bees, especially with the addition of the level 3 peak queen bee and king bee, it is absolutely impossible for him to annihilate them all in one strike. Could the legend of Chen Mo killing the young purgatory black dragon during the college entrance exam be true? Only then did Zhou Jinlong recall Chen Mo's achievements from back then. At first, he didn't believe it, thinking it was the credit of Song Tinyu and Wang Tong, and Chen Mo was merely attributed to the achievement. But now it seems that the truth might not be so simple. He began to see Chen Mo in a new light. Moments later, Zhou Jinlong disappeared into the depths of the cave entrance. Chen Mo walked all the way towards the cave, keeping his mental energy constantly activated. Although it consumes more, it's safer this way. He walked for half a day but did not find any trace of the ghost-faced butterfly. The cave entrance was larger than when he came in, and the passage was spacious. More importantly, this road has no forks and goes straight down. Chen Mo roughly estimated that he had already dived over 100 meters. Suddenly, a strong surge of psychic energy rushed toward him from ahead. As he continued to approach, the energy grew increasingly intense. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Could there be a treasure hidden here? With this thought, he quickened his pace and dashed toward the direction where the psychic energy was strongest. Chen Mo's footsteps grew faster and faster because the Shinnik aura here was far denser than any Shinnik mine he had seen before. There was no need to think, it was obvious that treasures must be hidden here. At the same time, he remained highly vigilant because the ghost-faced butterfly had yet to appear. His intuition told him that the ghost-faced butterfly must also be after the treasures here. After walking forward for another 10 minutes and turning a right-angle corner, Chen finally reached his destination. The scenery here was peculiar. In an almost perfectly spherical space, the center held a milky white pond. At the center of the pond, a blooming fiery red lotus radiated multicolored light, illuminating the entire space like a fairyland. The ghost-faced butterfly was leisurely perched on the pistil of the great sun lotus, greedily sipping nectar. Seeing the scene before him, Chenmo's heart surged with great waves. He knew there must be a treasure hidden here, but before he could think further, he realized that this was such a heaven-defying treasure. The pond below is actually entirely formed by 10,000-year Earth Spirit milk. This is a rare treasure, liquefied after the condensation of heaven and Earth's spiritual energy to its extreme, absolutely uncommon. Its spiritual energy concentration is hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary spiritual energy ores. Earth Spirit milk not only contains powerful spiritual energy but also naturally possesses healing effects. As long as an Esper is still alive, drinking a sip can immediately heal them, restoring them to their original state, making it a natural grade of spiritual medicine. This large pond conservatively holds thousands of liters of Earth Spirit milk. If it were sold, people would definitely fight over it. That level 6 miraculous flower, the great sun red lotus, has grown relying on this pool of Earth Spirit milk and already has a history of over 1,000 years. No wonder the ghost-faced butterfly rushed here in such a hurry right after transforming. Even if all its subordinates died, it didn't care. Chen instantly understood everything, and his eyes began to gleam with a greedy light. The most important thing now is to kill this ghost-faced butterfly and take all the treasures here. He leapt out of the cave entrance, his feet landing directly in the pool of Earth Spirit milk. Pure psychic energy poured into his body through the soles of his feet, so comfortable that he almost couldn't help but moan. So satisfying. With these treasures, it was as if he had countless chances to revive at full health, practically like activating a cheat. This time, he didn't use the breath-holding skill. As soon as he entered the space, the ghost-faced butterfly noticed him. Disturbed during its meal by an uninvited intruder, the ghost-faced butterfly was extremely furious. It suddenly flapped its wings, its body soaring into the air, flying out from the petals of the great sun red lotus. Its pair of massive compound eyes glimmered with a scarlet light, staring fixedly at the insignificant Chen Mo. It could tell that this human strength was far inferior to its own, yet he dared to venture here alone, which truly puzzled it. It also sensed that those ghost bees had been taken out, but with its current intelligence, it could never imagine that it was Chen Mo who did it. Facing such a small ant, the ghost-faced butterfly disdained to say more. It halted its figure in midair, spreading its wings horizontally. The ferocious ghost face on its wings suddenly came to life vividly. Dark green light suddenly shot out from the eyes of the ghost face. Then, a cloud of green powder swept overwhelmingly towards Chen Mo. The ghost-faced butterfly immediately used its signature move, intending to poison this insignificant human to death. But things did not develop as it had anticipated. Seeing the incoming green poisonous powder, Chen Mo did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Although he was wearing a Class C battle armor, the armor could not fully protect his body. At least his head was exposed. If he inhaled even a little of the poisonous powder, he would likely have no chance to resist and would undoubtedly die. At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly exerted force, advancing instead of retreating, and charged directly at the ghost-faced butterfly. This stunned the ghost-faced butterfly. Is this human crazy? Is this seeking death? But the next moment, it realized it was wrong. Fire Dragon's turn. Chen Mo shouted in a low voice, and a massive fire dragon instantly appeared in the entire space. The fire dragon spiraled and danced in the circular space, its head diving straight into the poisonous powder, charging toward the ghost-faced butterfly. Facing a level 4 exotic beast, Chen Mo finally used the newly learned 3 forms of burning heaven. As soon as the poisonous powder touched the fire dragon's body, it instantly turned into green smoke and dissipated. Chen Mo hid within the fire dragon's body, ready to appear at any position at any time. The ghost-faced butterfly had never seen such a scene before. It instinctively retreated just after transforming. As it flew, it sprayed poisonous powder from the ghost face on its wings. This time, green poisonous powder covered its eyes, red sprayed from its mouth, and black scattered from its face. The 3 colors of poisonous powder continuously merged in the air, eventually forming a menacing ghost face made of toxic mist. As soon as it appeared, the ghostly face let out a piercing scream. Hiss! The ghostly head suddenly lunged at the fire dragon's head. With a crack, the ghostly head's large mouth fiercely bit into the dragon's head. Then, a burst of black smoke emerged from the point of contact, clearly indicating that the fire dragon's true flames were scorching the ghostly head. However, the ghost head's massive size and upgraded toxic mist have increased its power. Although the flames are consuming it, the two have reached a delicate balance. The two are locked in a stalemate in mid-air. Chen Emo was not flustered upon seeing this situation. The fire dragon flip he used earlier was not at full strength. Now, seeing the ghost head appear, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The body suddenly leapt off the fire dragon's back. Facing the ghost head that was more than 10 times larger than himself, Chen Mo's right hand shifted from a fist to a palm, slowly retreating. Suddenly, he forcefully slapped forward. A sonic boom exploded in the air. Heavenly fire palm. Chen Emo struck out with a palm, and a massive flaming hand composed of deep blue eternal night true fire instantly appeared. It was almost as large as the ghost head, carrying an earth-shaking momentum, directly striking toward the ghost head's face. The ghost head saw the flaming giant palm coming and opened its mouth, roaring to counter. The clash between the flames and the poisonous mist unfolded in this fantastical circular space. No explosion, no shockwave. The collision was like a boulder hitting tofu. The giant flaming palm directly pierced through the ferocious ghost head, instantly burning away the toxic mist without a trace of disturbance. With one move, Chen Emo shattered the ghost-faced butterfly's ultimate weapon with a single palm. The power of the giant flame palm remained undiminished as it continued to charge toward the ghost-faced butterfly. The ghost-faced butterfly was scared out of its wits, frantically dodging. But Chen Emo didn't give it a chance, once again using the fire dragon flip, his figure blocking the path of the ghost-faced butterfly. He raised his hands, his fingers moving swiftly as if playing the piano. Try my one young finger. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Beams of flame shot towards the ghost-faced butterfly, instantly burning its wings full of holes. The ghost-faced butterfly let out a sharp scream, plummeting straight down like a torn sack, landing heavily among the petals of the great sun-red lotus. Seeing the ghost-faced butterfly injured, Chen Emo showed no mercy. He leaped onto the lotus petal and struck out with the heaven fire palm once again. With a poof, the ghost-faced butterfly didn't even have time to react before its head was turned to ashes. Chen Emo burned its remaining body with flames, leaving only the curled proboscis. Wings burned into a sieve are useless, but the mouthparts are very valuable. The mouthparts of the ghost-faced butterfly are flexible and corrosion-resistant, making them excellent materials for crafting scientific equipment. Take these. Chen Emo then sat on the great sun-red lotus petal to wipe his sweat. Just now, that heavenly fire palm, he only used 50% of his strength. It was discovered that the suppression of toxins by flames was almost overwhelming. He originally intended to jump into the earth spirit milk pond to restore his spiritual energy, but felt it was too wasteful, so he took out a bottle of D-grade recovery potion and injected himself. D-grade potion recovers slowly, but it's safe here, and he doesn't want to waste a better potion. After resting enough, he prepared to collect the spoils. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the cave entrance. My heavens! This is earth spirit milk. Whoa, great sun-red lotus, am I seeing this right? Chen Emo followed the sound and looked over, only to see 4 men and 1 woman standing at the cave entrance, praising the treasure on the ground repeatedly. Are you the 100 Battles Squad? Chen Emo asked with a frown. This was originally a place he discovered first. During the battle just now, he hadn't paid attention to his surroundings and didn't expect someone else to find it first. He stared at the 5 people in front of him, and the 5 members of the 100 Battles Squad also saw him. Lu Feng revealed a sinister smile and shouted loudly at Chen Emo, "You're Chen Emo?" "No, me." Chen Emo was somewhat surprised. "Of course we know you. You made such a big deal at the stronghold, how could we not know about you?" Lu Feng laughed heartily. Chen Mo's face darkened. "The news leaked so quickly? Was it Ho Xing who told you?" "Ha ha ha." Lu Feng laughed even louder. "Ho Xing, do you think we still rely on that useless guy for intelligence?" Chen Emo said nothing, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. It wasn't Ho Xing who leaked it, so Ho Xing is temporarily not in danger. As for how the information got out, he couldn't be bothered to investigate. These people dare to speak like this, they must have ill intentions. Chen Emo glanced at the 5 people in front of him, each of them was a specialized martial artist. Their strength could be considered an elite squad in the 3rd war zone, but he didn't take it to heart. Wan Feng, beside Lu Feng, twisted her waist and gave Chen Emo a charming smile. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to be quite handsome. If you're willing to keep me company for a few days, I can ask the boss to spare you." "Kill me." Chen Emo smiled. "You came all this way just to kill me? What good does that do you?" Lu Feng chuckled. we didn't originally plan to kill you. As long as you hand over the money obediently, we're not unreasonable people. But, with so much earth spirit milk here, and even a 6th grade rare flower, if we let you go, others will find out we got these treasures, so. The implication was clear, they were here to kill and silence him. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. These people are really so self-righteous. How did the treasure suddenly become theirs? Did they ask for his consent? Kid, no matter how strong your background is, you must die today. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he gestured to the side. Ma Gan, Feng Kuai, De Tu, go for it. 3 male team members immediately rushed forward, surrounding Chen Mo from different directions. Luan Feng took a step forward and suddenly disappeared into thin air. Lu Feng saw the team members ready, clenched his fist, and slowly walked toward Chen Mo. Come on, surrender obediently, I promise to make it quick and go easy on you. Chen Mo put on an indifferent expression and completely ignored him. He slowly stood up, pretending to dust off the dirt on his clothes. What a hassle, these losers keep adding drama for themselves, getting more and more into it. Don't you know? Villains often talk too much and end up tripping themselves up. As soon as the words were spoken, Chen Mo suddenly stepped back and, without any warning, directly collided with the spear-wielding Big Head. Big Head was crossing his arms and laughing as he watched him, not expecting Chen Mo to come straight toward him. The battle-hardened Big Head immediately raised his gun to defend. But Chen Mo twisted in the air like a loach, brushed aside the gun handle with one hand, and punched Big Head hard in the chest with the other. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. A bloody hole pierced through Big Head's chest, the pain so intense it sent chills coursing through his entire body. This injury is almost certainly fatal without advanced potions. Big Head endured the intense pain, suddenly leaping backward, preparing to jump into the nearby Earth Spirit Milk Pond. As long as he goes in, he can survive. But Chen Mo wouldn't let him go. His fist had not yet been withdrawn when a ghostly blue flame burst from his arm. Big Head let out a miserable scream and was instantly engulfed in blue flames, turning into a fireball. Seeing this, Thin Stick and Square rushed over desperately to try to save him, but it was already too late. By the time they got close, Big Head had completely disappeared in the flames. This guy is playing dirty. Thin Stick exclaimed in shock, and Square was terrified as well. At this moment, Chen Mo moved. 2 useless fools, go to hell. He didn't turn around, his back slammed into the thin pole, while his right arm fiercely swung towards the square. Bang! Chen Mo's back slammed into Ma Gan, and his right arm struck the square head. The square head was shattered, injured too severely to be saved even by Earth Spirit Milk. Ma Gan felt as if he had collided with a mammoth. The violent impact caused him to briefly lose consciousness, his sternum fractured, and his entire body was thrown against the wall. Boom! A deep, human-shaped crater appeared on the wall. As the dust settled, Chen Mo climbed out of the pit, while the thin man was smashed into a pulp of flesh. No! Lu Feng roared in agony. He didn't have time to fight back before his 3 brothers were killed. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, so fast it was shocking. Chen Mo, you bastard! I'm going to kill you! Lu Feng's eyes turned red, and he went berserk. His body underwent changes, his hair grew excessively, and his figure became enormous. In an instant, a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster covered in black fur appeared in front of Chen Mo. This was Lu Feng's B-level ability, Bear Form. Although it is a Class B ability, Lu Feng has developed it to the extreme. After transformation, his physical capabilities reach the peak barrier value of 20,000 for a specialized warrior. Above specialized warriors are martial masters, which is another realm. The basic attributes of specialized warriors cannot surpass the 20,000 barrier, but Chen Mo reached this value as soon as he started. Even so, this power made Lu Feng invincible among specialized warriors. Many people thought he was purely strength-based, but in fact, his speed was also extremely fast. This was also the reason why many underestimated him and were defeated by him. This was all thanks to his deep development of his abilities, fully tapping into his potential. Not only that, his physical defense is also extremely strong. It's not easy for a B-grade alloy weapon to harm him. Lu Feng is the captain and main tank of the 100 Battles Squad. When facing strong enemies, he is always at the forefront. Team member Luan Feng is an assassin, using the B-grade ability Phantom Incarnation for sneak attacks. The remaining Ma Gan, Feng Kuai, and De Tu can focus on output with Lu Feng serving as the meat shield. This team's configuration is almost perfect. In the 3rd war zone, there aren't many stronger than them. Lu Feng, transformed into a giant bear form, is completely out of control, with only killing intent in his eyes. The ability has almost made him lose his sanity. His teammates were killed, and he only wanted to kill the enemy in front of him to avenge them. Seeing the transformed Lu Feng, Chen Mo slightly raised an eyebrow, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Power type? Not bad, quite interesting. Facing the intense pressure from Lu Feng, Chen Mo not only showed no fear but was instead filled with fighting spirit. He quickly glanced at the system panel. Host, Chen Mo. Level, Beginner Martial Artist. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, Catastrophe level. Physique, 5900. Mental, 1379. Intelligence, 207. Skills, Free Combat Technique, Mastery, Flame Explosion, Mastery, 3 Burning Heaven Techniques, Sun Finger, Advanced, Skyfire Palm, Advanced, Fire Dragon Turn, Advanced. Talent Skill, Breath Holding, Beginner. Technique, 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual, Beginner. Points to be allocated, 3,338, earn 3,138 points by eliminating phantom bees, and 200 points by killing ghost-faced butterflies. Now his physique is 5,900, and with the blessing of the foster father's gauntlets, it can directly double to 11,800. In the previous battle, he hadn't even used the power of his gloves. If he were to combine physique and intelligence, his physique could reach 23,600. The value barrier for specialized warriors is 20,000, and he wasn't sure if his fusion skill could break through it. In any case, the opponent in front of him made him extremely excited. He couldn't wait to test just how strong his ultimate body truly was. Previously, dealing with the infernal black dragon hatchling relied on the combined technique of Song Tianyu and Wang Tong to break through its defense. Just now, when facing the ghost-faced butterfly, although this level 4 exotic beast's defense was not as strong as the black dragon hatchling, it was still formidable. Chen Mo completely relied on the powerful strength of his abilities to break through the opponent's defense. If encountering a defensive type level 4 exotic beast, without using abilities and with the addition of a numerical barrier, breaking through the defense would be almost impossible. This had always been a dilemma in his mind. It just so happens that I ran into Lu Feng today. This intensity is perfect for him to practice. Then let's do it. Let me see my limits. Chen Mo excitedly licked his lips, his eyes gleaming coldly. Lu Feng's nostrils exhaled 2 streams of white air, and his figure suddenly vanished, instantly appearing in front of Chen Mo. A loud boom echoed throughout the space, a sign of speed breaking the sound barrier. Lu Feng's speed was extremely fast. But Chen Mo remained completely still, without even a thought of dodging. As soon as Lu Feng disappeared, his fist was already raised. Come on, let me test the power of the fusion of physique and intellect. The sound of a system echoed in his mind. In an instant, Chen Mo felt a strange change in his right arm. It was as if his right arm no longer belonged to him. A shocking spectacle appeared before his eyes. Lu Feng's figure appeared before his eyes, and that large hand, like a palm leaf fan, heavily slapped toward Chen Mo's head. But a miracle happened. Chen Mo's fist broke through the limits and actually struck first. His vision seemed to enter slow motion, watching helplessly as his fist slowly smashed toward Lu Feng's large hand. Physique real-time value, 23600. The system broadcasted in his mind. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom, crack. An invisible, massive shockwave burst forth at the clash of their fists. A powerful force spread in all directions, causing the great sun-red lotus beneath their feet to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Luan Feng was forced out of her stealth state by the shockwave. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, staring in shock at the battle unfolding before her. Chen Mo's fist did not halt in the slightest, slamming fiercely toward the center of Lu Feng's palm. Lu Feng's 3-meter-tall, immensely heavy body was blasted away like a cannonball, slamming hard into the wall of the cavern. Another thunderous boom echoed, reverberating endlessly within the cave. This time, the impact left an enormous hole. The tremendous force instantly tore Lu Feng's right arm apart, ripping through half of his shoulder and chest. Now, he was left with only half of his body. His giant bare form vanished in an instant, his grievous injuries rendering him nearly unconscious as he collapsed into the gaping hole. Meanwhile, Chen Mo maintained his punching stance, like a statue frozen in time, immovable and unyielding. Only the glimmer in his eyes revealed that he was still alive. At this moment, Chen Mo no longer cared about the condition of his own body. The data displayed on the system panel just now made him hardly believe it. First, the enhancement of his foster father's gauntlets, then he activated the fusion of physique and intelligence, and his physique unexpectedly broke through the limit in an instant. Although it lasted only for a brief moment, that feeling left a lasting impression on him. He felt as if he had broken through the limits of time and space. Everything around him slowed down, and he watched his fist move a step faster than usual, accurately landing in front of Lu Feng. This is the bullet time that only exists in anime and novels, and now Chen Mo is experiencing it firsthand. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, the faster the speed, the slower the time. This sentence suddenly popped into Chen Mo's mind. That was exactly how it felt just now. He felt as if time had suddenly slowed down. Wow, I think I've discovered a big secret. He trembled with excitement. But at that moment, a chilling aura swept in from his left rear. A cold, electrified dagger fiercely stabbed toward his back. It was Luan Feng who made a move. Just now, the duel between Lu Feng and Chen Mo exceeded her expectations. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng was defeated. But Luan Feng did not immediately go to rescue the captain. As the vice-captain and Lu Feng's most trusted assistant, Luan Feng's judgment is exceptionally sharp. At that moment, she immediately made a decision. Rather than saving the captain, it would be better to take advantage of Chen Mo's weakness and deliver a fatal blow. Even if Chen Mo doesn't die, he would be severely injured and lose his combat ability. By then, it would still be in time to save the captain. Luan Feng's judgment was very accurate. In fact, Chen Mo was not exhausted, he was simply overwhelmed by shock and joy. But this was indeed a great opportunity for a sneak attack. Luan Feng activated her phantom avatar and pulled out her grade A weapon, the lightning blade. This is a powerful weapon she spent a lot of money to buy. This dagger is made of grade A alloy, sharp and sturdy, and is imbued with lightning energy. This increases her speed by 10%. When the dagger pierces into the enemy's body, the lightning will instantly paralyze them for 1 second. On the ever-changing battlefield, a moment of paralysis can be almost fatal. In the face of a powerful esper, this second is enough to bring the opponent down countless times. Luan Feng quickly calmed down, her gaze icy cold. This is the performance of a qualified assassin. In fact, she has already done very well. It was just bad luck to encounter someone as unusual as Chen Mo. As early as when Luan Feng first went invisible, Chen Mo's spiritual power had already spread out, covering the entire space. Although mental power cannot directly locate the ghost incarnation, Chen Mo knows that the opponent cannot remain invisible forever. As long as she takes action, there will definitely be an energy fluctuation. Sure enough, the dagger first pierced her body, and then her figure slowly appeared. The red tight battle suit made Luan Feng look like a detective from a Japanese action film, with a slim figure, exuding a menacing aura, yet possessing a unique sense of beauty. The moment the dagger stabbed into Chen Mo's body, Luan Feng immediately sensed something was wrong. Chen Mo in front of her seemed to have turned into flames. She stared, so frightened that her soul almost left her body. This was not a person at all, but a giant fire dragon. Her dagger plunged directly into the fire dragon's body, but Chen Mo had long disappeared without a trace. Luan Feng was greatly shocked and abruptly withdrew the dagger, preparing to activate the ghost incarnation once again. But Chen Mo didn't give her the chance at all. In an instant, he appeared at the head of the fire dragon, raised his right index finger, and pointed at Luan Feng from afar. One young finger. This time he used 30% of his strength. A pillar of blue flame, as thick as a bull's rim, shot like lightning toward Luan Feng. Luan Feng's C-class battle armor couldn't withstand the eternal night true fire, and her abdomen was instantly burned into a bloody, gaping hole. The flame pillar pierced through her body, burning a bottomless hole into the cave wall. The area around the large hole in her abdomen continued to burn with the eternal night true flame, and in an instant, her body seemed to be consumed by the fire, slowly turning into nothingness. A chilling scream echoed from the cave. Luan Feng was like a piece of paper, directly burned into ashes. She was dead, not even her remains were left behind, and Chen Mo did not idle. The experiences of his past life told him that to completely solve a problem, it must be eradicated at its root. He raised his hand and flicked, launching a fireball toward the cave entrance where Lu Feng was hiding. The fireball instantly engulfed the entire entrance, burning everything to ashes. Thus, the 5 members of the 100 Battles squad were completely annihilated. The dragon form ended, and Chen Mo fell into the Earth Spirit Milk Pond, panting heavily from exhaustion. In this battle, he exerted the full power of his pure physical body, breaking through the legendary limit shackles. A burst of inspiration erupted in his mind. However, this battle took a tremendous toll, especially when dealing with Luan Feng. Her sneak attack was absolutely brilliant. Even with heightened mental alertness, that momentary attack still left Chen Mo terrified. If it weren't for the abnormal skill of the fire dragon form, he would have been stabbed already. The consumption was too great, so Chen Mo didn't have time to think much and began to fully absorb the Earth Spirit milk to replenish his strength. He didn't know if there were more enemies behind him, so he had to quickly recover his strength. Fortunately, no enemies appeared afterward. It took 10 minutes, relying on the high concentration Earth Spirit milk, for Chen Mo to recover. If the concentration of Earth Spirit milk wasn't so high, it might take even longer. However, the Earth Spirit milk had hardly decreased. Only then did he feel relieved to get up and prepare to collect the spoils. Originally, he only planned to take away a portion of the Earth Spirit milk and a few petals and stamens of the great sun red lotus. After all, such heavenly treasures are rare, and he didn't want to take everything at once. But on second thought, if he didn't take them, this place would eventually be occupied by other exotic beasts. It would be better to simply take everything to avoid providing resources to the enemy. So, Chen Mo unhesitatingly collected all the Earth Spirit milk and uprooted the great sun red lotus entirely. A 6th grade rare flower, extremely precious. After returning to school, he could find someone to transplant it to the nursery. He could also keep a portion of the Earth Spirit milk for his own use. Anyway, time is frozen in the system space, and the great sun red lotus won't die. After tidying up, he prepared to return. Suddenly, he looked up toward the cave entrance he had come from. Just now, he vaguely felt there was something else at the entrance. But under the mental probe, nothing was found. Could it be an illusion? Chen Mo wondered in his heart. Walking back along the path, he indeed found no trace of enemies or exotic beasts. Only then did he feel at ease to leave the cave and return to the surface. Out of the cave, Chen Mo found a sheltered stone grotto to rest temporarily. Not far away, behind a stone wall, Zhou Zhenglong's figure flickered faintly. Underground, Chen Mo was almost discovered, which greatly surprised Zhou Zhenglong. What shocked him even more was Chen Mo's nearly unparalleled combat prowess. The entire battle between Chen Mo and the 100 Battles squad was crystal clear to him. It was simply a crushing victory. This is absolutely not something a beginner martial artist could achieve. Especially that punch exchanged with Lu Feng, Zhou Zhenglong didn't even blink. At that moment, his vision blurred. Originally, Lu Feng made the first move, and Zhou Zhenglong was ready to save someone, but in the next second, Chen Mo's fist arrived first, instantly defeating Lu Feng with one punch. Even Zhou Zhenglong, a powerful martial emperor, couldn't understand what had just happened. This Chen Mo must be hiding some big secret. Zhou Zhenglong's heart trembled. But the real reason that caused his breath to fluctuate and almost be discovered was the 3 styles of burning heaven. He personally saw Chen Mo use the 3 moves, One Young Finger, Heavenly Fire Palm, and Fire Dragon's Turn. Moreover, Chen Mo's mastery of these moves was far beyond the level a beginner could achieve. Zhou Zhenglong was completely stunned. As a martial emperor, he was so shocked that he didn't even know how to get out of the underground chamber. This is the 3 styles of burning heaven. He himself is also a fire element ability user, so he naturally understands this set of techniques and even plans to practice it. But no matter how much he studies it, even if he understands the content of the techniques, he still can't master it. Among all the fire element experts in the entire military academy, he ranks first, but even he can't do it, so it's even more impossible for others. But how on earth did Chen Mo manage to do it? Didn't Lan Qin say she gave the combat technique to Chen Mo, and he returned it completely intact in less than a day? Could it be that within a single day, Chen Mo not only comprehended the 3 styles of burning heaven but also mastered these 3 moves to a remarkably high level? Countless questions and shock intertwined, leaving Zhou Zhenglong completely flustered amidst the yellow sand and fierce wind. The handsome young man in front of him was full of mystery. He now finally understood why the big shot at the demon suppression tower paid so much attention to Chen Mo. However, if he knew that the old man actually just wanted to teach Chen Mo a lesson and even knew less about Chen Mo than he, Zhou Zhenglong, did, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. Chen Mo sat alone in the stone cave. He opened the map on his wristband and began studying it carefully. During the battle just now, he hadn't had time to check the system information. Now that he looked, killing the ghost-faced butterfly had actually given him a full 200 attribute points. This was equivalent to the reward for killing a level 3 peak exotic beast in the early stages. It seems that the attribute point gains from killing level 4 exotic beasts are quite normal now. Seeing this, Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, the 3rd war zone was no longer suitable for him to stay. He decided to try his luck in the 4th war zone. After some consideration, he planned to cross the 3rd war zone to get there. Thus, when reaching the junction of the 3rd and 4th war zones, he could encounter some scattered level 4 exotic beasts. It's much safer than directly rushing into the 4th war zone. But before that, he had to return to base 13, settle the contract with Hoshing, and then set off alone. After finalizing the plan, Chen Mo headed back along the path he came. He was not in a hurry, walking leisurely, aiming to reach the number 13 base before dark. Upon arriving at the base, he sent a message to Ho Xing. In less than 5 minutes, Ho Xing rushed over in a hurry. Seeing Chen Mo standing in front of him unharmed, Ho Xing almost burst into tears. "Chen, brother Chen, you're still alive." Chen Mo's face darkened, and he slapped Ho Xing on the back of the head. "Nonsense, if I'm not alive, are you seeing a zombie?" Ho Xing covered the back of his head, grinning foolishly. "Brother Chen, did you know? As soon as you left, someone chased after you. I heard from the chief supervisor that the 100 Battles Squad somehow found out about the deal and plans to go after you." After Chen Mo left, things quickly unfolded. He originally intended to ask the chief supervisor to intervene and stop the 100 Battles Squad, but the rules of the base were very clear: the officials would never interfere in conflicts between ability users. Matters between ability users had to be resolved by themselves. The chief supervisor only agreed to investigate the source of the information leak. Ho Xing was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, yet powerless to do anything. He wanted to contact Chen Mo, but due to the guide's special status, he couldn't take the initiative to send a message unless the guest reached out first, especially since Chen Mo was not at the base. With no other options, Ho Xing could only pray for Chen Mo's safety. Although the contract would automatically complete in 10 days, he sincerely hoped nothing would happen to Chen Mo. He even booked a room for himself, hiding away and not daring to show his face, fearing someone might cause him trouble. Seeing Ho Xing's genuine sincerity, Chen Mo felt somewhat touched. They merely had a simple employment relationship, at most he just helped him earn a service fee. Unexpectedly, Ho Xing was so worried about him, which made Chen Mo feel that not everything in the base was a cold and profit-driven relationship. After Ho Xing had said enough, Chen Mo finally spoke. "Monkey, I want to settle the contract with you when I get back." "Ha, brother Chen, are you planning to leave?" Ho Xing was shocked upon hearing this. "Yes, I plan to take a look at the 4th War Zone." "4th War Zone?" Ho Xing was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. But he quickly understood. Chen Mo was able to return here safely, yet the 100 Battles Squad did not come back. With his experience, he had already guessed the general outcome. A novice martial artist was actually able to escape unscathed from the 100 Battles Squad, where every member was a specialized martial artist, and even Ho Xing dared not think further. He thought of that previous astronomical transaction and felt that Chen Mo must be hiding some secrets. As a qualified guide, Ho Xing fully supported Chen Mo's decision and quickly helped him settle the contract. Although it ended early, the payment for 10 days would not be refunded. For Chen Mo, who had hundreds of billions at his disposal, this amount of money was nothing at all. After everything was settled, Ho Xing said reluctantly, "Brother Chen, meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life. Tomorrow, I will resign and prepare to return to the mainland. Although it may be difficult to meet again in the future, I hope you can do me the honor of leaving me your contact information. If you ever need my help, I will definitely be there on the front line." After speaking, Ho Xing solemnly bowed to Chen Mo. Looking at Ho Xing's sincere and expectant expression, Chen Mo did not refuse. In this world, he originally didn't have many friends. The close friends from middle school, Zhang Ping and Wang Fei, had long gone their separate ways, and he hadn't had the chance to make new friends in college. Instead, it was in this complex stronghold that he found genuine friendship. After exchanging contact information, the two bid each other farewell and went their separate ways. Years later, Ho Xing recalled his friendship with Chen Mo and was still filled with deep emotion. For Chen Mo, Ho Xing might just be a passerby on the journey of life. But for Ho Xing, Chen Mo completely changed the trajectory of his life, transforming him from a bullied weakling into an upright and dignified man. Let's set these later developments aside for now. Chen Mo bid farewell to Ho Xing and returned to his presidential suite to rest. He had only been in the war zone for less than 2 days, yet he had already made a fortune. This was not mere luck, but the favor of Lady Luck. He was in no hurry to sell the spoils he had on him for now. He wasn't short of money at the moment and planned to take them back to school to exchange for credits. After resting and adjusting, completing his daily training, and taking a comfortable bath, Chen Mo went to bed early. Meanwhile, in the office of the 5th floor senior manager, Dong Xing, Zhou Zhenlong still had a blank expression on his face. Zhou Zhenlong slumped on the sofa. The tea in front of him had long gone cold, but he had no intention of drinking it. Beside him, Dong Xing couldn't hold back and shouted at him, "Old Zhou, which vixen has gotten to you? You've been listless ever since you came back. What's going on?" Zhou Zhenlong gave a wry smile. "I'm practically a joke." "What? You must be joking. Besides me, Dong Xing, who dares to call you a joke?" "Don't tease, old Dong, the 100 Battles Squad is completely gone." "What, completely gone? What do you mean?" "Literal meaning. They were all taken out. Zhou Jinlong said seriously. Damn, you went that hard? Were they trying to kill Chen Mo? Zhou Jinlong waved his hand, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. The tea's cold, refill it for me. Dongxing rolled his eyes but still poured him a cup of hot tea. You were just staring blankly like you'd lost your soul. Drink it while it's hot. Now, tell me, what exactly happened? Zhou Jinlong took a sip of tea and recounted everything he had witnessed in detail. After listening, Dongsheng's eyes nearly popped out. Old Zhou, you must be joking, right? You're saying Chen Mo took out the 100 battles squad? That's just too outrageous. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Zhou Jinlong sighed. That's a bit exaggerated. Lu Feng's abilities aren't bad. Over the years at my base, I've seen plenty of ability users. The 100 battles squad has never lost anyone, and injuries are rare. For Chen Mo to wipe them out completely, that kid really has some skills. Zhou Jinlong thought to himself, if you knew he even mastered the combat technique that no one in our academy could successfully cultivate, you'd be even more shocked. The two chatted for a while longer, then Zhou Jinlong stood up, ready to leave. The matter of the 100 battles squad was a rumor he and Dongxing conspired to spread, but there was still follow-up to handle. He didn't want to do such dirty work, so Dongxing arranged for someone to take care of it. Including the bartender Xiaoqi, the people on that chain disappeared overnight from the number 13 base. No one knows where they went, but the smart ones can see that these people are all dead, and they all died silently. Zhou Jinlong came out from Dongxing's place and hurried back to his residence. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. After waiting for a long time, the other party finally answered. Hello, speak. Senior, I am Zhou Jinlong. I know, what's the matter? I've encountered a small accident on my side. Accident? Is that kid dead? No, Chen Mo is fine, it's just that. Zhou Jinlong stopped mid-sentence, his voice cautious. You're already this old, why are you still so hesitant when you speak? Zhou Jinlong coughed, organized his thoughts, and said in a deep voice, here's what happened. 20 minutes later. Zhou Jinlong finished explaining the details, and there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. "Se Senior? Are you still there?" he asked softly. Finally, the elder's deep voice came through, sounding serious for the first time. You mean he single-handedly took down the entire squad of specialized fighters? That's right, and there was also a ghost behind before, the traces at the scene show that he took care of it too. There was another moment of silence on the other end of the phone before the elder finally spoke. Are you sure you saw the three flames of heaven with your own eyes? Absolutely, elder. This is definitely true, I swear on my honor. All right, I got it. If there's nothing else, you can head back first. A voice came from the other end of the phone, but Zhou Jinlong hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, I don't think I can go back yet. Why? Did something happen in the war zone? Do you need to handle it personally? Not him, it's Chen Mo. He seems to be planning to go to the 4th war zone. What did you say? The elder on the other end of the phone was stunned, then burst into anger. Is that kid crazy? Does he really think he's invincible? Zhou Jinlong gave a wry smile, not daring to refute. He knew in his heart, he just said he killed a ghost-faced butterfly. It seems the elder still doesn't fully believe him. To be honest, killing an ordinary special weapon squad is understandable, as there is a level difference between special weapon users and martial masters. But the ghost-faced butterfly is a level 4 exotic beast, with strength equivalent to a human martial master. Even if the 100 battles squad joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat a single ghost-faced butterfly. Although the elder was angry, his tone eventually softened. Thank you for your hard work these past few days, protecting him in secret. Don't intervene directly, it's best to let him suffer a bit first. Then you can show yourself and teach him a lesson, so he doesn't get too arrogant. Understood, Senior. After finishing the call, Zhou Jinlong let out a long breath, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. He had lost all interest in taking a vacation, his mind was entirely focused on Chen Mo. He couldn't wait to see what surprise Chen Mo would bring next. The night in the war zone is extremely dangerous, yet the espers still take action. The number 13 stronghold is open around the clock, with ability users coming and going at all times. As night falls, the alien beasts lurking underground emerge one after another. The once desolate Gobi Desert instantly becomes chaotic. Hordes of alien beasts roam everywhere. They fight for territory and begin hunting. On the vast Gobi Desert, bloody battles can break out at any moment. Any ability user daring to venture out at this time is undoubtedly a strong individual. Chen Mo is one of them. In the middle of the night, he woke up from his sleep. For some reason, this bloodthirsty war zone was like a mysterious allure, making it hard for him to fall asleep. He simply packed his belongings, walked out of the stronghold alone, and disappeared into the pitch-black night. The ability users guarding the stronghold were surprised to see a low-level novice martial artist heading out in the middle of the night. But soon, they no longer cared. These reckless individuals, they would encounter a few from time to time, nothing new. After leaving Outpost 13, Chen Mo did not stop and headed straight into the depths of the third war zone. At night, the temperature dropped to more than 20 degrees below zero. Although there was no piercing cold wind like during the day, the air was filled with a chilling dampness and the bloody scent emitted by strange beasts. These were nothing to Chen Mo. He was a fire element ability user, and even back when he only had F-level sparks, he could withstand extreme cold. Now, he didn't even need to deliberately activate his ability. The eternal night true fire within his body emitted warmth, making him feel comfortable all over. After walking less than 5 kilometers, the figures of exotic beasts became increasingly numerous. The sky over the Gobi was clear and transparent, dotted with countless stars. A bright full moon cast its silver moonlight. Under the moonlight, countless strange beasts bared their fangs and claws, tearing each other apart in a brutal scene. But when Chen Mo, an uninvited guest, broke into the beast pack, the originally fighting beasts all stopped. They all turned their heads in unison to stare at this human. To them, the scent of a human was an irresistible, delicious temptation. A strange beast let out a long howl, stepping heavily as it approached Chen Mo. Heavy footsteps rushed fiercely toward Chen Mo. Other exotic beasts saw this and also rushed forward one after another. Such a small piece of meat, whoever grabs it first gets it, the beasts won't yield to each other at all. Looking at the beasts charging toward him from all directions, Chen Mo's face turned grim. You guys are really impatient, coming to die so quickly. As he spoke, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his white teeth gleaming with a chilling light in the dark night. Killing mode, activated. Chen Mo forcefully kicked the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, he suddenly soared into the sky. The immense impact directly shattered a mid-tier level 3 exotic beast lunging from the air. He ascended a full 50 meters before finally coming to a stop. Looking down, he saw a dense swarm of monstrous beasts below, resembling dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Each one had its massive, bloodthirsty maw wide open, roaring up at him. Not bad. Tonight, let's call this a warm-up. Bring it on. As soon as the words left his mouth, he began a rapid descent, his speed increasing with every passing moment. At last, with a deafening boom, even louder than before, Chen Mo slammed heavily into the ground. In an instant, the dozen or so beasts closest to him didn't even have time to cry out before the terrifying shockwave shattered them into pieces. Beasts farther away were sent flying by the blast, their bodies shooting off in all directions. The spot where he landed was reduced to a massive crater, 10 meters in diameter and 5 meters deep. The surrounding gravel and yellow sand kept rolling into the pit. Chen Mo shot out of the pit and sprinted madly in one direction. A spectacular scene appeared on the Gobi Desert. Countless exotic beasts swarmed in, pouncing toward a single point, while at that point, a seemingly weak human steadily moved forward as if taking a stroll. He walked while punching and kicking, almost taking down one beast with each punch, sometimes even taking out several beasts with a single blow. The further Chen Mo charged forward, the faster he became, practically a meat grinder sweeping across the Gobi Desert. Level 3 exotic beasts posed no threat to him, at most serving as punching bags for practice. As time passed second by second, Chen Mo's killing speed became increasingly faster. His entire body began to emit wisps of white steam, and his skin turned slightly red. This was a sign of an excellent physical condition and abundant energy. As he killed more and more beasts, his body became covered in blood of various colors. Red, green, black, and even strange colors, blending into an abstract painting that covered his entire body. The smell of blood grew stronger, and a fierce aura surged continuously within him. This was the killing intent brought by slaughter. Many superhumans are often eroded by killing intent after prolonged slaughter, leading to physical damage or psychological distortion. But Chen Mo has no issues at all. In his previous life, he was a ruthless killing machine who had killed countless people, his mind already as solid as a rock, as calm as a stagnant pool. Now, he's only killing some small monsters, which means nothing to him. He completely ignored these murderous intents. When he wanted to clear them, he only needed to let the eternal night true fire circulate once in his body, and they would be instantly swept away. Chen Mo did this to test his own limits. His strength had increased significantly in a short period of time, but he had never been pushed to the limit, so he didn't know how strong he truly was. Tonight, he would use these exotic beasts to experiment. Tier 3 exotic beasts pose no threat to him, but their sheer numbers are enough to fully test his endurance, psyche, and spirit. Thinking of this, Chen Mo's killing speed increased by another level. From high above, amidst the densely packed exotic beasts on the ground, it was as if a sharp blade had pierced through, slowly carving out a bloody path. The blade continued to advance deeper into the battlefield. Every strike felt like carving out a bloody path across the boundless earth. The corpses and blood of the exotic beasts were the only traces left on this path. This slaughter lasted for over 5 hours. By the time the horizon began to glow faintly with the light of dawn, Chen Mo had already ventured 60 kilometers deep into the third war zone. At this moment, there were no traces of any exotic beasts around him. The dawn broke. Sunlight, like an alarm clock, awakened the exotic beasts. They retreated to their underground lairs like a receding tide. No matter how Chen Mo tried to provoke them, they refused to linger for even a second longer. It seemed to be their innate biological rhythm. Is it over just like that? Chen Mo stared blankly at the desolate desert surrounding him, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. His entire body, from head to toe, was covered in a thick layer of blood plasma, exotic beast blood, not a drop of his own. He casually found a protruding stone platform and sat down, curling his lips in discontent. After 5 hours of intense combat, he still hadn't unleashed his full strength. What was even stranger was that the residual energy from the food left behind by his stepfather was still slowly being released within his body. This not only did not make him feel tired, but instead made him even more energetic. What a hassle! It seems that without fighting to the brink of life and death, it's impossible to unleash the limit. Chen Mo held his blood-stained hand under his chin, lost in thought. Ah, sticky and gross, so disgusting. At this moment, he finally noticed that his entire body was covered in the blood of strange beasts. No, I need to find an oasis to clean up, then head to the border between the 3rd and 4th battle zones. He frowned and rubbed his hand on the ground, but unexpectedly, the more he wiped, the dirtier it got, with mud and sand sticking all over his hand. The mixture of blood and sand formed a thick shell-like layer on his hand, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Too dirty, oasis. I need to find oasis. Chen Mo struggled to roll up his sleeve, revealing the wristband, and tapped it a few times with his tongue. The map instantly appeared on the light screen. Oasis, found it. He quickly searched and found that the nearest oasis was 25 kilometers to the west. This is it, let's go. He turned off his wristband and dashed toward the oasis without hesitation. The sun had already risen above the horizon, and the desert began to heat up. Almost no traces of exotic beasts could be seen around, and his speed quickly increased. Along the way, Chen Mo casually opened the system panel to check the attribute points. Last time, after killing the phantom bee and ghost-faced butterfly, he gained 3,338 attribute points. This time, after 5 hours of continuous combat, the attribute points only increased by over 2,000, reaching 5,603 points. Chen Mo sighed helplessly. He had long known that the returns would decrease, but seeing the numbers still left him somewhat disappointed. This time, he only used pure physical strength without employing any supernatural abilities. Although the battle lasted for 5 hours, the number of beasts he killed was far less than the last time when he instantly wiped out the ghost bees. This results in seemingly cool melee combat, but the actual gains are quite limited. What's more regrettable is that he sprinted all the way without picking up any materials from the remains of the exotic beasts. If he had collected them all, converting them into hobby would also amount to a considerable income. Forget it, this is just a warm-up, I didn't expect to earn much anyway. System, quickly give me some points. Chen Mo quickly stopped hesitating and began allocating attribute points. He didn't add all the points to the basic attributes, nor did he continue upgrading the Burning Heaven 3 forms. This set of combat techniques is similar to the top-tier cultivation method 9 Heaven's Divine Fire Manual, requiring an immense amount of points for further upgrades. Currently, he has only one skill that can be upgraded, and it's the one he needs the most: breath holding. Now hold your breath. It's a basic skill with a duration of 10 minutes and a cooldown time of 1 hour. Chen Mo decided to directly upgrade the hold breath skill to the highest level. System, upgrade the talent skill hold breath to the perfect level. He issued the order without hesitation. But what greeted him was not the expected ding sound, but a piercing beep sound. Beep. Insufficient attribute points. Upgrading to master level requires consuming 5,600 attribute points. The system responded coldly. Chen Mo was on his way at the time and almost took a big tumble. What? Not enough points? System, are you kidding me? Chen Mo asked in surprise. The system did not answer. He had thought that upgrading this skill would be similar to freestyle fighting and flame explosion, and wouldn't consume too much. It seems that he underestimated the situation. Skill levels are divided into 5 stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and perfection. It actually took him a full 5,600 points to advance from beginner to master. Although it can't compare to the S-Level 9 Heaven's Divine Fire Manual and the A-Level Combat Skill 3 Forms of Burning Heaven, this number was still hard for Chinemo to accept. Breath holding, level, master, duration 2 hours, cooldown 10 minutes. This is the master level breath holding skill description provided by the system. Chinemo did not immediately continue on his way, standing dazed on the Gobi Desert. Frowning deeply, he stared at the description in his mind. It seems the effect is quite good. At least when he enters a cave densely populated with level 4 exotic beasts, he won't hesitate due to a short breath holding time. Suddenly, Chinemo thought of something and shouted again. System, how many attribute points are needed to upgrade breath holding from master to perfection? The answer given by the system surprised him even more. Hold breath, the level, master, upgraded to perfection requires 11,200 attribute points. 11,200 points. It's twice the amount needed to upgrade from beginner to master. Hearing this number, Chinemo almost spat blood. He felt that attribute points were too easily drained. Just adding a skill would consume tens of thousands. Isn't this just forcing him to work for the system? In the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being a worker, except now the boss was the system. Chinemo had never been in such urgent need of attribute points as he was now. This is even more distressing than being short on money. Wait, a skill to conceal one's aura, requiring so many points at the final level, there must be a reason for it. He pondered in his heart and suddenly understood. The system is not human, has no emotions, and does not lie. Its information reveals a fact: the more points required for an upgrade, the stronger the skill's power. This is a truth that will never change. From another perspective, compared to S-level techniques and skills, the points for breath holding are hardly worth mentioning. It's actually just an ordinary skill. Of course, the term ordinary here is relative. System, what is the effect after breath holding reaches perfection? Chinemo continued to ask. Talent skills belong to hidden attribute rewards and cannot provide high-level information in advance. The system still refuses to disclose. Chinemo could only smile wryly and stop dwelling on it. He had already decided that if the subsequent benefits were substantial enough, he must upgrade breath holding to perfection. He really wanted to see just how powerful max-level breath holding could be. Third War Zone, Outpost 13. At 8 in the morning, the base was bustling with activity. Ho Xing packed his luggage and went to the guide's organization office to complete the withdrawal procedures. Withdrawing was not easy. The guide had signed a 10-year contract with the organization, and there were still 5 years remaining. To withdraw, a considerable penalty fee had to be paid. A breach of contract fee, amounting to roughly over 10 million. For ordinary guides, this is an astronomical figure. After all, it's not easy for them to make money, and the organization will also take a commission. But for Ho Xing, this money no longer mattered. He was eager to leave this troublesome place. Fortunately, the deal with Chinemo was handled cleanly and efficiently by Dongxing. Apart from a few people involved in the chain, no one else knew about it, not even the guide organization. Although everyone was surprised that Ho Xing suddenly had the money to quit, no one made things difficult for him. After all, the guides are in business, and everyone understands that if they play dirty tricks behind the scenes, once the news spreads, who would dare to recruit newcomers? After completing the procedures, Ho Xing rushed to the transit station without a moment's delay and boarded the fastest plane to Longqing. After arriving in Longqing, he would travel to several places before finally settling in an inland area where no one knew him to live peacefully. The moment the plane left the number 13 base, Ho Xing felt a mix of emotions in his heart. He looked down at the massive base resembling a steel beast in the endless war zone desert, his eyes moistening. Although life here is tough, leaving always brings some reluctance. Brother Chen, we'll meet again in the future. Ho Xing silently said in his heart, turned his head, and no longer looked in the direction of the war zone. Just as Ho Xing was leaving the war zone, Zhou Jinlong finished breakfast and was preparing to go out when he received a call from Dongxing. Old Dong, what brings you to me so early? Old Zhou, you still have the leisure to hang around here. Dongxing said with a laugh. What, how am I idle? Haha, your precious Chinemo left the stronghold at midnight yesterday. Dongxing added with a laugh. What, you bastard, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhou Jinlong exclaimed in shock. I'm not your babysitter, how could I possibly watch him 24/7? I only found out this morning. That kid must be crazy. Entering the war zone in the middle of the night, even if he can defeat a level 3 beast, it's still dangerous. Zhou Jinlong anxiously kicked the door and rushed out. Old Dong, I have to go after him. Chase? Where are you going to chase him? Isn't he heading to the 4th war zone? Zhou Jinlong patted his head. Right, I need to rush to the 4th battle zone. The closest is base number 4. Quickly arrange a private jet for me. On the other end of the phone, Dongxing paused for a moment, his voice sounding a bit hesitant. Old Zhou, did you forget something? Base number 4 is where Lanlin is staying. If your wife finds out, hee. Zhou Jinlong froze suddenly, remembering something, but Chen Mo had likely already entered the 4th battle zone, and he didn't have time to think further. I can't worry about that now, I need to go immediately. If that kid gets into trouble, my wife won't let me off, and Lanlin won't spare me either, he said anxiously. Dongxing smiled and said no more, immediately arranging a private jet. It was his own private plane. In the chief executive's office, Dongxing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the private jet streak across the sky toward base 4, his face full of a smug smile. Hee, long time no see, old flame. This time it's really sparks flying. Should we greet the sister-in-law first? At the junction of the 3rd war zone and the 4th war zone, there are 3 strongholds, number 3, number 4, and number 5. The number 4 stronghold is centrally located and is also the closest to the number 13 stronghold. Zhou Jinlong thought Chen Mo would head straight to the number 4 stronghold along the 3rd war zone. But he didn't expect that Chen Mo had already deviated from the route and was speeding towards point 3. Because he is going to the oasis marked on the map to bathe. Without any exotic beasts blocking the way, Chen Mo advanced at full speed. He covered the 25-kilometer distance in less than 15 minutes. This is without using the fire dragon for travel. If the fire dragon were used, the speed would be even faster. Upon arriving at the oasis, Chen Mo realized it was much larger than he had imagined. A vast lake stretches across the land, covering an area equivalent to 10 number 13 outposts. The lake water is crystal clear, and from high above, it looks like a shining blue sapphire embedded in an endless desert. The color of the lake is deep, indicating its great depth. There must be an underground river flowing beneath. The environment by the lake is quite nice, with lush trees and some exotic creatures active here. Chen Mo's appearance immediately alerted these exotic beasts, with some even launching direct attacks on him. 5 minutes later, the lakeside was piled with the corpses of exotic beasts. The smell of blood on Chen Mo grew even stronger. Just now, he mercilessly dealt with the exotic beasts that lunged at him. The number of exotic beasts here was not large, and he quickly cleared them out. Chen Mo didn't waste any time. Without even taking off his clothes, he directly dove into the lake. He didn't care at all whether there were exotic beasts in the lake. The most important thing right now is to wash off the blood. Water splashed everywhere. Chen Mo dived in and out, leisurely lying on the water's surface, occasionally leaping out of the water to perform various diving tricks, then plunging back in. An hour passed, and he was so engrossed in playing that he lost track of time. The bloodstains on his body had long been washed away. Chen Mo, who had regained his energy, had a thought, and the eternal night true fire helped him evaporate the moisture from his body. He pulled himself together and continued on his journey. Glancing at the direction, Chen Mo frowned. Originally planning to head straight to stronghold number 4 to enter the 4th war zone, the direction was now off course. It would be better to detour through stronghold number 3. Which outpost to choose made no difference to him. He had previously chosen outpost 4 simply because it was closer. Re-entering the Gobi Desert, as he got closer to the destination, Chen Mo keenly noticed that the closer he got to the 4th war zone, the more complex the terrain became. In addition to vast desert plains, there were more scattered strange rocks everywhere. The wind and sand had eroded the rocks into various bizarre shapes, which looked eerie. Moreover, starting from here, the vegetation on the ground gradually increased. The deeper into the war zone, the better the climate became. Chen Mo did not dare to relax, fully extending his mental power to monitor the surroundings at all times, preventing sudden attacks from exotic beasts. At this moment, within the range of his mental power detection, over 100 meters away, a faint human presence appeared. Someone. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that the breath was weak, clearly indicating someone was injured and the situation was dire. Without much thought, he adjusted his direction slightly and hurried toward the source of the breath. Ahead lay a complex terrain of towering rocky formations. The surrounding shrubs were taller than a person, greatly limiting visibility. Chen Mo slowed his pace, on one hand guarding against attacks from exotic beasts, and on the other remaining sufficiently vigilant towards strangers, especially ability users in the wild. He thought to himself, he couldn't trust others easily, what if this was a trap? Skirting around the rocks, Chen Mo finally approached the source of that aura. Seeing the person in front of him, he almost cried out. Wang Tong. In a small stone cave, Wang Tong was covered in blood, weakly curled up in the corner, with a silver spear lying beside her. At this moment, Wang Tong was no longer the graceful young girl she once was. She resembled an injured cat, eyes tightly shut, quietly lying on the ground. Chen Mo saw this and immediately stepped forward to check her breathing. Breathing is faint but even. She's still alive. But judging by the injuries, they are clearly severe. Chen Mo frowned deeply. He never expected to encounter Wang Tong in the war zone. Since the college entrance exam ended, she had disappeared. Every great family has its own arrangements for nurturing the younger generation. Could it be that she came here to die? What puzzled him even more was that Wang Tong's strength had already reached the level of an advanced specialized warrior, just one step away from the peak. With such formidable combat power, what kind of enemy could have beaten her to this state? Moreover, she was so severely injured that she didn't even have time to use a potion before falling unconscious. Chen Mo looked around, clenched his teeth, picked up the unconscious Wang Tong, put away his long gun, and sprinted back the way he came. The target is the oasis. At least there is water there, and the climate is much better than this wilderness. Upon reaching the oasis, Chen Mo found a patch of soft sand and carefully laid Wang Tong down. He took out an A-grade potent healing potion. This was what he had asked Ho Xing to buy at the stronghold. An A-grade potion is worth 5 million huobi, and with the potent label, the price directly rises to 8 million. The effects of this potion are astonishing, capable of rapidly healing injuries within an hour. Although he has money, this potion is limited to a maximum of 5 bottles per person. He injected one dose into Wang Tong and quietly stayed by her side. 20 minutes passed, and Wang Tong's breath was still weak. The bleeding had stopped, but the injury showed no obvious improvement. Could there be internal injuries? Chen Mo was anxious and didn't think much before taking out a large wooden barrel from the system space. He himself didn't even know why he had prepared this back then. At that time, I thought that since I couldn't bathe outdoors, having a wooden tub and heating some water would allow for a comfortable bath. In the end, I never used it even once. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. He gently placed Wang Tong into the wooden tub and waved his hand. The sound of rushing water came from the system space as a large amount of Earth Spirit milk poured down, instantly filling the wooden bucket. Wang Tong soaked in the Earth Spirit milk, with only her head exposed. The Earth Spirit milk was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. Chen Mo watched as Wang Tong's complexion quickly turned rosy. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Tong's tightly closed eyes trembled slightly and finally opened slowly. Where is this? Am I dead? Her consciousness was still fuzzy. She saw a familiar face in front of her, but her vision was blurry and she couldn't recognize it. Wang Tong, you're awake. Chen Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. You are. Chen Mo. Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Tong's vision gradually cleared, and she finally recognized the sunny and handsome face in front of her. Chen Mo, why are you here? She looked at herself in surprise and found that she was lying in a large wooden tub used for bathing, surrounded by a milky white liquid. You. Wang Tong was so frightened, like a startled fawn, that she quickly hugged herself, her face turning bright red. But soon, she realized that her battle armor was still on, and the liquid around her emitted a rich aura of spiritual energy, far from ordinary water. This is Earth Spirit milk. Wang Tong suddenly came to her senses, her mouth opening wide in astonishment as she stood up from the tub. Chen Mo, was it you who saved me? Chen Mo was sitting cross-legged in front of the wooden barrel when Wang Tong suddenly sat up, catching him off guard. Her tightly fitted grade A battle armor revealed her exquisite figure without reservation. Earlier, he was in a rush to save her and didn't notice when carrying her back. Now, being this close, Chen Mo's face turned red. That's right, I saved you. He coughed awkwardly and quickly stood up. Wang Tong heard this and a trace of gratitude flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she thought of something, and tears welled up instantly. Her sobs carried a hint of choking, making one feel an uncontrollable sense of pity. Chen Mo had no idea what was happening and immediately panicked. He had little experience with matters between men and women. Seeing a girl cry, he was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Wang Tong cried for a while, then stopped her tears. A shy blush appeared on her face, and she smiled. Sorry for making a fool of myself in front of you. It's okay, as long as you're fine, I'm relieved, Chen Mo said politely. These words sounded to Wang Tong as if they carried a bit of extra meaning. Is he worried about me? Her mind was in turmoil. But soon, she composed herself. The two sat down again, and Wang Tong took out some food from her spatial ring and shared it with Chen Mo. While eating, she began to talk about her previous experiences. It turned out that Wang Tong had entered the war zone 5 days ago. She was alone, with no family members from the Wang family accompanying her. Of course, when she left, her family provided her with plenty of supplies for emergencies. She chose the number 10 stronghold in the 3rd war zone as her base. This time, she came to the war zone to train herself and strive to break through to the martial master realm. As a talented descendant of the Wang family and a key cultivation target, her strength is definitely not weak. Although she cannot compare to someone like Chen Mo, who is at a cheat level existence, easily defeating a level 3 exotic beast is as simple as slicing vegetables for her. Wang Tong is bold and meticulous, venturing alone deep into the war zone, never looking back, killing enemies along the way, and advancing toward the 4th war zone. Her cultivation is also continuously improving, and she is now a high-level specialized warrior. With such a growth rate, if not for Chen Mo's appearance, it could completely be said that she is the protagonist. But a skirmish last night pushed her to the brink of life and death. If it weren't for Chen Mo's timely rescue, she would have perished in the war zone. Time rewinds to midnight last night. While Chen Mo was still reveling in the thrill of slaughtering 3rd-level alien beasts, Wang Tong was enduring a desperate life-and-death escape. She, like Chen Mo, chose to rely on her own strength, advancing step by step from the 3rd war zone into the 4th war zone. This was the most prudent approach for her. Because at the border between the 3rd and 4th war zones, one could already encounter sporadic level 4 alien beasts. Engaging with these stronger enemies in advance could better help her adapt to the environment of the 4th war zone. At midnight, Wang Tong was only 5 kilometers away from the border. As her strength improved, she no longer concealed her presence but, like Chen Mo, fully exposed herself to the sight of the beasts. The endless slaughter began, and her speed in killing monsters was almost 10 times that of Chen Mo. Possessing the A-level light-type mutant ability Goddess's Light, Wang Tong transformed into a dazzling beam of light, weaving through the horde of beasts, charging in and out 7 times. 3rd-level exotic beasts couldn't even get close before being scorched to death by her intense light. But just as she continued her slaughter, an unexpected event occurred. At the rear of the exotic beast army, 2 4th-level exotic beasts appeared. As soon as Wang Tong saw them, the opponents launched their attack. As soon as she made contact, Wang Tong felt like her mind was about to explode. A powerful mental shock caused her to bleed from all 7 orifices, with blood mist spraying from various parts of her body. The A-grade battle armor she wore couldn't withstand this strange attack. These 2 level 4 mutant beasts were none other than the legendary twin ghost mothers. Wang Tong's heart sank to the bottom when she saw them. Twin ghost mothers, as the name suggests, are a pair of twin mythical beasts. Their upper bodies look like human females, even extremely beautiful, but their lower bodies. That is the body of a mythical beast. One has the lower body of a centipede, while the other resembles a spider. This pair of twin ghost mothers are mid-level grade 4 powerhouses. They excel in mental attacks, not only directly striking the enemy's spirit but also converting mental energy into tangible damage, causing explosive injuries within the enemy's body. In addition to these abilities, they move swiftly, and their toxic attacks are nearly impossible to guard against, making them deadly weapons. There aren't many exotic beasts with multiple skills. The ghost-faced butterfly Chen Mo encountered earlier is one of the top-tier examples, and the twin ghost mothers also belong to this level. This type of exotic beast is already rare in number, and many ability users who have encountered them did not make it out alive. They can reach up to level 8, making them top-tier existences among exotic beasts. Although the 2 in front of her are only at mid-level 4, they are absolutely not something Wang Tong can contend with. Not to mention, she is also surrounded by a large group of level 3 exotic beasts attacking her. That last strike almost took her life. If it weren't for the Wang family's critical life-saving measures at the key moment, Wang Tong would have been dead already. However, even with life-saving measures, she was still half a second late in activating them. This half-second almost caused her to completely lose her combat capability. Seriously injured, Wang Tong could barely move, her face filled with terror. She simply couldn't believe that she had encountered a mid-level tier 4 beast in the 3rd war zone, and it was one of those formidable enemies that had once caused great suffering to humanity. She recalled the records in the family. The twin ghost mother is a nemesis specifically targeting human tactical commanders. On the battlefield, once the commander is killed or seriously injured, the combat effectiveness of human espers will fall into disarray. Without the suppression of advanced combat power, it's impossible to win against the army of beasts. After all, the human body has no advantage compared to the beasts. Those animal type and superhuman type ability users are fine, but for others, once they are approached by a same level exotic beast, it's basically a dead end. Only under the unified command of the commander can human espers unleash their maximum combat power. After the twin ghost mother launched her attack, she was surprised to find that the human opposite was still alive. They possess strong mental power and already have a certain level of intelligence. Without saying much, the twin ghost mother swiftly charged forward, while the second attack was already brewing. They possess powerful skills but have cooldown periods. However, this does not prevent them from continuously attacking with speed and toxicity. Wang Tong is seriously injured and semi-conscious. She quickly took out an A-grade potent potion, injected herself, and then turned around to flee. Are you kidding? Facing such a situation, not running is just asking for death. But the twin ghost mother clearly did not intend to let her go, relentlessly pursuing her. The army of exotic beasts blocked the way, greatly limiting Wang Tong's escape speed, coupled with severe injuries and limited recovery from potions. Over time, she was almost unable to hold on. The second attack from the twin ghost mother followed closely. This time, Wang Tong's life-saving method finally worked, blocking the damage. But the means of survival were also exhausted. Clenching her teeth and relying on her last bit of consciousness, Wang Tong activated a forbidden technique and swallowed a berserk potion that would harm both the enemy and herself. Under the dual forces' support, she finally escaped alive at dawn. As soon as the sun came out, the herd of exotic beasts retreated, and even the twin ghost mother stopped pursuing. But Wang Tong didn't dare to stop at all, continuing to run wildly for 20 kilometers until collapsing from exhaustion. Severe side effects completely incapacitated her. In despair, she glanced at her surroundings, mustered all her strength to crawl into an inconspicuous stone cave, and passed out. This is everything that happened before. At that time, Wang Tong was already completely in despair. In the last moment before losing consciousness, she even thought she might not survive. Left the battlefield. At that moment, the faces of her father, mother, grandmother, and other family members appeared before her eyes, as if calling out to her. She even saw Song Tianyu and Chen Mo. If only the two of them were here, maybe we could join forces one more time. This was Wang Tong's last thought before she fell into endless darkness. Until Chen Mo saved her. After listening to Wang Tong's account, Chen Mo remained silent for quite a while. If he hadn't heard her say it, he wouldn't have known that the third war zone had such dangerous beasts. Although his mental strength is strong, he has never specifically studied mental combat techniques. To be honest, if it were him facing the sudden attack of the twin ghost mothers, the outcome wouldn't be much better. But now that he knows the truth, Chen Mo feels more confident and will no longer be caught off guard. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said to Wang Tong in a deep voice, "Wang Tong, do you want revenge? The new year has arrived, wishing everyone a happy new year. By the way, asking for a new year update and free gifts, wah. Revenge." Wang Tong was stunned for a moment, almost not hearing clearly. Chen Mo, what do you mean? Don't tell me you're really planning to take down the twin ghost mothers. Her eyes widened, full of confusion. Chen Mo shrugged, nonchalantly saying, "What else? They almost killed you, don't you want to fight back?" Wang Tong sighed and said dejectedly, "Of course I want to, but I can't beat them at all. If I use the resources my family gave me just for this, I wouldn't have the face to go back." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Don't worry, leave this small matter to me. You just need to help me lure them out." Ah! Wang Tong opened her mouth wide, looking at him in disbelief. "I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you to actually plan to go." Chen Mo stood up, patted the dust off his body, and looked firmly into the distance. "Of course, I'm not joking. I've killed several level 4 exotic beasts." Hearing the hidden murderous intent in his words, Wang Tong's heart tightened. For the first time, she felt that the Chen Mo before her was no longer the naive young boy, but had become calm and composed. Especially the cold aura emanating from him, which sent chills down her spine. It seemed that this guy had killed more exotic beasts than she had. Wang Tong, for some reason, actually believed Shen Mo's nonsense and followed him on an adventure. The two returned to the previous location, but instead of entering the underground cave, they rested on the ground, waiting for nightfall. After dark, the strange beasts once again took over the wilderness. Chen Mo rubbed his hands excitedly and said to Wang Tong, "Let's go, it's time to act." After speaking, his body flickered, holding his breath and moving stealthily, disappearing silently into the darkness. Wang Tong hadn't even opened her mouth before he had already run far away, making her stomp her foot in frustration. "What the heck? You go ambush, leaving me here to do the hard work." Though she complained, her actions were not slow. Facing the tide-like surge of alien beasts, she once again activated her frenzied slaughter mode. Chen Mo disappeared into the army of alien beasts like a drop of water merging into the sea. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that he was actually mingling among the alien beasts. However, his breath-holding skill had reached the master level, and not only did the alien beasts fail to detect his presence, they completely ignored him and rushed straight past him. This made Chen Mo extremely excited, and he couldn't wait to perfect his breath-holding cultivation. This time, Wang Tong's killing spree didn't last long. It might be because they lost their prey yesterday. The twin ghost mother appeared quickly. Wang Tong kept slashing while closely watching her surroundings. Her mental strength is not as strong as Chen Mo's, but staying alert is still not a problem. Last time was purely focused too much on the killing, didn't pay attention to the surroundings, ended up getting hit. The same mistake cannot be made again. As soon as Wang Tong saw the twin ghost mother appear, her body instantly turned into a beam of white light and swiftly retreated. Before the opponent could make a move, she had already moved out of the attack range. The twin ghost mother screamed and desperately chased after. To the exotic beast, the scent of humans is simply a delicacy, so the twin ghost mother certainly wouldn't give up easily. Wang Tong sprinted ahead, with the strange beast relentlessly chasing behind. Groups of level 3 exotic beasts surrounded her, blocking her path wave after wave. Chen Mo, hidden among the group of exotic beasts, also took action at this moment. He moved as if taking a leisurely stroll, jumping onto the heads of countless exotic beasts, silently approaching the back of the twin ghost mother. Although the opponent was a master of psychic abilities, they failed to notice Chen Mo's approach. Wang Tong and the twin ghost mother were getting closer and closer, about to enter attack range. At this moment, Chen Mo had already reached the back of the giant spider ghost mother. Seeing that terrifying spider body, Chen Mo couldn't help but shiver. Did I do something wrong? Why am I always dealing with these disgusting bugs? The more he thought about it, the more repulsed he felt, and the strength in his hands increased. When he was about 7 or 8 meters away, he leapt high into the air, his right index finger pointing forward. One young finger. A ghostly blue pillar of fire, as thick as a bull's rim, shot straight at the spider demon mother's abdomen with blazing flames. The demon mother, busy charging forward, never expected an attack from behind. Its spiritual energy had been spreading outward, not sensing any other human presence. By the time it reacted, the pillar of fire was already within reach. A piercing screech sound rang out. A pillar of fire pierced through the massive belly, straight through. The eternal nitro flame quickly spread along the wound, burning through its limbs and internal organs. The fierce flames instantly engulfed the lower half of the ghost mother. The spider demon mother let out a miserable scream and fell heavily to the ground. Before it completely hit the ground, its lower body had already been turned to ashes by the flames. The upper body, resembling a woman, collapsed with a loud crash, and it never saw clearly who the attacker was before dying. Wang Tong, desperately fleeing ahead, suddenly noticed a blue light shining in the distance behind her. Subconsciously turning her head to look back, the scene before her left her shocked. The spider demon mother was actually killed in one move by Chen Mo. How did he do that? Wang Tong found it hard to believe. This was a powerful level 4 mid-tier beast, and it died so easily. But Chen Mo looked like just a beginner martial artist. In shock, the scene of facing the young black dragon of purgatory during the college entrance exam flashed through her mind, even slowing her escape speed by half a beat. In a moment of distraction, the surrounding exotic beast suddenly pounced. The saliva of one exotic beast splashed onto her face, jolting her awake. Ah, so disgusting, get away. Wang Tong screamed, her body turning into white light as she swiftly broke out of the encirclement. On the other side, the death of the spider demon mother terrified the centipede demon mother nearby. It hurriedly stopped its pursuit, cautiously scanning its surroundings. But all around were countless level 3 exotic beasts, with no trace of any humans or stronger exotic beasts. Chen Mo, like a ghost, blended into the herd of exotic beasts and once again quietly circled behind the centipede ghost mother. This time, he planned to try a different tactic. Chen Mo held his breath and focused, completely unafraid of being discovered by the opponent. This time, he intended to use the heavenly fire palm to directly take down that monster. The centipede ghost mother kept circling in place, releasing its mental energy outward, staying alert for any ambush. Chen Mo closely followed its movements, always sticking to its back. When the moment came, Chen Mo suddenly leaped, instantly appearing behind the humanoid upper body of the ghost mother. Heavenly fire palm. He slapped his right hand, and a massive blue flame palm shadow appeared out of thin air, striking the ghost mother with devastating power. The ghost mother was startled by the sudden heat and had no time to react before being shattered into pieces by the palm. Chen Mo's lips curled into a relaxed smile, easily resolved. But the smile lasted less than a second before his expression suddenly changed. The centipede's body, having lost its upper half, suddenly shuddered. With a pop sound at the severed part, a sticky, pale human female body emerged. The woman immediately locked her gaze on Chen Mo, her face full of confusion. She truly couldn't understand why a humanoid creature carried the aura of a beast. If it weren't for Chen Mo's aura being exposed when he activated his ability, the ghost mother wouldn't have noticed him at all. This confusion lasted only for a moment, as the ghost mother roared and immediately launched a psychic attack. Chen Mo's expression changed drastically, feeling an invisible sharp spike piercing into his mind. Damn it! He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. At such a close distance, and with a psychic attack, unless he could teleport instantly, there was no way to avoid it. He clenched his teeth, exerting all his strength to mobilize his mental power, while shouting in his mind, spirit and intelligence, merge. He didn't know if this move would work, but in desperation, he could only give it a try. Ding, the system prompted that the fusion was successful. The mental attack struck instantly, with sharp spikes piercing fiercely into the void of Chen Mo's mind. His vision went dark, his head felt dizzy, and his body involuntarily fell from the air. The next second, Chen Mo regained consciousness. Ha! It's over already. He landed, completely baffled. The ghost mother's mental attack had indeed hit him, and he had fallen for it. But his brain was only dizzy for a moment before quickly recovering. This left Chen Mo in disbelief, and the ghost mother opposite him was even more stunned. It forgot to continue attacking, its massive body standing upright, the humanoid woman's face full of confusion. At this moment, Chen Mo noticed a change in the scene before him. He suddenly noticed a red light flashing in the middle of the giant centipede body of the ghost mother. Could it be? His heart trembled, and he immediately understood. This was the ability resulting from the fusion of spirit and intellect, allowing him to see the opponent's weakness. Amazing! Chen Mo was overjoyed. Taking advantage of the ghost mother's daze, he transformed into a massive fire dragon and charged straight at the centipede's body. Fire dragon twist. Crash in! The fire dragon bared its fangs and claws, opening its mouth to fiercely bite at the spot emitting the red glow. There was no loud noise, no shockwave. The fire dragon's mouth directly bit through the centipede's belly, roasting a charred black hole. Next, the fire dragon's body rushed into the cave entrance and then emerged from behind the centipede, delivering a surprise heavy blow. The centipede ghost mother collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, completely defeated, without even letting out a scream. This blow directly shattered the ghost mother's ability core, completely killing her with no chance of resurrection. The fire dragon transformed by Chen Mo circled once in the air, ignoring the corpse on the ground, and quickly locked onto the direction, chasing after Wang Tong. As soon as he walked away, the surrounding third-level mutant beasts surprisingly did not pursue him relentlessly. They stared at the two massive ghost mother corpses on the ground, their eyes gleaming with madness and greed. Suddenly, a strange beast lunged forward without hesitation and began frantically tearing at the corpse of the ghost mother. With the first one taking the lead, the other beasts also rushed forward, climbing onto the corpse and feasting heartily. The corpse of a high-level beast was simply too tempting for these low-level beasts. At this moment, they completely abandoned the idea of chasing after Chen Mo. More and more beasts gathered around the two corpses, starting to fight over the food. Chen Mo glanced quickly, a look of surprise flashing across his face. He had originally planned to return at dawn to collect the treasures on the corpses, but it seemed that by then, not even a trace of residue would remain. Thinking of the beast corpses he had left behind after his previous killings, they would likely face the same fate. Thinking of this, Chen Mo shook his head. The death of the two ghost mothers just now brought him a total of 1,000 attribute points. In other words, a level 4 mid-tier beast can provide 500 attribute points. This deal is absolutely worth it, but it was too dangerous just now. Chen Mo was overjoyed, but when he thought of the thrilling scene earlier, he couldn't help but shiver. He had been too careless. Previously, he mindlessly farmed monsters, thinking he could easily crush these beasts. Coupled with the powerful might of the S-grade Eternal Night True Flame, fighting level 4 beasts seemed effortless. But the recent experience taught him a harsh lesson. These beasts are not ordinary beings, they cannot be dealt with using human logic. To kill them, one must either completely obliterate them or directly hit their critical points. The spot where the red dot appeared earlier was the fatal weakness of the ghost mother, the ability core. The previous spider ghost mother was the same, its ability core was in its abdomen, and once burned by the eternal night true flame, it lost its life. Their human upper body is actually just a special organ, like a gecko's tail, which can grow back after being severed. This is a sign of Chen Mo's lack of experience. When facing these various exotic beasts, he still has much to learn. Thinking about this, he sped forward and soon saw a dazzling white light moving quickly ahead. This little girl runs really fast, Chen Mo said with a wry smile. In terms of speed, although the fire dragon he transformed into is formidable, it still seems unable to catch up with Wang Tong. The third war zone is near the border of the fourth war zone. Wang Tong and Chen Mo, one in front and one behind, returned to the previous oasis. Although there are many exotic beasts here, compared to the previous battlefield, no level 4 exotic beasts will appear here. It's much safer for them. As soon as Wang Tong landed, she saw Chen Mo following closely behind. She showed a surprised expression. You ran back so quickly? Were you chased badly? Wang Tong teased while slaying the alien beast. Cough, cough. Luckily, it's fine, all taken care of. Chen Mo casually slapped, effortlessly killing a beast, his tone relaxed. Wang Tong's figure instantly froze, then she roared angrily, what's with the luckily it's fine? Can you stop being so arrogant? Seeing the beauty lose her temper, Chen Mo burst into laughter. Hey, keep your ladylike image. Just 2 level 4 beasts, it's no big deal. Looking at Chen Mo's smug expression, Wang Tong was so angry that she pouted, gritted her teeth, and charged into the group of exotic beasts, starting a frenzied slaughter. Let's see how smug you can be. Let's see how smug you can be. She muttered as she killed. She had no doubt about Chen Mo's words. Because she had just carefully observed, Chen Mo didn't have a single scratch or speck of dust on him. This was enough to prove that his words were true. Chen Mo. Seeing Wang Tong's displeased expression, Chen Mo shrugged helplessly. Sigh, women, truly incomprehensible creatures. The two said no more and spent the entire night desperately fighting by the edge of the oasis. As dawn broke the next day, the beasts receded like a tide. Their bodies were covered in blood and grime, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. After a night of intense fighting, Wang Tong became a bloodied person. She fought especially hard last night, as if competing with Chen Mo, and didn't even use her abilities to cover the bloodstains on her body, which left her in such a messy state. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Chen Mo, you're way too filthy. Miss Wang, you're not much better. Do all the ladies of the Wang family bathe in the blood of exotic beasts? Ha ha ha. After spending 2 days together, their relationship became much closer. As a genius born into a prominent family like the Wang family, Wang Tong had completely acknowledged Chen Mo. The Wang family had many S-level powerhouses, and even some SS-level super experts. But someone like Chen Mo, who could easily defeat a level 4 mutant beast with the strength of an initial martial artist, was unprecedented in the Wang family. Wang Tong couldn't help but think of the legendary Pango martial saint, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo, her expression somewhat dazed. In her heart, she felt that this guy might very well become the next Pango martial saint, perhaps even stronger than the legend. The two joked around for a while before jumping into the lake to bathe. Hey, a girl is bathing, can you not come over here? As soon as Wang Tong jumped into the water, she heard splashes beside her. Chen Mo had also casually jumped in after her. Chen Mo originally wanted to swim in the lake a bit longer, but seeing Wang Tong's fiery gaze, he awkwardly returned to the shore. Don't peek. Turn around quickly. Wang Tong glared at him warily and began to bathe. Actually, she was wearing an A-grade battle armor, and apart from her head and a few exposed areas, the bloodstains were all on the armor, making it easy to clean. But girls naturally love cleanliness, and since she rarely had the chance to bathe, she certainly wouldn't do it half-heartedly. Chen Mo sat by the shore, facing away from the lake, resting his chin in a daze. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds behind him, followed by Wang Tong's voice, Chen Mo, help me grab my clothes. Keep washing. The next second, a soft set of grade A battle armor was thrown over, landing directly on Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo sighed and shook his head helplessly. Not only is there no benefit, but I also have to help carry clothes. This treatment is so lousy. He casually took down the battle armor from above his head, only to find a pink camisole bra and panties with little bunny prints hidden inside. What the heck? Chen Mo's eyes widened, almost causing a nosebleed. This girl is way too bold, showing me this. His impression of Wang Tong changed instantly. Beautiful and elegant in appearance, yet so straightforward and carefree in personality, it made him feel a sense of fondness. Not bad. Much better than those heroines or supporting characters in novels who seem quiet on the surface but are crazy behind the scenes. Chen Mo's opinion of Wang Tong kept rising. Wang Tong washed for a whole hour. After she finished, Chen Mo went into the water. The two took a short break and sat by the shore chatting. Chen Mo took out the cooking utensils he had prepared earlier and began to grill the meat. Before long, the exotic beast meat was ready, sizzling with oil and releasing an irresistible aroma. Wang Tong's eyes lit up, and she swallowed hard. She never imagined that Chen Mo possessed such cooking skills, and even more astonishingly, he carried seasonings with him wherever he went. Knowing this is for training in the war zone, those unaware might think he came for a picnic. After the meat was grilled, the two happily feasted. After this battle, they became close friends who shared everything. Wang Tong finished eating, patted her slightly rounded belly, and turned to look at Chen Mo. Looking at Chen Mo, Wang Tong's face turned slightly red, and she softly called out, "Chen Mo." Chen Mo was enjoying the barbecue with great interest. Hearing her call him, he looked up and asked, "What's wrong? Not full yet? Should I grill some more for you?" No, I'm full." Wang Tong's face turned even redder. She tried hard to suppress the excitement in her heart and said softly, thank you." "Thank me for what? Delicious food is meant to be shared." Chen Mo waved his hand generously. "Not that, I mean thank you for saving me and helping me get revenge." Wang Tong stomped her foot angrily, her face as red as an apple. Chen Mo laughed heartily. "Wang Tong, aren't we friends? Do friends need to say thank you to each other? Fr friends." Wang Tong froze, staring intently at the handsome young man in front of her, her heart fluttering. Then, she broke into a smile and nodded vigorously, "Yes, we are friends." This sentence made Wang Tong feel warm inside. She didn't know why, but she actually liked this feeling. She had a complex emotion towards Chen Mo. Although they were friends, it seemed there were some other thoughts in her heart, but more than anything, she cherished the friendship they had now. For Wang Tong, being born into a prominent family meant she had to dedicate everything to the family. Throughout her journey, she had been striving hard in her cultivation. Something as luxurious as friendship was something she never dared to hope for. In the family, apart from her grandmother, father, and mother, everyone else kept their distance from her. She never had any real friends, and it was the same at school. But now, the boy in front of her had unexpectedly become her first friend. Wang Tong's eyes welled up with tears, filled with a complex mix of emotions, happiness, joy, and a hint of nervousness. However, when she saw Chen Mo's mouth covered in grease and him casually wiping it with his hand, her face immediately darkened. "This guy, his handsomeness only lasts for 3 seconds." Wang Tong secretly complained in her heart. The two, full and satisfied, lay under the shade of the oasis trees and started chatting. Since entering the war zone, Wang Tong and Chen Mo rarely had such relaxed moments. They were both 18 years old, chatting about everything under the sun. But as they chatted, Chen Mo noticed something was off. Wang Tong is like a sheltered young lady who has hardly been exposed to the outside world, completely unaware of pop culture, anime, and movies. The only normal thing is her love for food. Other than that, Chen Mo felt that she hadn't gone out for a long time, not even watching her phone or TV. After thinking for a long time, Chen Mo finally voiced the question in his heart. "Wang Tong. Can I ask you something?" "Go ahead. Can you tell me about your big family, like your Wang family? I feel like you're having a hard time. Aren't big families supposed to be rich and powerful?" Wang Tong immediately fell silent upon hearing this, her expression turning somewhat gloomy. Chen Mo quickly added, "If it's inconvenient to talk about, that's okay. I was just casually asking. I feel like you. You think I'm boring, don't you?" Wang Tong suddenly spoke. No. It's okay, even if you don't say it, I understand." Wang Tong gave a bitter smile, brushed the hair from her forehead, and sat up, staring blankly at the tranquil lake. Chen Mo felt the sadness emanating from her and silently cursed himself for being too talkative, inadvertently touching her sore spot. He didn't know what to say to comfort her, so he could only accompany her in silence. After a while, Wang Tong let out a deep sigh and turned to Chen Mo with a sweet smile. "Chen Mo, thank you." "Thank me? Didn't you just thank me earlier? Thanking me again?" Wang Tong couldn't help but laugh and said playfully, "You fool. I'm really grateful that you chat with me and be my friend. Actually, I'm really lonely." Chen Mo looked into Wang Tong's eyes and noticed tears glimmering in them. The life of a big family is not as glamorous as outsiders imagine. This life is really comfortable. I grew up under the expectations of the family. No friends, no entertainment, almost every day was spent studying, training, and taking various rare medicinal herbs to nourish my body. Hearing Wang Tong's words, Chen Mo's thoughts suddenly drifted away for a moment. Rare medicinal herbs to nourish the body. They do seem quite effective. Chen Mo secretly glanced at Wang Tong. She was 18, with a slim and well-proportioned figure, seemingly developed very well. Where she should be fuller, she wasn't lacking, and where she should be firm, there was no excess. Could it really be caused by eating? Cough, cough, cough. Why would I suddenly think of these things? Chen Mo scolded himself in his heart. Wang Tong didn't notice Chen Mo's thoughts and continued, later, when I left home and entered school, life seemed a bit freer. I occasionally had my own time, and my only interest was enjoying delicious food. But most of the time, it was still the same as before, with even greater pressure. Because if you don't work hard, you could be overtaken by others at any moment. Everyone around you is a competitor. Like Song Tinyu? Chen Mo asked. Wang Tong nodded, then helplessly shook her head. Compared to their Song family, being born into the Wang family is already considered lucky. Song Tinyu's life is so miserable it's hardly like living at all. Her eyes carried disgust and sympathy. What he detests are the strict rules and cruel competition of the Song family, and what he sympathizes with is Song Tinyu's plight. He and I are the same, both part of the family, born to contribute to it, destined to become the core of the family in the future, and to fight on the battlefield against those terrifying enemies. Terrifying enemies? Are you talking about the beasts? Chen Mo asked curiously, sensing a secret hidden in Wang Tong's words. Wang Tong shook her head, her expression turning serious. Chen Mo, there are some things I can't tell you. This world is far more complicated than you imagine. Sometimes, being an ordinary person is actually a kind of happiness. Chen Mo's face darkened. Wang Tong, why are you so mysterious? Just now you said we were friends. Wang Tong wasn't angry and said with a smile, once you reach the martial master level, you'll naturally understand everything. Right now, your cultivation is too low, and with the country's strict control of information, some things would only cause social panic if ordinary people and low-level ability users knew about them. TCH, aren't you also a low-level ability user? Why don't I see you panicking? Chen Mo curled his lips and said disdainfully. I'm different. Do you know how much sacrifice our entire family has made? Those missing 100 years were practically sustained by generations of families like ours. Wang Tong rolled her eyes in anger and said furiously. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately realized she had said too much. Chen Mo wouldn't let it go, his big face leaning in so close it almost touched Wang Tong. The missing 100 years? Wow, big news. Spill it. No way. This is a family secret. Not telling? If you don't tell, then forget about eating barbecue. Fine, I won't eat. I won't tell even without barbecue. Wang Tong retorted defiantly. Seeing her so resolute, Chen Mo grinned. All right, I was just joking. I didn't plan on prying into your family secret. Wang Tong saw that he didn't persist further and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is not considered a secret among large families, but it has never been disclosed to outsiders. The state strictly controls related information, and even if there are rumors, they are packaged as vague urban legends. Then the two started chatting again. Chen Mo asked her what she planned to do, only to find out that Wang Tong had entered the war zone earlier than him. That was her trial, aimed at quickly enhancing her strength. He secretly cursed these prominent families for their heartless approach to nurturing geniuses. Both of their destinations were the fourth war zone, and after discussing, they set off together. Since the fourth war zone's stronghold wasn't far, they didn't linger much, traveling at full speed straight to the third stronghold. At the third stronghold, Chen Mo showcased his LV-10 Super VIP status by directly booking the Führer suite and generously. He originally planned to book a room for Wang Tong as well, but unexpectedly, his attempt to show off failed miserably. As soon as they entered the stronghold, Wang Tong revealed her identity as a member of the Wang family and was immediately given the highest level of reception, being arranged in the top-floor lounge area, which was even more luxurious than the Führer suite. Chen Mo was stunned, only then realizing that the third stronghold was actually territory managed by the Wang family. His own billions of funds were nothing in Wang Tong's eyes. Great, now I've overdone it and embarrassed myself. Chen Mo covered his face, feeling extremely awkward. Base number 3 is one of the large bases located at the border between the third and fourth war zones. The scale here was larger than base number 13, where Chen Mo had previously stayed, but the number of people was significantly smaller. The reason is simple, this area has long been the enemy's core region. Starting from the 4th war zone, level 4 exotic beasts are everywhere, while level 3 and below exotic beasts are almost nowhere to be seen. Therefore, those who can come here are mostly martial artist level experts. Occasionally, there are powerful ability users like Wang Tong who dare to venture here, but such people are extremely rare, appearing only once every few months or even a year. Outpost number 3 is a business run by the Wang family, managed by one of Wang Tong's aunts. Walking here, Chen Mo could clearly feel the powerful aura surrounding him. These espers walk with an air of confidence, even more self-assured and unrestrained than the people at base 13. Although it appears quiet on the surface, low-level espers feel suffocated by the overwhelming aura as soon as they arrive here. The aura emanating from these espers is so intense that it feels almost tangible. They don't bother to conceal it, directly showcasing their strength with their powerful presence. In fact, they have no need to hide anything. There are few people here, and everyone's strength is about the same, so there's no need to put on airs. Moreover, the combat intensity in the 4th war zone far exceeds that of the 3rd war zone, and no one has the leisure to talk about politeness or aura suppression. Chen Mo followed Wang Tong into the elevator, heading straight to the top floor of base 3. This is the highest level of the central tower, with the elevator rising directly from the center. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Mo saw a huge circular office with an excellent view. Surrounded by floor-to-ceiling glass windows, it offered a 360-degree unobstructed view of the scenery outside. At this moment, a woman who looked under 40 approached. She had an elegant demeanor, a refined appearance, and a warm, captivating smile. "Well, isn't this my Tong? What brings you here? And you've brought a little boyfriend along too. Tong has really grown up." She teased with a smile, her tone affectionate, making it pleasant to hear. But her words made Wang Tong blush as red as an apple. Wang Tong hurriedly stomped her foot. "Auntie, stop talking nonsense. What little boyfriend? This is my classmate and good friend, Chen Mo." "Oh, Chen Mo? Let me think, is he the top scorer in the college entrance exam for Sichuan province this year?" "That's right, Auntie, you're really well informed." Wang Tong smiled and pulled Chen Mo over to introduce him. "Chen Mo, this is my aunt Wang Miao. She is in charge of the entire number 3 base." Chen Mo quickly stepped forward to greet. Wang Miao, on the other hand, looked at Chen Mo with great interest and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Handsome and quite a match for our Tong. So, tell me, when are you two getting married?" Pfft. Chen Mo almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and Wang Tong's face turned even redder. "Aunt, that's too much. This joke is not funny at all." Wang Tong shouted angrily. Wang Miao, however, remained calm. "Oh, I was just saying it casually. If you don't want to hear it, I won't say it. Since you're here, sit down. It's been a long time since I last saw you. Stay a few more days and chat with me." Wang Tong turned her head angrily. "Humph, you just want to hear gossip, you don't really want to chat." Chen Mo watched the two bicker, feeling both amused and helpless, but a warmth filled his heart. Once upon a time, he was like this too, chatting and laughing with his parents, but those scenes have now become blurry and unclear. Later, his foster father came. But the foster father never joked with him, always wearing a cold expression. He was either drinking and sleeping or holding a worn-out phone watching those dancing videos, completely ignoring him. Even so, Chen Mo still felt a bit homesick, or more precisely, he missed his foster father. "Foster father, where on earth have you gone?" Chen Mo silently thought to himself. At this moment, Wang Miao invited him to sit on the sofa. The three of them started chatting. Only then did Chen Mo learn that Wang Miao had no idea about Wang Tong coming to the war zone. Wang Tong said she didn't want to be specially taken care of, as that wouldn't achieve the desired training effect. But when she mentioned the incident where she was almost killed by the twin ghost mother earlier, Wang Miao listened with a face flushed with anger. "How could Wang Qingsu let you run around like this? And that old lady Wang Xiulian, she really makes me so angry." Wang Miao scolded both Wang Tong's mother and grandmother thoroughly. Wang Tong stood by, secretly laughing, without stopping her. Her aunt's personality is just like that. She is the youngest in the family and has a fiery temper. But Wang Tong remembers that when she was little, this aunt doted on her the most. This was one of the few warm memories in her lonely life. The three of them talked about their upcoming plans. Wang Tong wanted to stay in the 4th war zone to train until she advanced to the martial master realm. Chen Mo's plan was similar, but his time was limited. He intended to act alone and not team up with Wang Tong. Wang Tong was a bit disappointed but didn't say much. She had seen Chen Mo's strength and knew that she had actually become the one holding him back. If word got out, her family would definitely be shocked. Wang Miao didn't know Chen Mo's true strength. Seeing him refuse to team up with Wang Tong, he thought Chen Mo was a bit arrogant. "Chen Mo, do you know how dangerous the 4th war zone is? Teaming up with Tong at least ensures someone has your back. You're just a novice martial artist, without Tong to protect you. Going in is a death sentence." Chen Mo scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Wang Tong tugged at Wang Miao, signaling her with her eyes to stop talking. Wang Miao was puzzled, but seeing Wang Tong's expression, she realized there might be something hidden behind it, so she didn't insist further. After chatting for a while, Wang Miao arranged for Wang Tong and Chen Mo to have a meal and assigned rooms for each of them. Seeing Chen Mo's LV10 VIP level, Wang Miao showed a surprised expression. So young, with limited abilities, yet holding the highest VIP status in the war zone, could this guy be a descendant of some hidden aristocratic family? Wang Miao pondered for a long time but couldn't think of any prominent family with the surname Chen. Due to work commitments, Wang Miao didn't join them for the meal. Wang Tong and Chen Mo were arranged in the most luxurious private room. With no one around, Wang Tong finally said somewhat apologetically, "Chen Mo, I'm sorry. My aunt doesn't understand your situation, please don't mind her." "Haha, it's nothing." Chen Mo waved his hand, unconcerned. "But I do have a rather strange question to ask you, just out of curiosity." "Go ahead." "I'm really curious, why does everyone in your family have the surname Wang? Doesn't your grandmother or mother have a maiden family name?" Wang Tong couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Chen Mo, I didn't expect you to be so into gossip. It's just this matter." "Hee hee, I'm just curious." "This matter is both simple and complicated." Wang Tong thought for a moment before briefly recounting the story of the Wang family. On this massive blue planet, there are many ancient families with long histories. These prominent families would arrange marriages to continue their bloodlines. After the woman marries into the man's family, she has to change her surname to the man's surname. Chen Mo didn't find it strange after hearing this. After all, there were similar traditions in the history of the world he came from before his transmigration. Even in today's society, it's not uncommon. Some countries still have this custom, where women take their husband's surname after marriage. But according to Wang Tong, things are not that simple. This rule of wives taking their husband's surname is only eligible for use by the four major families. You can think of it as a kind of contractual power, Wang Tong explained. Contractual power? Could it be to keep some kind of secret? Chen Mo asked. "You're very smart, I don't need to say much. It's precisely to guard a secret. As for the specific details, I can't tell you," Wang Tong said with a mysterious smile. "Humph, I already knew you were a riddle person, I don't even want to know," Chen Mo said with a smile. It was already rare for Wang Tong to share these things with him, which showed that she truly considered him a friend. Chen Mo wasn't the type to push his luck, and besides, Wang Tong had said that even if she told him the secret, he wouldn't remember it and would forget it soon enough. Unless Chen Mo was willing to marry into the Wang family and change his name to Wang Mo. Of course, Chen Mo wasn't foolish enough to change his surname just to satisfy his curiosity. The two quickly finished their meal, and Chen Mo returned to his presidential suite to rest. Wang Tong checked her bracelet and found a message from her aunt Wang Miao, asking her to come over. Time rewinds to an hour ago. Fourth war zone, inside Point 4. In this massive but somewhat desolate stronghold hall, Zhou Jinlong stood in the center, his face dark as he scanned the surroundings. The powerful martial emperor aura emanating from him suppressed the surrounding ability users, making them too afraid to speak and causing them to retreat. "Nothing, could it be that Chen Mo still hasn't arrived?" Zhou Jinlong frowned, using his spiritual power to search the area, but he couldn't find any trace of Chen Mo. At this moment, a female voice came from the elevator entrance. "I was wondering who it was, daring to casually emit spiritual power on my turf. Turns out it's you, you brute." A beautiful woman with blue hair, blue eyes, dressed in a blue cheongsam, stepped out of the elevator and walked toward Zhou Jinlong. Seeing her, Zhou Jinlong's expression immediately turned awkward. "Haha, Lanlin, long time no see," he greeted somewhat nervously. The woman snorted coldly, glaring at him angrily and said, "Lanlin was named by you. Zhou Jinlong, why don't you honestly stay at school as the vice dean and come to this godforsaken place?" Although her tone was harsh, her eyes carried a hint of helplessness and resentment, not truly angry. Zhou Jinlong felt awkward but knew this was not the time for idle chatter. He quickly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Lanlin, stop joking around. I came here for serious business." "Oh, what other serious business could you have? Isn't it just revolving around your wife?" The woman's tone carried a hint of jealousy, and her gaze grew increasingly resentful. Zhou Jinlong cleared his throat and glanced around. The nearby ability users had all kept their distance, as if the mere appearance of this woman made even the onlookers afraid to come close. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "This time, I'm here under the orders of the Demon Suppression Tower to protect someone." The woman raised an eyebrow after hearing this. "Oh, are you a protector?" "No, just temporary protection," Zhou Jinlong shook his head. "Lanlin, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to your office to chat." The woman hesitated slightly, then nodded. The two turned and entered the elevator, heading straight to the top-floor office. Once inside the office, Zhou Jinlong finally relaxed and looked at the woman apologetically, saying, Fan Lan, you've really had a hard time these past years. This Fan Lan is the chief of base number 4 and an old friend of Zhou Jinlong and Dongxing. Back then, the three had a bond as strong as brothers, and Zhou Jinlong even pursued Fan Lan. At that time, many people liked her, and Zhou Jinlong seemed the most promising. But just as Fan Lan was about to accept, Zhou Jinlong suddenly disappeared. He had been away for 3 years, and when he returned, he was already a powerful martial emperor, serving as the deputy dean of ability development at the military academy, establishing a family, building a career, and settling down in Dragon City. As for Fan Lan never got married. Instead, she became the chief person in charge of the number 4 base. The two hadn't seen each other for years, and the past had become an awkward memory neither wanted to bring up. Fan Lan looked at Zhou Jinlong, her gaze complex, but her face as cold as ice. Zhou Jinlong, we are just ordinary friends. Don't use that kind of concern with me. You're not worthy. Zhou Jinlong said bitterly, Fan Lan, I really had unspeakable difficulties back then. Fan Lan waved her hand to interrupt, I don't want to hear it. Aren't you here for business? Speak, what exactly is it? Seeing that she didn't want to talk further, Zhou Jinlong had no choice but to quickly explain Chen Mo's situation. Chen Mo, you're letting a student protect? How could a beginner ability user possibly enter the 4th war zone? After hearing the description, Fan Lan frowned. He's not an ordinary student, he's an S-level ability user. Someone highly regarded. Zhou Jinlong explained seriously. I see. Fan Lan nodded but felt that a beginner ability user risking their life to cross the 3rd war zone alone to reach the 4th war zone was too reckless. I'll help you check, but don't get your hopes up too high. That kid might already be dead in the war zone. Fan Lan walked to the desk, tapped a few times, and the screen lit up. She entered Chen Mo's name to search. Couldn't find him. There's no record of anyone named Chen Mo here. Either he's dead, or he's gone somewhere else. Zhou Jinlong's face darkened. He had seen Chen Mo in action and knew he couldn't die easily, unless he encountered an exceptionally strong beast. But Chen Mo's whereabouts are currently unknown, and he has lost his target, which is a big problem. Just as Zhou Jinlong was feeling troubled, Fan Lan said, I'll send a message to the other 2 bases and ask them to help keep an eye out. Maybe this kid isn't playing by the rules and went to another base. Zhou Jinlong nodded gratefully, Lan, thank goodness for you. Although he is a military personnel, these bases are not under military jurisdiction, and no one follows his orders. He also can't visit them one by one. Fan Lan's willingness to help is practically a godsend. Fan Lan sent messages to the number 3 and number 5 strongholds. In less than 5 minutes, the number 3 stronghold replied. Fan Lan looked at the reply on the screen and glanced at Zhou Jinlong, who was sitting uneasily on the sofa in the distance. Hey, the number 3 stronghold responded. Your Chen Mo is over there. Really? Zhou Jinlong immediately stood up, feeling relieved. Chen Mo is not dead. Fan Lan gave him a meaningful look and chuckled softly, Long, could this Chen Mo be your illegitimate child? Zhou Jinlong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Lan, don't talk nonsense. Nonsense? With how nervous you look, if he's not your son, why are you so anxious? Fan Lan teased with a smile. She walked up to Zhou Jinlong, the large heart-shaped cutout on the front of her cheongsam tightly wrapping her full figure, making Zhou Jinlong involuntarily swallow. Seeing his reaction, Fan Lan chuckled softly, her fingers lightly tracing his chin. What's this? You already have a wife, yet you dare to look at me like that. Lan, stop messing around. Chen Mo is really the one who specifically asked me to take care of her. I was already planning to take a vacation, but then I got dragged into helping out. I see. Fan Lan sighed softly, turned, and walked toward the desk. Her captivating figure made Zhou Jinlong's heart race. I thought you came here just to see me. Fan Lan lazily sat down, her body sinking into the wide chair. She seemed quite intrigued. Lanchen gently waved her hand. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You can go now. Suddenly being sent away, Zhou Jinlong was momentarily stunned. As a martial emperor powerhouse, he actually felt a bit flustered in front of this woman. Thinking about the matters on Chen Mo's side, he could only force an awkward smile, thank Fan Lan, promise to visit her in the future, and then hurriedly leave. Fan Lan watched Zhou Jinlong disappear outside the door, sighed, and a trace of loneliness appeared in her eyes. On the other side, in the top-level office of the main supervisor at Base 3's Spire, Wang Tong sat leisurely on the sofa drinking milk tea. Wang now turned off the light screen on the desk and asked Wang Tong, Xiao Tong, who exactly is this Chen Mo? Wang Tong took a sip of milk tea and frowned, Why are you asking this? Chen Mo is just Chen Mo. We only met during the college entrance exams. He was a student at Huicheng No. 1 High School, and I heard he went to Longqing Military Academy this time. Dragon City Military Academy. Wang now squinted slightly, walked over to sit opposite Wang Tong, and took a sip from the teacup. Just now, the chief of Base 4, Fan Lan, sent a message asking me to help check if someone named Chen Mo has appeared, and even attached a photo. Ha! Wang Tong's eyes widened in surprise. Are you talking about that legendary figure, Fan Lan? Wang Niao nodded. That's right, it's her. Deep Sea Fan Lan, an E-level ability user, yet capable of leading an entire base. Who else could it be but her? Wang Tong patted her chest excitedly and asked, did she say anything else? Could it be that Chen Mo and Fan Lan know each other? Wang now shook his head. She didn't say anything else, just asked me to help investigate. I've already replied to her. Oh. Wang Tong looked a bit disappointed, lay back on the sofa, and continued drinking her milk tea. Wang now glared at her. Xiao Tong, are you even nosier than me? Could it be that you've really fallen for that slick little guy? How can you say that about Chen Mo? Wang Tong said angrily, how is he slick? He's just a bit handsome. He's my friend, got it. Wang Niao teased with a smile, see, girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. You're already defending him. If you get married, what am I supposed to do? Humph, you always make fun of me, I'm not talking to you anymore. Wang Tong turned her head away. But she really wanted to know what was so remarkable about Chen Mo that he could attract the attention of a legendary figure like Fan Lan. Chen Mo had no idea about these things. He went back to his room to rest for a while, then headed to the hall. There weren't many people in the hall of base point number 3. During the day, most of the ability users were out hunting monsters, and there was almost no one at the counter, so there was no need to queue. Chen Mo found an empty counter, sold some unused materials, and requested a copy of the Exotic Beast Guide. The Exotic Beast Guide taught in school was limited, covering at most third-level exotic beasts, and it was not comprehensive, only highlighting a few key ones. This time he got the most comprehensive illustrated guide, and it's free. Actually, the school could get it too, but he was in a hurry at the time and didn't manage to. After experiencing the fierce battle with the twin ghost mother, he deeply realized how limited his knowledge was. He had never heard of this kind of strange beast before. If it weren't for Wang Tong's description, he wouldn't have known such a monster existed at all. Moreover, he was too confident at the time and almost got tricked by the opponent. Although he suffered a bit of a loss, he also discovered the benefits of the spirit and intelligence fusion technique. The fusion skill enhances mental resistance, and most importantly, it can detect the enemy's weaknesses. Previously, he killed exotic beasts like harvesting leeks, directly blowing the heads off any monster he encountered, without using this skill. But now it's different. Facing a level 4 exotic beast, he can no longer casually farm monsters. Being able to see the enemy's weaknesses is the true key to victory. The ultimate skill strike to kill feels so satisfying to use. Combined with hold breath, Chen Mo instantly transformed into a deadly assassin lurking in the shadows. This sneaky, stealthy feeling of ambush made him involuntarily recall experiences from his past life. At that time, he often received dangerous missions, acting alone without any assistance, while facing a large group of enemies. With such a disparity in strength, he could only rely on stealth, quietly infiltrating the enemy ranks. Now, this situation has reappeared, but this time with even stronger skills to assist him. Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder if he was born to be an assassin. He looked at the guide on the wristband, studying it carefully. It almost includes all exotic beasts from level 1 to level 8, accompanied by pictures, names, detailed information, and even videos. Chen Mo vaguely felt in his heart that this illustrated guide might not have told him everything. When chatting with Wang Tong, he sensed that the world of ability users was not that simple. This world is full of mysteries, especially the century-old secret Wang Tong mentioned, which made him even more curious. So, he felt that this exotic beast compendium was likely not the most complete, and there might be some terrifying creatures that ordinary ability users could never encounter and were not included. Chen Mo flipped through the compendium and suddenly thought of something. He quickly typed soul devouring rat into the search box. Information immediately popped up. The soul devouring rat is a very common exotic beast. Back when Chen Mo obtained the raw Shinik ore, there were many low-level soul devouring rats in that area. But this is not his goal. He quickly scanned the search results, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Chen Mo muttered to himself. Just now, a thought flashed through his mind. recalling the time at home when his foster father's food once turned into a vision in his mind, including a giant rat with golden yellow fur all over its body. That rat's size was far beyond that of an ordinary soul-devouring rat, exuding a powerful aura. But Chen Emo searched through all the records and still couldn't find a beast similar to the giant rat he had seen back then. He went through all the beasts with rat in their names but found nothing. Then, he searched his memory for those strange creatures that had only appeared in his mind. The result shocked him. Not a single one of the more than 20 creatures that had appeared back then was found in the exotic beast compendium. It seems I guessed right. There are some things that ordinary people aren't allowed to know. Chen Emo closed the illustrated book, falling into deep thought. He was certain that those creatures were definitely exotic beasts because he had absorbed energy from them, significantly enhancing his attributes. This feeling couldn't be wrong. Those 20 or so, each one was astonishingly powerful, clearly formidable. Some were even hard to describe. This world is far more complicated than I imagined. Chen Emo thought of what Wang Tong had said. After a while, he shook his head, dispelling the fog in his mind. Right now, he was just a beginner. To uncover these mysteries, he could only wait until he became stronger. For now, he would focus on cultivating and improving his strength. He decided to thoroughly study the information on level 4 exotic beasts today and start heading to the war zone to hunt monsters tomorrow. On the other side, Zhou Jinlong hurried to base number 3 and went straight to Wang Miao. "Dean Zhou, why are you here?" Wang Miao was a bit surprised. I heard from Fan Lan that Chen Emo is with you," Zhou Jinlong asked. After chatting for a while, Wang Miao finally understood that it wasn't Fan Lan looking for Chen Emo, but Zhou Jinlong looking for Chen Emo. Who would have thought that Chen Emo was the one being valued? Wang Miao was startled and began to reassess Chen Mo's position in her mind. The Wang family is a super powerful clan, but even they have to show respect when encountering someone at the martial saint level. It must be noted that a martial saint represents the pinnacle of human combat power. Being valued by such a person is definitely worth the family's attention. After receiving Wang Miao's affirmative response, Zhou Jinlong finally felt completely at ease. He instructed Wang Miao to keep an eye on Chen Mo's movements at all times and to notify him immediately if Chen Mo left the base. After a night passed, early the next morning, Chen Mo left the base, and Wang Tong quietly followed him out. The two headed in different directions. Chen Mo chose a more dangerous route. That path had complex terrain with numerous underground cave entrances. The map on the wristband was almost entirely covered in red warnings, marked everywhere with extremely dangerous. Chen Mo, feeling helpless, directly turned off the danger alerts. The full screen of red was giving him a headache. The system only judged danger based on his level, which was far from the actual situation. Zhou Jinlong also received the news early, closely following Chen Mo and quietly leaving the base. 10 days passed quickly. There were only 2 days left until the freshman registration on August 31st. At the entrance of base number 3, a travel-worn figure dashed into the wilderness. "It's getting dark," he was almost desperately rushing back to the base. As soon as he entered the base's perimeter, the powerful protective light screen immediately lit up. Phew made it just in time. Chen Mo panted heavily, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He ran all the way, desperately rushing back to the base, and managed to arrive before nightfall. The light screen rose, and the sky completely darkened. The ground trembled slightly. In the distance, on the pitch-black land, countless strange beasts swarmed out of the caves like a tide, surging toward the surface. Each mythical beast exudes a powerful aura, sending chills down one's spine. Glancing at the awe-inspiring scene behind him, Chen Mo dusted off the dirt on his clothes and walked into the base as if nothing had happened. These past few days, he had been stationed in the 4th war zone, leaving early and returning late every day, just like today. Unlike the reckless mowing down in the 3rd war zone, Chen Mo was particularly cautious here. Cut down a level 4 exotic beast? He can't do that with his current strength. However, he felt that he was already very low-key and down-to-earth, but others didn't see it that way. Not long after entering the base, Zhou Jinlong walked in from outside. Seeing Chen Mo disappear into the elevator, Zhou Jinlong couldn't help but mutter to himself. "Is this guy not getting tired? It's been 10 days, killing every day. Just watching him makes me tired, yet he still seems to be enjoying it." Zhou Jinlong's words did make sense. These past few days, he had been following Chen Mo the entire time, personally witnessing his madness. After entering the cave, Chen Mo began holding his breath and hiding, fully entering assassination mode. One by one, the 4th-level exotic beasts died unjustly, not even seeing who their enemy was until their death. Some were even killed by a single finger or palm strike while they were asleep. This guy was particularly cunning. When encountering herds of exotic beasts, he would never provoke them easily. But Zhou Jinlong discovered something shocking. Chen Mo dared to swagger past these exotic beasts. Moreover, during this time, not a single exotic beast attacked him. This greatly surprised Zhou Jinlong. A beginner actually had such skills. He originally thought Chen Mo was a fire element ability user, but unexpectedly, he was also skilled in stealth, indicating his mental strength must be very strong. Zhou Jinlong followed him with doubts in his mind. Fortunately, his own strength was formidable, so Chen Mo didn't notice him at all. Chen Mo was like a ghost in the darkness, precisely locating his targets. Each exotic beast was killed with a single strike, clearly showing that he understood their weaknesses. This top-tier strength left Zhou Jinlong deeply impressed. He thought to himself, if the students in the academy could all be like Chen Mo, familiar with the weaknesses of exotic beasts, how great that would be. In this way, over 10 days, Chen Mo relied on his extraordinary skills to assassinate countless level 4 exotic beasts. Among them, the strongest had reached level 4 advanced rank. As for the peak of the 4th level, Chen Mo has not yet reached it for the time being. 4 strength. Inside the stronghold, in the Führer's suite, Chen Mo comfortably took a hot shower and leisurely lay on a large waterbed that could accommodate 10 people. Outside the massive glass curtain wall lies the pitch-black 4th war zone. Through the glass, he can see sporadic flickering lights deep within the war zone. Those light spots come from some luminous exotic beasts. Chen Mo knew that these luminous exotic beasts were the true masters. Compared to them, his assassination techniques were hardly worth mentioning. Previously, he had seen a massive white glowing orb in an underground cavern, hanging from the spacious dome. The light orb emitted a warm white glow. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Wasn't that the legendary sea soul pearl? How could such a treasure, which only appears in the ocean, exist in this desolate desert? He carefully surveyed the surroundings and found no danger, preparing to step forward and take the sea soul pearl. Just as he was about to touch the bead, a massive mouth suddenly appeared on the dome above, blocking out the sky and sun. That huge mouth instantly bit down toward him. If Chen Mo hadn't used the fire dragon flip at the critical moment, he would have been swallowed by that mouth. Seeing the body behind the mouth, he finally understood. This is a powerful exotic beast called the desert anglerfish. It sounds like the anglerfish in the sea, but it is completely different. The desert anglerfish only hunts in a way similar to the anglerfish, but it is a terrestrial exotic beast. When it opens its mouth, it can expand to 10 times the size of its body. Few prey can escape from its mouth. The light source that looks like a sea soul pearl is actually the glowing organ on its head. After narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, Chen Mo angrily wanted to counterattack, but just as he was about to strike, the entire cave suddenly became empty, with no trace of the desert anglerfish to be found. This creature not only lures its enemies but also escapes at an astonishing speed. It is not that its combat ability is weak, but it is accustomed to immediately changing locations if it misses its strike, never entangling. Chen Mo had seen many strange beasts like this in the 4th war zone, truly an eye-opening experience. It was precisely through such intense training that his level rapidly improved. In 10 days, he advanced from a low-level novice martial artist just stepping through the threshold to the peak, only one step away from the next level, the specialized martial artist. System, open the attribute panel. With the crisp system notification sound, the attribute panel appeared before Chen Mo. Host, Chen Mo. Level, beginner martial artist, peak, ready for advancement. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, Catastrophe level. Physique, 83-82. Spirit, 25-33. Intelligence, 300. Skills, Free Combat Technique, Mastery, Flame Explosion, Mastery, Burning Heaven 3 Styles, Sun Finger, Advanced, Heavenly Fire Palm, Advanced, Fire Dragon Turn, Advanced. Innate Skill, Breath Holding, Mastery. Technique, 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual, Beginner. Points to be allocated, 35,400. Seeing the data on the panel, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. This trip to the war zone was truly worthwhile. Over a dozen days of intense training had brought earth-shaking changes to his strength. Although he hasn't broken through to a specialized warrior yet, in just over 10 days, he advanced directly from the low rank of a novice warrior to the peak. Such a speed of progress is astonishing to hear. This is the benefit of the system. With every small realm advancement, he doesn't need to worry at all, the system automatically upgrades him. Moreover, it only took 20,000 attribute points to rise from a low level to the peak. This made Chen Mo feel somewhat surprised. Through more communication with the system, he roughly understood the secret behind it. For an Esper like him, whose initial attributes were exceptionally high, the ability points required to advance to a major realm were astonishing. For example, now, if he wants to break through from a beginner martial artist to a specialized martial artist, upgrading from a martial artist to a specialized martial artist actually requires a full 80,000 attribute points. This is because his basic attributes are already extremely strong, and advancing to a major realm is equivalent to a leap in the level of life, which is far beyond what a minor realm improvement can compare to. On the contrary, improving a minor realm requires far fewer attribute points. Despite this, after the upgrade, his two fundamental attributes, physique and mental power, both advanced by leaps and bounds. His physique had already reached the level of a high-level specialized warrior, and although his mental power hadn't improved much and was still at the level of a low-level specialized warrior, it was still far beyond what it used to be. Among people of the same realm, no one could compare to him. During his training, Chen Mo increased his intelligence to 300. He discovered that the higher his intelligence, the faster the two fusion skills were activated, the longer their duration, and the stronger their effects. Now, even when facing a level 5 exotic beast, he could easily see through its weaknesses. Although identifying the weaknesses was the first step, whether he could win was another matter. What shocked Chen Mo the most was the innate skill breath holding. After accumulating enough attribute points, he couldn't wait to level up breath holding to the maximum. The result was indeed astonishing. The maxed out breath holding brought a qualitative leap. First of all, breath holding could be used at any time without a cooldown. As long as Chen Mo wished, he could now move freely in the fourth war zone, even at night, without being detected or attacked by the beasts. Of course, it does not come without a cost. Although there is no cooldown, breath holding consumes a great deal of mental energy. With Chen Mo's current mental strength, he can sustain it for a maximum of 24 hours. But that is already the limit. After that time, his mental energy will be completely depleted, and he will become extremely weak. Therefore, the actual usable time is approximately 20 hours. This is more than enough. With this skill, he moves as freely in the fourth war zone as if he were walking in his own backyard. This is also why Zhou Jinlong saw him swagger through the herd of exotic beasts unscathed. But this is not the most powerful aspect of breath holding. The max level breath holding can also allow Chen Mo to conceal his realm strength, and even completely hide the ferocious aura on him. In other words, he didn't want others to see how strong he was. As long as he activated breath holding, he could immediately disguise himself as a weakling. This skill is simply the perfect weapon for pretending to be weak and acting cute. Moreover, this function does not consume mental energy. As long as Chen Mo wishes, he can maintain it at any time. This made Chen Mo very satisfied. He is not fond of playing tricks, but many times, pretending to be weak can avoid unnecessary trouble, especially in front of human ability users. Closing the attribute panel, Chen Mo contentedly prepared to have a peaceful sleep. This was his last night in the war zone. Early tomorrow morning, he would set off to return to school. Resting for a day at school, waiting for the freshmen to report on the 31st, the penultimate day of August. For the war zone, it was no different from usual. Every morning, countless superhumans come and go. For this stronghold, superhumans are merely passers-by, encountering all kinds of people every day. Chen Mo was not the first to come here, nor would he be the last. As long as the alien beasts are not completely eradicated, human superhumans will continue to walk on this battlefield land. Early in the morning, Chen Mo packed his things and prepared to leave. He originally wanted to say hello to Wang Tong, but when he knocked on the door, he found out that Wang Tong had gone out to train at dawn. This girl's diligence was no less than Chen Mo's. If Chen Mo was a cultivation machine, then Wang Tong was an absolute cultivation fanatic. Since meeting Chen Mo, her sense of crisis has grown stronger. In the past few days, she has watched Chen Mo's cultivation level soar like a rocket. This sparked her competitive spirit. As a result, she started waking up even earlier than Chen Mo every day to train alone. Of course, Wang Tong's friends were all worried that something might happen to her. Here's what happened: they secretly sent people to follow Wang Tong, but it was all done quietly without letting her notice. At the beginning, the family clearly stated that they would not provide any help to Wang Tong, as she was here to train herself in the war zone. But unexpectedly, she progressed so quickly that she made it to the fourth war zone in one go, and coincidentally landed in Wang Miao's territory. Other relatives might not care, but this sister-in-law doted on Wang Tong immensely. The intense training rapidly boosted Wang Tong's strength. Her supernatural ability has always been a mystery. Even Chen Mo couldn't figure out exactly what it was, only knowing that on the surface it was an A-level ability. This secret is only known to the Wang family. Outsiders have no way of knowing. Wang Tong's training is not only to enhance her strength but also to refine and integrate her supernatural ability, which is a strict requirement of the family. For a prominent family like the Wang family, once Wonton reaches the martial master realm, she must return to the family to undergo a strength assessment and a life and death trial. Passing the trial was just the beginning. Next, she would be sent to fight in an even more dangerous place, a place more perilous than a war zone. But it was precisely this danger that Wonton longed for. She trained desperately, partly because of Chen Mo's encouragement, but mostly so she could go to that battlefield. Because her father was on that battlefield. She missed her father very much. Only by going there could she see him and become his support. Wonton was indeed the pride of the great family. In just a few days, her level had firmly reached the peak of a specialized martial artist, just one step away from breaking through to the martial master realm. But she wasn't in a hurry to cross that threshold. She knew her special abilities hadn't been fully honed yet. Only by meeting the family's standards could she truly advance to a higher level. Moreover, Wonton always felt that, although her strength was improving quickly, she still couldn't compare to Chen Mo. This made her work even harder, even deliberately avoiding Chen Mo and secretly competing with him. Of course, Chen Mo didn't notice. When she wasn't around, he had to leave a message in the wristband, then went to bid farewell to Wang Miao before heading back to school. Back at school, Chen Mo looked at the students coming and going in the transit station, feeling a surge of emotions. A dozen days ago, he stepped into the war zone for the first time, also taking a flight from here. At that time, everything was new, and the appearance of his classmates around him left a deep impression. Now, returning from the war zone, he has experienced that tense-filled place, shedding his naivete and gaining a bit more composure. After returning to school, he didn't go directly to his residence but first went to the academic office to greet Wang Tankai. Seeing him return safe and sound, Wang Tankai was overjoyed. Because Chen Mo used the breath-holding skill, his strength remained at the level of a low-tier novice martial artist, and Wang Tankai couldn't see his true power. Good, it's great that you're back. You don't know, Teacher Shinyu was even more worried about you than I was. You should let her know you're safe. By the way, there's a freshman orientation meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m., right in the square next to the martial arts arena. Your match with Yang Song is scheduled for 9 a.m., so you'll finish just in time to attend the meeting. Is that okay? No problem, teacher. Chen Mo made an okay gesture and left. He also sent a message to Shinyu. Although she was on vacation and not at school, she was still concerned about him. Tomorrow is the freshman registration day. Shinyu will return and will definitely come to watch his match with Yang Song. After finishing these tasks, Chen Mo prepared to return to his residence. Passing by the library, he secretly glanced inside a few times. The library was mysterious and unfathomable. It was impossible to see inside from the outside. He didn't dare to take any risks and quickly left. Back at Villa 4 in Area A, Chen Mo was stunned. The villa door was open, and people were constantly going in and out, moving things. Who are you? What are you doing? He asked. Those people just glanced at him and didn't answer. Chen Mo became even more puzzled and went straight into the villa, only to see The hall was spacious, filled with boxes. A person was sitting on the sofa, loudly talking on the phone. Mom, stop urging me. I'm already here. Everything has been moved in, I'll handle it myself, don't let anyone interfere with me. Obviously, he was on the phone with his family. After hanging up, he stood up and said to the people moving things, just move the stuff to my room on the second floor, don't worry about anything else. Once you're done, go back and report to my mom. As he spoke, he noticed Chen Mo still standing there staring at him. Who are you? Are you here to help move things too? Why haven't I seen you before? Chen Mo glared at him. I was just about to ask you. I live on the third floor. And who are you? The boy's face lit up with an excited smile after hearing this. You are Chen Mo. It's me. Chen Mo saw the other party being so enthusiastic and instinctively took a step back. This guy didn't seem very reliable no matter how you looked at him. Hello, my name is Wei Yang, I'm your roommate. For the next 4 years, we'll be brothers sharing the same bunk. Wei Yang walked over and enthusiastically shook Chen Mo's hand as he introduced himself. Only then did Chen Mo realize that his new roommate had arrived. Looking at Wei Yang's carefree demeanor, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. It seems this roommate is quite easy to get along with. The arrival of the new roommate made the previously quiet villa much livelier. Wei Yang is a typical social butterfly. Ever since Chen Mo walked in, he hasn't stopped talking, constantly chatting with Chen Mo. Chen Mo didn't mind, he was naturally quiet, had few friends, and having such a cheerful roommate was quite nice. Wei Yang felt the conversation wasn't satisfying enough, so he took out a pile of snacks and beer from his storage ring, eating and chatting at the same time. Chen Mo glanced at Wei Yang's ring, which was clearly not an ordinary model. It seemed this guy came from a well-off family. It turned out during the conversation that Wei Yang's family owned a raw materials company. In Longcheng, almost everyone knows about Longxing Pharmaceutical Group. Wei Yang's father, Wei Yueshan, is a retired soldier with formidable strength, reaching the master level. After retiring, he went to the war zone. Unlike others who hunted exotic beasts, he spent several years mapping the distribution of rare flowers and herbs in areas accessible to humans within the war zone. Upon returning to Longcheng, he established a company, relying on his skills to collect various rare flowers and herbs, and even attempted to cultivate them in his own nursery. Wei Yueshan's success is largely attributed to his wife, Wang Qian. Wang Qian was a top student at Longcheng Military Academy, majoring in pharmacy and research, and later pursued graduate studies at Qingbei University. Their meeting seemed like destiny. When Wang Qian was collecting samples in the war zone, she was besieged by exotic beasts and was rescued by Wei Yueshan, who was mapping medicinal herbs. The two gradually became familiar with each other and eventually got married. With Wang Qian's professional knowledge, many basic herbs collected by Wei Yueshan could be artificially cultivated and planted. Even some very rare exotic flowers and plants could survive in an artificial environment. This greatly enhanced the reputation of Wei Yueshan's Longxing company. The demand for basic herbs is enormous, as many potions rely on them as ingredients. Orders came in like snowflakes, and Wei Yueshan made a fortune. In just 2 years, a small company transformed into a pharmaceutical group. However, Wei Yueshan and Wang Qian had a principle: although they had the ability to develop their own drugs, they focused on cultivating and planting rare flowers and exotic herbs. They insisted on doing things close to nature. Wei Yang excitedly talked about his family's achievements, his face full of pride. Chen Emo listened and felt admiration for Longxing Pharmaceutical Group. What he appreciated even more was this Wei Yang in front of him, who was clearly not the type of spoiled rich second generation, but rather quite reliable. After all, not everyone can afford to live in this kind of two-person villa area. Those who can get in all have real skills, not relying on connections or relationships. Wei Yang was already at the advanced stage of a junior martial artist, with an ability level of grade A. He himself said that after finishing his freshman year, advancing to a specialized martial artist was almost a certainty. Chen Emo sighed inwardly. Wealthy and talented, people like this would still progress faster than those F-level or E-level ability users even if they spent all day eating, drinking, and having fun. If it weren't for his current efforts to upgrade his abilities, he probably wouldn't even get to meet them, let alone move into the villa. However, compared to Chen Mo's sentiment, Wei Yang was more shocked that Chen Emo was going to have a public competition with Yang Song, a sophomore, tomorrow. The timing was perfectly chosen, right during the gap before the freshman entrance ceremony. Most of the freshmen would be present then, and the competition between Chen Emo and Yang Song would be witnessed by everyone. When Wei Yang learned that this timing was chosen by Chen Emo himself, he was completely stunned. Chen Emo, are you sure this is appropriate? Wei Yang said with some concern. He had just checked Chen Mo's level, a low-level beginner martial artist, which was far inferior to Yang Song's specialized martial artist level. Even though Chen Emo was the provincial top scorer and much stronger than ordinary people, facing an opponent with such a significant strength gap, Wei Yang felt the chances of winning were almost zero. But Chen Mo's face showed a relaxed expression, as if he didn't care about tomorrow's competition at all. Wei Yang thought it over and ultimately said nothing. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he felt that Chen Emo was definitely not a reckless person. Since he dared to accept the challenge, he must have his reasons. Moreover, back when Chen Emo wasn't even a beginner martial artist, he had already agreed to the competition. Actually, Chen Emo didn't intend to hide his strength. He was now accustomed to using breath-holding techniques to conceal his aura, and as long as he didn't exert his full power, hiding his realm required almost no effort. He did it subconsciously. Even if he didn't hide it, Wei Yang couldn't tell much difference between a peak novice martial artist and a low-level novice martial artist, and the fact remained that he couldn't defeat Yang Song. After chatting for a while, Chen Emo and Wei Yang exchanged contact information. Wei Yang also added him to the freshman group chat. Since the enrollment ceremony hadn't started yet, everyone hadn't been divided into colleges and classes, so there was only this large group for everyone to communicate. As soon as he joined the group, Chen Emo was overwhelmed by a flood of messages, giving him a headache. The new students in the group are chatting enthusiastically. I am not talented, but I call myself the most handsome in Dragon City. Looking for a female classmate to work hard together, must be at least 8/10 in looks. Upstairs, the work hard you mentioned, is it the kind of work hard we're thinking of? Half a bottle of C-grade strong recovery potion for sale at a low price, DM if interested. Did you hear? This year, a top scorer from another province came. Just arrived and already offended a sophomore senior, even got locked in the library's dark room by the librarian. Upstairs, tell us more about the librarian incident. Chenemo looked at these messages, his expression a bit complicated. Everyone was talking about all sorts of things, even rumors about him. Wei Yan watched and laughed, occasionally replying with a few words, clearly amused. Hee, Chenemo, if everyone knew I lived in the same villa as you, I'd become a celebrity too, Wei Yang said with a laugh while munching on sunflower seeds. Chenemo sighed helplessly, I wanted to keep a low profile, but I ended up famous before school even started. Where can I go to reason this out? Don't take it too seriously, who doesn't love hearing some gossip as a freshman? Come on, I'll show you around. I just got back from the war zone, you should relax a bit too. There's a restaurant I often go to that's amazing, I guarantee you'll want to go again after your first visit. Chenemo thought about it and felt it made a lot of sense. He originally had no plans for today, so he decided to relax for a day and go with Wei Yang to experience the bustling atmosphere of Longqing. The two of them each tidied up their belongings and prepared to go out. As soon as they stepped out of the villa, they heard a commotion coming from next door. On the right-hand side is Building 3 of Area A, and it seems like someone is moving in as well. Wei Yan couldn't stay idle and took the initiative to go over and see if he could help with anything. After all, they were all new students, and having a good relationship with neighbors would be convenient. Besides, Wei Yan was somewhat famous in Longqing, so maybe the other party knew him too. Chenemo didn't think much and just followed along. When they reached the entrance of Building 3, they saw the yard piled high with luggage like small mountains, even spilling out beyond the door. Chenemo noticed that compared to Wei Yang's previous moving scene, this move was on a much larger scale. It seemed they had been moving for a while, and these were the remaining items yet to be moved. Wow, did they move the entire house here? Wei Yang excitedly leaned over, eager to watch the commotion. At this moment, two girls were standing in the yard chatting. One of the petite and adorable girls occasionally shouted at the movers. Hey, be careful with this box, all my new makeup is in here. If it breaks, you can't afford to pay for it. Don't worry about these books, just find a storage room and put them there casually. The petite girl was small in stature, but her voice was quite loud. The tall girl beside her watched helplessly as she bustled around. As they were chatting, two boys walked in through the door, looking nothing like movers. The petite girl glanced at them, but the two ignored Wei Yang, their eyes fixed intently on Chenemo. So handsome. Her eyes were both sparkling. Who are you guys? The petite girl asked shyly, lowering her head as soon as she finished speaking. It was obvious that making eye contact with Chenemo just now had made her heart race, and she didn't dare to look directly at him. Suddenly, the person next to Wei Yan let out a startled cry. Jiang Qingqin, what are you doing here? Wei Yan pointed at the tall girl, too shocked to speak. The tall girl also recognized Wei Yan and raised an eyebrow with a smile. I was wondering who it was, turns out it's young Master Wei. Her gaze shifted from Wei Yan to Chenemo. No way around it, Chenemo was handsome, and after returning from the war zone, he carried a mature man's aura. This contrast made him even more attractive. Beneath his youthful and handsome appearance lay a calm maturity, making him practically every girl's dream lover. Chenemo also curiously sized up the two girls. The petite one didn't look like a college student. She wore a plain white dress, had delicate features, and her two pigtails made her look lively and adorable. As for Jiang Qingqin, she was tall and captivating, standing about 1.75 meters. Her long legs and curvaceous figure made it hard not to take a second look. Her features were as exquisite as a fairy in a painting, with an ethereal charm in her eyes. Most striking of all was her long blue hair, gently swaying in the breeze, adding a touch of mystery to her. After a brief moment of surprise, Wei Yan regained his composure, cleared his throat, and introduced. Jiang Qingqin, I never expected you to live next door to me. Come, let me introduce you. This handsome guy is my roommate, the top scorer of Sichuan province, Chenemo. He then pointed to Jiang Qingqin and said, Chenemo, this is the top scorer of our Longqing cohort, Jiang Qingqin. Chenemo nodded slightly, smiled, and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Chenemo. I look forward to your guidance. Jiang Qingqin also reached out her hand, gently touched it, and looked at him in surprise, saying, So you are Chenemo. The semester hasn't even started, and your name has already spread among the freshmen. Your reputation precedes you, but it's nothing compared to seeing you in person. There was a special interest in Jiang Qingqin's eyes, clearly showing her fondness for Chenemo. The two stared at each other, as if there was no one else around them. For a moment, the air was filled with a trace of silence. At this moment, a petite girl beside them waved her small fists in dissatisfaction and said, Hey, did you all forget that I'm still here? Jiang Qingqin, you traitor who forgets your best friend the moment you see a handsome guy. Is a handsome guy more important than me? Jiang Qingqin's face turned red, and she quickly pulled the girl over to introduce her. Sorry, I forgot to introduce her. This is my best friend, Joya. Joya snorted softly, then took the initiative to extend her hand to Chen Mo with a smile and said, Hello, Chen Mo. I heard about you right after the college entrance exams. You're amazing, even able to defeat that level 4 exotic beast, the infernal black dragon hatchling. When you have time, teach me, okay? Chen Mo looked at Joya with a mix of amusement and helplessness. He could see through this young girl's thoughts at a glance, but he simply shook her hand politely without agreeing to anything. With Wei Yang present, the atmosphere naturally wouldn't turn awkward. Besides, he knew Jiang Qingqin. After a few casual exchanges among the four, Wei Yang generously invited Jiang Qingqin and Joya to join them for a meal. Joya naturally did not refuse, and Jiang Qingqin also agreed because of Chen Mo. After a simple preparation, the two of them set off together with the other two. The campus was particularly lively today. It wasn't just the freshmen, students from other grades were also returning one after another. The number of people on campus was several times higher than usual. Leaving the school, the four called 2 cars and headed straight to the restaurant. Wei Yang was very familiar with this place and directly booked a luxury private room. After taking their seats, they ate and chatted. It was then that Chen Mo learned about the background of the 2 girls across from him. Jiang Qingqin was the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam in Longqing. Longqing is an independent exam site, although it doesn't have as many candidates as the entire Sichuan province, there are still tens of thousands. More importantly, most of the candidates here are descendants of military personnel. As the saying goes, tiger fathers produce tiger cubs. The overall strength of the candidates in Dragon City is high, and the competition is extremely fierce. Most people apply to Dragon City Military Academy, so rankings are more of an honor. This has been the tradition in the war zone for many years. Being able to stand out in such an environment shows that Jiang Qingqin has extraordinary strength. After observing her strength and level, Chen Mo nodded silently. Although she is only a freshman, she is already a low-level specialized warrior. With such strength, she is undoubtedly the top among the freshmen. However, for Chen Mo, the level of a specialized martial artist is no longer a big deal. Unless the opponent is a peak martial master, they are just a minor character in his eyes. As Jiang Qingqin's good friend, Joya is similar to Chen Mo, also having been admitted from another province. But she is a native of Longqing. Because her parents left Longqing to do business inland, she moved with them. During the college entrance examination, I followed my parents' advice and applied to Longqing Military Academy. The Zhou family and the Jiang family had a good relationship in the previous generation. The fathers of both families were childhood friends. Jiang Qingqin and Joya played together since childhood, until Joya left. The two hadn't seen each other for 2 years. Being able to enter the military academy together and live in the same villa was quite a coincidence. After hearing the introduction, Wei Yang suddenly understood. No wonder I haven't seen you before, turns out you went to another province. Listen to what you're saying. Young Master Wei's reputation, who in Longqing doesn't know about it? Joya teased with a smile, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo barely spoke. They were discussing local topics, and he couldn't join in, so he quietly enjoyed the food, occasionally responding with a polite smile. Wei Yang seemed to realize that Chen Mo was feeling a bit left out. He quickly patted his thigh and said, I didn't handle this well. Today is specially to welcome my good brother, who just returned from the battlefield and has a match with a sophomore senior tomorrow. After speaking, he stood up and raised his glass towards Chen Mo. Come on, Chen Mo. I, Wei Yang, wish you a great victory tomorrow and an immediate win. Cheers. After speaking, he was the first to down his drink in one go. Chen Mo also drank it all in one go, while the other 2 girls just took a symbolic sip. Wei Yang's words immediately piqued the interest of the 2 girls. The competition between Chen Mo and Yang Song had already spread like wildfire, as if someone was deliberately hyping it up behind the scenes. Jiang Qingqin and Joya had also heard about this matter. Chen Mo, this Yang Song is no ordinary person. Back then, he advanced to his sophomore year with the top grade in the entire class. Jiang Qingqin said seriously. To be honest, she didn't have high hopes for the competition between Chen Mo and Yang Song. In terms of strength, she wasn't afraid of Yang Song, but this guy's abilities were extremely troublesome, being the nemesis of elemental ability users. Moreover, Yang Song had a fiery temper, acted decisively and ruthlessly, and had some reputation in the school. Chen Mo was a whole major level below Yang Song and had fire elemental abilities. Even if he was S-class, he might not necessarily win against Yang Song. However, Chen Mo didn't seem to care at all and showed no signs of nervousness about tomorrow's competition. He politely thanked Jiang Qingqin for her reminder and continued to elegantly enjoy the food. After Jiang Qingqin finished speaking, she didn't persuade further but expressed that she would definitely go to the scene tomorrow to cheer for Chen Mo. The four of them ate and chatted, and Chen Mo heard many interesting anecdotes about Longqing from them. Although he rarely participated in discussions, he greatly enjoyed the atmosphere. It felt as if the days of hanging out with high school best friends after school had returned. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the four of them laughed as they returned to the villa area. By the time they returned, Julia's luggage was almost completely moved. Wei Yang curiously asked, "Jiang Qingqin, where's your luggage? Why haven't I seen you move anything?" Jiang Qingqin smiled and took out a spatial ring. "It's all in here." Chen Mo glanced at it and knew that this spatial ring was quite valuable, with at least 20 to 30 cubic meters of space inside. It seems Jiang Qingqin's family background is not simple. Sure enough, after returning to the villa, Wei Yang took the initiative to reveal the details to Chen Mo, focusing on introducing this top scholar of Longqing. It turned out that Jiang Qingqin was the daughter of Jiang Yaotian, the commander of the Longqing military district. With this background, a space ring worth billions was nothing at all. After hearing this gossip, Chen Mo didn't say much, greeted Wei Yang, and went to the training room to start his daily training. Wei Yang exaggeratedly shouted, "Weren't we supposed to rest today? Why are you still working out? That's too much." Chen Mo smiled and went straight upstairs. It's not that he lacked effort, but he had already developed a habit. If he didn't exercise, he would feel uncomfortable, just like those gym addicts who feel uneasy if they don't hit the gym to work on their muscles for a day. And so, the day of the freshman's arrival quietly approached amidst a tense yet harmonious atmosphere. Early in the morning on August 31st, just as the day was breaking, Chen Mo got up, as usual, went to the training room on the 4th floor for a morning workout, then went downstairs to shower and have breakfast. As soon as he arrived at the dining hall, he saw Wei Yang with sleepy eyes, looking at him with a hint of resentment. "You're really pushing yourself too hard, making noise in the training room so early in the morning. Do you really think cramming at the last minute will work?" Chen Mo smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I didn't realize the training noise was so loud and woke you up." Wei Yang waved his hand. "It's fine, I also wake up around this time. Today is a big day, we can't delay your competition. I'm not a very qualified roommate. Come on, hurry up and eat. I'll go with you after breakfast." Yesterday, Wei Yang had already ordered today's breakfast, so the two didn't need to go far to the school cafeteria. After finishing breakfast, after a quick tidy-up, Chen Mo and Wei Yang set off. As one of the liveliest places in the school, the arena is always bustling with people. Even though it's still early, there are already students from other grades practicing and sparring in the arena. The large square next to the arena is the venue for the freshman entrance ceremony. Chen Mo thought he had arrived early enough, but to his surprise, the square was already packed with people. Everyone had come. When Chen Mo and Wei Yang walked into the square, sharp-eyed people immediately recognized Chen Mo. "Look, that's Chen Mo. Wow, he actually knows young Master Wei. Who is Wei Xiao? Are you even a Longqing local?" "It's Wei Yang, the young master of Longqing Pharmaceutical Group." "Oh, it seems Chen Mo has someone backing him. Did Wei Yang give him some kind of miraculous medicine or top-tier equipment? He doesn't look nervous at all." "Who knows, we'll find out when the competition starts." The freshmen whispered to each other, but Chen Mo and Wei Yang heard it without paying attention and headed straight to the agreed number 37 fighting ring. The referee for this match, Wang Tongkai, had already arrived. Seeing Chen Mo, he greeted him with a smile. The square grew increasingly crowded, with everyone gathering around the number 37 ring. Soon, Yang Song entered the fighting arena with a group of people. Chen Mo recognized them as the same people who had come to his villa to cause trouble last time, especially the one named Wang Xian. Behind them were quite a few sophomore students, who had heard that Yang Song was going to compete with Chen Mo and came specifically to watch the commotion. These people thought the competition was a foregone conclusion, but since it concerned the sophomore's reputation, they came to take a look. As soon as Yang Song appeared, he immediately caused a stir. The students originally practicing in the fighting arena also looked over curiously. Upon learning that Yang Song was going to compete with a freshman, everyone paid close attention. Before long, more and more people gathered around ring 37. Beside Yang Song, Wang Xian curled her lips, full of disdain, mocking Chen Mo. "Yo, you actually dared to come. I thought you'd be too scared to leave your house these past few days. Looks like you have some guts after all." Chen Mo completely ignored him, not even sparing Wang Xian a glance. Being ignored made Wang Xian's face darken. Just as he was about to speak, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, Jiang Qingqin is here." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look in the direction of the fighting arena. Even some people on Yang Song's side turned their heads. Jiang Qingqin and Zhou came together. Today's Jiang Qingqin is dressed particularly exquisitely, with light makeup on her face making her natural beauty even more striking. She is wearing a cropped t-shirt, the snug fit of the clothing fully showcasing her curves. On the lower half, she has on a pair of hot pants, her fair and slender long legs openly displayed for all to see. This outfit made countless boys' eyes light up. Even referee Wang Tongkai couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Jiang Qingqin is very famous in Longchen, not only because of her status but also due to her talent and outstanding appearance. There are rumors that her presence might take away the title of Academy's #1 beauty, which librarian Lan Qin has held for many years. Zhou, who follows Jiang Qingqin, is also very beautiful, but she appears much more ordinary compared to Jiang Qingqin. Facing everyone's fervent gazes, Jiang Qingqin is not afraid at all, as if she is accustomed to being watched. Instead, Zhou pouted, looking unhappy, muttering as she walked, "It's all your fault. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come with you. Look, all those lecherous guys are staring at you, no one is paying attention to me." Jiang Qingqin's lips curved into a smile, as radiant as spring flowers, making the surrounding boys' hearts race uncontrollably. "What? You care so much about them staring at you? Should I make them all stare at you?" Zhou quickly waved her hand, "No way. Look at these people, they're like toads wanting to eat swan meat. None of them even bother to look in the mirror to see that they're not worthy of our Miss Jiang." Jiang Qingqin chuckled lightly, "Alright, Zhou, stop talking nonsense. We're here to cheer for Chen Mo. I know. Even though I don't have much faith in him, since he's our friend, if he gets beaten up badly later, shouldn't we help him bandage up?" The two chatted as they walked, arriving in front of Ring 37. Chen Mo and Wei Yang greeted them with a smile. The scene instantly became lively. Some boys looked at Chen Mo with a different expression, somewhat unfriendly. Who exactly is this Chen Mo? Young Master Wei has such a good relationship with him, and even Jiang Qingqin knows him. What's going on here? Could it be that he has a powerful backer? Doesn't seem like it. We've checked all the public records. He was the top scorer in the province, that's true, but he seems like just an ordinary kid from a regular family. I heard he's even an orphan. Everyone started whispering again. The atmosphere was lively, but Jiang Qingqin stole the spotlight. Wang Xian was about to say something to regain control, but was interrupted by Wang Tongkai. Wang Tongkai glanced at his watch, then looked at Chen Mo and Yang Song, and said, "Since you're both here, shall we start the competition now or wait until the agreed time?" Yang Song shrugged, "Doesn't matter, let's hear from the junior." Chen Mo smiled and said, "If the senior doesn't mind, let's start now. There's a freshman orientation ceremony later, and my time is tight." Hearing this, Yang Song's face turned cold. Chen Mo clearly didn't take him seriously. Next to him, Wang Xian was even more furious, but since Yang Song remained silent, he didn't want to steal the spotlight. Neither of them objected. Wang Tongkai turned around, stepped onto the ring, and loudly announced, "The match between Yang Song and Chen Mo will start ahead of schedule. Both of you, please come up." Chen Mo humbly made a gesture of invitation, letting Yang Song go up first. Yang Song, without hesitation, stepped onto the ring first, and Chen Mo followed effortlessly. Wang Tongkai looked at the two of them, his tone serious. "Yang Song, you're experienced, so there's no need to go over the rules. But Chen Mo is new, so I need to remind you both, the competition is only about skill, stop when it's enough. Injuries are inevitable, but absolutely no lethal moves are allowed. If anyone harbors murderous intent, I will immediately stop the match." "Understood." The two nodded. "All right, the match begins." Wang Tongkai jumped off the ring and walked to the referee's seat. He pressed the button, and a cyan light shield flashed around the edge of the arena, disappearing in an instant. This is a protective shield specifically designed for the arena, completely transparent, to prevent actions during the match from harming the audience. As the shield lit up, Yang Song finally put away his smile and stared coldly at Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, although your abilities are impressive, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll show you what humility means." As he spoke, he raised his hand and drew a massive blade, taller than a person, from his back. Chen Mo didn't take it seriously and waved his hand. "Stop talking nonsense, finish quickly. I ate too much this morning, so let's wrap it up so I can go to the bathroom." Yang Song was almost fuming with anger. The students below the stage burst into laughter. "This Chen Mo doesn't look like much, but he sure has a sharp tongue. Yeah, let's see if he can still talk tough after Yang Song beats him up badly." The crowd murmured below the stage, their gazes filled with schadenfreude. Everyone thought that in the next second, Young Song would beat Shin Mo so badly that he wouldn't be able to take care of himself. Young Song quickly composed himself. The fact that he had reached this point in life was entirely due to his own strength. Chen Mo's seemingly clumsy provocation couldn't possibly intimidate him. Carrying his broadsword, Young Song's eyes glimmered with a blazing light. At this moment, he looked like a true warrior, exuding an aura of killing intent. The sophomore students below the stage watched in astonishment. Young Song is serious this time. Is it really necessary to go all out just to deal with one kid? You know nothing, even a lion must go all out to hunt a rabbit. Young Song is preparing to finish it in one move. As everyone said, Young Song plans to directly pin Shin Mo down. He didn't use any supernatural powers, confident in his physical strength. Previously, Wang Xian suffered a loss at Chen Mo's hands, but this didn't change Young Song's opinion of Chen Mo. He could easily crush Wang Xian as well. This time, he planned to use the same method to give Chen Mo a harsh lesson. Facing the overwhelming killing intent, Chen Mo remained calm, standing steadily without moving an inch. Seeing this, Young Song's expression immediately darkened. He raised the exaggerated large blade and said coldly, "Let's see how long you can keep pretending." As soon as the words fell, Young Song's figure instantly disappeared. A loud explosion echoed through the air as he pushed his speed to the limit, appearing in front of Chen Mo in the blink of an eye. "Kid, taste my blade." Young Song raised his blade and slashed toward Chen Mo's shoulder, deliberately avoiding his head. He couldn't deal a fatal blow. Even if an arm were severed, it could be reattached. Injuries like this were no longer a big deal on Blue Star. Facing the swift attack, Chen Mo didn't even lift his eyes, lowering his head as if in thought. At the moment the blade fell, his body slightly shifted a few centimeters to the left. Young Song's broadsword almost grazed his shoulder as it slashed down. Boom! With a loud crash, the broadsword smashed into the ground, shaking the earth and causing the surrounding spectators to feel the tremor. Young Song is too fierce. Is this the power of close combat? Chen Mo, as an elemental ability user, can only take a beating when Young Song gets close. Someone sighed. Most people thought the same. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Before Young Song could finish his move, Chen Mo's figure flickered. With a swoosh, he appeared behind Young Song, raised his right fist, and struck directly at Young Song's back. Young Song had no time to react, not even a chance to turn around, and was sent flying by the punch. Boom! He crashed into the energy shield and was bounced off, landing awkwardly on the ground. The scene suddenly became unusually quiet. Young Song was actually hit by Chen Mo. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. This doesn't seem like a joke. Even Young Song himself found it hard to believe. He had always been known for his formidable physique, excelling in both strength and speed. This gives him an absolute advantage in close combat. When facing elemental ability users, he relies on speed and explosiveness to quickly close in, leaving the opponent no chance to fight back. But the Chen Mo in front of him not only dodged his attack but also countered with a punch. Although the punch wasn't very powerful, it was extremely humiliating. Young Song's face immediately turned ugly. Being hit by a freshman in front of so many people, if he didn't regain his dignity today, he would be ridiculed in the future. Thinking of this, anger ignited in Young Song's eyes. Chen Mo, well done. It seems I underestimated you. Next, I will give it my all. Since you're going to make a move, then good luck to you. As soon as the words fell, a powerful energy fluctuation erupted from Young Song's body. This was the signal of the activation of his ability. Then, his body began to undergo strange changes. His height instantly shot up to 2.5 meters, but his body did not become robust. Instead, it turned thin and elongated, looking like a malnourished giant. The most shocking thing was his skin, which turned a mercury-like silver, shimmering with flowing light under the sunlight, as if glowing within a liquid in motion. He used his ability. Is this alloy reinforcement really just B level? I think it should at least be A level. The sophomore students saw Young Song activate his superpower and began whispering among themselves. The newly enrolled freshmen also curiously gathered around to watch. This was their first time seeing such a unique superpower. Human superpowers come in many varieties, including elemental, superhuman, animal, auxiliary, and more. For example, Chen Mo's eternal night true flame belongs to the fire element of the elemental category, but even so, no one has ever truly seen his flames. Young Song's superpower is called alloy enhancement, which is very unique and powerful, a combination of superhuman and auxiliary enhancement abilities. Young Song has a strange habit, he occasionally swallows some metal alloys. That's right, he eats them directly. Of course, most of the time, he eats the relatively inexpensive D-grade alloys, occasionally consuming C-grade and B-grade alloys. As for the expensive A-grade alloys, he has only eaten them once. Before the awakening of superpowers, there were also a very small number of peculiar individuals on Blue Star who survived by eating nails and other metals. Yang Song is just like them. His superpower requires him to constantly consume large amounts of alloy. These alloys, once inside his body, become a part of him. When the superpower is activated, he becomes a true alloy man. Not only that, alloy enhancement can upgrade the low-grade alloy in his body to a higher level, making his body indestructible. This is different from Lu Feng, the animal-type superpower user Chen Mo encountered before. Yang Song's body truly turns into metal. If it were just these abilities, Yang Song wouldn't have his current reputation. After all, there are even more powerful superpower users who can break alloy. But alloy enhancement has a hidden skill flow. When an enemy's attack hits him, this flow disperses almost 90% of the attack's power, causing almost no damage. This ability is practically like a cheat. It is precisely because of this powerful and unreasonable superpower that Yang Song can easily challenge opponents of higher levels, earning him great fame in school. Even third and fourth year students have to look at him with newfound respect. It can be imagined that after graduation, stepping onto the battlefield, Yang Song would definitely be a terrifying force capable of handling things on his own. The significant changes in Yang Song's body made everyone present secretly tense. Wei Yang, Jiang Qingqin, and Zhouya in the audience also showed worried expressions. In his full state, Yang Song was difficult even for Jiang Qingqin to match, let alone Chen Mo, who was still a beginner martial artist. Chen Mo seemed to sense the other party's change and looked up, staring at Yang Song. Oh, activated your ability? Looks pretty impressive. Then I should get serious too. As he spoke, he relaxed his held breath, and his aura suddenly erupted, instantly leaping from a low-level novice martial artist to the peak realm. Yang Song looked at Chen Mo with some surprise. I didn't expect you were hiding your strength. However, even so, you're still not my match. Come on. After saying that, he put down the broadsword in his hand and charged at Chen Mo bare-handed. For him, the knife was no longer useful. It was a weapon meant for dealing with ordinary people. After activating his superpower, his body became the strongest weapon, rendering any external tools unnecessary. Yang Song was truly angry. He planned to directly crush Chen Mo's hands and feet, making him taste pain and then beg for mercy while lying on the ground. Looking at Yang Song's overly confident expression, Chen Mo let out a cold laugh. Since you're so determined to court death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Out of respect for you, I'll use my superpower as well. As soon as the words fell, Chen Mo's entire body was immediately enveloped in a layer of ghostly blue flames. The moment the eternal night true flame appeared, the air instantly became unbearably scorching. The students watching the battle, most of whom were seeing Chen Mo use his abilities for the first time, widened their eyes and stared at him curiously. After all, this was the legendary S-class ability, something so rare that it might not even appear in 1 out of 100,000 people. The eternal night true flame emitted a ghostly blue glow, reflecting on Chen Mo's face, making him look like the Grim Reaper from hell. Referee Wang Tongkai, standing to the side, couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sight. Is this an S-level ability? This kid Chen Mo is truly surprising. He was astonished but still didn't believe Chen Mo could defeat Yang Song. Firstly, the gap in their levels was obvious, and secondly, Yang Song's alloy reinforcement was too formidable. Wang Tongkai had never witnessed the power of the eternal night true flame and thought that even if the flame burned Yang Song, it would at most feel like a tickle. Not only him, but everyone present, including Yang Song himself, thought the same. Seeing Chen Mo activate his ability, Yang Song merely let out a cold snort without saying a word and immediately displayed his formidable strength. Standing at a height of 2.5 meters, his speed did not slow down in the slightest. With a swift movement, he instantly dashed in front of Chen Mo, raising his right hand to deliver a fierce punch to Chen Mo's chest. The strength of his fist was almost equivalent to B-grade alloy, and even close to A-grade alloy. This punch came down, and unless Chen Mo's body was also made of S-grade alloy, he would definitely be seriously injured. Moreover, Yang Song only used 50% of his strength this time. If he had gone all out, Chen Mo would probably have lost his life by now. The fist came crashing down with the force of thunder. But the anticipated sound of bones breaking did not occur. Instead, Yang Song's vision blurred, and a massive blue fire dragon suddenly appeared, his fist landing squarely on the fire dragon. What is this thing? Yang Song was utterly shocked, but immediately after, he felt a piercing pain in his right arm that had been engulfed by the fire dragon. Ah, my hand! Yang Song screamed in agony, desperately pulling back his arm, only to find that his right arm was already charred black, no longer resembling alloy, almost turned to coal. If he had pulled his arm back even a moment later, half of it might have been completely burned away. How could this happen? Yang Song's heart surged with turbulent waves. He couldn't believe that his body was pierced through its defenses the moment it came into contact with the opponent's ability. Could this be the power of an S-level ability? After a brief shock, Yang Song quickly adjusted his mindset and prepared to counterattack. He leapt into the air, attempting to escape the fire dragon's encirclement. At the same time, he noticed the fire dragon's head was just above him. He thought to himself, the weakness of Chen Mo's transformed fire dragon must be in its head. As long as the fire dragon's head is destroyed, the opponent's move can be broken. Thinking of this, he endured the severe pain in his arm, gritted his teeth with a cold expression, and charged fiercely toward the fire dragon's head in the air. No matter how powerful the ability is, it's useless as long as the fire dragon's head is smashed with one punch. Just as he approached the dragon's head, a voice suddenly came from the tail of the dragon. One young finger. No sooner said than done. Chen Mo uttered this phrase in a low voice, and in less than half a second, a blue flame beam as thick as a finger shot out from the dragon's tail, directly hitting Yang Song's right shoulder. Puff! With a muffled sound, the flame beam pierced through Yang Song's right shoulder. It wasn't over yet. The second, third, and fourth beams followed closely. Several muffled bangs rang out in succession, and Yang Song's left shoulder and both calves were pierced through. No blood flowed from the holes. The extreme heat of the eternal night true flame had already scorched the surrounding muscles into charred flesh. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Yang Song's mouth. He could no longer sustain his supernatural state, reverting back to an ordinary person and falling straight from the air, hitting the ground heavily with a dull thud. With just one move, Yang Song was completely stunned. Chen Mo instantly defeated his opponent as soon as he made his move. The scene was eerily quiet, and all the students stared at the spectacle in fear. Especially that fire dragon circling on the arena, it made their hearts tremble. This is S-level superpower. It's simply too exaggerated. What move did Chen Mo use? It's terrifying. I think I just heard him shout one young finger. Have you heard of it? I've heard of it. Seems like it's that ultimate skill from the 3 burning heaven techniques. What? The 3 burning heaven techniques? That's the legendary combat skill that no one has ever successfully mastered. Unlike the freshmen below who only knew how to be astonished, the sophomores finally reacted after a brief silence. Someone recognized the 3 burning heaven techniques. Not only them, but Wang Tonkai at the referee's seat also stood up in surprise. He stared intently at Chen Mo, who had already withdrawn the fire dragon form, his eyes full of shock. This is the 3 forms of burning heaven. I didn't see it wrong. This kid actually succeeded in mastering it. Could this be an illusion? Wang Tonkai's loss of composure was understandable. After all, even Vice Dean Zhou Junlong had failed to master it, yet Chen Mo managed to achieve it. Their teacher's vision is much sharper than the students'. This can only mean one thing: Chen Mo is a true genius. Whether it's his ability and special powers or his learning capacity, no one can compare. Suddenly, Wang Tonkai remembered that before meeting Chen Mo, he had looked up his information. Free combat techniques have already been cultivated to perfection. An 18-year-old high school student mastering the art of kickboxing to perfection would be considered a top expert, even in prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University. Many people, despite having powerful abilities, have limited comprehension, making it extremely difficult to train in combat techniques. No matter how strong the abilities are, they still rely on combat techniques to unleash their power. Someone like Chen Mo, who mastered the 3 forms of burning heaven within a few days, is simply a genius among anomalies. If Wang Tonkai knew that Chen Mo had actually mastered the 3 forms of burning heaven in less than half a day, he would probably faint on the spot. The crowd, originally just there to watch the commotion, was left speechless by the dramatic scene that suddenly unfolded before their eyes. Everyone thought this competition would be one-sided, with Chen Mo being beaten by Yang Song into a humiliating defeat. The result was completely the opposite. Yang Song was instantly defeated by Chen Mo, and it seemed effortless. They looked up at Chen Mo on the stage. This guy seemed utterly unconcerned about the outcome, standing there absent-mindedly with an indifferent expression. Chen Mo was probably distracted. It wasn't until Yang Song, lying on the ground, let out a painful groan that he snapped back to reality. Turning his head, he said to Wang Tonkai, "Teacher, does this match really need to continue? Or how about we just stop? I need to go to the restroom." Upon hearing this, the already nearly collapsing Yang Song spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fainted on the spot in sheer anger. Wang Tonkai saw this and showed an awkward yet helpless expression. This guy, isn't he a bit too arrogant? All the students' expressions turned strange upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Wei Yang, Jiang Qingqin, and Zhouya, who were sitting below the stage watching, felt as if their hearts had been struck by a heavy hammer. Do you guys know that guy on stage? I'm not familiar with him. Ugh. Chen Mo is too arrogant. Isn't he basically saying that fighting Yang Song is less important than going to the bathroom? Zhouya, we're girls, can we speak a bit more gracefully? Jiang Qingqin said with a dark expression. The sophomore students all looked displeased upon hearing Chen Mo's words. In their eyes, this was outright provocation. However, if they knew that Chen Mo had already done this more than once, they might feel a bit better. Wang Tonkai shook his head helplessly and stepped onto the ring to check Yang Song's injuries. Yang Song was seriously injured, but for an ability user, it wasn't a big problem. Chen Mo used the Eternal Night True Fire to cauterize the wound, which actually reduced the risk of blood loss. Next, leave it to the school doctor to handle. A simple treatment in the infirmary will suffice for recovery. He passed out entirely because he was infuriated by Chen Mo's words earlier. Wang Tonkai stood up and shouted to the sophomore students below the stage, who will help? Carry Yang Song to the school clinic. Does anyone have a recovery potion? Quickly give him an injection, E-level will do. As soon as he spoke, the crowd below the stage immediately stirred. Yang Song's closest friends exchanged glances, and finally, Wang Xian gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He was Yang Song's closest friend, and seeing him injured, he didn't hesitate to help. The others, seeing Wang Xian step forward, could only lower their heads and follow. Yang Song lost, and their faces turned grim. After all, it was they who were arrogant at first, they who provoked, and it was their actions that spread throughout the school. Yang Song's defeat completely slapped them in the face. Just thinking about how many people would mock them behind their backs made them feel uncomfortable. Everyone worked together to carry the unconscious Yang Song away. Alright, the competition is over. Chen Mo wins. After saying that, he walked over and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. Chen Mo, well done. Chen Mo smiled, thank you, teacher. I'll go to the restroom first. You. Wang Tonkai almost choked with anger, looking at Chen Mo jumping off the ring and running towards the restroom, his expression complicated. This guy really is going to the restroom. I thought he was just trying to act cool. The other classmates also looked at Chen Mo leaving in surprise, only then realizing he wasn't pretending at all, he was completely serious. The competition ended, and the sophomore students who were watching also dispersed. People on other stages began their own sparring. The only ones left were this year's freshmen. Everyone returned to the square next to the competition arena, waiting for the entrance ceremony to begin, excitedly discussing the earlier duel between Chen Mo and Yang Song. Chen Mo's S-level ability made its debut in front of the freshmen, stirring feelings of both envy and fear among them. Envy arises because of his good luck in possessing an S-level ability. Fear, on the other hand, stems from the overwhelming pressure of the Eternal Night True Flame, which strikes directly at the soul, sending chills down one's spine. Many people believe this flame is inherently noble, and their abilities are simply no match for it. Chen Mo finished using the restroom and comfortably returned to the square. As soon as he appeared, the crowd immediately stirred and automatically made way for him. Someone greeted him proactively. Hey, Chen Mo, let's exchange contact info later and grab a drink sometime. All you know is drinking. Chen Mo, do you want to team up and train in the war zone? The girls looked at Chen Mo with admiration as he passed by. He was already handsome and charming, and his powerful strength made many girls' hearts flutter. But when Chen Mo walked over to Jiang Qingqin and Zhouya, many girls immediately felt disappointed. In terms of looks, they can't compare to Jiang Qingqin and Zhouya, nor are they as talented. Chen Mo didn't know them at all, but that didn't stop the jealousy in their hearts. Chen Mo smiled and greeted everyone, then walked towards Wei Yang and the other two. As soon as Wei Yang saw him, he gave him a big hug and deliberately said loudly, Chen Mo, my good brother. I told you long ago, you could easily crush Yang Song. See, I wasn't lying to you. Chen Mo looked at him with a strange expression. When did you ever say that? Ahem, you forgot? It was that day. Never mind, anyway, I said it. Wei Yang didn't care about the details, he just wanted to take the opportunity to show off his relationship with Chen Mo. He was already famous in Longchen, and now being roommates and good friends with someone so powerful made many people envious and jealous. Zhouya said excitedly, Chen Mo, you're so handsome, I'm almost mesmerized by you. Chen Mo. Jiang Qingqin stepped forward and said sincerely, Chen Mo, congratulations, Your strength is truly unmatched." The beauties kept praising him, making Chen Emo a little embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, not that exaggerated, it's just good luck. Besides, this kind of competition is meaningless and there's no reward. Hearing this, Jiang Qingqin smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. You really know how to take advantage. Want a reward? Alright, there will be a chance later, let's see how you go for it. Huh? What chance? Chen Emo asked curiously. But Jiang Qingqin shook her head mysteriously. You'll find out later. She deliberately kept them in suspense, and Chen Emo didn't ask further. Everyone started chatting casually in the square. Many students had already uploaded the video of the duel to the school forum and social media. Soon, this matter would spread throughout the campus. Time quickly reached 10 o'clock in the morning. Just as the freshmen were chatting lively, a strange buzzing sound came from the podium on the north side of the square. Immediately, a massive black spatial rift suddenly appeared. The librarian, Lankin, was the first to step out of the rift. Her long, slender, fair legs drew everyone's attention. As soon as Lankin appeared, the audience erupted into commotion. Among the tens of thousands of freshmen present, 60% were male. Upon seeing Lankin, their eyes froze, and their nostrils slightly flared with excitement. Wow! Is this the legendary campus beauty? Keep your voice down. It wouldn't be good if she heard you. I'm done for. I feel like my heart has been stolen. I've decided to live in the library for all 4 years of college, not leaving for a moment. The boys whispered excitedly, their eager gazes all focused on Lan Qin. Lankin's beauty drove all the boys crazy. This is not surprising, she was naturally tall and slender, and her silver-gray long hair added a touch of mystery. Her cold and glamorous demeanor made her seem unattainable, which only fueled the boys' desire to conquer her. Coupled with her top-tier spatial abilities and immense strength, she was practically the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. In contrast, Jiang Qingqin appears a bit younger, but she has her own advantages: youthful energy, which is completely different from Lankin's mature and sensual charm. Zhouya, standing nearby, saw Lankin come out and whispered to Jiang Qingqin, "Qingqin, it looks like you've met a strong rival. The title of the Academy's #1 beauty won't be easy to claim." Jiang Qingqin rolled her eyes at her, thinking that this girl only knows how to daydream all day. Unlike them, Chen Emo immediately shrank his neck upon seeing Lankin, afraid of being noticed by her. He clearly felt just now that Lankin's gaze swept over from the stage and deliberately lingered on him for a moment. So many people, and she immediately fixed her eyes on me. How much must she hate me? Chen Emo felt uneasy. Could it be that the damage caused to the library last time made her hold a grudge? It shouldn't be, she later even taught me combat techniques. Actually, Lankin's attention to Chen Emo was entirely because he mastered the 3 forms of burning heaven. Zhou Xunlong brought back news from the war zone that left her utterly shocked. Others didn't know, but Lankin was well aware. Back then, passing the 3 forms of burning heaven, Chen Emo was also instructed by that person, and she hadn't expected him to master it. What was even more infuriating was that Chen Emo returned it shortly after taking it back, almost making Lankin explode with anger. But Zhou Xunlong said that Chen Emo had already successfully cultivated, and his power far exceeded the beginner level. Zhou Xunlong wouldn't lie to her. If this is true, Chen Mo's comprehension is simply astonishing. This reminded her of 2 people. One was the legendary martial saint, Pan Wuxian, and the other was the legendary supervisor of Warzone 4, Fan Lan, known as the Bissell Sea. The perception of these 2 individuals was widely recognized as top-notch throughout Hua Nation. But in comparison, Lankin actually felt that Chen Mo's aura seemed even stronger than the others. This made her unable to resist taking a few extra glances at him upon first sight. However, the freshman entrance ceremony was not attended by her alone. As Lankin had just stepped out of the spatial rift, several others emerged from the rift one after another. They exuded a powerful aura, enough to make people hold their breath. Among them was Zhou Xunlong, the vice principal of the Academy of Supernatural Abilities. These individuals stepped onto the stage, and their formidable presence immediately enveloped the entire square. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent, and all the freshmen stared in shock at the figures on the stage. Some people had eyes sparkling with excitement. These individuals were top experts from various branches, rarely seen in ordinary times. Unexpectedly, they all attended the freshman entrance ceremony this time. Could there be something special about this batch of freshmen? Many began to suspect, even subconsciously glancing at Chen Emo, feeling as though these teachers might have come for him. After all, S-level ability users are extremely rare, and it would make sense for the school to pay extra attention to him. Once everyone appeared, the spatial rift slowly disappeared. Lankin stood on the podium, overlooking the students below. After a while, she began to speak. Without using any amplification equipment, her elegant and captivating voice clearly reached every student's ears. Students, welcome to Longcheng Military Academy. I will be hosting the upcoming freshman orientation ceremony. Now, let me introduce the attending leaders. As Lankin introduced them, the students realized that these individuals were the vice deans of various departments, all renowned experts in Longcheng. When she introduced Zhou Jinlong, Chen Mo's face lit up with excitement. Shen Yu had mentioned the idea of apprenticeship to him before. Although he didn't know much about the school teachers previously, he had still looked through some information. Zhou Jinlong was the one he found most interesting. Also possessing fire element abilities, his strength had already reached the martial emperor level. Chen Mo thought that if he could apprentice under such a powerful figure, his potential could be maximized. But as he continued looking, a hint of doubt appeared on Chen Mo's face. Strange, why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. It's clearly the first meeting, so why does it feel so familiar? As if they had met not long ago. He didn't know that during his trip to the war zone, Zhou Jinlong had been secretly observing him. During that time in the underground cave, when Chen Mo defeated the ghost-faced butterfly in the 100 Battles Squad, Zhou Jinlong's presence had been briefly sensed by him. But Chen Mo didn't pay attention at the time. No matter how much he tried to recall, he couldn't remember this incident. Zhou Jinlong, on the other hand, didn't pay special attention to Chen Mo. Unlike Lan Qin, he had spent day and night with Chen Mo for about 10 days and had long grown accustomed to this abnormal talent and growth speed. After the introduction ended, the atmosphere on-site gradually became lively. The powerful aura on the podium couldn't suppress the excitement of the students below. These teachers are almost legendary figures, idols to the students. Now that they can see them in person, who wouldn't be thrilled? Unlike other places, in Dragon City, these powerful superhumans are even more popular than entertainment stars. This is closely related to the environment of the war zone. After introducing the teachers, Lankin continued, "Next, I will announce the most important agenda of this freshman entrance ceremony, the resource ranking competition." As soon as the words were spoken, there was a brief silence below the stage, followed by an unprecedented commotion. Almost all the freshmen showed expressions of disbelief. Resource ranking competition. It's truly unprecedented to hold such a competition for new students upon enrollment. You should know that the resource ranking competition is usually held at the end of the freshman year. The competition rankings determine the allocation of resources and privilege levels for students entering their sophomore year. The reason the school schedules it at the end of freshman year is because the gap among new students is quite large when they first enter. The entire freshman year is a stage for students to train and grow. By the end of the academic year, as long as they are not those who laze around and idle away their days, most students have undergone the transformation from novice to warrior. This time, holding the ranking competition seems more scientific, fair, and reasonable. But today, having them participate in the ranking competition on their first day of school almost shocked everyone. However, Jian Qingqin was clearly not among these people. Chen Mo turned his head to look at Jian Qingqin, with a hint of meaning in his eyes. It seems she had known about this for a long time. No wonder she mentioned earlier about having a chance to earn some benefits. It turns out she was referring to this. Lan Qin seemed to have anticipated everyone's reaction. After she finished speaking, she didn't rush to continue but quietly waited for the students below the stage to digest the news. When the noise below gradually subsided, she continued, "I believe many of you are already familiar with the school's system. However, this resource ranking competition is very different from what you've known before. First, let me introduce the rewards for this competition." As Lan Qin explained, everyone finally understood. This ranking competition has two purposes. First, to determine the level of resources and privileges based on the rankings. After the ranking competition ends, the entire freshman year will be provided with corresponding levels of cultivation resources and support based on the rankings and competition results. In other words, these freshmen will be able to enjoy the benefits and treatment that only second-year students typically receive from the start of their enrollment. This has everyone thrilled. Some students are even eager and ready to showcase their skills. Another benefit brought the atmosphere on-site to a climax. The apprenticeship ceremony, originally scheduled after enrollment, was directly arranged during the ranking competition. Apprenticeship is a tradition in Huiguo, and all major institutions have this system. Every newly enrolled student can immediately view detailed information about all the teachers in the school. They can choose a suitable teacher to apprentice under based on their own needs. However, apprenticeship is a mutual selection process. It's not guaranteed that a teacher will accept you just because you want to apprentice under them. Before most students apprentice, teachers usually evaluate their grades, background, character, and other basic aspects. Only if selected by the teacher can they enter the apprenticeship assessment stage. In fact, nearly 90% of the students are eliminated before the assessment. Students who enter the assessment phase must complete various tasks assigned by the teacher. These tasks are diverse, including knowledge-based ones, combat-related ones, and even errands. Only by completing the assessment within the specified time can they officially become the teacher's personal disciples. This is somewhat like the model of disciples in ancient sects, where personal disciples and regular students are completely different. Personal disciples can receive specialized guidance from their teacher. Such teaching is incomparable to public classes. With the master's instruction, students can avoid many detours and improve their skills much faster. Therefore, becoming an apprentice is the first important task for most students after enrollment. And this time, the resource ranking competition is even more astonishing. As long as new students make it into the top 100, they can directly apprentice under one of the 10 Vice-Dean level teachers on site, completely skipping the qualification review. In other words, regardless of your background or potential, as long as you rank in the top 100, you are eligible to directly apprentice. The rest is to fully complete the apprenticeship assessment. This may seem like a minor difference, but in reality, it already provides a significant advantage. Qualification reviews are often unfair, and many times they depend on the teacher's mood. If you encounter a teacher in a bad mood, you might not even get through the door. This time, everyone is treated equally, eliminating these uncertain factors. What's even more exciting is that the mentors are these experts right in front of us. Some people might not see these teachers even once during their 4 years of college. Having the chance to apprentice under them is truly a rare opportunity. Who would give it up? For Chen Mo, the person he most wanted to apprentice under was, of course, Zhou Jinlong. When he heard Lan Qin announce the apprenticeship rules, he was overjoyed. He was very clear about his own strength. Among all the candidates present, let alone the top 100, even the first place was no match for him. He could easily defeat anyone in an instant. This made him full of confidence in his decision to become an apprentice. However, the next words from Lankin left all the new students dumbfounded. After announcing the rewards, let's talk about the rules. This competition is not a one-on-one elimination but a free-for-all mode. I will seal off the entire square, and everyone can freely form teams to engage in indiscriminate battles within the square. During the fight, no harm to life is allowed. I will give everyone an identity card. If you feel you can't continue, press the identity card to teleport out. The competition is limited to 8 hours. If no winner is determined by the end of the time, all results will be void. Lankin's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. The students below the stage were all dumbfounded, not expecting the rules to be so harsh. But soon, someone came to their senses and began looking around for teammates. Chaotic battles are rare, compared to one-on-one. This tests teamwork and survival skills more. It examines overall strength. Relying solely on brute force won't work. You also need to understand cooperation. Sometimes, smart tactics are more important than sheer power. Among the new students, some are powerful psychic ability users, most of whom are aiming for the Tactical Command Academy. In the future, they will become commanders on the battlefield. Today's melee is a great opportunity for them to showcase their talents. The rules have been explained. Everyone has half an hour to form teams. The ranking competition will officially begin in half an hour. As soon as Lan Qin finished speaking, she went off to chat with other teachers, completely leaving the students to act freely. B-level psychic ability, applying to the Tactical Command Academy. Recruiting various ability users to form a team, no more than 100 people, first come, first served. I'm an A-level animal ability user, the king of tanks. With me here, no one can break through my defense line. Specializing in treatment for 30 years, from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Choose me, and no matter how severe the injury, you can recover immediately. The freshmen in the square began shouting loudly, some promoting themselves, others recruiting. Students from the mental department applying to the Tactical Command Academy have become highly sought after. Soon, the squad gradually took shape. Chen Mo had previously demonstrated exceptional strength during the entrance ceremony, naturally becoming the focus of invitations from various teams. The 3 people around him, Wei Yang and the others, were also popular choices. However, Chen Mo never accepted any invitations. You guys go form a team, I won't join any group, Chen Mo said to Wei Yang and the others. What the heck, Chen Mo, are you seriously planning to fight solo in a free-for-all? This isn't one-on-one. Wei Yang shouted, thinking Chen Mo might have been blinded by his earlier victory and was being overly arrogant. Beside them, Jiang Qingqin also showed confusion. She had admired Chen Mo's strength, calculating that in a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't stand a chance. But this guy refusing to team up and wanting to take on everyone alone wasn't that way too arrogant? Her fondness for Chen Mo vanished instantly. Zhouya, let's go. Jiang Qingqin glanced at Chen Mo, pulled Zhouya, and turned to leave. They had just left when they were surrounded by enthusiastic classmates and quickly joined the group. Beside Chen Mo, only Wei Yang stood there awkwardly, caught in a dilemma. Chen Mo glanced at him and said, "Why are you still standing here? Jiang Qingqin and the others have left, hurry up and go find a team." Wei Yang awkwardly looked at the classmates enthusiastically forming teams around him, then glanced at Chen Mo. Suddenly, he became completely serious. It seemed he had made a major decision in his heart. "Chen Mo, I'll team up with you." Wei Yang's voice was firm. "Team up? I said I don't need a team. You'd better go find someone else." "No, I only trust you. I don't know about others, but as your roommate, I know you best. Your strength is far beyond those ordinary people. Even if you want to drive me away, I won't leave. I'll stick with you. When the battle starts, I'll stand behind you, and you have to protect me," Wei Yang said seriously. Chen Mo looked at him, both amused and helpless, but felt a bit touched in his heart. Having just met not long ago, Wei Yang firmly stood by my side like this. Such a person is worth befriending. Of course, he wasn't upset about Jiang Qingqin and the others' choice. He hadn't planned on forming a team anyway, and they were just offering kind advice without any ill intent. Chen Mo stared at Wei Yang, and the latter began to feel nervous. "Chen Mo, why are you staring at me like that? You don't have some kind of weird fetish, do you? If that's the case, I better leave." "Get lost. You're the one with quirks." "But, Wei Yang, thank you." "Thank me for what?" Wei Yang was a bit confused. Chen Mo didn't answer, he just said, "Later, just stand behind me, I'll lead you into the top 10. "Wow, I just love how confident you are." Wei Yang laughed heartily and eagerly stood behind Chen Mo. Half an hour seems quite long, but for the tens of thousands of students in the square, time is actually very tight. Forming a team isn't just randomly putting people together, it requires a balance of offense and defense, including those who can withstand attacks, those with long-range capabilities, and those responsible for boosting teammates. None of these can be missing. Everyone's abilities are different, and finding the most suitable teammates in such a short time is almost impossible. Lankin glanced at the time and shouted to the crowd, "Time's up. The competition begins." She waved her hand, and the square was suddenly enveloped by a gray light shield, which looked like a giant pot lid from the outside. "The competition begins." As soon as the words fell, someone inside shouted, "Wait, I'm not ready yet. Help, I haven't formed a team yet, who will take me in?" Some students with peculiar or impractical abilities were left isolated, immediately becoming targets. In an instant, the grouped students began their assault. "Go, take down the isolated ones first. Everyone, follow my lead. Attack that 5-person team on the left first." Under the command of the psychic student, the battle officially began. Roaring sounds came from within the light shield, along with the screams of students. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 students were driven out of the light shield. Their faces were pale, they were all alone without anyone to guide them and were blasted out as soon as the match started. If they hadn't reacted quickly and pressed their identity cards, they would have likely been badly beaten. The situation outside couldn't be seen from the square, but the audience outside could see everything clearly. On the square, countless small teams began to engage in fierce battles. Teams with commanders demonstrated formidable strength, quickly defeated those hastily assembled small teams. Judging by the situation, let alone 8 hours, it probably won't even take 2 hours to determine the winner. But Lankin and the teachers were not in a hurry at all. Lankin even brought out tables and chairs, inviting the teachers to sit down, drink tea, and enjoy the spectacle. "Teacher Zhou, try my new tea, it was just picked this year." "Old Li, these commanders look pretty good, our academy is really lucky this year. By the way, where is that legendary S-class superpower provincial top scorer?" The teachers were chatting while drinking tea. When the topic of the S-level ability user Chen Mo came up, all the teachers couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the venue. Lankin had already noticed Chen Mo. At this moment, Chen Mo and Wei Yang were standing in the southernmost corner of the light shield, feeling bored, chatting while snacking. Even more exaggerated, Wei Yang took out 2 bags of snacks, one for each of them, eating and chatting at the same time. The nearby individual students had already moved far away. To be honest, this is the expert who just knocked down sophomore Yang Song. Who would dare provoke him? Chen Mo was also happy to take it easy. If he could avoid fighting, he would. The other teachers, seeing Chen Mo's attitude, showed complex expressions on their faces. The deputy dean of the Tactical Command Academy, spirit-type Martial Emperor Li Yunhai, mocked Zhou Jinlong, saying, "Old Zhou, this Chen Mo is really something. So confident in his own strength, he's probably going to suffer a big loss later." His words immediately drew agreement from the other teachers. To be honest, the sudden change in the process for this year's freshman entrance ceremony surprised all the teachers. The explanation given was that it was specially arranged by the Demon Suppression Tower. Those with insider information even heard that this arrangement was specifically targeted at Chen Mo, seemingly to deliberately cause him trouble. Zhou Jinlong naturally understood this arrangement, but he could only smile bitterly in his heart. "Senior, do you still not trust this child? If you had seen his performance in the war zone, you definitely wouldn't waste time specially arranging all this." In response to Li Yunhai and the others' doubts, Zhou Jinlong merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart at all. Everyone knew that Chen Mo was an S-class fire ability user and also Zhou Zhenglong's disciple. These people were eager for Chen Mo to embarrass himself, as if Zhou Zhenglong himself would be humiliated. But only Zhou Zhenglong truly knew Chen Mo's strength. A beginner martial artist who can even take down a 4th-level high-tier exotic beast, how many have you seen? Over the years, probably only the Pango martial saint of the past could achieve that. Now, Chen Mo is even more formidable than the Pango martial saint back then. Watching the teachers gesturing and discussing, Zhou Jinlong sneered inwardly. "Just wait, you'll be utterly shocked soon." As soon as the competition began, the scene immediately became intense. Rank directly determines the amount of cultivation resources. Previously, there was no chance to compete, but now there suddenly is. If one doesn't give their all, it would be hard to justify. Moreover, most of the students in Dragon City come from military families and have been taught from a young age to strive for first place, making the competition exceptionally fierce. Chen Mo watched the chaotic battle involving tens of thousands of people, feeling deeply moved. This was his first time witnessing a large-scale conflict between ability users, practically a small-scale war. There are multiple forces on the field, like dozens or even hundreds of small nations fighting chaotically, turning into a complete mess. At the beginning, Chen Mo's side was very relaxed. On one hand, they retreated to the edge of the square, avoiding provoking others. On the other hand, the surrounding students all knew Chen Mo's strength, and no one dared to approach. As a result, more than an hour into the competition, not only did the number of people on Chen Mo's side not increase, but it actually decreased further. However, this situation did not last long. The scattered individual soldiers were quickly cleared out, leaving mostly groups fighting in teams. At this moment, a large group of over 50 people had just wiped out a 10-person squad and was approaching Chen Mo's position. Leading the group is a tactical commander. Time is tight, so he can only temporarily gather these people. They didn't suffer any losses in the previous battles, and the team remains intact. When the commander saw Chen Mo, he was first stunned, then his face lit up with excitement. They had all seen the battle between Chen Mo and Yang Song, and they knew Yang Song was not someone they could defeat alone. But Chen Mo, perhaps out of overconfidence, was standing there watching the commotion with only Wei Yang by his side. Especially when everyone saw Chen Mo and Wei Yang chatting while eating snacks, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. The team members holding snack bags all had angry expressions on their faces. "This is too much. We're fighting for our lives here, and you two are just standing around like spectators. Since that's the case, let's eliminate you, this S-rank expert, and see how arrogant you can still be." It wasn't just the commander who thought this way, almost everyone in the 50-person squad felt the same. In their view, with 50 people attacking together, it was absolutely impossible for these two to turn the tables. Thinking of this, the commander immediately gave the order. "Everyone, get ready. The target is Chen Mo. Attack together and take him down." "Understood. Got it." 50 people responded in unison. Able to defeat an S-class expert, even though it was through a group fight, it's still something to brag about in future conversations. After all, back in the day, they had taken down a tough S-class character. With this confidence, the 50-person squad charged in the direction of Chen Mo and Wei Yang. Chen Mo and Wei Yang were leisurely snacking, occasionally commenting on which team on the field was strong, when suddenly a team came charging at them from the side. "Chen Mo, look at that team, it seems like they're coming for us," Wei Yang said nervously. Chen Mo nodded, "That's right, they're here to die." "Ha, what did you say?" Wei Yang almost choked on his snack. Chen Mo actually said the other party came to die. Too outrageous. Fortunately, there was still some distance between them, and the surroundings were noisy. Otherwise, if the other party heard, they would definitely be furious. Chen Mo handed the snack bag in his hand to Wei Yang and said with a smile, "Hold this for me. Be careful yourself, don't get hit by a stray arrow. Leave the rest to me." Alright, you stay safe too." Wei Yang was a bit nervous. Looking at the more than 50 people charging aggressively from the opposite side, anyone would be scared. But seeing Chen Mo so calm, Wei Yang felt a bit more at ease. With only about 10 meters left, the commander roared angrily, "Element team, full firepower, charge through. Charge!" More than 20 people let out a furious roar, and various elemental powers surged overwhelmingly toward Chen Mo. The commander continued to give orders, "Apply buffs. Melee team, charge immediately 1 second after getting close." The support ability users spared no effort in buffing the melee fighters and tanks. The melee team, facing an S-class expert like Chen Mo, held nothing back, unleashing their full abilities and charging forward closely behind the ranged firepower. Behind them, Wei Yang was almost petrified by the overwhelming onslaught of attacks. Back in school, when everyone sparred one-on-one, he had never seen such a formation. But Chen Mo revealed a blissful smile at the corner of his mouth. "This attack is too weak, not even comparable to a level 3 exotic beast." The voice was soft, the enemy couldn't hear it. Suddenly, Chen Mo stopped, and a ghostly blue flame surged from his body. Eternal Night True Flame, erupt. As the flames emerged, the surrounding temperature instantly soared. Wei Yang was forced to retreat repeatedly by the scorching heat. What shocked him was that Chen Mo not only didn't dodge but instead charged straight into the attack. "Wow, that's incredible!" Wei Yang exclaimed. This time, Chen Mo didn't even use the fire dragon flip. He walked forward as if taking a stroll, raising both hands. "Heavenly Fire Palm." He let out a low shout, slapping his left hand toward the air while his right hand extended forward, striking the empty space. In an instant, two massive energy palms converged like two small mountains. One surged towards the airborne elemental attack, while the other slammed heavily at the approaching melee ability user. What is this thing?" Everyone in the opposing squad was dumbfounded upon seeing these two giant palms. Especially, the renowned commander never expected that Chen Mo would dare to directly confront their attack. In his team, the lowest rank was mid-level beginner martial artists, and their overall strength was incredibly formidable. Such a team on the battlefield could easily crush second-level exotic beasts, and even when surrounded by third-level exotic beasts, they could handle it with ease. But this guy on the other side actually wants to challenge all of them alone. "Since you want to die, don't blame us." The commander was furious, feeling that Chen Mo was too arrogant. But in the next second, his mindset completely collapsed. He saw that the giant hand in the air from Chen Mo forcibly blocked the attack of their elemental ability users. The deafening roar echoed, but their attacks hit the hand without even causing a splash, disappearing instantly. The massive palm showed no signs of slowing down as it smashed directly into the gray shield on the square, producing an earth-shattering boom. Even Lankin outside the field looked over in surprise. Only then did the commander realize just how ridiculously wrong he had been. This wasn't 50 people besieging one person, it was clearly one person obliterating their 50. By the time he reacted, the melee squad was already about to collide head-on with another palm. "Damn! Retreat! Hurry and retreat!" He only managed to shout this terrified roar, then closed his eyes in despair, unwilling to watch any further. The melee squad didn't notice the anomaly in the air at all, they just wondered why the ranged attacks hadn't arrived yet. Were they running too fast? By the time they heard the commander's desperate shout, it was already too late. A massive palm heavily slapped onto the close combat ability user. Screams echoed one after another as those ability users were sent flying like cannonballs. Even more terrifying was the smell of burning that permeated the air. The support and healing team members at the back hadn't even reacted before they were knocked away. One strike, just one strike. A team of 50 was instantly defeated. As the dust settled, the commander struggled to crawl out from the pile of people, his entire body covered in dirt, his hair disheveled as if it had exploded. Cough, cough. Quickly, reform the ranks. Even after suffering a devastating blow, he still forced himself to issue orders. This secretly earned Chen Mo's admiration. The only response to him was painful groans and a deathly silence. He raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings, his face instantly turning pale. The entire team had fewer than 5 people who could stand. And they were all support roles. Finished. The commander covered his face and sighed, completely hopeless. Chen Mo walked over with a grin and asked, "Classmate, still want to continue?" "Ha, continue? Are you kidding me?" The commander was on the verge of tears, watching Chen Mo step closer and couldn't help but retreat. Since you're not fighting anymore, shall I send you out? Chen Mo said, pretending to be enthusiastic. No, no need. We'll walk on our own. The commander stared at his smiling face, grinding his teeth in anger. Still offering to escort at a time like this. Helpless, he gripped his ID badge tightly, transforming into a beam of light and disappearing. The other team members also stumbled to their feet and, under Chen Mo's gaze, reluctantly withdrew from the competition. After these people left, their hearts were full of regret. Everything was fine, why did they have to provoke this guy? It would have been better to take out another team. But there's no medicine for regret, they could only stand on the sidelines, watching the intense battle in the arena. Someone suddenly shouted, Chen Mo, the team in front of you is the weakest, go take them out. Don't listen to him, take out that 100-man team on the left first, those guys are all slacking off. The eliminated students shouted one after another, unexpectedly giving Chen Mo advice. Chen Mo's expression was complicated, and he scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Truly, no acquaintance without a fight. Our academy's students are all sincere. Friendship first, competition second. Even if we lose, they still help me come up with ideas. Alright, I'll go with your suggestion. Chen Mo turned to look at the 100-member team on the left. This team didn't have the largest number of members, but they were very strong. They had just eliminated 2 teams of dozens of people. The commander was a low-level specialized martial artist with psychic abilities. However, Chen Mo felt that this team hadn't coordinated well at all and was like a loose pile of sand. Temporary team formation, untrained, even with a commander directing, there are still many flaws. The timing, frequency, and reaction speed of the attacks are full of weaknesses. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Mo is not worried about the opponent's large numbers. He couldn't wait for the match to end, deciding to act early, kick them all out, and finish the match quickly. That 100-man team had just won a battle and their morale was high. Suddenly, they spotted a lone figure approaching them from the side. Chen Mo. It's Chen Mo. The commander immediately identified the target. Compared to the commander of the previous team, this one was clearly much more experienced. He didn't rush to have the elemental team attack but instead whispered to the 5 psychic ability users beside him, Chen Mo is here. Psychics, get ready. Wait for my command to attack. At the same time, he used his mental power to issue commands to both the elemental squad and the melee and support squads. Chen Mo got closer and came within 20 meters of them. Now, attack. 5 psychic ability users and the commander launched a powerful mental attack simultaneously. A low-level specialized martial artist, 5 peak beginner martial artists, and 6 experts launched a mental attack like waves toward Chen Mo. The commander revealed a cold sneer on his face. How arrogant, to walk over without any defense, truly thinking we are easy to bully. In his plan, as long as Chen Mo was hit by the mental attack, his actions would be restricted. They could then seize the opportunity for a full team assault to take him down. I have to say, this commander is indeed quite capable. The tactics are almost identical to those of the twin ghost mothers back in the day. Unfortunately, there's only a plan but no strength. It's not that their mental attacks aren't strong, anyone else would have been knocked out. But Chen Mo is different, he's not an ordinary person at all. Chen Mo felt a gentle breeze lightly brush against his cheek. And then, nothing happened. Next, he raised both hands and struck out with his palms simultaneously. 2 enormous blue palm imprints roared towards the 100-man squad. What's going on? Mental attacks don't work on him. The commander was stunned. In the moment he was stunned, Chen Mo's attack had already arrived. As expected, chaos ensued once again. This team of 100 still couldn't escape the fate of elimination and was enthusiastically sent out of the field by Chen Mo. When they walked out, the previous 50-member team saw their disheveled state and couldn't stop laughing. So satisfying. Finally, another team has been taken down by that guy. Can't stop, must keep going. The cheerleading squad gained fresh blood, and more people were cheering for Chen Mo. Chen Mo didn't let everyone down either. Under everyone's expectations, he eliminated another 5 or 6 teams. In his area, a blank zone was formed. Apart from him and Wei Yang, there were no other ability users here. Wei Yang, hiding in the farthest corner, was so delighted that snot bubbles were almost coming out. Chen Mo, you're so cool. If I were a girl, I would have fallen for you already. Chen Mo almost fell when he heard him shout. If you can't cheer properly, then shut up. Not saying anything is. Do you think I'm mute? He glared fiercely at Wei Yang and continued searching for the next target. At this moment, Chen Mo's actions had already drawn the attention of the other teams on the field. Among them, a formidable team of over 200 people blocked Chen Mo's path forward. The team now standing in front of Chen Mo is the largest in number and the strongest in power. They have the most powerful psychic ability user among the freshmen, and Jiang Qingqian is also in the team. It can be said that, apart from Chen Mo, this team has gathered the strongest combat power among the freshmen. After Chen Mo consecutively defeated several teams, the team Jiang Qingqian belonged to finally realized the severity of the situation. They voluntarily stopped fighting with other teams and joined forces with 2 other 100-member teams, forming an encirclement to trap Chen Mo in the middle. The sounds of Chen Mo's battles just now were loud, but since the others were also competing, most people didn't see how he eliminated the other teams. At present, as many as 400 people were staring at Chen Mo, each with a fierce look in their eyes. Other teams are also arriving one after another. Obviously, someone has used powerful mental strength to unite the teams on site. Chen Mo looked at these students in front of him with an amused smile. But in the eyes of the others, this smile was clearly a provocation. The commander of the largest team stood in the center, his voice steady. Chen Mo, we know you're strong. But if all of us join forces, how could you possibly withstand the siege of thousands? I advise you to be wise and withdraw voluntarily, or else. The meaning of the commander's words was clear. Chen Mo, get lost quickly, or we will set aside our disputes and work together to drive you out. Chen Mo's face always carried a smile, which made the commanders of the opposing teams frown. Even Jiang Qingqian was dissatisfied with Chen Mo's attitude. Do you think you can beat me just because you have more people? Chen Mo said calmly, if you spent a few months training, I might seriously consider it. But now, with your amateur teams, you still want to negotiate with me. Before the words were finished, the commander angrily interrupted, Chen Mo, you are too arrogant. You need to understand that personal heroism is useless on the battlefield, teamwork is the real strength. You don't understand at all. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. You say I don't understand. Ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter. You're right, war does indeed require teamwork. But in the face of strength, all strategies are useless. I've killed countless level 3 and level 4 exotic beasts. Battlefield? Haha, how many of you have even been to the 4th war zone? Chen Mo's words were cold and full of confidence. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. What? He has been to the 4th war zone? Impossible. That's the territory of level 4 beasts. He's just a rookie, going there is a death sentence. Don't listen to his bragging. I even said I've been to the 6th war zone. Who can't talk big? I bet he hasn't even been to the 3rd war zone. Everyone whispered, most of them dismissive. Chen Mo didn't care about these idle remarks. For him, this match was meaningless, and he had no time to waste words with them. He just wanted to end this boring fight as soon as possible. Becoming an apprentice was the real priority. When words fail to connect, even half a sentence feels excessive, and the atmosphere between the two sides quickly grew tense. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. I don't have time to waste. Chen Mo impatiently waved his hand. Jiang Qingqian and the team blared angrily. Was this guy in a hurry to go to the bathroom again? How outrageous. Not only her, but everyone present felt this was blatant provocation. When watching Chen Mo and Yang Song's duel earlier, his remark in a hurry to go to the bathroom had made people laugh out loud. But now, when this sentence was directed at them, everyone felt furious. This guy is so infuriating. He must be crushed. Outside the field, the teams that had been eliminated were shouting even louder. Chen Mo, don't hold back, hit them hard. Chen Mo, kick them all out quickly. Waiting in line for the restroom later is such a hassle. Chen Mo's face darkened. These people were talking nonsense. When did I say I was in a hurry to use the restroom? I just said I was pressed for time. On the podium, the teachers all noticed the commotion caused by Chen Mo earlier. Especially his heavenly fire palm. No one present was unaware of the power of the 3 forms of burning heaven. Everyone's eyes widened, faces full of shock. Zhou Jinlong, sitting upright nearby, was already overjoyed inside. You bumpkins, now you see how powerful it is. However, when the remaining students prepared to join forces to attack Chen Mo, the teachers shook their heads one after another. Especially Li Yunhai, who just spoke. He curled his lips, shook his head discontentedly, and said, Chen Mo is too arrogant. He does have some ability, but before, he could at most deal with a little over 100 people. Now it's thousands. This is already a small-scale war. This time, he's definitely going to fail. The other teachers nodded in agreement. But Zhou Jinlong and Lan Qin remained silent. Zhou Jinlong understood Chen Mo's strength and felt that these new students combined were no match for the beast army of the 3rd war zone at night. For Chen Mo now, numbers posed no threat at all. Lan Qin had just seen Chen Mo's heavenly fire palm hit her shield. she truly felt the power of it. Although it was nothing significant for a master like her, she keenly noticed a detail. Chen Emo appeared to be just at the beginner level of a junior warrior, but the moment he unleashed his combat technique, his strength instantly surged to the peak of a junior warrior. Even so, the power of that heavenly fire palm exceeded her expectations. This is absolutely not a combat skill that a beginner martial artist can unleash, even a martial master might not be this strong. As she was pondering, the battle in the square had already begun. Thousands of people joining forces to deal with one person. This scene is unbelievable to even talk about. Students eliminated outside the field took out their phones to record videos. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Emo. Chen Emo really seemed to be in a hurry this time. He didn't even bother to speak. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, and immediately, a massive blue fire dragon appeared in the square. This fire dragon was countless times larger than the one during his duel with Yang Song. The giant dragon bared its fangs and claws, circling above the square, almost touching the protective shield overhead. This awe-inspiring scene instilled a trace of fear in the students present. Some even began to waver, wanting to retreat. But the arrow was already knocked, and it had to be released. All the commanders united and, under the lead of the strongest commander, launched an overwhelming attack on Chen Emo. Various elemental attacks and weapons continuously bombarded the fire dragon, with deafening roars shaking the heavens and earth. Even the students sparring in the nearby arena turned to look in this direction. The massive blue fire dragon hovered in the sky above the square. The attacks of the thousands of people below landed on the fire dragon like water droplets falling into the sea, having no effect. It wasn't that the fire dragon feared attacks, but rather that it was entirely composed of Shinnic energy, making the attacks incapable of causing actual damage. Moreover, Chen Mo's physical form could instantly appear at any position of the fire dragon. As long as he willed it, he could move. The fire dragon's agile movements made Chen Emo almost invincible. This movement technique not only allows him to maneuver effortlessly on the battlefield, but the fire dragon itself also possesses offensive power, as it is formed from the eternal nitro flame. Facing the attacks of thousands, in order to quickly end the battle, Chen Emo directly used 80% of his spiritual energy to condense such a massive fire dragon. He controlled the fire dragon to charge toward the densest part of the crowd. The giant dragon opened its mouth wide and smashed down fiercely from the sky, scaring the students below so much that their legs turned to jelly. This attack is too overwhelming, humans simply cannot withstand it. Everyone had this question pop up in their minds. Of course, killing is not allowed here. Chen Emo merely enlarged the fire dragon, while the power of the eternal nitro flame was still kept within a safe range. Even so, when the fire dragon charged into the crowd, quite a few people were still scorched by the eternal nitro flame, leaving their skin torn and flesh exposed. Most of the new students here are wearing E-level or D-level battle armor, with occasional appearances of C-level and B-level battle armor, but they still cannot withstand the assault of the eternal nitro flame. With just a touch, many people's battle armor was rendered useless, and they suffered severe burns, crying out in pain. Only a few quick-reacting individuals, such as lightning-type ability users or agile animal-type ability users, barely managed to evade the attacks. But Chen Emo didn't give them any chance to catch their breath. The massive fire dragon rolled back and forth across the entire square, almost sweeping through the entire battlefield. With powerful base attributes and an enormous reserve of spiritual energy, Chen Emo seemed like a god in front of these people. As soon as he made a move, commanders and joint squads were all knocked down by him. Even Jiang Qingqin was almost hit by the fire dragon. If it weren't for her exceptional agility and the protection of an A-grade battle armor, she would be lying on the ground crying by now. The square was a scene of devastation, and the teachers on the podium were all stunned. Especially Li Yunhai, who had confidently vowed earlier to teach Chen Emo a lesson, but now it was he who had suffered instead. Zhou Junlong sat leisurely on the side, sipping tea, secretly overjoyed. These people had no understanding of Chen Mo's strength, only he knew it best. He had seen Chen Emo weaving through the army of exotic beasts. In comparison, these freshmen were simply no match. This was indeed the case. These students had hardly been on the battlefield or undergone training in war zones, and they couldn't compare to Chen Emo, who had faced life and death trials. The only ones still standing now were Chen Emo, Wei Yang, Jiang Qingqin, and a few scattered students. The weaker ones had long been burned unconscious, and most had already lost their combat ability. If Chen Emo hadn't deliberately controlled his power, this strike would have already killed 99% of the people on the field. I told you earlier, numbers don't matter at all, but you refuse to believe me. I've encountered far more exotic beasts in the war zone than you have, and I still took them down one by one. Chen Emo shrugged and said helplessly. Previously, his words were dismissed as boasting, but now no one dared to question him. Jiang Qingqin, who originally thought Chen Mo was arrogant and had a worse impression of him, now felt like a joke herself. She stood not far away, her chest heaving violently, still recovering from the earlier flame attack. Her face was flushed, and she dared not meet Chen Mo's gaze. "I'm in a hurry. How about I reluctantly help you all get out?" Chen Mo continued to display his helpful nature. The students eliminated outside the field watched the commotion and clapped in applause. At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo was about to drive the remaining people out when he saw Lan Qin standing in front of him, staring at him with a strange expression. Director Lan, how did you get in? Is the competition over?" Chen Mo asked awkwardly. Lan Qin glared at him. "Over? With you beating them up like this, how can it continue? Everywhere you go, you cause trouble. Do you want me to lock you in the little black room?" Chen Mo didn't know how to respond, so he awkwardly scratched his head. He knocked almost everyone on the field down at once, leaving no rankings at all. This match was originally designed specifically to target Chen Mo, but not only did it fail to stump him, it made everyone else suffer even more. Lan Qin was extremely troubled and finally had to call off the match. At the end of the competition, Chen Mo and Wei Yang were directly announced as the top two. The remaining contestants who could still stand were ranked in order. Thus, the top 10 were awkwardly determined. As for the other students, Lan Qin allowed them to rest for 2 hours and recover from their injuries before competing again. This time, Chen Mo and the other top 10 would not participate, and those previously eliminated by Chen Mo could return to the competition. After Lan Qin's announcement, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wouldn't it have been better to arrange this earlier? Did we really have to let that sick freak torture us once to be satisfied? The school values S-level students, but there's no need to make it so cruel. Jiang Qingqin luckily survived and secured third place. Zhou Yu wasn't as fortunate and had to re-enter the competition. Chen Mo did not participate in the second round of the competition, and the classmates finally performed at a normal level, ultimately determining the top 100. These individuals will receive cultivation resources and privileges ranked from A level to C level based on their standings. Students who didn't place can only accept their misfortune. Although the process had its twists and turns, the resource ranking competition concluded smoothly. Some were happy, some were disappointed. Most people didn't make it onto the list, and as they looked at the 100 students on the podium, they couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Especially when they saw Chen Mo standing at the very front, their emotions were complicated. Most were shocked by Chen Mo's overwhelming strength, even still shaken by the massive fire dragon he summoned. Others were envious, feeling that he was purely there to disrupt the competition. They attributed their failure to rank to the injuries sustained during their battles with Chen Mo. "If I hadn't gotten injured fighting him, I could have performed better." Of course, Chen Mo had no idea about these excuses. He stood on the podium, his gaze firmly fixed on Zhou Xinlong. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of becoming an apprentice. This strongest fire-type ability user of Longqing Military Academy, a martial emperor-level existence, was about to become his teacher. The freshman entrance ceremony turned into a farce because of this unpredictable factor, Chen Mo. All the teachers were shocked by Chen Mo's formidable combat strength. Some of them had eyes full of desire, wishing they could immediately take him as their disciple. But rules are rules. In the apprenticeship process, it is the students who choose the teachers, and teachers cannot actively select students. Therefore, who Chen Mo would choose to apprentice under became the focus of everyone's attention. Unlike the other teachers, Zhou Xinlong had long seen through the true purpose of this resource ranking competition. The one on the Demon Suppression Tower has never given up. This match is the final test for Chen Mo. To others, it seems like a test, but in the eyes of ordinary people, this is outright deliberate troublemaking, even blatantly setting traps. Chen Mo was completely unaware of this. He already had a plan in mind, his eyes fixed on Zhou Xinlong, full of anticipation. Lan Qin, who was hosting the admission ceremony, also looked at Chen Mo with newfound admiration. The earlier competition confirmed for her that Chen Mo had completely mastered the 3 forms of burning heaven and had done so quite well. Even she had the thought of taking on a disciple, but unfortunately, Chen Mo had fire-based abilities, which didn't quite align with her spatial abilities. Although both were S-class abilities, what she could teach was limited. She had to admit that the most suitable teacher was none other than Zhou Xinlong. It wasn't just her who thought so, all the new students present believed the same. Chen Mo's overwhelming strength completely stunned everyone, and no one could deny his prowess. Years later, when these students became pillars of society, this match with Chen Mo was still remembered as a legendary tale. After the top 100 were determined, Lankin announced the results and distributed the corresponding resources and privileges. For Chen Mo, his S-level privilege had already been granted when he enrolled more than 10 days ago, and today's announcement was merely a formality. Previously, some questioned the authenticity of his S-level privilege, but after his competition with Yang Song in this resource ranking contest, no one doubts it anymore. It is believed that his future performance will convince everyone. In less than half a day, Chen Mo's One Against Many video went viral throughout the entire academy and even spread wildly on social media. Next, will the top 10 students please come on stage to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony? Following Lan Qin's words, the top 10 contestants walked toward the podium where the teachers were. At this moment, all the teachers also stood up. This is the tradition of Longcheng Military Academy. Teachers always show special respect to these students who may become the pillars of the nation in the future. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of new students, the solemn teacher-apprentice ceremony officially began. The top 10 students were all thrilled, especially Wei Yang. He is very strong, but it is not easy to make it into the top 10 in such a chaotic competition. Today, he barely made a move, easily winning the match by teaming up with Chen Mo, and even secured second place. In reverse order, he was the second to last to become an apprentice. The one before him was Jiang Qingqin. Zhouya failed to make it into the top 10, only securing 27th place. She could only watch Chen Mo and the others from below the stage with envy, her heart filled with regret. I should have teamed up with Chen Mo. The second place should have been mine, but Wei Yang took it. Zhouya pouted, muttering to herself. Back then, she actually wanted to partner with Chen Mo, but Jiang Qingqin was her best friend. She didn't want to betray her friend, so she joined another team with Jiang Qingqin. During the competition, Chen Mo treated everyone equally and showed no mercy. Zhouya was completely overwhelmed by the eternal night true fire, her face turning dark. Unfortunately, regret was useless, she could only mutter quietly below. Teachers cannot refuse the apprenticeship requests of the top 10 students. Jiang Qingqin was the third to last to request an apprenticeship. She became a disciple under another vice principal of the Ability Research Academy. This vice principal is a woman in her 40s, with a calm demeanor and gentle eyes. However, those who know her are well aware that she is far from as simple as she appears. Her name is Feng Wu, and she is also a martial emperor-level powerhouse, standing on equal footing with Zhou Jinlong as a vice principal. The surname Feng is very rare. The Feng family is said to be an ancient, reclusive clan, rumored to possess phoenix bloodline. Feng Wu is one of the few publicly known members of the Feng family and is very famous in China. She once ventured alone into the deepest part of the 7th War Zone, single-handedly battling 3 Beast Kings, killing one and severely injuring the other 2. In the end, she even brought back the head of the slain Beast King. That battle firmly established her status as a powerhouse, yet at the time, she had not even reached the martial emperor realm. It is rumored that Feng Wu's abilities are related to the phoenix, and naturally also to the fire element. However, she never publicly displays her abilities nor admits to being fire elemental. Apart from the academy's senior officials and a few of her disciples, no one knows what her abilities truly are. It's just like Wang Tong from the Wang family, their abilities seem to hide some kind of secret that must be kept confidential. Jiang Qingqin walked up to Feng Wu and bowed respectfully. Aunt Feng. Feng Wu smiled and nodded. Still calling me Aunt Feng? You should call me Master now. Ah, right, Master. Jiang Qingqin blushed and quickly corrected herself. Alright, like father, like son. You've performed very well. Your father has also spoken to me about this. In this academy, only I am qualified to teach you. Becoming my disciple will never tarnish the reputation of the Jiang family. Jiang Qingqin nodded obediently and stood beside Feng Wu. The two shared a close relationship, skipping even the formal apprenticeship test and becoming master and disciple directly. Jiang Qingqin finished apprenticing, leaving only Wei Yang and Chen Mo. Wei Yang looked at Chen Mo. Brother, it's my turn now, I'll go ahead first. Chen Mo's expression was a bit odd. Does that even make sense? What do you mean by go ahead first? Going ahead? Are you in a hurry for your next life? Spit, spit, spit. Don't jinx me. I'm just too excited, that's all. Don't mind me, I'll go pay my respects to my teacher first. Once everything's settled, we'll celebrate properly. With that, Wei Yang excitedly walked toward the teacher standing furthest to the right among the group. Greetings, teacher. Student Wei Yang pays his respects. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he directly kowtowed 3 times to the seemingly unremarkable teacher. Wei Yang's actions left the students below the stage dumbfounded. Even Chen Mo found it hard to understand. Only Jiang Qingqin beside him remained calm, as if she had anticipated this situation long ago. In front of Wei Yang stood a short old man. Wei Yang was 1.8 meters tall, while the old man was only about 1.5 meters, with a severely hunched back. There were only a few sparse strands of hair on his head, elegantly parted and gently fluttering in the wind. Unlike the powerful martial emperor-level teachers around, his aura was clearly a notch weaker, being that of a high-level grandmaster. But among all the teachers, he seems to be the oldest, and everyone respects him greatly. Through Jiang Qingquan's introduction, Chen Emo learned that this elderly man was a very famous figure not only in Longqing Military Academy but also throughout the entire Hua nation, known as the living Hua Tua Hua Yuanshan. Although he only has the cultivation level of a grandmaster, no one dares to disrespect him. He is the pillar of the Pharmacy and Research Institute at Longqing Military Academy. Because he didn't like administrative work, he only served as the vice dean. Huayuan Mountain's strength lies not in combat, but in the innovative development of potions and technological equipment. The famous Berserk Potion was refined and improved by him from an ancient relic document. The Berserk Potion allows ability users to unleash incredibly powerful strength at critical moments, directly boosting 2 minor levels, and can be used by anyone below the Martial Emperor level. But the side effects are obvious. First, the Berserk Potion only lasts for 30 minutes. Once the time is up, the user will become extremely weak and require a full 10 days to recover. This is already the best result after Huayuan Mountain's improvements. Ancient records even mention a weakness lasting 3 months. Moreover, his contributions to various technological devices are unmatched. It can be said that he is one of the few scientific experts in Longqing who can rival the giants of prestigious universities like Qingbei University. Even at the National Academy of Sciences, he holds the title of senior academician. At this moment, the inconspicuous old man looked at Wei Yang, who was bowing to him, with a helpless expression. Hua Yuanshan touched his almost smooth head and said with a bitter smile, "Wei Yang, with your talent, you could choose to be the deputy dean of the Academy of Abilities or the Academy of Weaponry. Why come to me? I'm not as impressive as they are." The words clearly contained a subtle refusal. But Wei Yang was not discouraged at all. Instead, he sincerely said, "Dean Hua, please don't be modest. Before I left home, my dad gave me an ultimatum: if I can't become your apprentice, I shouldn't even think about going back home." As soon as he said this, the surrounding teachers almost burst into laughter, and even Lan Qin covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. They were well aware of the Wei family's background and had more or less guessed the reason why Wei Yang wanted to apprentice under Hua Yuanshan. As the heir to one of the top-ranked pharmaceutical groups in Longqing, Wei Yang is destined to take on the family business. If he could apprentice under Hua Yuanshan and receive his guidance, taking over the Longqing pharmaceutical group in the future would undoubtedly elevate the family business to new heights. Moreover, Wei Yang himself possesses exceptional talent. The outside world only knows him as an A-level ability user with a privileged background, but only a few people like Jiang Qingquan know that Wei Yang earned his place through his own strength. Not only is he highly skilled in combat, but he also has extraordinary wilderness survival abilities. In the wild, Wei Yang feels as comfortable as if he were at home. As relaxed as being at home, you can casually walk around and use the herbs around you to make surprisingly effective simple potions. In critical moments, you can even eat them raw directly. It can be said that he inherited the powerful genes of his parents, being naturally gifted with an extraordinary sense and affinity for precious natural treasures. Although Hua Nation does not lack combat-type ability users, true talents capable of conducting scientific research are the rarest. Faced with Wei Yang's expectant gaze, Hua Yuanshan felt a bit troubled. At this moment, Li Yunhai, the deputy dean of the Tactical Academy, spoke up to persuade, "Mr. Hua, please take this child as your disciple. He sincerely wants to learn from you." "That's right. You know his parents, so there's nothing to worry about," Lan Qin also chimed in with a smile. After everyone's persuasion, Hua Yuanshan sighed. "It's not that I don't want to take you in. You all know I've never had a disciple, all my time has been spent on research. I'm afraid I might delay your future." Hearing this, Wei Yang immediately stood up, patted his chest, and assured, "Master, rest assured. After I join, you can continue your research without any interruptions from me. Just give me a chance to audit your studies, and I can handle all other academics on my own." Wei Yang's words surprised Hua Yuanshan a little. He carefully observed the child in front of him and liked him more and more. Is this fate? Hua Yuanshan thought to himself, unexpectedly moved by the idea of taking on a disciple. "All right, in that case, I'll make an exception and take you in. But the apprenticeship assessment won't go easy on you. If you can't pass, you still can't be my disciple. Rest assured, I will never let you lose face." Wei Yang was so delighted that his eyebrows danced with joy. He jumped behind Hua Yuanshan and suddenly took out an exquisite brocade box from his spatial ring and handed it over. Master, I know you love tea. This is silver needle snow of the blue sea, which can only be purchased through my family's channels. Consider it a gift to honor you upon our meeting. This move was ruthless. Giving a gift in front of everyone, all eyes turned to Wei Yang. The teachers' faces showed complex expressions, their gazes involuntarily sweeping toward their own disciples. The meaning is very clear, look at them, so sensible. Those students who have already apprenticed are grinding their teeth in anger, but there's nothing they can do. That tea is the high silver needle snow, something you can't buy even with money. It's a unique treasure of the Wei family. And also, when apprenticing, the master usually gives the student a meeting gift, but this time, the student gave one first. Hua Yuanshan obviously did not expect this move. He originally intended not to accept it, but when he saw the exquisite brocade box, his eyes lit up. Even he rarely gets to drink this tea. The last time was when Wei Yang's parents brought it during the new year, and he had already finished it long ago, unable to bear saving it. The box in front of him contains at least 2 taels. Cough, cough. You really know how to play around. I'll accept it this time, but don't mess around like this again, understand? Hua Yuanshan blushed, silently waved his hand, and the brocade box disappeared from Wei Yang's hand, entering his spatial ring. Finally, after everyone had completed their apprenticeship, only Chen Emo was left, the undisputed first place. All eyes were focused on him and Zhou Jinlong, waiting for this thrilling moment. It was Chen Mo's turn. Under everyone's gaze, he strode towards Zhou Jinlong, shining like a star. Chen Emo knelt down and kowtowed without hesitation. Disciple Chen Emo earnestly requests the teacher to accept me as a student. The entire venue fell silent, everyone nervously watching the scene. Chen Mo's words echoed on the stage, but there was no response. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Zhou Jinlong smiled but said nothing, merely gazing at Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked puzzled. Could this be a test of my sincerity? He lowered his head and kowtowed again. I am willing to take you as my master. Zhou Jinlong remained silent. This time, even Chen Mo himself felt the atmosphere become unusually tense. He suddenly remembered the story of 3 visits to the thatched cottage and realized he must be sincere and show enough respect. So, for the 3rd time, he knelt down and respectfully kowtowed. Disciple Chen Mo sincerely requests the teacher to accept me as a student. The entire place instantly fell so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhou Jinlong still did not respond. Even the bystanders could sense that something was off. The students below the stage exchanged glances and began whispering. Bro, what's going on here? Is Dean Zhou really not planning to accept Chen Mo? Don't make wild guesses. This is actually to teach him a lesson. That kid is too arrogant, he just defeated us completely. He needs to taste some hardship. I think Dean Zhou did this on purpose. Don't you know? Chen Mo burned Director Lan's library before. I heard Dean Zhou has had a crush on Director Lan for a long time, so he's helping her vent her anger. The students' discussions became increasingly outrageous, and even the teachers started to feel uneasy. Lankin's expression was particularly grim, anger burning in her heart, but she did not voice it. Every teacher has their own standards and style for accepting disciples. Faced with Zhou Jinlong's decision, she could only quietly wait for the outcome. Zhou Jinlong stood there, a faint smile on his face, with an inscrutable meaning hidden in that smile. Chen Mo was extremely embarrassed at the moment. He was in a dilemma, continuing to kneel without responding. If he stood up, others would think he lacked perseverance. The inner conflict left him in a dilemma. Just as he was extremely anxious, Zhou Jinlong finally made a move. He cleared his throat lightly and bent down to help Chen Mo up. This gesture warmed Chen Mo's heart, making him so excited he almost felt like flying. It seems his sincerity has finally moved Zhou Jinlong. He looked up, his face full of excitement as he gazed at Zhou Jinlong. However, the next words from the other party instantly left him and everyone else stunned. Chen Mo, I cannot take you as my disciple. Zhou Jinlong's voice was calm, but his words exploded like a bombshell in the meeting hall. Chen Mo's mouth dropped open, completely unable to believe his ears. The audience below the podium immediately descended into chaos, with everyone whispering to each other, and the situation briefly spiraled out of control. My God, did I hear that right? Dean Zhou actually refused an S-level disciple. So shocking, quickly record it. Dean Zhou's aura, not even putting S rank in his eyes. Do you think this was intentional? Just to teach the S rank a lesson? Impossible. Chen Mo is an S rank. With such talent, which teacher wouldn't want to take him in? Doing this in front of so many people must have a reason. The discussion below the stage was lively, and the teachers on the stage also cast puzzled looks. Lee Yun-hai from the Tactical Command Academy frowned and asked, "Old Yo, what are you doing? Everyone knows you have fire element abilities, and recruiting Chen Mo is the most suitable choice. Are you just trying to make your presence felt?" Feng Wu, who had just recruited Jiang Qingqin, also spoke up, "Vice Dean Zhou, are you sure you want to do this? If you don't recruit Chen Mo, I won't hold back. I've been looking for an S-level disciple." Even Lan Qin couldn't help but say, "Vice Dean Zhou, do you have any concerns? Some matters can be resolved privately, there's no need to make such a big scene here." Zhou Zhenlong glanced at them, the smile on his lips growing wider, as if this was just a carefully orchestrated play to embarrass Chen Mo. Chen Mo's face alternated between red and pale, his emotions a complex mix. The reaction was completely unexpected. Chen Mo had achieved the top spot among the freshmen with overwhelming results, thinking all the teachers would vie to take him as their disciple, but the other party calmly rejected him instead. Chen Mo was utterly puzzled and could only helplessly look at Zhou Zhenlong. Faced with Chen Mo's innocent and hurt expression, Zhou Zhenlong shook his head helplessly. "Ah, this wasn't my idea, it was that person who deliberately made me do this. 81 trials, and this is the last one. I set up so many challenges for you before without causing you any loss, but I didn't expect this final move to actually work. Ha ha ha." Zhou Zhenlong's words left Chen Mo completely confused. "Is this guy crazy? I didn't understand a single word he said." Zhou Zhenlong glanced around at the teachers again and said with a wry smile, "Don't look at me like that. I haven't finished speaking yet. Although I can't take Chen Mo as my apprentice, that doesn't mean he doesn't have a teacher." These words left the teachers present momentarily stunned, then they showed expressions of sudden realization and shock. Li Yunhai asked excitedly, "Old Zhou, are you saying that Chen Mo's teacher is?" Zhou Zhenlong nodded, "Old Li, you're really smart, that's exactly it." Having received Zhou Zhenlong's affirmation, the teachers on the stage all understood, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Chen Mo had no idea what was going on. He only felt that this group of people in front of him were like riddles, speaking incomprehensible words, making him want to go up and teach them a lesson. Zhou Zhenlong turned to Chen Mo and said earnestly, "Chen Mo, you are excellent. Although I can't take you as my apprentice, you owe me 3 bows of gratitude. After all, I gave up my vacation to accompany you running around the war zone for these 10 days. Ah! Chen Mo was stunned. What's going on? It turns out that his actions in the war zone over the past few days had already been thoroughly monitored by the other side, and someone had even been following him all along. Zhou Zhenlong's words not only shocked Chen Mo but also left the teachers and students on stage puzzled. But Zhou Zhenlong seemed unwilling to say more, simply stating calmly, "I know you have many questions. Don't worry, you'll know the truth very soon." After speaking, he stepped forward, holding Chen Mo's shoulder as they walked to the very front of the stage. The two stood side by side, facing tens of thousands of new students below the stage. The two were of similar height, one steady and composed, the other full of vitality. This dashing scene instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience, with many girls excitedly covering their mouths. "Wow, so handsome. I never realized Chen Mo was this good-looking before." "That's right, strong and good-looking, simply the perfect man. I still think Director Zhou is more handsome, mature men are more charming." "You know again? Are you very familiar with him?" The whispers below the stage did not affect the two of them at all. Zhou Zhenlong cleared his throat, and the audience immediately quieted down. He looked around and announced loudly, "Standing next to me is the top freshman of this year, Chen Mo." His voice was loud and magnetic, drawing the attention of all the students involuntarily. "I know many of you think that Chen Mo becoming my apprentice is the most fitting choice. That's right, his supernatural talent is S-level, and his learning ability is unparalleled. In every aspect, he is my ideal apprentice." But Zhou Zhenlong praised Chen Mo to the skies. No one in the audience doubted him, even if they felt unconvinced, his voice easily soothed them. When he uttered the word "but," the entire room instantly tensed up. The truth is about to be revealed. Chen Mo also nervously turned to look at Zhou Zhenlong. Chen Mo's mental strength was too powerful, so Zhou Zhenlong did not deliberately target him, and he was not affected by Zhou Zhenlong's voice at all. When the other party was speaking just now, he secretly turned around to look at the other teachers and found that they all behaved very naturally. Some even smiled and nodded at him, clearly showing that everyone's previous doubts had disappeared. "But I still cannot take him as my disciple." Zhou Zhenlong's voice was firm and heavy. He changed his tone, deliberately pausing for a moment, as if he were brewing something. "Because I, Zhou Zhenlong, am not qualified to be his master." Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the students below the stage were also shocked that they couldn't say a word. What? Zhou Junlong said he wasn't qualified to be Chen Mo's master. This is just too shocking. Let me ask, in the entire Longqing Military Academy, if even Zhou Junlong says he is not qualified to be Chen Mo's master, then who else could be? Lan Qin, Feng Wu, or the other deputy deans? Absolutely impossible. Not to mention the mismatch of ability attributes, many teachers have disciples with different attributes. After all, what teachers impart is not just abilities but also rich experience. Moreover, these teachers are incredibly powerful, and many things are universally applicable. Of course, finding a teacher whose abilities match your own is ideal, but putting that aside, if Zhou Junlong can't teach Chen Mo, then no other teacher can. Because Zhou Junlong has almost reached the pinnacle. Beyond that lies the realm of legends. If even the martial emperor can't teach Chen Mo, does it mean the martial saint has to step in personally? Everyone's mind was filled with this unbelievable thought. And what Zhou Junlong said next left all the students completely stunned. He turned around, looked at the equally shocked Chen Mo, and said with a smile, "Chen Mo, I cannot take you as my disciple because your teacher is someone else." Someone else. Chen Mo was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He couldn't figure it out. Could there be someone even more formidable in this school? Wait, it seems there really is. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he instinctively looked toward the direction of the demon suppression tower. Could it be? At this moment, he and the other students had the same thought in their minds. Seeing Chen Mo's reaction, Zhou Junlong nodded and said, "That's right, it's the one in the demon suppression tower." The one. Chen Mo still hadn't figured out who exactly the one was. But in the demon suppression tower, there is only one existence, and that is the martial saint. The entire square instantly fell silent as if dead, and in the next second, it erupted into a frenzy. Everyone could not hide the shock in their hearts. Excitement, surprise, and exhilaration emotions spread among the new students. But not a single person was jealous. Because upon hearing the name Martial Saint, no one doubted anymore. Anyone chosen by the Martial Saint is absolutely extraordinary. Becoming the Martial Saint's disciple means they will undoubtedly be outstanding in the future, at the very least reaching the level of a martial emperor like Zhou Junlong, and possibly even challenging the legendary Martial Saint realm to become a legend among humanity. What did I just hear? The martial saint wants to take Chen Mo as a disciple? Am I dreaming? Damn, don't pinch me, I heard it too. I've always heard that there's a martial saint guarding the demon suppression tower, but no one knows exactly which martial saint it is. Nonsense. This is humanity's stabilizing force. With him, the war zone is absolutely secure. The audience instantly descended into chaos. Chen Mo was accepted as a disciple by the martial saint, and this matter immediately overshadowed all previous incidents, becoming the biggest sensation of the day. This news utterly shocked everyone. Even Chen Mo himself felt as if he were dreaming. Standing behind him, Jiang Qingqin heard the news and her expression became complex. She wasn't jealous, but rather ashamed of her previous attitude. She had thought Chen Mo was arrogant and conceited, but now realized she was the ridiculous one. For someone recognized by the martial saint, taking on thousands of people alone was no big deal. Even his claim of having been to the fourth war zone now seemed entirely reasonable. Unlike Jiang Qingqin, Wei Yang, standing behind Hua Yuanshan, was so excited he almost jumped up. He was actually roommates with the disciple of the martial saint, and for 4 years no less. If this news got out, even his parents would feel incredibly proud. Shocking, the master of this year's top freshman is actually. This was the headline immediately thought up by a small self-media content creator in the audience after Zhou Junlong announced that Chen Mo had become the apprentice of the martial saint. Such news would undoubtedly become the hottest topic in the school that day and for some time to come. It could even be said that, on a national scale, this was an earth-shattering piece of news. It is already extremely rare for the martial saint to take on apprentices. Currently, every apprentice of the martial saints in the country is a top-tier individual. As long as one becomes a disciple of a martial saint and manages to walk out alive, they almost always become a leading figure in the future. Compared to the commotion off stage, the teachers on the podium appeared much calmer. Although their hearts were filled with emotion, they were not surprised. Based on the various arrangements made for Chen Mo earlier, they had long discerned the underlying intentions. The teachers and their newly accepted apprentices stepped forward one after another to offer their congratulations, and Chen Mo politely responded to each of them. He could feel that these blessings were all sincere. Jiang Qingqin walked up to Chen Mo, a faint blush appearing on her face. Chen Mo, I'm sorry. Ah, why are you saying sorry? My attitude towards you before, I hope you don't take it to heart. It's okay, you were doing it for my own good, weren't you? Jiang Qingqin couldn't help but laugh, feeling warm inside. This guy is really sweet, his words are so nice. At this moment, Wei Yang also ran over and gave Chen Emo a big hug without saying a word. Brother, look, I told you earlier, your master must be at the martial saint level. I wasn't wrong, you owe me this meal. Chen Emo was dumbfounded. When did you ever say that? You're just forgetful. Anyway, you're definitely treating this meal. No problem, Jiang Qingqin, call Zhouya, and we'll go together. Jiang Qingqin also nodded with a smile. After this, the relationship between the three became noticeably closer. After some small talk, everyone dispersed. The freshman enrollment ceremony officially concluded. The crowd gradually dispersed, and everyone returned to their dormitories to prepare for the new semester. Only Zhou Jinlong and Chen Emo were left in the square. Zhou Jinlong was going to take Chen Emo to officially meet the martial saint. Although the excitement from earlier had gradually subsided, Chen Emo still felt both thrilled and nervous at the thought of meeting the martial saint soon. Dean Zhou, do you know who the martial saint in the demon suppression tower is? Zhou Jinlong smiled faintly. Don't overthink it. You'll find out when you get there. Let's go, don't keep the elder waiting. Without another word, Zhou Jinlong grabbed Chen Emo and soared into the air, heading straight for the demon suppression tower. After reaching the martial master realm, ability users can briefly fly in the air. Upon reaching the Grandmaster realm, they can truly achieve flying and traversing the earth. Of course, if you have money, you can also buy expensive Shinik flight equipment to experience flying in advance. However, such equipment is extremely costly and consumes a lot of Shinik energy. Even someone like Wei Yang, a wealthy scion, would have to think carefully. Unless you carry a large amount of Shinik or have ample Shinik reserves at all times, flight equipment is of little use to most people. This was Chen Mo's first time experiencing the feeling of being carried through the air by a strong individual, completely different from riding an airplane or spaceship. Looking at the buildings swiftly passing beneath his feet, he felt both excited and nervous. The whistling wind by his ears made Chen Emo feel as if he had merged with the heavens and earth. This feeling was so comfortable that he even wanted to fly in the sky like this forever. Finally, he closed his eyes contentedly. Zhou Jinlong glanced at Chen Emo in surprise, sensing the strange fluctuations emanating from him. This kid is this powerful. Zhou Jinlong thought to himself in astonishment. After flying for just a few minutes, Chen Emo entered a state of enlightenment. If others were told, it would surely leave them astonished. Zhou Jinlong sighed, saying that such a genius could only be taught by a master like a martial saint. The two flew at Zhou Jinlong's speed and landed smoothly in less than 2 minutes. Chen Emo still seemed to want more. This rare and wonderful feeling made him appear as though he had understood something, yet at the same time, gained nothing. However, now is not the time to dwell on these matters. The most important thing is to apprentice under the martial saint. Looking at the towering demon suppression tower before him, Zhou Jinlong said, I'll take you this far. From here on, you have to go up on your own. Chen Emo was stunned. What? Go up on my own? Dean Zhou, where's the entrance? I need to take the elevator, right? There are no doors here, nor elevators. You have to climb up yourself. Do you see the circular building at the top? That's where the senior lives. Don't forget to knock on the door when you get there. Ha, Chen Emo wanted to say something, but Zhou Jinlong turned around and left, not giving him a chance at all. Knowing full well I can't fly, yet still making me climb the tower. Chen Emo muttered to himself, but didn't think much of it. Other rookie warriors would have to put in a lot of effort to get up there, but he's different. Fire dragon turns over. Chen Emo shouted in a low voice, and a delicate little blue fire dragon appeared beneath the tower. The fire dragon circled around the demon suppression tower once, then spiraled upward closely against the tower's body. Others thought the fire dragon was flying, but in fact, with each rise, the fire dragon would use its claws to grip the tower's body for leverage. Although the fire dragon turns over is a powerful technique, Chen Mo's level is not high enough to truly achieve flight. However, this was already enough for him to easily climb the demon suppression tower. His actions attracted the attention of many people in the academy. Look, there's a blue dragon climbing next to the demon suppression tower. Yeah, I saw it too. What kind of new firework effect is this? Fireworks? Don't be ridiculous. That's the place guarded by the martial saint, who would dare set off fireworks. Maybe some teacher did it? Teachers would just fly up directly, who would show off like this? Many people took out their phones to capture this rare scene. August 31st, this day is destined to belong to Chen Mo. From the moment he stepped into the martial arts arena to now climbing the demon suppression tower, every event has been astonishing. Chen Mo paid no attention to these and reached the top floor of the demon suppression tower in just a few minutes. The fire dragon circled the circular building once and indeed found something resembling a door. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Mo controlled the fire dragon to leap forward, simultaneously knocking on the door. Come in, an old man's voice came from inside. Chen Mo pushed open the door, and the fire dragon quickly darted inside. After entering, Chen Mo retracted the fire dragon and flipped over, landing steadily on the ground. Chen Mo looked up. This massive circular building somewhat resembled the executive offices he had seen in the war zone. Around it were scenic floor-to-ceiling glass windows, but the inside was not visible from the outside. The interior was simply arranged, even somewhat plain. The furniture was antique and exuded a rich traditional Chinese style. In the center of the room, a massive yin-yang taiji pattern was drawn on the floor. An elderly man with a head full of white hair was sitting cross-legged in the center of the taiji diagram, calmly looking at Chen Mo. Is this the legendary martial saint? Chen Mo curiously observed the man. This old man looked very ordinary, lacking the awe-inspiring aura that surrounded teachers like Zhou Jinlong. The imposing presence looked exactly like an old man from the neighborhood playing chess under the sun. The only difference was that he didn't have a single wrinkle on his face. With a head full of white hair, he still appeared as youthful as a child. Chen Mo dared not be negligent, quickly stepped forward, and knelt down. Senior, student Chen Mo pays his respects. He didn't directly call him master, as he was unsure of the other party's intentions, so he decided to be polite first. The old man smiled faintly, his body gently floating up as he stood and walked to a chair nearby to sit down. Since you're here, have a seat. He pointed to the empty chair beside him. Chen Mo quickly ran over and sat down, but he didn't sit firmly, just moved his bottom closer a bit. The old man didn't move, but the teacup and teapot on the table started moving on their own, automatically filling tea for the two of them. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Chen Mo lowered his head respectfully, while the old man kept staring at him. After the tea was filled, the old man spoke. Chen Mo. Present, student. Chen Mo hurriedly stood up, clasping his fists in salute. Don't be so formal, there's no need for such courtesies here. You've passed my test, being able to meet me means you've already succeeded halfway. Test? Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled. I know you have many questions. Sit down, and I'll explain slowly. The old man took a sip of tea and slowly began to talk about the matter. Listening to his narration, Chen Mo finally understood the truth. It turned out that as soon as he arrived at the school, he had caught the attention of this martial saint. From receiving S-level resources and privileges upon enrollment, all the conflicts and disputes he encountered were orchestrated by the other party. Later, he was sent to the war zone, with Zhou Jinlong secretly tracking and observing him. Even the resource ranking competition just now was deliberately arranged. Chen Mo felt conflicted, both relieved to have passed the test and overwhelmed by the immense pressure. The old man smiled and said, "What's the matter? Are you cursing this old man in your heart?" "Ah, no, not at all. How could I? Senior's actions show how much you value me. I'm very happy." Chen Mo quickly clasped his fists in response. "Ha ha ha, you really know how to cause trouble, kid. Burning down Lan Girl's library before, it's already generous of her not to give you a proper lesson." The old man laughed heartily. Chen Mo could only scratch his head awkwardly. This matter had long since spread. "Chen Mo, although you have S-level abilities, that's not what I value the most. The fact that you managed to master the 3 flames of heaven technique in just one day, with such strong comprehension, that's what I truly admire about you. Thank you for valuing me, senior. It was just luck. May I know your name?" Chen Mo asked cautiously. The martial saint of Hua rarely shows up in public, and this elder was someone he had never seen before. He was eager to find out who the other person really was. The elder smiled and said, talking so much, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qinken." "Qinken? Qinken martial saint." Chen Mo was first stunned, then his eyes widened, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. "You are Qinken martial saint, the Qinken martial saint behind the Qinken martial hall." The martial saint of heaven and earth waved his hand. "The heaven and earth martial arts hall, that was something I casually set up when I had nothing to do. Now it's managed by the family of my eldest disciple, Long Yuan." "Casually set up?" Chen Mo's mouth twitched. Something casually set up by someone actually became one of the 2 strongest martial arts halls in Huaguo. Although he had never been to the Heaven and Earth Martial Arts Hall, he often visited the other hall of the same level, the Xianyuan Martial Arts Hall. Thinking of this, Chen Mo did not hesitate and knelt down again, shouting loudly, "Master above." Disciple Chen Mo pays his respects. After speaking, he bowed his head and performed a grand salute. However, before his head could touch the ground, it was gently held up by a soft force. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bow down. The martial saint of heaven and earth laughed and said, "Don't rush to bow. I said before, being able to come here only counts as half the success. Next, there's still. The apprenticeship assessment is a necessary hurdle. If you don't pass, don't even think about becoming my disciple." Chen Mo blushed, stood up respectfully, and said, "It was my recklessness as a disciple. Please give me a question. Don't rush, show me your ability first." "Right here." "That's right. Use the one yang finger from the 3 styles of burning heaven and strike me with all your might." "Understood." Chen Mo said no more, as a brilliant blue light erupted from his body, and the eternal night true flame burst forth without reservation. This was the first time he had fully unleashed his abilities since returning from the war zone. The terrifying high temperature instantly swept through the entire building, distorting and warping the space with flames, threatening to crack open at any moment. Chen Mo was surrounded by the eternal night true flame, and his realm was no longer concealed, directly reaching the peak of the initial martial artist stage. The Qinkan martial saint remained seated without moving, and everything inside the room was surprisingly intact. But when the eternal night true flame ignited, a barely noticeable trace of shock flashed in his eyes. This is not an S-level ability, he was certain in his heart. At his level, he could judge the strength of abilities without the need for instruments. Although Chen Mo's flames appeared to have S-level power, they carried a natural and terrifying force that even made him feel a trace of dread. Could it be? A guess so unbelievable even to himself emerged in his mind. Not S-level, nor reaching SS level, could this ability still be growing? Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be dismissed. The expression of the martial saint of heaven and earth turned serious. Previously, I had only heard about Chen Mo's situation. It wasn't until I saw him today that I realized all my previous assumptions were wrong. The shock this child brings far exceeds expectations. At this moment, Chen Mo raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the martial saint of heaven and earth. "Senior, forgive my offense." One young finger. A blue pillar of fire as thick as a bowl erupted with a roar, instantly rushing to the front of the martial saint of heaven and earth. Chen Mo's move contained only 1/10 of the power of the sun finger technique. In the wild, any high-level grade 4 exotic beast would be instantly killed, and even peak grade 4 exotic beasts would be severely injured, let alone the students in the school. With Chen Mo's current strength, many third-year university students are simply no match for him. This move secretly surprised the Qinkan martial saint. Chen Mo had surprised him multiple times, and this attack once again refreshed his understanding. Although this kid is only at the peak of the initial martial artist stage, this attack has reached the martial master level, he thought. However, the pillar of fire suddenly stopped half a meter away from the Qinkan martial saint. From the perspective of a bystander, time seemed to stand still, and the flames stopped flickering, resembling a blue popsicle with a unique sense of beauty. Seeing that the attack couldn't get close, Chen Mo, though mentally prepared, still felt a bit disappointed. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. The opponent is a martial saint. No matter how I attack, I can't hurt him. Why not try a different approach? With a plan forming in his mind, he quickly withdrew his move, pushed off forcefully, and his body charged toward the martial saint of heaven and earth. At the same time, a command was issued in the mind, physique, intelligence, fusion. Buzz. The scene before the eyes changed again. The bullet time that appeared when dealing with the 100 battles squad reappeared. He felt that everything around him was still, with only his own speed remaining normal. This move works. Chen Mo was overjoyed, raising his right palm again and striking fiercely at the martial saint of heaven and earth. Heavenly fire palm. This time, Chen Mo did not release a massive blue palm imprint but instead concentrated all the power of the heavenly fire palm into his hand, delivering a fierce blow with only 1/10 of its strength. The martial saint of heaven and earth opposite saw Chen Mo suddenly change his move and launch another attack, a trace of contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, it seems you still haven't given up." He chuckled inwardly, remaining motionless, smiling as he watched Chen Mo charge forward. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in the martial saint of heaven and earth's eyes. He sensed a subtle change in the surrounding air. Time rules. The martial saint of heaven and earth could no longer pretend to be calm, his face revealing a look of astonishment. At that very moment, he sensed a mysterious force of rules emanating from Chen Mo. That was the time rules. This power, though weak for a martial saint, had a limited range of influence, only covering the area not far around the two of them. But even such a weak force made him re-evaluate Chen Mo. This guy actually. Before the words were finished, Chen Mo's heavenly fire palm had already struck directly at the chest of the martial saint of heaven and earth. I've broken through. There's hope this time. Chen Mo was overjoyed. He didn't expect to hurt the opponent, but as long as he could land a hit, it meant his attacks had truly improved. After all, he was just a novice martial artist. Although his strength had reached the martial master level, there was still a huge gap compared to a martial saint. Being able to land a hit on the martial saint's true form was already enough to make him proud for a long time. Seeing the heavenly fire palm about to hit the martial saint, Chen Mo's body suddenly froze in mid-air. Bullet time was still active, but Chen Mo was shocked to discover that within his time pause, the martial saint could move freely. The martial saint smiled brightly, calmly raised his left hand, and flicked his finger. Chen Mo immediately felt a terrifying force emanating from the opponent's fingertip, followed by intense pain in his palm. Immediately, he was blasted away like a cannonball, slamming hard into the glass curtain wall of a building, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Pu. Chen Mo fell to the ground in a disheveled state, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The martial saint's single strike had injured him. Although the injury wasn't severe, it caused his blood and energy to surge uncontrollably, violently shaking his internal organs. His right arm temporarily lost all sensation and hung limply by his side. Chen Mo endured the pain, propped himself up with one hand, hurriedly got up, and ran to the martial saint. Master, disciple acted impulsively just now and made a mistake. Please punish me. Chen Mo took the initiative to admit his fault. After all, the second attack earlier was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and the injury was self-inflicted, but he couldn't avoid admitting his mistake. The Qinkan martial saint waved his hand. All right, I don't blame you. Young people having drive shows you're a thoughtful child, very good. However, that power of time rules just now, how did you comprehend it? The power of time rules. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood that the martial saint was referring to his bullet time. He was a fire ability user and couldn't possibly master a second ability. What had just happened was merely the power of rules, not a time ability. He scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I just made myself a bit more focused. His answer was vague, and the martial saint stared into his eyes for a long time before shaking his head. Forget it, I won't force you if you don't want to talk. Everyone has their own secrets, and I won't pry. Your strength and potential satisfy me greatly, especially your special ability. It seems it hasn't yet reached its full potential. The words of the martial saint sent a jolt through Chen Mo's heart. Experienced people truly are different. With just one glance, he could tell that his special ability was far beyond an ordinary S-level ability. However, it was clear that the martial saint had never encountered the eternal night true flame and had no idea what a calamity-level existence was. But the martial saint suddenly changed the topic. Do you know what supernatural abilities are? Ah. Chen Mo was completely baffled by this question. What are supernatural abilities? Not just himself, who could explain it clearly right away. System awakening, ability evolution. Even when he was just an F-level ability user, with only a spark ignited, he had never seriously thought about this question. Abilities, aren't they just the special powers awakened in the human body after the resurgence of Blue Star's Shinnick energy? Chen Mo cautiously answered. This was the standard answer from the textbooks, seemingly correct. But the martial saint shook his head. That's just most people's understanding of superpowers. What do you think is the relationship between humans and superpowers? Ha! Chen Mo was instantly dumbfounded. The martial saint didn't stop and continued to ask, do you think your current S-level superpower is stronger compared to when you were at F-level? Ha! Chen Mo was completely baffled. Isn't this a soul-searching question? He hadn't even figured out the first question when two more followed. Each question seemed simple, yet appeared to hide a deeper meaning. Chen Mo's face turned pale, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he kept calling out to the system in his mind. System, please help me. My intelligence is already 300, yet I still can't figure out how to answer these three questions. Just when he was at his wit's end, the system rarely provided a shocking answer. Superpowers are the specific and diverse manifestations of the rules of the universe. The relationship between humans and superpowers is one of being chosen and choosing. The level of supernatural ability does not represent strength or weakness, its power depends on the potential of the ability holder, except for catastrophe level abilities. Seeing these 3 points, Chen Mo was instantly dumbfounded. The 3 questions from the martial saint were already mind-boggling, but the system's answers completely overturned everything he had believed since childhood. The martial saint looked at the dazed Chen Mo, leisurely sipping tea, giving him time to think. These 3 questions are still too difficult for him. If he can answer them, this kid is definitely extraordinary. Ha ha. Wu Xing thought to himself with a smile. He wasn't intentionally making things difficult but genuinely wanted to test him. If Chen Mo could answer, he was willing to devote everything to nurture him. After all, those who can understand these 3 questions are no longer ordinary geniuses but rare prodigies, possibly even glimpsing the legendary realm. Wu Xing originally thought Chen Mo would need at least a few hours to ponder, or even give up. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo was stunned for just over 10 seconds, and his eyes suddenly became clear. He coughed a few times, cleared his throat, and said, "Master, the first question, I think supernatural abilities are the specific and diverse manifestations of the rules of the universe." The martial saint listened with a smile, the teacup still paused at his lips. The next second, he almost dropped the teacup on the ground. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The martial saint suddenly started coughing. "Master, are you okay? Did the tea burn you?" Chen Mo asked with concern. "I'm fine. Is this something you just figured out?" the martial saint asked. "Yes. Actually, I had some thoughts earlier, but I just used your question to express them." Chen Mo feigned calmness, but secretly laughed to himself. It was clearly an answer I just copied. The martial saint's expression changed, becoming serious. His gaze turned deep and intense as he stared fixedly at Chen Mo. Chen Mo felt as if he had been stripped bare, but fortunately, the system was a secret weapon that the martial saint couldn't discover. The martial saint was silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, how do you answer the second question?" "Master, sometimes I feel that the relationship between humans and abilities is one of mutual selection. It seems that it is the abilities that choose us, rather than us choosing the abilities." As he said this, Chen Mo pretended to be profound, with a hint of contemplation on his face, even deliberately striking a pensive pose. Hearing his response, the martial saint of heaven and earth was deeply shaken. However, he suppressed his surprise and immediately asked again, "What about the third question?" This time, Chen Mo was even more smug. He felt like the king of the Versailles world. His expression was more serious than ever, with a special sparkle in his eyes. "Master, the level of an ability doesn't entirely represent strength or weakness. You should know my experience. Before my ability evolved, even with only an F-level ability, I never gave up on the martial arts entrance exam, because I believe there are no useless abilities, only people who lack capability." This sentence is powerful, carrying an aura that commands admiration. He wasn't saying it to impress others, it was a heartfelt truth. Just as he said, even with F-level abilities, he had never given up on the college entrance exam. He firmly believed that with hard work, even F-level abilities could stand at the peak and overlook the world. At this moment, the tall, golden-haired figure once again appeared in his mind. There are no useless abilities, only people who lack capability. This was also the principle his foster father had once taught him. After Chen Mo finished speaking, the circular building immediately fell silent. The martial saint of heaven and earth sat quietly, his expression unprecedentedly serious, his eyes emitting a sharp light, staring intently at Chen Mo. At this moment, he developed a strong interest in this handsome young man before him. Genius. An unprecedented genius. I seem to see the shadow of that child, Pangu. Qian Kuan martial saint marveled in his heart. Once upon a time, that junior who amazed him had now become someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. That was none other than the most popular Pangu martial saint of the younger generation in China. Like Chen Mo, he too had once answered Qian Kuan martial saint's 3 questions. Although there are some differences, the general meaning is the same. However, Chen Mo's response was clearly more in-depth, indicating that his understanding of supernatural abilities is quite extraordinary. It seems the apprenticeship assessment needs to be temporarily changed. Qian Kuan martial saint suddenly had a flash of inspiration, completely overturning the previously prepared assessment, and decided to tailor a special assessment for this future beloved disciple. As soon as this idea emerged, a complete plan quickly formed in his mind. The Qian martial saint stood up and slowly walked toward Chen Mo. He raised his hand and wiped over Chen Mo's unconscious arm, and Chen Mo immediately felt his right arm return to normal in an instant. This effect is more effective than any recovery potion. Simply miraculous. Is the martial saint really this powerful? Chen Mo was utterly shocked. In his eyes, the martial saint was omnipotent, a godlike existence. The martial saint of heaven and earth showed a kind smile. "Follow me." After speaking, he slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and stood facing the direction of the war zone. Chen Mo was puzzled but could only follow. The martial saint of heaven and earth stood for a long time before suddenly speaking. "You've been to the war zone. Do you still remember the slogans above the entrances of each stronghold?" "Of course I remember. Welcome to hell. Chen Mo said with a smile. I initially thought it was a joke from some supervisor, but later found out that all war zones had this slogan. After asking around, I learned it was a unified motto. Then which do you think is more brutal, the war zone or hell? This time, Chen Mo wasn't confused. He thought for a moment and answered frankly, from my perspective, this slogan is a bit exaggerated. Although the nights in the war zone are indeed terrifying, I feel they haven't reached the level of horror in hell. The martial saint of heaven and earth revealed a meaningful smile upon hearing this. Then, do you want to witness the real hell? Hell, what is that? Chen Mo had no idea how to respond. But the martial saint didn't seem to expect him to say anything. He turned around and pointed to the Taiji diagram on the ground in the center of the building. Then, Chen Mo felt a gentle force lift him up, landing together with the martial saint on the eyes of the two yin-yang fish in the Taiji diagram. The martial saint of heaven and earth stood on the yin eye, while Chen Mo stood on the yang eye. Suddenly, the Taiji diagram emitted alternating black and white light. Chen Mo's vision blurred for a moment, and in the next second, he found himself outdoors. The Taiji diagram beneath his feet slowly rotated, and he moved gently like the yin-yang fish. Below the Taiji diagram was the demon suppression tower, and they were already standing at the top of the tower. Still unclear about what happened, the Taiji diagram carried them towards the battlefield outside Dragon City. High in the sky, Chen Mo's view was incredibly expansive. At this altitude, even military satellites and radar couldn't detect them. The two arrived above the outermost city wall of Dragon City. Ahead lay the first battlefield. The martial saint of heaven and earth looked up at the sky, as if waiting for something. Then he said calmly, "All right, let's rest here for a while. The next part will be exciting." Chen Mo didn't understand, but he didn't ask much and imitated the martial saint by sitting cross-legged. The martial saint conjured a tea set and began brewing tea automatically. They quietly drank tea in mid-air. Time passed slowly. Chen Mo kept checking his watch. 2 hours had already gone by, and there were only a little over 10 minutes left until 6 p.m. At this moment, the martial saint of heaven and earth put down the teacup and waved his hand, making the tea set disappear. He softly said toward the direction of the war zone, "It's here, watch carefully." Chen Mo looked curiously, but all he saw was still a desolate desert, with no abnormalities. However, he noticed that there wasn't a single person in the first war zone. Yet, under the city walls, countless people were running around, clearly sensing something. Chen Mo turned his head and saw countless points of light suddenly lighting up within Dragon City. These points of light flew into the sky, turning out to be giant super warships he had never seen before. The warships flew past them one by one, stopping not far outside the city walls. Chen Mo's heart tightened, sensing that something significant was about to happen, but no matter how hard he stared, he couldn't detect anything unusual. At this moment, the time on the wristband showed 6 p.m. Chen Mo instinctively looked up and suddenly noticed a strange gray line on the distant horizon. The line was very long, almost covering the entire horizon in view. As time passed, the gray line grew thicker and thicker. Chen Mo finally saw clearly that it was a massive cloud of dust formed by countless Gobi Desert particles being swept into the sky, resembling a sandstorm. But this dust cloud was different. There seemed to be something moving underneath. Chen Mo's heartbeat quickened, faintly sensing something was wrong, but more time was needed to confirm. By 6:30 p.m., the gray line appeared clearly before his eyes. Chen Mo finally understood. Under the sky-darkening dust, countless exotic beasts were running wildly. The earth trembled, and above the dust, countless flying exotic beasts were darting back and forth. The number of exotic beasts was impossible to count, and the scene resembled a terrifying tsunami. This wave of beast tide composed of exotic beasts is sweeping towards Dragon City. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo's face instantly turned pale. He suddenly turned to the martial saint of heaven and earth, his voice trembling, "Master, this is a beast tide. A beast tide." The martial saint of heaven and earth nodded lightly, "That's right, and it's a blood moon beast tide." Chen Mo looked up in shock. On a midsummer evening, the sun had not yet set, but the moon had already risen. However, tonight's moon was not white, but blood red. Blood moon, beast tide. These two words fiercely struck Chen Mo's still fragile heart. Since before entering the war zone, he had done his homework. The biggest difference between the Northwest War Zone and the Southwest War Zone is that the Northwest War Zone faces large-scale beast tides. Among them, the most ferocious is the blood moon beast tide. Although beast tides do not occur with every blood moon, there is guaranteed to be one disaster of this level every year. And today, Chen Mo happened to encounter it. The Qiankan martial saint seemed to have deliberately brought him to observe this beast tide. Chen Mo stood up anxiously and shouted to martial saint, "Master, shouldn't we go down and fight immediately?" Marshal St. Chien Kuan waved his hand. No rush, sit down first and observe carefully. Chen Mo's expression kept changing, and he finally gritted his teeth and complied, sitting on the Taiji diagram, watching helplessly at the terrifying scene that seemed like the end of the world. Below, the beast tide has already charged into the first battle zone, rushing straight toward Dragon City at an astonishing speed. The enormous Dragon City now revealed its true majesty. Chen Mo was shocked to see the Black Dragon City, like an awakened giant beast, suddenly erupt with dazzling light. It was the massive protective shield covering the entire Dragon City. Countless superhumans stood on the city walls, arranging their formations, while more powerful superhumans ascended into the sky, breaking through the protective shield. At that moment, the beast tide suddenly surged forward. The super battleship in the sky suddenly emitted a blinding light. The powerful Chinook cannon spewed scorching flames, and a massive beam of light struck directly at the beast tide. A round of volleys left countless massive vacuum zones on the ground. The alien beasts within the range of the Chinook cannons were almost instantly reduced to ashes. Chen Mo watched with blood boiling, but the next moment, his heart sank halfway. Those vacuum zones were almost instantly filled by the surging beast tide from behind. The massive tsunami of monstrous beasts crashed into Dragon City's walls and protective shield with earth-shattering force. The roar shook the heavens, and the battle finally began in earnest. The super battleship, after firing, did not linger and immediately retreated at full speed into the depths of the war zone. At this moment, the first war zone was left with countless ability users holding their ground. The walls of Dragon City were lined with various Chinook weapons, launching indiscriminate attacks on the beast tide. Those strong individuals above the master level even directly charged into the beast tide, initiating a massacre. What slightly reassured Chen Mo was that although the number of exotic beasts was astonishing, their levels were not high. Looking around, most were first-level and second-level exotic beasts, with a few scattered third-level exotic beasts, and no high-level exotic beasts in sight. This was Chen Mo's first time truly witnessing a beast tide. Previously, he had only learned about it through textbooks or videos. But this time, he was on the scene, feeling the intense visual impact that not only shocked his eyes but also his soul. Chen Mo's entire body tensed up, and the scene before him made his heart race. Whether in his past life or this one, he had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. Even back in the war zone, the nighttime hordes of mutant beasts were not this frightening, not enough to make one's skin crawl. He remained silent, staring intently at the battlefield below. Countless ability users and mutant beasts were locked in fierce combat. Multicolored lights continuously burst forth on the vast battlefield of the first war zone, like fireworks in the night. But each burst of these fireworks claimed the life of a mutant beast. At first, Chen Mo remained relatively calm, as the level of the beasts wasn't high and human ability users could still handle them. But gradually, he began to feel nervous. Although their levels were low, there were simply too many of them. Looking around, the beasts were like an ocean, with no end in sight. The strong among the human ability users could kill hundreds of low-level beasts with a single move, but in Chen Mo's eyes, this was far from enough. Gradually, human ability users began to suffer casualties. Those low-level ability users, surrounded by the beastly creatures, were utterly defenseless and torn apart. Chen Mo wanted to speak up several times to seek help from the Marshal St. Chien Kuan, but seeing the calm and unchanged expression on his face, he held back. Why did the teacher bring him here to witness this? Could there be some secret hidden within? The battle became increasingly fierce. Chen Mo saw that the beasts had already reached the base of the city walls, with those behind stepping over their fallen companions, desperately climbing upward. The massive energy shield was covered like a swarm of ants, a dense black mass. The flying beasts directly crashed into the shield, shattering upon impact, yet the beasts behind them showed no hesitation, charging forward one after another. They seemed to have lost all reason, with only one thought in their minds: charge forward and annihilate humanity. The situation grew more intense, and finally, there was a change on the human side. Chen Mo saw some people in military uniforms with peculiar attire appear on the city wall. They floated above the heads of the ability users, with one stationed at regular intervals. At the very end, there was also an ability user floating, as if waiting for something. Before he could figure out the purpose of these people, Chen Mo saw that last person raise a hand and point, and the others almost simultaneously made the same gesture. The ability users below them immediately responded, launching an attack in the direction indicated by the pointing fingers. This attack was completely different. Compared to the previous chaotic battles, this time it was well coordinated, with the attack timing precise to the second. Chen Mo widened his eyes, witnessing an unbelievable scene. Various attacks rained down on the beast army from different directions and angles. Ice ability users quickly erected rows of ice spikes in front of the beasts. Earth element attacks smashed into the ground, instantly raising solid earth walls. Towering water columns, blazing flames, wildly growing vines, and massive golden spinning wheels with a sharp aura appeared in succession. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, endless thunderbolts struck the enemies like the descent of a thunder god. Invisible strong winds in the air bared sharp fangs at the flying beasts. Various elemental attacks coordinated seamlessly, some blocking the beasts' advance, others instantly killing the enemies. In an instant, the area within a 500-meter radius outside the city wall was cleared, forming an open space. The massive earthen walls were arranged in a peculiar manner, not in a straight line but staggered, leaving large gaps in between. The beasts could only pass through these gaps, like a sluice gate blocking a flood, allowing only a small stream of water to flow in. Chen Emo was so shocked by the scene before him that he couldn't speak. This completely overturned his understanding of supernatural abilities. Even if the abilities belong to the same category, the forms and functions awakened by each individual are different. However, he just saw these abilities of the same category being fused by some kind of power, working together seamlessly to form a unified attack method. He had never seen such a battle before. In an instant, Chen Emo understood that it was those pointing fingers who were giving commands. They were the commanders. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. This was the first time he had seen tactical commanders playing a role on the battlefield. The battles in the previous freshman ranking competition were nothing compared to the one before their eyes. These commanders are also divided into levels. The one standing furthest back is the chief commander, while those in front are responsible for executing specific tactics. The originally chaotic battle instantly became efficient and orderly under the leadership of the commanders. Not only that, there are also commanders specifically in charge of Chinook weapons, and all soldiers operating Chinook cannons and other weapons follow their commands. For a moment, human superhumans fiercely repelled the beast tide. Chen Emo was dumbfounded, gaining a whole new understanding of the war between humans and exotic beasts. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours, yet the exotic beasts showed no sign of decreasing, as if they were endless and could never be completely defeated. At this moment, the Kinkan martial saint, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. "How do you feel? Do you have a deeper understanding of hell now?" Chen Emo swallowed hard, his face solemn as he said, "Yes, much deeper." The martial saint of heaven and earth smiled lightly. "Don't rush, this is just the beginning. There's even more formidable to come." Even more formidable. Chen Emo was completely confused. Isn't this already a beast tide? Can there be something even fiercer? At that moment, he felt the Teiji diagram beneath his feet start to move. The Teiji diagram carried the two of them, rapidly advancing toward the depths of the battlefield, its speed increasing more and more. In just over 10 seconds, they crossed over 100 kilometers, directly reaching the second war zone. In fact, this was because the Qiankuan martial saint deliberately slowed down. When they arrived at the border between the first and second war zones, Chen Emo saw rows of faintly glowing buildings below, like helpless isolated islands, standing lonely amidst the beast tide. Upon closer inspection, those turned out to be strongholds with energy shields activated. The earlier battle beneath Dragon City had shocked Chen Emo so much that he had almost forgotten the existence of strongholds in the war zones. Now seeing these strongholds, he suddenly remembered. But immediately, his heart sank heavily. Dragon City still had troops resisting, but these isolated strongholds, in the face of endless beasts, they could only be considered cannon fodder. A wave of desolation surged in his heart, and a deep sense of powerlessness weighed on him, making it hard to breathe. These strongholds gathered many human ability users, but what awaited them was likely total annihilation. Chen Mo's face was full of sorrow as he lowered his head, staring at those strongholds. After watching for a while, his expression suddenly turned strange. What's going on? He was surprised to find that when the beast tide passed by these strongholds, it seemed as if they didn't see them, effortlessly bypassing them. These strongholds with activated shields were like stones in a river. The exotic beasts automatically avoided them upon reaching this point. "This is simply unbelievable," Chen Emo exclaimed in a low voice. "Do you find it unbelievable?" Kinkan martial saint said with a smile. "Yes. How is this possible? You should know that these strongholds are operated by third-party forces and are not protected by the military." "Yes, I understood on my first day in the war zone. Since they can establish a base in the war zone, do you think these forces wouldn't have a way to deal with the beast tide?" Chen Emo was stunned. He had never thought about this question. He assumed that when facing the beast tide, the military would definitely send troops for support. The truth is, there is absolutely none. There isn't a single soldier here. These strongholds survive solely on their own strength. Behind these strongholds are forces far more powerful than you can imagine. They have their own ways to protect themselves. During a beast tide, without the unified coordination of a commander, human ability users fighting alone would only face quicker annihilation. So they don't aim for extraordinary victories, only for survival. There's no shame in that. Chen Mo nodded, his expression solemn. The Qincan martial saint was right. Commanders are extremely scarce resources. Not all psychic ability users can become commanders. In Longqing Military Academy, the Tactical Command Academy ranks first, which is enough to show the importance of commanders. Training a qualified commander consumes enormous resources, and only 1 out of 10 people can become a qualified commander. This is just the most basic level of command. More formidable commanders are those who have been continuously upgraded through the tempering of numerous wars. Not just in Hua Nation, but even across the entire Blue Planet, commanders are scarce resources in the current human world. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the strongholds in the war zone to be specifically equipped with a large number of commanders and resources to fend off the occasional beast tide. A commander is here, but they all have their own ways to survive. As for the specific method, the Qincan martial saint did not elaborate, and Chen Mo was smart enough not to ask further. The Teiji diagram carried the two forward, passing through the second war zone, the third war zone, heading straight to the fourth war zone. This time, the speed was not fast. It seemed that the martial saint of heaven and earth deliberately slowed down to let Chen Mo experience the atmosphere of the beast tide. The vast expanse of the desert below was already teeming with exotic beasts, densely packed like a swarm of slowly crawling ants. For anyone with trypophobia, this place would surely drive them insane. In fact, the exotic beasts were very fast, but their sheer numbers and density made them appear, from Chen Mo's perspective, like a writhing mass of worms. This sensation was both strange and unsettling. Chen Mo felt like a god, coldly overlooking, and all the beings below were just tiny ants. He stared below, lost in thought. At this moment, the martial saint of heaven and earth suddenly asked, "Do you know Fong Lan?" Fong Lan. Chen Mo was startled and immediately shifted his gaze away from the beast tide. He knew this name. She was the person in charge of base number 4, a formidable woman known as the Abyssal Sea. It was said that she only possessed E-level abilities, yet she single-handedly controlled the entire base. Chen Mo told the Qincan martial saint what he knew. The martial saint of heaven and earth nodded and said, "Are you curious about how someone with only E-level abilities could become a legendary ability user? And how they could lead a stronghold?" Chen Mo subconsciously nodded. The Qincan martial saint mentioning Fong Lan clearly had his reasons. Not far ahead is base number 4. Soon, you'll see her skills. As soon as the words fell, the Teiji diagram suddenly accelerated. Chen Mo felt a wave of dizziness, and the next moment, he stopped at the border between the third and fourth war zones. This was the central area of the war zones. Moving further ahead would lead to the number 1 and number 2 strongholds of the fifth war zone. Beyond the fifth war zone, humanity had no strongholds. It can be said that strongholds number 3, 4, and 5 in the fourth war zone are humanity's last line of defense. "We've arrived, look down." Chen Kuan-wusheng stood up and pointed downward. Chen Mo followed the direction and looked over, his eyes instantly widened, almost popping out. Below was a vast expanse of water, beyond imagination. It was a lake, no, a water surface that almost covered the entire field of vision. It is evening, the sun has set. The war zone has plunged into its darkest moment. Under the red glow emitted by the blood moon in the sky, Chen Mo realized that this body of water seemed boundless. Outpost number 4 was encased in a giant water droplet, floating on the surface, bobbing up and down with the waves. **T. Chen Mo couldn't help but curse. The scene before him completely overturned his understanding. A lake in the Gobi Desert? No, it's a sea. And the fourth outpost is the pearl of the sea, quietly floating. "Master, could this be Fong Lan's work?" Chen Mo asked hoarsely. "That's right. This is the deep sea and the pearl in the palm," Qincan martial saint said with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. This admiration was not for Chen Mo, but for this outpost. Chen Mo stared blankly at this abyssal sea, his body covered in goosebumps. In the sea, countless strange beasts struggled in pain, ultimately sinking unwillingly into the water. The Teiji diagram slowly advanced toward the shore. Here, the strange beasts in the beast tide had long lost their sanity, charging toward the ocean. And waiting for them, just like Chen Mo had seen before, as long as they stepped into the seawater, there was no turning back. He had never seen such a scene. What shocked him even more was that there were not only low-level exotic beasts here, but even 4th level ones, and occasionally 5th level ones. Without exception, all these exotic beasts were swallowed by the deep sea. The sight before him was extremely spectacular, as the exotic beasts jumped one after another into the bottomless ocean. No matter how many exotic beasts fell into it, this ocean seemed never to be filled. It was like a bottomless black hole, devouring everything. Chen Mo had never seen a master display supernatural abilities. He didn't know the true strength of his master, the martial saint of heaven and earth, but seeing the powerful abilities exhibited by the legendary ability user Fan Lan stirred a surge of excitement in his heart. The shock of the deep sea even surpassed the previous beast tide. Chen Mo stood on the Taiji diagram, watching the ocean continuously devour the beasts. His breathing quickened with excitement, and his fists clenched tightly. Master! How is this even possible? An E-level ability can actually be this powerful. Hehe, have you forgotten what you said yourself? There are no useless abilities, only people who don't know how to use them. Fan Lan is one of the top ability users in China, on par with the martial saint of Pangu. Her learning ability is extremely strong, but not everyone is like her. In fact, we humans have barely scratched the surface when it comes to developing abilities. Most people know very little about their own abilities, and haven't even tapped into 1% of their potential. Chen Mo was utterly shocked. According to his master, nearly 90% of ability users were like clueless children, completely unaware of the treasure they possessed. Fan Lan's ability is the E-level Azure Pond, but through relentless effort, she has developed an astonishing 30% of its potential. As a result, Azure Pond has transformed into the current Deep Blue Sea. Such power is difficult for even S-level ability users of the same rank to rival. His master's words deeply resonated with Chen Mo. This ocean that devours everything far exceeded his understanding. He couldn't imagine how a pond could turn into an ocean through such a magical and terrifying process. He suddenly thought of a famous comic he had read in his previous life, where people gained superpowers by eating devil fruits, which was very similar to the current abilities. In it, there was a powerful figure who used sand abilities, never relying on other forces, but instead fully excavating his own abilities to unleash unprecedented power. Fan Lan was like such a person, with average talent, but through continuous development, he gradually unearthed the immense potential of his abilities, ultimately displaying astonishing power. Chen Mo stood on the Taiji diagram, lost in thought. The martial saint of heaven and earth nodded slightly. This child is truly smart, it seems he has gained some insight. The martial saint praised inwardly and stood still, waiting for Chen Mo. Chen Mo remained motionless like a statue, his gaze vacant, once again entering a state of deep enlightenment. He possesses an intelligence bonus of 300, with thoughts constantly flashing through his mind, suddenly feeling he has grasped the key. He carefully recalls his mastery of the eternal night true flame, regretfully discovering that, by Fan Lan's standards, he hasn't even reached 1%. Although his control over the eternal night true flame is stronger than most, allowing him to handle it with ease, he merely relies on the sheer power of his S-level ability to forcefully manage it. As for the deeper secrets of the eternal night true flame, he knows nothing. Thinking of this, Chen Mo becomes even more curious. Never before has he been so endlessly curious about the abilities he possesses. Not only that, he also recalled the previous F-level ability Spark of Fire. Every ability has its use. Could it be that the Spark of Fire also has a day when it erupts? Although his ability had evolved, the attributes of the Spark of Fire were still retained and fused into the eternal night true flame. In this way, this was simply double the adventurous fun. Wow! So the world of abilities is this amazing. Chen Mo shouted excitedly. He was like a pirate discovering treasure, or a child receiving a new toy, his eyes sparkling, his whole body trembling with excitement. After a while, he finally calmed down and raised his head to solemnly bow to the martial saint of heaven and earth. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand now. The martial saint of heaven and earth merely smiled faintly and said nothing more. For a smart person, too many words would be unnecessary. Chen Mo already knew how to proceed on the path ahead. Alright, let's move forward. We still have to move forward. Chen Mo asked in surprise. This is just the beginning. Don't you want to see the real hell? The real hell. Chen Mo was completely puzzled. Before he could react, the Taiji diagram beneath his feet suddenly accelerated, directly crossing the 4th war zone and arriving at the border of the 5th war zone. This is the front line of the human stronghold. Beyond this point, there are no traces of humanity. Standing on the Taiji diagram, Chen Mo vaguely saw two huge glowing objects moving in the distance. Around those two large objects, countless light spots of varying sizes were densely scattered. What are those? He asked instinctively. The next second, he understood. The Teiji diagram instantly arrived at the border between the 4th and 5th war zones. Within 20 kilometers, two enormous behemoths were galloping across the Gobi Desert. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo almost sat on the Teiji diagram. This time he wasn't surprised, but so excited that he could barely speak. Wow, this is incredible! He screamed inwardly, it was simply indescribable. In front of me are two giant robots towering over 100 meters, pacing back and forth on the Gobi Desert. Despite their massive size, they move with agility, emanating a soft glow from the Chinook shields covering them. The robots are covered with alien beasts. With every movement, countless beasts are flung off, only to be replaced by more leaping onto them, resembling an adult swatting fleas off their body. Among the beast horde below, 5th-level alien beasts make up the majority. But in front of these two giant robots, these level 5 monsters were like ants. A single step could crush a large group. Chen Mo stared at them, his eyes lit up. Could these be Transformers? So cool. I want to own them too. He couldn't wait to jump down immediately and claim these two robots as his own. The appearance of these two giant robots completely ignited Chen Mo's passion. Which boy doesn't like Transformers? And it's such a domineering giant version. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mo discovered that the super battleships that had previously disappeared from Dragon City were now all gathered around the two robots. Countless small fighter jets flew out from the battleship. The light spots seen earlier were precisely the glow emitted by these battleships and fighter jets. The aerial strike force composed of robots and warships is engaged in fierce combat here. They seem to be humanity's first line of defense. If it weren't for the significant consumption of advanced exotic beasts here, Dragon City might not hold out. Master! Master! Are those two robots also secret weapons of the military? Chen Mo excitedly ran around the Teiji diagram, asking as he ran. The martial saint of heaven and earth looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, I forgot, this kid is still too young. Of course, he'd be excited to see something like this. Ahem, this is not a secret weapon of the military, but base 1 and base 2. Base 1. Ha! Whoa, damn! Chen Mo exclaimed, hardly able to believe his ears. Those two robots are actually the base. This is unbelievable. Could it be that the stronghold can transform? Can other strongholds also turn into robots and escape at critical moments? As if seeing through Chen Mo's thoughts, the martial saint of heaven and earth said, don't overthink it. Other strongholds are just ordinary buildings. Only stronghold number 1 and number 2 have this function. This is the front line of the war zone, and these two strongholds are directly managed by the National Academy of Sciences. Directly managed by the National Academy of Sciences. Chen Mo suddenly felt a bit regretful, thinking he should have followed Wei Yang earlier to apprentice under Hua Yuanshan and study these amazing technological devices. With his IQ of 300, building an invincible robot 1,000 meters tall is simply a piece of cake. As for those exotic beasts, they're nothing but a trivial matter. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but giggle foolishly, almost drooling. The martial saint of heaven and earth looked speechless. Originally, he wanted Chen Mo to witness the battle scenes on the front lines, but unexpectedly, this guy had nothing but robots on his mind. Ahem, have you seen enough? No, no. Ah no, it's enough, enough. Chen Mo almost blurted out what was on his mind. If he could keep looking, he wouldn't mind staying here for a lifetime. Alright, let's keep moving forward. Ha, we still have to go further? Up ahead is the 6th war zone. The martial saint of heaven and earth snorted coldly, gave him a sidelong glance, and swiftly departed on the Teiji diagram. Not moving forward, do you expect me to watch a robot show with you? Chen Mo reluctantly turned his head to look back. The robot turned into a small point of light and disappeared from sight. From this point onward, humanity no longer has any permanent outposts. After the 6th war zone, only human experts at the master level or above dare to set foot. Along the way, Chen Mo kept staring at the wristband and quickly crossed the 6th war zone line. Not a single living person could be seen underfoot, only endless alien beasts. All the alien beasts here are above level 6. Each one exuded a strong sense of oppression, making Chen Mo feel deeply uneasy. The aura of so many level 6 exotic beasts even blew away the clouds in the sky. Fortunately, with the protection of his master's Teiji diagram, Chen Mo was not affected much. But looking at those giant exotic beasts, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. A level 6 exotic beast is not like the level 4 small monsters he dealt with before. A single breath from it could kill him hundreds of times. These exotic beasts have already joined the beast tide, moving like slow-shifting quicksand, step by step advancing toward Dragon City. It is estimated that soon, they will enter the 5th battle zone and be blocked by those two giant robots. Chen Mo didn't have time to marvel as the Teiji diagram accelerated, directly passing through the 6th battle zone and arriving at the 7th battle zone. This is the deepest part of the war zone, the wristband shows a bright red, and the mysterious vortex on the map is close at hand. As soon as he entered the 7th war zone, Chen Mo felt the surroundings suddenly quiet down. Completely different from the deafening roars of the beasts before, it was unusually silent here. Curious, he looked down and saw one after another of 7th level beasts, as large as small mountains, either standing, lying, or sitting, lazily dazing on the Gobi Desert. The beast tide seemed to have stopped here, and these level 7 mutant beasts had no intention of moving forward. Moreover, the mutant beasts were no longer densely packed, with at least 100 meters between each one, as if each had its own territory and wouldn't allow other beasts to approach. Even so, the number of level 7 mutant beasts here still made Chen Mo's legs go weak. He had never thought he could reach the 7th war zone. Many ability users might never make it here in their lifetime. But the martial saint of heaven and earth didn't seem to intend to stop, continuing to drive the Teiji diagram deeper. Still going further in. Chen Mo was a bit scared. Ahead was the 8th war zone. Beyond that, the map on the wristband would show nothing, only a pitch-black vortex symbol. The area beyond the vortex was all marked as unknown. The 8th war zone was similar to the 7th, with the number of exotic beasts significantly reduced. Level 8 exotic beasts were extremely terrifying existences. The purgatory black dragon hatchling Chen Mo encountered during his college entrance exam would grow into a level 8 exotic beast. This is almost the top-tier creature of the exotic beast world. Even with the Teiji diagram blocking, the terrifying aura emitted by those level 8 exotic beasts still made Chen Mo feel his soul trembling. In front of them, he felt that even considering himself as an ant was overestimating himself. But in front of his master, these level 8 exotic beasts were nothing at all. The two walked through the 8th battle zone as if they were strolling, finally reaching the deepest part. Chen Mo finally saw clearly what the black vortex on the map actually was. At the deepest part of the 8th battle zone, a massive black sphere floated in the sky. Under the blood-red moonlight, he could clearly see it was an unfamiliar black object. Around the massive sphere, giant barbed tentacles were constantly waving. The center of the sphere was pitch black. Chen Mo took just one glance and almost lost his balance. He felt dizzy and quickly sat down cross-legged, gasping for breath. At this moment, the Teiji diagram was less than 5 kilometers away from the sphere. When it was 5 kilometers away from the black sphere, the Teiji diagram stopped. But even from a distance, Chen Mo was still shocked by the scene before him. The enormity of this sphere makes one feel insignificant. Chen Mo estimated that its volume even surpassed the entire Dragon City. He now dared not look directly at the sphere, fearing he might faint again upon seeing it. The martial saint of heaven and earth stood on the Teiji diagram with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the sphere. Without turning around, he murmured softly, as if speaking to Chen Mo. "This is the deepest part of the Northwest War Zone. Now you should understand the true meaning of hell, right?" Chen Mo subconsciously nodded. "Master, I think I understand the meaning of that slogan. What exactly is this thing?" Just as he asked this question, the sphere suddenly moved. A loud bang erupted from within the sphere. Dong! The sound was like a heavy hammer striking in Chen Mo's mind. He let out an ah and knelt on the Teiji diagram, clutching his head with both hands, groaning in pain. This time, the impact of the sphere truly hurt him. Warm blood flowed from his nostrils. Chen Mo's face was pale, almost unable to stand. The martial saint of heaven and earth frowned and waved his hand again. The Teiji diagram emitted a gentle force, blocking the attack of the sphere. Chen Mo was protected, and his injuries instantly healed. But he was still shaken, his eyes filled with fear and shock. The sphere's vibration had not yet stopped. The first sound echoed, followed closely by a second, a third. Dong, dong, dong. The sound was deeply rhythmic, and Chen Mo felt his heartbeat being drawn into its cadence. He clenched his teeth tightly, struggling desperately to resist the influence. Fortunately, the protection of the Teiji diagram shielded him, otherwise, he would not have been able to endure the shocks. Even with the protection, he still felt uncomfortable. The Kinkan martial saint made no effort to strengthen the barrier, seemingly intending for Chen Mo to experience all of this directly. The vibrations continued, but then suddenly, they stopped, utterly silent. Chen Mo felt his heartbeat stagger violently. Pu! A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out, and he collapsed once more. At this moment, all the confidence and excitement he had before were gone, leaving only profound despair and terror in his eyes. Hell! This was nothing short of hell. At this moment, Chen Mo's understanding of that slogan was deeper than anyone else's. If the previous war zones could still be considered dangerous, this place cannot simply be described as dangerous. This is the abyss of despair. Chen Mo's face was pale as he struggled to stand up, nervously staring at the massive sphere. The sphere suddenly shrank violently to half its size, and in the next second, it instantly expanded to twice its original size. It was like a gaping mouth, constantly writhing. Then, countless exotic beasts spewed out from the sphere, as if this thing was vomiting them out. These exotic beasts ranged from the weakest level 1 to the strongest level 8, with an uncountable number. This vomiting lasted for a full 5 minutes, and Chen Mo was almost numb. Countless exotic beasts jumped out of the sphere. The low-level ones immediately flew toward Dragon City, the level 7 ones headed for the 7th battle zone, while the level 8 beasts lazily looked for places to rest around the sphere, showing no intention of joining the beast tide. So this is the source of the beast tide. Chen Mo finally understood the truth. The scene before him was so shocking that it completely overturned his understanding. He couldn't even find an adjective to describe this terrifying sphere. Master, what on earth is this thing? This is a type of exotic beast, called a level 9 exotic beast, void sandworm, almost immortal and indestructible. Immortal and indestructible? How is that possible? Chen Mo asked in shock. This type of creature was never mentioned in the previous exotic beast guide. The void sandworm is actually a transportation channel for exotic beasts, or rather, an interstellar portal. Its main body possesses powerful spatial abilities, allowing it to appear in multiple places simultaneously. What you see is just a part of its body here. To eliminate it, you must kill all its bodies at the same time, but no one knows exactly how many clones it has. This is just too unfair. Chen Mo felt powerless. This thing is even more despair-inducing than cheats, practically the originator of unfairness. Of course, no one would provoke it for no reason. Although it's a level 9 exotic beast, it has no intelligence and acts purely on instinct. It's a very efficient spatial transportation tool with an extremely high cost-performance ratio, Kinkan Marshal Saint explained seriously. Chen Mo stared at his master with a doubtful expression, thinking, are you out of your mind? High cost-performance ratio, are you trying to sell something? Kinkan Marshal Saint ignored Chen Mo's expression, spread his arms, and said to the void sandworm, it's about time. Let's end this. Chen Mo was completely puzzled, not understanding his master's meaning. The next moment, the Marshal Saint of Heaven and Earth spread his arms, one hand pointing to the sky, the other to the ground. He solemnly recited a phrase. Heaven and earth in order, all things return to one, annihilate. After speaking, he brought his arms back to his chest and held out a black and white Tai Chi ball. The Marshal Saint gently lifted the Tai Chi ball and slammed it hard onto the ground. The scene that followed was something Chen Mo would never forget in his lifetime. As the Tai Chi ball hit the ground, black and white light instantly swept across the surroundings, spreading into the distance at an unimaginable speed. Where the light touched, all the exotic beasts were instantly dyed black and white, then turned to ashes and dispersed with the wind. All of this happened without a sound. Even the 8th level exotic beast beneath their feet did not notice before it completely vanished. Far to the southeast, the black and white light engulfed the 7th battle zone and the 6th battle zone, leaving no exotic beast alive. Next came the 5th battle zone, the 4th battle zone, until the 1st battle zone before Dragon City. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. This is the terrifying Blood Moon Beast Tide. With just a light strike from the Qian Kun Marshal Saint, the situation completely collapsed. Chen Mo stared at the almost touchable attack, not blinking an eye. But his heart sank halfway. He could see every move of the opponent clearly, yet he couldn't understand the essence of this attack at all. From beginning to end, he had no clue what exactly the Kinkan Marshal Saint's ability was. Amid the intertwining of black and white, the terrifying beast tide vanished effortlessly. This scene left Chen Mo utterly shocked. He realized for the first time just how terrifying these top figures truly were. After the attack ended, the Kinkan Marshal Saint seemed unwilling to stop. With his arms crossed over his chest, a shadow of a Taiji diagram appeared in the void once again. Yin and Yang unite, heaven and earth converge. Seal, he said calmly, giving a gentle push as the Taiji diagram flew toward the massive void sandworm ahead, which was larger than a city. There was no loud noise, nor any flashy special effects. The Taiji diagram simply and calmly expanded in an instant, quickly growing to the size of the void sandworm, and even continued to grow larger. Chen Mo watched as the Taiji diagram turned into a massive curtain that blocked out the sky and completely enveloped the void sandworm. The previously writhing sandworm gradually stopped moving, and in the end, it seemed to fall asleep, quietly floating there, motionless. At that moment, an angry curse came from inside the void sandworm. Chen Emo was startled, because the voice was actually in human language, and it was even the local dialect of Hua Nation. Old man Qian Kun, what are you trying to do? It's not time yet. If you do this, don't even think about using resources so casually next time. The voice was filled with urgency and anger, making it impossible to discern whether it was male or female. The martial saint of heaven and earth stood on the Teiji diagram with his hands behind his back, responding indifferently, "The situation is special, I was disciplining my disciple. There won't be a next time." The other party snorted coldly, and the voice immediately disappeared. Chen Emo listened to the conversation, utterly shocked, feeling as though he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. "Ma master, this." He stammered as he spoke. The martial saint of heaven and earth waved his hand, signaling him not to say more. "Chen Emo, what do you think is the relationship between humans and exotic beasts?" Chen Emo was stunned. This question was too simple. Aren't they mortal enemies? "Master, we and exotic beasts are sworn enemies. Reconciliation is absolutely impossible," he answered firmly. Unexpectedly, the martial saint of heaven and earth shook his head and sighed. "Let's go, I'll take you to see another place." As soon as he finished speaking, the Teiji diagram moved again. This time, they flew directly past the void sandworm, heading straight for the unknown area behind it. Chen Emo was extremely surprised. On the map, the area behind the black vortex was completely blank, with nothing marked. Yet, his master said he would take him there to have a look. The Teiji diagram flew extremely fast, covering over 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. "This is Central Asia, once the homeland of humanity. Look at it now," Kinkan Martial Saint said, pointing below. Chen Emo lowered his head for a glance, and immediately his hair stood on end. Before him stretched an endless wasteland, teeming with countless exotic beasts, their numbers beyond description. He hadn't had time to recover when the Teiji diagram moved again. This time, they arrived in a snowy and icy place. "This is the Siberian region north of Hua country. Take a closer look." Chen Emo instinctively looked over, and the area was also filled with exotic beasts, some resting, some searching for food. This place has practically become a paradise for exotic beasts, not a single human figure can be seen. Seeing this scene, Chen Emo sat powerlessly on the Teiji diagram, his whole body deflated like a punctured balloon. How could this happen? So many exotic beasts, how is this possible?" The martial saint of heaven and earth glanced at him sideways and asked, "Are you feeling hopeless?" Chen Mo's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse, and his gaze filled with helplessness. "Master, so many exotic beasts, humans have no chance of winning. Are we just waiting to die?" The scene before him almost destroyed all of Chen Mo's confidence. The reproduction rate of the beasts far exceeds that of humans. While humans give birth to one child, the beasts might have already birthed several litters. They adapt to the environment well, have better physical qualities than humans, and hold advantages in every aspect. The only thing humans can be proud of is their astonishing potential for growth and intelligence. The constantly emerging psychic weapons, high-tech equipment, and various peculiar abilities have enabled humanity to persistently resist the attacks of the alien beasts. But the current situation makes Chen Emo unable to see a future for humanity. He had once thought that although the number of exotic beasts was large, his master could easily wipe out a large group with a single palm. But reality doesn't seem to be that simple. Humans have martial saints, so do exotic beasts not have strong ones? The beast emperor of the same level as the martial saint has yet to appear. Both sides have top-tier combat power, but in the battles below, the number of humans is completely insufficient. With the scale of the exotic beasts Chen Emo is seeing now, just a single charge could likely destroy more than half of Huaguo. But why is it that Hua Nation can still stand strong, and there has never been news of large-scale human extinction? The more Chen Emo thought about it, the more he felt something was off, his heart filled with doubts. At this moment, the martial saint of heaven and earth asked the same question again. "Now, how do you view the relationship between humans and exotic beasts?" Chen Emo shook his head with a bitter smile, still unable to understand the secret within. "Master, your disciple is still not smart enough." The martial saint of heaven and earth quietly looked at him without reproach. "Chen Emo, you are still young, and the future is long. This world is far more complex than you imagine. When you reach the martial master realm, the truth will gradually reveal itself. Work hard." Chen Emo nodded in confusion, feeling that his master's words sounded very familiar. That's right, Wang Tong had said something similar before. It feels like there are secrets hidden among these great families, and his master's words make him doubt the truth behind this world. If humans and exotic beasts are not enemies, then what exactly is their relationship? Friends? Absolutely impossible. Allies? Apart from exotic beasts, it seems humans have no other enemies. Chen Mo sat dazedly on the Taiji diagram, lost in thought. At this moment, the martial saint of heaven and earth waved his hand, and the Taiji diagram flew toward Dragon City at an astonishing speed. A few minutes later, the two of them sat back in the circular hall at the top of the demon suppression tower. Seeing Chen Mo still deep in thought, the martial saint of heaven and earth said calmly, "Chen Mo, I hope you remember what you saw today. Next, I want to talk to you about the apprenticeship assessment." With just one sentence, the martial saint of heaven and earth pulled Chen Mo out of his thoughts. He just realized that he hadn't officially started yet, and the apprenticeship test hadn't been passed. "Master, please give me a question. I will do my best," Chen Mo replied earnestly. The martial saint of heaven and earth gestured for him to sit down. "Chen Mo, what I'm going to show you today might shock you a bit, but I don't mean to discourage you." "Master, I understand. You want me to broaden my horizons and clarify my cultivation path." "Not bad, the young one can be taught." Kinkan martial saint nodded with a smile. "I had already arranged your assessment, but your answers to the 3 questions just now have pleased me. Considering your talent, I've decided to increase the difficulty of the assessment." Chen Mo was stunned, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. "If I had known, I shouldn't have let the system help me cheat. It seems the difficulty of the assessment is definitely going to increase." Although he was muttering inwardly, his face remained extremely respectful. With a flip of his hand, the martial saint of heaven and earth revealed a strange object in his palm. He pointed with one hand, and the object began to spin rapidly in the air. The martial saint of heaven and earth's index finger continuously tapped on its surface, moving so fast that it dazzled Chen Mo. The muffled sound of puff 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 kept coming, and with each press of a finger, a beam of black and white light was injected into it. It wasn't until the 108th time that the martial saint of heaven and earth stopped. He gave it a gentle push, and the object floated in front of Chen Mo. "Take it, this is your apprenticeship assessment." Chen Mo carefully held up this strange object, examining it from all sides with curiosity. "This is called the 9-curve exquisite lock. It was a little gadget used by sects in ancient times in our Hua nation to test their disciples." "Ancient times? Then this must be a cultural relic." Chen Mo was startled, his hands trembling, thinking that if he broke it, he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. The martial saint of heaven and earth smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is just a replica I made based on the blueprint of the 9-curve exquisite lock. It's made from linglong wood, a specialty of Hua nation. The material is so tough that even C-grade alloy blades and spears can't damage it." After hearing this, Chen Mo finally felt at ease and started fiddling with the square box in his hand. The internal structure of the 9-twist exquisite lock is extremely complex, with intersecting and crisscrossing passages. I just injected yin and yang energy into 108 key nodes. Your assessment is to use your special ability to start from the entrance, unlock these 108 nodes, and ultimately activate the core mechanism to open this lock. Chen Mo listened while carefully observing the cube in his hand. The entire 9-twist exquisite lock is a perfect cube, with no gaps on its surface. In one corner, there is an extremely tiny hole, which serves as the lock's entrance. Chen Mo curiously tried using his supernatural ability, but to his surprise, the eternal nitro flame couldn't be concentrated to the fineness of a hair. As soon as the flame emerged, the surface of the block immediately started to smoke, scaring him into quickly withdrawing his hand. The martial saint of heaven and earth continued, "I'll give you 1 semester, 4 months. After the final exam, as long as you can unlock this lock, you will officially become my last disciple. If you can't, you'll remain an ordinary student." Chen Mo's heart tightened. 4 months sounded like a lot, but how could the test set by the Kinkan martial saint be simple? He had just casually tried, and almost destroyed the lock. It is obvious that the martial saint would not let him use brute force to solve it, otherwise, he wouldn't have specially prepared this thing. Disciple understands. I will definitely not disappoint master's expectations. Chen Mo appeared confident on the surface, but he was still uncertain inside, planning to go back and study it slowly. The martial saint of heaven and earth nodded. "All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. This semester, I will arrange for Zhou Jinlong to temporarily be your mentor. If you have any questions, ask him. Don't bother me." After speaking, without waiting for Chen Mo to salute, he waved his hand. Chen Mo's vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already standing at the base of the demon suppression tower. He glanced at the demon suppression tower, placed the 9-curve exquisite lock into the system space, and turned to leave. Not long after, inside the circular structure at the top of the demon suppression tower, the martial saint of heaven and earth did not meditate with closed eyes as usual but sat calmly drinking tea. Less than 5 minutes after Chen Mo left, a pitch-black spatial rift suddenly appeared a few meters in front of the martial saint of heaven and earth. A large scarred hand reached out from the rift, tearing open the space. The rift instantly turned into a pitch-black door. A burly man wearing golden armor, exuding a fierce and bloodthirsty aura, walked out from the door. The Qincan martial saint put down his teacup, his expression solemn. "Qian Yuan, you've arrived." If Chen Mo were here, he would definitely be shocked. The visitor was none other than the founder of one of Huoguo's two top martial arts schools, Qian Yuan Martial Hall, Qian Yuan Martial Saint. Qian Yuan Martial Saint appeared to be middle-aged, but his true age was unknown. He was as renowned as the Qincan martial saint. He held an ancient, mysterious patterned sword, the famous Qian Yuan sword. As soon as Qian Yuan Martial Saint appeared, his aura immediately dominated the entire space. The blood energy on his body erupted instantly, quickly filling the entire circular structure. The Qincan Martial Saint was unfazed, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the blood energy instantly dissipated. Qian Yuan Martial Saint stepped out of the spatial rift unceremoniously, striding over to the chair next to Qincan Martial Saint and sitting down. He picked up the teapot and drank the entire pot of tea in one go. Qincan Martial Saint's face instantly darkened, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. "Qian Yuan, this tea isn't cheap. If you drink like this, I'll soon run out of stock." After finishing the tea, Qian Yuan Martial Saint let out a satisfied "oh" and casually wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "Good tea. Really nice, Qincan. Bring me some when we leave later." "Bring some? Dream on. At most, I'll give you 1 or 2 liang, no more than that," Qincan Martial Saint said coldly. "Fine, 1 or 2 liang it is. Just drinking a bit of your tea, no need to be so stingy." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, then sat down, and Qincan Martial Saint's expression turned serious. "Qian Yuan, why did you suddenly come back?" Qian Yuan Martial Saint didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Qincan Martial Saint with interest and said, "That young man just now has good potential. This time, you caused a beast tied and acted as a guide. Are you planning to take on a disciple?" Hearing this, Qincan Martial Saint smiled faintly. "What? Thinking of stealing my disciple? Let me tell you, this young man is no ordinary person. I'm acting on someone's request, so don't get any funny ideas." Qian Yuan Martial Saint curled his lips. "Look at you protecting him like that. Could it be that kid is your illegitimate son? Such a good seedling, I really want to snatch him away for training." Qincan Martial Saint glared at him angrily, his lips moved slightly, and he said something in a low voice. Qian Yuan Martial Saint immediately frowned, looking extremely surprised. His earlier frivolity vanished completely. "What did you say? How is that possible?" He couldn't hide his shock. "Would I lie to you? That person came to me personally, do you think I could refuse?" Qincan Martial Saint said with a bitter smile. Qian Yuan Martial Saint stroked his chin and thought, "In that case, I wouldn't dare to take it. This kind of troublesome matter is most suitable for an old guy like you." Qincan Martial Saint rolled his eyes at him and said seriously, "Stop talking nonsense. You suddenly came back and directly sought me out. Did something happen over there?" "You guessed right, something did happen." "Tell me about it." "African Ajinalu Saint has died." "You said Ajinalu of the Wailing Wall is dead." The Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth raised an eyebrow, his expression immediately turning serious. The Martial Saint of Qian Yuan nodded. The room instantly fell silent, the atmosphere so oppressive it was suffocating. The two Martial Saints had gloomy expressions and remained silent. Since no one disturbed them, they did not deliberately restrain their aura, and a heavy sense of oppression enveloped the entire building. If it weren't for the protection of the Taiji diagram, this building would have long since been shattered. After several minutes, the Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth finally spoke. "What exactly happened?" The Martial Saint of Qian Yuan planted his sword into the ground and shrugged helplessly. "What else could it be? Killed by someone. How is that possible? Yuanlu isn't the only strong one there. What about the others? The enemy is too cunning. There was someone commanding this attack, using the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain, and tricked those two fierce generals in Europe into leaving." The Martial Saint of Heaven and Earth looked grim, shaking his head. "Even so, the wall of size is not something anyone can break through." The Martial Saint Qian Yuan sighed. "I know. But this time, the other side sent 4 people. By the time I arrived, a Jinro had already been beaten so badly that even his body couldn't be found. Those 2 fierce warriors, Suset and Kevin, were also seriously injured and barely managed to escape back to the base. So, Yuanlu failed." The Martial Saint Qian Yuan waved his hand. "Not entirely a failure. Seeing how strong they were, I panicked and used the Qian Yuan sword to split Yuanlu in 2. They only took half of it." "What? You actually handed over Yuanlu? You really think you're so clever? The martial saint of heaven and earth stood up, pointing at the martial saint of Xin Yuan and angrily questioning. Hey, calm down, we're just talking, no need for insults. This was a quick-wit decision in a moment of urgency. Otherwise, should I have just handed over Yuanlu for nothing? If those beast emperors found out, the one suffering wouldn't be me, but you. The martial saint of Xin Yuan defended himself. Humph! The martial saint of heaven and earth angrily flung his sleeve and sat back down. He picked up his teacup to drink, only to find it already empty, and couldn't help but slam the cup down on the table in frustration. Looks like after all these years of my absence, they've forgotten how they were beaten to their knees, begging for mercy back then. Here's the plan: you stay here for a few days, and I'll personally go reclaim the lost territory. Hey, old man, don't be foolish. They're deliberately luring you into a trap. Xian Yuan martial saint reminded with a complicated expression. So what? I'll destroy as many as come. Qin martial saint responded coldly, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Don't get worked up. Although the losses this time were heavy, it wasn't entirely fruitless. Oh, what gains could there possibly be? After my investigation, I found that there is a traitor involved in this incident. Those bastards from the primordial sect have secretly reappeared. You mean? Chen Kuan martial saint furrowed his brows, clearly realizing a serious issue. That's right, these scum haven't been completely eradicated. This time, the primordial sect sent back a primordial god and a primordial demon. I'm planning to notify the capital to strengthen defenses. Chaos might soon erupt in Hua Nation. Chen Kuan martial saint remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Over the past 2 years, the primordial sect has almost vanished from Hua Nation and even the entire Blue Star. Most of those fools have been wiped out, but there must still be remnants hiding in the shadows. They are truly bold, daring to collude with foreign enemies, absolute traitors to humanity. When did I ever admit to being human? I'll negotiate with the capital. First, let's talk about another matter for which I came to see you this time. What is it? Let's hear it. I want to take Fong Lan with me. Fong Lan? That girl from the Abyssal Sea? What are you planning to do? The martial saint of heaven and earth was shocked, his expression suddenly changing. Don't tell me you intend to. Xian Yuan martial saint Jing nodded solemnly. That's right, let her take the place of the wall of size. This is simply ridiculous. Her level is so low, isn't this a joke? Qin, I'm not joking. With the death of the wall of size, our gates are completely exposed. If we don't find a replacement immediately, you should understand the plight of the human race. I understand, but the reality is right in front of us. What use is it to bring her over? There's something I just got news about, let me tell you. What? That lunatic finally succeeded. What are you talking about? When did this happen? How come I didn't hear a thing about it? Just as you and your precious disciple were wandering around the war zone, I just received the news. So, in other words, the martial saint of heaven and earth stood up and paced around the room. Fong Lan is completely ruined now. Can you really bear it? Did you ask for her opinion? The martial saint of Xin Yuan let out a long sigh. This is all for the sake of the entire human race. I won't force her, I'll ask her first. If she disagrees. He stood up, gazing toward the distant war zone, his expression complex. Then I'll have no choice but to make her unconscious and take her away. The martial saint of heaven and earth. The room fell into dead silence. The two top martial saints said nothing, merely staring silently in the direction of the battlefield, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Martial Saint Xian Yuan had left. No one knew when he arrived, and no one noticed when he departed. The conversation between the two martial saints revealed that humanity was facing a great crisis. However, ordinary people were completely unaware of this. The public only knew that the alien beasts were humanity's eternal enemy. Today's young people are taught from an early age that when they grow up, they must reclaim lost lands and drive the alien beasts out. The determination to completely drive the beast tide out of Blue Star. Chen Emo was no exception. If it weren't for the conversation with Wang Tong and this time when the Qin martial saint deliberately revealed a corner of the world's truth to him, he might still just be a passionate young man. Chen Emo returned to the villa alone, thinking continuously on the way, and finally understood the purpose of the Qin martial saint's apprenticeship assessment this time. The teacher wants him to master his ability, using it as naturally as his hands, and to develop his ability beyond the level of ordinary people. Just like the legendary ability user Fong Lan, whom he has never met. He never expected the depth of an E-level ability to possess such immense power. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Chen Emo could never have imagined it. However, it's easy to say, but truly difficult to do. The 9-twist exquisite lock was already very complex, and the teacher deliberately made it out of wood, seemingly to intentionally challenge Chinemo, who possessed fire element abilities. Chinemo couldn't think of a good solution, so he could only go back to rest first, then go to the library to look up information, and afterward seek advice from Zhou Jinlong. It seems that textbooks have never mentioned how to improve the development of supernatural abilities. This matter can only be figured out on one's own. Walking all the way back to the villa, Chinemo saw people coming and going on the road. Many 3rd and 4th year students seemed to have just returned from outside, some even injured and being carried by others. From their conversations, Chinemo learned that they had just returned from the battlefield. During the recent Beast Tide outbreak, these students were conscripted to join the resistance. Although they were not officially enlisted, they mainly handled logistical support. Students with combat potential served as reserves, stepping in as replacements only after the frontline ability users and Shinix were exhausted. But even so, some people were still injured, showing how ferocious the Beast Tide was. Chinemo had seen battlefields even more brutal than those in Dragon City, but this did not shake his resolve. Returning to the villa, as soon as he opened the door, he heard Wei Yang loudly talking on the phone in the living room. "Hey, Mom, I've told you several times, I'm just a freshman in college, how could I be on the battlefield? Alright, I get it, stop nagging. I'm hanging up. Wei Yang's tone was clearly impatient. He saw Chinemo return, immediately hung up the phone, and ran over. "Hey, Chinemo, where did you go? Do you know today is the Blood Moon Beast Tide? You definitely haven't seen the scene of a beast tide, it's so overwhelming," Wei Yang said excitedly, unable to stop. Chinemo couldn't help but laugh in his heart. "I haven't seen a beast tide. If I were to tell you what I've seen with my own eyes, you'd probably be startled." Dawn was breaking. Chinemo called out to Wei Yang and prepared to go upstairs to rest. Too much had happened today, and it felt like his brain was about to overload. Wei Yang stopped him and asked about the promise to treat them to a meal. Chinemo then remembered that he had promised Wei Yang, Jian Qingqin, and Zhouya a meal after winning first place in the qualifying race on the podium. "I'm tired, let me sleep for a while. Tomorrow at noon, let's go out for lunch together, you pick the place," Chinemo said and ran upstairs. Wei Yang's chatterbox nature really gives him a headache. Unexpectedly, he slept straight through to noon the next day. Jian Qingqin and Zhouya had both arrived, but Chinemo still hadn't come out. Wei Yang felt a bit awkward and quickly went upstairs to knock on the door. Only then did Chinemo reluctantly get out of bed. He felt like he hadn't slept enough and found it incredible that he could sleep for so long. It seemed that yesterday's events had affected him more than he had anticipated. Chinemo quickly washed up, got dressed, and ran downstairs. Seeing him come down, Zhouya jumped up from the sofa. "Oh wow, isn't this our great scholar Chen? Now that you've apprenticed under the martial saint, you've become so high and mighty? You've kept our Miss Jiang waiting for half a day." Jian Qingqin blushed and said reproachfully, "Zhouya, stop talking nonsense." Chinemo could tell Zhouya was joking, but he still stepped forward. "Really sorry. I was just too exhausted yesterday. Martial Saint Senior gave me a whole bunch of tasks, and I couldn't process them all at once, so I ended up." "Martial Saint Senior? Chinemo, haven't you already become his disciple? Why are you still calling him Senior?" Zhouya asked, puzzled. Well. Chinemo scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and explained the process of the apprenticeship assessment in detail. Only then did everyone understand. The three of them sighed, realizing that becoming a disciple of the martial saint was truly not an easy task. At Zhouya's request, Chinemo took out the 9-curve exquisite lock to show everyone. The small cube was passed around in their hands, but no one could figure out its mystery. Let alone solving it, even their abilities couldn't penetrate it. Zhouya even tried using her mental power to sense it, only to be disappointed to find that the exquisite would had a strong mental shielding effect. Using mental power to observe, the small cube appeared like a gray, hazy box, with nothing visible inside. Everyone played with it for a while but had to give up. Zhouya patted her chest and said, "This is way too hard. I'm afraid even an average teacher wouldn't be able to solve it. Chinemo, do you have any ideas?" Chinemo smiled wryly and said, "If I had any ideas, would I still be standing here showing it to you? I'm just as clueless." Jian Qingqin smiled and comforted, "It's okay. Just because there's no solution now doesn't mean there won't be one later. You can go to the library to look up information or ask the academy's teachers. You have S-level privileges, so the teachers are obligated to help you unconditionally." Chinemo nodded, intending to do just that. The four of them chatted for a while before heading out to eat. This time, they didn't go to the previous place but instead went to the busiest commercial district in Longqing and dined at a very luxurious private club. This place was chosen by Wei Yang, and a special identity card was required to enter. Wei Yang began to feel smug again, swaggering into the club with the three others. As they walked, he said, "This Black Ebony Club is the most exclusive private club in Dragon City. The food here is top-notch. My dad brought me here once." Then, leaning close to Chen Mo's ear, he whispered, "Chen Mo, the expenses here aren't cheap. Can you handle it? If not, we can go somewhere else." Wei Yan didn't know that Chen Mo was actually a little rich second generation himself. With such high spending standards here, even the great Wei Yan would have to think twice. If Chen Mo couldn't afford it, he would help out. After all, brothers don't let each other lose face. But Chen Mo smiled faintly. "Young Master Wei, rest assured, whatever exotic beast meat you want to eat today, I'll make sure you get it." Wei Yang's eyes lit up. "Wow, you mean it, huh? If there's really level 8 exotic beast meat here, don't go back on your word when I order it later." The two of them exchanged words back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, the two girls beside them had different expressions. Joya was so stunned by the luxurious decor that she couldn't speak, looking like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. On the other hand, Jiang Qingqin seemed a bit worried. "Chen Mo, this place isn't cheap. How about we go somewhere more affordable?" Chen Mo waved his hand boldly. "Don't worry. You can eat to your heart's content today. Although I'm not rolling in money yet, I can still afford this level of expense." Jiang Qingqin, seeing him say this, didn't try to persuade him further. But at that moment, a voice filled with cold sarcasm came from behind. "Haha, things are really out of order now. Anyone can come into this ebony club to eat. Manager Su, how did you let these bumpkins in?" Chen Mo frowned slightly. This remark came just as he finished speaking, clearly targeting them. He turned his head to look, and 4 people were walking toward them in the corridor. Leading the group was a tall and thin man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a designer suit. He looked decent, but his eyes carried a frivolous air, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth seemed almost skyward. Beside him was someone from the club. The manager's name tagged Retsu Xin. Chen Mo glanced at the manager, feeling a bit surprised. Although this person was responsible for reception, as a martial artist level ability user, their strength was extraordinary. Strangely, when they first came in, only a female receptionist led them to the hallway and then left, letting them go in on their own. But the man with glasses in front of them had someone accompanying him, clearly indicating his identity was not simple. 2 fashionable women followed behind the 2 men. One was wearing a fiery red backless dress, revealing her neck, arms, back, and slender legs. She was sexy and charming, with stunning looks that exuded mature allure. The other was dressed in a black tight-fitting suit, with a white shirt underneath that was almost stretched open by her chest. She wore an ultra-short pencil skirt without stockings, her fair legs paired with black high heels. She had glasses on, held a document folder in her hand, and her demeanor resembled a famous actress from a certain island nation. Before Chen Mo could speak, Wei Yan beside him was already furious. He rushed forward, pointed at the man with glasses, and shouted, "Su Ke, you're everywhere. I came here to eat, and you're here acting all sarcastic. What's your problem?" "Not convinced." The face of Jiang Qingqin next to him also darkened, but with Wei Yang supporting her, she said nothing and just stood behind Chen Mo. Joya, upon hearing this, was also furious and quickly followed Wei Yan to the front. "Hey, who are you? So rude." Su Ke completely ignored Joya and just sneered coldly at Wei Yang. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the Great Wei, flaunting his family background outside. You sure have money, able to afford this place. But since when did you stoop to hanging out with people like this?" He glanced disdainfully at Chen Mo and Joya. But when his gaze fell on Jiang Qingqin, his expression immediately turned bright and cheerful. "Oh, it's Miss Jiang. My apologies, Miss Jiang. Would you be willing to have lunch with me, Su?" Su Ke completely ignored Chen Mo and the others, his eyes only on Jiang Qingqin. Wei Yang, furious, was about to retaliate but was stopped by Chen Mo. "Wei Yang, who is this guy?" Chen Mo asked in a low voice. Wei Yang's eyes flashed with anger as he leaned in and said, "This bastard is Su Ke, the 3rd son of Fangxing Pharmaceuticals, the largest pharmaceutical group in the country. He's in charge of Longqing operations and directly competes with my family." Fangxing Pharmaceuticals. Chen Mo was stunned upon hearing it. This is the largest pharmaceutical group in the country, controlling 60% of the national pharmaceutical market, an absolute giant. This company is named after Su Ke's mother, Fang Qiang. Su Ke's father died in battle in his early years, and the 3 children in the family were all raised single-handedly by Fang Qiang. Suko has two older sisters, both of whom are senior executives in companies, highly capable and beautiful, with plenty of admirers. Suko is the only son in the family, spoiled endlessly by his mother and two sisters. He is 3.5 years older than Wei Yang. After graduating from Tsinghua University, Fang Qiang sent him to Longqing to expand business operations, directly competing with the Wei family's Longqing group for the market. Since his arrival, the Wei family's business has faced significant challenges, especially with the medicinal herb purchase prices being disrupted chaotically by Suko's financial tactics. Wei Yang's parents have an extremely poor impression of Suko. Besides disrupting the market, he also spreads rumors everywhere, slandering Longqing Group. However, Longqing Group only deals in raw materials and does not touch finished medicines. Although there have been frictions, the Wei family has tolerated it. But Suko himself is a playboy. As soon as he arrived in Longqing, he became a star in the second-generation rich circle, directly overshadowing Wei Yang. Not only does Suko often openly and secretly belittle Wei Yang, but Wei Yang also finds him as annoying as a fly whenever he sees him. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other here today. Jiang Qingqian, who was next to him, saw Suko take the initiative to talk to her. Although she was also very repulsed, she still had to exchange a few polite words for the sake of appearances. "Young Master Su, you're too kind. I'm just having a meal with my classmates today and didn't plan to trouble you." Jiang Qingqian's rejection was very obvious, but Suko didn't take her words to heart at all. He waved his hand. "Miss Jiang, you're being too polite. Your friends are naturally my friends. How about I treat everyone to this meal and invite them to join us?" This clearly treated Chen Emo and the others as mere foils. Chen Emo found his rudeness annoying and stepped forward to block Suko's line of sight. "Friend, today is a small gathering of our classmates, so you don't need to bother hosting. You have your matters, and I have mine. I'm in a hurry to get to the restroom, so please don't block the way." Chen Mo's words instantly silenced the surroundings. Suko was momentarily stunned, his face instantly turning bright red. Manager Su, standing nearby, frowned deeply and stared at Chen Mo. Suko was an important client here, while this ordinary-looking young man in front of him seemed to have just followed Wei Yang inside. In Manager Su's mind, someone like this was no different from a beggar. Daring to cause trouble here, he felt it was his duty to uphold the client's dignity. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the expressions on Wei Yang and his companions' faces immediately became complicated. Especially Wei Yang, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. "Great! It's here." This classic line, "I'm in a hurry to go to the restroom." Wei Yang was extremely excited inside. At school, this line meant that Chen Mo was about to make a move. If the other party backed down, it would be fine, otherwise, they would have to take a punch from Chen Mo. Wei Yang cooperatively stepped back behind Chen Mo, even deliberately pulling a few meters away. Jiang Qingqian and Joya followed closely behind Wei Yang, holding back their laughter. Suko had no awareness of any of this. He thought Chen Mo was insulting him. The third young master of Fangxing Pharmaceuticals was actually less important than someone going to the restroom. Who exactly was this kid? Did he not know who he was? Didn't Wei Yang just introduce him earlier? Suko's face was gloomy, his hands in his pockets, full of disdain and contempt. He looked up and said coldly to Chen Mo, "Kid, who do you think you are?" Chen Mo smiled. "I didn't expect the third young master of Fangxing Pharmaceuticals to have such low intelligence. Clearly, someone is standing right in front of you, yet you mistake them for a scallion. Is it your eyes or your brain that's the problem? You." Suko's face turned livid with anger. "Are you looking for trouble?" Manager Su quickly stepped forward to persuade him. "Young Master Su, don't be angry. I will definitely handle this matter for you." Suko's expression darkened further, but he said nothing, merely letting out a disdainful snort. The Ebony Club is backed by a powerful force, so even as a guest, he must show respect to the host. Since Manager Su is willing to step in, he naturally can't go too far. Manager Su smiled slightly, then turned to stare at Chen Mo, his expression immediately turning cold. "It seems you don't have a VIP card here, do you? Although you're a guest brought by young Master Wei, I advise you to watch your words and actions here. The Ebony Club is not a place where just anyone can act recklessly." Manager Su's words were very clear. "If you don't have money, don't pretend. If you overdo it, I'll have to take action." Chen Mo seemed not to understand the threat and responded with a smile. "Is this how you do business, being so unreasonable? Since the guest is here, they are a guest. Besides, it was this idiot who provoked me first. Is it fair for you to take his side?" As he spoke, Chen Mo took another step forward. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, he was a head taller than Manager Su, exuding an imposing presence. Although there was a smile on his face, his tone was so cold it sent chills down one's spine. Manager Su looked up at Chen Mo and was instantly startled by the oppressive aura emanating from him, shivering involuntarily. But he quickly calmed down, inwardly cursing himself for losing his composure. This was clearly just a college student, a novice martial artist, yet he dared to put on airs in front of him, a martial master. It seemed that without teaching him a lesson, he truly wouldn't realize how arrogant he was. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Manager Su's eyes as he suddenly reached out to grab Chen Mo's shoulder. "Kid, stop running your mouth. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." With this grab, he went straight for Chen Mo's shoulder, intending to control him directly and then throw him out of the club. As for Chen Mo being Wei Yang's friend, he didn't take it seriously at all. He was well aware of Wei Yang's background and believed that with the backing of the Black Ebony Club, there was no way the mere Longxing group could provoke him. But Su Ke, standing nearby, was a different story. Fangxing Pharmaceuticals' influence was so strong that even the club owner had to show some respect. As a staff member, he clearly understood who held more weight. If it had been an ordinary person, this grab would have surely left them at a disadvantage. But Chen Mo didn't dodge at all. Bang! Manager Su's hand, like a steel hook, grabbed Chen Mo's shoulder. He secretly exerted force, intending to crush Chen Mo's shoulder directly. After all, there was medicine to heal, and such an injury wouldn't mean much. But he wanted to make Chen Mo scream in pain, only then would it count as a proper lesson. However, the next second, he felt something was off. Not only did Chen Mo's shoulder remain intact, but there was no reaction at all. Manager Su felt as if his hand had grabbed onto hard, solid metal, unable to move an inch. Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. "You made the first move, so don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, he swung his right hand and suddenly grabbed Manager Su's hand that was pressing on his shoulder. A faint blue flame quietly ignited in his palm. This was the emergence of the eternal night true fire. No one knew where it came from. Chen Mo simply attached it to his palm. His S-level ability was completely unknown to Manager Su and Su Ke, but the three people behind him were well aware. The eternal night true fire appeared, and even just a little caused the surrounding temperature to instantly soar. Wei Yang, behind Chen Mo, exclaimed in a low voice, "Chen Mo is making his move. Manager Su is in trouble." Jiang Qingqin's eyes flashed beside him. She knew Chen Mo was formidable, but Manager Su was, after all, a genuine martial artist, equivalent to a level 4 exotic beast. Although Chen Mo had previously claimed he could easily take down level 4 exotic beasts and was invincible in the war zone, Jiang Qingqin had never seen it with her own eyes. Now, seeing Chen Mo take action, she still felt uneasy. Chen Mo has been creating miracles, but she always feels that Chen Mo hasn't truly encountered a formidable opponent yet, which is why he dares to act arrogant. This time, facing a martial artist head-on, Jiang Qingqin neither wants him to lose nor can help but doubt whether he can win. She herself hasn't even noticed this conflicting mindset. Chen Mo used his special ability, and Manager Su immediately noticed. As a martial artist, he reacted quickly and without hesitation activated his own special ability. As senior client managers of the Ebony Club, they often encounter various guests. Therefore, every senior manager possesses a special ability, and all of them are of the close combat type. Whether it's carrying out a drunk person or dealing with troublemakers in the club, close combat abilities always have the upper hand. Elemental abilities are powerful, but a careless move could blow up the club. Close combat abilities, on the other hand, are more discreet and highly effective. Manager Su's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The arm resting on Chen Mo's shoulder instantly turned an iron blue color. D-level ability, Metal Mutation, activated. Metal Mutation is somewhat similar to Yang Song's Alloy Enhancement, but its range and effect are far inferior. Manager Su can transform parts of his body into ordinary metal, not alloy. This superpower seems useless, but in certain situations, especially during ambushes, it works surprisingly well. Manager Su had previously subdued many impulsive youngsters with this trick, and today he planned to use the same method to teach Chen Mo a lesson. Suddenly, the suit on Manager Su's right arm tore apart, and the entire arm emitted a black-gray metallic sheen. His arm had already turned into a solid block of iron. Humph! No matter what special abilities you have, your shoulder will shatter before you can make a move. Manager Su sneered inwardly. But the next second, his smile froze. Even though his arm had turned into iron, he couldn't harm Chen Mo's shoulder. On the contrary, from the hand Chen Mo was tightly gripping, he felt a force that made his heart tremble with fear. What's going on? This kid clearly isn't wearing battle armor. Manager Su frowned, still unwilling to give up, preparing to exert more strength. Kid, go to hell, he roared, exerting all his strength, his right arm becoming even more muscular. But Chen Mo acted as if nothing had happened, smiling as he looked at him, his right hand tightly gripping Manager Su's mutated arm. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Manager Su's face changed drastically, the intense pain contorting his expression. The originally iron-like right hand turned bright red, with thick smoke rising from the palm. Under Manager Su's terrified gaze, his right hand actually began to slowly melt. Impossible. Manager Su was panicked, fear made him forget the pain. He desperately tried to pull his hand back, but found that Chen Mo's grip was firm, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it an inch. Manager Su was completely panicked now, his eyes filled with fear as he shouted, "You, let go! What did you do to me?" Chen Mo shrugged innocently and smiled, saying, "What? I just gave you roasted pig's trotter, that's all." What? Manager Su finally pulled his hand back, only to see that his right hand had been burned by the intense heat into a viscous mass of molten red iron, completely unrecognizable as a hand. Ah! Manager Su was nearly on the verge of collapse, completely unprepared for this outcome. What kind of superpower is this? He clutched his right arm, retreating frantically. The metallic transformation disappeared, and his right hand was completely ruined, turning into a mass of blackened, mangled flesh. Wei Yang, who was standing nearby, saw the scene and shook his head disdainfully. "Tisk tisk, your hand has turned into a lump of coal. Hurry to the hospital. If you wait any longer, not even a god can save you." These words almost made Manager Su vomit blood. His hand is in such a condition now that even the hospital finds it hard to cure. It can be said that Su Xian has already become disabled. Thinking of this, Su Xian's eyes turned red with anger, falling into madness. "You dare to hurt someone here? You're dead." This time, even Su Ke didn't step in. Su Xian was determined to fight Chen Mo to the death. He shouted into the miniature microphone on his chest, "Quick, come to the Star River corridor. Someone's causing trouble, I've been beaten badly. Send someone over immediately." "Oh, can't win, so now you're calling for backup." Wei Yan raised an eyebrow, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He despised people who relied on numbers to bully others. A grown man should admit defeat when he loses, but Su Xian broke the rules and directly called for reinforcements. Wei Yan was never afraid. If Chen Mo suffers a loss today, Wei Yan might as well stop mixing in Longchen. Thinking of this, Wei Yan took out his phone, ready to make a call. At this moment, Jiang Qingqin beside him suddenly pressed his hand. "Wei Yan, let me do it." "Ah." Wei Yan was about to make a call when Jiang Qingqin's words startled him. "Jiang Qingqin, you." He seemed to have thought of something, his eyes widened. You can't possibly be thinking." Jiang Qingqin's face darkened, and she nodded, "That's right. My friends and my life are being threatened. If my dad finds out, you know what that means." Understand. Totally understand." Wei Yang shrank his neck, but his eyes lit up like light bulbs. Excitedly, he gave Jiang Qingqin a thumbs up. "Jiang the great beauty. Jiang the great heiress. You are the true young master of Longchen. I, Wei Yang, am convinced." After speaking, he walked over to Chen Mo with a mischievous smile and leaned in to whisper a few words. Chen Mo listened, his expression showing some surprise, then glanced at Jiang Qingqin, who gave him a slight smile. Chen Mo awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Looks like I've been protected by a beauty." Su Xian didn't recognize Jiang Qingqin at all. After calling for someone, he fiercely shouted at the four of them, "You little punks better not think about running. Later, all of you will have to kneel and call me dad." This remark immediately angered Jiang Qingqin. She originally didn't want to take action, but this guy was obviously too arrogant. "Chen Mo, let me handle this." Jiang Qingqin's face was as cold as ice as she walked up to Chen Mo and said. Chen Mo nodded helplessly, "Be careful, I'm right next to you, he won't dare touch you." Jiang Qingqin smiled confidently, "Chen Mo, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare do anything to me." Her smile even stunned Wei Yang beside her. "Wow, I almost forgot that Jiang Qingqin is not only a tough character but also a great beauty. That smile is absolutely captivating." Su Ke, sitting opposite, saw Jiang Qingqin's beautiful smile and was so angry he almost had a nosebleed. However, he was not as foolish as Manager Su. Seeing Jiang Qingqin step forward, he realized the situation was serious and quickly moved to mediate. "Miss Jiang, please don't be angry, this is purely a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Manager Su was also injured and spoke harshly out of agitation, "Please don't take it to heart." "Humph, Mr. Su, even at this point, you're still speaking up for him? Or are you saying this was all under your orders?" Su Ke's expression changed. Being scolded face to face by a woman several years younger than him was far from flattering, especially with two companions watching him from behind. As someone of status, he naturally felt his temper rise. Miss Jiang, don't go too far. I already said, this is just a misunderstanding. As soon as the words fell, urgent footsteps suddenly came from behind, followed by more than 50 burly men in black suits and sunglasses rushing in. Manager Su, seeing reinforcements arrive, immediately pointed at Chen Mo and the others, shouting, "It's those four causing trouble. Catch them for me." These 50 men were all security guards of the Black Ebony Club, each one a top-tier combat expert. Upon hearing the order, they did not hesitate and directly charged at Chen Mo and the other three. Although the galactic corridor was spacious, it instantly became crowded when occupied by these 50 people. Seeing so many people rushing over, Chen Mo's expression darkened. He grabbed Jiang Qingqin and said in a low voice, "You, Wei Yang, and Joya go hide in the back first, so you don't get hurt by mistake." After speaking, he strode forward, standing in front of the 50 people. At that moment, as he walked past Jiang Qingqin, his profile was handsome yet commanding, leaving Jiang Qingqin momentarily stunned. This guy, she suddenly thought he was very handsome. A strange feeling arose in her heart, and her face unexpectedly felt a bit warm. She quickly stepped back 2 steps and stood beside Joya. Joya saw Jiang Qingqin blushing and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Were you scared?" Jiang Qingqin became even more embarrassed and quickly shook her head, "And no, it's nothing, just feeling a bit hot." "Yeah, it really is quite hot. Chen Mo's S-level ability is impressive, but could he not set the temperature so high? I'm about to overheat." Joya and Wei Yang chatted casually behind, not worried at all that something might happen to Chen Mo. 50 top combat experts. Heh, what does this number even count for? You country bumpkins who've never seen the world, today I'll let you broaden your horizons. Just as they expected, facing the 50 aggressive specialized fighters charging at him, Chen Mo didn't waste any words. With a wave of his right hand, he decisively and cleanly struck forward. Heavenly Fire Palm. Get lost. A massive dark blue palm print appeared instantly, filling the entire Star River corridor in an instant. In a flash, scorching heat swept through every corner, burning the surrounding flowers, trees, and buildings. The walls, floors, and ceilings within the palm print's range all turned into charred black coal. The enormous palm print slammed fiercely toward the 50 specialized warriors. Continuous screams rang out as the powerful impact and high temperature sent 50 specialized fighters flying like ping-pong balls. While still in mid-air, their clothes, shoes, and sunglasses had already ignited, leaving them with only a pair of shorts in the blink of an eye. Their bodies suffered multiple burns, and their hair was completely scorched, turning them into 50 bald heads. This was Chen Mo deliberately controlling the firepower, otherwise, these 50 people would have long perished. The terrifying Skyfire Palm did not slow down, and after knocking 50 people away, it directly charged towards Manager Su and Su Ke. The two saw this horrifying palm print and their legs went weak. Manager Su was even more terrified, his soul seemed to flee, and he kept cursing in his heart. Is this guy really a novice martial artist? He must be deliberately hiding his strength, pretending to be weak to deceive us. Su Ke originally intended to humiliate Chen Mo, but unexpectedly ended up losing face himself, and was about to be countered by the other party. At this moment, one of the 2 women behind Su Ke, the one dressed in a sexy professional outfit, suddenly threw the file bag in her hand to the ground and swiftly moved to stand in front of Su Ke and Manager Su. She steadied herself on one leg, while the other leg lifted high, directly kicking towards the heavenly fire palm. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, her tight-fitting pencil skirt barely covering her perfect curves, with even the outline of her underwear faintly visible. Wei Yang stood to the side, his eyes fixed, as this position offered a perfect view. But before he could see clearly, that kick unexpectedly brought out a trail of white frost. In the next moment, her toe seemed to strike something solid in the air, producing a loud dong sound. A towering ice wall instantly emerged from the tip of her toe, reaching into the clouds. The ice wall, 5 meters thick, directly blocked the Milky Way corridor. Su Ke saw this and laughed smugly. "Xiaomei, you're amazing. I'll definitely reward you well later." His tone carried a hint of suggestion, causing the woman in professional attire to almost panic, and even the ice wall began to waver. Young Master Su, step back quickly. As Su Ke's personal secretary, Sun Xiaomei was already at the peak of martial mastery. When Chen Mo and Manager Su clashed earlier, she had already sensed danger. This man, who appears to be just a beginner martial artist, has ridiculously strong power. Sure enough, she guessed the worst outcome. This time, Chen Mo's heavenly fire palm showed no mercy. In a moment of desperation, Sun Xiaomei had no choice but to intervene. If Su Ke got hurt, she would be in big trouble when she returned. As soon as Sun Xiaomei's ice wall appeared, the heavenly fire palm slammed into it with a roar. With a muffled poof, the heavenly fire palm sank in as if slapping tofu. A massive palm print appeared on the 5-meter thick ice wall. Not good. Sun Xiaomei was shocked, not expecting the opponent's fire palm to be so terrifying. Her B-level frost ability couldn't even hold out for a second. In a moment of desperation, she gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength. Her body suddenly jerked backward, hands crossed in front of her chest, pushing forcefully. Ice Spirit. With her shout, dozens of creatures made of frost suddenly appeared ahead. There are ice wolves, ice bears, ice tigers, and even a majestic ice giant beast. The icy cold frost elephant also charged out. As soon as these frost creatures appeared, they directly rushed toward the palm imprint of the Skyfire palm. The ice wolf collided with the palm print, producing a snap, and instantly shattered into ice shards. The ice bear held on for a second before vanishing into thin air. As for the ice tiger, ice pig, ice rhino, and the like, one after another, they were either instantly eliminated or had no chance to join the battle at all. The ice elephant, which lasted the longest, completely disappeared after 5 seconds. The entire process took less than 20 seconds, and Sun Xiaomei's frost elves were completely wiped out. However, her attack was effective. The imprint of the Skyfire palm, having continuously absorbed the energy of the frost elf, finally ran out of power and dissipated into nothingness. Sun Xiaomei let out a sigh of relief. Her face was covered in sweat, her chest heaving violently, and the already tight white shirt was on the verge of bursting. But she had no time to worry about that and could only focus all her attention on the handsome and upright man opposite her. Throughout the entire battle, she never felt the opponent's energy exceed that of a beginner warrior. It was only at the moment when the Skyfire palm was just unleashed that she vaguely sensed Chen Mo's level had reached the peak of a beginner warrior, but it quickly dropped back down. Where on earth did this person come from? How could there be such a strong beginner warrior? Sun Xiaomei was utterly shocked. If she hadn't given it her all just now, their group would likely have suffered a major loss. The Heaven Fire Palm was narrowly blocked by Sun Xiaomei, but Chen Mo did not continue to attack. He noticed that Sun Xiaomei was already at the peak level of Martial Master. The current Chen Mo cannot easily defeat an Esper of this level. However, if a fight does break out, it won't be easy to make him lose either. If he wants to escape, the opponent won't be able to stop him. Unless a stronger expert appears, his freedom of movement remains unimpeded. Sun Xiaomei retreated to Suka's side and whispered, "Young Master Su, this person is very skilled. I suspect he has an unusual background. We'd better avoid a direct conflict with him." Suka's heart tightened. He originally just wanted to trouble Wei Yang, say a few sarcastic words to vent his anger. Later, upon seeing Jiang Qingqian, he temporarily decided to invite her to dinner. Unexpectedly, there turned out to be such a formidable person hidden here. Manager Su and his secretary Sun Xiaomei, one a mid-level martial artist and the other a top-level martial artist, actually failed to gain the upper hand. Although Suko is somewhat of a playboy, the fact that his family directly sent him to Longqing during these chaotic times to confront Longqing group head-on shows that he is not as frivolous and ignorant as he appears on the surface. At this moment, he calmed down and planned to find an opportunity to leave. But before he could make a move, someone was already unwilling to let Chen Mo go. Manager Su was blinded by rage, not only unwilling to stop but also preparing to call more people for help. "You little punk, these guys can't handle you? Just wait. The Ebony Club has even tougher ones," he cursed inwardly, speaking softly into a microphone. Before long, Manager Su's expression relaxed, standing there watching Chen Mo as if enjoying a show, seemingly waiting for something. Suko initially wanted to intervene, but seeing that Manager Su had already lost his senses, he realized saying anything now would be useless. He decided to quickly distance himself. He gave an apologetic smile to the woman in the red backless dress behind him, then signaled to Sun Xiaomei with his eyes. The three of them silently stepped back a few steps, distancing themselves from Manager Su. At this moment, an angry roar came from the corner of the distant corridor. "Who dares to cause trouble in the club? Tired of living, huh?" As the voice fell, a gust of black wind suddenly swept from the corner, and a massive black figure charged forward like an iron tower, carrying an oppressive aura. Manager Su was overjoyed at the sight and shouted, "Master Qin, it's that little punk over there." The dark figure approached, finally revealing its true form. It was a giant man standing at 2.5 meters tall, with solid muscles, like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Just by standing there, the bloody scent emanating from him made people involuntarily shiver. This man was none other than the security captain of the Black Ebony Club, Qin Hu. The 50 men who had just been sent flying by Chen Mo's single palm strike were none other than his subordinates. When Qin Hu arrived at the scene, he saw 50 of his underlings sprawled across the ground, grievously injured, as if they had been torn apart by some kind of monstrous beast. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he locked his gaze onto Chen Mo, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. "You little punk, how dare you lay a hand on my men? I see you're still young and ignorant. Right now, break your own arms and legs, kneel before me, and beg for forgiveness, and I might let you go. Otherwise." Qin Hu hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly stomped on the ground. The entire Milky Way corridor shook as if an earthquake had struck, producing a loud rumble. The walls around, already damaged by Chen Mo's heavenly fire palm, began to collapse one after another. Debris from the buildings fell, and it seemed the whole structure was about to cave in. Manager Su shrank his neck in fear and quickly tried to persuade him, "Master Qin, Captain Qin, please don't get too worked up. If this place really collapses, it'll cost a fortune to repair." Qin Hu cast him a disdainful glance and let out a cold snort. "Humph, look at you, such a coward. You can't even beat a novice martial artist. What a waste. Once I deal with this kid, I'll make him lose everything he has." Manager Su saw that Qin Hu was getting angry and didn't dare to say more. This guy had a fiery temper, and no one usually dared to provoke him. Moreover, he was a mid-level master, so Manager Su could only keep quiet at this moment. Chen Mo saw Qin Hu appear and frowned tightly. He could clearly sense the powerful pressure emanating from the other party and could also determine his cultivation level. Master, mid-level. Chen Mo's heart sank. The cultivation levels are divided into beginner, novice martial artist, specialized martial artist, martial master, and grandmaster. The grandmaster level is above the martial master and is very special, with even fewer people than the higher master level. This realm is rarely mentioned because ability users at the grandmaster level are exceptionally unique. Everyone who reaches this realm is almost always a genius who has created their own unique martial arts technique. This is also the necessary path for them to advance to the master level. Most ability users may only reach the martial artist realm in their lifetime. The mysterious aspect of the master realm lies in this: some people, even if they stop training here, their realm will automatically improve, directly advancing to the master level. It seems as though some force prevents people from staying too long. Of course, there are also a very few geniuses who have deciphered the secrets and can stay here for a longer time. Later, the masters revealed that the comprehension of superhumans at this realm would suddenly erupt, allowing them to create their own combat techniques and cultivation methods, with an understanding far surpassing ordinary people. However, once they enter the Grandmaster realm, everything becomes fixed, and their comprehension instead returns to a normal level. Therefore, many people try every possible way to stay in the Master realm a little longer. The longer the stay, the deeper the understanding, the broader the future path, and even reaching the level of martial saint is not a dream. The Qin Hu in front of him was precisely such a powerful mid-level master. Judging from his physique, he was clearly skilled in close combat. Chen Mo felt that his danger far exceeded that of Lu Feng, the captain of the 100 battles squad he had encountered before. Chen Mo was certain that even if Lu Feng fully transformed into the B-level ability giant bear, he would still be nothing more than a kitten in front of Qin Hu. This person, he simply can't be defeated. Chen Mo quickly assessed the situation. But running away is not his style. Moreover, he is already half a disciple of the martial saint. If he runs today and the news spreads, before the apprenticeship assessment is over, the Qinkan martial saint will definitely expel him. A disciple of the martial saint cannot flee in the face of battle. Thinking of this, Chen Mo clenched his teeth, and an endless fighting spirit surged within him. Isn't it just a master-level ability user? Today, he would see for himself just how strong a master truly is. Facing the powerful Qin Hu, Chen Mo was already prepared to fight with all his might. However, Wei Yang, Jiang Qingqin, and the others behind him were extremely nervous. Seeing Qin Hu aggressively charging over, Wei Yang's face immediately turned grim and he quickly turned to look at Jiang Qingqin. "I said, where are the people you called? Why aren't they here yet? If they don't come soon, Chen Mo will be beaten into a pulp. By then, you'll be fine, but I'll be in trouble." Zhouya, standing nearby, was so frightened her face turned pale and she had already hidden behind Jiang Qingqin. Jiang Qingqin's face turned pale. IIVE already notified them, but it might still take some time. What? Still have to wait? If this drags on, Chen Mo will really be done for. Wei Yang's face darkened, he gritted his teeth and charged toward Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, your brother is here to help you," he said, arriving at Chen Mo's side, his voice resounding throughout the venue. Chen Mo hadn't expected Wei Yang to step forward at this critical moment and was momentarily stunned. "What are you doing here? The opponent is a pro. With your skill level, going up there is just giving them a free kill." Wei Yang patted his chest and said firmly, "Stop saying useless things. You can't beat them either, can you? In dangerous times, if a brother doesn't step up, can he still be called a brother? If we die together. Chen Emo looked at Wei Yang's face, pale from fear, and suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. Brother! This is what a true brother is. Damn it, Wei Yang, you fool, you actually moved me at this moment. From then on, Chen Emo regarded Wei Yang as a true brother. After all, everyone can enjoy eating, drinking, and having fun together, but true friendship is when someone steps up at critical moments. Alright, since that's the case, let's go together. But you faint first, the main attack will still be mine. Chen Emo said with a smile. Listen to you. Wei Yang also laughed, and the two clapped their palms together heavily. Facing the two joining forces, Qin Hu sneered, Ha, acting all brotherly in front of me? Useless. Since both of you are courting death, just wait and see how I play with you. As he spoke, he took a step forward, stomping his right foot fiercely, and a shockwave instantly spread in all directions. The surrounding people retreated one after another, no one daring to confront it head-on. Wei Yang, are you ready? Let's go. Chen Mo's heart tightened, but he didn't give up. Just as they were about to charge forward, a sudden commotion arose from all directions. The sound didn't come from the corridor entrance but from all around. Immediately after, countless figures appeared in every corner of the Star River corridor as if teleporting. They wore uniform battle armor, with the words Northwest War Zone written on their chests. In their hands, they held identical long spears, with blue electric arcs flickering along the spear shafts, exuding an imposing aura. The number of people kept increasing, reaching as many as 300, completely filling the entire Star River corridor. Jiang Qingqin saw these people appear and was overjoyed, shouting, Uncle Wang, I'm here. As soon as the words fell, a burly figure suddenly smashed through the ceiling above and landed heavily on the ground. The powerful impact caused the already precarious galactic corridor to begin collapsing on a large scale. This person is nearly 3 meters tall, even taller than Xinhu, but his muscles are not as pronounced, making him look particularly handsome in his straight military uniform. His face is sharply contoured, exuding an unforgettable stern demeanor. The most striking feature is the massive mechanical gauntlet on his left hand, covering his entire left arm and gleaming under the light. After landing, the middle-aged man glanced around the room indifferently, then turned around, smiled, and walked toward Jiang Qingqin, raising his hand to greet her. Jiang Qingqin rubbed her head and said with a wry smile, Oh dear, my young lady has been wronged. Uncle Wang, I came over as soon as I could. I wasn't late, was I? She struggled to break free from the man's large hands, unusually acting coquettish. Uncle Wang, if you had been a few seconds later, we would have been done for. That big guy actually wanted to hit my classmate. Jiang Qingqin shouted loudly, pointing at Qin Hu. Oh, I want to see who dares to make a move in front of me, Wang Ting. The man smiled, then immediately turned around with a darkened expression. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, locked firmly onto Qin Hu. The originally arrogant Qin Hu was instantly subdued by Wang Ting's glare, his momentum extinguished. He quickly stepped back in fear, his voice trembling, You are Thunderbolt Wang Ting. These words caused Manager Su and Su Ke nearby to turn pale. Thunderbolt Wang Ting, a legendary figure in the Northwest War Zone, possesses unparalleled strength. His left hand, known as the Golden Left Hand, once single-handedly tore apart an 8th-level mutant beast, earning him fame in a single battle. Now, the Thunder Spear Guard team he leads is the most formidable assault team in the military, always tasked with the most dangerous missions. Wang Ting has a fiery temper, and apart from big figures like Jiang Qingqin's father, no one dares to act recklessly in front of him. Wei Yang, standing nearby, immediately relaxed his tense mood upon seeing Wang Ting appear. He ran over with a smile, Uncle Wang, long time no see. Wang Ting glared at him, I knew you would show up, causing my young lady to suffer along with you. Wei Yang replied with an awkward smile, Uncle Wang, it really wasn't me causing trouble this time. We were just here to eat, but the other side provoked us first. If it weren't for Chen Emo stepping in on time, we would probably have been beaten down. Wang Ting raised an eyebrow and followed Wei Yang's gaze, seeing Chen Emo curiously staring at him. He walked up to Chen Emo and asked in a low voice, Are you Chen Emo, the disciple of the martial saint? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. Qin Hu and his group, who had just been forced to retreat by Wang Ting, were so shocked by the words martial saint's disciple that they were left speechless. Wang Ting was extremely tall, and Chen Emo had to look up to see his face clearly. Chen Emo nodded, Greetings, senior. I am Chen Emo. A look of approval appeared on Wang Ting's face. Not bad, I saw your performance just now. You didn't disgrace the martial saint. Young man, well done. Jiang Qingqin stomped her foot in anger, Uncle Wang, you've been here all along. Wang Ting scratched his head and said with a smile, "Don't be mad, Mississippi. I was just watching the fun from the side earlier. I heard the martial saint has taken on a new disciple, so I came to take a look and, by the way, help you check if this kid is qualified to be the Jiang family's son-in-law." Jiang Qingqin's face turned red instantly. She quickly rushed to Wang Ting and started punching and kicking him. "Uncle Wang, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Emo is my classmate. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll go back and tell my dad that you're deliberately wasting time and refusing to help." Wang Ting immediately cowered and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Miss, I was wrong. Please pretend you didn't hear anything." Jiang Qingqin glared at him fiercely, then looked at Chen Emo with embarrassment. "Chen Emo, don't listen to Uncle Wang's nonsense, he just loves to joke around." She lowered her head, blushing. Chen Emo didn't take it to heart. Being so amazing, it was only natural for others to value him. Humph, who could blame him for being so handsome? While they were chatting lively over here, the people on the other side were already scared out of their wits. The news of the brawl not only attracted military figures, but they also discovered that they were about to face off against a disciple of the martial saint. Qin, who was so frightened that he could barely stand, furiously cursing at Manager Su beside him. "You fool! Are you blind? How dare you provoke a disciple of the martial saint? Do you have a death wish? Don't drag me down with you." Manager Su's legs went weak, and he was filled with deep regret. He let out a wail in his heart. Who would have thought he had provoked a disciple of the martial saint? This kid really has no sense of rules. Doesn't he even announce his name before a fight? If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have fought with him. But it's all too late. Today, I offended a disciple of the martial saint and provoked someone from the military. My life is over. Su Ke, who was beside them, was also stunned. Upon hearing the words martial saint's disciple, Sun Xiaomei immediately understood. So he is the disciple of the martial saint. No wonder he's so powerful. The awkward moment of almost having their defense line broken by the opponent just now immediately had an answer. Thinking of this, Sun Xiaomei couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Chen Mo, discovering that this handsome boy was much more attractive than Su Xiao beside her. None of them noticed that the woman in the red dress, who had remained silent throughout the entire process, now had a glimmer of liveliness in her eyes and a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her lips. With Wang Ting stepping in and Chen Mo's identity being revealed, this confrontation was bound to come to an end. Wang Ting walked up to Qin Hu and Manager Su, looking down at them with eyes as if he were observing two ants. "Tell me, how do you plan to die?" Qin Hu was so frightened that he fell to his knees, tearfully denouncing Manager Su's crimes. "General Wang, Lord Wang, Brother Wang, Grandpa Wang, you are wise and discerning. I am the security captain here. When I heard that Beast Su Xin sound the alarm, I rushed over immediately. With such a major incident at the club, I couldn't just stand by. I was about to investigate thoroughly when you arrived. Even if I had 1,000 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to fight against a disciple of the martial saint." Qin Hu's behavior left Chen Mo and the others beside him dumbfounded. Wow, this big guy really has some skills, able to adapt and endure. Truly admirable. Wei Yang whispered. Chen Mo was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Qin Hu to give in so quickly. If it were him, even knowing he couldn't win, he'd still put up a fight. But Qin Hu surrendered outright. He didn't look down on Qin Hu, instead, he felt this guy was quite clever, far smarter than his appearance suggested. Su Xian, hearing Qin Hu's accusation, cursed inwardly but had no choice but to brace himself and come over to apologize. Looking at the two timid people in front of him, Wang Ting couldn't help but chuckle. Although he came to smooth things over, he had no intention of falling out with the Black Ebony Club. The figures behind this place were people even he dared not provoke, let alone the fact that this matter hadn't caused much of an impact, so there was no need to burn bridges. What concerned him even more was that, despite the standoff lasting so long, the higher-ups of the Black Ebony Club had yet to make an appearance. This indicated that they didn't take the matter seriously at all. Thinking of this, Wang Ting cleared his throat, ready to reprimand a few words and learn about the situation. Just then, a strange buzzing sound suddenly came from nearby. Everyone suddenly saw a spatial rift open in the air. A tall woman wearing a navy blue cheongsam gracefully stepped out from the spatial rift. She was tall, standing at a height of 1.8 meters. Her figure, accentuated by the cheongsam, was even more eye-catching. The slit of the cheongsam reaches up to the thigh, revealing two fair and slender legs, making hearts race. She appears on camera without makeup, with a faint tear mole at the corner of her right eye, adding a touch of gentleness to her beautiful face. "Qin, Boss Qin." Manager Su saw her appear, as if seeing a savior, and quickly called out. Qin, who also respectfully called out, "Sis." Wang Ting saw her appear, first frowned, and then his face immediately darkened. Isn't this Qin Shuang, Boss Qin? What's the matter? Are you ready to spar with me? Wang Ting said coldly. He has already begun to exude an imposing aura. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and everyone was ready to fight at any moment. Qin Shuang, the nominal owner of the Ebony Club, appeared beautiful and charming, but in reality, she was an extremely formidable expert. This could be seen from the level of vigilance Wang Ting had towards her. Qin Shuang stepped out of the spatial rift, her steps light and a smile on her face, walking straight to Wang Ting and Chen Mo. She didn't spare a glance at Manager Su or Qin, who from start to finish, directly addressing Chen Mo. This must be Mr. Chen Mo, the arrival of a martial saint's disciple, and I failed to greet you earlier. I hope Mr. Chen can forgive me. Chen Mo felt a bit awkward being addressed as Mr. Chen repeatedly by her. He knew it was a sign of respect, but this woman didn't look easy to deal with. She usually kept out of sight, yet appeared at this moment, clearly not without a purpose. Thinking of this, Chen Mo politely cupped his hands in response. Greetings, Boss Qin. I haven't passed the apprenticeship assessment yet, so I'm not officially a disciple. Your way of addressing me is truly too flattering. Qin Shuang's smile was very beautiful, as if it instantly dispelled the tense atmosphere. Wei Yan, standing nearby, was so stunned that he couldn't help but swallow hard. Mr. Qin is too modest. I did have an urgent matter earlier, so I couldn't arrive on time. I'm here now specifically to apologize to Mr. Qin, Miss Jian, and young Master Wei. As soon as Qin Shuang said this, the situation immediately eased. Everyone understands the saying, you don't hit a smiling face. Qin Shuang is a beauty herself, and her smile is even more captivating. Her beauty is completely different from the youthful yet sensual style of Jian Qingqin. It exudes the irresistible charm of a mature woman. Chen Mo immediately thought of someone, Lan Qin, the library director. These two women have similar temperaments, both with top-tier looks, but the Qin Shuang before him is more charming with an added touch of life. Seeing Qin Shuang take the initiative to show goodwill, Wang Ting also breathed a sigh of relief. He absolutely does not want to fall out with the Ebony Club. Although Qin Shuang is only the apparent person in charge, if a conflict truly arises, the forces behind her will certainly not stand idly by. At that time, even if he is with the military, he will find himself in trouble. Wang Ting smiled and said, Boss Qin is so courteous, let's just forget about today's matter, shall we? Qin Shuang smiled charmingly. Let it go? How can we let it go? You are all distinguished guests, and you came to my Ebony Club to enjoy fine cuisine. Now that my people have been discourteous, we must apologize. After saying this, she turned around, her expression immediately becoming serious. You useless thing, take your worthless subordinates and leave. Your security captain is temporarily dismissed, and I will assign someone else to replace him. Come over here and apologize to Mr. Chen. Qin Hu, Qin Shuang's cousin, was like a mouse encountering a cat when he saw her. He didn't dare to make a sound, lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong, walked up to Chen Mo, and said in a low voice, Mr. Qin, I was wrong earlier. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. I'm sorry, I was wrong. As he spoke, he gave Chen Mo a deep bow. Chen Mo almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Little tiger. This is clearly 10 times the size of Little Tiger. The few people next to Wei Yang also held back their laughter, watching Qin Hu rendered speechless with anger. After apologizing, Qin Hu staggered away, called a few people over, and had the security guards who had been beaten senseless carried away. Qin Shuang turned to Manager Su, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Su Xin, as a senior client manager of this club, how dare you hit a guest without reason? You can forget about being a manager, pack your things and get out. Our Black Ebony Club will not tolerate ungrateful behavior. The club will cover all your medical expenses for treatment at the hospital. From today onward, I don't want to see you in Longqing ever again. Upon hearing Qin Shuang's words, Manager Su's face turned pale, but he actually felt relieved inside. Qin Shuang was unexpectedly so easygoing, only telling him to get lost without giving him a harsher look, which was already his good fortune. As for the medical expenses, even if given 100 chances, he absolutely wouldn't dare to ask for them. Manager Su repeatedly thanked Qin Shuang, apologized to Su Ke, and then left in embarrassment. The troublemaker was easily dealt with by a few words from Qin Shuang. She immediately put on a smile and said to everyone present, Mr. Qin, friends, General Wang, and young Master Su, how about I host a meal for everyone today? Qin Shuang's words gave everyone present a great deal of respect. But now Su Ke had no face to dine with them. The whole trouble was caused by him, and Manager Su was merely standing up for him, which led to this situation. Even if Su Ke were foolish, he wouldn't push his luck. He quickly waved his hand, smiling awkwardly and said, "Boss Chin, you're too kind. I'm here today to discuss business with a guest, and I really don't want to disturb you and your distinguished guests. We'll take our leave now." After saying that, he cupped his hands toward Qin Shuang, Wang Teng, and Chen Mo, then hurriedly left with Sun Xiaomei and the woman in the red dress. As they left, the woman in the red dress kept her gaze fixed on Chen Mo. When passing by him, she even smiled and nodded, leaving Chen Mo utterly puzzled. Wei Yang, standing nearby, felt a bit jealous and walked over sourly, saying, "A disciple of the martial saint really is different, drawing attention wherever they go." Chen Mo glared at him, then said to Qin Shuang, "Boss Qin, thank you for your kindness. However, today is just a small gathering of a few old classmates, and I feel bad having you go out of your way to accompany us. Next time, when I have the chance, I will definitely visit you specifically." Qin Shuang understood Chen Mo's meaning. Her polite words were well placed, and her attitude was clear, so naturally, no one would find it inappropriate. However, she still said, "In that case, let me give Mr. Chen a VIP card for our club. Our Ebony Club is quite well known in Longqing, and only those who spend over 100 million here or possess a VIP 10 level in the war zone are worthy of this card. Its value is quite high. Consider it a gift from me to Mr. Chen." As soon as the words were spoken, Chen Mo's expression turned a bit strange. He took out the wristband and opened a message. "You said Warzone VIP 10? Is it this?" "Yes, I guess." Qin Shuang's beautiful face instantly froze. She stared in surprise at the VIP 10 level clearly displayed on Chen Mo's wristband. Not only her, everyone was utterly shocked. Jiang Qingqin felt like a country girl who had never seen the world. The shocks Chen Mo brought time and again had left her somewhat numb. But this time was different, that was a Warzone VIP 10. Reaching level 10 is not just an honor, but also represents one's status and the significant contributions or extraordinary feats made in the war zone. Chen Mo has only been in school for half a month. How could he have VIP 10? Could it be that he used connections? Jiang Qingqin thought to herself, but quickly dismissed the idea. The martial saint would never give Chen Mo a VIP 10 for no reason. This level can only be approved by the top leaders of major strongholds. In other words, Chen Mo must have done something very important at a certain stronghold to earn this honor. Not just her, but Wei Yang, Zhouya, and even Wang Ting were staring wide-eyed at the information on the screen. Wang Ting murmured softly, "My goodness, this guy is incredible. I'm not even VIP 10 yet. I'll have to report this properly to the chief when I get back. It seems the son-in-law is quite impressive." Fortunately, Jiang Qingqin didn't hear it, otherwise, she would have argued with him for half a day. Qin Shuang was also shocked. She originally intended to do a small favor, but she didn't expect Chen Mo to have no need for her gift at all, directly pulling out a VIP 10. This made her feel a bit awkward, but thinking that Chen Mo was a disciple of a martial saint, it was impossible for him to be accepted as a disciple without some skills. The awkwardness on her face disappeared completely, and her smile became even brighter. She raised her hand and tapped on her wristband. A beam of light shot out, connecting to Chen Mo's wristband. "I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so young and capable. It seems I was short-sighted. In that case, I will use my authority to grant Mr. Chen a special VIP privilege." A golden message suddenly appeared on the screen of Chen Mo's wristband. Everyone stared at it, their faces showing expressions of surprise. Chen Mo looked at the message, secretly impressed in his heart. This woman named Qin Shuang is truly extravagant. The so-called special VIP is a secret identity specially designated by the Ebony Club. Guests with this identity hold a status higher than all regular guests. As soon as they arrived at the Ebony Club, Qin Shuang personally received them and arranged for them to stay in the top-tier Tinza suite for dining. More importantly, all expenses for special VIPs here are free. Everyone who comes to the Ebony Club is wealthy and influential. This amount of money means nothing to them. But being able to consume here for free is definitely something that brings a great sense of pride. With this identity, guests are like half-hosts. The Ebony Clubhouse even helps them handle matters they find inconvenient to deal with personally. Although the information was vague, the content shocked Chen Mo at first glance. He quickly looked at Qin Shuang, his face showing some hesitation. "Boss Qin, isn't this overestimating me?" Qin Shuang waved his hand and smiled. "Mr. Chen, what are you saying? With your status and the strength you just displayed, you fully deserve the title of special guest." Wang Ting, standing nearby, said nothing. He looked at Qin Shuang, his gaze full of meaning. Others might not understand, but Wang Ting immediately saw that Qin Shuang was making an investment. She was casting a long line to catch a big fish. This deal was not a loss for her at all. Currently, disciples of martial saints are incredibly rare, and each one is a towering hero. Qin Shuang happened to encounter an untapped potential stock, and anyone with a bit of foresight would make such a decision. It may seem like a significant investment, but the future returns will undoubtedly far exceed the input. For the Black Ebony Club, connections are their lifeblood, and building a good relationship with a Marshall Saint disciple is definitely a guaranteed profitable deal. Actually, Chen Mo also understood this reasoning, but he hadn't thought that far ahead. The biggest problem right now is the apprenticeship assessment. If he fails this, he will become the laughingstock of the entire school and even the whole Longqing. So he felt that the other party's investment in him carried too much risk, which also invisibly added a lot of pressure on him. Wang Ting saw that Chen Mo's expression looked a bit grim, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a laugh, "Kid, don't overthink it. When a man faces difficulties, he must forge ahead. If you keep worrying about the consequences, you'll never accomplish anything." Chen Mo nodded. "Senior is right. Since Boss Qin values me so much, I will accept this honor." Hearing Chen Mo agree, Qin Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her judgment was sharp, and her woman's intuition told her that this handsome young man was definitely not an ordinary person. She was strong, well-connected, and had met many geniuses. But someone like Chen Mo, still a beginner martial artist yet able to withstand a martial master's attacks without falling behind, was something she had rarely encountered in her life. With this, her investment won't lose money unless Chen Mo dies. After the matter was resolved, Qin Shuang arranged for people to repair the damaged environment. Wang Ting didn't stay long and went straight back to the military district. In the end, only Chen Mo and the other three remained, and under Qin Shuang's lead, they went to the Tin's in number 1 room for dining. Before coming, Wei Yang was worried that Chen Mo wouldn't be able to afford the bill. Now, it's the opposite, he's only able to enter this place thanks to Chen Mo. Even his father has never been to the Tin's room. The four sat down, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Before long, the dishes were served one after another. As the dishes were placed on the table, everyone truly felt the prowess of the Ebony Club. The dishes here were all prepared by renowned chefs, with each dish made using the most precious parts of exotic beasts. Not only does it have perfect color, aroma, and taste, but taking a bite can also slightly enhance one's cultivation, which shows how precious the ingredients are. Since it was free, the four of them started eating without hesitation. This meal was particularly enjoyable. The four focused entirely on eating, even forgetting to chat. 2 hours passed, the meal was almost finished, but everyone still felt a bit unsatisfied. However, time waits for no one, and September 2nd is the first day of school. They indulged themselves today, wasting most of the day. After returning, they still need to prepare for tomorrow's classes. For freshmen, the courses are much more intense than expected. Don't be fooled by Chen Mo's strong abilities, he can't afford to miss a single basic class. Many topics may seem simple, but they are taught in a deeper and more thorough way in college. A solid foundation is essential for better improving one's abilities, and Chen Mo understands this very well. So after eating, they hurried back to school to prepare for the next day's classes. Since everyone belongs to different colleges, the course schedules are also different. Early in the morning on September 2nd, everyone headed to their respective colleges. Jiang Qingqin and Chen Mo were both students of the Ability Research Academy. The two gathered early at the villa entrance and walked to school together. On the road, many people couldn't help but glance in their direction. In the past, most people's attention was focused on Jiang Qingqin. After all, she was a great beauty, the daughter of a military district commander, excelled in her studies, and was the goddess in the hearts of many boys. But now it's different, almost everyone passing by is staring at Chen Mo. For the first time, Jiang Qingqin began to doubt whether her charm was no longer enough. This is also normal. Chen Mo's fame is truly immense. Ever since he entered the school, he has become the center of attention for everyone. In the past few days, he has repeatedly created miracles. Not only do the freshmen know his name, but even the senior students have heard it so much that their ears are tired of it. When he arrived at the academy's lecture hall, many people greeted Chen Mo proactively, and some even offered him their seats. Sitting next to the top-ranked freshman became a stroke of luck for many. Chen Mo did not refuse and politely interacted with everyone, even exchanging contact information. Many girls were pleasantly surprised, not expecting such a handsome S-class to be so approachable, truly making people see him in a new light. Soon, the open class began, and the students officially entered study mode. For freshmen, the course content is extensive and the pace is fast. The morning's basic open class covered a lot. After lunch at noon, the afternoon was reserved for elective courses. In addition to the public classes in the morning, teachers from each college have scheduled elective courses in the afternoon. Students from other colleges can also attend, but they need to arrive early, otherwise, there won't be any seats. Chen Mo didn't attend the elective class all afternoon. After bidding farewell to Jiang Qingqin, he went to the library alone, planning to find books to study how to develop supernatural potential. Returning to the library once again, Chen Mo looked at the dilapidated two-story building, feeling a surge of emotions in his heart. Last time, I almost burned down the library, and now I feel a bit guilty every time I pass by. Here I am again, not sure if something will go wrong this time. But the apprenticeship assessment is imminent, and he can't afford to waste time. If trouble arises again, he'll just have to accept the punishment. Entering the library, it revealed a whole new world inside. With the start of the semester, there were even more people. Chen Mo, as usual, called on the intelligent AI assistant Xiaolong for help. Xiaolong, I need information about developing potential superpowers. Help me find it. Alright, please wait a moment. Xiaolong floated in front of Chen Mo, a flash of light passing through its eyes. A moment later, Xiaolong spoke, and the result left Chen Mo greatly disappointed. Sorry, the library doesn't have the relevant materials you need. Even the library doesn't have it. Chen Mo felt that the situation was even more challenging than he had anticipated. This matter proves that developing potential for supernatural abilities is truly difficult. Otherwise, why is it that among so many ability users, only Fan Lan stands out as a top-tier one? After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo didn't stay in the library any longer and directly turned around to head to the Ability Research Academy. With no leads at the library, he could only go look for Zhou Xinlong. Zhou Xinlong didn't have any classes today. As the vice dean, he only taught one class per week, spending the rest of his time cultivating, teaching disciples, and handling school affairs. Seeing Chen Mo rushing over in a hurry, Zhou Xinlong was a bit curious. Chen Mo, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed and explained the difficult problem given to him by Wuxing, then took out the 9-curved exquisite lock to show him. Zhou Xinlong took the intricate little cube and a smile appeared on his face. Haha, I didn't expect that person to give you such a tough challenge, how interesting. Teacher Zhou, stop laughing. I couldn't find any information about developing supernatural abilities in the library, so I had no choice but to ask for your help. Zhou Xinlong put away his smile, handed the 9-curved exquisite lock back to Chen Mo, and patiently said, the fact that you came to me shows you're serious about this. But, to be honest, I can't be of much help. Ha, Teacher Zhou, you can't say that. Chen Mo panicked upon hearing the rejection. Zhou Xinlong waved his hand, don't worry, I haven't finished speaking yet. You scared me to death. Take your time, I'm all ears. I'm a martial artist. Teaching you how to fight is fine, but when it comes to unlocking potential, I don't know much. To be honest, no teacher in the academy can guarantee they can teach you that. Chen Mo listened and felt a chill in his heart. What should I do then? Do I have to go to the war zone to find Senior Fan Lan? Hearing Fan Lan, Zhou Xinlong coughed lightly, his expression a bit awkward. No need to rush so much, besides, Fan Lan is no longer in the war zone. Even if you go looking now, it won't help. Don't be anxious. To unlock the 9-curve exquisite lock, it's not just about developing potential, you need to first understand its true structure. Structure? My abilities and mental power can't penetrate it at all, how am I supposed to figure it out? Chen Mo frowned in distress. That's why coming to me was the right choice. Let me explain it to you simply. Zhou Xinlong took a sip of tea and patiently explained, unlocking the 9-curve exquisite lock requires 2 steps, both of which are indispensable. Which 2 steps? Isn't enhancing potential enough? Not enough. Zhou Xinlong shook his head. The first step is that your ability development rate must reach at least 10%. This is the minimum requirement. And even this step is not easy. Even for me, my ability development rate is only 18%. What? Chen Mo jumped up from his chair in shock. Teacher Zhou, don't scare me. At your age, you're only at 18%, so it's impossible for me to reach 10% in just one semester. Zhou Zhenlong's face darkened. What are you talking about? I'm in my prime, okay. Sorry, I misspoke. It's okay, I understand how you feel. But don't rush, everyone has their own strengths. I'm not good at developing abilities, so mine is only at 18%. 20% is a critical point, it's very hard to improve beyond 20%. Someone like Fan Lan, reaching 30%, is rare not just in Hua Nation but on the entire Blue Star. Don't use her as a benchmark. Then reaching 10% isn't actually that hard. It's very difficult for others, but you have great talent. An S-level ability combined with exceptional comprehension. I've rarely seen anyone as smart as you, so I believe you can do it. Chen Mo was embarrassed by the praise. Oh, Teacher Zhou, please don't joke around. I'm not that impressive. Haha, don't be so modest. Next, I'll tell you the second point, Zhou Jinlong said with a smile, then pointed at. Chen Mo held the 9-curved exquisite lock in his hand and marveled, don't be fooled by how small this thing is. Its structure is incredibly complex, and the space inside is much larger than you'd imagine. Could this be a spatial type artifact? Chen Mo asked curiously. Calling it a spatial system is correct, but it's not entirely accurate. There are 108 nodes set up inside, and to fully crack them, your ability must extend at least 108 kilometers within it. What? 108 kilometers? Chen Mo stared in shock at the small cube in his hand, completely unable to imagine that such a tiny object could contain such an immense space. Don't be surprised. Actually, the principle is somewhat similar to the human duodenum. When unfolded, it will absolutely astonish you. The key point is, your current strength is far from being able to crack these 108 nodes. You need to at least reach the peak of a specialized warrior to succeed. Zhou Zhenlong's words made Chen Mo fall into deep thought. The martial saint truly put in a lot of thought. This apprenticeship assessment not only examines skills and talent but is also closely tied to realm advancement. For other students, reaching the peak of the initial martial artist level in their freshman year is already very difficult, but Chen Mo must reach the peak of the specialized martial artist level. This requirement is simply too high. However, for Chen Mo, this is actually a good thing. As long as he is willing to grind monsters and accumulate attribute points, advancing his realm is not a problem at all. Thinking of this, Chen Mo felt reassured. He stood up and solemnly bowed to Zhou Jinlong. Teacher Zhou, thank you for your guidance. Improving my realm is not difficult for me, I am confident. Please quickly tell me how to enhance my supernatural potential. Chen Mo's eyes shone with a resolute light, full of determination. Zhou Jinlong looked at the young man in front of him, feeling a surge of emotions, as if he saw his younger self. Once upon a time, he was also high-spirited and full of ambition. Alright, listen carefully. Zhou Jinlong straightened his posture and said seriously. Chen Mo immediately sat upright as well, listening attentively. Supernatural potential may seem mysterious, but in fact, as long as you work hard, anyone can improve. The key lies in talent, perseverance, and luck. None of them can be lacking. Zhou Jinlong raised 2 fingers and said, you have 2 ways to improve your ability development. First, the technique you are practicing, 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual, contains content to enhance potential, but it requires reaching intermediate comprehension to be effective. What? Chen Mo was so surprised he couldn't speak. It turned out that the solution to the problem was hidden within himself, truly within arm's reach. But he immediately frowned again. 9 Heavens Divine Fire Mirror is still at the beginner level. Upgrading to the intermediate level is actually simple, it just requires farming attribute points, but the number of points needed is astonishing. System data shows that upgrading from beginner to intermediate requires 200,000 attribute points. 200,000. How long would he have to farm without eating or drinking? Moreover, attribute points also need to be used to enhance realms and other skills, so they can't all be spent here. School has already started, and there are classes every day. The time available for grinding monsters is only on weekends, which is far from enough. Thinking of this, Chen Mo urgently asked, Teacher Zhou, what about the second method? Zhou Jinlong knew that the first method was too difficult for Chen Mo based on his experience. For a top-tier technique like the 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual, reaching the intermediate level before graduation would already be a miracle. The second method is much simpler. Zhou Jinlong said with a smile. Before the voice had faded, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the office door, walking in one after the other. Zhou Jinlong was momentarily stunned, then a bright smile spread across his face. Chen Mo, your second method has arrived. Ha! Chen Mo looked confused, not understanding what Zhou Jinlong meant. Following his gaze, he saw 2 girls walk in. Z just walked in from outside. The one who came in was none other than another vice principal of the Ability Research Academy, Feng Wu, along with her newly favored disciple, Jiang Qingqin. As soon as the 2 entered, they saw Zhou Jinlong and Chen Mo. Jiang Qingqin didn't expect to run into Chen Mo here and greeted him with a smile. Zhou Jinlong waved to Feng Wu in a familiar manner. Feng Wu, come over quickly. Chen Mo is looking for you. Zhou Jinlong shouted. Looking for me? Feng Wu was a bit puzzled but still walked over. She actually likes Chen Mo a lot, this kid has great potential. She even wanted to compete to take him as her apprentice before. But later, when she found out that Chen Mo had become the disciple of the martial saint, she completely gave up. After all, competing with the martial saint for an apprentice is simply impossible. Moreover, the one in the demon suppression tower is the Qian Kun martial saint. Outsiders may not know, but the management team like them is well aware of his immense strength. Such a top expert being Chen Mo's teacher is far superior to any of them. However, today in the classroom office, she saw Chen Mo's anxious and expectant expression, and she couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Chen Mo, what do you need me for? Feng Wu asked with a smile, while pulling out a chair to sit down. Jiang Qingqin quickly poured a glass of water for the teacher and stood obediently nearby, listening. Chen Mo was a bit confused. He looked at Feng Wu, then at Zhou Zhenlong. Zhou Zhenlong laughed heartily and recounted the matter of Chen Mo coming to Feng Wu for help. So that's what this is about. Feng Wu smiled helplessly. Old Zhou, aren't you being a bit reckless? If it's something you can't handle, what can I possibly do? Why not let him go find Feng Lan? Wouldn't it be easier if he just listened to you? Feng Wu blinked. Zhou Zhenlong coughed awkwardly. Feng Lan has already left the war zone on a business trip, otherwise I wouldn't have let Chen Mo come to find you. See? I told you, with Feng Lan around, how could you think of me? Feng Wu joked with a smile. Alright, stop joking in front of the child. I asked Chen Mo to find you because I want him to learn embroidery from you. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Mo, Feng Wu, and Jiang Qingqin were all stunned. Mr. Zhou, please don't joke around. Chen Mo said with a wry smile. I'm not joking, do I look like I'm teasing you? Zhou Zhenlong said seriously. Feng Wu was also stunned for a moment but quickly understood. So you mean? That's right. Zhou Zhenlong nodded. This child learning embroidery from you is completely a good thing, beneficial to him without any harm. Jiang Qingqin looked at the teacher and Chen Mo, unable to resist covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, as a different thought arose in her mind. If he learns embroidery from master, does that mean we can spend every day together? Jiang Qingqin's thoughts ran wild, even startling herself, and her face turned slightly red. Fortunately, Chen Mo didn't notice her. He looked like a fool, glancing back and forth between Feng Wu and Zhou Zhenlong, his eyes shining brightly, as if saying, Teachers, please help me solve this mystery. Chen Mo, this is the second method I mentioned. Teacher Feng Wu's embroidery is completely different from what you imagined. If you want to unlock the 9-curve exquisite lock within 4 months, this is almost your only chance. Chen Mo's expression changed several times, but in the end, he chose to trust them. Zhou Zhenlong had no reason to deceive him. Since he said it was possible, there must be a reason. He quickly bowed to Feng Wu. Teacher Feng, please guide me more. All right. Feng Wu sighed. She really liked this child. Although she couldn't formally take him as a disciple, letting him learn embroidery could be considered a half-mentor relationship. Coincidentally, Qingqin also wants to learn. You two can pair up. Come to my place for class at 7 tonight. Thank you, Teacher Fengwei. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Chen Mo was overjoyed, stood up and gave a solemn bow, winked at Jiang Qingqin, and then left. As soon as Chen Mo left, Jiang Qingqin hurriedly asked, Master, are you really going to teach him embroidery? Is it really okay for a boy to learn this? Wu smiled and said, What's wrong with that? Don't underestimate others. If Chen Mo ends up embroidering better than you, don't blame me for not warning you. Jiang Qingqin responded angrily, Impossible. Master would never encourage others while discouraging me. I won't lose to him. Although he still hadn't figured out how to do it, Chen Mo had at least found a solution in his mind, and he felt particularly good. He left the academy and headed straight to the cafeteria, ordering several dishes and enjoying a lavish meal alone. With no one accompanying him, he deliberately celebrated by himself. After eating, he returned to the villa and practiced for a while, drenched in sweat. After taking a comfortable shower, he took a short nap. He wants to prepare for the evening class in the best possible condition. Soon, it was 6:30 in the evening. Chen Mo tidied up and prepared to go out. Today, Building 4 in Area A was unusually quiet. Wei Yang hadn't been seen all day. Usually at this time, Wei Yang would have already returned and even dragged him out for a meal. But today, there was no sign of him. Chen Mo didn't think much of it. After all, they weren't in the same department, so maybe Wei Yang was still in class. Just as he stepped out of the villa, he saw Jiang Qingqin from next door walking toward him. Chen Mo, what a coincidence. Jiang Qingqin greeted him with a smile. Yes, I was just about to call you, but I didn't expect you to come first. Chen Mo said. Let's go, we'll head to Master. The two of them walked together towards Feng Wu's residence. The teacher's residence is not far from the student dormitory. They strolled leisurely for 10 minutes and arrived at classroom dormitory area A, building 22, which is where Feng Wu lives. The school provides accommodation for every teacher, but not all teachers live in the school dormitory regularly. For example, Zhou Jinlong, whose home is in Longqing, goes back home after work, and the school accommodation has become a place for receiving guests. Feng Wu is a member of the Feng family, not a local resident, so she lives here. This was Chen Mo's first time visiting the classroom dormitory area. He followed Jiang Qingqin into the villa and saw Feng Wu doing yoga in the living room. It was after work hours, so Feng Wu wasn't wearing her teacher's uniform but was dressed in tight yoga attire. Seeing them come in, she greeted, "Have a seat first, I still have 10 minutes." Jiang Qingqin was unreserved, sitting directly on the sofa and skillfully heading to the kitchen to grab a drink. Chen Mo, however, seemed a bit restrained. Feng Wu not only had outstanding looks but also a top-notch figure. There was a special aura about her that made it hard for people not to take a few more glances. Dressed in yoga attire, her figure was clearly visible. Chen Mo found it hard to avert his gaze, his heartbeat quickened, and his mouth felt dry. He tried hard to control himself not to look, but the more he wanted to avoid it, the more his eyes were drawn to her. Jiang Qingqin saw Chen Mo sweating profusely and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "How about it? Isn't my master very sexy? Do you like this type?" The sudden voice startled Chen Mo, his face turning bright red as he hurriedly said, "Jiang Qingqin, what are you talking about? We're here for class, be serious." Jiang Qingqin saw his awkward expression and laughed so hard her stomach hurt. "See, I guessed it right. Why so nervous? My master is a heartthrob, a descendant of the Phoenix bloodline. It's perfectly normal for you to be attracted to her." "Phoenix bloodline? Related to the Feng family?" "Of course, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. It's not just a matter of lineage, it's also connected to master's special abilities." "I see." Chen Mo felt much more at ease after hearing her explanation and no longer avoided looking at Feng Wu. 10 minutes passed quickly. Feng Wu packed up her things and came over to call them. Jiang Qingqin couldn't help but tease, "Master, Chen Mo was secretly watching you just now." "Teacher Fengyu, don't pay attention to her. I'm not making it up." Fengyu smiled gracefully, a slight sheen of sweat appearing on her body. Her tight yoga outfit was soaked with sweat, clinging to her, faintly revealing the outline underneath. "It's okay, this has to do with my constitution. Chen Mo, don't be too nervous." A few people exchanged a few words, and Feng Wu directly led them to the training room on the 4th floor. This place was somewhat different from the training room in Chen Mo's villa. It was clearly personally modified by Feng Wu. There is a suite in the training room, arranged like a woman's private space, very exquisite. Jiang Qingqin was dazzled as soon as she entered, while Chen Mo, a grown man, felt uncomfortable standing or sitting in a woman's boudoir, appearing particularly restrained. "All right, sit down, let's officially start the class." Feng Wu didn't change her clothes, she just washed her face briefly and began. "Today, I will teach you embroidery. As soon as Feng Wu finished speaking, Chen Mo and Jiang Qingqin immediately stopped smiling and listened attentively. Embroidery may seem simple, and those without a foundation can get started after a few hours of learning. But the embroidery here is different. You need to use your own abilities to transform elemental power into threads for stitching." These words shocked Chen Mo. He never expected that embroidery could be played with in this way. Feng Wu spoke as she picked up a needle, gently pinching it between her fingers. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered across her hand and disappeared in an instant, leaving Chen Mo unable to see clearly. Then, Feng Wu picked up a special round board from the table, on which a peony flower pattern was engraved. This is a silver tail needle specifically for embroidery, made from the tail needle of a level 7 exotic beast, the silver-tailed hornet, polished into shape. It can transform your abilities into threads. Feng Wu patiently explained, then gently inserted the needle into the board. This board is unlike ordinary fabric, the material is hard, yet the silver tail needle pierces it as effortlessly as piercing tofu. Chen Mo widened his eyes and watched as the needle pierced through, pulling out a colorful thread from the needle's tail. Feng Wu moved very slowly, as if deliberately demonstrating it to the two of them. The silver needle shuttled back and forth on the board, with the thread following in and out, never breaking. Chen Mo stared motionlessly at Feng Wu's hands. As the stitches increased, Feng Wu's speed grew faster and faster. In the end, her movements became as fast as the invisible hands in movies. Chen Mo couldn't see her hands clearly at all, only the colorful threads dancing on the board, radiating a captivating brilliance. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The last stitch was completed, the thread disappeared, and Feng Wu put down the needle, holding the board up in front of the two. Chen Mo saw the lifelike peony on the board, so beautiful it was mesmerizing. Feng Wu looked at their focused expressions and smiled faintly. "This is embroidery. Now it's your turn to give it a try. Feng Wu only demonstrated once and immediately had Chen Mo and Jiang Qingqin start practicing. It is worth mentioning that she separated the two, placing a partition in the middle of the table. This way, the two practiced individually without interfering with each other. Chen Mo had never tried embroidery before, let alone this peculiar supernatural embroidery. He curiously picked up the silver tail needle and examined it, trying to bend it forcefully, but it wouldn't budge at all. The materials of a level 7 exotic beast are truly extraordinary. Feng Wu only demonstrated once, without teaching the specific stitching method, and went straight to take a bath. The room suddenly fell silent, and Chen Mo felt a bit at a loss. He tried picking up the needle and began to gather the eternal nitro flame in his palm. Suddenly, a surprising scene unfolded before him. The small flame that was supposed to appear did not emerge, instead, it was replaced by a thin thread of deep blue energy. Chen Mo looked at the thread with great excitement, but ended up losing control. The eternal nitro flame's power was slightly too strong. With a puff sound, the energy thread instantly snapped and disappeared, leaving only the silver-tailed needle lonely pinched between Chen Mo's fingertips. So that's how it is. Although he failed the first time, Chen Mo was not discouraged. Instead, he became even more curious. It was only then that he realized he had to control the power of the eternal nitro flame and precisely adjust the output of spiritual energy. He tried a few more times and slowly found a critical point. Beyond this limit, the thread would break and completely disappear. Alright, let's start embroidering now. Chen Mo felt he was getting the hang of it and picked up the embroidery frame in front of him to begin stitching. Although he had never learned embroidery, he had watched embroidery videos and was now relying on memory to imitate. The pre-designed pattern on the embroidery frame was a deep blue ghostly lotus. This type of lotus grows in the depths of the deep sea, extremely rare and considered a treasure. It is deep blue all over, mysterious and powerful. This color happens to match the color of the eternal nitro flame. Chen Mo tried to pierce the embroidery board with the silver tail needle. The first stitch went in with almost no resistance, as if piercing through air. But when he used the energy thread, the situation changed. He clearly felt a strong friction between the thread and the embroidery board. The resistance was so great that it surprised him. Such force? How is that possible? Chen Mo was shocked and couldn't help but pull harder. As a result, the thread broke again. Chen Mo was a bit dumbfounded. The ability can't be used too forcefully, nor too lightly, otherwise the thread will break. This is really hard. He recalled the scene of Feng Wu embroidering. Her movements were smooth and fluid, with almost no resistance from the thread. Why had it become such a challenge for him? Chen Mo frowned, unable to figure it out. He gathered another thread and aimed it at the embroidery frame. This time, he applied slightly more force, and with a pull, the thread snapped. Oh my god, is it this hard? Chen Mo was drenched in sweat. He never expected that his S-level superpower would stumble on embroidery. If this news gets out, an S-level top student can't even handle embroidery, wouldn't that be a joke? Wait. Suddenly, Chen Mo froze, as if he had remembered something. I'm so foolish, clearly I have the system, yet I was blindly pondering. He cursed himself for wasting valuable resources. System, help me merge mental power and intelligence. He gave the command without hesitation. He vaguely felt that this might help him discover the weakness of the threads. Previously, it was only used when fighting monsters, but this time it's applied to embroidery. He wasn't sure if it would work, but he felt he had to give it a try. The system sound chimed, indicating the fusion of intelligence and mental power was complete. Chen Mo's intelligence increased to 300, reaching a genius level. He felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind. Picked up the silver-tailed needle again, gathered the thread, and this time pierced it without hesitation. A wondrous scene unfolded before his eyes. After the needle passed through the embroidery board, the thread stopped on the surface. Chen Mo did not apply more force and maintained his posture without moving. A change occurred in his field of vision. The dark blue threads formed by eternal nitro fire turned a faint red after merging with mental power and intelligence. The threads continuously magnified before his eyes. Chen Mo watched in astonishment, as if watching a movie, with the camera zooming in to give the threads a clear close-up. When the threads. Chen Mo enlarged the energy thread in front of him to the thickness of a rope and was surprised to find flames surging along the entire thread. From a distance, it looked like countless tiny spikes constantly emerging and disappearing. So this is where the problem lies. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo was overjoyed. He finally discovered the reason why the energy threads couldn't pass through the board. The seemingly smooth energy threads, when magnified to a microscopic level, turn out to be as rough as thorn-covered brambles. This was originally a fire-based ability, with strong explosive power, and combined with the special might of the eternal Nitru flame, it remained incredibly violent even under Chen Mo's control. The function of the silver tail needle is merely to turn abilities into threads, but it cannot remove the inherent characteristics of the abilities themselves. Thinking of this, Chen Mo fell into deep thought again. The problem was identified, but solving it became a major challenge. At this moment, the S-level ability instead became his stumbling block. Chen Mo adjusted the fusion of intelligence and mental power, once again condensing the thread. This time, he lowered the energy even further. The result was still the same. After magnification, the thread was still covered with dense spikes. Although there were significantly fewer and they were much smaller than before, the problem remained unresolved. Lower it a bit more. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and continued to reduce the psychic energy output. But this time, the thread dissipated in the air before even touching the board. Energy has a critical point, too high won't work, and too low won't work either. Below this threshold, even with the guidance of the silver-tailed needle, it is impossible to form a thread. This left Chen Mo completely dumbfounded. Could it be that my S-level ability is completely incapable of completing embroidery? What seemed like simple embroidery became a tough challenge for Chen Mo. An S-class ability user couldn't even manage to embroider a flower, the blow was too much. Chen Mo stared at the needle and board in front of him, his face almost turning red with frustration. The room was unusually quiet, and Jian Qingqin on the other side of the partition seemed to have disappeared, not making a single sound. But Chen Mo didn't notice any of this at all. He kept using the fusion attribute repeatedly, carefully observing the behavior of the energy threads under the magnified view. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times, 100 times. After a full 100 attempts, Chen Mo didn't succeed even once. Apart from the barely visible tiny pinholes left by the silver-tailed needle on the board, no other traces were left. Chen Mo was truly out of options, slumping dejectedly in his chair, his face full of disappointment. Could it be that I, Chen Mo, am going to fail here? He felt a wave of sadness, as if the whole world had collapsed. Instinctively, he opened the system panel and stared blankly at the string of colorful numbers. I've already used my intellect, but still can't solve it. Is there really no other way? He fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he sat up straight, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. I've tried merging intelligence and spirit, but I've never tried merging intelligence and physique. The extinguished flame of hope in Chen Mo reignited. He remembered the magical bullet time. Let's do it. Intelligence and physique, merge them together for me. Without hesitation, he entered focus mode. This time, he directly applied bullet time to the silver tail needle, the board, and the energy threads. The first needle went in, but the energy thread still broke. However, in bullet time, the thread broke at an extremely slow pace, and Chen Mo could even see the entire process of the thread turning into countless light particles and dissipating. In this extremely slow time, Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised to find that his needle was still inserted in the board. Although the thread broke, he could immediately condense a new thread to connect to the silver-tailed needle and continue the unfinished action. Within a single bullet time, Chen Mo performed the same action hundreds of times. Although the thread still broke, he did not come away empty-handed. He excitedly. After continuous exploration, Chen Mo finally found an extremely subtle and almost imperceptible balance point. At this balance point, the energy transfer and the strength of the thread perfectly matched. The energy thread had already penetrated nearly 1 millimeter through the board, emerging on the other side. The sudden success made Chen Mo so excited that he lost control, resulting in the thread that had just passed through the board breaking again. However, this time, Chen Mo seemed to have found a secret weapon. His mindset completely changed, no longer discouraged, and he was filled with enthusiasm. Success! What a treasure that was so hard to find, yet obtained so easily. In bullet time, the opportunities for trial and error increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Chen Mo was filled with emotion. Although he was still a bit nervous, he knew that if he could remain calmer, he definitely wouldn't have taken so long to find a solution. He deeply reflected on himself and realized that ever since his awakening, he was still quite unfamiliar with the system. Apart from occasionally checking the attributes on the system panel, he had hardly interacted with the system or spent time studying its functions. On one hand, the system appeared indifferent, almost ignoring him. On the other hand, he was used to solving problems on his own, only relying on the system at critical moments. This was what led to the current situation. While personal effort is certainly important, one must not work behind closed doors or stubbornly stick to old ways. Not utilizing the resources at hand is truly foolish. Chen Mo made up his mind that he would never hesitate to seek help from the system in the future. Perhaps, through relentless effort, he could uncover more unexpected new features. After a round of self-criticism, Chen Mo's mindset completely stabilized. At this moment, he was calmer than ever. The room remained silent, and Chen Mo looked up at the partition. He couldn't see the situation on Jiang Qingqin's side, but he knew that after delaying for so long, he was definitely far behind. The most important thing right now is to quickly catch up. We can't afford to get 0 points on the first day's course. Thinking of this, Chen Mo activated the fusion mode once again. In bullet time, his first needle finally pierced through the board successfully. This success did not excite him, as if he had already grown accustomed to such progress. With the first needle, then came the second, the third. During one instance of bullet time, Chen Mo went from initially being able to pass through only a dozen needles to later passing through hundreds. The entire board's Azure Sea and Quiet Lotus had already taken shape, with half of the pattern completed. Just as Chen Mo was about to continue with the needle, his head suddenly felt dizzy, his whole body was extremely fatigued, and the soreness was unbearable. It felt as if he had just walked tens of thousands of kilometers without any rest, and his stamina was nearly depleted. Damn, I'm overexerted, Chen Mo realized in frustration. He had been too focused and forgot that the fusion skill wasn't limitless. Although his physique was quite good, having reached the peak of an initial martial artist with a physique value as high as 8,382, which was already at the level of an advanced specialized martial artist. However, when he used the fusion skill just now, he almost pushed bullet time to its limit, causing his stamina to deplete rapidly. Looking at the half-embroidered Azure Sea Ghost Lotus, Chen Mo could only helplessly put down the board and silver-tailed needle in his hands, slumping into the chair without even caring about his posture. I can't do it anymore, I really can't hold on. There's absolutely no way I can finish embroidering today. Chen Mo was so exhausted that he could barely keep his eyes open. At this moment, the door opened. Feng Wu entered wearing a low-cut silk nightgown. Two classmates, it's already 9 o'clock. How's the progress? Feng Wu asked with a smile, casually removing the partition on the table. It was then that Chen Mo finally saw Jiang Qingqin across from him. She stared with wide-open eyes, her face almost pressed against the embroidery frame, as the silver needle in her hand struggled to pass through the board. A white energy thread trembled as it went through, but due to Feng Wu's sudden appearance, Jiang Qingqin lost control, and the thread broke again. Ah, master! It's all your fault. I finally succeeded. Feng Wu saw the thread break, her face full of disappointment as she pouted and complained. Feng Wu smiled faintly. You little girl, blaming me when your skills aren't up to par. Come, let me see your work. As she spoke, she reached out to take Jiang Qingqin's embroidery board. Jiang Qingqin's face turned bright red with embarrassment, and she quickly hugged the board tightly. Master, I'd rather not embarrass myself. Why don't you look at Chen Mo's work first? Yes, look at his first. Her eyes lit up as she stared at Chen Mo, and the embarrassment on her face lessened considerably. Unexpectedly, Feng Wu's face turned cold. You little brat, of course, I have to check yours first. After speaking, completely ignoring Jiang Qingqin's objections, she waved her hand, and the embroidery frame in Jiang Qingqin's hand flew to Feng Wu's hand with a whoosh. Feng Wu lowered her head to look at the embroidery frame, her expression turned strange, and suddenly she gritted her teeth, looking as if she was about to hit someone. What kind of embroidery is this? This is just poking needles. Feng Wu swung the embroidery frame toward Jiang Qingqin's head, scaring her into quickly jumping aside. She held her head and looked at Feng Wu pitifully. Master, please don't be angry. I've already tried my best, but this is just too hard. Who could possibly do it? Jiang Qingqin said weakly. Feng Wu glared at her. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm not human? No, that's not what I meant. Jiang Qingqin blushed and lowered her head, looking like a child caught doing something wrong. Chen Mo curiously looked at the embroidery frame in Feng Wu's hand, his eyes wide open in disbelief. On Jiang Qingqin's embroidery frame was a lily, but the silk threads had no energy at all, and instead, it was full of clearly visible needle holes. From Chen Mo's perspective, the embroidery frame looked like a sieve riddled with holes. Chen Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter, but his weak body caused him to fall backward from the chair, landing flat on his back. But he still couldn't stop laughing so hard he was gasping for breath. Jiang Qingqin stomped her feet in anger, her face as red as a ripe strawberry. Chen Mo, you idiot! Still laughing? If you've got the guts, show me your work. I don't believe you're better than me. Humph. Chen Mo laughed as he tried hard to stand up. Sorry, I couldn't help it. If your embroidery is second, then no one in the universe would dare claim to be first. Ha ha. Feng Wu couldn't help but laugh out loud as well, covering her mouth and giggling nonstop. Jiang Qingqin was so embarrassed by the two that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Chen Mo. Jiang Qingqin shouted, jumping to Chen Mo's desk and snatching the embroidery frame from his table. Master! Look at this, guys. Stop making fun of me. I bet he hasn't embroidered a single stitch properly either, huh? Before she could finish speaking, she stared at the embroidery board in her hand, too shocked to say a word. How is this possible? Feng Wu took the embroidery board to examine it closely and also showed a look of surprise. On the embroidery frame, the azure lotus flower was already nearly half finished. Although only half completed, the shimmering blue energy threads glowed vividly, so lifelike that one couldn't help but be mesmerized. Feng Wu stared at the embroidery frame in shock, then looked up at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, is this the result of just 2 hours of work? Chen Mo, too exhausted to speak, simply nodded. That's right. I didn't expect it to take just 2 hours. If I had another hour, I think I could finish it. Looking at his exhausted appearance, Feng Wu frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. This boy managed to surprise people with his first attempt at embroidery. It seems he has put in quite a lot of effort. It really took a lot of effort. Feng Wu suppressed the surprise in her heart, her gaze mixed with complex emotions as she looked at Chen Mo. Wow, this child's talent is truly astonishing. It seems I'm not worthy of being his master at all, she thought to herself, but Chen Mo had no idea. He was so exhausted that he just wanted to find a place to lie down and sleep. Alright, it's getting late. Let's stop here for today. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. as usual, everyone be on time, Feng Wu said, noticing Chen Mo's poor condition, and decisively announced the end of the class. Qingqin, help support Chen Mo, he looks like he can barely walk. After saying this, she turned and left. Jiang Qingqin was still a bit upset. She glanced at Chen Mo and let out a cold snort. Humph, I won't help you. Walk back by yourself. With that, she left the training room without looking back. Chen Mo hadn't planned on actually letting her help. He leaned against the wall and slowly made his way downstairs. Just as he reached the door, he saw Jiang Qingqin standing there staring at him. Didn't you leave first? Why are you still standing here? Chen Mo asked, puzzled. What else could I do? I was afraid you wouldn't be able to walk, fall on the street, and get taken away by bad people. Jiang Qingqin said coldly, then walked to his side and took his arm. Let's go, my dear Master Chen. This humble servant will now escort you home, she said sarcastically, making Chen Mo unable to suppress a laugh in his heart. To be honest, this time Chen Mo was truly exhausted. Without Jiang Qingqin supporting him, he might have collapsed directly to the ground. Although there were recovery potions in the system space, using them for such a short walk would be too wasteful. Chen Mo was usually frugal and didn't have the courage to spend recklessly. Fortunately, although Jiang Qingqin was a girl, as an ability user, she was quite strong. With her support, Chen Mo was finally able to barely stand steadily. The two of them slowly walked back like this. Even though it was nighttime, there were still people coming and going on campus. Many people, upon seeing them, cast curious glances their way. Especially a few male classmates, their eyes were full of meaningful expressions. Obviously, Chen Mo had consumed quite a bit of energy just now, his legs were weak. Chen Mo's weight was almost entirely pressed against Jiang Qingqin, and the two were tightly leaning against each other. Being so close, Chen Mo could clearly smell the faint fragrance on Jiang Qingqin. It wasn't the scent of perfume, but a natural body fragrance. He didn't know what her special ability was, but this aura seemed innate, somewhat like Feng Wu's irresistible charm. Previously, the distance was too far to feel it, but this time being so close, Chen Mo was clearly a bit uncomfortable. After smelling it a few times, his breathing started to become rapid. Moreover, he is taller than Jiang Qingqin, allowing him to clearly see her enchanting curves from his perspective. This alluring scene made Chen Mo's heart race, almost losing control. Chen Mo's blood surged, and Jiang Qingqin also felt uncomfortable. It was her first time being in such close contact with a man. Although Chen Mo wasn't a stranger, she was a famously beautiful woman in Longqing, and she rarely even touched a man's hand. At this moment, she could feel the scorching masculine aura emanating from Chen Mo, rushing toward her like flames. This made Jiang Qingqin's heartbeat quicken, and her cheeks slightly flushed. Fortunately, it was dark, and the lack of light prevented others from noticing. But she felt very conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to quickly let go and walk away, yet on the other hand, she was reluctant to release him, wanting to hold him tightly. This complex emotion caused her immense torment. As a result, the two remained silent all the way, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Fortunately, the journey was not far, and they quickly arrived at student dormitory area A. Jiang Qingqin escorted Chen Mo to the room, directly threw him onto the sofa, and then ran off without saying a word. Chen Emo pouted, thinking that this girl was too rough. Not the least bit. He knew how to treat others gently. However, he didn't think much about it. After resting on the sofa for a while, he prepared to go upstairs. It was already close to 9:30 p.m. Just as he was struggling to support himself with the furniture to go upstairs, the door suddenly opened. A person dressed entirely in black rushed in. Chen Emo was startled and instinctively wanted to enter a combat stance, but his body was weak. He fell to the ground and could only stare blankly at the other person. This black man rushed in, muttering to himself nonstop. "Where's my notebook? Where's my notebook?" As soon as he spoke, Chen Emo realized it was none other than Wei Yang. But how did this guy end up like this? Completely unrecognizable. Wei Yang rummaged around in the living room for a while and finally pulled out a thick notebook from the sofa crevice. "Found it." His voice was full of joy, and then he rushed toward the door with the notebook. Chen Emo felt like his world had been turned upside down. Did this guy not see me? Is he crazy? "Wei Yang, what are you doing?" Chen Emo called out weakly. Wei Yang looked as if he had just woken up from a dream. Turning around, he saw Chen Emo sitting on the ground and asked in surprise, "Chen Emo, why are you sitting on the ground? What else could I be doing?" "I was scared by you," Chen Emo said through gritted teeth. "Ah." Wei Yang scratched his head, only then realizing that his appearance was a bit frightening. He had sprinted all the way from school back to the villa, startling quite a few people along the way, but he had been so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't noticed at all. If it weren't for Chen Mo's reminder, he wouldn't have realized. "Wei Yang, what happened to you? Who hit you?" "No, no one hit me. It was when Master was conducting an experiment, and I was watching nearby. Then the test tube suddenly exploded. I was standing too close, and this is what happened." Chen Mo's mind was in turmoil. The test tube exploded. And you're still speaking so casually. How come you weren't blown to death? But Wei Yang didn't seem to want to say more. He waved his hand. "You go ahead and stay busy. I have something to do. I'm leaving first." After saying that, he ran out of the villa without looking back. Chen Emo sat dumbfounded in the living room, staring blankly. Is this still the same Wei Xiao? How did he seem like a completely different person after becoming an apprentice? Chen Emo shook his head helplessly but didn't find it too surprising. Wei Yan looked like a playboy, but in fact, he was highly talented. Usually, he acted carefree and unreliable, but this time, before becoming an apprentice, he had made thorough preparations. Clearly, he was very satisfied with his master and devoted himself wholeheartedly. Chen Emo was happy for his roommate. Everyone was making progress, and he absolutely couldn't fall behind. After much effort, Chen Emo finally climbed to the dormitory on the 3rd floor. As soon as he fell onto the bed, he was asleep in less than a second. He was too exhausted, even more so than when he was in the war zone. Of course, if he were in the war zone, being this tired would probably have killed him. Only at school could he relax so completely. Early the next morning, the piercing sound of the alarm clock pulled Chen Emo back to reality from his dreams. He sat up, stretched his body, and felt that his strength had recovered quite a bit, though not completely. He wasn't worried, there was still time during the day, and he should be fully recovered before class in the evening. After washing up and going downstairs, he found Wei Yang already having breakfast in the dining room. This guy's appearance had returned to normal, no longer the black man from last night. However, his hairstyle had changed slightly. Previously it was a stylish shortcut, but now his hair was fluffy with a bit of a natural curl, giving him a unique look. As Chen Emo walked into the dining room, Wei Yang wiped his mouth, finished eating, and stood up. "Morning, Chen Emo, I've finished eating, I'm heading out first. Take your time eating," Wei Yang greeted, clutching a thick notebook, and once again dashed out of the villa without looking back. Chen Emo was completely speechless. Overnight, Wei Yang transformed from a playboy into a top student. If this continues, will he turn into a genius? Has time become his greatest enemy? Even he himself couldn't devote himself as tirelessly as Wei Yang. Although he didn't know what time Wei Yang returned home last night, it was certainly late at night. Why do I feel like I've ended up in last place instead? Chen Emo smiled wryly, quickly finished his breakfast, and hurried out to attend class. Today, he didn't miss the afternoon elective course. He attended every class throughout the day without skipping a single one. If only he had more time and energy, he would have wanted to attend several classes simultaneously. His time and energy were simply not enough. Fortunately, he found a solution. The school's elective courses all have recorded videos. As long as Xiaolong helps to retrieve them, he can catch up on lessons anytime. But now, his biggest headache is still the lack of time. At 7 in the evening, Chen Emo went to Feng Wu's house again to continue embroidering. With the experience from last time, he quickly completed the other half of the Emerald Sea and Quiet Lotus's time. It only took 10 minutes to finish this part. This is the power of super speed. While others can only stitch 1 needle per second, he can stitch hundreds, or even more. Feng Wu was also startled by his efficiency and immediately increased the difficulty. This time, she brought out several embroidery boards. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, 8 elemental attributes. Each board has different patterns. Chen Mo, your learning speed really surprises me. I originally planned to increase the difficulty at least half a month later, but since you've completed the first step so quickly, let's start ahead of schedule. Feng Wu pointed at the 8 boards and said, these 8 boards carry elemental attributes. Your ability is fire-based, which will react with these elements and pose a challenge for you. But don't worry, it's only the second day. As long as you can complete all the embroidery by next weekend, you'll meet the standard. Chen Mo looked at the 8 boards in front of him and secretly smiled to himself. Next weekend? I can't wait another day. It would be best if it could be completed today. After saying that, he directly picked up the metallic embroidery board and began a new challenge. With previous experience, Chen Mo was full of confidence. But soon, his confidence was severely shaken by the embroidery board in front of him. The embroidery board with element attributes was much harder than before. Actually, he was mentally prepared beforehand, but when he actually started operating, he was still stumped. Not to mention complex elements like wind, thunder, and ice, just the mutual generation and restraint among the 5 elements is enough to give one a headache. For example, fire restrains metal, and his fire attribute ability happens to counter the metal attribute embroidery board. Not to mention his ability is the extremely powerful Eternal Night True Fire. The energy thread had just passed through the embroidery board when Chen Mo was surprised to find that the needle hole on the board quickly enlarged, eventually corroding into a small hole. Although it was only the size of a grain of rice, it was very noticeable on the embroidery board, rendering the board essentially ruined. Even if the pattern was completed, the black hole made the board look very unsightly. Facing the difficulty, Chen Mo activated fusion mode. He first used magnified vision to identify the problem, then conducted rapid experiments at ultra-high speed to find the optimal balance point. After an hour of repeated efforts, he finally overcame the challenge completely. However, this time he didn't give it his all, saving some energy. Although a lot of time was spent on trial and error in the early stages, with the previous foundation, the embroidery this time was still very successful. Looking at the pattern on the board, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. He didn't ask Feng Wu for a new board but completed the embroidery on the original one. That inconspicuous black hole became his reminder to be extra cautious in everything he did. He felt that completing one piece of embroidery today was already a very slow pace. But in Jiang Qingqian's eyes across from him, Chen Mo was simply a freak. She had already given up competing with him and resigned herself to focusing on studying. It must be said, developing the potential of supernatural abilities is truly a major challenge for those with such powers. Qingqian spent 2 days and still couldn't grasp the basics. This further highlighted how astonishing Chen Mo's comprehension ability was. In just 1 week, Chen Mo actually completed all 8 pieces of embroidery. This speed left Feng Wu so shocked that she was speechless. She even suspected that Chen Mo might be deliberately holding back, fully capable of finishing it in 1 day, but worried about scaring her as his teacher. In fact, her guess was correct. If Chen Mo recklessly used his fusion ability, he could complete all the embroidery in 1 night. But this time, he did not rush to finish. Instead, he carefully explored and studied each embroidery panel with attributes. He understood clearly that this was just an advanced stage of the course, and there would surely be even tougher challenges awaiting him later. By Friday, the extra tutoring for the week came to an end. Even if Chen Mo didn't want to rest, teacher Fengyue still had to enjoy her weekend. For Chen Mo, there was no such thing as a weekend. After bidding farewell to Fengyue, he didn't wait for Jiang Qingqian and went straight back to the villa to pack his luggage, rushing to the war zone overnight. This time, he chose base number 4. Although Fang Lan was no longer there, through conversations with staff and ability users, he learned a lot about the glorious deeds of this legendary ability user. Just like that, Chen Mo spent the entire weekend grinding monsters in the war zone. It wasn't until late Sunday night that he hurried back to school to prepare for the second week's classes. Time flies, and a month of busy and intense university life has passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Chen Mo spent all his time attending classes, embroidering, and fighting monsters, except for eating and sleeping. If it were someone else, they would have been exhausted long ago, and coupled with the influence of the ferocious beast's ominous aura, their mental state would surely have suffered. However, Chen Emo felt that this kind of regular and monotonous life actually made him enjoy it. Especially embroidery. After a month, Chen Emo was pleasantly surprised to find that his embroidery skills were almost catching up with Feng Wu. Now, his lessons were no longer simple pattern embroidery but had progressed to creating three-dimensional figures. Each time, Feng Wu would bring a complex cube. This cube is hollow, with a transparent exterior, allowing the internal structure to be seen from the outside. Chen Emo needs to use energy threads to follow the preset paths inside the cube and create the finished product. This is completely different from embroidery with silver needles. This time, he doesn't use needles, only threads condensed from his abilities, threading them through the tiny holes of the cube. The first time he operated, the cube shattered into pieces in his hands. The second time, the energy threads kept escaping when they entered the fragile paths. The third time, he had completed half of the process, but his Shinnick energy was nearly depleted, rendering all previous efforts futile. This made him deeply understand Zhou Zhenglong's words: to pass the martial saint assessment, technique is one aspect, but improving strength is even more crucial. He urgently needs to elevate his realm. Thus, a month later, every weekend, Chen Emo began frantically grinding monsters, almost without rest. The grinding was so intense that a certain urban legend started circulating at Base 4. The legend says that on the desolate wasteland of the 4th war zone at night, a monster appeared that struck fear into all the alien beasts. This monster seems to have come from the 5th war zone, and when encountering other beasts, it kills them without hesitation. Other beasts see it as a huge threat and attack it frantically. But every time, this monster is like a dragon, appearing and then vanishing without a trace. It only appears at night, and only on weekends, as if it has to report to work on Monday. The war zone is extremely dangerous at night. Although there are powerful espers hunting, no one is as crazy as Chen Emo. Chen Emo relied on his breath-holding cheat-like ability to charge recklessly through the herd of beasts. The beasts began to treat him as one of their own, until the bloody lesson made them understand the danger. The surrounding beasts reacted and became vigilant one after another. When Chen Emo arrived here, this place had already turned into a hellish battlefield. Countless exotic beasts were ruthlessly slain by him, and he couldn't even be bothered to pick up the materials from their bodies, solely focused on frantically farming attribute points. After nearly sleepless and relentless battles, the originally accumulated 30,000 plus attribute points had finally skyrocketed to over 80,000 this time. Seeing the number unallocated attribute points, 88,717 on the system panel, a broad smile appeared on Shenmo's face. This time, he didn't hesitate and returned to the suite at Base 4, activating the Do Not Disturb mode. He took a shower, changed his clothes, adjusted his mental state to its peak, and then sat cross-legged on the ground. System, open the panel. Host, Chen Mo. Level, peak of initial martial artist, upgradable. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, S-Class. Physique, 8382. Spirit, 2533. Intelligence, 300. Skills, Free Combat Technique, Mastery, Flame Explosion, Mastery, 3 Burning Heaven Techniques, Sun Finger, Advanced, Skyfire Palm, Advanced, Fire Dragon Turn, Advanced. Innate Skill, Breath Holding, Mastery. Technique, 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual, Beginner. Unassigned points, 88,717. System, I want to level up. Request received, consuming 80,000 attribute points to advance to low-tier specialized warrior. Please confirm, yes/no. Yes. Upgrade immediately. Confirmation complete, starting upgrade. As the system prompt sounded, after a month and a half of effort, Chen Mo finally leaped from a novice martial artist to a specialized martial artist. The promotion process went very smoothly, completing a significant improvement almost instantly. Chen Mo sat quietly in meditation, feeling the changes in his body. From a novice martial artist to a specialized martial artist, it signifies that he has officially embarked on the golden path of the superpowered. If beginners or novices who have just awakened their abilities, primary martial artists are like children who have just learned to walk, gradually becoming familiar with and reliant on their abilities. As for specialized martial artists, it indicates that they have already developed a profound understanding of their abilities, reaching new heights in both basic attributes and combat power. Although Chen Mo had his eyes closed, he was carefully examining the data on the system panel in his mind. Host, Chen Mo. Level, Low-Tier Martial Specialist. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, S-Class. Physique, 20,000. Spirit, 16470. Intelligence, 300. Skills: free combat technique, mastery, flame explosion, mastery, 3 styles of burning heaven, sun finger, grandmaster, heavenly fire palm, grandmaster, fire dragon turnover, grandmaster. Innate skill: breath holding, mastery. Technique: 9 heavens divine fire manual, beginner. Points to allocate: 8,717. Seeing this data, Chen Emo was not only satisfied but even pleasantly surprised. His physique had already reached the peak limit of a specialized martial artist and could not be further improved for the time being. This is different from when he upgraded to a novice martial artist. There is an insurmountable barrier between a specialized martial artist and a martial master. Even with the system, this rule cannot be broken. However, Chen Emo has never relied solely on basic attributes to challenge. The gloves gifted by his adoptive father, combined with the fusion bonus of physique and intelligence, instantly elevated his physique to 80,000. This is already the peak level of a mid-tier martial master. The leap in physique caused the power of his Eternal Nitro Flame to explosively increase as well. He vaguely felt that the Eternal Nitro Flame was no longer just S level, but approaching S+ level. It might soon break through and reach SS level. This made Chen Emo extremely excited. Eternal Nitro Fire is already a disaster level ability, but it has always been limited by his realm, unable to fully unleash its power. Now, with a significant boost, he easily crushes enemies of higher levels using Eternal Nitro Fire, making cross-level challenges much easier. Chen Emo won effortlessly, but he was well aware that without the support of Eternal Nitro Fire, even if his base attributes surpassed those of the same level, he could not have reached this level. Although his mental attributes have not reached the maximum value of 20,000, they have already reached the peak of a specialized warrior. However, these were not the things that surprised him the most. What truly caught him off guard was that the 3 forms of burning heaven had actually upgraded again. All 3 major techniques had reached the master level, just one step away from perfection. This is an earth-shattering enhancement to his combat power. The power of the 3 styles of burning heaven needs no further explanation. This set of moves perfectly unleashes the power of the Eternal Nitro Flame. Chen Emo even doubted how such a powerful move could only be rated as A level. Even if it were said to be S level, he would believe it. This upgrade has truly been a bountiful harvest for Chen Emo. He couldn't wait to take out a delicate transparent cube from the system space. It was the prop foam who had helped him embroider earlier. Let's test the effect now. Chen Emo was full of confidence, his hands never stopping. A thin thread of energy slipped into a small hole in the cube. The thread smoothly passed through each path, leaving behind a crystal clear blue wherever it went. Truly extraordinary. Chen Emo controlled the Shinnick output while marveling. The improvement in his realm ensured his Shinnick energy no longer ran out midway. With the bonus from bullet time, the cube was completed within 10 minutes. As the energy threads emerged from the outlet, the entire cube seemed to come alive, undergoing miraculous changes. In front of Chen Emo, the cube's shell disappeared, transforming into a lifelike fish. This is a beautiful mythical creature living in the East Sea of Hua country, the East Sea mackerel. This time, the embroidery is completely 3-dimensional. Once completed, the East Sea mackerel swims slowly in the air, vivid and lifelike. Chen Mo looked at his work, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. After a month of intensive learning, he finally understood why Zhou Zhenlong wanted him to learn embroidery from Fengwu. He now has masterful control over the Eternal Nitro Flame. Although he hasn't achieved complete ease, he can already transform the ability into energy threads directly without using the silver tail needle and maintain it continuously. Several times, he wanted to take out the 9-curve exquisite lock to try and break the energy nodes, but remembering Zhou Zhenglong's words, he gave up. Currently, his realm and spiritual energy reserves are insufficient. If the spiritual energy is interrupted, all previous efforts would be wasted. Although he cannot break the 9-curve exquisite lock, this practice has greatly enhanced Chen Mo's combat capabilities. His psychic power was no longer about large-scale, forceful blasts, but rather precise control, using only as much as needed without any waste. More importantly, he could freely control his moves during battle. Even if an attack had already taken shape, he could stop it at any time without risk. Chen Emo immediately thought of the clever use of this technique. When facing a tough enemy, he could feign an attack to trick the opponent into letting their guard down. Wait for the enemy to lower their guard, then deliver a fatal blow. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel like he had become a master of cunning strategies. After advancing, Chen Emo returned to school with satisfaction. What followed was still eating, sleeping, attending classes, embroidering, and grinding monsters. He planned to solve the 9-curve exquisite lock before the final exams. By the time he returned to school, it was already Sunday evening. He glanced at the time, 9:30. Chen Mo went straight back to the villa and found that Wei Yang hadn't returned yet. Since becoming an apprentice, Wei Yang had practically treated the academy as his home, with the villa merely serving as a place to shower and sleep. Moreover, Chen Mo was busy as well, so the two rarely saw each other. Chen Mo had long grown accustomed to it and didn't mind much. He rested in the living room for a while and was about to go upstairs when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Who would come at this hour? Chen Mo was startled. Chen Mo felt a wave of doubt in his heart. Could it be Jiang Qingqin? I'm coming. Hold on. He stood up to open the door. As he reached the entrance, he saw three familiar figures through the monitor. Chen Mo's expression immediately darkened. He stood at the doorway, his face stern. Faced with the sudden visit of these uninvited guests, he initially wanted to shut the door directly. But on second thought, they must have a reason, otherwise, they wouldn't come looking for him so late. In the end, Chen Mo still opened the door and asked indifferently, "What do you want?" The late-night visit felt both unfamiliar and familiar to Chen Mo. A man and two women stood at the door. Leading the group was Su Ke, the third son of Fangxing Pharmaceuticals, followed by his secretary Sun Xiaomei, and the woman in the red dress seen last time at the Ebony Club, who hadn't spoken. This time, the woman wasn't wearing a red dress but had changed into a black tight-fitting outfit. Although it wasn't as eye-catching as the red dress, her figure was still outstanding, with alluring curves under the tight clothing. To Chen Mo, these three were indeed unexpected guests. The last meeting was very unpleasant, and it was finally resolved when Qin Shuang, the owner of the Ebony Club, stepped in. Chen Mo originally had no good impression of Su Ke, this kind of second-generation rich. Su Ke suddenly showed up, naturally receiving no warm welcome. Su Ke seemed to have anticipated Chen Mo's attitude long ago. Instead of getting angry, he smiled and said, "Brother Chen, long time no see, I really missed you. Ha ha." He spoke politely, but his heart was far from calm. A month had passed, and the young man before him had astonishingly advanced from a junior warrior to a specialized warrior. After returning last time, Su Ke specifically looked into Chen Mo's records and was shocked to discover that Chen Mo had indeed not concealed his strength. His identification confirmed that he was truly a junior warrior. Even more astonishing, he had been admitted to Longqing Military Academy as the top scorer of Sichuan province. Looking at this information, Su Ke was filled with doubt. Why would such a talented young man choose to come to such a dangerous place like the war zone? Chen Mo's subsequent actions completely convinced Su Ke, especially when he single-handedly defeated thousands of new students and was accepted as a disciple by a martial saint. These events completely overturned Su Ke's understanding. Su Ke graduated from Huoguo's top university, Qingbei University. Outsiders assumed he was a playboy who bought his diploma with family money, but only those close to him knew that this was far from the truth. As the only son in the family, Su Ke is destined to take over Fangxing Pharmaceuticals in the future. Almost everyone around him has ulterior motives. Su Ke is well aware of these matters. Although he does exhibit some playboy tendencies under the pampering of his mother and two older sisters, overall, this is just a facade. He graduated smoothly with the third highest score in the academy that year, but this achievement was not publicly announced. He had informed the teacher in advance not to tell anyone. After graduation, he first trained in a subsidiary of the family business. Later, he was sent by his mother to develop the Northwest Warzone market, which brought him to Longqing, where he directly competed with the Wei family's Longqing group. Previously, his actions towards Wei Yang and the Wei family might have seemed somewhat aggressive on the surface, but upon closer analysis, they were all normal tactics in business competition. He never used underhanded methods to seize the market. As a top graduate of Qingbei University, Chen Mo's credentials completely changed Su Ke's perception. This time, with something at hand, Su Ke thought it over and decided to seek Chen Mo's help. However, Wei Yang did not know the real situation of Su Ke, and Chen Mo was even more clueless. His impression of Su Ke still lingered on the conflict at the Ebony Club last time. Su Ke tried to close the distance, but Chen Mo said coldly, "Young Master Su, it's so late. I wonder what brings you here. If there's nothing important, I have class tomorrow, so I won't entertain you." Chen Mo's intention to see the guest off was very clear. Seeing this, Su Ke put away his smile and said seriously, "Chen Mo, I really came this time because I need your help. I wonder if we could go inside and talk." Chen Mo originally wanted to refuse, but since the other party came so sincerely, he felt embarrassed to reject them outright. "All right, please come in." The three were invited into the villa and sat in the living room. Chen Mo took drinks out of the fridge and handed them over, but none of them touched them. Chen Mo sat across from them, opened a bottle of cola for himself, and said, "Get to the point. I just came back from the battlefield and still need to rest." Su Ke saw that he didn't speak, stood up to tidy his clothes, and then solemnly bowed to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, things were unpleasant last time. I sincerely apologize for the trouble my impulsiveness caused you and your friend. This sudden apology left Chen Mo momentarily at a loss. What was going on? The dignified young Master Su was actually apologizing to him? Wei Yang had mentioned that young Master Su was a typical playboy, arrogant and conceited, which completely contradicted this image. Suko saw that Chen Mo didn't react and gave Sun Xiaomei a look. Sun Xiaomei understood immediately, took out a silver briefcase from her space ring, and placed it on the table. Brother Chen, this is nothing much, just consider it my apology for what happened last time. As he spoke, Suko lightly pressed the lid of the case, and it opened. When Chen Mo saw the contents of the case, his brows furrowed tightly, and waves surged in his heart. Inside the box were 10 neatly arranged vials of potion. If they were ordinary potions, Chen Mo wouldn't have much of a reaction, but each of these potion bottles was marked with a large S. S-grade potions, a full 10 vials. Such potions almost only appeared in legends. Chen Mo had never even seen the real thing. S-class potions are completely different from ordinary potions, they are miracle drugs. For example, an S-grade recovery potion can restore an ability user to their optimal state within 10 seconds, even if they are completely exhausted, rejuvenating both body and mind. Even if the injuries are so severe that they are on the brink of death, as long as there is still a breath left, the S-grade potion can pull them back from the hands of death. Its effect is several times stronger than the Earth Spirit milk Chen Mo used before. If Wan Tong had an S-grade recovery potion back then, Chen Mo wouldn't have needed to use a large amount of Earth Spirit milk to heal her injuries. It is evident that such potions are extremely precious and not something ordinary families can possess. Fangxing Pharmaceuticals is one of only 2 companies in the country capable of producing S-grade agents. The other is a military-affiliated enterprise, and its products are exclusively supplied to the military, completely unavailable to ordinary people. Fangxing Pharmaceuticals, on the other hand, sells openly. Although production is extremely limited, it is accessible to the public. Even so, the price of S-grade agents is extraordinarily high, with an official price of 1 billion yuan per dose, while the black market price has soared to 10 billion yuan, yet demand still far exceeds supply. This type of agent has miraculous effects on grandmasters and martial emperors, making it an absolute strategic resource. Now, in front of Chen Mo were actually 10 S-grade potions, each with different effects. The other party's sincerity left Chen Mo somewhat puzzled. He frowned and pushed the box back. Young Master Su, this is too precious, I can't accept it. The olive branch extended by Suko was directly rejected by Chen Mo. But Suko was not angry at all, nor did he show any embarrassment, as if he had anticipated being rejected. Brother Chen, don't be in such a hurry to refuse, Suko said with a smile, then nodded toward the sexy woman beside him. The woman smiled and said to Chen Mo, Mr. Chen, actually, the reason for today's visit was my request. Young Master Su is just accompanying me. These gifts are nothing, I paid for them and asked young Master Su to help prepare them. On one hand, it's to apologize to you in person, and on the other hand, it's a deposit for you. As soon as the woman spoke, Chen Mo's heart trembled. She is not only beautiful but also has a voice as melodious as a heavenly tune. Chen Mo had seen many beauties, but he had never heard a woman's voice as enchanting as the one before him. Her voice was as crisp as silver bells, carrying an indescribable unique rhythm that made people feel comfortable the moment she spoke. If it were the old Chen Mo, before his cultivation breakthrough, hearing such a voice, he would have surely greeted her with a smile. But the current Chen Mo, with his greatly enhanced mental strength, instantly sobered up and sensed that this woman was not simple. He was alert in his heart but didn't show it. The other party kept lowering their stance, so Chen Mo couldn't keep a cold face all the time, and his expression gradually softened. The woman was meticulous and observant, immediately catching the change in Chen Mo's expression. She slightly leaned forward and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, let me introduce myself first. My name is Long Shangyun, from the Long family of Donghai. I came specifically to find you because there is a particularly urgent matter that requires your help. Long Shangyun. Chen Mo was stunned as soon as he heard the name. He immediately associated it with something, his gaze turning sharp. The Long family? Could it be that mysterious reclusive family, the Long family? That's right. Mr. Chen is indeed well informed. Long Shangyun said with a smile. Just as he thought. After confirming his suspicion, Chen Mo paid even more attention to the woman in front of him. Previously, when he was chatting with Jian Qingqin, she had mentioned Feng Wu, the master of the Feng family, and also talked about another reclusive family as renowned as the Feng family, the Long family. The Long family resides on the Penglai Fairy Island off the eastern coast of Hua Nation and possesses a powerful divine dragon bloodline. The Long family is even more low-key than the Fong family, almost never appearing in the secular world. The ones interacting with the Long family are all top-tier forces in Hua Nation. Suko got to know Long Shanyun because his mother, Fong Qiang, had business dealings with the Long family. Last time at the Ebony Club, Long Shanyun had just arrived in Longqing, and Suko specially hosted a banquet to welcome her. Since then, Long Shanyun seems to have taken a keen interest in Chen Mo, thoroughly reviewing his information before deciding to visit him personally. Through Long Shanyun's introduction, Chen Mo understood the true purpose of their trip. Suko and Sun Xiaomei were indeed accompanying Long Shanyun, but the main reason was that Long Shanyun needed Chen Mo's help. Long Shanyun's mother was pregnant, and despite being 10 months along, she had not yet given birth. The Long family attached great importance to this matter. The ancestor personally checked her pulse and was astonished to discover that the fetus was a genuine dragon seed. It is not that her mother was pregnant with a dragon, but rather that the fetus's divine dragon bloodline is exceptionally strong, making it the closest existence to the first-generation ancestor in the history of the Long family. The baby could not be born because the fetus's bloodline is too powerful, suppressed by the heavens and earth, stuck at the final step. If the baby is not born after the 15th month, the fetus will die, and the mother will also face life-threatening danger. The only solution is an extremely rare and precious heavenly treasure called dragon blood Ganoderma. Dragon blood Ganoderma is a silver-colored Ganoderma. The silver color represents the blood of the divine dragon, and dragon blood Ganoderma is a Ganoderma nourished by the blood of the divine dragon. This spiritual medicine is useless to ordinary people, but for those in the Long family with divine dragon bloodline, it is a treasure. After consumption, it can awaken the power of the bloodline and ensure the smooth birth of a fetus. This matter shocked the entire Long family, and the family head, Long Qi, mobilized all resources to search for dragon blood Ganoderma. Long Shanyun rarely left the Long family, but she entered the mortal world to represent the family in negotiations with various forces to find dragon blood Ganoderma. But this medicinal herb is rare and scarce, and after searching for 2 months, there was no news. With less than 3 months left until the final deadline, she was anxious and at a loss. A senior suggested she try her luck in the war zone, as it is the best place for nurturing heavenly treasures. In the country, this kind of spiritual medicine might have already been harvested, but the war zone is different here. Beasts value precious natural treasures greatly and usually guard them closely, quietly waiting for the spiritual herbs to mature. Long Shanyun had no other choice but to come to Dragon's City with a mindset of giving it a try. The only person she knew here was Su Ke, which also led to the events that occurred earlier at the Ebony Club. That day happened to be the day Long Shanyun arrived in Dragon City, and Su Ke invited her to a meal. It was precisely that time when Long Shanyun developed an impression of Chen Mo. She didn't know why, but she always felt that there was something about Chen Mo that particularly attracted her, especially when he displayed his abilities. She keenly sensed a terrifying power hidden within his abilities that made her heart tremble. This power wasn't simply strong, it carried a natural sense of high-level suppression. But she only glanced at him a few more times, as urgent matters at home left her no time to think further. However, upon arriving in Longqing, her goal still remained unfulfilled. A month had passed, and with Su Ke's help, Long Shanyun spent a lot of money hiring countless experts to search for dragon blood Ganoderma in the war zone, but still found nothing. Seeing that there were less than 2 months left until the deadline, Long Shanyun was almost in despair. At this moment, a piece of news brought her hope. The freshmen of Longqing Military Academy were about to embark on their annual autumn outing, with the destination being a site numbered 77, located 700 kilometers away from Longqing. This news made Long Shanyun see an opportunity because dragon blood Ganoderma had once appeared in ruins number 77. This news was overheard by Su Ke and a few of his playboy friends while drinking, from a student of Longqing Military Academy. That student, also from a wealthy family, mentioned it casually, and Su Ke remembered it. After some confirmation, it was indeed true that dragon blood Ganoderma had appeared in ruins number 77, and the autumn outing for the freshmen was scheduled for early next month. Seizing this opportunity, Long Shanyun and Su Ke almost simultaneously thought of Chen Mo. Without hesitation, the two brought generous gifts and went to the school to visit Chen Mo at the earliest possible moment. The first time they went, they didn't catch him and only then learned that Chen Mo spent his weekends in the war zone. Su Ke specifically arranged for someone to keep an eye on him, so that as soon as Chen Mo returned, they would be notified immediately. This led to the scene of the three visiting tonight. After listening to Long Shanyun's account, Chen Mo remained silent, lost in thought. Autumn outing? Universities still have autumn outings? That's so strange. Chen Mo was filled with doubt and didn't quite believe Long Shan-yun's words. But the other party spoke sincerely and didn't seem to be lying to him. Chen Mo pondered repeatedly. After all, the two sides had never met before, and the minor conflict at the Ebony Club wasn't a big deal. If they wanted to frame him, there was no need to set up such a complicated scheme and even offer 10 S-grade potions as a deposit. If it really is a trap, then the other party's methods are too extravagant. Seeing Chen Mo not answering, Long Shan-yun maintained a calm expression, gently smiling as she waited for him, though she was extremely nervous inside, fearing rejection. Chen Mo frowned and pondered for a moment before finally asking, "What exactly is this autumn outing about? Why have I never heard of it?" "Ah, this." Long Shan-yun and Suko were both surprised. Suko stared at Chen Mo, full of disbelief. "Brother Chen, you can't be joking, right? Every spring and autumn, major universities organize spring and autumn outings for freshmen. How could you not know?" Chen Mo scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, he really didn't know. After the start of the semester, he had been focused on cultivation and grinding monsters, completely ignoring other matters at school. He hadn't checked the student group, class group, academy group, or even the school bulletin board. He only heard about the autumn outing from Suku and the others, otherwise, he might not have even known about it on the day of the outing. Seeing Chen Mo like this, Suku finally understood that the other truly hadn't heard about it, and helplessly covered his face and shook his head. Then, Suko explained the situation of the spring outing and autumn outing to Chen Mo in detail. The difference is that the spring outing mainly involves students from the Pharmacy and Research Academy, with the purpose of collecting various rare flowers, herbs, and precious medicinal materials. The autumn outing, on the other hand, is more straightforward. Although nominally a trip, it is actually about taking freshmen to a secret location for closed training and assessment. This also serves as a major evaluation of the freshmen's adaptation to school life and their cultivation achievements after a month of enrollment. This is the most important part for every freshman, somewhat like military training, but not exactly the same. "I don't quite understand. Longqing is right next to the war zone. If you really want to train, why not just go directly to the war zone? Why bother organizing this autumn outing?" Chen Mo asked in confusion. Suko smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Chen, if others heard you say that, they'd probably be scared to death. Do you think everyone can be like you, treating the war zone like home? The mortality rate for students at Longqing Military Academy is indeed high, but that's for sophomores and above. Freshmen can't be thrown directly into the war zone to die, they need time to adapt. This assessment is also a way for the school to evaluate teaching outcomes and adjust the curriculum based on the results." So that's how it is. Chen Mo suddenly realized. Previously, what he saw online and at school was students flocking to the war zones for training, so he naturally assumed the school always operated this way. Moreover, since he himself wasn't afraid of the war zones and was accustomed to that kind of environment, he couldn't understand the existence of autumn outings. After explaining it clearly this time, he understood that this is actually a tradition in Hua Nation and many other countries. Elementary and middle schools have spring outings and autumn outings, and universities are no different, except the purpose varies. "What kind of place is the 77th relic?" Chen Mo continued to ask. Suko nodded to Sun Xiaomei beside him, and Sun Xiaomei took out a stack of bound paper documents from her portable file bag and handed them to Chen Mo. Chen Mo curiously took the documents. Nowadays, everyone uses wristbands to transfer data, and almost no one uses paper documents anymore. Paper is neither environmentally friendly nor quick for updating information. In the past, paper documents could serve as archives and evidence, but with technological advancements and the widespread use of iris, vein, and even DNA authentication technology, signed and stamped paper documents have become obsolete. So, Chen Mo felt quite intrigued holding the paper documents. Long Shan-yun smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, don't be surprised. I obtained this information through special channels, it's more detailed than what the school provided. There are also some contents that can't be disclosed publicly, and data transmission isn't secure, so I used paper." Chen Mo glanced at her, indicating his understanding, but he became even more curious. What kind of unspeakable secrets could the autumn outing location hold? He opened the documents and carefully read through them, finally understanding what Site 77 was all about. China has a vast territory with many relics, all said to be left by ancient humans. These relics exist only in China and are unique resources of the country. It is precisely because of these relics that China's overall strength and supernatural abilities far surpasses other countries, with the number of martial saints leading by a wide margin. The Chinese government continuously explores and excavates relics to obtain supernatural literature and cultivation materials, which has led to the development of the current advanced education system for supernatural abilities. Ruins number 77 is a small ruin that has long been fully developed and is now used by Dragon City Military Academy and 3 surrounding universities to train freshmen. The ruins are located in the mountains 700 kilometers southeast of Dragon City. The entrance is small, but the internal space is vast. Surveys show that the ruins cover an area of about 1,000 square kilometers, classifying it as a small ruin. However, for freshmen, this area is already large enough. With the resurgence of Blue Star's Chinook energy, various exotic beasts have appeared in the ruins. These beasts are different from those Chinemo encountered in the war zone. They are native to Blue Star, not invasive species. Moreover, the strength of these exotic beasts is clearly much weaker than the foreign monsters in the war zone. They are more suitable for students to use for training. In addition, the ruins also contain some low-level rare materials for students to collect during their trials, which can be considered an extra benefit. The opening time of the ruins is fixed every year, 1 month after the freshmen enroll, which is at the beginning of October. The entire autumn excursion lasts for 7 days. After it ends, everyone will be forcibly transported out of the ruins, which will then close until the same time next year when they reopen. At first glance, ruin number 77 doesn't seem particularly special, but as Chen Emo continued reading, he discovered a secret that left him shocked. Ruin number 77 has a unique restriction: only psychics at the level of martial artist or below are allowed to enter. In the past, some attempted to break the ruin's restrictions, only to find that it was a barrier left by an ancient and powerful sect, impossible to breach. If forced entry is attempted, the entire ruin would collapse. Later, humans sent out a large number of superhumans to explore, finally mapping out most of the area. Due to the low danger level, the ruins were permitted to be used as a training ground for students. This information is publicly accessible and appears normal. But then a striking warning appeared: Class D confidential, danger unknown. D-level classified? What is this? Chen Emo asked in confusion. This is the official information confidentiality level. D-level represents important but relatively low-risk secret content that has not been fully investigated, someone explained. Chen Emo nodded and continued reading. The data showed that there are 3 D-level classified areas in ruins number 77. Previous ability users have not fully explored them. 2 areas have obvious formation barriers, and anyone entering will be automatically expelled. The last one, designated as area number 3, has very little information available, only that a martial artist once entered it. The martial artist brought back the dragon blood Ganoderma. It is said that area 3 is a complex of buildings, but many of them are inaccessible. The dragon blood Ganoderma was located in an abandoned nursery. At the time, the martial artist did not recognize the dragon blood Ganoderma and picked it out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, less than 10 days after returning, he mysteriously died of illness. Confidential information speculates that he was cursed, possibly triggering a special restriction. Since then, no one dared to enter that area, and the information was only enough to mark it as a. After reading this, Chinemo looked up at Long Shanyun. So, you want me to go into Area 3 to help you find Dragon Blood Ganoderma? Yes, Mr. Chen, please help us. Long Shanyun pleaded earnestly. Next to him, Suko also stood up and solemnly said, Brother Chen, although I, Suko, am not a good person, this matter concerns the future of the Long family. I beg you to help. I promise to give you satisfactory compensation. Chen Emo waved his hand, signaling them to sit down. Don't rush, I think this matter isn't that simple. After reading the documents, the eternal nitro flame in his hand flickered, and the documents turned to ashes and dissipated. This action made Long Shanyun's whole body tremble, her pupils contracting sharply. This flame, it's that feeling again. She was shocked in her heart. As a member of the Long family, she was extremely familiar with flames. Most of the Long family's ability users were of the water element, with some being of the lightning and wind elements. Fire element users were the rarest and most unique. Long Shanyun herself was a fire element ability user, holding a special status in the Long family. Long Shanyun's identity is very special. It is said that the Long family has an ancestral rule: the fire attribute represents a unique bloodline. Unfortunately, Long Shanyun's strength is not yet sufficient to access the family's secrets. She only knows that she is a key figure being cultivated by the family, bearing an important mission. The supernatural ability Chinemo displayed just now, though brief, deeply moved Long Shanyun's heart. She almost wanted to kneel before Chinemo immediately. The feeling was as if her bloodline was being suppressed, throwing her mind into chaos. Moreover, she could feel a strong surge of longing and yearning rising from the depths of her soul. Of course, this complex emotion is not directed at Chen Mo himself, but stems from the eternal night true fire released by Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo's next words quickly pulled Long Shan-yun out of her confusion. Miss Long, Mr. Su, I understand your sincerity. But this matter isn't that simple. Chen Mo took a sip of cola, his brows furrowed. Let's not even talk about whether there's dragon blood Ganoderma in the ruins. Even if there is, how can you be sure I can enter? The records say that since the ruins were discovered, only one person has been able to enter. Why would I be the lucky one? Hearing this, Long Shan-yun and Suko exchanged a glance, and Long Shan-yun was the first to speak. Mr. Chen, we understand your concerns. We came to you personally because we are confident about entering the ruins, but only you can succeed. Only me? Why? Chen Mo was puzzled. Here's the situation. Long Shan-yun cleared her throat and organized her thoughts. First of all, your strength perfectly meets the conditions for entering the ruins. Of course, I'm not saying your strength is low. We all saw your performance last time at the Ebony Club. As a disciple of the martial saint, you are definitely a rare talent. Chen Mo waved his hand. No need to be polite, skip the flattery and get to the point. Long Shan-yun smiled and continued, Mr. Chen, you're being modest. As you just saw, a martial artist went in earlier. That person also had fire element abilities and, like you, was S-class. What? Chen Mo was so shocked he couldn't speak. How is this possible? An S-level ability user just mysteriously disappeared like this, without even leaving a name. This loss is too great. Faced with Chen Mo's question, Long Shan-yun was indifferent and continued, I know you're worried. But actually, while S-level abilities are rare, they're not particularly uncommon. Suka chimed in from the side, Brother Chen, S-level isn't as rare as you think. Take my alma mater, Qingbei University, for example. Every 2 years, 1 or 2 S-level ability users emerge. Back when I was in school, there was an S-level senior 1 year ahead of me. Although she was in the support category, she was still S-level. But after listening to Suka's words, Chen Mo was initially stunned, then frowned. This doesn't make sense. If there are quite a few S-level ability users, there should be many powerful individuals nowadays. But I seem to rarely hear about truly formidable S-level ability users anywhere. Chen Mo's question made Long Shan-yun and Suko exchange glances, their expressions somewhat awkward, as if they were hiding a secret. After a while, Long Shan-yun said apologetically, Mr. Chen, this matter cannot be disclosed to you for now. Once you reach the martial master realm, the martial saint seniors will naturally inform you. Chen Mo frowned, clearly sensing that the other party was unwilling to elaborate, and there was undoubtedly something hidden behind this. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo changed the topic. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. Back to the ruins. Even if everything you said is correct, the records state that this S-rank martial artist seemed to have stumbled in by accident. He himself didn't even know how he got in, right? Long Shan-yun nodded and answered with certainty, you're absolutely right. Ancient ruins, no matter how ordinary they seem, have restrictions inside that are not something an average person can break through. Ruin 77 may appear ordinary on the surface, but it's filled with countless mechanisms inside. There seems to be some kind of secret hidden here, making it very unique. Precisely because it's not highly dangerous, it was classified as D-level confidential. Chen Mo shrugged, since you already know all this, why are you so insistent on finding me? Long Shan-yun smiled faintly and turned to Suka beside her, saying, we have to thank our young master of the Su family for his help. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, curiously looking at Suka. Could this playboy actually come up with something astonishing? Suka cleared his throat and said humbly, to tell you the truth, the reason we dare to say we're confident about going in is because of this. Speaking, he took out an item from his spatial ring and placed it on the coffee table. Chen Mo took a closer look. It was a bottle of entirely blue potion. This potion bottle was different from ordinary ones. Its shape resembled a water droplet, the bottle mouth had no cap, and the entire bottle was made of specially crafted glass in one piece, sealed tightly. What is this? This is our Fangxing Pharmaceuticals' latest developed demon-breaking potion. It has always been exclusively supplied to the military and the National Academy of Sciences, never disclosed to the public. Anti-demon potion. Chen Mo had never heard of this name before. He picked up the droplet-shaped bottle and examined it carefully. He noticed that the liquid inside the bottle seemed to have something flowing slowly, and even through the bottle, he could feel a surge of pure energy. The demon-breaking potion is specifically designed to break restrictions and is one of Fangxing Pharmaceuticals' top research achievements. Hearing this, Chen Mo was greatly surprised. Just now, they said the restrictions in the ruins couldn't be opened, but unexpectedly, the other party took out such a miraculous item. It seems they are truly well prepared. However, it's not to say that having it guarantees absolute safety. Ancient relics are too mysterious. Humans have spent so many years and still haven't fully deciphered them. The anti-magic potion can only be considered a beginner's step, Suka said with a smile. Spent so many years. Chen Emo looked puzzled. It's only been 10 years since the resurgence of Shinix and the awakening of abilities. Your research on this hasn't exceeded 10 years, has it? Suka didn't expect Chen Emo to ask this, and was instantly a bit flustered, his expression awkward, quickly looking to Long Shan-yun for help. Long Shan-yun didn't know how to respond and could only resort to her ultimate move. Mr. Chin, sorry, this involves some human secrets that we really can't disclose. Once you reach the martial master realm. Chen Emo waved his hand, looking displeased. Alright, once I reach the martial master level, I'll naturally know everything. I can tell that you're definitely hiding a lot from me. Long Shan-yun and Suka smiled wryly. Mr. Chen, it's not that we're deliberately keeping things from you. These are strict regulations set by the state and the family, and we've also signed agreements not to disclose any information to martial artists below the martial master level. Chen Mo's expression changed, and he suddenly started laughing. Scared you, didn't I? I was just joking with you. He chuckled inwardly, thinking he was just testing them. When he chatted with Wang Tong initially, he felt that some issues didn't make sense. It seems that there are many secrets hidden behind these prominent families. Since these secrets are blocked at the national level, they must be closely tied to the fate of humanity. Since the other party couldn't speak, he wouldn't force it. Chen Emo looked at the demon-breaking potion on the coffee table, lost in thought. The living room instantly fell silent. Long Shan-yun and the other two stopped talking, quietly waiting for Chen Mo's response. 5 minutes have passed. To Long Shan-yun, these 5 minutes felt as long as centuries. She still wore a smile on her face, but inside, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She was afraid Chen Emo would refuse. If that happened, her mother and unborn brother would truly have no hope. At that moment, Chen Emo let out a deep sigh and looked up at Long Shan-yun. I promise you this. Hearing these words, Long Shan-yun was momentarily stunned, her face revealing an uncontrollable joy. She stood up, so excited that she couldn't speak for a moment. Chen Emo smiled and waved his hand. Don't rush, sit down first. I haven't finished speaking yet. Alright, go ahead. Whatever you need, just say it, I will definitely meet your requirements. Next to him, Suko also said, that's right, Brother Chen, don't hold back. I'll also do my best to cooperate with your requests. Chen Emo said seriously, actually, there aren't any high demands. It's mainly some things that need to be clarified first, so that if any problems arise later, you won't come looking for trouble with me. Mr. Chen, please speak freely. If you have any concerns, just let us know. Alright, I agree to help you with this matter. But getting in is one thing, breaking the restriction and entering Area 3 is another. Even with the use of the anti-magic potion, I may not be able to get in. Don't blame me for not trying my best when the time comes. Mr. Chen, rest assured, the Long family is reasonable. As long as you're willing to help, I, Long Shan-yun, will be deeply grateful. Secondly, if I can really get in, I will do my best to help you find the dragon blood Ganoderma, but only on the condition that there is no threat to my life. If I encounter a force I cannot withstand, I will absolutely not take the risk. Understood, I completely get it. Third, if we still can't find the dragon blood Ganoderma, then there's really nothing more I can do. I won't deceive you, and if something goes wrong, don't come looking for trouble with me. Mr. Chen, rest assured, as long as you've done your best, the rest is up to luck. Whether my unborn brother and mother can survive depends entirely on fate. As she spoke, Long Shan-yun's gaze turned somber, as if she had already prepared for the worst. Seeing her like this, Chen Emo sighed inwardly. He is not a cold and unfeeling person, but neither does he give unconditionally. This is already the greatest sincerity he can offer. Although the mother and son of the Long family seem to have a tragic fate, what does that have to do with him, Chen Emo? His help wasn't for those top-tier potions but because he was genuinely moved by them. Besides, after seeing the confidential information in the documents, his interest in Ruins number 77 has also greatly increased. After receiving Chen Mo's affirmative reply, Long Shan-yun and Suko both breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the living room became relaxed. Suko was someone who knew how to handle situations. He gave Sun Xiaomei, who was beside him, a look, and Sun Xiaomei took out a silver briefcase from her spatial ring. Suko pushed the briefcase containing the top-grade potion back over and then opened this new briefcase. Brother Chen, these top-grade potions from before were Miss Long's deposit for this mission. Regardless of success or failure, this is a token of our sincerity. Please don't refuse. Additionally, Suko pointed to the second suitcase and said, "You know, our family is in the pharmaceutical business. This is the best we can offer. Inside are 20 vials of grade A potions, which I, Suka, specially prepared as an apology for the previous incident." Looking at the colorful potion bottles in the suitcase, Chinemo was filled with emotion. 2 months ago, he couldn't have imagined obtaining such things so easily. Now, people were casually giving them away, as if they were worthless. He originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Suka's sincere expression, he ultimately accepted it. For wealthy people like this, Chinemo understood that if he firmly refused, it would be equivalent to not giving face, and the relationship would immediately sour. There was no deep-seated hatred between them, and he wouldn't stubbornly clash with someone over a minor issue. If he did, he figured he would have already been angered to death by all sorts of unpleasant matters. "Mr. Chin, this is just the deposit. Once the matter is resolved, the Long family will express their gratitude to you generously," Long Shan-yun said sincerely. "Not in a hurry, let's talk after the matter is settled," Chinemo responded calmly. At this moment, Sun Xiaomei coughed lightly, and Suko immediately understood. He glanced at his watch and said apologetically, "Brother Chen, we've disturbed you for so long tonight, it was truly inconsiderate of us. Since the matter is almost settled, we won't disturb your rest any further." "Then I'll take my leave first and won't disturb your rest. The school should announce the autumn outing arrangements tomorrow. During this time, we absolutely won't bother you. After the autumn outing, we'll pick you up at the entrance of the ruins." Long Shangyun, who was beside him, also stood up, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then took her leave. Chen Emo escorted them all the way to the villa's gate. Watching the three figures gradually fade into the distance, he nodded silently to himself. His impression of Suko had also changed. This person, who appeared to be a playboy, was not a brainless fool. At least in such social settings, he spoke appropriately and knew how to adapt flexibly. He was the third son of Fangxing Pharmaceuticals, yet he treated a disciple of a martial saint who hadn't even officially entered the sect with such courtesy. Clearly, he was no ordinary second-generation rich kid. Long Shan-yun was also extraordinary. As a representative of a secluded family, her demeanor and speech were very well-mannered, with an innate elegance that clearly reflected a good education. These young people from prominent families and big enterprises are truly remarkable. Chen Emo thought to himself, then turned around and went back to the villa to rest. The night passed peacefully, and the next morning, Chen Emo entered the kitchen and saw Wei Yang already sitting there waiting for him. "Yo, is the sun rising from the west? Young Master Wei actually waited to have breakfast with me. I'm truly flattered," Chen Emo teased with a smile. Wei Yang's face turned red. "Stop it. I've been busy with my studies lately and haven't had much time to eat and chat with you. TCH, who cares? But I didn't expect you, young Master Wei, to be such a top student. You've really impressed me." Hearing Chen Emo say this, Wei Yang wasn't shy at all. Instead, he became excited. "You have no idea, my master Hua Yuanshan is simply a monster." Once Wei Yang started talking, he couldn't stop, and began describing the process of witnessing his master conducting experiments recently. The two chatted while having breakfast, and Chen Emo grew increasingly shocked as he listened. Who said the Potion Research Institute wasn't dangerous? It's practically dealing with explosions, toxic gases, curses, and all kinds of unknown dangers every single day. Chen Emo felt a chill down his spine, thinking that fighting monsters on the battlefield was 10,000 times easier than this. But Wei Yan became more and more excited as he spoke, not taking these dangers to heart at all. He even proudly took out a thick notebook to show Chen Emo. Chen Emo was extremely curious. In this digital age, Wei Yang still used such a traditional paper notebook. It really had a bit of an old-school literary vibe. Opening the notebook, Chen Emo widened his eyes in surprise. It was densely packed with various formulas, numbers, and text. There were also some vivid drawings and mysterious curves, completely incomprehensible. This content completely overturned Chen Mo's perception of Wei Yang. He stared at his roommate in shock, feeling like he was truly getting to know him for the first time. "Why are you staring at me like that? Could it be that my handsomeness has overshadowed you, and you're not convinced?" Wei Yang said smugly. "Get lost." Chen Emo laughed and cursed, "You're too much, man. I can't understand a thing written in this notebook." Wei Yang chuckled and said mysteriously, "This is my treasure. It's the first time I've ever shared it with someone." It turned out that this notebook was a birthday gift Wei Yang's mother gave him when he was in elementary school. He cherished it greatly and began recording things that were particularly important to him on it from that time. Later, when he entered middle school, the notebook contained more of his thoughts and inspirations. He often wandered around the company and factory of Longxing Pharmaceuticals, always carrying his notebook. Wei Yang not only had outstanding talent and supernatural abilities but was also a genius in pharmaceuticals. At the age of 8, he had already memorized all the medicinal materials and their properties available on the market. During his hands-on learning at Longxing Pharmaceutical, he continuously improved and developed his unique understanding of pharmacology. All these valuable insights are recorded in this thick notebook as his personal secret. This time, going to university and watching Huayuan Shan's experiment, Wei Yang felt as if a dazzling golden avenue had opened up before his eyes. In his mind, inspiration kept surging, and every time he watched, countless novel ideas swirled in his head. So, he jotted down these ideas one by one in his notebook, which was what Chen Mo had seen earlier. Especially those mysterious patterns that Chen Mo couldn't understand at all, only Wei Yang could comprehend them. Looking at Wei Yang, who was unusually excited and talking endlessly across from him, Chen Mo felt that this roommate was definitely no ordinary person. His intuition told him that Wei Yang would sooner or later become a respected powerhouse in Hua Nation and even the entire Blue Planet. His achievements would definitely not be inferior to those of Chen Mo, an S-level ability user. Wei Yang became more and more excited as he talked, completely losing track of time. It wasn't until Chen Mo glanced at his watch that he interrupted him from continuing. Wei Yang, let's talk another day. It's getting late, I have to go to class. Class? What class? Wei Yang looked completely puzzled. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Is your brain short-circuit? It's Monday today, aren't you going to class? Wei Yang stared at him with a strange expression. My brain is broken? I think you're the one who's stupid. This morning is the freshman assembly, where they'll announce the autumn outing. Chen Mo blushed immediately upon hearing that. Yesterday, Suko had reminded him before leaving, but he completely forgot. During this time, he was desperately studying and grinding monsters, completely ignoring these messages. If it weren't for Wei Yang's reminder, he would probably have foolishly gone to class. Since the topic of autumn outings was mentioned, the two started chatting. After leaving the villa, they headed toward the square. Along the way, many freshmen arrived one after another. Seeing Chen Mo, everyone greeted him warmly. Chen Mo is a celebrity among the freshmen. While he doesn't know others, there's no one who doesn't know him. He noticed that the students of the same year had all changed. Compared to when they first enrolled, most people have shed their naivete. In just one short month, everyone has grown significantly. With the increased academic workload, many, like Chen Mo, are studying hard. This is Longqing, the front line of the war zone, where students work harder than those in inland universities. Many combat-oriented students, like Chen Mo, head to the war zone for training on weekends, along with numerous commanders from the Tactical Academy. Previously, Chen Mo had seen a team of 50 freshmen, and the 3 commanders leading the team even invited him to join. But he was used to working alone and politely declined. Over the past month, the freshmen have undergone the baptism of battle and shown significant growth. Even students specializing in pharmaceuticals and research have kept up. Although no one received personal guidance from the vice dean like Wei Yang, they still gained a lot. The learning atmosphere among the entire freshman class has reached an unprecedented high, and news of the autumn outing has already spread widely among the students. The legend of Ruin number 77 and the stories of the 3 mysterious areas have started circulating among the freshmen. Both combat-oriented and research-oriented students are looking forward to this autumn outing. On one hand, it's an opportunity to test their abilities, as not everyone gets the chance to train in a war zone. On the other hand, research students can collect rare plants and flowers to experiment with new technological equipment. It can be said that this autumn outing is the first real test for the freshmen since their enrollment. On the square, tens of thousands of new students gathered, whispering to each other and chatting enthusiastically. In just a month, many had become friends, and their relationships had grown much closer. Seeing so many people, Chen Mo's gaze became somewhat dazed. Not long ago, he had competed here with his classmates, and now standing here again, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Jian Qingqin and Zhouya had already arrived and waved to Chen Mo. Zhouya smiled and said to Chen Mo, "Isn't this our top scholar, Chen? I heard that this past month, you and Qingqin have been inseparable every night." Wei Yang, standing nearby, immediately let out an exaggerated wow upon hearing Zhouya's words. "Wow, Chen Mo, you're too much. You two have gotten this far, and you didn't even tell us brothers." Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. "Don't listen to Zhouya's nonsense. Qingqin and I actually go to teacher Fengvu's place every night to learn embroidery." "What, embroidery?" Wei Yang exclaimed even louder in surprise. "What are you talking about? You're not even married yet, And you're already practicing women's crafts? Planning to become a live-in son-in-law? Wei Yang clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Zhouya also covered her mouth and giggled. Jiang Qingqin gently patted Zhouya's head and said with a blush, "You just can't keep your mouth shut. All the school gossip must have been spread by you, right? Don't deny it. You and Chen Mo being together every night, I just said it out loud, didn't I?" Zhouya stuck out her tongue and responded with a smile. Wei Yang curiously pestered Chen Mo with questions about everything. Chen Mo had no choice but to helplessly recount the learning process in detail. When Wei Yang learned that this was a course specially arranged by Zhou Jinlong with the purpose of helping Chen Mo unlock the secret of the 9-curve exquisite lock, he gave Chen Mo a deep look. "Brother, you truly are the genius of our generation. This time, not only did you become a disciple of the martial saint and pass the assessment, but you also successfully won over the beauty. I'm impressed. Wei Yang, are you tired of living? Come, let me teach you a good lesson today." Jiang Qingqin stomped her foot in anger, pretending to hit him. Wei Yang screamed in fright and quickly ran away. The four of them played and joked around, sharing their recent study progress. Especially Chen Mo's embroidery skills, which left Wei Yang and Zhouya in constant amazement. "Chen Mo, you're simply a monster. I didn't feel much when Qin Qin talked about you before, but hearing it from you this time, I finally realize how incredible you are," Zhouya said with admiration. "That's right, it's simply insane. Not only is his combat ability off the charts, but he also learns needlework so quickly. What are the other girls supposed to do?" Wei Yang chimed in enthusiastically. Even Jiang Qingqin nodded in agreement, "They're right." Chen Mo was dumbfounded. These three guys had teamed up to mess with him. It was no wonder they were so emotional. Whether it was talent or learning ability, Chen Mo far surpassed ordinary people, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. Wei Yang is fine, his ambition is not in combat. Although he has good talent, it's not the focus. Jiang Qingqin and Zhouya are different, especially Jiang Qingqin. Over the past month, she has almost been mentally crushed every day, feeling that she shouldn't be learning alongside Chen Mo. It's just too demoralizing. Several people were chatting, each taking turns to speak. Before long, a familiar spatial rift appeared again on the square's podium. The librarian, Lankin, gracefully stepped out, followed by two young teachers. As soon as Lankin appeared, the students in the square immediately quieted down, turning their attention to her. Lankin wasted no time and went straight to the point. "Students, after more than a month of study, I believe everyone has adapted to university life. Starting today, we will begin a 7-day autumn excursion and study tour for freshmen. I hope everyone cherishes this rare opportunity. Now, let me introduce the specific arrangements for the activity in detail." The audience was completely silent, with everyone focusing intently, afraid to miss any information. Lankin explained the details of the autumn excursion thoroughly. This autumn excursion is officially organized by the school and includes a competitive element. All new students must form teams as required by the school. Each team must have at least 3 members, including 1 combat-type student and 1 research-type student. Other members can be freely chosen, but these 2 types are mandatory for every team. Upon reaching ruins number 77, students will enter in teams, with 2 main tasks. First, hunting exotic beasts is the primary way to earn points. Killing a level 1 exotic beast earns 1 point, level 2 10 points, level 3 50 points, level 4 100 points, and level 5 a staggering 1000 points. The rules seem simple, but the situation in ruins number 77 is much more complicated. Most students know that the area is mainly inhabited by level 2 exotic beasts, with level 3 beasts hidden deeper in the ruins, and level 4 beasts being even rarer, only active in the deepest regions. As for level 5 exotic beasts, they only exist in 3 mysterious areas that no one can enter, and those top-tier beasts never come out, so there's basically no chance of obtaining them. Besides fighting beasts, collecting various rare flowers and herbs is also an important source of points. This requires team members skilled in potions and research. Although gathering plants may seem easier, slightly rarer plants are always guarded by exotic beasts, making battles unavoidable. All team points are automatically recorded by wristbands and are tallied uniformly after the event ends. The collected medicinal materials and materials from exotic beasts can be exchanged with the school for credits or kept for personal use. The top 100 teams in the final ranking will each receive at least 100 credit points as a reward. Other teams can only get 5 credit points. Upon hearing this, all the students became excited. These are credit points after all. Chen Mo was also very surprised. Credit points are extremely hard to earn in school. Since enrolling, apart from taking on a task in the war zone once, he has hardly had any other opportunities to earn credit points. Of course, he hadn't paid much attention to these rules before. There are many ways to earn credits in school. Completing tasks, ranking in semester exams based on grades, and work-study programs can all earn credits. On the surface, it seems like there are plenty of opportunities, but everyone knows in their hearts that those tasks are very difficult to complete. Not everyone is as capable as Chinemo. Most tasks are high risk with minimal rewards. This also illustrates the preciousness and importance of credits. The primary use of credits is to exchange for resources. Many items that cannot be bought with large sums of money outside can be much cheaper in school using credits, with some even being half price. Moreover, in the school's credit mall, items sold by teachers and students from the Weaponry Academy and the Pharmaceutical Research Academy can only be purchased with credits. Chinemo previously took a liking to a piece of flying equipment called Great Sky Wing, which was priced as high as 5,000 credits. Every time he goes to the war zone to fight monsters, he can take on 3 missions, but completing all 3 missions only earns him a few hundred credits. Calculating it, Chinemo currently has just over 2,000 credits, still far from being able to buy this equipment. To save enough credits, he really doesn't know how long it will take. But this time during the autumn outing, the first place team will receive a reward of 2,000 credits per person. Calculating it, 1 credit equals 10,000 Hua coins. This is equivalent to a 20 million bonus. For most students, whether it's 2,000 credits or 20 million Hua coins, it's a huge sum of money. Chinemo doesn't care about money. The last time he exchanged for the raw Chinook ore, his net worth skyrocketed to tens of billions, making him a super wealthy individual in disguise. Even Wei Yang and Jiang Qingqin don't know about this. But credits are equally important to him. If he can get 2,000 credits this time and work hard to take on tasks, he might be able to buy that flying equipment before the end of the semester. A warrior in the martial master realm can achieve short-distance gliding, which can be considered barely flying, but it requires extremely advanced combat techniques for support. When the comprehension ability explodes at the Grandmaster realm and reaches the Master realm, one can naturally grasp true flying abilities. At this time, only by mastering powerful flying martial techniques can one truly soar freely in the sky and become a true powerhouse. In the past, people could only rely on flying equipment to achieve their dream of flying. Of course, there was another way to fly, but Chinemo would never choose it. He had only heard about it online. It is said that there once existed a cult called Yuan Jiao. They were no longer entirely human, having fused with the genes of exotic beasts, causing mutations in their bodies. Those who have fused with the genes of flying exotic beasts possess the ability to fly. However, this gene fusion is extremely cruel and has a very high failure rate. A slight mistake can result in death. Even if successful, the body becomes strange, neither human nor beast. They worship the primordial god and primordial demon, believing that returning to animal instincts is the closest path to nature and aligns with the trend of evolution. The primordial cult once wreaked havoc on Blue Star, causing significant losses to Huaguo. Later, humanity united to encircle and suppress them, gradually causing the primordial cult to disappear from public view. However, when the bloody gene fusion method of the primordial sect was discovered, people began calling them the fools, meaning they were too foolish to use their human bodies to fuse with the genes of exotic beasts. Chinemo felt deeply moved the first time he heard about this method. Gene technology was already cutting-edge science in his previous life. Now, on Blue Star, gene technology is highly advanced, capable of curing many diseases at the genetic level. But like the primordial sect, fusing genes of completely different species has already crossed the moral boundaries of humanity, and no one is willing to accept it. Even if Chinemo was curious about this method, he would never choose it. Moreover, the original teachings had long disappeared. In comparison, the Skywings equipment in the school's points mall, from price to performance, far surpasses those expensive flying gear on the market. With its high cost-effectiveness, it is the most suitable premium equipment for Chinemo. Chinemo almost forgot about the flying equipment, but upon hearing Lankin mention the rewards for the autumn outing points competition, his fighting spirit was reignited. Before Lankin could finish speaking, he had already looked at the 3 people beside him with a determined gaze. Wei Yan, Jiang Qingqin, Zhouya. Let's form a team. The 3 were stunned. Why are you all stunned? Do you already have a team? Chinemo asked anxiously. He usually preferred to go solo and rarely teamed up with others. This time, as soon as the rules for the points competition were announced, he felt a bit anxious. It's not that he's afraid no one would team up with him. As long as he speaks up, there will definitely be people willing to team up. He doesn't even need to say anything, others would take the initiative to approach him. But Chinemo is not a social expert and always feels a bit resistant towards strangers. So, he could only pin his hopes on these 3 friends. Seeing their dazed expressions, Chen Emo felt uncertain. Joya was the first to react. Her adorable face was filled with disbelief. Chen Emo, what did you just say? You want to team up with us? Did I hear that right? Wei Yang also felt something was off. He looked up at the sky and said doubtfully, that's right, the sun is rising from the east. Joya, let me pinch you to see if I'm dreaming. Get lost. Why don't you pinch yourself instead? I'm afraid the toxic gas master is testing will make me hallucinate. You heard it right. Just now, Chen Emo said he wants to team up with the three of us. Kinkin, say something, don't just zone out. Joya rolled her eyes at Wei Yang and turned to look at Jiang Kinkin, who was still in a daze. Right, dreaming? No, who's dreaming? Jiang Kinkin was startled awake, speaking incoherently. She stared intently at Chen Emo, her beautiful big eyes making him feel a bit embarrassed. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Emo asked awkwardly. I just wanted to see if the person standing next to me is really you. Is this really you, Chen Emo? Jiang Kinkin asked seriously. Chen Emo said helplessly, oh, stop talking nonsense. If it's not me, could it be a ghost? That's not necessarily true. Jiang Kinkin raised an eyebrow. The Chen Emo I know would never take the initiative to team up with others. Be honest, are you a spy sent by the exotic beasts? Chen Emo covered his face, realizing that his usual habit of acting alone had caused a big misunderstanding for these three people. Stop messing around, I really want to team up with you. However, I have one condition. Oh, you still dare to set conditions for us? Joya, let's go. Jiang Kinkin raised her eyebrows and turned to pull Joya away. Chen Emo quickly grabbed her. Don't go. It's not a condition, it's a request. Really, a request. Jiang Kinkin hadn't actually planned to leave, she just wanted to tease him. Over the past month, she hadn't even started the first stitch of her embroidery, yet Chen Mo had already begun working on three-dimensional pieces, which made her so angry she was grinding her teeth. Now that there's a chance for revenge, how could Jiang Kinkin let it go? Seeing Chen Mo's softened attitude, Jiang Kinkin secretly laughed to herself, turned around, and pretended to ask seriously, tell me, what exactly is your request? Joya and Wei Yang couldn't help but laugh as they watched, also curious about what Chen Emo wanted to say. Well, actually, it's nothing. It's just that our team is only the four of us, so don't bring anyone else in. Finish talking. Finished. Alright, Joya and I will think about it. There will definitely be other teams looking for us later. Jiang Kinkin pretended to be calm. Chen Emo was at a loss and looked innocently at Wei Yang. Wei Yang saw Chen Mo's frustration and couldn't stop laughing. Alright, Jiang Kinkin, stop teasing him. Joya said with a smile. Yeah, even our top scholar has spoken up voluntarily, the sun must be about to rise from the west. Joya joked. Hearing her say that, Jiang Kinkin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I just wanted to see your sincerity. Chen Emo finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. He had long felt that something was off with Jiang Kinkin, but he didn't dare to gamble. After all, he really didn't want to team up with strangers casually. In fact, he preferred to act alone because he still had a mission to complete, and Long Shan-yun and Suko were waiting for his updates. But rules were rules, and Lan Qin would not make an exception for him. After much thought, only these three friends were the most suitable. He himself was purely combat-oriented, Jiang Kinkin was also combat-oriented, Wei Yang balanced combat and research, while Joya combined combat and support. It could be said that their team was the strongest among all the students. Chen Mo's plan was simple, go in and clear the way, let Wei Yang collect any precious herbs they encountered, and handle everything else on his own. When they reached area number 3, he would go in alone while the other three waited outside or retreated to the perimeter to wait for him to come out. However, he couldn't reveal these details yet, he would wait until they entered ruins number 77 to disclose them. Lan Qin finished explaining the rules of the autumn outing competition and introduced two new teachers. Both are new intern teachers at the academy, the man is named Lu Shan, and the woman is named Jing Li, both are peak-level martial arts experts. Due to the restrictions of the prohibition, Lan Qin cannot enter the ruins, while Lu Shan and Jing Li will accompany the students inside. With their peak-level strength and powerful equipment, there will basically be no danger. This time, entering the ruins are not only students from Longqing Military Academy but also from Jinshin's University, Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy, and Jiuquan University. Jinshin's University is a comprehensive university, similar to Longqing Military Academy. There are 3 renowned universities in the northwest of Huoguo. Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy specializes in training pharmaceutical talents. Although Juyuan University is also a comprehensive university, they focus entirely on scientific research. Most of Huodyuo's near-Earth aircraft, military aircraft, and aerospace equipment are developed by Juyuan University. This time, the three universities will jointly form a mixed talent team similar to launching Military Academy to explore the ruins together. In addition to academic credit rewards, the four universities will also select the top 100 teams in the overall ranking and award material prizes funded jointly by the four schools. Chen Mo didn't care about the joint reward from the four schools. He was well-resourced now, especially with the 10 bottles of S-grade potion that Suko had given him yesterday. If others found out, it would definitely cause a sensation. To Chen Mo, the reward was nothing. Jiang Qingqin and Wei Yang felt the same. Only Zhouya's face turned red with excitement when she heard about the generous reward. She wasn't as skilled as Chen Mo, didn't have Jiang Qingqin's background, and couldn't compare to Wei Yang's wealthy family. These resources were a huge temptation for her. Just thinking about teaming up with Chen Mo and experiencing the feeling of winning the championship made Zhouya so happy she could almost laugh in her sleep. But Chen Mo was thinking entirely about whether he could exchange the reward for credits. He didn't dare to say it in front of so many people, fearing that Lan Qin wouldn't let him off, so he could only ask in private. After Lan Qin finished explaining all the precautions, she announced the meeting adjourned. Everyone went back to prepare briefly and was to gather at the campus transfer station at 1 p.m. sharp to depart. While Chen Mo was preparing for the autumn outing, in a top-tier private room of the Longqing Ebony Club, an elderly man sat on a soft velvet sofa, leisurely sipping tea. Behind him stood a young man and woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was gentle and beautiful. Both were very attractive. Looking closely, the man's face had tiny scales, only noticeable upon closer inspection. The woman's jet-black long hair seemed to have two slightly protruding objects. The two stood silently and respectfully behind the elder, motionless. The elder was nothing extraordinary, with graying beard and two long eyebrows hanging down the sides of his face. His complexion was rosy and radiant, exuding an ethereal and extraordinary aura. The room's air conditioner was running at maximum power, set to 16 degrees. Such cold air in summer would be unbearable for ordinary people. However, the three of them showed no reaction and instead seemed to enjoy the coolness. After a dozen minutes, the sound of light high heels echoed in the hallway. The private room door was gently knocked. "Come in." The elder put down his teacup, his voice calm. The door was opened, and the owner of the Ebony Club, Qin Shuang, walked in with a smile. Upon seeing the elderly man, Qin Shuang's eyes slightly narrowed but quickly returned to calm. With a faint smile on her face and graceful demeanor, she slowly sat down on the sofa opposite the three of them. She was dressed in a black-fitted cheongsam, perfectly showcasing her curvaceous figure, especially her long, fair legs, which appeared even more strikingly white against the black high heels. The man stared at Qin Shuang's legs, his gaze blatantly audacious. Meanwhile, the woman looked at Qin Shuang with envy in her eyes, along with a trace of barely noticeable jealousy. "Honored guests, your presence is a privilege. Please forgive any discourtesy on my part." Qin Shuang's voice was gentle and melodious. Unlike the two somewhat impolite young people behind him, the elder squinted slightly, a faint smile on his face. He looked at Qin Shuang, his gaze profound, as if he wanted to say something. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. The owner of the Ebony Club truly lives up to their reputation. Meeting you in person is truly admirable. You flatter me, sir. Qin Shuang is just a weak woman running a small business, relying on esteemed guests like you for support. The polite exchange between the two made the young man's mouth twitch slightly, feeling utterly bored inside. Qin Shuang saw through the expression on the man's face but pretended not to notice, smiling as she looked at the elder. "May I ask for your esteemed name? My poor eyesight must have failed me, as I don't believe we've met before." Qin Shuang asked politely. The elder took a sip of tea and said lightly, "Surname Lu." Lu. Only giving a surname, Qin Shuang's mind quickly began to turn. A moment later, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, and her smile froze for a moment. However, she had weathered storms before and quickly regained her composure. This subtle change was immediately noticed by the old man. "What's the matter? Do you know me?" The old man's tone carried a hint of threat. "Mr. Lu, Qin Shuang is ignorant and has not heard of your name, but that doesn't matter. You are a distinguished guest of the club, which makes you the host here. Qin Shuang is merely here to serve you." The old man burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Qin Shuang, I've heard about you and the Ebony Club from old friends. Seeing you today, it turns out to be true. You've done well. Mr. Lu, you flatter me." Qin Shuang regained her elegance and stood up to pour tea for the old man. When she leaned forward, a fleeting allure appeared at her chest, causing the young man opposite her to widen his eyes, his blood surging. After sitting down, Qin Shuang smiled and asked, "Mr. Liu, what brings you here on this special trip?" The elder did not answer but lightly snapped his fingers. The young man, who had been greedily staring at Qin Shuang, immediately clasped his fists upon hearing the snap and responded, "Yes." A strange aura suddenly emanated from his body. With a buzzing sound, it was as if some force was released from within him, instantly filling the room. Qin Shuang said with a hint of reproach, "Mr. Liu, are you really not confident in our ebony club? You are a special guest, and everything here is kept very confidential." The old man smiled, "I am cautious in my actions, this is just an extra layer of assurance. Since Boss Qin is present, I won't say much. I came today because there is something I need the Ebony Club to help with." His lips moved slightly, and his voice disappeared, as if he was directly conveying the message to Qin Shuang through sound transmission. Qin Shuang initially smiled, but as she listened, her expression gradually turned serious. "Mr. Liu, are you trying to?" She rarely became this serious, clearly indicating that the other party's request was beyond her expectations. "Don't worry, I have no such intention. I just need to send someone in to retrieve something. I won't harm those little ones," the old man said with a smile, but his tone was firm. Qin Shuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the other party's request was difficult, it was not a big deal for the Black Ebony Club. However, she obviously didn't want to take on this task, especially after guessing the other party's identity. Her heart was on high alert as if facing a formidable enemy. But since the elder had already guaranteed it, she couldn't refuse. After all, the Ebony Club was a business establishment, and if she refused outright, Qin Shuang even doubted whether she could leave this room safely. The preparation time quickly passed, and it was time to depart. Most students had already known about the autumn outing, only a few like Chen Mo found out at the last minute. Fortunately, all of Chen Mo's belongings were stored in the system space, so there was nothing to prepare. After having lunch with Wei Yang and the other two, we arrived early at the transit station of the academy. This autumn outing was unprecedented in scale, with over 10,000 participants. The academy directly dispatched the military district's large transport ships, each capable of carrying 5,000 people. Chen Mo was seeing such a large transport ship for the first time. This type of super-large battleship, powered by Chinook ore, could not only transport a large number of personnel but also boasted extremely powerful weaponry. Just the 820-meter caliber Chinook cannons on the ship alone are awe-inspiring. It can be said that once this type of warship is deployed, it can head straight to the most intense part of the battlefield. A volley from the Chinook cannons can create a vacuum zone, followed by the direct airdrop of a Chinook troop led by the commander. Under Jiang Qingquan's professional explanation, Chen Mo and Wei Yang listened with great enthusiasm, their eyes shining with excitement. Zhou Ye, on the side, completely couldn't understand why they were so excited. Just two big ships, what's there to be excited about? Chen Mo glanced at her but said nothing. In fact, he really wanted to tell her that during the Beast Tide battle some time ago, he had seen the two giant robots at Base 1 and Base 2, so majestic they made his heart race. But forget it, girls simply don't understand men's dreams. Soon, the freshmen of the first year gathered, led personally by Lan Qin, along with teachers Lu Shan and Jing Li, and boarded the transport ship together. With a deafening roar, the transport ship took off, flying southeast toward the academy. This was Chen Mo's first time overlooking Longcheng toward the inland from the air. When he came to the school to register earlier, he had taken the high-speed train, with the final stretch entirely underground. This time, he could finally see the scenery on the ground. In front of him was still an endless expanse of the Gobi Desert, with scattered exotic beasts roaming across it. Although Longcheng was a solitary city without the great wall-like defensive structures of the northern war zone, even if a beast tide broke out, no exotic beast could penetrate Longcheng and reach the inland. These exotic beasts seemed to have a tacit understanding, all targeting Dragon City for their attacks. The more Chen Mo thought about it, the stranger it seemed, but after listening to Jiang Qingquan's explanation, he roughly understood. Actually, this is quite similar to ancient military campaigns. Why would armies attack city by city instead of bypassing the tough spots and going straight for the main target? The reason is simple: if they bypass it, they would leave a hidden danger behind. The enemy could take the opportunity to cause trouble from the rear, potentially cutting off reinforcements and risking encirclement. Chen Mo scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself that he clearly understood this logic, so why hadn't he thought of it earlier? Could it be that the transport ship was too impressive, causing his brain to short-circuit? Inside the transport ship, the other students were just as excited as he was. Some were exchanging cultivation insights, others were discussing tactics for entering the ruins, and some were promoting various potions and maps. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere. The 700-kilometer journey wasn't far. If Lankin hadn't specifically asked everyone to take in the ground scenery, the transport ship could have reached the destination in 15 minutes. 40 minutes later, a hilly area appeared on the horizon. Finally, they saw green plants, and many classmates cheered. They had stayed in Dragon City for too long and had hardly seen any vibrant scenery. Seeing the hills covered with dense vegetation in the distance, everyone was thrilled. Chen Emo stood by the porthole. His eyesight was better than the other classmates, and he had already noticed a massive gray building faintly visible among the hills. As the transport ship gradually approached, everyone could see clearly. In the hills, there was a huge circular valley, and at the center of the valley stood a strange round domed building. This building resembles a massive circular hall, more than half of it has already collapsed, but its ancient aura can still be felt from the remaining walls and ruins. The transport ship landed outside the hills, and the teachers and students entered on foot, eventually arriving at the foot of this magnificent building. Students, this is ruins number 77. Next, Mr. Lu and Mr. Jing will lead the team. Get ready to explore the ruins. Ming, fighting is strictly prohibited inside the ruins. If any injuries or casualties occur due to internal disputes, once verified, there will be no leniency. Also, don't forget, in one day, students from the other 3 universities will also start entering. Everyone must get along amicably and, while avoiding conflicts, showcase the spirit of our Longqing Military Academy. Lankin finished speaking, and teachers Lu Shan and Jing Li were the first to step into the domed building. The other students followed one after another. After entering the building, everyone discovered a large pit nearly 50 meters in diameter at the center, with a strange vortex spinning continuously inside. Someone curiously took a few more glances, resulting in dizziness and almost falling over. Don't stare. This is the entrance to the ruins. In a moment, just jump in directly. Once inside, the system will randomly transport you to different initial areas. If you've already formed a team, it's best to hold hands and jump together to avoid getting separated. Lu Shan explained to everyone and then jumped into the vortex first, disappearing without a trace. Some students were initially nervous, but seeing Lu Shan jump in, they relaxed. After that, groups of students jumped in one after another, disappearing into the vortex. Chen Mo's 4-person team was considered one of the smallest teams. But no one doubted their combat strength. After most of the other teams had gone in, the 4 of them held hands and jumped down. After everyone had entered, the rear guard, Teacher Jing Li, was the last to jump in. The massive domed building quieted down once again, with only Lankin outside setting up tables and chairs, leisurely brewing tea and reading a book. After experiencing a brief sensation of weightlessness, Chen Emo felt something soft under his feet. Looking down, the 4 of them had already arrived in a lush green forest. The vegetation here was even more abundant than the hills outside, surrounded by towering trees. Although the environment was bright, there was no sunlight overhead, making it impossible to discern directions. Chen Emo was about to pull up the ruins map previously sent to him by Su Ku and Long Shan-yun when Wei Yang said smugly, "Everyone's here, right? Next, I'll show you the way." As he spoke, he tapped on his wristband, and a colorful, uniquely styled map appeared before them. Seeing Wei Yang take out the map, Chen Emo paused his actions. He was very curious about why Wei Yang was suddenly so pleased with himself. Everyone gathered around to look at the map on Wei Yang's wristband. "Wei Yang, your map is so strange, with so many colors. What is it?" Zhou asked curiously. Hee, this is a treasure. I borrowed it from my master. It's the distribution map of rare plants and flowers in ruins number 77. Wei Yang was so excited that he almost let something slip. He secretly glanced at everyone and, seeing that no one noticed, let out a sigh of relief. "Wow, such a great thing, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Zhou's eyes lit up as she bent down to take a closer look at the map. "I wanted to give you all a surprise." Wei Yang pointed at the map and continued, "It marks the locations of various rare flowers and herbs, distinguished by different colors. Some high-level herbs are surrounded by guardian beasts with level annotations." Chen Emo looked at the map and secretly admired it. This map is incredibly detailed. The entire ruins number 77 is distributed in a long strip shape, with the unknown areas 1, 2, and 3 clearly marked. The map can be zoomed in and out, and there are finer divisions within the areas of different colors. With this map, Chen Mo's previous map is almost useless. So this is the benefit of teaming up, Chen Mo thought. At this moment, Wei Yan pointed to the middle of the map and said, Look, only from here onward are there valuable rare flowers and herbs. The ones before that aren't worth picking at all. Let's start directly from the center of the ruins. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chenemo. Jian Qingqin and Joya also looked over with expectant eyes. Although no one said it out loud, the command of the team was clearly in Chenmo's hands this time. Alright, we'll follow your lead. Don't waste time on the way, head straight here. Chenemo nodded in agreement. After finalizing the plan and confirming the direction, they advanced toward the center of the ruins. Although it was a small ruin, it was already big enough for them. Along the way, the terrain and scenery kept changing, and Chenemo felt as if the altitude was continuously rising. On the road, they saw quite a few classmates. Most of them hadn't brought maps and were running around like headless flies. They would excitedly rush over whenever they saw exotic beasts or rare plants. Only a few had bought maps in advance, making their actions more purposeful. However, those maps were just ordinary goods from the transport ship, far inferior to the one Wei Yang had. Chenemo and the other three didn't stop, bypassing several classmates and heading straight to the center of the ruins. We're here. This is the place. Ahead is the Killua Flower Sea. We can only harvest 60%, don't pick them all. Wei Yang pointed to the wide valley ahead and said. This area is slightly to the left of the center of the ruins, a massive valley filled with Killua flowers. Killua flowers are second-level herbs, essential in many potions, with a huge demand. Although Killua flowers can be artificially cultivated, the medicinal effect of wild ones is much stronger, nearly twice as effective. By the way, there are quite a few second-level exotic beasts here, everyone be careful, Wei Yang reminded. Actually, this advice doesn't mean much to them. In their team, anyone could easily handle second-level exotic beasts. Chenemo was about to charge forward when Jian Qingqin grabbed him. Don't rush, Chenemo. These beasts are too easy for you. Let Joya and me handle it. Chenemo nodded. That's right, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He could easily pass the challenge, but he also needed to give his teammates a chance to shine. Alright, be careful. Wei Yang and I will cover from behind. Jian Qingqin and Joya nodded and charged into the sea of flowers. As expected, the exotic beasts noticed the outsiders and began to appear. Facing the joint attack of hornets and sandworms, Jian Qingqin and Joya cooperated seamlessly. One focuses on offense, the other on support. Chenemo watched from behind, nodding repeatedly. This was his first time carefully observing their battle. He had always been unclear about Jian Qingqin's ability. He had asked Wei Yang, but Wei Yang didn't know either. Jian Qingqin didn't seem prepared to reveal it. Jian Qingqin didn't even draw her longsword, she relied solely on her bare hands to move in and out, slaying enemies. Whenever her palm struck a beast, a faint multicolored glow would flash across her hand. The glow was subtle, and Jian Qingqin had precise control over her abilities, causing the light to flicker briefly in her palm. Others might not notice, but that didn't mean Chenemo missed it. Even though she deliberately concealed it, he still caught that fleeting moment of light. What kind of superpower is this? Chenemo pondered. He remembered that when Jian Qingqin practiced embroidery before, the energy threads were also colorful. Joya, who was beside him, was not simple either. She belonged to the support type, capable of enhancing teammates' endurance and speed, with very noticeable effects. However, her own combat power was also not weak. At launching Military Academy, even students from the support type had strong combat abilities. Such students could easily be assembled and used as combat power. The battle lasted less than 15 minutes before the beast was easily dealt with by the two of them. Jian Qingqin and Joya were responsible for collecting the valuable parts from the beast, while Wei Yang and Chenemo gathered the Killua flowers. The four worked in perfect harmony, and half an hour later, both tasks were completed. In less than an hour, the four of them had finished the mission. The group earned a large sum. Besides the collected exotic beast materials and Killua flowers, the team points also reached 300. Because they were in the ruins and unable to connect to the internet, points could only be tallied by each team themselves, with the final rankings to be settled uniformly after leaving. This made the competition even fiercer. No one knew their exact ranking, so they could only desperately hunt exotic beasts and gather herbs. Compared to other teams, Chenmo's team was more efficient. They did not blindly rush into the depths of the ruins but relied on the potion genius Wei Yang and a detailed map to proceed with a clear purpose. Wei Yang would always point to a spot on the map and lead everyone there to gather resources. These herbs are the most valuable varieties at present, and there are plenty of them. Collecting them not only earns a large number of points but can also be used to develop potions or sold for money after leaving, making it an absolute profit. 4 hours later, the three arrived at the middle rear area of ruin number 77. A few more kilometers ahead would lead to the depths of the ruin. 11 p.m. Outside the ruins, the sky was completely dark, but inside the ruins, it was still as bright as daylight. There seemed to be another light source here. The sky had no sun, yet the concept of night did not exist within the ruins. Chenemo and his group of 4 were resting in a small cave on a low hill, having just returned fully loaded. We've been working for 8 hours. Let's take a break, Wei Yang stretched lazily, feeling a bit tired. That's right. Regular office workers only work 8 hours a day, and I don't want to become an overtime slave before I even graduate. Joya protested with a raised fist. Jiang Qingqin looked at Chen Mo, waiting for him to decide. Let's set up camp here. Today's harvest is definitely ahead of the other teams. Chen Mo glanced at the points on his wristband and smiled. The points have already exceeded 1,800, not far from 2,000. He estimated that other teams couldn't catch up at all. Not to mention, they had also collected a large amount of exotic beast materials and herbs. Chen Mo didn't reveal the system space, nor did he carry a spatial ring. All items were kept separately by Jiang Qingqin and Wei Yang. Jiang Qingqin's ring contained exotic beast materials, while Wei Yang's ring held rare flowers and herbs. They were like harvesters, taking everything except for a small amount of herbs left behind for future propagation. Even so, the space rings of the two were still not full. Wei Yang, full of swagger, brought 4 rings specially prepared for this expedition. The 4 of them set up a simple camp in the cave, and Wei Yang took out a pile of bottles and jars, starting to showcase his outdoor barbecue skills. Before long, the aroma of roasted exotic beast meat filled the air. Wei Yang's mouth watered as he watched, and Jiang Qingqin and Joya's eyes lit up. If it weren't for the girls' reserved demeanor, they would have rushed over to grab some. Just as the 4 were enjoying their feast, several transport ships began arriving outside the ruins. These transport ships are much smaller in scale compared to Longqing, and they appear to be of civilian type. Lankin saw the transport ships and stood up to greet them. Students from the other 3 academies have also arrived. Leading the group were 1 man and 2 women with a powerful presence, each accompanied by 2 teachers at the martial master level, followed by the students entering the ruins. Principal Lin, Principal Zhong, Principal Feng, you're here. Lan Qin greeted proactively. The 3 responded politely as well. The man named Lin Feng is the vice principal of Jinqin's University. The woman wearing glasses with a scholarly demeanor is Zhong Ling, the vice dean of Lanzhou Pharmacist College. The tall and elegant woman is Fang Xiaoxiao, the vice principal of Jiuquan University. Long time no see, Director Lan, you are as graceful as ever. Lin Feng said with a smile. Lankin smiled politely and curiously asked, what's the plan this time? The wind was blowing hard, and Principal Lin arrived with Principal Zhong and Principal Feng. Lankin couldn't help but ask, this is just an ordinary autumn outing, do the 3 vice principals really need to lead the team personally? In previous autumn outings, the 3 schools were always led by teachers of Lankin's level, and the vice principals rarely got involved. This scene made Lankin feel a bit uneasy. The 4 had known each other for a long time, and the last time they met was at the National University's joint conference 2 years ago. Lin Feng laughed and said, Director Lan, to be honest, Jin City University has recruited an S-level freshman this time, so I shamelessly accompanied them personally. Lan Qin was stunned, while the other 2 principals seemed to already know about this, their faces full of envy. Principal Lin, Jin City University actually has an S-level freshman? How come I haven't heard about this? Lin Feng smiled proudly, it's a long story. This S-level freshman was specially recruited and didn't even take the college entrance exam. I see. Lan Qin understood. This special recruitment is like the admission of talented students in regular universities, but it doesn't consider grades, only focuses on supernatural abilities. This S-level freshman is the treasure that Jinqin's University discovered through special recruitment. As soon as the news broke, the entire school was in an uproar. Lin Feng, as the person in charge, personally met with him and offered exceptionally generous cultivation benefits. I heard that Longqing also has an S-level student, and he's the top scorer in Sichuan province. Lin Feng asked with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Lankin naturally heard his pride and just nodded lightly. That's right, he also came for this autumn outing. Maybe these 2 S-class newcomers will meet. Of course, these 2 little fellows must have a good chat when they meet. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he waved his hand toward the back. Han Li, come out and meet Director Lan. A young man dressed in a peculiar long robe emerged from the crowd of Jin City University. He walked to Lin Feng expressionlessly and slightly bowed to Lan Qin. Junior Han Li, greets Director Lan. Lan Qin slightly raised her eyebrows. Han Li's attire was peculiar, not like a modern person, but more like an ancient scholar who had traveled through time. His long hair flowed freely, and he spoke in an elegant and refined manner, referring to himself as a junior. This made Lankin develop a strong interest in him. Principal Lin, this child is very polite. May I ask what his special ability is? Lin Feng did not hold back and answered boldly, this kid's ability is the S-Class Heart of Darkness. What? The Heart of Darkness? Lankin exclaimed, her expression instantly turning serious. This child. Lan Qin stared at Lin Feng, her expression complex and indescribable. Lin Feng put away his smile and nodded seriously, Director Lan guessed right, Han Li is Han Yantian's son. These words left the other three teachers speechless. Their expressions were complex, and their gazes became much softer. Indeed, like father, like son. I didn't expect him to inherit Han Yantian's ability. It truly seems destined. While the four teachers were talking, Han Li remained expressionless, as still as an iceberg. Only when his father Han Yongtian was mentioned did a trace of pain flash in his eyes. His father died in battle for the human race, but he never knew where his father died or who the enemy was. By the time he learned the truth, the military had already brought the heavy martyr's plaque to his home. Han Li's appearance made the atmosphere suddenly heavy. Fortunately, everyone just sighed and didn't say much. Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. According to the rules, we arrived half a day late. Can we go in now? After speaking, he looked at Lan Qin. Lan Qin nodded and said, of course, no problem. Please go ahead. Seeing her agreement, Lin Feng and the other two principals began organizing the teachers and students behind them. Actually, such politeness wasn't necessary. After all, the process for the autumn outing was almost always the same. But Lan Qin was different, her status at Longqing Military Academy was special, and she even held significant influence in the National College Alliance. This points competition jointly organized by 4 universities was first proposed by Jinshin's University. Due to the appearance of Han Li, Jinshin's University wanted to use this competition to showcase the strength of their S-Class freshmen. With Han Li's S-Class ability Heart of Darkness, they are fully confident in suppressing Chen Mo from Longqing Military Academy. Therefore, what seems like an ordinary autumn outing has actually become a covert contest between Jinshin's University and Longqing Military Academy. However, this also made the other two schools feel a bit awkward. They already had fewer people, and their specialties leaned towards pharmacy and research, so this time they were basically just there as a backdrop. Fortunately, everyone was already accustomed to this situation. The leading teachers from those two schools also adjusted their mindset, letting the other two compete while their students were simply there to enjoy an autumn outing. After making all the arrangements, students from the 3 universities entered the ruins one after another. To show grandeur, Lin Feng had the students from Jinshin's University enter last. First were the students from Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy. There were noticeably more girls than boys here, and many of the girls were quite beautiful. Unlike Jiang Qingqin's strong and bold style, the girls here were gentle and quiet, resembling the ideal wife type in the hearts of boys. They were the first to enter the ruins, yet no one complained. On the contrary, many people craned their necks and stared intently at these beauties. Next are the students from Juyuan University. Completely different from the Pharmacy Academy, they carry heavy equipment on their backs, backpacks on their shoulders, cases in their hands, and even items on their heads. Outsiders might think they are preparing to camp at the ruins. In fact, everyone knows that this is the hallmark of students from Juyuan University. They focus on scientific research and carry various research equipment with them. Although it is not as famous as Longqing Military Academy, the internal competition at Juyuan University is extremely intense, even more so than at some prestigious schools. Within 1 month of enrollment, new students must design their own research equipment. Regardless of its functionality, a finished product is mandatory, otherwise, they will be expelled. Of course, this only applies to students in research-related majors, and students in other majors are not affected. For this team formation, their main force consists of these research students carrying heavy equipment. In contrast, the students of Jinshin's University are nothing special, with configurations similar to those of Longqing Military Academy. It is worth noting that the Jinshin's University team, which Han Li belongs to, consists of 9 people. Apart from Han Li, the other 8 are all low-level martial artists. This combination of strength is obviously peculiar, appearing as if it was a lineup deliberately arranged by Jinshin's University. Lan Qin only frowned slightly and said nothing more. Matters of the school are not something outsiders need to interfere with. Just as the students of Jinshin's University were gradually entering the ruins, Lan Qin suddenly sensed something, furrowing her brows and turning to look. She had just felt a powerful presence emerge among the students. Nearly 30 people released a warrior-level aura the moment they entered the ruins. Lan Qin furrowed her brows tightly, feeling a vague sense of unease, but quickly suppressed it. Ruins number 77 allows entry for martial artist level ability users, such as the teachers leading each school team, who are all at the martial artist level. But how could there be a martial artist among the freshmen of Jinshin's University? Even someone like Chen Mo, an S level, hasn't reached the martial artist level as a freshman. Could it be that third or fourth year students sneaked in to cause trouble? Lan Qin thought carefully and immediately dismissed this guess. She knew Lin Feng too well, he couldn't possibly do something so meaningless. Jin University will definitely focus on nurturing Han Li and won't let a few martial artist teams easily take the top spots in the points competition. That would clearly be unreasonable. Hopefully, I was mistaken. Lan Qin muttered to herself, shook her head, and stopped overthinking. She called the other three to sit down together for tea and chat. After all, there are still 7 days left. During such a long wait, everyone has to find something to do to pass the time. As for when the other three universities will come in, neither the students of Dragon City nor Chen Mo know. They only know they will come, but no one is clear about the exact time. At this moment, all the students from Dragon City had left the starting area, with even the weakest ones having ventured 100 kilometers deep into the ruins. Therefore, when students from the other three schools entered, they couldn't see any trace of Dragon City students around them. The students from the three universities displayed different behaviors. The students from Lanzhou Institute of Pharmacy chose to set up camp on the spot, not intending to compete with Dragon City or Jin University for resources. Although it was daytime in the ruins, they had traveled through the night to get there and wanted to rest and adjust their condition without disrupting their biological clocks. The students from Juyuan University, on the other hand, silently opened their backpacks and began assembling various strange equipment. Some people have assembled small aircraft. They need time to assemble and debug the equipment, and they don't plan to set off immediately. On the contrary, the students from Jinshin's University who came in last rushed straight into the depths of the ruins. The students from Longqing entered half a day earlier, leaving few resources behind. Unless they venture deeper inside, they can only see some leftovers while others are resting. Han Li entered with a team of 10 but didn't rush forward. He turned and coldly said to the other 9, "Since we're here, I'll go ahead. You can do as you please." After speaking, he didn't wait for a response and walked alone toward the depths of the ruins. The other 9 looked grim, and one of the boys couldn't help but curse, "Humph, just an S-class who inherited his dad's ability, acting all high and mighty." Another sighed, "Yeah, but he's S-class after all. It's normal for him not to include us. Han Li earns points so quickly on his own, while we get to relax and win effortlessly." Hearing him say this, everyone's expression softened. They didn't rush forward but simply set up camp to rest. At this moment, the students in the ruins were still unaware that a great danger was quietly approaching. After a peaceful night and 6 hours of rest, Chen Mo and the other three got up. In the first half of the night, Wei Yang keeps watch, and in the second half, Chen Mo takes over. There is no night in the ruins, so keeping watch is actually unnecessary. It's also very safe here, and the occasional exotic beasts appear in the distance. Today, I plan to continue advancing deeper into the ruins. A few more kilometers ahead is the deeper area, where the level of the beasts rises to level 3, making it even more dangerous. But with Chen Mo around, there's nothing to fear. Even if he doesn't take action, Jiang Qingqin alone can handle it. After all, she is at the level of a specialized martial artist. Although she can't compare to someone as monstrous as Chen Mo, as the top scholar of Longqing, her strength is extraordinary. After venturing 50 kilometers into the ruins, the group found a spot to set up camp and rest. The deeper they go, the faster they earn points. The team's points have already surpassed the 4,000 mark, and Chen Mo estimates that they are far ahead of the other students. No other teams were seen along the way. It seems they are the deepest team in the ruins. Chen Mo discovered that the entire ruin resembled a long corridor. The scenery changed the deeper they went, and the altitude kept rising. In this ruin, apart from vast stretches of desolate mountains and wilderness, there are also scattered abandoned buildings. For example, the octagonal stone platform they just passed by. Judging from its shape, there must have been a pavilion there in the past. The pavilion's pillars and roof have long disappeared, leaving only the solitary octagonal base, weathered by countless storms. The place where they are now camping is in front of a noticeable uphill slope, flanked by steep mountain walls on both sides, with a rugged mountain path in the middle. On the path, faint traces of stone steps can still be seen, but unfortunately, after years of erosion, the steps have almost all crumbled into fragments. The more Chen Mo looked, the stranger he felt, and a three-dimensional image gradually formed in his mind. Why does this place feel like the entrance to a sect? He muttered to himself, and once the thought emerged, it wouldn't go away. He had read plenty of cultivation novels, and since this ruin was said to be left behind by ancient humans, it wasn't strange for him to make such an association. However, the other three seemed unconcerned, focusing on hunting exotic beasts and gathering herbs. Glancing at the map, the western side of the ruin extended 100 kilometers to Area 1, then another 50 kilometers east to Area 2, while Chen Mo's target, Area 3, was located in the deepest part of the ruin. At the current pace, it will take at least another day to reach Area 3. Time is a bit tight for Chen Mo. He plans to get there today. If he enters smoothly, he will have at least 5 days for exploration. After all, everything in Area 3 is unknown. Although he has a simple map provided by Long Shan-yun, the exploration will still take quite some time, and finding the dragon blood Ganoderma is indeed pressing. After thinking for a while, Chen Mo decided to tell the truth to the other three. Given their current points situation, even without him, getting first place wouldn't be difficult. Wei Yang, Jiang Qingqin, Zhouya, I have something to tell you. Hearing his shout, the three curiously gathered around. What's wrong? You're not planning to act alone again, are you? Wei Yang asked in confusion. These days, Chen Mo hadn't done much, except for helping to gather herbs. He had hardly done anything else. Chen Mo nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, Actually, I have a special mission for coming here this time. I plan to leave the team today. The three of them were all very surprised. Hey, Chen Mo, are you planning to act on your own again? Zhouya said discontentedly. What's going on? Do you think we're too inefficient? Wei Yang also asked. Jiang Qingqin didn't say anything, but her eyes clearly showed suspicion. Chen Mo sighed and finally revealed the entire task. He said he was going to enter unknown area number 3. The three of them opened their mouths wide, too shocked to speak. You said that Gai Suko hired you to get something? Wei Yang asked with a frown. Not helping him, helping the Long family. Suko is just the introducer. That's an unknown area, no one knows what's inside. Do you really dare to go in? Zhouya exclaimed. Chen Mo tapped on his wristband, and a map appeared in front of everyone. This was given by Long Shan-yun, drawn by the martial artist who went in back then. The group curiously looked at the map, while Jiang Qingqin's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Chen Mo, are you sure this is the map of Area 3? Yes, Long Shan-yun gave it to me personally. She has no reason to lie to me. But, don't you think this map is too large? Jiang Qingqin said seriously, at this scale, Area 3 is at least half the size of Site 77. Jiang Qingqin's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Wei Yang hurriedly brought up his map for comparison, his eyes widening. Hey, it really seems to be. Chen Mo only realized the severity of the problem after hearing this. But he had to go in, no matter how dangerous it was. Moreover, the map marked the area where dragon blood Ganoderma had appeared, which was on the outskirts of Zone 3 and not in the deepest part. No matter what. Since you agreed, you have to give it a try. Whether we can get in is still a question, Chen Mo said seriously. The other three looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Chen Mo also lowered his head, feeling a bit guilty, and said nothing more. After a while, Jiang Qingqin broke the silence first. Chen Mo, I'll go with you. Ha! Chen Mo was completely caught off guard by her words, so surprised that he couldn't speak. Seeing Jiang Qingqin speak first, Wei Yang quickly followed up, count me in. I'll go in with you too. The last one who hadn't spoken was Zhouya. She glanced at Jiang Qingqin and Wei Yang, her face turning red. After biting her lip, she also said, I'll go too. You guys can't leave me behind. Seeing how determined they were, Chen Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but his heart felt warm. They didn't even ask if there was any danger inside and were willing to go with him. Just this courage alone is admirable. This place is very dangerous. If we go further in, there will be level 4 exotic beasts. There's even news that level 5 exotic beasts have appeared in Area 3. If we encounter one, Chen Mo warned seriously. Say no more. Even if it's a level 8 exotic beast, Wei Yang, will risk my life to go with you. Wei Yang patted his chest with determination. Then he looked at Jiang Qingqin and Zhouya. What about you two? Are you going? Jiang Qingqin smiled brightly. Of course, I'm going. Zhouya glanced at them helplessly. In truth, she was very scared, as she was the weakest in the team. But seeing how resolute the two were, she mustered up her courage. I'm fine too. Let's go together. Looking at the three people in front of him, Chen Mo felt deeply moved. He really hadn't expected that, knowing the risks ahead were so great, they were still willing to charge forward with him. This time, he didn't despise their lack of strength, instead, he felt a warm sense of gratitude. Even if he refused, they wouldn't agree. Since that was the case, they might as well face it together. Alright, let's go together. Hearing Chen Emo agree, Wei Yan was the first to cheer excitedly, and Jian Qingqin also showed a relieved smile. Zhouya blinked her big eyes and said softly, Chen Emo, you have to protect Qingqin and me. We're not as strong as you. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will harm you. Chen Emo nodded solemnly. With that settled, the four of them wasted no time, prepared their gear, and continued advancing toward the deepest part of the ruins. Half an hour later, just after they had left, a figure shrouded in black mist appeared at the spot where they had been resting. The figure stopped, the black mist dispersed, revealing a cold-faced young man. It was Han Li, the S-class student from Jin City University. He looked down at the footprints on the ground, his expression darkening. It seems the important places have already been taken by someone else. Who could be acting so quickly? Could it be that Chen Emo from Long City? He muttered to himself. Since entering last night, Han Li began hunting exotic beasts and searching for rare flowers and herbs. He had a map in his hand, which, although not as detailed as Wei Yang's, was sufficient. As he ventured deeper, he saw many students from Dragon City camping and resting, but he did not disturb them and kept his distance. He had visited several places on the outskirts and collected some items, but the points were not much. Finally, he decided to head straight for the central area. He roughly understood the strength of the freshmen. This time, not only did their school come, but also Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy and Zhuoyuan University, making the competition very intense. By the next day, when everyone else is fully equipped, the competition will be even fiercer. Thinking of this, Han Li quickened his pace and arrived at the central area. Here, he only saw a few scattered teams of Longqing students and no one else. But after visiting several places, he was disappointed to find that the valuable spots he had his eye on had already been taken by others, and they, like hungry beasts, didn't leave even a bit behind. Except for some herbs left for reproduction, everything else had been completely scavenged. In this way, after an entire night, he didn't even get a sip of soup. When he arrived at the place where Chen Emo and the other three were resting, he realized that one or several teams had already ventured deep into the ruins. If he didn't speed up, he might not even get a taste of the soup. Han Li frowned and looked back, faintly sensing a powerful presence behind him, an ability user at the martial master level. Could the teachers have come too? Shouldn't they stay in the starting area or follow the main group? Han Li didn't think much about it. These matters had nothing to do with him. He had only one goal: to win first place in this four-school joint points competition. This was his own dream and also Jin University's expectation of him, aiming to surpass Longqing's Chen Emo. He quickened his pace and left swiftly. Less than 5 minutes later, a team of 15 people rushed over from behind. These 15 people were wearing Jin University's uniforms, each exuding a powerful aura. They were all at the martial master level, with the strongest even reaching the peak martial master level. But upon closer inspection, there were some abnormalities on their faces, hands, and other exposed skin, either strange patterns or faintly raised shapes. There were originally 30 of them. After entering the ruins, 15 stayed behind with the main group, while the other 15 silently advanced deeper into the ruins. At first, they pretended to be searching for resources, but once they reached the central area of the ruins, these 15 people stopped lingering and rushed deeper at full speed. On the way, one of them said, "It seems there are still teams going deeper. Could it be that Han Li?" The young man with deep blue eyes at the front said coldly, "Ignore him. Our mission is more important, don't cause trouble. Let the people outside deal with those minor characters." The man nodded and said no more. The 15 of them did not stop and headed straight for the deepest part of the ruins, seemingly in the same direction as Chen Emo and his group. After entering the depths of the ruins, they began to encounter peak-level Tier 3 exotic beasts, followed by sporadic Tier 4 exotic beasts. At this moment, Chen Emo displayed his formidable strength. Along the way, the four of them pressed forward without pause. When encountering beasts blocking their path, Chen Emo struck with a single punch, instantly turning the beasts into minced flesh. Jiang Qingqin casually collected all the remains of these beasts into her ring. There was no time to pick and choose, so she took everything, planning to sort it out slowly after leaving the ruins. After 2 hours of full-speed advance, they finally reached the deepest part of the ruins. From a distance, a gray semi-transparent barrier towering into the clouds could be seen, as if dividing the heavens and the earth. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a powerful restriction formed by strange mist. Wei Yan punched it forcefully, feeling as though he had struck a piece of elastic rubber, only to be powerfully rebounded and sent flying. Chen Emo glanced at the map and nodded. "This is the place. Inside is Area 3. Through the barrier, they could vaguely see many buildings inside, but their view was obstructed, making it hard to discern the details. At this moment, Chen took out the demon-breaking potion given to him by Su Ke. He recalled Long Shan Yun's instructions and said to the other three, "I'm about to break the restriction. Stay close to me." The three immediately approached Chen Mo. Took a deep breath, an eternal nitro flame instantly enveloped his entire body. With his left hand tightly gripping the demon-breaking potion, he fiercely hurled it toward the gray mist ahead. Then, he raised his right palm and slammed it down forcefully. Heavenly Fire Palm. This time, the palm print did not expand but remained the same size as Chen Mo's palm, appearing blue. The palm print landed on the anti-magic potion bottle first. The potion bottle shattered with a sound, and the potion spread out along the palm print. The firelight of the night fiercely struck the gray mist. The next moment, a miracle occurred. At the spot where the palm imprint landed, the gray mist retreated rapidly in all directions, like ice and snow melting upon encountering fire. A massive gap, 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, appeared before the four of them. Seeing the gap appear, Chen Mo was overwhelmed with excitement. "Make way! Get in quickly!" Before the words had even faded, he stomped the ground fiercely, his figure turning into a blur as he dashed into the opening and disappeared. Wei Yang and the other two dared not delay and followed closely behind, rushing in. Before long, the opening gradually shrank and eventually vanished completely, as if no one had ever set foot here. Finally got in. Entering the interior of Area 3, the four were stunned by the scene before them. In their view, countless buildings of various sizes were densely packed, stretching all the way to the horizon. The terrain here was steeper, rising layer upon layer. Chen Mo saw these buildings, his eyes sparkling with light. He was certain that this place had once been a powerful sect. The architectural style was simple and ancient. Although some structures were already dilapidated or even collapsed, most remained well preserved. At the highest point on the horizon, he vaguely saw a magnificent grand hall, clearly the core of the entire sect. "Wow!" Just as Chen Mo was carefully observing the terrain, Zhou suddenly exclaimed. Everyone quickly turned their heads, and Jiang Qingqin asked worriedly, "Zhou, what's wrong?" Zhou covered her mouth, her face flushed, and she didn't seem to be hurt. Seeing everyone looking over, she waved awkwardly, "Sorry, I got too excited." "Did you feel it? The air here is especially rich in spiritual energy." When she said that, everyone finally reacted, showing expressions of shock. That's right, the aura of spiritual energy here is unusually intense, almost filling every corner. Although spiritual energy is reviving across the entire blue star, such concentration is rarely seen outside. Only by standing next to a spiritual energy mine or inside a laboratory at the Academy of Sciences can one experience such a strong sensation. If I train here, I could break through to the martial master realm in my freshman year. Zhou's face was glowing with excitement, and her voice grew noticeably louder. Wei Yan was even more excited. The spiritual energy is so dense. There must be more advanced spiritual herbs here than outside, absolutely no doubt. Chen Mo also agreed with his view, opened the map, and pointed to the marked location where dragon blood Ganoderma grows, saying, "The place where that martial artist discovered the dragon blood Ganoderma should be a nursery, likely a site where ancient humans specifically cultivated spiritual herbs. Let's go check it out first." "Let's go. Let's head there." Wei Yang was as excited as a child, eager to set off. Jiang Qingqin and the others naturally had no objections. Wherever Chen Mo said to go, they followed. Chen Mo looked at the map and identified the direction. The nursery should be in the central western area. "We just follow the mountain path, take a left turn for a while, and we'll be there." The location of the Dragon Blood Ganoderma nursery is somewhat remote, almost at the westernmost end of the central region. From where they stood, there were still a few mountain peaks visible in that direction. The four of them did not stop at the entrance and headed straight deeper inside. Walking into this vast complex, the four of them truly felt its grandeur. They were surprised to find that intense psychic energy was continuously emanating from the walls, the ground, and even underground of the building. If it weren't for Chen Mo holding him back, Wei Yang would have almost started tearing down the house. This architectural complex was astonishingly large, and they walked all the way up along the mountain path in the middle. As they walked, the four of them noticed something unusual. As the altitude increased, they felt their bodies growing heavier, and an invisible pressure surged from all directions. The first to struggle was Zhou. Sweat appeared on her forehead, she was panting heavily, and her pace slowed down. "Hey, you! Wait for me, I'm exhausted, let's take a break." Zhou couldn't hold on any longer and directly sat down on the steps of the mountain path, refusing to move any further. Actually, Wei Yang and Jiang Qingqin also felt a bit tired, but Chen Emo was completely unaffected. Although he could feel a strong pressure, it had no effect on him at all. At most, it felt like someone gently pressed on him, which instead felt like a full-body massage, very comfortable. Glancing at the time, it was almost noon. Chen Emo stopped and said to everyone, "Since we're tired, let's take a break. It's just about lunchtime, so let's find a place to sit." Chen Emo didn't want everyone to linger on the mountain path. He felt it was too exposed and wanted to find a building to lay low for a while. As soon as they heard about eating, the other three people's eyes lit up. It must be said, Chen Mo's cooking skills are absolutely top-notch. The food he grilled using exotic beast meat tastes as good as gourmet dishes, and no one can get enough of it. The four of them left the mountain path and entered a small building nearby. The door was wide open, and upon entering, it was discovered that the space inside was very large, with rows of long tables neatly arranged and cushion-like mats placed behind the tables. Wei Yang found a mat and prepared to sit down, but as soon as he pressed down, the mat instantly crumbled into a pile of fragments. "Oh no, it's all broken. Looks like these mats are completely ruined." Although the tables were still relatively intact, these mats had decayed beyond recognition and disintegrated at the slightest touch. No choice, they had to move a few tables and sit on them. The height of the tables was just right, as if meant for kneeling, but sitting on them worked just fine. Chen Emo began preparing the ingredients, while the others curiously looked around. Jiang Qingqin found it increasingly odd as she looked around. "Don't you think this place looks like a classroom?" "That's right, it really looks like it." Wei Yang also nodded. The tables were arranged neatly, and at the very back, there was a small platform with a table placed on top of it. While Chen Emo was busy preparing lunch, Wei Yang swaggered over to the table. He was surprised to find that there was a book on the table on the platform. "Come and take a look. There's a book here." Wei Yang called everyone over. Even Chen Emo put down what he was holding and rushed over. Zhouya was about to pick up the book to flip through it, but Wei Yang slapped it down. "Don't move. What if this book is like the futon and crumbles at a touch? This is an ancient relic, and there aren't many books that have been preserved for so long," Wei Yang cautiously reminded. Upon hearing this, Zhouya quickly withdrew her hand and dared not move. But Chen Emo didn't stop. He directly squatted down, reached out, picked up the book, and shook it. "Don't worry, the paper used by this sect is not ordinary paper. They use spiritual paper here." "Spiritual paper?" The other three looked at each other, full of curiosity. Actually, Chen Emo didn't really understand what spiritual paper was. He had only read cultivation novels and knew that the paper and jade slips used by sects could last for thousands of years, so they definitely weren't ordinary paper. That's why he dared to say so. Anyway, this book was indeed perfectly intact. He glanced at the cover and raised an eyebrow. "Qi Ling Ju, this seems to be a cultivation manual." "Wow, let me see." Wei Yang excitedly grabbed it and opened it, his expression changing instantly. Do you recognize the characters on this?" "Chen Emo, you didn't just make this up, did you?" The characters in the book looked like random scribbles, and he couldn't recognize a single one. Chen Emo laughed helplessly. "Make it up? This is in small seal script. You, someone who studies potions, don't recognize it. Then how can you understand those ancient documents?" Wei Yan blushed. That was all translated with someone's help. Who would have the time to study this alien script for no reason? But he quickly slapped himself in the face. Jiang Qingqin and Zhouya leaned over to take a look and surprisingly recognized all the characters. "Done, turns out I'm the fool." Chen Emo smiled bitterly. Jiang Qingqin flipped through a few pages and nodded affirmatively. "This really is a cultivation technique. However, the cultivation method is quite different from our current ability system. It says that no matter what type of elemental ability, it can be cultivated. It seems to be the introductory technique of this sect. In that case, you guys should keep it safe first. If others find out about this, it would definitely exchange for a lot of points." Chen Emo didn't care about the content of this technique at all. He had the much stronger Nine Heavens Mysterious Fire Manual in his hands and lacked no cultivation materials. The points competition doesn't count these spoils. Finding out how many points it could exchange for was the key. Jiang Qingqin also nodded and put away the technique. At this moment, Wei Yan leaned over and said mysteriously, "Don't underestimate this. It made me think. Since this place resembles a classroom, there must be a library. This kind of technique is just a part of it. The library must have more. If we can take all of those out, we'll be rich." Hearing this, even Chen Emo couldn't sit still. That's right. How could he not have thought of such an obvious thing? The library is an essential place for every sect, storing various martial arts manuals. Although these don't count as credits for the points competition, as long as they are brought back to the school, they can be exchanged for a large amount of points. You should know that books from ancient ruins, even if it's someone's boring diary, can be sold for a good price. They've practically discovered a treasure. The school definitely won't be stingy with points. Thinking of this, the four were so excited that they forgot to eat. However, Chenemo still composed himself, quickly grilled a few pieces of exotic beast meat, and everyone hurriedly finished eating before continuing on their way. After leaving the central mountain path, that sense of oppression disappeared. Wei Yang suggested searching around the area first, but Chen Emo disagreed. His most important task upon entering was to find the dragon blood Ganoderma. Everything else had to wait until it was found. Moreover, a crucial place like the library pavilion was certainly deep within the sect, not on the outskirts. The four of them returned to the mountain path, seemingly motivated by what had just happened. Zhouya gritted her teeth and persisted in climbing upward. Soon, they reached the middle section of the mountain path, where they could clearly see the majestic main hall upon looking up. To the east of the main hall, there stood a 9-story wooden tower. Chen Emo guessed that it should be the library pavilion. Let's first look for the dragon blood Ganoderma, and then go to the library pavilion, he said, pointing to the tower in the distance. No one objected, and they turned left along the mountain path, entering a narrower stone-paved road. Although it was a bit narrow, the road was still spacious. Without the oppressive feeling of the main mountain path, everyone walked much more comfortably. Chen Emo walked while studying the map. To the west is the nursery, and the alchemy pavilion should be near the nursery, while the armory pavilion should be to the east of the mountain path. The place he just passed was the outer sect, or rather the area for handling daily affairs, where disciples also attend classes. Further up the mountain path is the core area, such as the central main hall, which is the place for sect discussions, as well as the elders' residences, all located at higher points. Whether we can find the dragon blood Ganoderma or not, we must explore thoroughly and not waste this trip. Chen Emo had already made up his mind. He had promised Long Shan-yun to help find the dragon blood Ganoderma, but if such a thing didn't exist, it wouldn't be his fault. After all, it was rare to come here, so he definitely couldn't leave empty-handed. He wasn't sure what this sect was called. The ruined pavilion they passed earlier was probably the mountain gate. Over time, any identifying marks had disappeared. Maybe we can find some clues during the exploration later. The four quickened their pace, heading westward. The farther west they went, the sparser the buildings became, until they reached the depths of the west, where faint outlines of continuous mountain peaks appeared in the distance, with almost no buildings in sight. We're almost there. The nursery is just ahead, surrounded by those mountain peaks. The four quickened their pace, desperately hurrying for half an hour, and finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. 5 or 6 mountain peaks formed a circle, creating a valley. A stone-paved path led straight into the depths of the valley. Chen Emo looked around and felt that these peaks didn't seem natural, but rather as if someone had deliberately moved them here and arranged them this way. Without thinking much, he led everyone directly into the valley. The scenery in the valley is completely different from the outside. It feels like a paradise, with birds singing, flowers blooming, and lush green grass. What comes into view are several neatly divided and massive nurseries, with a small building in the distance. Apart from that, there is nothing else. The nurseries are filled with a variety of plants, trees of varying heights, large patches of low shrubs, and flowers either in full bloom or waiting to blossom. Chen Emo looked at these plants, feeling overwhelmed, unable to recognize any of them. But Wei Yang, as if injected with adrenaline, pointed at a crooked tree and shouted, "Dragon beard willow." Holy crap! The Yin fire vine is actually entwined on the dragon beard willow. It's simply unbelievable. Holy crap! Holy crap! This is the golden kilo flower, and the one next to it is the blood fiend red cotton. These can actually be planted together. No way, I have to tell my master and my dad when I get back. Looking at Wei Yang, who was almost losing control from excitement, Chen Emo shook his head helplessly. Don't get too excited, help me find if there's any dragon blood Ganoderma first. Finally calming Wei Yang down, Chen Emo took out the dragon blood Ganoderma illustration to show everyone. Although Wei Yang had never seen dragon blood Ganoderma in person, as the heir of a herbal medicine family, he was already familiar with the illustration. The four divided tasks simply and began searching around. According to the previous information from the martial artist, dragon blood Ganoderma grows deep within the nursery, surrounded by no other plants. However, this time they found the nursery to be far richer than described, with a wide variety of plants around, all at least level 4 spiritual herbs. Only exotic flowers and herbs above level 4 are considered spiritual herbs. B-level potions are all made using level 4 or higher spiritual herbs, making their price naturally expensive. As he went deeper, Chen Emo discovered that the nursery was even larger than he had imagined. The building in the distance was located at the center of the nursery, and behind it lay an even more expansive area. This place had been abandoned for years, and the spiritual medicinal plants were growing extremely vigorously. Looking at the colorful plants, Chen Emo had a severe headache, unable to recognize half of them, so he focused on searching for dragon blood Ganoderma. However, the results were not ideal. More than an hour passed, and the four still gained nothing. The vegetation here is lush, completely unlike the barren area described by the martial artist. Dragon blood Ganoderma grows short and close to the ground, so they can only lower their heads and carefully search among the dense vegetation, fearing they might miss any clues. An hour and a half later, the four gathered in front of the building. Everyone returned empty-handed. "Take a break, and we'll search the remaining areas later." They had already searched nearly half. The area to the west behind the building had not been checked yet. Chen Emo felt a bit anxious. Although searching or not searching was not his direct responsibility, he still hoped to complete the task satisfactorily. While others rested, he couldn't sit still. He got up alone and decided to continue exploring westward. Walking west along the buildings, the nursery here was also rich in spiritual herbs, but the vegetation was more sparsely distributed, the aura was denser, and there was a certain distance maintained between the plants. Unknowingly, he reached the westernmost end of the nursery, deep in the valley, where there was no road ahead. Until now, he still hadn't seen anything. The trace of the dragon blood Ganoderma had disappeared, and Chen Mo's heart sank. It seems that the dragon family's luck is almost at its end. Thinking this, he prepared to change direction and continue searching. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. He pushed off with his foot, leaping swiftly to the foot of the mountain. Earlier, he had noticed an inconspicuous cave on the westernmost peak of the valley. If he hadn't caught a faint glimmer when he turned his head, he wouldn't have noticed this place at all. Walking to the cave entrance, Chen Emo finally saw the glowing object clearly. On the rock wall at the entrance, small spirit energy ores were sporadically embedded. Could there be a spirit energy vein here? Chen Emo was somewhat surprised. It's not unusual for there to be a spirit vein near the sect, but spirit veins are usually hidden underground and don't open up on the surface. This cave is not large, just over 1 person tall, and can barely fit 2 people side by side. He leaned in to look inside. It was pitch black, but the stone walls near the entrance were embedded with fragments of energy ore. This cave is not simple. Chen Mo's intuition told him. This is definitely not the entrance to an underground spiritual vein, but these ores indicate that something important must be hidden in the cave. He stood at the cave entrance, quietly sensing. A rich aura of spiritual energy wafted out from inside, even stronger than the surrounding nursery. He guessed that there must be a treasure in the cave. Since we're here, how can we not go in and take a look? Chen Emo had no other choice. If he couldn't find the dragon blood Ganoderma, exploring the cave was also an option. Moreover, he didn't sense any dangerous aura, which indicated that this place was relatively safe. In fact, ever since entering Zone 3, they hadn't encountered any formidable enemies. He was very curious to know what kind of monster that S-rank martial artist had encountered to have died so quickly. Chen Emo didn't go back to call Wei Yang and the others. He decided to go down and take a look himself. A cluster of ghostly blue eternal night true fire ignited in his hand, illuminating the surroundings and casting an eerie blue glow over the cave and himself. The cave extended downward, and after walking for more than 10 minutes, he estimated he had already descended 100 meters underground. A faint light came from ahead, as if there was something there. He quickly walked closer and discovered a massive underground cavern ahead. In the center of the cavern, a gigantic golden skeleton was coiled. The skeleton was astonishingly large, stretching out to at least 1,000 meters in length. When Chen Emo saw the head of the skeleton, an unprecedented gleam immediately flashed in his eyes. Is this the bone of a true dragon? Compared to those winged exotic beasts, the true dragon in Eastern legends is a 5-clawed golden dragon. In the eyes of Chen Emo and the people of the surrounding countries of Huaxia, only this kind of dragon is considered a true dragon. The so-called dragons of the West, or the dragons in the current world of exotic beasts, are at most just giant lizards. Looking at the skeleton in front of him, Chen Emo became increasingly convinced that it was the remains of a true dragon. Unable to contain his excitement, he jumped directly into the cave. From a distance, it was already awe-inspiring, but up close, he realized how insignificant he was. In front of the true dragon's skull, he was like a tiny ant, utterly insignificant. The skeleton emitted a faint golden glow. Chen Emo reached out and touched it, his mind momentarily dazed. A faint dragon's roar echoed in his mind. Could this be the majesty of a true dragon? Even in death, it still retains such immense power. He followed the dragon's head and walked toward the center of the cave. The true dragon's skeletal remains coiled in a spiral. Earlier at the cave entrance, he vaguely felt as if something was hidden at the center of the skeleton, but it was unclear from a distance. He circled around the massive bones, as large as a small mountain, and finally reached the center. Here, there was a small pond, its water crystal clear. The liquid shone with a silvery luster, glimmering like mercury. In the center of the pool, a giant lingzi mushroom quietly grew. Seeing this lingzi, Chen Mo's face immediately lit up with an excited smile. Finally found it. This is the dragon blood lingzi. Chen Mo hadn't expected that the dragon blood lingzi, which he had been searching for all this time without success, would be hidden in such a secret cave. The silver liquid in the pool made him boldly speculate that it might be the legendary true dragon's blood. It is said that dragon's blood is silver, and this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. He could feel the extremely powerful energy contained within this pool of dragon's blood. This time, I've really struck gold. Not only is there dragon blood Ganoderma, but also so much dragon's blood. Chen Mo was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. He carefully walked to the edge of the pool, estimated the distance, and prepared to leap over to pick the Ganoderma. Just as he leaped into the air toward the center of the pool, a golden flying object suddenly shot in from an angle, moving so fast that he couldn't react in time. The flying object, carrying immense force, slammed into Chen Mo, sending him flying and crashing heavily onto the dragon's skeleton before bouncing back. Chen Mo fell to the ground in a disheveled state, his chest faintly aching, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The collision just now had broken 2 of his ribs. Such an injury would be severe for an ordinary person, but for someone like Chen Mo, an Esper, it was nothing. At this moment, he had no intention of continuing to pick the lingzi and instead kept a wary eye on the pool. He saw something about half a meter long, emitting a golden glow all over its body, floating on the water's surface, staring at Chen Mo and assuming an attack posture. What is this? Why does it look like a miniature true dragon? Chen Mo's face was full of confusion. He had never seen such a thing and had no idea what it was. Although he was caught off guard by the sudden attack just now, he wouldn't have been injured if he had been more careful. He took out an A-grade potent recovery potion from the system space and injected it into his chest. The fractured ribs quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Standing there, he confronted the golden miniature dragon without moving an inch. 5 minutes passed, and his injuries fully healed. Only then did Chen Mo slowly walk toward the pond. Although the opponent's attack power was strong just now, Chen Mo didn't think it was very formidable. If it really came to a fight, the outcome would still be uncertain. It's just that he had never seen this thing before. It carried no trace of a beast's aura, making it completely impossible to discern what it was. Hey, what are you? Can you talk? Chen Mo shouted from afar. The golden mini-dragon remained motionless, without any response. Can't talk? Then does that mean you have no intelligence? Chen Mo hesitated a little but had already walked to the edge of the pool. The mini-dragon still did not launch an attack. The two just confronted each other like this, neither making the first move. In the end, Chen Mo couldn't hold back. The dragon blood Ganoderma was right in front of him, and he wouldn't give up easily. I say, if you don't speak, I'll make a move. Don't blame me for not warning you. After saying that, he leapt up again, heading towards the lingzi. As soon as he entered the pond's range, the mini-dragon finally launched an attack. It charged at Chen Mo once more, attempting to knock him away with a collision. However, this time Chen Mo was well prepared. As the opponent just launched their move, his palm had already struck down in front of his chest. Heavenly Fire Palm. The eternal nitro flame enveloped his palm, directly clashing with the incoming mini-dragon in mid-air. With the support of powerful abilities, this time Chen Mo did not suffer a loss. Although he was blown away by the impact, he easily flipped in the air and landed. And the mini-dragon was also repelled by this strike, tumbling and flying backward, crashing into the true dragon's skeleton. The dragon's skeleton was bounced to the ground, rebounding several times like a rubber ball before finally landing heavily on the ground. Roar! The mini-dragon struggled to fly up, letting out an angry roar. Oh, so you can make noise, huh? I thought you were mute. Chen Mo said with a smile. However, he quickly frowned. The mini-dragon didn't seem very strong, but as soon as he entered the pond's vicinity, the dragon would immediately rush out to block the way. Although he wouldn't get hurt, he couldn't obtain the dragon blood Ganoderma either, as it always bounced him away. Chen Mo thought about calling someone for help but decided against it. To him, the little dragon was nothing significant, but to Wei Yang and the other two, it was practically an instant kill level threat. Just as he was feeling troubled, the mini dragon was clearly enraged by him. With a furious roar, it charged directly at Chen Mo. Before it even got close, the dragon opened its mouth, spewing a red flame dozens of times larger than its body straight at Chen Mo. Damn! This little guy can breathe fire. Chen Mo was startled and was about to dodge, but then stopped in his tracks. Why dodge? He had the eternal night true flame on him. This red flame's power was nothing compared to his, it was just child's play, showing off tricks in front of him. Thinking of this, Chen Mo let out a cold laugh, stood firmly with dominance, and a ghostly blue flame ignited around him. Just as he assumed his stance, the red flames had already surged forward, instantly engulfing Chen Mo entirely. The surrounding temperature soared, and the air twisted from the scorching flames. As the red flames spewed out, the mini dragon swiftly flew in front of Chen Mo. It thought that Chen Mo must have been burned to ashes this time. But unexpectedly, a blue hand suddenly reached out from the flames and grabbed it directly. Little guy, dare to play with fire in front of me? You're really asking for it. The red flames quickly dissipated as if absorbed, and Chen Mo, surrounded by blue flames, appeared in front of the little dragon. At this moment, he resembled the descent of the god of fire, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression, the true power of the eternal night true flame. The golden little dragon caught by him was instantly enveloped by the eternal night true flame. As long as Chen Mo willed it, it would immediately be burned to ashes without a trace. However, the little dragon suddenly let out a whimper, its body trembling slightly, as if begging Chen Mo for mercy. Chen Mo even saw hope and expectation in its eyes. A vague thought was transmitted into Chen Mo's mind through the eternal night true flame. At the same time, the long-absent system voice sounded. Fire attribute true dragon soul, rare, level SS. Upon absorption, it grants the blessing of the dragon soul, transforming the bloodline into the true dragon physique, achieving the true dragon body. The host can use this to break through the bloodline barrier, reaching the martial master realm, physique plus 50,000, spirit plus 20,000. Hearing this good news from the system, Chen Mo was so excited that he almost fainted. He originally just wanted to find a dragon blood mushroom, but unexpectedly encountered the true dragon's soul. This little golden fellow turned out to be a dragon soul. What incredible luck! The sudden and overwhelming surprise left Chen Mo momentarily unable to think. After a detailed introduction to the system, he finally understood that the golden miniature dragon before him was actually the dragon soul of this true dragon. However, after the true dragon's death, its dragon soul was reborn on its skeleton. The current dragon soul has no intelligence yet and only survives on instinct. Perhaps it would take tens of thousands of years to regain consciousness. But the environment here does not allow for such a long time. The true dragon's skeleton, which should have been gleaming with golden light, now only emits a faint golden glow after countless ages, seemingly on the verge of collapse and unable to last for tens of thousands of years. And that pool of dragon blood cannot exist for long. It will either be completely absorbed by the dragon blood ganoderma, slowly evaporate, or even possibly attract some kind of malevolent entity. System, can I break through the bloodline barrier by absorbing the dragon soul? It requires the power of dragon blood to nourish the soul and body, only then can the transformation be completed. Great! This is my chance, Chen Mo. When fate arrives, I won't hold back. Chen Mo tightly gripped the dragon soul in his hand and said in a low voice, since you can't regain consciousness, then merge with me, absorb. As soon as the words fell, the eternal night true flame on Chen Mo's body suddenly surged, and the blue flames instantly swept across the center of the cave. The dragon soul let out a mournful wail in the scorching flames, transforming into golden light spots that flowed through Chen Mo's palm into his body, rushing straight to his mind. Chen Mo dared not linger, quickly stepping to the edge of the pool, stepping into the water, and swiftly storing the dragon blood ganoderma into the system space. Then he sat cross-legged, immersed in the pool filled with dragon blood, and began to absorb it frantically. Boom! The dragon soul charged into his sea of consciousness, and a loud roar echoed in his mind. He felt the world spinning, followed by an unprecedented sense of clarity surging through him. His spiritual power suddenly expanded, covering the entire cave. Every detail inside the cave became incredibly clear under his spiritual power. Unlike the previous vague spiritual perception, now even with his eyes closed, Chen Mo could use his spiritual power to see a three-dimensional, intricately detailed image, even clearer than with the naked eye. Divine Sense, activate. The system's voice sounded, and Chen Mo finally understood that his spiritual power had evolved into Divine Sense. This is a powerful ability that only ancient cultivators could possess. With Divine Sense, Chen Mo can use his spiritual power to explore places that his eyes cannot see. Not only that, he immediately thought of the sex library, which must have combat techniques related to Divine Sense. By then, divine sense could not only be used for exploration but also for attacks, far more powerful than ordinary spiritual power. Just as he was immersed in joy, a sharp pain suddenly surged through his body, pulling him back to reality. It hurts so much. He sat cross-legged in the dragon blood pool, only to realize that the seemingly small amount of dragon blood actually contained terrifying power. Without him deliberately absorbing it, the dragon blood actively seeped into his body through countless pores. Every drop of dragon blood carried immense pressure, instantly causing his muscles and blood vessels to rupture, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. What's even more terrifying is the faint sound of bones cracking. This kind of pain is something an ordinary person simply cannot endure. Even though Chen Mo has experienced countless injuries, he is barely holding on now. System, why didn't you tell me that absorbing dragon blood would hurt this much? Sorry, you didn't ask about the side effects of absorbing dragon blood. You dare to say that? Chen Mo almost fainted from anger. So it's my fault for not reminding you. Now he has already started absorbing it and can't stop at all. If forcibly stopped, not only would the absorption fail, but he would also suffer severe injuries, requiring advanced potions for recovery, a hefty price to pay. Fortunately, the evolution of his mental strength was far faster than that of his body. His sea of consciousness had expanded tenfold, and the immense mental power allowed him to block out his five senses, barely escaping the torment. Looking bitterly at his body on the verge of collapse, Chen Mo asked the system worriedly, "Will my body shatter into pieces?" The probability of the host's body exploding and dying is less than 0.0001%. Damn, there's still a chance. Hope it's not my bad luck. Chen Mo closely observed the changes in his body. Dragon blood madly invaded, as if it had taken over all the space in his body, but in the face of the eternal night true flame, the dragon blood began to retreat. The tissues damaged by the dragon blood were immediately reforged by the eternal night true flame. In this way, the dragon blood attacked in waves, and the eternal night true flame repaired in waves, alternating repeatedly. His flesh and bones constantly shifted between destruction and rebirth. Chen Mo was astonished to discover that the residual energy from the food his foster father had once given him began to take effect during this tempering process. His potential was completely unleashed. What was even more shocking was that he found invisible impurities deep within his flesh and blood being expelled continuously, forming a layer of disgusting black crust. Fortunately, the eternal night true flame burned fiercely, turning the foul impurities to ash the moment they formed. Chen Mo's clothes had already been burned away, and at this moment, he was completely naked. If Jiang Qingqin and the others came in, they would definitely witness this awkward scene. True Dragon Physique, activated. Specialized Warrior promoted to Martial Master, Bloodline Barrier unlocked. The system notification sounded, and Chen Mo saw that his basic attributes had finally experienced a long-awaited improvement. The transformation of the body entered a critical stage, and Chen Mo suddenly felt an indescribable exhaustion. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and eventually, he fell into a deep sleep, his body curling into the shape of a fetus in the womb, quietly lying in the dragon's blood. Golden and silver lights intertwined, gradually forming a solid cocoon that tightly enveloped him. At this moment, Chen Mo officially began his metamorphosis from a mortal to a true dragon's body. Just as Chen Mo began to change, 15 uninvited guests appeared again in Area 3. It was the 15 Jin University students who had ventured deep into the ruins of the previous dynasty. Finally made it in. No need to pretend to be those ugly humans anymore. One person stretched lazily, arms spread wide as massive bone spikes emerged from their elbows, their face instantly covered in green scales, and 2 bone horns grew from their forehead. The others were similar, some had their feet turn into hooves, their hands into sharp claws, while others grew fleshy wings on their backs. If Chen Mo were here, he would surely exclaim that these were the fools of the original teachings. The fools are followers of the primordial faith, mutants fused with the genes of exotic beasts. To put it bluntly, they are no longer considered human and do not acknowledge themselves as such. They worship the primordial god and primordial demon, believing that their blood is far superior to that of ordinary humans. After undergoing brutal genetic modifications, as long as they survive, their strength increases significantly. The fools combine the intelligence and abilities of human espers with the robust bodies and certain traits of exotic beasts, making their combat power extremely formidable. Stronger Fatui harbingers even possess both human supernatural abilities and the powers of exotic beasts, almost defying the natural order. Among the 30 Fatui harbingers entering the ruins, 15 headed straight to Area 3 to carry out their mission, while the other 15 stayed outside. Once the 15 inside entered, the 15 outside would create chaos and unleash a massacre. The primordial church and humans are inherently irreconcilable, and any encounter between the two sides inevitably leads to a deadly fight. The mission of the 15 left behind is not to kill all the students, but they will not hesitate to kill as many as possible. Their true purpose is to create chaos, eliminate the enemy's active forces, and clear obstacles for their companions executing the mission inside. Among the 15 people entering Area 3, the young man leading the group glanced at the wristband map and said in a deep voice, "Lord Yuanmo personally instructed that the item we need is deep within the Western Spirit Herb Garden. Leave 2 people here to guard, the rest follow me inside." Understood. At the man's command, 2 stayed behind to guard the barrier, while the other 13 quickly headed toward the Spirit Herb Garden where Chen Emo was located. At this moment, inside the Spirit Herb Garden, Wei Yang and the other 2 searched around but found no trace of the dragon blood Ganoderma, and even discovered that Chen Emo was missing. They followed the direction where Chen Emo had disappeared and finally discovered that mysterious cave. Could it be that Chen Emo went in? Zhouya asked worriedly. No one could give her a definite answer, but Wei Yang said nonchalantly, "Why not just go in and take a look? With Chen Mo's strength, it's impossible for him to be silently killed. If there were enemies here, would we still be standing here chatting? He must have discovered some treasure inside." Hearing Wei Yang's words, Jiang Qingqin and Zhouya found it reasonable, and the 3 of them mustered up the courage to go in and investigate. They gathered their courage and walked into the cave. On the way, they encountered no danger, and finally arrived at the massive cavern. Upon seeing the remains of the true dragon, the 3 companions reacted the same way as Chen Mo. Once they confirmed it was safe, they cautiously stepped into the cavern. "Wait, did you hear that?" Wei Yang suddenly stopped. Just as they entered the cavern, he could hear rhythmic thuds coming from the center. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was like a heartbeat, but slower and heavier. "Go check it out." Jiang Qingqin rushed toward the center of the cave first. When they arrived, the 3 saw a giant cocoon, interwoven with gold and silver, slowly expanding and contracting, as if something inside was being nurtured. The cocoon emitted light, and through its walls, a vaguely humanoid figure could be seen. The scene before them left Wei Yang and the others momentarily at a loss. "Where's Chen Mo? What exactly is this big cocoon?" Zhouya asked nervously. "Could it be Chen Mo is inside the cocoon?" Wei Yang swallowed, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Jiang Qingqin frowned, stared at the cocoon for a moment, and then nodded firmly. "Chen Mo is inside." "Ah, Qingqin, how are you so sure?" Zhouya asked in surprise. "I sensed the aura of the eternal nitro flame on him. Although it's faint, it definitely exists," Jiang Qingqin said seriously. Others might not be able to sense it, but her special ability was particularly sharp, capable of detecting various energy fluctuations within the cocoon. That familiar aura of the eternal nitro flame was precisely perceived by her. "Then what is he doing here? Could he have been eaten by some monster?" Zhouya asked worriedly. "Not really, I feel a powerful energy flowing inside the cocoon, as if Chen Mo has encountered some special opportunity." The 3 of them looked at each other, momentarily at a loss, and could only stand and wait. This wait lasted for more than an hour. Jiang Qingqin stayed by the cocoon the entire time, as she was the only one who could sense the energy changes inside. Meanwhile, Wei Yang and Zhouya began wandering around the cave, curiously observing the massive true dragon skeleton. "Zhouya, come and look." Wei Yang suddenly shouted excitedly, pointing at a dragon bone. "What is it? Did you find something?" Zhouya walked over and saw Wei Yang standing next to a dragon bone, staring at a huge red blotch on it with a silly grin. "Why are you grinning like that?" "Hee hee, we're rich, we're rich." "Hey, what's going on?" Wei Yang pointed at the red patch and said, "Do you see this? This is dragonbone moss, the legendary elixir. And it's such a large piece too." "Dragonbone moss? Never heard of it. Is it very rare?" "Rare. Of course. True dragon remains aren't exactly common, right? And for moss to grow on dragon bones, that's even rarer." Zhouya nodded half understandingly. Wei Yang seemed to be explaining to her, yet also appeared to be talking to himself. "This thing is a divine medicine that grows from the essence and the marrow of a true dragon. You can call it level 6, level 8, or even level 9, it doesn't matter. Because this kind of thing simply cannot be measured by levels." "Can't be rated? Don't joke around. Every spiritual medicine has its effects, how could it not be rated?" Zhouya sneered. She wasn't foolish, she'd never heard of a spiritual medicine that couldn't be rated. "Humph, you have too little knowledge. When dragonbone moss merges with spiritual herbs of different levels, it will take on that level. And it has only one effect." "What effect?" "Replication." What? Zhouya could hardly believe her ears. "It's just copying. Simply put, you throw in a kilo of flour, it will swallow it and then spit out 2. If you throw in a ninth grade spiritual medicine, the sacred hand golden lotus, it can also produce 2. No way. That's incredible. It's practically like a divine trick. As Wei Yang spoke, Zhouya was so shocked her mouth formed an O shape. So, this thing's value is impossible to assess. The amount you want to replicate depends on how much dragonbone moss you consume. Look at this massive chunk of dragonbone moss in front of us. If we were to sell it, it could probably fetch billions. But, I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to actually sell it. Several billion. Zhouya stared at the red object in front of her, which looked like a rust stain, her mind filled with countless flying banknotes. Discovering the dragonbone moss was undoubtedly the biggest gain for Wei Yang during this autumn outing. In fact, there was one thing he hadn't told Zhouya. Such rare treasures of the world, even if offered 10 billion, he wouldn't part with them. The same went for others. The replication ability of dragonbone moss is not only effective on rare and exotic plants but can replicate anything. In fact, if Wei Yang wanted, he could completely replicate an identical version of himself. However, this is too dangerous, and no one dares to attempt it. Although theoretically feasible, no one knows whether the replicated self would become uncontrollable. For someone like Wei Yang, who specializes in medicinal herbs, the properties of dragonbone moss have long been thoroughly studied. The dragonbone itself possesses powerful regenerative and healing abilities, while the special moss attached to it has astonishing reproductive capabilities. They continuously split and grow, then split again, and grow further. The combination of the two produces miraculous effects. Now, this massive dragonbone is actually covered with dragonbone moss. If all of it were collected, Wei Yang was already looking forward to seeing his master's shocked expression upon witnessing these dragonbone mosses. Zhouya, help me keep watch, I'll go collect these dragonbone moss. Zhouya nodded vigorously, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. Ever since Wei Yang told her about the value of dragonbone moss, she couldn't sit still. She knew that once they returned, Wei Yang would definitely share some with everyone. Even a palm-sized piece would be a priceless treasure for her. But she didn't know how to cultivate this thing, so she planned to ask her parents when she got back. If that didn't work, she'd ask Wei Yang for help. While the two of them were busy collecting dragonbone moss, in the center of the cave, Jiang Qingqin awoke from her meditative state. Just now, she felt the cocoon in front of her suddenly tremble violently, and a powerful and terrifying energy emanated from it, making her heartbeat accelerate. What kind of opportunity did this guy encounter? Jiang Qingqin was extremely curious. But what Jiang Qingqin and her companions didn't know was that outside the cave, more than a dozen uninvited guests had quietly arrived at the entrance. These martial artist-level Jin University students moved with astonishing speed, and the rugged mountain path hardly affected them. It's here. The item Lord Yuanmo wants is inside. The young man leading the group glanced at the map in his hand and confirmed the location. Leave 2 people to guard the entrance, the rest follow me inside. The group successfully entered the cave, and the sight before them left them utterly shocked. This is a dragon's remains, one of them exclaimed. That's right. What Lord Yuanmo wants is the dragon blood left behind by the deceased true dragon, the young man said in a deep voice. But soon, his expression changed, revealing confusion. Something's wrong. Someone's been here. Quick, go check it out. He was the first to rush toward the center of the cave. The others followed closely behind. Arriving at the center, they saw a giant cocoon standing in a small pit. There used to be quite a few things in the pit, but now they were all dried up, as if absorbed by the cocoon. Beside the cocoon stood a young woman, who also appeared to be at the realm of specialized martial practitioners. The appearance of these people immediately aroused Jiang Qingqin's vigilance. She hadn't expected that besides the 4 of them, others had also broken in here. Who are you? Jiang Qingqin stood up, blocking the cocoon where Chen Mo was, and questioned coldly. The young man raised an eyebrow, not answering directly, but instead asked, "What a surprise! How did you get in? And the one behind you is..." Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Not good. There's someone in the cocoon, and the dragon's blood is being drained. Hearing this, the others also looked solemn. The expression instantly turned to fear. Dragon blood is the target designated by Lord Primordial Demon. If the task is not completed well, the punishment awaiting them is worse than death. The young man coldly stared at Jiang Qingqin and said, "You're a student from Dragon City, right? Get lost now, I don't want to dirty my hands." He said this because before leaving, Lord Yuanmo specifically instructed not to harm the students unless necessary. Usually, when the Fatui meet humans, it's a life or death situation, but today, they have more important matters to attend to, and killing isn't as urgent. Jiang Qingqin felt the overwhelming aura of the dozen or so people opposite her, all of them at the martial master level, completely beyond what a specialized martial artist like her could handle. Let alone a dozen, even one of them was beyond her ability to defeat. After all, she wasn't a monster like Chen Mo. She noticed clues from the characteristics of these people. Although they were wearing Jin University's emblem, these people. Wait, they are the Fatui. Jiang Qingqin instantly understood, and her expression immediately turned grim. Martial artists are one thing, but they're actually Fatui. They're the number one enemy of all humanity, and I never expected to run into over a dozen of them today. She wanted to ask Wei Yang and Zhouya for help, but then she thought better of it. Even if she called them over, it wouldn't help and might even put them in danger. Glancing at the cocoon behind her, Jiang Qingqin made up her mind. Clenching her teeth, an unprecedented determination appeared on her face. You are the Fatui? If you want a pass, you'll have to get through me first, she said, turning her hand to grip a slender sword that had never been revealed before. This is a rapier, not a traditional Chinese sword, but a Western fencing sword. As the sword was drawn, a sharp aura that seemed to pierce the air spread out, as if the air was filled with needle points, causing the faces of the Fatui opposite to feel a stinging pain. Seeing this rapier, the young man leading the group showed a look of surprise. The Sword of Prosperity. What is your relationship with Jiang Yaotian? Take a good look. I am Jiang Yaotian's daughter, Jiang Qingqin. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Qingqin brandished her sword like a flower, coldly blocking in front of her chest. The young man laughed loudly, ha ha ha, that's hilarious. If your father came, I would definitely step aside, but you, just a mere specialized martial artist? Since you won't back down, don't blame us for being rude. With a wave of his hand, a man with two long whiskers behind him rushed forward, charging at Jiang Qingqin without hesitation. Jiang Qingqin gripped her sword and pointed it at her opponent, preparing to fight with all her might. This battle was extremely dangerous, but Chen Mo had not yet awakened. She couldn't retreat, or else Chen Mo would be in danger. In an instant, the long-bearded man clashed with Jiang Qingqin. Jiang Qingqin's performance greatly shocked the long-bearded man and the fatuous behind him. The bearded man is a low-level martial artist, with the genes of a cricket beast fused into his body, and a pair of translucent wings on his back. When he attacks, his wings emit a piercing screech, and this sound wave is his special ability, possessing an offensive effect. Some might think the sound wave is merely a mental attack, but it's not that simple. His sound waves not only attack the mind but also impose physical restrictions. High-frequency sound waves cause resonance within the enemy's body, generating a large amount of heat. As the heat increases, the pain intensifies, and the body may collapse directly before a mental breakdown. Relying on this strange sound wave, the long-bearded man had killed countless human ability users. Although he was a low-level martial artist, he was definitely a formidable enemy among them. Sending him into battle, the leading young man intended for a quick and decisive fight. Although the opponent was just a martial artist, the young man immediately recognized the flourishing flower sword in his hand. This was precisely the sword once used by the late wife of Jiang Yaotian, the commander of the Northwest Military District. This sword had once slain a level 9 beast king. Its blade was made of top-tier S-grade alloy, containing immense power within. But no one knew exactly what kind of power it held, because anyone who had seen this sword had never left alive. Nowadays, seeing the Sword of Blossoms here, the young man secretly rejoiced. It would be best if Jiang Qingqin didn't die too quickly, so he could witness the power of this sword with his own eyes. Sure enough, this time his wish came true. The long-bearded man, who originally intended to instantly kill his opponent, suddenly felt an incredibly sharp force. Frightened, he immediately stopped his attack and switched to a defensive stance. Jiang Qingqin's long hair flowed behind her, and under the reflection of her silver battle armor, she resembled a Valkyrie descending to the mortal world. A radiant 7-colored light emanated from her body, spreading along her hand to the Sword of Blossoms, instantly transforming the blade into a dazzling array of colors. In an instant, a magnificent scene of a sea of flowers appeared before their eyes. The long-bearded man seemed to be standing amidst a vibrant sea of flowers, with blossoms competing in beauty, leaving one dazzled. But he had no mind to admire them. These flowers were enormous. A single bloom was even larger than his entire body. The flowers multiplied rapidly, instantly surrounding him and submerging him in a sea of blossoms. Immediately afterward, sharp forces that made his skin sting came from all directions, like countless steel needles piercing his body. At this moment, he finally saw clearly that the sharp force was actually the thorns on the flower. What the hell is this? The long-bearded man was utterly terrified, never expecting a specialized martial artist to launch such a horrifying attack. If he didn't fight back desperately, he would be pierced into a sieve. With a ferocious expression, he roared, "Break it for me." In an instant, the wings on his back vibrated at 10 times their usual speed, emitting a piercing scream. Sound waves carrying destructive power surged in all directions, crashing directly into the blooming flowers. Countless giant blossoms turned to dust within the sound waves. A trace of joy flashed in the long-bearded man's eyes. Although he had exerted all his strength, it worked. Within the range of the sound waves, he was invincible, and the flowers could not approach. However, a few seconds later, his smile froze. One by one, the flowers disappeared, but more flowers quickly appeared, forming an endless sea of blossoms. "This is impossible. It must be an illusion." "An illusion," he screamed. The speed at which the flowers were forming grew faster and faster, surpassing the speed of sound wave propagation in just over 10 seconds. This time, the bearded man was finally completely engulfed by the endless sea of flowers. "No, boss, save me." His wails disappeared into the sea of flowers. The young man wanted to step in to rescue him, but it was already too late. He had originally wanted to observe more of the power of the Sword of Blossoms, but unexpectedly, one of his subordinates lost his life just like that. The sea of flowers dissipated, and the long-bearded man seemed as if he had never appeared, his figure completely gone. Jiang Qingqian sheathed her sword, standing breathlessly, her face pale and her forehead covered in sweat. In the battle just now, lasting less than 20 seconds, she had actually managed to defeat a martial artist using her abilities and the power of the Sword of Blossoms. Mom's sword is actually this powerful. Jiang Qingqian thought in shock. At first, when her father handed her mother's sword to her, she thought it was merely a keepsake, never expecting the sword's power to far exceed her imagination. Even more astonishing, the sword seemed to be specially crafted for her abilities, unleashing greater power in her hands. As long as her cultivation improved, these enemies before her would likely stand no chance. No one could possibly withstand a single strike from her sword. However, after executing this sword strike, Jiang Qingqian felt somewhat powerless. After all, this battle spanned a major realm, and the opponent's attack methods were unique. To counter them, she had to expend more abilities. Although she had the support of the flourishing sword in her hand, it was still quite strenuous. After killing one enemy, Jiang Qingqian did not feel relieved. Instead, her mood sank to rock bottom. It was so difficult to kill just one. If the opponents charged at her together, she would have no chance of winning. This was indeed the case. Seeing the bearded man fall, the young man leading the group had an extremely grim expression. He stared at Jiang Qingqian and said coldly, "Susanoo is dead. You must pay with your life. Everyone, listen to my command, take this scum down with all your might." At his command, the remaining 10 men charged forward without hesitation. A battle of overwhelming disparity was about to erupt. Seeing the 10 men rushing towards her, Jiang Qingqian took a deep breath, knowing she had to use her ultimate life-saving move. As the daughter of a military district commander, she carried with her a life-saving trump card left by her father, specifically for moments of life and death like this. But once she used it, she could no longer guarantee Chen Mo's safety behind her. Because apart from these 10 people, the young leader had not made a move. Clearly, he had long guessed that she still had a trump card and did not intend to let her go easily. At this moment, Jiang Qingqian had no way out. She let out a soft sigh and silently thought to herself, "Chen Mo, this is as far as I can go. You must hold on." Speaking, she took out a necklace from her chest. At the top of the necklace was a black and white crystal ball. Without hesitation, she clenched her palm, and the crystal ball shattered instantly. In the next moment, a black and white Taiji diagram appeared beneath her feet, instantly surrounding her and the 10 enemies charging toward her. If Chenemo were right next to it, he would definitely find this light formation familiar. That's right, it is the shape of the Taichi diagram of the Universe Martial Saint that he once rode. This life-saving necklace actually contains the mark of the Universe Martial Saint. Once crushed, the Tai Chi diagram will appear to protect the holder. This was specially requested by Jian Yaotin from the Universe Martial Saint, showing his deep affection for his daughter. The Taiji diagram has two main functions, trapping the enemy or killing the enemy. At this moment, all 10 Fatui members were enveloped by the Taiji diagram, standing on the side of the Yin fish. 9 of them were frozen in place, unable to move, as if under a binding spell. Only one, standing on the Yan Eye, could still attack, but his range of movement was limited and he couldn't leave that spot. Jiang Qingqian stood on the Yin Eye of the young fish. She also had to follow the rules of the formation and couldn't leave that position, or the formation would be broken. She could use her abilities and the Sword of Blossoms to attack the enemies within the Yang Eye. Each time she killed one, she would move on to the next, continuing until all were eliminated. Of course, if she died or voluntarily withdrew the formation, the enemies would also be freed. However, Jiang Qingqin would never voluntarily withdraw from the formation, and it is almost impossible for her to be killed within it. With her strength, she could at most kill 3 or 4 more, after which she would be exhausted. As long as she doesn't leave the Yin Eye, the enemy's attacks will grow weaker and weaker, unable to harm her at all. This formation is simply an ultimate trick for cheating. The Fatui standing at the Yang Eye realized that his attacks had no effect at all and was instead met with a frenzied counterattack, his face instantly turning ashen. They were trapped in the formation, and escaping was simply impossible. As for the young man outside, he would never step in to save them. The young man had long anticipated that Jiang Qingqin would not easily admit defeat. He was willing to sacrifice these subordinates to force her to reveal her trump card. Sure enough, his plan worked. The young man stared at the Taiji diagram in front of him, sneering coldly in his heart. The young man felt a wave of lingering fear in his heart. Thankfully, he hadn't entered that cocoon himself, otherwise, he would never have made it out alive. Now the situation was looking better. Jiang Qingqin was being held up by 10 of his subordinates, leaving him free to directly act against that massive cocoon. As long as the person inside hadn't broken free, there was still time. As long as he killed that person and drained their blood, the losses could still be recovered. With this thought, the young man suddenly leaped up, bypassing the Taiji diagram and charging straight toward the cocoon behind it. Jiang Qingqin saw this and let out a helpless sigh. She had done everything she could, she didn't want Chen Mo to die. But given the current circumstances, not only was his death unavoidable, she herself might not escape this calamity either. The young man approached the cocoon, carefully observing it and listening for any sounds within. A rhythmic thump echoed from inside the cocoon, confirming that the person within was still alive. His heart steadied, and he raised his right hand, which had already transformed into a vicious claw. That claw was no different from the talons of those flying beasts, its sharp hooks gleamed coldly under the light. He intended to tear through the cocoon's shell with one strike, ending the life inside in a single blow. Just as he raised his claw and prepared to strike, 2 attacks flew at him from an angle. The young man frowned but didn't dodge. Instead, he stood firm, raised his left hand, and swatted the attacks away. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as he effortlessly blocked the 2 strikes. Amidst the billowing dust, Wei Yang and Zhouya had already closed in. Seeing their attack easily blocked, their expressions turned grim. They realized they had encountered a tough opponent. The other side was a martial master, while they were merely novice martial practitioners, 2 major realms apart, with no chance of victory. But in the face of a formidable enemy, Wei Yang had no intention of backing down. He said to Zhouya, "Go quickly. I'll hold him off." Zhouya's face was pale, but she shook her head and refused to leave. "I'm not leaving. You can't beat him alone, maybe I can help." Wei Yang saw that she wouldn't leave and didn't say much. He knew that during this journey to the ruins, the 4 of them had formed a deep friendship, and none of them would flee in the face of danger. Looking at the 2 weak yet determined novice martial artists, the young man sneered. "In this world, there are all kinds of people. 2 little ants dare to shout in front of me. Die!" He grinned maliciously, turned around, and his hands transformed into sharp claws, lunging at Wei Yang and Zhouya. His patience had run out, and he was ready to eliminate these 2 insects directly to complete his task as quickly as possible. The attack struck instantly, and Wei Yang despairingly realized that he couldn't block even a single blow. Done for. He gritted his teeth and darted in front of Zhouya, ready to use his body as a shield to let Zhouya escape. The young man sneered coldly. With his grasp, no one could escape. Wei Yang's reaction was utterly meaningless. The claws got closer and closer. Wei Yang closed his eyes and gave up hope. At that moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came through the air. Shhh. A beam of dim blue light shot out from behind the young man. It moved at incredible speed, piercing through his left leg in an instant. A sharp pain struck, and the young man staggered backward. Wei Yang was overjoyed and pulled Zhouya back desperately, keeping a safe distance. The young man did not pursue, his face darkened as he turned around. He saw the cocoon shell crack open. A huge fissure appeared, and a sturdy arm stretched out from inside, pointing forward. Chen Mo woke up. The young man's face was extremely grim. That strike just now carried astonishing force, he had actually been ambushed. As he looked at the wound on his leg, his heart tightened. The wound wasn't large, but the surrounding muscles had been burned. If it weren't for that critical moment. In that critical moment, Chen Mo had swiftly used his Shinnik energy to envelop the area around the wound. Otherwise, that terrifying pillar of fire would likely have spread through the wound and burned his entire leg. Jiang Qingqin in the nearby Tai Chi formation saw this scene, her face lighting up with surprise as she shouted loudly, "Chen Mo! You're awake. Be careful, they're the Fatui. But Chen Mo didn't respond. Instead, an awkward voice came from the cocoon. Wait a moment. I need to put on some clothes first. The tense atmosphere was instantly broken by this sentence. Jiang Qingqin, Wei Yang, and Zhouya all showed strange expressions. Wei Yang muttered, "What's this guy doing? Could he be naked inside?" He guessed right. After being cleansed by dragon blood and dragon soul, Chen Mo's clothes were long gone. He was now busy putting on clothes inside the cocoon. Fortunately, there were plenty of clothes stored in the system space, otherwise, he really would have come out naked. But Chen Mo didn't keep people waiting for long. After changing his clothes, he gave a strong pull and emerged from the cocoon. The empty cocoon wasn't wasted either, it shattered into countless sparkling fragments, which Chen Mo inhaled in one breath. These were energy essences and couldn't be wasted. Seeing the handsome young man in front of him, the young man felt inexplicably nervous. He sensed a pressure from Chen Mo, not from cultivation, but a suppression on the soul. He absorbed dragon blood. Could this be the legendary true dragon's aura? The young man thought. But seeing that Chen Mo only had the strength of a peak specialized warrior, his worries gradually faded. No matter how powerful Chen Mo was before, he is no match for him now. As long as I kill him and drain his blood, everything will still be in time. Thinking of this, the young man stepped forward, undergoing an astonishing transformation. A pair of massive white wings unfolded behind him, his chest clothing burst apart, and white feathers completely covered his body. Green scales grew on his arms and face, and the small protrusions on his head quickly turned into two cyan horns. Seeing the opponent transform, Chen Mo was startled. Just now, hearing Jiang Qingqin remind him, this guy is a Fatui, but it was his first time seeing a Fatui transform with his own eyes. He pointed at the other party in surprise and said, You're a birdman. The young man was almost driven mad with anger. You're the birdman. Your whole family are birdmen. Am I wrong? If you're not a bird now, then what are you? This is the gene of the lightning hawk. What do you know? The young man gritted his teeth, completing his transformation. The lightning hawk is a level 4 exotic beast, renowned as a flying beast. It is extremely fast, with claws as hard as A-grade alloy. Its special ability belongs to the lightning element. Lightning element abilities are very unique, not only possessing the immense power of flames but also the speed of light. Advanced lightning abilities can even summon destructive thunder, which is extremely terrifying. Although the lightning eagle doesn't possess destructive power, it can shoot lightning from its mouth, and its feathers can transform into arrows with electric attributes to attack enemies. Once hit by the feathers, the body will experience temporary paralysis, losing the ability to move. The lightning eagle seizes the opportunity to swiftly crush the enemy's head with its claws. The young man who has fused with the lightning eagle's genes is the strongest among those who came this time. Not only because of his high cultivation level, but also because of his calm mind, which allows him to accurately assess changes on the battlefield. Facing Chen Mo, a peak-level martial artist, he directly transformed, preparing to eliminate his opponent in his strongest state. The young man knew in his heart that a lion must go all out even when hunting a rabbit. This was the right way. He didn't want to waste time and decided to resolve the situation with thunderous means, ending it as quickly as possible for maximum safety. The longer it dragged on, the greater the uncertainties. Although he couldn't see what tricks these few people in front of him could still pull off. There were many uncertainties, but as a martial artist, his intuition told him that this was not a place to linger. Seeing Chen Mo standing there casually without moving, the young man sneered inwardly. It seems that after absorbing dragon blood, he feels invincible. In that case, let this fool die sooner. Thinking of this, the young man suddenly soared into the air, instantly flying 7 or 8 meters high. The giant wings on his back flapped, ready to strike. The opponent couldn't fly at all and was completely unable to deal with him. Now was the perfect moment to unleash a full-force attack. The young man took to the air, yet Chen Mo remained motionless, simply tilting his head back to watch him, as though observing a small sparrow in flight. Chen Mo's gaze filled the young man with extreme displeasure. He resolved to tear Chen Mo into pieces later to vent his rage. Though it would cost him some blood, that infuriating expression on this boy's face simply had to be punished. 5 seconds of preparation were complete. A cold smile curled at the young man's lips. In the next moment, he abruptly folded his wings, flipping his body upside down, head first, feet skyward, and dove toward Chen Mo like a streak of lightning. A distance of 7 or 8 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he spat out a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl, striking directly at Chen Mo's head. The lightning struck Chen Mo, exploding with a roar, sending dust flying. The young man had already landed above Chen Mo, his feet transforming into sharp claws, fiercely clawing downward. He knew that a single lightning strike couldn't directly defeat the opponent, but it could still inflict serious injuries. As long as he followed up with one more claw to crush Chen Mo's head, the battle would be over. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. At the moment the claw descended, a large hand reached out from the smoke and dust, grabbing his ankle with a bang. "Birdman, get down here!" Chen Mo roared angrily. A tremendous force surged, and the young man's body lost control, crashing violently toward the ground. With a loud boom, he hit the ground heavily. Chen Mo didn't let go, swinging him up again and slamming him hard into the ground once more. Loud bangs echoed continuously in the cave, deafening like the galloping of thousands of troops. The young man was utterly miserable, reduced to a puppet in Chen Mo's hands, being tossed around. Each heavy slam not only hurt his body but also dealt a severe blow to his pride. "Ah, I will kill you. Bang. Stop. Bang. I'll fight you to the death. Bang." The sounds of slapping and cursing intertwined, creating an eerie atmosphere in the cave. Wei Yang and Zhouya were no longer as scared, slowly approaching Chen Mo, pointing at the fight ahead and discussing it like bystanders enjoying the spectacle. Inside the Taiji diagram formation, Jiang Qingqin remained relatively calm, while the 10 members of the Fools were already terrified. Even if the formation was lifted, they didn't dare to move a step. The handsome young man who emerged from the cocoon was actually pinning their boss to the ground and beating him up. It was terrifying. The young man leading the Fatui Harbingers was completely subdued under Chen Mo's relentless thrashing. 2 minutes later, this birdman had a head swollen like a watermelon, his entire body shattered, lying on the ground barely alive. Chen Mo stood leisurely beside him. From start to finish, Chen Mo only used the one yang finger technique at the beginning and didn't utilize any supernatural abilities at all. He was extremely satisfied with his performance in this battle. Host, Chen Mo. Level, Peak Martial Specialist. Ability, Eternal Night True Flame, S-Class. Physique, 70,000. Spirit, 36470. Intelligence, 300. Skills, Free Combat Technique, Mastery, Flame Explosion, Mastery, Burning Heaven. 3 Ultimate Techniques, 1 Yang Finger, Grandmaster Level, Heavenly Fire Palm, Grandmaster Level, Fire Dragon's Turn, Grandmaster Level. Talent Skills, Breath Holding, Perfected, Focus, True Dragon Body. Cultivation Method, 9 Heavens Divine Fire Manual, Beginner. Points to allocate, 8,717. After being baptized by Dragon Soul and Dragon Blood, Chen Mo's basic attributes broke through the limits. His physique reached 70,000, already at the level of a mid-level martial master, and his spiritual power also surpassed 30,000, stepping into the threshold of a beginner martial master. What excited him the most was acquiring 2 brand new talent skills: Focus and True Dragon Physique. True Dragon Physique is easy to understand, as Chen Mo's life level underwent a qualitative change after experiencing the baptism of True Dragon Bloodline and Soul. Although it bears some resemblance to the Fatui's method of forcibly merging alien beast genes, the essence is entirely different. The Fatui crudely spliced together the genes of 2 completely different species, which is an extremely risky act. It's as absurd as trying to refine gold using wood and sand. The genes of different species differ greatly in essence, and forcibly merging them often leads to unpredictable consequences. Among the Fatui, less than 30% of people successfully fuse with beast genes and survive, and even fewer truly acquire the physique and abilities of the beasts to become formidable combat forces. Despite this, many still resolutely join the primogenitor in pursuit of great power. However, Chen Mo's True Dragon Physique does not carry such risks. Since ancient times, the people of Huoguo have been called the descendants of dragons, with almost everyone having traces of dragon blood flowing within them. Over the passage of time, this power has become extremely weak, manifesting only in certain genes. The technology on Blue Star has become highly advanced, and the discovery of ancient relics has allowed modern technology to perfectly integrate with ancient chi refining techniques, giving rise to various superhumans. But in the face of the deepest secrets of life like genes, humanity is still like blind men feeling an elephant, struggling to explore. This opportunity is simply a gift from heaven. If Chen Mo and Long Shanyun were to stand together now, the other party would likely be overwhelmed by his aura. It is the oppressive feeling brought by bloodline, completely irresistible. True dragons have long been extinct on Blue Star. Unless seen in ancient documents, most people would still think they are merely myths. After transforming into the true dragon body, Chen Mo's physical body and soul underwent a leap in evolution, and he is now almost completely immune to attacks from water-based abilities. For a fire element ability user, this is practically a heaven-sent blessing. After all, water and fire counteract each other, and among abilities of the same level, fire is naturally restrained by water. Although Chen Mo's Eternal Night True Fire is powerful, if he encounters a water ability user far above his level, there is still a risk of it being extinguished. Now, with the True Dragon Body, he no longer has to worry. No matter how strong the opponent's water abilities are, they cannot harm him in the slightest. This is just the most basic ability of the True Dragon Body. He knows he possesses even greater power, but for now, he dares not use it recklessly. Displaying these abilities in the presence of others is highly likely to be mistaken for remnants of orthodoxy. As for the talent of focus, it has been immensely helpful to Chen Mo. No matter what he does, he can enter a state of focus, increasing efficiency threefold or even more, with the specific value depending on the situation. Simply put, the state of focus is like directly entering the epiphany phase, increasing the speed of learning techniques by 3 to 10 times. Moreover, when focus is combined with the bullet time skill, Chen Mo's combat power will explode beyond imagination. However, neither the active skill focus nor the passive True Dragon Body can be upgraded, unlike breath holding, which can be continuously improved. Nevertheless, Chen Mo was already very satisfied. Breaking the limit once again, although he didn't unlock hidden attributes, he gained focus, and he was satisfied. Suppressing his emotions, Chen Mo looked at the barely alive birdman at his feet and directly lifted him off the ground. Speak, what is your purpose this time? How many of you are there? How did you sneak in? Are you part of the Jing University team? A series of questions were thrown out one after another, but the birdman simply kept his eyes closed, refusing to answer. Alright, you really are a tough one. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold, and without wasting any more words, the blue flames in his hand suddenly erupted, instantly engulfing the birdman completely. Ah, no, Lord Primordial won't spare you. The birdman screamed in agony as he was burned by the Eternal Night True Fire, his voice echoing in the cave. Before long, he turned to ashes and disappeared without a trace. The fatuous trapped in the Taiji diagram formation were all too frightened to make a sound, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Chen Mo. This person was even more powerful than their leader, and their fate was all too predictable. The death of the birdman did not worry Chen Mo, he deliberately used this move to scare the other fatui. He walked to the formation and said to Jiang Qingqin, "The formation is removed, leave these people to me to handle." There are so many of them, what if they run away? Jiang Qingqin was a bit worried. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Not a single one will escape. Chen Mo was full of confidence, and only then did Jiang Qingqin feel assured enough to remove the formation. As soon as the formation was withdrawn, these 10 people immediately fled toward the cave entrance like frightened rabbits. Chen Mo sneered coldly, "Did I say you could leave?" Before the words had even fallen, he suddenly transformed into a massive fire dragon, moving so fast it was hard to see clearly, directly blocking the escape route of the fools. The fire dragon surrounded them tightly. Chen Mo stood on the dragon's head, coldly watching the 10 people who were scared out of their wits, and said, "That person just now was your leader, right? If you want to live, don't follow his example. Answer my questions honestly." Bah, you lowly human. Don't think you're impressive just because you killed a few of us. You stole Lord Primordial's belongings, you won't live long. Lord Primordial will make you wish you were dead. One member of the fatui, seeing no way to escape, shouted arrogantly. Chen Mo remained expressionless and raised his hand, lightly pointing. With a single young finger, a blue flame pillar as thin as a finger instantly pierced through the man's forehead, and his corpse fell to the ground. Accidentally started a killing spree. In the eyes of these fatui, Chen Mo is even more terrifying than the Abyss Lord. But they have long been brainwashed by the Abyss Order, loyal only to it. The remaining 9, in despair, transformed one after another and charged madly at Chen Mo. Death warriors. Chen Mo frowned. These people are not afraid of death, making it impossible to extract any useful information. He no longer held back. The fire dragon turned over, its massive body spinning, instantly engulfing the 9 attackers rushing forward. They didn't even have time to scream before being burned to ashes. The crisis was resolved effortlessly. Wei Yang and Zhouya rushed to Jiang Qingqin's side, watching Chen Mo easily take down a group of martial artist level fools, feeling both shocked and impressed. Being friends with such a genius is both a blessing and incredibly stressful. Jiang Qingqin secretly made up her mind to train hard after returning, striving to go to the war zone for honing her skills, determined not to be left far behind by Chen Mo. Zhouya was also inspired with a strong desire to learn, knowing she was the weakest. If her abilities couldn't keep up, she feared she might not even qualify to remain friends. Only Wei Yang was a bit careless. He didn't think much about it, simply feeling happy for Chen Mo's growth, while secretly pondering whether he could use Chen Mo as a test subject to try out his newly developed medicines. If Chen Mo knew his thoughts, he would probably kill him on the spot. The four regrouped and walked out of the cave together. Along the way, Chen Mo recounted his previous experiences in detail to everyone. Originally, these were his personal opportunities, but the people before him were friends he trusted, so there was no need to keep them hidden. They all didn't tell the truth. I heard that Chen Mo absorbed the dragon soul and dragon blood, evolving into a true dragon body. The three of them were surprised and envious. Chen Mo, are you now a dragon, a human, or half dragon, half human? Zhouya asked curiously. This question left Chen Mo unable to answer for a moment. To be honest, he himself couldn't figure out whether he was considered a human or a dragon. Idiot. Of course, you're human. Wei Yan laughed heartily. We people of Hua Nation all have true dragon bloodlines, which is completely different from those monsters. Take the Long family and the Feng family, for example. Even though they have true dragon and phoenix bloodlines, they are still human. Theoretically speaking, none of them knew as much as Wei Yang. Hearing this, Chen Mo stopped overthinking it. Jiang Qingqin said seriously to Chen Mo, although you have obtained the true dragon body, unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to reveal it in public. I'm also afraid of being misunderstood, afraid that others might think I'm from the original teachings. Chen Mo nodded. Jiang Qingqin continued, families like the Long family and the Feng family, which have divine beast bloodlines, are all low-key. Their family rules strictly forbid casually displaying their bloodline powers. Unless it's during a war, they basically don't reveal the true forms of the true dragon or phoenix in normal times. Although I don't know what else is special about your true dragon body, staying low-key is never wrong. Jiang Qingqin's advice stayed in Chen Mo's mind. He was also very grateful for her life-risking protection at a critical moment. After finding the dragon blood Ganoderma, everyone prepared to leave the spiritual medicine garden. It was still early, so they decided to stay a while longer in Area 3, especially since they definitely couldn't miss the library they had always wanted to visit. Additionally, they planned to check out the alchemy pavilion next to the spiritual medicine garden and the artifact refining pavilion to the east. The four of them left the spiritual medicine garden and first arrived at the alchemy pavilion. It's not far from here to the spirit medicine garden. Exit the garden, turn left, and follow the stone path upward to reach it. The alchemy pavilion is different from the other buildings in the ruins. It is entirely circular, with 5 levels, getting smaller as it goes upward. The four of them entered and proceeded smoothly without encountering any obstacles. The first floor is a circular corridor, surrounded by small rooms. Entering one at random, the interior is simple. Apart from a cushion, there is a small hole in the ground, with intricate patterns carved around it, though they have become blurred with age. Chen Mo approached the hole, looked at the surrounding patterns, and understood in his heart. These rooms are all alchemy chambers, and the holes in the ground are earth fire vents. The surrounding patterns are simple restrictions used to concentrate the power of the earth fire. Apart from these, there is nothing else in the rooms. The four of them walked around the first floor but didn't find anything valuable. Finally, they arrived at the central staircase and went up to the second floor. The layout of the second floor was similar to the first floor, consisting of alchemy rooms. However, the rooms were twice as large as those on the first floor, and there were significantly fewer of them. The third floor remains the same. As the floors rise, the number of alchemy rooms gradually decreases, the rooms become larger, and the range of fire pits and restrictions expands. The higher the floor, the higher the level of the alchemy rooms. But from the first floor to the third floor, the four found nothing. Every alchemy room was empty, with nothing but thick dust. Upon reaching the fourth floor, the situation finally changed. The fourth floor is not large, with only 5 rooms. Opening one of the doors, everyone was surprised to find that it was not an alchemy room, but rows of shelves filled with various bottles and jars. This is the pill storage room. Wei Yang exclaimed excitedly and rushed inside. He walked to the nearest shelf, casually picked up a green narrow-necked porcelain bottle, pulled out the stopper, and was about to pour out the pills. Chen Mo immediately stopped him. Why are you so impulsive? Do you know the pills inside here are? Is this thing a pill or poison? How dare you open it directly? Only then did Wei Yang realize, scratching his head awkwardly, I got too excited and completely forgot about that. After speaking, he refocused his attention on the porcelain bottle in his hand, carefully aligning the bottle's mouth with the platform on the rack, preparing to pour out the pills. This time Wei Yang was especially cautious. But no matter how many times he poured, the bottle was still empty. Damn it! Got excited for nothing, and there's nothing left. Wei Yang put the empty bottle back on the shelf and picked another small porcelain jar. This time, regardless of whether it was dangerous or not, he directly opened the jar and looked inside. His face instantly turned grim. Still empty. He turned the jar upside down and shook it, spilling out a pile of fine powder, and nothing else. Just like that, Wei Yang checked dozens of jars one after another, but apart from a small amount of powder, he found no actual items inside. What a waste of effort. Wei Yang said disappointedly, I guess it's been too long, the elixir has turned to residue. Chen Mo didn't think so and seriously said to Wei Yang, even if it's crushed powder, there might still be some residual medicinal properties inside. Take it back to the lab for analysis, you might discover something. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Wei Yang's expression improved slightly. You're right, this is the only way. Let's split up and gather all the bottles and jars here, then take them back for Master to organize a thorough study. Since they were here, they definitely couldn't leave empty-handed. The four of them began to act separately, ransacking all the bottles and jars in the rooms. Finally, they handed everything over to Wei Yang, who stored them in his spatial ring for unified safekeeping. There was nothing left to explore on the fourth floor, only the fifth floor of the alchemy pavilion remained. After exploring the first four levels, everyone was somewhat disappointed and didn't hold much hope for the fifth level. Upon reaching the fifth level, the structure here was completely different from before. There was only one room located in the very center, with the four of them standing on the surrounding circular corridor. Walking around the corridor, they found the door to the room. This door was much more imposing than the alchemy room and the storage room below, making it clear at a glance that this was an important place. Sure enough, upon opening the door, what came into view was a spacious circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a half-human-height alchemy furnace, with a fire opening at its base larger than any in the previous rooms. Apart from this, there was no other furnishing in the room. Seeing this alchemy furnace, Wei Yang immediately perked up. This place is probably where a master refines pills. He walked to the pill furnace, bent down, and carefully observed. On one side of the furnace, 3 characters were written, Dust Transformation Furnace. It seems this pill furnace is called Dust Transformation Furnace, Wei Yang muttered to himself, directly lifting the lid of the furnace, and unexpectedly discovered something inside. Look quickly, there's something inside. Wei Yang exclaimed excitedly, and the other 3 hurriedly gathered around. The 4 of them saw a smooth pill quietly resting inside the furnace. The pill was dark golden in color, with cloud-like patterns on its surface. This is a genuine elixir, and it even has elixir patterns. Wei Yang was so excited that his hands trembled, almost unable to hold the lid of the pill furnace. He wanted to take out the elixir directly for a closer look, but recalling the experiences on the 4th floor earlier, he hesitated, fearing the elixir might crumble at the slightest touch. He could only fret anxiously, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Jiang Qingqin spoke up, Wei Yang, if you trust me, I can help you take a look. Wei Yang glanced at her suspiciously, you know about this stuff too? I haven't studied it in depth, but I can roughly judge whether the pill is complete. Is that even possible? Wei Yang was surprised, not expecting Jiang Qingqin to have this ability. What do you think? If you don't trust me, I won't look at it. Alright. Since the great beauty Jiang is stepping in, how could I not trust you? Wei Yang agreed, and Jiang Qingqin reached into the furnace, carefully picking up the pill. That pill. Her fingers gently touched the pill, and a 7-colored glow flashed at her fingertips. The next second, she withdrew her hand and said to Wei Yang, you're really lucky, this pill is still intact. It's best to find a jade box to store it properly. Wei Yang was overjoyed upon hearing this. He found a small jade box from the bottles and jars on the 4th floor earlier, carefully placed the pill inside, and stored it safely. After finishing this, he gave Jiang Qingqin a thumbs up. I really didn't expect that our great beauty Jiang has such a unique skill. Joya and Chen Mo also saw Jiang Qingqin's actions just now. Without a doubt, she had used her special ability. Jiang Qingqin just smiled and didn't say much. No one present knew what her ability was. During the previous battle in the cave against the Fatui, no one noticed any clues. Since she was unwilling to talk about it, everyone chose not to ask further. After storing the pill, Wei Yang also placed the pill furnace into his ring. The 4 of them then left the alchemy pavilion and continued deeper inside. The next stop was the weapon refining pavilion. Compared to the alchemy pavilion, the architecture of the weapon refining pavilion is more rugged. Upon entering, many walls in the rooms bore scorch marks. However, after exploring several rooms, they did not find anything of value. They did come across some weapons, but they crumbled at a touch, with none of them being intact. After finishing their inspection of both alchemy and weapon refining, the 4 headed straight to the library without hesitation. For Chen Mo, after undergoing the baptism of the dragon soul, his spiritual power completely transformed into divine consciousness. He believes there must be cultivation techniques for divine consciousness in the library. Wei Yang, on the other hand, is focused on the ancient pill formulas inside. The potions used by modern-day superhumans are improved versions of pill formulas discovered in ancient ruins. The toxicity of the pills has been removed, and biotechnology is used to make the potions more easily absorbed by the human body. This can be considered an innovation based on the foundation laid by the ancestors. As for Jiang Qingqin and Zhouya, they didn't have any particular purpose. They had never seen the library of ancient ruins and were simply curious about what was inside, perhaps hoping to find a heaven-defying S-level technique. It should be noted that even Jiang Qingqin, at launching military academy, did not have the privilege to access S-level techniques. Only Chen Mo had this special right. To view an S-level technique at the academy required consuming a large number of credits. Earning credits was extremely difficult, and just one viewing of an S-level technique cost 10,000 credits. For many students, it was impossible to accumulate that amount in 4 years of college. Even if they managed to gather enough, understanding and practicing the technique were two different matters. The technique might be there, but without comprehension, the credits would be wasted. It would be more worthwhile to exchange the credits for cultivation resources instead. This time, thanks to Chen Mo, they had the opportunity to enter the hidden area of the ruins. Perhaps they might truly obtain an S-level technique. The four were full of anticipation, and their steps unconsciously quickened. While Chen Mo and his group were thoroughly exploring Area 3, a massive crisis was lurking within Ruin 77. The Fatui sent 30 people this time, with 15 entering Area 3 to seize dragon blood, while the remaining 15 stayed on standby outside the ruins. According to the arrangement of the young man Birdman, these 15 were responsible for providing support and preventing unexpected situations. But as soon as Birdman left, these people outside began scheming. As members of the Fatui, they are absolutely loyal to the original teachings. They are irreconcilable with humans and do not acknowledge themselves as human. These 15 people lingered around the outskirts of the ruins, pretending to stroll. Watching those students from the 4 academies excitedly running around, they couldn't be more annoyed. I say, are we just going to watch these humans wander around in front of us? What else can we do? The boss said not to act rashly. Humph, I think we should just get rid of these students to avoid trouble. Are you crazy? Get rid of all of them? If you kill them, do you think you can survive after getting out? The team leader from Longqing. But that Demoness Lankin is not easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? For this mission, Lord Yuanmo personally bestowed us a treasure. As long as we complete the task, all of us can teleport away directly, even that Demoness Lankin won't be able to stop us. Baby? Stop bragging, why haven't I heard about this? TCH, of course, you wouldn't know. Before we set off, the boss told us this himself while we were drinking with a few others. Really? If you don't believe me, go ask them. One of the Fatui pointed to a few companions nearby, and they all nodded in confirmation. The original sect already knew the specific identity of the leading teacher. To avoid being caught, the original demon specially prepared a space-related treasure as a backup plan. Where is this treasure now? With me. Among the 15 people, a medium-built young man said in a deep voice. He is the deputy leader of this operation. As soon as the vice captain spoke, everyone immediately gathered around. Vice captain, is there really treasure? Show it to us. The vice captain shook his head. No, the boss instructed that it can only be used after the mission is completed. However, as he said this, a trace of a ruthless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I think just waiting outside is pointless, so why not move around and stretch a bit? I have a fun plan, everyone come and listen. Hearing the vice captain say this, the Fatui members instantly felt reinvigorated. The central area of ruin number 77, less than 10 kilometers from the core zone. A 10-person team from Juyuan University was slowly making their way through a forest. The team had quite a few people, but at the moment, they were all sitting on several long, strip-shaped flying devices, with boxes of varying sizes tied behind the devices. A girl wearing glasses frowned and said, "We've been traveling for over an hour. Are we sure the direction is correct?" It is. The detector data shows this is the right direction. I just didn't expect there to be a forest here, which slowed us down a bit. We should arrive in about half an hour, replied the captain, a tall and thin man. He was the leader of this team. But it's too quiet in this forest, we haven't even seen a single beast. I feel like this place has already been searched by others. The girl with glasses pouted and said. Not just her, although the other team members didn't say anything, they all understood in their hearts. Along the way, they found that many places had already been taken by others, and they barely got a taste of anything. Seeing the urgent situation, they decided to head straight to the depths of the ruins. As the elite team of Juyuan University, they are not afraid of danger. Unlike other universities, everyone at Juyuan University is a technology fanatic. Among the team, 3 are pure combat type ability users, while the remaining 7 are researchers. Of course, although those 7 are not skilled in combat, they can still handle basic fights. This team is not weak overall, instead, they possess an unparalleled advantage: high-tech Shinnik equipment. With these weapons, they overcame obstacles all the way. Although they encountered exotic beasts and were even besieged, they resolved each situation with ease. The powerful firepower of the Shinnik weapons left the exotic beasts with no chance to get close. The 3 combat ability users didn't even need to take action to end the battle. Therefore, when the captain decided to delve deeper into the ruins, everyone fully supported the decision. After all, who wouldn't want to achieve a good ranking in this competition? The prizes are tangible resources, and even if they don't use them themselves, they can sell them for a good price. With money, they can buy more rare and peculiar materials. Their target was an energy anomaly point displayed on the detector, a place that usually gathers rare flowers and herbs. Everyone was very excited, thinking that luck was finally on their side. But just halfway through, the situation changed. This forest was nothing short of a nightmare for low-altitude aircraft. The aircraft couldn't fly fast, and it was even slower than walking. However, they were carrying a lot of gear, making it impossible to travel light. Trying to walk through would be exhausting beyond measure. As the team slowly made their way through the forest, 15 students wearing Jean University uniforms silently approached them from all directions. "Stop! There's movement." The team leader at the front suddenly became alert, and a warning popped up on the aircraft screen. 15 red dots were rapidly closing in. "An exotic beast is approaching, prepare for battle." The captain ordered in a low voice, then quickly disembarked from the aircraft, leading everyone to open various equipment boxes. The boxes were filled with Shinnik weapons, and in less than half a minute, the entire team was armed to the teeth. But when they saw the group of people approaching, everyone showed a look of confusion. "Aren't those students from Jean University? What are they doing here looking for us?" someone couldn't help but ask. The captain frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The aura of these students from Jean University was astonishingly strong, with some even surpassing the accompanying teacher in strength. Could it be that Jean University sent a group of senior students this time? The captain tentatively asked, "Is there something we can help you with, students?" Opposite is a squad sent by the Fatui. One of the Fatui men revealed a sinister smile. "Indeed, there is something. I want to borrow your heads for a bit." "What did you say?" The captain of Juyuan University frowned deeply, a strong sense of vigilance rising in his heart. "Can't you understand human language? I said I want to borrow your heads for a bit." The Fatui man sneered. "Stop joking around. If you have time, you'd better earn more points. We're in a hurry, we won't keep you company." The captain impatiently waved his hand, trying to drive the other party away. The other party completely ignored him. "Don't waste words with them, take action." Another member of the Fatui licked his lips. "Don't be in a rush to kill the one with glasses, leave them for me to play with." "What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't mess around." The captain roared angrily. "Reckless? Today, we're going to be reckless," the leader of the Fatui shouted. "Brothers, charge." As soon as the words fell, the 15 members of the Fatui charged fiercely, their faces filled with menace, directly targeting the 10-member Juyuan University squad. "Oh my god, they're really going all out." A combat-type ability user from Juyuan University cried out in terror. He could feel the murderous intent emanating from the group. They genuinely intended to kill. "Everyone, fight back." At this critical moment, the captain roared angrily, and the team instantly opened fire. Their Shinnik weapons spewed scorching flames, launching a counterattack against the advancing Fatui. It must be said, the combat strength of the Juyuan University team is not weak, and their weapons are quite powerful. As soon as they clashed, 2 or 3 Fatui were injured. But this only fueled the Fatui's even more frenzied killing intent. 15 martial artist level experts no longer held back, braving the firepower, dodging nimbly, and directly charging into the Juyuan team. In the 10-person squad, the strongest captain was merely a mid-level specialized martial artist, not a combat type at all. Once the opponents broke into their formation, they were completely powerless to fight back. In an instant, the captain of Juyuan University was beheaded, his head falling to the ground. The other 3 combat-type ability users hadn't even reacted before being utterly crushed by the opponents. The massacre ended in less than half a minute. It's not that the Fatui didn't want to kill, it's just that everyone had already been slaughtered. In the end, only the bespectacled girl remained, slumped on the ground in terror, trembling all over. Don't kill me, sob sob sob. Don't kill me. I'm begging you. The girl pleaded while crying. Ha ha, don't be afraid, I'll treat you well. I'm very skilled, so you'll have to endure a bit. The previously arrogant Fatui member walked up to the girl, ready to act. Enough, stop it, let her go. The deputy captain of the Fatui suddenly spoke. The team members pouted and reluctantly stepped back. According to the plan, they had to leave one alive. The vice captain looked down at the girl and said coldly, "We're in a good mood today, so we'll let you off. Get lost. Remember the name of Jean University C1, kill one in the future." The girl, hearing she could escape, dared not delay for a moment. She immediately abandoned all her equipment and flying device, fleeing desperately. The vice captain's lips curved slightly upward. The show has begun. Leave 5 people behind, put on the 9 Springs University insignia, and continue the sweep. Yes. Then, a team of 15 split into 5 members, changed into the deceased's clothes, hung the Juyuan University emblem, and disappeared in a random direction aboard the aircraft. By the 3rd day of the autumn outing, many teams had made significant gains. The students from Longqing Military Academy had the greatest harvest, as they were the first to enter the ruins. However, the ruins were vast, and many areas remained unexplored. Teams from other schools, though entering later, also made some gains. Stronger teams began advancing deeper into the ruins. At this moment, a piece of news that shocked Juyuan University students spread. Juyuan University's strongest elite team was completely wiped out, with the sole surviving girl finding the school's leading teacher and recounting the harrowing experience. A student from Jinshin's University actually committed murder. At first, the 2 teachers from Jiuquan University didn't believe it, but when the female student took them to the scene and they saw the ground covered with corpses, they realized the gravity of the situation. Let's go. We need to find the teachers from Jinshin's University. They must give us an explanation for this. One teacher, furious, planned to demand answers. Fortunately, the teachers from Jinshin's University were not far away, and the 2 sides had contact information. Although the wristbands lost connection with the outside world in the ruins, the teachers could activate a local network for emergency internal communication. When the teachers from Jiuquan University found the teachers from Jin University, they happened to catch them in a heated argument with 2 teachers from Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy. All you do every day is research. Are you out of your minds? Your students actually dared to kill our students. No one is leaving today until this is clarified. You're talking nonsense. I have evidence here, and you still dare to argue. While the argument was ongoing, a teacher from Juyuan University arrived. Are you students from Jinda crazy? How could you kill a student from Juyuan? What did you say? The teacher from Jinda was stunned. Look at this. 9 of our students were killed by your students. Teacher Jiuquan pulled out videos, photos, and even the recording from that girl. This is impossible. Teacher Jinda could hardly believe it. Their student had just been killed by a student from Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy, and now their own students were actually killing people from another school. They hadn't even finished arguing when a sonic boom suddenly echoed from afar. A man and a woman approached at an extremely high speed. Moments later, Lu Shan and Jing Li, the leading instructors of Longqing Military Academy, arrived with grim expressions. Lu Shan glared coldly at the teacher from Jiuquan University and said sharply, "Song, you've really raised some fine students here at Jiuquan, haven't you? Killing people. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll kill you myself." This left the teacher from Jiuquan University utterly stunned. "Wait, what is going on here? You've lost people too." "What do you mean?" Lu Shan asked coldly. "We also had someone killed, taken out by a student from Jin University." "Nonsense. Our students from Jin University would never do such a thing. It's those guys from the School of Pharmacy who act all weak on the surface but show no mercy when it comes to a fight," a teacher from Jin University said through gritted teeth. Lu Shan and Jing Li listened, exchanged a glance, and their expressions immediately turned grim. "Something's wrong, there's definitely something fishy here. Are you saying a student from your school was killed by someone from another school?" Jing Li asked. "Yes, but it seems no one from Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy has died," the teacher from Jin University replied. As soon as the words were spoken, a teacher from Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy's face suddenly changed, and an emergency distress signal came through their wristband. "Terrible, a student is injured or even dead. The culprit is actually a student from your Longqing." The teacher glared angrily, staring fiercely at Lu Shan and Jing Li. For a moment, all the teachers were stunned. Everyone understood that this was definitely not simple. There must be something wrong with this. Quickly gather the remaining students, and let's carefully get to the bottom of this, Lu Shan said urgently. Everyone opened their wristbands and began gathering the students. Before long, the surviving students from the 4 schools had gathered in front of the teachers. After a round of face-to-face investigation, the teachers finally discovered that unidentified individuals had infiltrated the team. These individuals were at the level of martial artists, clearly here with the deliberate intent to kill students, aiming to create chaos through interschool conflicts. Quick! Notify all students not to move around and gather here immediately, Lu Shan shouted anxiously. But it was already too late. The massacre had already erupted and showed no signs of stopping. Within the ruins, students from the 4 schools were being relentlessly attacked by students from the other schools. This had completely stirred up trouble. Everyone had forgotten the teachers' warnings when they entered and had begun seeking frenzied revenge. Shouts of battle echoed endlessly, and clashes ignited at the slightest spark. The situation spiraled entirely out of control. Although the teachers issued the highest level of emergency warning, the casualties were still severe. Within a few hours, thousands of students died in the ruins, and many more were seriously injured and powerless, devoured by the beasts inside. Seeing the chaos, 8 teachers could no longer sit still. Each school will leave 1 teacher to wait for the students to gather, while the others will split up to prevent the situation from worsening, Lu Shan said grimly. Everyone reached an agreement, and 4 people quickly left, while the remaining 4 stayed here to defend. They didn't dare to leave because the agreed meeting point was right here. An hour passed, yet not a single group of students came to join them. What's going on? Didn't the students receive the notice? The teacher from Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy asked with a frown. He, they received it, but they can't come now. A cold laugh suddenly came from behind. The 4 teachers hurriedly turned around, and in front of them appeared 8 young men wearing the uniforms of the 4 schools, their bodies covered in blood. They made no effort to conceal their killing intent, their skin bizarrely mutated, horns grew on their heads, and wings spread out behind them. It's the fatui of the original teachings, a teacher exclaimed. How is this possible? How did these harbinger scum get in? Another teacher asked tremblingly. No one answered him. What greeted them were the 8 coldly gleaming blades opposite them. These 8 fatui members were coming straight for them. They had been lying in ambush around the area, and as soon as they saw the students converging here, they began a ruthless slaughter. When the 4 teachers split up to act separately, that was when they revealed themselves, their aim clear: eliminate those who stayed behind. So it was you bastards behind all this chaos. Today, I swear I'll make you pay in blood for what you've done. The teacher from Jinda, seething with rage, unleashed the full extent of his abilities and charged toward the fool's order. At this moment, words were of no use. The hatred between the 2 sides ran too deep, and the battle was inevitable. A fight to the death could no longer be avoided. As the battle began, facing 8 members of the fatui, the 4 teachers immediately fell into a disadvantage. Among the 8 members of the fatui, the weakest were intermediate martial artists, 6 others were advanced martial artists, and 1 had reached the peak level. The peak-level martial artist specifically targeted the strongest in the team, Jingli. The situation was unfavorable, and Jingli was extremely anxious. While fighting and retreating, she shouted, "Stop entangling with them. Quickly send a distress signal and regroup with the other teachers." The other 3 teachers heard her words, but it was not easy to escape. A few minutes later, the teacher from Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy was struck in the chest by the fatui, his heart crushed, and he fell to the ground, dead. The remaining 3 turned pale, their despair written all over their faces. They probably won't survive today. At the critical moment, Jingli, enduring the pain, activated her wristband and broadcasted to all the students. Original fatuous have appeared within the ruins, inciting conflicts between schools. All students, quickly find the nearest team to join forces and resist the enemy together. The broadcast just announced that a teacher from Juyuan University also died in an attack by the fools. Seeing this situation, Jingli's face was resolute as she shouted to the teacher from Jinda University, "I'll hold them off, you go quickly." Before her words had even faded, she let out a furious roar, unleashing an unprecedented power of lightning throughout her body. Although just an intern teacher, Jingli's special ability is of the lightning type. She prepared to sacrifice herself to buy time for the teachers of Jin University to escape. Not good. She's going to self-destruct. A member of the fatui saw Jingli surrounded by lightning and retreated in terror. The teachers of Jin University, seeing her determination to sacrifice herself, felt reluctant but seized the opportunity to escape without hesitation. Watching the teachers of Jin University leave, Jin Li's face showed resolve. Fatui scum, if you dare, come and face me. As soon as the words fell, the power of thunder erupted, and dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, covering a range of 500 meters. Wrath of thunder. Die! With her final roar, her body exploded, and lightning poured down like rain in all directions. This area instantly turned into scorched earth. In an instant, 6 of the 8 Fatui members were engulfed by the lightning, leaving only the peak martial artist and the mid-level martial artist who fled first alive. Even so, they were battered and bruised, with half of their strength lost. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins, the wristband of Han Li, who was exploring alone, suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, flashing red light. He stopped in his tracks, and the wristband automatically displayed Jing Li's emergency broadcast. What? The fools have appeared. Han Li was shocked, and a look of furious anger quickly surfaced on his face. Fatui, you primitive bastards, all of you must die. Amid the roar, Han Li turned and sprinted toward the outskirts of the ruins. He left behind a barren road, as if all the plants had been devoured by him, leaving only dry soil. The ruins fell into chaos. Students from the 4 universities, like frightened birds, began gathering as instructed by their teachers. On the way, they encountered students from other schools, remaining wary of each other as if they were enemies. Although the teacher has exposed the Fatui's conspiracy, no one dares to be certain whether the person they encounter is a disguised member of the Fatui. Coupled with the Fatui's constant incitement of slaughter and occasional attacks on isolated squads, panic quickly spreads. The Fatui's plan has achieved its goal. Even if they stop the killing, the students of the 4 academies can no longer return to their initial calm. The seeds of hatred have already been quietly sown, and a moment of carelessness could trigger a massive outbreak. Chen Mo and his 3 companions were still in Area 3, completely unaware of the turmoil outside, enthusiastically continuing their exploration. They had already entered the library, and the 4 of them split up to search for books that interested them. The first floor was filled with various miscellaneous studies in human geography, the second floor housed manuals on alchemy and equipment, while the 3rd to 5th floors contained various martial arts manuals. Jiang Qingqin's martial arts skills were already quite good, and she had no intention of changing them. She was particularly curious about the history of ancient humans, so she stayed on the 1st floor to carefully read those classics. Wei Yan, on the other hand, rooted himself on the 2nd floor, as that was his area of expertise. Joya and Chen Mo headed straight to the 3rd floor, where the things they wanted were hidden. The library's vast sea of books left Chen Mo dazzled, but he had no intention of changing his cultivation method. Instead, he directly searched for combat technique manuals related to spiritual consciousness. Before long, he found Boundless Sea of Consciousness, an introductory book on spiritual consciousness. Although labeled as introductory, it was actually a complete set of texts, covering the basics of spiritual consciousness, the development of the Sea of Consciousness, spiritual consciousness cultivation, and various miraculous spiritual combat techniques, all-encompassing. The 3rd floor only housed basic content, with more advanced materials located on the 4th and 5th floors. Chen Mo planned to collect the entire set of Boundless Sea of Consciousness in one go. But when he reached the 4th floor, he was dumbfounded. There were no books at all here, only jade slips of various sizes and colors on the shelves. It was then that Chen Mo remembered that in ancient times, when the human race reached higher realms, techniques were recorded using jade slips instead of pen and paper. Some content could only be comprehended and couldn't be clearly expressed in words. Luckily, I have divine sense, otherwise I wouldn't understand any of this. He casually picked up a jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. As his divine sense made contact, the contents of the jade slip immediately entered his mind. This jade slip recorded a sword technique called Autumn Leaf 9 Forms. Chen Mo did not practice swordsmanship, so this jade slip was useless to him. He directly went to the consciousness area and began studying the advanced content of Boundless Sea of Consciousness. With the combined effect of intelligence and mental strength, plus the newly acquired innate skill, focus, Chen Mo almost understood everything at a glance. After finishing the jade slip on the 4th level, he proceeded to the 5th level and absorbed all the remaining content. At this moment, the system emitted a pleasant notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering Boundless Sea of Consciousness, intermediate level. Intermediate? I only read it once and already reached intermediate level. Chen Mo looked at the system in surprise. He quickly understood that with the dual boost of intelligence and mental strength, combined with focus, he had skipped the beginner stage and achieved a fairly high level of mastery in divine consciousness. This focus skill is truly amazing. I'll try it out when doing embroidery in the future, it might have unexpected effects. Having solved the problem of divine consciousness, Chen Emo began to wander around. The other three had also found things they were interested in. According to Wei Yang's plan, he intended to take all the pill formulas from the second floor, and everyone supported the idea. Why not just move everything from this library back? Chen Emo suggested, these treasures brought back to school will definitely earn us a lot of credits. Everyone thought he made a good point. The number 3 area was almost deserted, and these items were practically unclaimed. Taking them wouldn't meet any opposition. Without hesitation, the four split up and quickly emptied the library of all the books and jade slips. After finishing the task, Chen Emo decided to head back. When they came out of the cave in the Spirit Herb Garden, they happened to encounter 2 gatekeeping Fatui soldiers. These two, like those inside the cave, were extremely tight-lipped and refused to reveal any information, even at the cost of their lives. Chen Emo suspected that they were not the only ones who had encountered these enemies. Surely, other students had also entered. If that were the case, the people who came in this time would be in danger. Although they hadn't finished exploring, such as the grand hall at the end of the mountain path that made Chen Emo very curious about what was hidden inside, time was pressing. They had to leave quickly to inform the leading teacher about the Fatui situation and ensure everyone was prepared. After a brief rest, the four quickly returned along the path they had come. Upon reaching the barrier at the entrance to Area 3, they encountered another Fatui guard. Experience told Chen Emo that there was no need for unnecessary words. He directly unleashed a heavenly fire palm, instantly killing the opponent. By this point, the four had grown visibly grim. From the entrance to the cave and inside the cave, they encountered members of the Fatui along the way, clearly indicating that more enemies outside were waiting for reinforcements. How did these Fatui get in? Wei Yang asked with a frown. No one could provide an answer. In fact, Chen Emo had experience interrogating prisoners in his previous life, but now he was just a student. If he used torture in front of his companions, they would definitely become suspicious, and he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. He planned to wait until they got out, find other members of the Fatui, and capture a few to hand over to the teacher. The four of them didn't delay any further, leaving Area 3 and heading straight for the ruins entrance. Halfway through, Chen Emo suddenly stopped. The other three looked at him in confusion. Chen Mo's expression was grave as he pointed to the front left. Over there, I see several corpses. Just now, he used his spiritual sense to investigate and discovered 6 corpses lying scattered in the forest 100 meters ahead. The four of them rushed over immediately. Upon closer inspection, the gruesome scene tightened their chests with dread. 6 corpses lay in utter disarray, with heads, limbs, and torsos scattered all over the ground. Shattered pieces of Shinnik equipment were strewn amidst the carnage. These are students from Nine Springs University. Wei Yang recognized their identity. What happened here? Are they all dead? Could it have been the work of monsters? Zhouya, horrified by the bloody scene before her, couldn't help but ask. Not a monster. Chen Emo shook his head and said, there are no traces of monsters here. It's very likely the work of the Fatui. They did not stay here and continued on their way. Along the way, Chen Emo discovered 7 or 8 more sites with gruesome remains of corpses, including students from Dragon City Military Academy. Seeing this situation, the four of them understood in their hearts the Fatui had already made their move. Chen Emo said nervously, the situation is serious. Hurry and find the teacher. They quickened their pace, fully aware that if all the Fatui who entered were such martial artists, both the teacher and the students would be in great danger. Reaching the center of the ruins, Chen Emo finally saw students who were still alive. Not far ahead, about 200 Longqing students were gathered. Let's go over and take a look. Chen Emo, with a broader range of spiritual perception, had already noticed that the teacher leading the team this time, Lu Shan, was inside. The four of them made no effort to conceal their presence and quickly rushed toward the gathering point. At the gathering point, 1/3 of the 200 students were injured. Lu Shan had lost an arm and was receiving treatment from the students. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from afar, causing the gathered students to panic. Finished. The Fatui are here again. Someone was on the verge of breaking down and started crying. The others showed expressions of despair. Although they were numerous, they were completely powerless against the Fatui. Except for Lu Shan, it's likely everyone else won't escape death. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well fight. Some students grabbed weapons, ready to battle. That's right, the people of Dragon City never give up easily. Fight to the end. More students stood up one after another, ready to fight to the death. But as the roaring sound approached and they saw the 4 people rushing over, everyone was stunned. Chen Emo and Jiang Qingqin. The new students all recognized Chen Emo, and when they saw him appear, their faces lit up with joy. But when Lu Shan saw Chen Mo, his expression suddenly turned grim. Air. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold, flames quickly ignited around his body, and he transformed into a living fire dragon, his aura instantly overwhelming the enemy, leaving them breathless. He took a step forward, moving as fast as a streak of fire, instantly charging into the center of the battle. Fatui, get out of my sight. His voice was deep and powerful, each word striking like a heavy hammer. The moment he appeared, the three Fatui members immediately stopped their actions, their expressions changing drastically. Chen Mo? How is that possible? One of the Fatui shouted in terror. But before they could react, Chen Mo had already made his move, his fist engulfed in flames slamming fiercely into one of them. Boom! With a loud bang, that Fatui member was directly sent flying and crashed to the ground, unable to move. The other two, sensing the situation was unfavorable, immediately tried to flee. Chen Mo didn't give them any chance at all. Flames surrounded his body, moving so fast that he was almost a blur. In just an instant, he caught up with them, knocking them down one by one. The students of Jin University saw this and their faces lit up with joyful smiles. They stood up one after another, energized and spirited. Chen Mo, you are truly our great hero, someone shouted excitedly. Chen Mo scanned the surroundings, his gaze firm. Don't let your guard down, there are more enemies waiting for us. Everyone, stay close to me. At this moment, Lu Shan led the other students over. Seeing that Chen Mo had defeated the opponent alone, he nodded repeatedly. With you here, we still have hope. Chen Mo's gaze was sharp as a torch, and an even stronger desire to fight ignited in his heart. This crisis is far from over, but he will never let anyone get hurt again. With me here, no one will ever harm our students. The remaining students were no match, over 30 of them were being suppressed by two other members of the Fatui, with one or two dying almost every few minutes. If the Fatui went all out, these students wouldn't last a few minutes before being completely wiped out. The student holding their ground against the Fatui is none other than Han Li, the S-class expert from Jin University. After receiving the news, he rushed back at full speed and happened to encounter the scattered Jin University team on the way. Seeing Han Li appear, the students, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, followed him one after another toward the assembly point. Unfortunately, they encountered 3 members of the Fatui on the road, leading to an intense battle. The original team of 50 people fought and retreated along the way, with more than a dozen members already killed by the enemy. Han Li's strength is remarkable, but fighting alone, he was tightly entangled by a member of the Fools and could only watch helplessly as his other classmates were slaughtered. You bastards! Come and hit me if you dare! Han Li roared, almost losing his mind. But those fools wouldn't confront him head-on at all. Whenever Han Li tried to save someone, they would block him and refuse to let him through. Han Li wanted to desperately save people, but the opponent refused to engage directly, dragging him along. Don't think being S-class makes you so great. Once all the students from your school are dead, I'll take my time playing with you. The fools mocked while fighting. Faced with this rogue tactic, Han Li was at a loss. After all, the opponent was a martial artist. Although he was S-class, his strength was only that of a mid-level specialized martial artist, so barely managing a draw was already quite difficult. Just as he was extremely anxious, a loud bang suddenly came from afar. A massive blue fire dragon instantly charged forward. The member of the Fatui also sensed something unusual behind him, but before he could turn around, a blue pillar of fire as thick as a bowl directly pierced through his back, sending a chilling pain straight to his core. The sudden attack caught the Fatui off guard. Seeing their teammate killed, the other two immediately stopped their assault and turned to guard their rear. Not only did the Fatui not expect reinforcements, but Han Li also hadn't anticipated it. He previously knew that the Fatui had besieged the teachers left behind, with only one person escaping. In the end, it was teacher Jing Li from Longqing Military Academy who sacrificed herself and took down 6 members of the Fatui. Overall, the Fatui's strength far surpasses that of the teachers and students inside the ruins. Their defeat is only a matter of time. For Han Li, if he can't win, he can still run. With his abilities and the characteristics of his powers, finding a place to hide and enduring until the autumn outing ends is completely feasible. But behind him, there was still a group of Jin University classmates. He couldn't abandon them. His hatred for the Fatui ran as deep as the ocean, impossible to reconcile. His father had died at the hands of a Genshin. Inheriting his father's supernatural abilities, he vowed to one day personally eliminate the villains of the original sect, leaving no survivors. Unexpectedly, this autumn outing was ambushed by the Fatui. The opponent's strength was far beyond what he could handle. It can be said that without Shin Mo's timely rescue, the students of Jin University would undoubtedly have perished. In everyone's gaze, a massive fire dragon with claws and fangs charged from afar. The fire dragon's imposing presence was overwhelming, causing many students to almost kneel. "What is that?" someone asked tremblingly. The sharp-eyed student immediately recognized and shouted loudly, "It's Chen Mo, the S-class from Longqing Military Academy." This sentence brought everyone back to their senses. The fire dragon flew closer and closer, and Chen Mo's figure became clearly visible. "It's really him. I've seen him in videos." He was also the top scorer in the Sichuan Province College entrance exam. After recognizing Chen Mo, many people were thrilled. Chen Mo's previous videos had gone viral online, creating a huge impact. Han Li was also astonished upon seeing Chen Mo. Both being S-class, Chen Mo defeated his opponent in one move, showcasing extraordinary strength. Chen Mo's strength was clearly superior to Han Li's. While Han Li only managed to fight his opponent to a draw, Chen Mo easily overpowered his. Chen Mo saw Han Li. It was his help that resolved the attack just now. "My name is Chen Mo, from Longqing. Han Li, from Jinda." Han Li nodded without saying much. "How's the situation here? How many from the Fools' Society have come?" Chen Mo asked. "3, you just took out one, there are 2 more over there." Han Li pointed to the distance. "Alright, you go protect the classmates, leave the rest to me." Chen Mo finished speaking and directly charged at the 2 fools. Han Li was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Mo's words sounded like an order, but given the urgent situation, he couldn't dwell on it and quickly returned to the group, keeping his eyes on the front. What battle situation? There was only Chen Mo rushing forward alone. Chen Mo approached the 2 enemies. One of them had wings and a large green tail behind him, and coldly asked, "Who are you to have killed our people?" Before he could finish speaking, Chen Mo raised his hand and slapped him. A blue palm print appeared next to the man's head, about the same size as Chen Mo's hand. Smack! A crisp sound, and that person's head shattered directly. The scene was eerily quiet, with only the sound of someone swallowing audible. This just died like that," someone exclaimed in a low voice, unable to believe the reality before their eyes. Han Li was no match for Chen Mo. Chen Mo resolved the enemy with just one strike. The remaining member of the Fatui was so frightened that his pupils shrank sharply, and a chill surged from his feet to the top of his head. Who the heck is this guy? Clearly just a martial artist, how is he so strong? Terrified, he ignored his companion's corpse and turned to flee. How could Chen Mo let him escape? He leaped and flipped, transforming into a massive blue fire dragon, blocking the way. "If you want to live, obey obediently," Chen Mo said coldly. He didn't kill directly because he noticed this guy was different from the ones he encountered before. The other Fatui would fight to the death even knowing they couldn't win, but this one fled as soon as the situation turned unfavorable. As long as someone fears death, it means they might still have something useful to say. Sure enough, that person turned pale with fright, standing still and not daring to move. "Spare me, young hero. I'm just a worker, it was the deputy captain who sent me here, I was forced into this." Hearing him beg for mercy, Chen Mo almost couldn't help but laugh. "Young hero? A worker? Have you been reading too many novels? You're not even making sense. Stop the nonsense, what's your name?" Chen Mo's face darkened as he asked seriously. "My humble name is Zhang San. Do you want to die? What's your real name?" "Please calm down, young hero, my name really is Zhang San. The 2 you just took down were called Li Si and Wang Wu." Chen Mo was speechless. Even the names of the Fatui were so casual, clearly just codenames. "Tell me, how many of you came this time? Young hero, if I tell you, will you spare my life? You still dare to negotiate? Then you can just die, and I'll find someone else to ask." Chen Mo raised his hand, ready to strike. Don't, I'll talk. Zhang San was so scared he almost wet his pants and had no choice but to confess. Half an hour later, Chen Mo's face was grim. From Zhang San's confession, they learned that a total of 30 people had come this time. Previously, the 15 people Chen Mo encountered in Area 3 were carrying out the mission, while the remaining 15 were outside providing support. Then there are 7 people left outside. Yes, the 9 of us split into 3 groups to act separately. Zhang San still held a glimmer of hope in his heart, thinking that the captain leading the team into Area 3 should be returning soon. But he didn't know that the 15 people led by the captain had long been taken down by Chen Mo alone. He was still foolishly waiting for the captain to come and save him. Chen Mo sneered, "Captain? Are you talking about those who entered Zone 3? Zhang San exclaimed in surprise, How do you know?" He hadn't mentioned the specific mission before and never thought Chen Mo would know. Chen Mo's smile grew colder, How do I know? You said it yourself. The captain and the others were all taken out by me. A dangerous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhang San was dumbfounded. His first reaction was disbelief. 15 people, along with the captain, how could they possibly be defeated by one person? The Chen Mo in front of him was indeed strong, but he didn't believe one person could handle 15. Chen Mo noticed his doubt and mocked, "Is your captain a useless waste?" Zhang San was stunned, his face instantly turning ugly. Chen Mo didn't continue, letting Zhang San imagine the rest himself. Sometimes, saying things too clearly makes it less interesting. Chen Mo was powerful and didn't worry about these fools retaliating. What he cared more about was how they got in. "You said you all sneaked in with the Jin University group." Zhang San's words were heard by the surrounding Jin University students. "That's impossible." A student hurriedly denied. "This is no small matter. If it's true, Jin University would be finished, carrying a huge stigma." Han Li's face darkened as well. He walked to Chen Mo's side and shouted at Zhang San, "You'd better tell the truth." "Everything I said is true, I swear." Zhang San held nothing back and explained the whole story in detail. The primordial demon, in order to seize dragon blood, specifically went to Dragon City and, through connections at the Black Ebony Club, infiltrated 30 fatuous ones into the student group of Jin University. When Chen Mo heard the words Black Ebony Club, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He remembered Qin Xuan's enchanting figure. Unexpectedly, the Ebony Club is colluding with the primordial sect. Things have gotten serious. Han Li, our Dragon City team is not far from here. Later, you can join them and act together. I'll take this guy to find the other fools. Chen Mo said. Although Han Li was displeased, he could only nod. Now was not the time to argue. He wanted to act together with Chen Mo, but he couldn't stop worrying about his classmates from Jin University, so he had to give up. Chen Mo led Zhang San in one direction. He did not restrict Zhang San's freedom and let him lead the way. The fools have their own way of communication. They have fused with beast genes and rely on scent to locate each other. Soon, Zhang San led them to a 3-person team. The three saw Zhang San approaching and didn't think much of it. When they noticed Chen Mo behind him, they assumed he had brought captives. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. Chen Mo took them out in one move. Zhang San trembled all over, finally believing that Chen Mo was telling the truth. The captain and the others were most likely already dead. Take out these 3, and only the vice-captain's team will be left. Chen Mo urged Zhang San to hurry up and leave. As Zhang San walked, he muttered to himself. The vice-captain had a spatial treasure that could allow him to escape the ruins directly in a critical moment. If he could warn the captain in advance, maybe he could escape together with the captain. Thinking of this, Zhang San coughed lightly a few times, emitting a special aura. This is a signal between exotic beasts, capable of transmitting simple information. Chen Mo didn't notice and just continued following him. It's just that this time, Zhang San has been gone for quite a while. After wandering around, Chen Mo frowned slightly but didn't think much of it. 2 more hours passed. Zhang San was walking forward when a faint trace of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He had contacted the deputy captain. The other party told him to hurry over so they could evacuate together. The vice captain is truly loyal. He didn't abandon me. Zhang San was so moved that he was almost in tears, quickening his pace as he ran toward the vice captain. Over at the vice captain's side, the 3 stopped by a small grove. Upon receiving Zhang San's message, the vice captain frowned. Zhang San sent a message saying he was caught by a student. That person even killed the team led by the captain. The vice captain said to the other 2 team members, "How is that possible?" One team member snorted coldly, clearly not believing it. The other person echoed. The vice captain said nothing but felt a bit doubtful inside. Zhang San's information was very vague, and he didn't quite believe it. He planned to wait for Zhang San to come over before discussing further. It didn't make sense that 3 people couldn't handle one student. Half an hour later, Zhang San and Chen Mo's figures appeared in the distance. "They're here. Stay alert." The deputy captain stood up and said to the other 2. When Zhang San saw the deputy captain, he became so excited that he recklessly charged forward with all his strength. "Vice captain, retreat quickly," he shouted as he ran, reaching the vice captain in just a few steps. But the vice captain ignored him, merely letting out a cold snort. He had noticed that Chen Mo behind Zhang San only had the strength of a beginner martial artist. Zhang San was very likely caught in Chen Mo's trap and captured. However, the vice captain had no intention of joining forces with Chen Mo. Zhang San saw the deputy captain not moving and became increasingly anxious. "Deputy captain, don't fight. You can't win." Chen Emo saw Zhang San rushing over and didn't stop him at all, walking forward with his hands behind his back and a smile. The two sides were less than 10 meters apart. Chen Emo smiled at Zhang San and said, "Zhang San, not bad, thanks for leading the way for me." "I, Vice Captain, he." Zhang San stomped anxiously on the spot, not knowing what to say. The Vice Captain sneered and looked at Chen Emo. "Kid, how do you plan to die?" "I plan to live." Chen Emo smiled very casually. Still acting tough even on the brink of death. "Go, take him down." The Vice Captain ordered 2 team members, and they rushed forward. "It's over." Zhang San despaired, convinced that a disaster was imminent. Chen Emo had remained motionless all this time, but just as the 2 team members got close, he finally made his move. Their vision blurred as Chen Emo advanced instead of retreating. He dashed between them, grabbing each of their necks with his hands and forcefully smashing them together. 2 miserable screams rang out, and before the 2 could exert their full strength, they were knocked half dead by Chen Mo's collision. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. The deputy captain was still watching from the side, and as a result, the 2 team members were gone just like that. Zhang San retreated repeatedly in fear. Chen Emo left the 2 fallen men behind and walked slowly toward the deputy captain with a sinister smile. "Damn!" The vice captain was taken aback, instantly realizing that Zhang San was telling the truth. Without hesitation, he pulled out a disc from his storage ring, quickly retreated, and slapped the disc. With a buzz, the disc rapidly expanded, enveloping the vice captain entirely. The next second, the silver disc emitted a blinding white light and shot into the sky. A black crack suddenly tore through the space, and the disc darted into it and disappeared, leaving Zhang San in tears, helplessly shouting below, "Vice Captain, don't leave me behind." Zhang San, the legendary space-type treasure, had witnessed it, but it had nothing to do with him. Watching the vice captain disappear into the air, Zhang San felt as bitter as drinking bitter water. Chen Emo did not expect such a situation to occur. He thought the vice captain would stubbornly stick to the original teachings like that Birdman captain, but instead, the man fled without hesitation. Truly, those who understand the times know how to preserve their lives. Zhang San's face turned pale as he pleaded, "Young hero, spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother at home and children still in swaddling clothes." Chen Emo glared at him coldly, "Shut up. Your reputation is so terrible that even the vice captain abandoned you. You might as well find a block of tofu and smash yourself to death." Zhang San wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He could only pray to keep his life. However, Chen Emo did not make things difficult for him. After all, Zhang San was the only surviving member of the Fools. He planned to hand Zhang San over to the school for handling. If the incident of the Fools infiltrating the autumn outing group were exposed, it would definitely cause public panic and must be dealt with seriously. "Alright, I won't kill you, but you'd better behave. Once we're out of here, confess your crimes to the organization voluntarily, actively cooperate in reporting and exposing others, and strive for leniency. Do you understand?" "Got it. Thank you, young hero." Zhang San was moved to tears, knowing he definitely couldn't escape, but at least he could survive. Humans despise the Fatui, but as long as he provides useful information, his life can be spared. Thinking of this, Zhang San instead felt relieved and obediently followed Chen Emo like an attendant. After completely eliminating the Fatui threat, Chen Emo returned to reunite with his teacher and classmates. After the teachers and students from the 4 universities had all gathered, everyone realized how severe the loss was. Apart from half of the teachers who died, many students from various universities also perished. Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy suffered the most, losing nearly 80% of its students. Jin University lost 60%, Longqing Military Academy lost about 30%, while Zhuoyuan University had the least losses. This was thanks to their Shinik equipment. Although they were initially caught off guard and ambushed, the teachers later issued timely warnings. Whenever students spotted members of the Fatui, they would immediately use their flying devices to escape. Compared to being killed by the Fatui, most of their losses were caused by exotic beasts. Running too fast and accidentally intruding into the territory of powerful exotic beasts was unavoidable. So many people have died, the atmosphere is heavy. Zhang San was locked in by thousands of hateful gazes, almost fainting from fear. Many students wished they could go up and beat him, but with Chen Emo present, no one dared to act. They also knew Zhang San would be dealt with by the authorities once he left. Everyone rested on the spot. For the next 4 days, no one had the mind to continue exploring. Finally, it was time to leave. A milky white glow appeared on everyone, and in the next moment, all 10,000 people vanished, reappearing directly on the open ground outside the ruins. The heads of the 4 universities had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing the number of people coming out, they immediately sensed something was wrong. At this moment, Lu Shan, along with the surviving teachers from the other 3 universities in Chenemo, walked toward Lan Qin and the other team leaders. After listening to the report from the teachers in Chenemo, Lan Qin's face turned ashen, and a murderous aura emanated from her, causing numerous tiny spatial cracks to appear around her in her fury. Everyone saw this scene and instinctively took a few steps back. Lan Qin's anger was no joke. If the spatial rift was touched, it could result in injury at best, or death at worst. Principal Lin, will the promotion conference give us an explanation this time? Zhong Ling, the vice principal of Lanzhou Pharmacist Academy, had reddened eyes and a trembling voice. Their school suffered the most losses. Although the responsibility wasn't entirely hers, she would definitely be held accountable upon returning. She believed the culprit was Jin University and suspected there was an insider. Lin Feng was at a loss for words and could only awkwardly say, "Please rest assured, Jin University will thoroughly investigate this matter." Lan Qin's expression was stern. "This matter is too serious. I will report it directly to the higher authorities and wait for them to handle it. I'm also taking the person with me." As she spoke, she grabbed the trembling Zhang San beside her, then tore open a spatial rift in the air and disappeared with him. After Chen Mo left, the remaining students were led by Lu Shan, waiting for the transport ship to pick them up. Seeing Lan Qin leave, Chen Mo originally wanted to ask about the points, but he didn't dare to speak at all. Approaching at this moment would simply be courting death. On the way back, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost suffocating, and the transport ship was so quiet that even the sound of breathing seemed piercing. After returning to school, the students all went back to their rooms to rest. No one wanted to bring up the major incident during the autumn outing again, but the matter of the points competition would definitely not be left unresolved. The school was sure to provide an explanation. As soon as he got off the transport ship, Chen Mo saw Wang Tongkai from the Academic Affairs office hurrying over. "Chen Mo, come with me quickly." Wang Tongkai's face was tense. "Mr. Wang, where are you going?" Chen Mo asked in confusion. "Let's go to the principal's office." The principal's office? Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. He had been at the school for so long but had never met the principal. Thinking about it, it must be related to this autumn outing. He followed Wang Tongkai, running all the way, and arrived at the door of a room on the top floor of the main teaching building. Wang Tongkai knocked on the door, and a slightly aged voice came from inside. The door opened, and Wang Tongkai led Chen Mo into the office. "Principal's son, Chen Mo is here." Chen Mo followed the voice and looked over. There were quite a few people sitting in the office. The deputy deans of various faculties he had met during the last freshman enrollment were all present, along with some unfamiliar faces. He guessed they were the deans of various faculties and vice principals. At the very back, an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s was seated behind a massive desk. "Is this principal's son?" Chen Mo glanced briefly and immediately lowered his head. The principal exuded an indescribable aura of authority, making Chen Mo afraid to look directly at him. Unlike the restrained presence of teacher Qian Kuan, the martial saint, principal's son's aura was subtle yet even more intimidating. With so many influential figures gathered in one place, the entire office was filled with a sense of oppression, making Chen Mo's scalp tingle. But the reaction of the people opposite Chen Mo was even greater. Many showed surprised expressions. In front of so many experts, this kid actually didn't kneel. It seems the title of martial saint's disciple is truly well deserved. At this moment, all the senior staff of the school were present in the principal's office. Seated in the main position was Sun Fuyu, the principal of Longcheng Military Academy, at the peak of martial emperor level, with strength second only to a martial saint. Other vice principals and deans were also present, and Lan Qin was among them. Sun Fuyu smiled at Chen Mo and said, "Chen Mo, no need to be nervous. We called you here this time just to understand the situation of the autumn outing." Just as expected. Chen Mo also relaxed and recounted the events in detail, including entering Area 3. He can't hide it, Zhang San will definitely talk about this. He took out the entire group of the Fatui captain inside, and it can't be concealed. When it came to entering Area 3, everyone showed surprise. When Dragon Shan Yun and the Dragon family were mentioned, everyone felt relieved. Chen Mo did the right thing in this matter. The autumn outing rules didn't say entering unknown areas was prohibited. On the contrary, these old folks are quite curious about what is hidden in Area 3. However, Chen Mo did not reveal that the anti-magic potion was given by Su Ke, but instead attributed the reason to Long Shan Yun and the Long family. Before leaving, Su Ke specifically instructed that the matter of the anti-magic potion must not be disclosed. If leaked, both Kaiying Pharmaceuticals and Suko could face life-threatening danger. Sun Fuya didn't press further on the matter. After asking some details and comparing them with Zhang San's testimony, the situation was basically reconstructed. After the questioning, Sun Fuya looked at Chen Mo. Did you absorb dragon blood? Chen Mo nodded. Sun Fuya's face showed a smile, his eyes full of affection for the younger generation. Not bad, truly young and promising. Such a rare opportunity has created the true dragon body. Your future is limitless. His words received unanimous approval from all the big shots present, and many had a complex expression in their eyes. If Chen Mo hadn't been taken as a disciple by the Qinkan martial saint, they might have already fought fiercely to compete for him. The most excited of all was Zhou Jinlong. Seeing that Chen Mo not only possessed the true dragon body but had also reached the peak of a specialized martial artist, Zhou Jinlong was happier than anyone else. This meant that Chen Mo could smoothly pass the apprenticeship assessment set by the martial saint. Feng Wu also felt very gratified. During the month this child spent at her place learning embroidery, his growth was astonishing. Even she, a genius of the Feng family, secretly admired him. Everyone has a ruler in their heart, but everyone unanimously thought that if Chen Mo could survive successfully, Hua Nation would once again give birth to a powerful existence like the martial Saint Pangu. Chen Mo, your performance this time was outstanding. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After discussing with the school leadership, we have decided to commend you in front of the entire school and give you an award. An award. Hearing this word, Chen Mo immediately perked up. Principal's son, does the score from this points competition still count? Sun Fuya was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Of course it counts, but don't worry, the commendation is an additional reward, separate from the points competition rewards. Principal's son, could you include my team as well? This time, the four of us went in together, and the credit should belong to everyone. No problem, it's a small matter. Sun Fuya nodded with satisfaction, growing even more appreciative of Chen Mo. This child is not only strong but also modest, with excellent character. However, after saying this, Chen Mo remained standing there, not intending to leave. Sun Fuya asked in confusion, what, is there something else? Chen Mo scratched his head and said, we did make some gains in Area 3. I was wondering, could those things be exchanged for some credits? Gains. Sun Fuya's eyes lit up with a hint of interest. Tell me more. Well, this time Chen Mo listed out all the items the four of them had obtained after entering, including Wei Yang's acquisition of dragon bone moss, a pill furnace named Dust Transformation Furnace, pill residue, and an entire library's collection of books. After he finished speaking, the entire principal's office fell into silence. All the big shots' eyes lit up, staring intently at Chen Mo. That gaze made him nervous, and his hair stood on end. You said you obtained dragon bone moss. Yeah, it's all being kept by Wei Yang. There's another alchemy furnace? Yes, it's called the Dust Transformation Furnace, its origin is unknown. And the entire collection of books from the library. Yes, everything has been moved out, not a single one was left behind. Even Principal Sun Fuya was somewhat excited at this moment. The Vice Dean of the Academy of Pharmaceutical Research, Hua Yuanshan, said excitedly, Principal, if I'm not mistaken, the Dust Transformation Furnace indicates that Site 77 is very likely the sect ruins of the Dust Transformation sect. Hua Yuanshan's words caused the expressions of the other bigwigs to change. The Dust Transformation sect was a very famous ancient sect among the ancient human chi refiners. Who would have thought that Site 77 turned out to be their sect ruins? Looking at the surprised expressions of these big shots, Chen Mo didn't feel much. He had no idea what the Huachen sect was. Before entering university, his understanding of ancient ruins was still limited to news reports. Sun Fuya cleared his throat, interrupting everyone's murmurs. His gaze toward Chen Mo became even more complex. Chen Mo, you really surprised me. Do you know how much of a pleasant surprise you've brought to the school this time? Principal, you're exaggerating too much. Then, can I exchange for more credits? Ha ha ha, credits? Absolutely. I, Sun Fuya, in front of everyone, will personally award you a commendation. Take these 100,000 credits first. After Sun Fuya finished speaking, he lightly tapped his wristband, and a beam of light directly shot into Chen Mo's wristband. In an instant, 100,000 credits were credited. Lan Qin also stood up and said, as the leader of this operation, I sincerely want to thank Chen Mo. Although it's not as much as Principal Sun's, these 50,000 credits are my token of gratitude. She also transferred 50,000 credits to Chen Mo. Seeing the two of them take action, Zhou Jinlong couldn't hold back either. Although Chen Mo wasn't his disciple, he was, after all, a student entrusted to him by the martial saint, so he couldn't be stingy. He also transferred 50,000 credits. Immediately after, Feng Wu followed suit with a transfer. Seeing this, other big shots also expressed their support one after another. Each person transferred 50,000 credits, one after another. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Mo, who originally had only over 1,800 credits in his account, instantly became a millionaire with 1,000,000 credits. When Chen Mo walked out of the principal's office, his face was beaming with joy. During this autumn outing, he hardly put in any effort and easily earned over 1,000,000 credits. For ordinary students, these credits might take a lifetime to accumulate, but Chen Mo just went out for a trip and earned them effortlessly. This does not include the subsequent public rewards from the school and the exchange credits they earned in Zone 3. These over 1,000,000 credits were all personally awarded to him by these big shots. Chen Mo happily returned to the dormitory and immediately called Wei Yang, Jian Qingqin, and Zhouya to tell them about what had just happened. Hearing that he could earn so many credits, the three's eyes lit up. After the four discussed, they decided to have Wei Yang represent everyone and take everything to the Academic Affairs Office to exchange for credits. Chen Mo originally wanted to share some of his credits with the other three, but was firmly refused. "This is what you deserve, we can't take it." After everything was arranged, Wei Yang couldn't wait and packed up his things to head straight to the Academic Affairs Office. Chen Mo did not rest in the villa but left the school alone. He first went to the Ebony Club, and as expected, it was already deserted, sealed off, and guarded by military personnel. He took one look and left, heading to Long Shanyun's residence in Dragon City, a presidential suite in a 7-star hotel. Having informed them in advance, when Chen Mo arrived, Su Ke from Fangxing Pharmaceuticals was already there. Seeing Chen Mo come in, Long Shanyun and Su Ke both stood up. Long Shanyun had already known that Chen Mo was back, but she restrained herself from reaching out to him first. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo took the initiative to find her in less than half a day. She knew this meant that Chen Mo must have gotten it, otherwise, he wouldn't have contacted her so quickly. Suppressing her excitement, Long Shanyun invited Chen Mo into the living room with VIP treatment, and Su Ke politely poured tea for Chen Mo. The three sat down, and Chen Mo took out the dragon blood Ganoderma. "Miss Long, young Master Su, the task is completed. This is the dragon blood Ganoderma. Please inspect the goods." Chen Mo handed it over with a smile. Long Shanyun took the dragon blood Ganoderma with trembling hands, her eyes glistening with tears. "That's right, it's the dragon blood Ganoderma." She was so excited that she almost burst into tears. Then, she raised her head and bowed deeply. "Mr. Chen, your great kindness and virtue, Shanyun will never forget. On behalf of the Long family, I sincerely thank you. You will gain the genuine friendship of the Long family. As long as it does not violate family rules, whatever you need, the Long family will fully support you." These words carried significant weight. Even Su Ke beside him was greatly surprised. His family and the Long family had always had good business relations and were partners, but Fangxing Pharmaceuticals had never received a friendship promise from the Long family. As the sole representative of the Long family to the outside world, for Long Shanyun to say such words indicated that the Long family had given her considerable authority. Chen Mo was deeply shocked upon hearing Long Shanyun's words. With the Long family as his backing, it was like having a big umbrella over him. From now on, he could rely on the Long family's reputation to do whatever he wanted. However, he would never abuse this precious friendship. Indeed, compared to the support of the Long family, those 10 S-grade potions were hardly worth mentioning. The person in charge of this transaction, Su Ke, also expressed his support. On behalf of Fangxing Pharmaceuticals, he handed Chen Mo a special black card. "Brother Chen, this is the VIP card of our Fangxing Pharmaceuticals. Apart from my mom and 2 sisters, only I have one. Now, you are the 5th person to own this card." Chen Mo took the card, looked at it carefully, and felt a bit curious. A card from a pharmaceutical group, what use could it have? Su Ke explained with a smile, "With this card, you can enjoy a 50% discount on purchasing medicines at Fangxing Pharmaceuticals global stores. You can also move freely at the headquarters, even accessing the production workshops and laboratories." Hearing this, the card in Chen Mo's hand seemed to burn. He hesitated because he was friends with Wei Yang, and Su Ke's family was a competitor of Wei Yang's family. He worried that accepting this card might cause a misunderstanding with Wei Yang. Seeing Chen Mo's concerns, Su Ke smiled and said, "Brother, I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, Fangxing Pharmaceuticals and Longxing Group are just engaged in normal business competition. We don't play petty tricks, business relies on strength. Longxing Group only deals in medicinal materials and doesn't touch finished medicines, so we actually don't have much direct competition. Long Shan-yun also smiled beside him and said, "That's right, Mr. Chen. Young Master Su is absolutely correct. Our Long family and Fangxing Pharmaceuticals have always cooperated well, and I trust young Master Su's character." Hearing their words, Chen Emo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since they had said so, if he still refused, it would make him seem ungracious. This task was easily completed by him, and he even brought back a tremendous opportunity. Unexpectedly, upon his return, he gained the support of the Long family and Fangxing Pharmaceuticals. With the backing of the reclusive Long family and Fangxing Pharmaceuticals, the largest pharmaceutical group in the country, no one would dare to underestimate Chen Emo in the future. After completing the task, Long Shan-yun hosted a meal, and the three of them dined in the presidential suite. At the dining table, the three of them laughed and chatted continuously. Chen Emo learned many things he hadn't known before from Long Shan-yun and Su Ke, broadening his horizons. But he didn't know that the seemingly relaxed Long Shan-yun was actually experiencing turbulent emotions inside. Ever since Chen Emo returned, she had felt that he carried a kind of awe-inspiring power. This power is different from the last time we met. It is a purer, more deeply rooted oppressive feeling, as if it surges from the depths of one's bloodline, completely unlike the suppression brought by status and position before. What exactly has he gone through this time? Why do I feel a trace of dragon's aura on him? Long Shan-yun smiled on the surface, but her heart was full of doubts. She knew this was Chen Mo's secret, and it was inappropriate to ask rashly. He might not tell her anyway. With mixed feelings, the three of them concluded the banquet. Long Shan-yun did not stay long in Longqing. She bought a ticket and returned to the Long family overnight. Su Ke also left Longqing, preparing to return to the group to report this matter to his mother and two sisters. In Longqing, he met a disciple of a sage, a resource far more valuable than doing business here. Chen Emo completed the Long family's task, finally feeling at ease. It was already evening when he returned to the dormitory. As he entered, he saw Wei Yang, Jiang Qingqin, and Zhouya sitting in the living room, laughter filling the air. The table was covered with beer, snacks, and a few expensive stir-fried dishes Wei Yang had bought from the cafeteria. Seeing Chen Emo walk in, Wei Yang greeted him with a smile. Yang waved his hand. "Chen Emo, where did you go off to again? You didn't even answer your phone. Come on in. Tonight is the celebration party. We won't stop until we've had our fill." Celebration banquet? Celebrating what? Hey, you're asking on purpose. Celebrating the great success of this autumn outing. Oh, have all the items been exchanged? Haha, of course. Except for the elixirs, prescriptions, and dragon bone moss, everything else has been exchanged. Wei Yan said while opening his wristband. Guess how many credits were exchanged this time? How much? Take a guess. 100,000 credits. Hey, you need to think bigger. 500,000 credits. Still not enough. 1 million credits. It's over. Look, this guy is hopeless. Wei Yang downed a mouthful of beer and pointed at Jiang Qingqin and Zhouya beside him as he spoke. Zhouya might have drunk too much, her face was flushed, making her look especially adorable. She put her hands on her hips and shouted at Chen Emo, "Oh my! We emptied out the most precious resources of a sect, and you think such a small amount of credits can fool us?" Chen Emo scratched his head, genuinely clueless. Although he knew those things were very valuable, even rare resources for launching military academy, he had no idea how many credits they could actually be exchanged for. "I really can't guess, just tell me the answer already." 20 million credits. 20 million. Zhouya shouted excitedly. Jiang Qingqin also couldn't stop smiling. 20 million. Hearing this number, Chen Mo's heart tightened. "I just got over 1 million credits, but suddenly it doesn't feel like much. Isn't this because you're back? Without you, we wouldn't have been able to privately split these credits," Wei Yan said with a smile. Chen Emo took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. "So the four of us can each get 5 million credits. 5 million? What are you thinking? It's not going to be split evenly like that." Wei Yan raised his eyebrows, his expression a bit odd. "How else can we divide it if not unequally? Of course, you take the most. The three of us will each get 2 million, and the remaining 14 million is all yours," Wei Yang said seriously. "What?" Chen Emo was shocked and quickly shook his head. "No way. Absolutely not. How can we divide it like that? Chen Emo, stop refusing. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to enter Zone 3 at all. You were the one who fought the Fatui, we just tagged along and reaped the benefits," Jiang Qingqin said. Zhouya also nodded in agreement. "That's not acceptable. We're teammates. Either we split it evenly, or I won't take a single point. Chen Mo insisted. The four of them went back and forth arguing over the credits. If other students found out about this, they would definitely be green with envy. 20 million credits, what kind of concept is that? A student probably couldn't earn that much in 4 years. It was evident that the treasures from the ruins of the dust transformation sect were of unimaginable value. After much debate, Chen Mo ultimately couldn't hold his ground. The final arrangement was decided: Chen Mo would take 8 million, while the remaining 12 million would be split equally among the other three, with each receiving 4 million. Everyone was satisfied with this distribution. Once the credit transfers were completed, the four finally relaxed and indulged in joyful revelry. Because there were no classes the next day, they played until late before going back to rest. However, Chen Mo couldn't stay idle. He woke up early the next morning and continued his daily exercise, heading to the 4th floor gym. In the evening, he and Jiang Qingqin went to teacher Fengviu's house to learn embroidery again. This time, Fengviu didn't teach any new content but brought out a more complex cube, asking Chen Mo to embroider it on the spot. Chen Mo, in front of Feng Wu and Jiang Qingqin, completed it in just over 10 minutes. Within 5 minutes, Chen Mo finished this piece. Feng Wu looked at the finished product with a complex expression and said emotionally, "Chen Mo, you have already reached my level. As for embroidery skills, there is nothing more I can teach you. Tomorrow, go find Zhou Jinlong. I believe you have the ability to pass the apprenticeship test he gives you." Chen Mo thanked teacher Feng Wu. He originally wanted to buy her a gift, but she lacked nothing, and Professor Feng Wu wasn't interested in such things. Jiang Qingqin stayed behind to continue learning from Feng Wu, while Chen Mo could only bid farewell to the teacher and return to the dormitory alone. After returning to school, Wei Yang began his intense research again. This time, he brought back many treasures from the autumn outing, handing over the pill powder, pill recipes, and dragon bone moss to his teacher, Hua Yuanshan. All these treasures were registered at the school. Except for a small amount of dragon bone moss kept by him, Chen Mo, and one other person, the rest became valuable research resources for the school. In the evening, Chen Mo didn't go anywhere else. He planned to visit Zhou Jinlong after finishing his classes the next day. Just as Chen Mo was diligently preparing for the apprenticeship assessment, on the other side, the actions of the factory at ruin number 77 attracted widespread attention. Especially after Lankin's report, the high-ranking officials of the capital placed great importance on the matter. Lankin took Zhang Sen back to school and immediately contacted the military to raid the Ebony Club. She personally took action, determined to capture Qin Shuang. But when they arrived at the Ebony Club, it was already deserted. Qin Shuang and everyone else had vanished. Although they couldn't catch anyone, this did nothing to quell Lan Qin and the anger of the leaders of the 4 universities. So many students have died, this matter will definitely not end like this. The forces behind the Ebony Club are also aware of the situation. Although they don't dare to confront it head-on, the state will definitely intervene. These people usually conduct their business fairly properly, but this time they actually helped the enemy, which no one can tolerate. This is not just a betrayal of the country but also a betrayal of the community. After an in-depth investigation, the person responsible for arranging the Fatui insider at Jinda was finally identified. Over 100 people were arrested, and the mastermind behind the Ebony Club also faced immense pressure from the state, ultimately being forced to offer substantial resources to quell the turmoil. However, no matter the amount of compensation, Qin Shuang was never handed over. This was the mastermind's bottom line. Nevertheless, they obtained critical intelligence from Qin Shuang, which was provided to the state. At that time, the one who received Qin Shuang was none other than one of the primordial demons who had escaped from Yuanlu Ryu Hiraiil. Ryu Hiraiil ranked 6th among the 7 great primordial demons of the primordial sect and was also the most wanted criminal on Blue Star. Back then, the primordial sect was nearly eradicated during a global crackdown, almost disappearing without a trace. Now, with one god and one demon reappearing, it is bound to trigger a bloody storm. Major media outlets quickly reported. Original sect remnants reappear. Freshmen from 4 universities massacred. Shocking. A single S-class freshman in Dragon City thwarts the original sect's plot. Call to arms. The war between humanity and the original sect reignites. The news quickly spread across Hua Nation, and even the entire Blue Planet. The original sect was regarded as a cult by the whole world and had once brought great disasters. Many people, both ability users and ordinary civilians, died at the hands of the original sect. In the end, ability users from various countries united to destroy the sect. But only the higher-ups knew that remnants of the original sect were still surviving in the shadows. Originally, there were 13 primordial gods and primordial demons. After that global annihilation war, only 7 primordial gods and 7 primordial demons escaped to the primordial land. This matter is extremely confidential, unknown to both ordinary people and those with special abilities. Now, the situation in the primordial land is turbulent. A pair of primordial gods and primordial demons have taken advantage of the chaos to escape back to Blue Star, secretly plotting an unspeakable plan. Conspiracy. The incident at Ruins number 77 was actually a mission planned by that abyssal demon named Ryu Hiraiol to obtain dragon blood. According to Ryu Hiraiol's plan, the people he sent were supposed to act discreetly, retrieve the dragon blood, and withdraw quickly. But unfortunately, the team carrying out the mission encountered Shinemo, and the plan was directly disrupted. Even worse, the people outside who were supposed to provide support disobeyed orders and directly attacked students from the 4 academies, resulting in the near-total annihilation of the team and heavy losses. This matter quickly spread among the public, sparking widespread anger among the citizens of Hua Nation. Many took to the streets, demanding the government take action to completely eradicate these remnants of the abyssal cult. The nation quickly responded by issuing a nationwide mobilization order. Not only did it deploy state machinery for a comprehensive crackdown, but it also released official missions, calling on all individuals with special abilities to join the carpet search for the original doctrine. Such missions soon spread to major universities, covering tasks like reconnaissance, annihilation, and targeted elimination of key enemies. As more and more people joined the operation, it was discovered that the original doctrine's infiltration was deeper than imagined. Over the years, although the original doctrine seemed to have disappeared on the surface, many of its members had hidden among civilians, spread across various industries, and even included quite a few successful figures in society. The situation in other countries is similar, with the superhumans joining the wave to eradicate the original teachings. In Longqing Military Academy, due to the emergence of Yuanjiao, numerous missions targeting them have consecutively appeared. These tasks are commissioned by the state to universities, with generous rewards. Completing the tasks not only earns national bonuses but also grants high academic credits from the school. As soon as the rewards arrived, many students eagerly participated, embarking on the path to eradicate the original teachings. The protagonist of the initial incident, Shinemo, seemed to vanish into thin air. Except for attending classes on time, he was almost never seen by anyone. For half a month, he went straight back to the dormitory after class, locking himself in the training room on the 4th floor without coming out. The only ones who truly knew what he was doing were a few close friends, Wei Yang, Jiang Qingqin, Zhou Ye, Zhou Jinlong, and Feng Wu. During this period, Shinemo was making the final push for the apprenticeship assessment. With Feng Wu, he had already mastered all embroidery techniques, and now Chen Mo's ability development had reached an astonishing 21%. To be honest, from this moment on, Eternal Night True Flame truly became an inseparable part of Chen Mo's life. In the past, Eternal Night True Flame was merely a combat tool for Chen Mo. But after this period of rigorous training, he felt an increasingly close connection with the Eternal Night True Flame. Just as he once told the Martial Saint, he felt that it wasn't he who awakened the Eternal Night True Flame, but rather that the Eternal Night True Flame chose him. Although he possesses a mysterious system that others do not, the abilities were not granted by the system, but rather the system chose Chen Mo. As his realm improves, the development of his abilities deepens, and this feeling becomes increasingly intense. It was already late at night. Wei Yang still treated the laboratory as his home, occasionally returning to the villa. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was fully immersed in cultivation, single-minded and focused. The small and intricate 9-curved exquisite lock floated quietly before him. With his eyes closed, Chen Mo used the newly learned innate skill, focus, combining intelligence and mental power to delve into the internal structure of the 9-curved exquisite lock for the first time. Previously, he could only use his abilities to transform into fine threads to enter the lock. Any mistake would damage the structure, and even destroying a single node would mean failing the assessment. But now it's different. Chen Mo has mastered Divine Sense. His boundless sea of consciousness skill is at an intermediate level, and he has already learned many techniques related to Divine Sense. Divine Sense is different from mental power. It is an upgraded version of mental power, or rather, an advanced form of it. Just like mental power also has levels of potential development. According to the system data, Chen Mo's spiritual awareness development has reached 15% due to the boundless sea of consciousness intermediate level. With this level, he is able to explore without damaging the internal structure of the 9-curve exquisite lock. Time passed second by second. 2 hours later, as the clock struck 2 a.m., Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Incredible, he whispered excitedly. After nearly 2 hours of careful observation, he finally saw every detail of the 9-curve exquisite lock clearly. Not only were the 108 energy nodes fully visible, but even the internal structure of the lock was crystal clear. He was now confident that he could take the lock apart and reassemble it without any damage. Truly the masterpiece of the martial saint. Only master could create something like this. Chen Mo exclaimed sincerely. What surprised him even more was that he discovered a very hidden spiritual imprint concealed within the lock. This was left by the Kinkan martial saint, and as soon as he unlocked the lock, it would immediately be detected. Of course, failure would also be sensed right away. Upon seeing the imprint, Chen Mo quickly withdrew his spiritual sense and carefully avoided it. He was afraid that if he accidentally touched it, his master would find out that he already knew how to use spiritual sense. It's not that he didn't want to tell his master, but he felt he would only have the confidence to speak up after his spiritual consciousness was developed to at least 20%. After mastering the structure of the 9-curve exquisite lock, Chen Mo decided to find Zhou Jinlong tomorrow and completely solve this problem that had troubled him for nearly 2 months face-to-face. The next day, after finishing his morning classes, Chen Mo had a quick meal and headed straight to the teacher's office at the Ability Academy. Zhou Jinlong and Feng Wu were already waiting for him. Just entering the office, Chen Mo was stunned. What's going on? So many people, aren't you going to have lunch at noon? The office was crowded with teachers, both familiar and unfamiliar. When they saw him, their faces were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Wei Yang, Jiang Qingqin, and Zhou Ye were also already here. Chen Mo, come in quickly. We're all waiting for you. Wei Yang saw him and waved, shouting, this, what's going on? Being stared at by so many people, Chen Mo felt a bit nervous. What else could it be? I heard you're completing your apprenticeship assessment today, so everyone came to watch. Wei Yang said with a smile. So lively. Chen Mo's mouth twitched, he hadn't expected to attract so much attention. It seemed the news had already spread. He even saw some teachers already taking out their phones to start recording. Chen Mo, don't be nervous. Whether there are many people or few, it makes no difference to you. Zhou Jinlong said with a smile. Chen Mo nodded, it was indeed true. He was never afraid of crowds, as long as he wasn't interrupted. Once he entered bullet time, no one could affect him. With the addition of the new skill focus, it was like adding wings to a tiger. The crowd cleared out a space of about 5 square meters for him. In the middle, there is a table and a chair. Come on, Chen Mo, drink this. Wei Yang walked over and handed him a bottle of strangely colored liquid. Green bubbles were bubbling in the bottle, looking like a glob of snot, and Chen Mo almost threw up his meal. He stared at the bottle in horror and asked, Wei Yang, what is this? It looks like poison. Don't talk nonsense. This is a special refreshing soup I made just for you. Wei Yang said confidently, this is my exclusive recipe, no one else has it. Hurry up and drink it. Hearing this, Chen Mo was extremely reluctant. He stared at the green snot-like substance, feeling uneasy. But with Wei Yang's eager expression and everyone around watching him, he couldn't refuse outright. Since I'm doomed anyway, might as well drink it. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, summoned his courage, opened the bottle cap, and drank it all in one go. He drank so quickly that he couldn't even taste the flavor. But as soon as it entered the stomach, the effect of the awakening soup immediately became apparent. Mo felt a tingling and refreshing energy rapidly spreading from his stomach to his entire body. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? It works as soon as you drink it. Chen Mo was so shocked he couldn't speak. Most medicines require time to be absorbed, ranging from a few minutes to several hours. But the bowl of mind-clearing soup given by Wei Yang started to take effect as soon as it entered the stomach. Chen Mo only felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, with thoughts flashing through his brain like lightning. System prompt, host's mental power increased by 500 points, intelligence increased by 200 points, lasting for 30 minutes. The system's voice suddenly sounded, melodious and pleasant, leaving Chen Mo stunned. I didn't expect Wei Yang's mind-clearing soup to be so effective. Even he probably didn't anticipate it. A 500-point increase in mental strength is already quite exaggerated for an ordinary person, but Chen Mo's mental strength is already at 16,470, so a 500-point boost doesn't make much of a difference. What truly excites him is the 200-point increase in intelligence, which feels like activating a cheat code. Now his intelligence is at 300, far surpassing the average person. Instantly jumping to 500 points, Chen Mo feels like he's about to become a prophet, able to see through all secrets and ascend to immortality. The series of sudden flashes of inspiration just now were insights brought by the enhancement of intelligence, but it is not yet the time for an epiphany, as those thoughts vanished in an instant. Chen Mo gratefully nodded to Wei Yang, knowing that this good friend had put in a lot of effort for today's assessment. This mind-clearing soup was definitely not an ordinary medicine. After the assessment, he must treat Wei Yang to a big meal to properly thank him. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Chen Mo closed his eyes and began to adjust his state. He sat motionless for a full 5 minutes, and the people around him cooperated by keeping quiet. The office was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. After 5 minutes, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and there was something new in his hand, a 9-twist exquisite lock. He placed the 9-twist exquisite lock on the table. With a gentle motion of his right hand, he commanded, "Eternal Night True Flame, appear." He saw a cluster of ghostly blue flames emerge from the tip of his right index finger. The flames danced joyfully a few times before transforming into a thread of fire thinner than a strand of hair. "Go!" Chen Mo gently pointed, and the thread of fire swiftly flew out, burrowing into an inconspicuous small hole on the 9-curve exquisite lock. At the same time, his own voice echoed in his mind. Bullet time activated. Focus mode initiated. With a buzzing sound, the entire world fell silent. The 9-curved exquisite lock before him resembled a massive Rubik's Cube tower, with everything and everyone around disappearing, leaving only its silhouette. Chen Mo's divine sense followed the fiery thread, swiftly diving into the intricate passages of the 9-curved exquisite lock. In less than 3 seconds, the first spatial node was unlocked. Next, the second, third, fourth. Within 5 minutes, the thread passed through a total of 50 space nodes. The surrounding teachers watching the spectacle might not have felt much, but the truly knowledgeable Zhou Jinlong and Feng Wu showed expressions of shock. The two exchanged a glance, reading surprise and joy in each other's eyes. Surprisingly, Chen Mo's speed in deciphering was astonishing, and the joy lay in his limitless potential for future achievements, possibly even becoming Hua Nation's new martial saint. Chen Mo paid no attention to what others thought, entering the focus state and completely blocking out external distractions. His deciphering speed became faster and faster. 2 minutes later, the 108th spatial node was broken with a sound. At this moment, within the central demon suppression tower of the academy, the meditating and cross-legged Qinkan martial saint suddenly opened his eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "This kid, I didn't expect him to finish so quickly." Indeed, after nearly 2 hours of intense effort, Chen Mo's performance had shocked everyone. After continuous effort, Chen Mo finally passed the apprenticeship assessment and successfully unlocked the 9-curve exquisite lock. At the same time Chen Mo unlocked the chain, the Qinkan martial saint had already received the news. He stood up, and his figure instantly disappeared. The next second, he appeared in the teacher's office, standing right next to Chen Mo's desk. Seeing the martial saint appear, all the teachers were filled with respect. "Greetings to the martial saint," everyone saluted in unison. "Master, greetings. I have not let down your expectations," Chen Mo respectfully responded. "Very well, from now on, you are officially a disciple under my Qinkan sect." The Qinkan martial saint nodded in satisfaction. "Follow me," he said with a wave of his hand. In an instant, the figures of Chen Mo and the martial saint disappeared. The next moment, they were already at the top dome structure of the demon suppression tower. "Sit down," said the martial saint of heaven and earth indifferently. Chen Mo did not stand on ceremony. After all, he was now an official disciple, and being overly reserved would seem unnatural. The martial saint looked at him with admiration. "Chen Mo, your progress is astonishing. I originally thought it would take you at least 4 months to complete the assessment, but you managed to do it in less than 2. This is all thanks to the guidance of teacher Zhou Jinlong and teacher Feng Wu. I've learned a lot from them," Chen Mo said sincerely. The Qinkan martial saint nodded. He had been keeping an eye on Chen Mo's situation. Indeed, although this path was guided by Zhou Jinlong, it was actually part of a plan the martial saint had arranged long ago. He just hadn't expected that not only would Chen Mo be willing to settle down and focus, but he would also learn so quickly. He also learned about the recent incident at Ruins number 77 right away. After this training experience, Chen Mo's strength has greatly increased, now reaching the peak of a specialized martial artist, just 1 step away from becoming a martial master. Among all the Qinkan martial saint's disciples, Chen Mo is simply a miracle. His cultivation speed, comprehension ability, and even the opportunities he has gained far surpass those of ordinary people. The martial saint couldn't help but think of that strong figure. "That guy Pangu, I hope he's okay." The martial saint silently thought to himself, then asked Chen Mo, "To what extent have you developed your abilities?" "Reached 21% the day before yesterday, and after completing the assessment today, it increased to 25%, Chen Mo replied. To be honest, he didn't expect that passing the assessment could also increase his ability potential. A development rate of 25% had already surpassed 90% of ability users. It was believed that before long, he might even catch up to Fong Lan's level. Well, it barely counts as a pass, Wu Xing said indifferently. Barely? A pass? Chen Emo looked at his master in surprise. The martial saint laughed. I know what you're thinking. 25% is already beyond most ability users. It's already impressive, isn't it? Feeling proud of yourself? No, I'm still far from it, Chen Emo scratched his head and said humbly. You little rascal, still pretending to be modest. You need to know, to become a martial saint, the minimum potential development must reach 30%. The martial saint said with a smile. Martial saint. Only then did Chen Emo understand his master's true plan. I actually have the potential to become a martial saint. Before he could react, the martial saint said, Today is your first lesson as an official disciple. I will teach you a set of palm techniques. Watch as I demonstrate it first. Palm techniques. Chen Emo was completely unprepared, but being personally taught by the martial saint made him incredibly excited. He was looking forward to what level of palm technique such a great figure would teach. The martial saint of heaven and earth stood up, raised his hands slowly, his body movements quickened, his footwork agile like a dragon or snake, his arms swinging as the wind howled. The martial saint rotated around the Taiji diagram beneath his feet, his movements both graceful and powerful. Chen Emo watched intently, but as he watched, his expression turned strange. This set of palm techniques, he was incredibly familiar with it. This was the palm technique he had encountered in his previous life while learning martial arts, the Bagua swimming body palm. This martial art is a classic technique of China, as famous as Tai Chi. The movements of Bagua palm are closely related to the principles of the Bagua. From the footwork of the martial saint of heaven and earth, it can be seen that every step represents the trigrams of the Bagua. It's just, why would the teacher teach him this palm technique? This palm technique can be learned by ordinary people, and it doesn't even have levels. Chen Emo felt very puzzled, but he didn't show it on his face. The martial saint of heaven and earth finished demonstrating once and asked, Did you understand? Chen Emo nodded and said, This is the Bagua palm. I learned a little of the basics before, but I'm far inferior compared to master. The martial saint looked at Chen Mo's expression and knew he didn't understand. He shook his head and said, You didn't understand at all. I'll demonstrate again, watch carefully. After speaking, the Kinkan martial saint began to demonstrate again. Chen Emo became even more confused. Didn't understand? Could it be that this isn't Bagua Zhang, he muttered to himself, but since his master said so, there must be something special about it. This time, he didn't dare to be careless and directly activated bullet time, along with the talent skill, focus. As soon as it activated, he was shocked. In bullet time, the movements of the Kinkan martial saint didn't slow down, they were no different from normal speed. What surprised Chen Emo even more was that he saw the martial saint surrounded by two strange auras, one black and one white, which looked very eerie. Black and white aura? Could this be the master's special ability? Chen Emo grew increasingly shocked, even suspecting that his bullet time had malfunctioned. After the martial saint finished the demonstration, he asked again, Did you understand it now? I saw the black and white aura. Chen Emo told his master what he had just seen. The martial saint shook his head, You only saw half of it. I'll demonstrate one last time and see how much you can grasp. This time, his movements were noticeably slower, as if deliberately letting Chen Emo see clearly. But after Chen Emo activated bullet time, what he saw was even more incredible. In his eyes, the martial saint's figure was so fast it was almost invisible, leaving behind only fleeting after images. Black and white auras intertwined, eventually transforming into blazing flames. Chen Emo was greatly shocked. He turned off bullet time and found that the martial saint's movements were still slow, and there were no flames. When he turned on bullet time, that eerie scene appeared again. Something's wrong, very wrong. He decisively turned off bullet time, released his divine sense, and simultaneously merged his mental power and intelligence. This time, he finally saw the martial saint's movements clearly. Under the fusion of technique and the blessing of focus, Chen Emo fully comprehended every move of the Kinkan martial saint. At this moment, the Bagua palm was no longer an ordinary palm technique but a profound martial arts skill. Every step and every palm of the Kinkan martial saint pushed his special abilities to the extreme. Although Chen Emo was unclear about the exact nature of the martial saint's abilities, the black and white aura was undoubtedly related to them. What shocked him the most was that the black and white aura could ultimately merge into a raging inferno. The eternal nitro flame within Chen Mo's body erupted involuntarily, as if competing with that fire. The temperature of the entire space rose sharply, becoming extremely scorching. But the martial saint of heaven and earth did not obstruct at all, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes revealed satisfaction. This child has the potential to achieve greatness in the future. Chen Mo completely entered a state of enlightenment and began to move along with the martial saint's actions. As soon as he made a move, a gust of palm wind swept through the void, and Chen Mo was surprised to discover that his eternal nitro flame had undergone a transformation. The deep blue flame came alive, first sketching a perfect Taiji pattern in the air, then transforming into a small bird that flapped its wings and danced around him. As Chen Mo struck palm after palm, more and more strange creatures began to appear around him. Birds, deer, rabbits, lions, tigers, and even a true dragon. The moment the flaming true dragon appeared, the true dragon power within Chen Mo was also activated. The flame true dragon roared and transformed into a stream of light, directly entering Chen Mo's body. In that instant, the true dragon's physique and the unique ability of eternal nitro fire merged, and Chen Mo felt his combat power increase dozens of times. Now, he could already contend with ability users stronger than martial artists. Not good. Just as Chen Mo was getting into the groove, he suddenly noticed the intelligence value on the attribute panel rapidly decreasing. He was so focused that he almost forgot that his intelligence had already reached 500 thanks to Wei Yang's mind-clearing soup. It was precisely because of such high intelligence that he could completely see through the movements of the martial saint of heaven and earth and grasp the essence of Bagua Palm in a state of enlightenment. But now, his intelligence quickly dropped back to its previous level of 300. Chen Mo sighed inwardly. The feeling of enlightenment was truly amazing. Next time, Wei Yang must make him more mind-clearing soup. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the Supernatural Spirit Transformation Technique, level Advanced. Supernatural Spirit Transformation. As the system's gentle voice sounded, Chen Mo finally understood what he had comprehended. Ability spiritualization. When the ability development reaches over 25%, it can stimulate the spiritual nature of the ability, transforming into various spiritual creatures. As potential increases, the types and intelligence of spiritual creatures will also improve. The combat power of the spiritualized creatures is closely related to the host. After the host merges with the spiritual creature, combat power will further increase, with the degree of enhancement depending on the type and characteristics of the spiritual creature. The system's detailed explanation made Chen Mo suddenly realize that ability spiritualization is a skill that can only be unlocked when the ability development reaches a certain level. He stood there in a daze, lost in thought. The Qinkan martial saint had already withdrawn his moves and was quietly watching him without speaking. After a while, Chen Mo raised his head and looked at the Qinkan martial saint. "Did you understand it this time?" Wu Xing asked with a smile. "Ability transformation into spirit." Chen Mo replied softly. Wu Xing nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, you've grasped 80% of it. Kid, you have great potential." 80%. Chen Mo was completely confused. Could it be that this ability to transform energy is not the master's ultimate goal? Chen Mo originally thought that the Qinkan martial saint used the 8 trigrams palm to help him comprehend the ability to transform energy. But now it seems that this ability is just a side effect. The true purpose lies beyond. No, that's not right. If it was just to help me comprehend the ability to transform energy, why would the master specifically design this set of palm techniques? Wouldn't a simple demonstration suffice? Could it be? Chen Mo fell into deep thought once again. Even without the aid of the mind-clearing soup, his fusion technique and focus were still at work. At the same time, he communicated with the system in his mind. System, what was so special about Master's set of Bagua Palm just now? Unexpectedly, the system rarely responded to Chen Mo. Bagua Palm is merely a form of expression. It channels the two energies of heaven and earth, connects to the power of the universe, gains the blessing of the great Tao, and comprehends the essence of supernatural abilities from the Tao. Oh my! Chen Mo almost couldn't help but curse. On the surface, he seemed like a dull-wit person with a blank stare, but in reality, his mind was like a cosmic explosion, completely out of control. Communicating with heaven and earth, blessed by the great path, comprehending the ultimate truth. It turns out that what the master truly wanted him to comprehend was this. No wonder, no wonder. The name of the Qinkan martial saint comes from the Qinkan 2 energies. The power of Qinkan is the power of heaven and earth. The 8 trigrams palm perfectly aligns with the yin-yang 8 trigrams. The Qinkan martial saint can harness the yin-yang 2 energies to simulate all things in the world, and naturally, can also simulate flames. The towering flames Chen Mo just saw were triggered by the fusion of yin and yang energies. In that case, what would happen if my eternal nitro flame fused with the great Tao of heaven and earth? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Mo's mind, and his body involuntarily began to emit a dazzling light. A deep blue flame suddenly ignited. This time, the eternal night true flame displayed unprecedented power, reminiscent of the awe-inspiring momentum when Chen Mo first awakened his abilities in the granary. Rumble. Suddenly, above the demon suppression tower, the sky abruptly changed color. Dark clouds loomed heavily, plunging the entire dragon city into darkness. Giant lightning bolts as thick as an arm flickered between the dark clouds, ready to strike at any moment. Thunder roared, shaking people's eardrums painfully, and many children were frightened into tears. The people in Dragon City Military Academy stopped whatever they were doing and looked up at the sky in terror. Inside the military district, the tension was as if facing a formidable enemy. What's going on? Could it be that the Beast Emperor is attacking Dragon City? The thunder is so scary, Mom, I'm afraid. Look quickly. There seems to be a golden giant dragon in the dark clouds. Countless people were stunned by the strange phenomenon before their eyes. The dark clouds slowly formed a massive vortex, directly aligned with the dome at the top of the demon suppression tower. Even the Kinkan martial saint was shocked by this phenomenon. He could clearly sense an ancient aura, surpassing the laws of heaven and earth, emanating from the bluish flames on Chen Mo. It was a primordial force from the origin of the universe, enough to strike fear even into a powerful martial saint like him. This child, how is this possible? The Kinkan martial saint's expression changed instantly. He realized that Chen Mo's abilities were far from being just an ordinary S-level, otherwise, it would be impossible to unleash a power that surpasses the laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, he was amazed by Chen Mo's comprehension. In the very first lesson he had just taught, Chen Mo grasped its true essence. This child's future is simply boundless. Chen Mo understood the meaning of the martial saint of heaven and earth, began to perform the 8 trigrams palm, entered a state of enlightenment, and attempted to communicate with heaven and earth. Although the communication was successful, he overlooked an important matter, something even Chen Mo himself was unaware of. The status of the eternal night true flame is far superior to the laws of heaven and earth on Blue Star. One is one of the 3 great flames formed during the creation of the universe, while the other is merely the laws of a planet. The gap between the two is immense. Therefore, when the eternal night true fire revealed its power, the heavenly Tao of Blue Star sensed the threat and decided to unleash a heavenly tribulation to destroy this dangerous existence. Chen Mo was still in a state of enlightenment, completely unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he seemed to be immersed in the vast universe, comprehending the profound and mysterious essence of the Tao, deeply captivated and unable to extricate himself. The figure of the martial saint of heaven and earth appeared above the demon suppression tower. He gazed at the massive, oppressive vortex overhead, his brows tightly furrowed. The supernatural ability of his disciple is too strong, unexpectedly attracting a heavenly tribulation. It should be noted that since the disappearance of Qi refiners on Blue Star, no heavenly tribulation has ever descended. At that time, this place was a complete era of the end of magic. Now that the heavenly tribulation has reappeared, while the martial saint of heaven and earth has the ability to resist it, his concern is not the tribulation itself. The heavenly tribulation has appeared, I'm afraid it can't be concealed. He frowned slightly, knowing that once the heavenly tribulation appeared, someone would surely sense it. Sure enough, a spatial rift suddenly appeared beside him, and Xian Yuan martial saint stepped out holding the Xian Yuan sword. He was still in Huoguo and rushed over immediately. Immediately afterward, 2 more figures appeared. A man and a woman, seemingly a married couple. As soon as the 2 appeared, they saluted the Kinkan martial saint. Lianji pays respects to Kinkan martial saint. They are Zhang Yi and Sun Su, known as the 2 martial saints. Not over yet. Just as the 2 forms martial saint arrived, a man and a woman appeared from different directions. The man was an elder with 2 decorations resembling antlers on his head, dressed in a dark green robe. The woman wore a fiery red dress, and though older, she still retained her charm. These 2 individuals are the ancestors of the Long family and the Foam family, Azure Dragon martial saint and Phoenix martial saint. Their appearance was not seen by anyone in the Dragon City territory. This is currently the strongest gathering of top experts in Hua Nation. Everyone glanced at the tribulation above their heads, then looked at Chen Mo, who was in a state of enlightenment below, and they all had a clear understanding in their hearts. The Azure Dragon martial saint laughed and said, "This kid is Chen Mo? He has helped my Long family a great deal." The Phoenix martial saint also said, "I heard Feng will mention that this kid learned embroidery from her and mastered it in just a month. Qian Kuan, your disciple is truly impressive." Qian Kuan nodded, a smile on his face, but his brows were tightly furrowed, not letting down his guard. It's not over yet. As the heavenly tribulation continued to gather, this force attracted the attention of more powerful beings on Blue Star. Martial saints from other continents also rushed over. However, on Hua Nation's side, with the Qian Kuan martial saint overseeing, a top expert among martial saints. No one dares to act recklessly. They just wanted to witness this rare spectacle of the heavenly tribulation. After all, since humanity entered the era of declining magic, heavenly tribulations have never appeared again. Qian Yuan martial saint asked, "Do you want me to intervene and extinguish the heavenly tribulation?" The martial saint of heaven and earth shook his head. "No need, this heavenly tribulation won't descend." "Won't descend? Why?" Qian Yuan martial saint asked curiously. "Take your time to look." Qincan did not respond, merely observed quietly. Qian Yuan immediately understood that with so many people around, there must be some secrets that couldn't be disclosed to outsiders. Sure enough, as the dark clouds above grew blacker and the sense of oppression intensified, a fierce flame suddenly erupted from Chen Mo's body within the dome space. A pillar of bluish flame shot straight into the sky, fiercely striking the vortex overhead. The power was astonishing, causing all the martial saints to involuntarily turn their heads. "This aura is extraordinary, definitely not an ordinary flame from Blue Star," several foreign domain martial saints thought to themselves. The oppressive black clouds were instantly dispersed by the blue pillar of fire. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a golden dragon spiraled around a pillar of fire, ascending into the sky before finally disappearing beyond the horizon. The true dragon's body. This boy actually has such great fortune. Azure Dragon martial saint's expression shifted slightly. He has already decided that when he returns, he must ensure Long Shunyun gets closer to Chen Mo. If necessary, a marriage would also be acceptable. Chen Mo is not only the disciple of the Qincan martial saint but also possesses the true dragon bloodline. In the future, if he marries a woman from the Long family, their descendants will undoubtedly be even stronger. The heavenly tribulation was completely dispelled by the eternal night true flame, and the various martial saints who came to observe also dispersed. In the end, only Qincan and Qian Yuan, the two martial saints, remained. "Qincan, are you ready to tell him the secret over there now?" Qian Yuan asked. "It's not the time yet, no one can break the rules. We'll talk about it when he becomes a martial master." "Sigh, if that guy Pangu were here, he would definitely be overjoyed." Qian Yuan sighed. Qincan said nothing, but his face revealed a hint of heaviness. The turmoil quickly subsided, and the aftermath was entrusted to Qian Yuan. To the outside world, it was said that the martial saints were practicing special combat techniques. Only the martial saints present knew the truth. But this time, Chen Mo was completely exposed to all the big figures, some of whom even had strained relations with China. They won't take action personally, but they will definitely send someone to secretly make a move, aiming to eliminate Chen Mo in the cradle. However, the Qincan martial saint will not intervene. Chen Mo's talent and opportunities indicate that his future is infinitely bright, but the troubles and crises that come with it can only be faced by himself. If others intervene, his fortune will be disrupted. Whether he can grow into a martial saint depends entirely on fate. This fate is not governed by the rules of Blue Star but by a higher level of power, even beyond the comprehension of Qian Kuan martial saint. Chen Mo had already come out of his state of enlightenment, with his potential development reaching 30%. However, he was completely unaware of the celestial phenomenon that had just occurred. "Master, I have already comprehended this set of Bagwapum." "Not bad. In that case, I will grant you an opportunity." With a wave of his hand, the martial saint of heaven and earth caused a massive light screen to appear in front of Chen Mo. Within this light screen lay endless secrets. The map of Huaguo appeared before his eyes. He reached out and tapped on the light screen, and Chen Mo saw a bright spot light up in the southeastern region of Huaguo's interior. "Is this Sheningjia?" "That's right, it's Sheningjia. When this semester ends, during the winter break, you'll go to the Scorching Sun secret realm there to train and strive to break through to the martial master realm before the new semester starts." Chen Mo nodded, thanked the teacher, and left. What awaits him next is a brand new journey. More adventures and a broader world open their arms to him. One day, he will stand at the highest peak of humanity, making all races bow at his feet. In the vast starry sky, an endless continent stretches across it. This continent is called Yuanluo. Once, the original land was split into two halves by the human clan Qian Yuan martial saint using the Qian Yuan sword. The human clan occupied one half, while the other half became a battlefield contested by multiple races. The human race and other races were engaged in fierce battles on this half of the original land. At this moment, Chen Mo, who had already advanced to the martial master realm, arrived in this area called the Northern Original Land. After the first-year university courses ended, while others went home for summer vacation, Chen Mo, alone, headed straight to a secret realm to train, following the location given by his master, the martial saint Qian Kuan. After one summer vacation, Chen Mo not only successfully advanced to the martial master realm but also directly reached the level of a high-level martial master. Such a cultivation speed is extremely rare in the entire history of humanity. The reason, apart from the powerful system's assistance, is also his extraordinary fortune. Upon returning to Dragon City Military Academy, Chen Mo had no time to rest before being summoned by Marshal Saint Qian Kuan. During this meeting, he finally heard some shocking news. Chen Mo, you have already reached the martial master realm. Some matters, according to the rules, can now be disclosed to you, said the saint of martial arts Qian Kuan with a serious expression. Seeing his master's seriousness, Chen Mo respectfully responded, "Disciple is all ears." Once a human reaches the martial master realm, there are two choices: stay on Blue Star to protect the homeland, or enter the battlefield of myriad races to guard the primordial land and resist foreign invasions. The battlefield of myriad races. Chen Mo was stunned. He had never heard of this term from the time he awakened his abilities until now. Master, what is the battlefield of 10,000 races? Don't rush, I'll explain slowly. As the Qinkan martial saint explained, Chen Mo became more and more shocked. It feels as if a new world has opened up before my eyes. It turns out that Blue Star was just the starting point. It turns out that everything I once prided myself on is insignificant. It turns out that the human race is facing an unprecedented crisis, where one misstep could lead to extinction. In ancient times, Blue Star was a treasured land of outstanding people and rich resources. The human race, as the most powerful race, ushered in a glorious era of qi refinement. Various cultivation methods, sects, and forces emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The strongest qi refiners broke through the constraints of heaven and earth, beginning to comprehend the Tao of the universe. In order to set foot in the cosmic starry sky, these powerful individuals spent 10,000 years concentrating over 80% of Blue Star's resources to create Yuanlu, a super interstellar fortress. In fact, Yuanlu is more like a continent. These powerful individuals selected the most talented and promising young people from various major forces to enter Yuanlu, while also migrating a large number of ordinary humans. They controlled this terrifying interstellar fortress and embarked on an endless journey through the cosmic starry sky. It turns out that humans only cultivate on one planet, their vision is too narrow. After entering the universe, the human race discovered countless races of various forms. Some of them, if not. Seeing all this with one's own eyes, it's simply hard to believe that this could be a form of life. After 100,000 years of interstellar wandering, humanity gradually discovered that this starry sky harbored over 1,000,000 races, among which 10,000 stood at the pinnacle of all. The emergence of humanity immediately attracted the attention of other races. Some races began eyeing humanity's original land, intending to occupy it as a springboard to plunder the resources of Blue Star. Humanity, of course, would not sit idly by and launched a counterattack as fierce as a storm. After numerous fierce battles, the strength of the human race began to stand out among many races, attracting the attention of more super races. Relying on the advantages of primordial land, the power of the human race grew stronger and stronger, eventually gathering countless cosmic resources to turn the primordial land into a paradise on Earth. During that most glorious period, the human race affectionately referred to the primordial land as the celestial realm or heaven. Living and cultivating here became the dream of all Blue Star humans. No matter how far Yuanlu is from Blue Star, people can freely travel back and forth through the spacetime teleportation device. It was under such circumstances that Yuanlu became the coveted target of various super races. A prolonged war broke out, with the 100 strongest races among millions joining forces to launch an attack on the human race's Yuanlu. This great war lasted for a full 100 years. In the end, the human race repelled the alliance of 100 clans and achieved victory. However, this victory came at a heavy cost. The war nearly exhausted all the resources of the origin land, and in the end, even the heaven-reaching Grand Formation was activated to extract all the spiritual energy from Blue Star for the use of the human race in the origin land. Even so, 90% of the strongest warriors of the human race perished in the war. Blue Star was also affected, with Shinnik energy exhausted, officially entering the age of the end of magic. To prevent bringing greater disaster to Blue Star, the surviving Qi refiners decided to use great magical power to seal off the original land, cutting off the passage between the two realms. All Qi refiners relocated to the original land. After Blue Star entered the age of the end of magic, no more Qi refiners appeared. After years of recovery, Blue Star's Shinnik energy gradually revived, but due to the lack of cultivation methods, ordinary people could not sense the changes in Shinnik energy. They only felt the air was fresher, lifespans were longer, and species were more diverse. At this moment, the long-sealed original land teleportation array suddenly activated. Nations discovered the opened interstellar gate and stepped into it one after another. Only then did they uncover the secrets of Blue Star that had been hidden for years. On Blue Star, a group of secluded families had been guarding the secret, awaiting the arrival of this day. The human race's vanguard, the hidden families, sent many people into the primordial land. They were astonished to discover that this mysterious continent had long lost any signs of life. However, a vast amount of shocking treasures left behind by the ancestors of the human race remained perfectly preserved. The geniuses among the vanguard obtained heaven-defying opportunities, and the members of the hidden families also unlocked their own treasures based on their family heritage. Thus, the first batch of benefiting humans began their cultivation, achieving remarkable accomplishments in just 10 years. Subsequently, the governments of Blue Star and the hidden families joined forces to conduct a century-long in-depth exploration of the primordial land. More cultivation resources and long-buried histories were unveiled before the people. This exploration lasted for a full 100 years. The story that follows will be gradually released in the form of extras. After 100 years, the human race once again gave birth to a strong individual comparable to the ancient Chi refiners. This might be because Blue Star had been suppressed for too long, and once certain potentials in human genes were activated, they unleashed astonishing power. The emergence of numerous martial saints completely changed the landscape of Blue Star. This period is also referred to by the human race as the disappeared 100 years, and it was agreed that only those who have reached the martial master realm and are willing to go to the original land can uncover the truth within. With the joint efforts of many forces on Blue Star, the story will continue. Ultimately, they decided to completely lift the restrictions on the portal and use the spiritual energy of the original land to strengthen Blue Star. This is the reason why the spiritual energy on Blue Star suddenly revived over a decade ago, causing a great uproar. But the resurgence of psychic energy is not free, a price must be paid. When the human race explored the primordial land, they discovered a hidden, immense danger. The alliance of 100 races has not given up on invading the primordial land for many years. However, the human race is too powerful, and after that great war, the vitality of the myriad races was severely damaged, and their strength greatly diminished. So they have never been able to threaten Yunlu. At the same time, the human race also made their own allies, the exotic beasts. Humans and exotic beasts are two entirely different races, but both cultivate supernatural abilities. Humans rely on innate awakening, while exotic beasts depend on bloodline inheritance. The ancestors of the human race and the progenitor of exotic beasts were once life and death companions, eventually forming an alliance. With the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, a large number of exotic beasts emerged, unleashing a catastrophe that swept across the entire planet. But only the top-level people know that this is actually a transaction between the human race and the exotic beasts. The human race wants to use the beast invasion to activate the potential within the bloodline of Blue Star humans. They understand that only war can unite all humans closely. When everyone has a common enemy, internal disputes will decrease. It has been proven that humanity became unprecedentedly united after the invasion of alien beasts. More and more people are awakening supernatural abilities, and countries across Blue Star are establishing training systems for these abilities to cultivate powerful individuals. Faced with the immense pressure from the beasts, humans demonstrated astonishing resilience and growth speed. Among these powerful ability users, the top ones were sent to the primordial land. That is the most intense front line of the war. Due to the feedback of Shinnick energy, the towering formation of the original land gradually collapsed, and other races once again gathered their forces to wage war against the human race. This war has lasted for 10 years. Chen Mo rarely encountered S-level or higher superhumans on Blue Star because these top-tier talents had long since gone to Yunlu. That is where they truly showcase their strength and grow rapidly. But with the slightest carelessness, they may also fall. Human geniuses are also the primary targets for elimination by various races. After the martial saint of heaven and earth finished speaking, Chen Mo decisively decided to head to Yunlu. What is learned in university is too limited, especially since Yunlu as a battlefield allows for gaining ability points far faster than on Blue Star's homeland. By communicating with the system, Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised to discover that killing other races yielded far more attribute points than killing exotic beasts. This made him even more eager to step into that mysterious land. After making all the necessary preparations, Chen Mo took a leave of absence from school and, using the special channels of the Kinkan Martial Saint, quietly entered the original land. The Kinkan Martial Saint had a reason for arranging it this way. He didn't want to go through official channels, fearing that Chen Mo's information might be leaked and end up on the must-kill list of the alien race. In his eyes, Chen Mo's talent even surpassed that of Pango Marshal Saint back in the day. He looks forward to the day when Chen Mo can bring earth-shaking changes to the human race. Before that, he will do his best to protect Chen Mo but will not overly coddle him. Therefore, Chen Mo did not alert anyone and relied on himself to continuously grow. Today's original land has caused the human race to pay a painful price due to the last betrayal by the primordial sect. The defensive barrier of the Wall of Size was destroyed, and many martial saints perished. When the situation was critical, Xianyuan Martial Saint decisively split the original Lu into two. Although it was not an ideal solution, being able to preserve half of the territory was already considered not bad. The northern original land occupied by foreign races has become the focus of contention between both sides. Under the restraint of top-tier combat forces, both sides only dispatched abilities users below the level of Martial Saint for the battle. Whoever can ultimately fully occupy this territory depends entirely on strength. This time, Chen Mo entered the northern plains as an ordinary soldier, embarking on his brand new journey. He was assigned to support the troops, but after arriving at the northern plains, he quietly left the team and acted alone. At this moment, he is in a place called the Bone-Melting Forest. This is the battlefield in the southwest of the northern continent. The reason it is called Fossil Forest is that the plants and animals in this forest have all turned into fossils. Towering trees have become crystalline pillars, and the corpses of various alien races around quickly crystallize into fossils, becoming a permanent part of this forest. According to the information Chen Mo obtained, the fossil forest is actually a soul-refining formation set up by a super-powerful ancient human. Any living being that dies here will have its soul refined by the formation, while its body turns into a crystalline fossil. Although countless years have passed and the power of the soul-refining array has greatly weakened, here, if one's mental strength is not strong enough, they will still be affected by the residual formation. This influence does not differentiate between friend or foe, humans, exotic beasts, or other races are all the same. Although Chen Mo is already a martial master, in the northern origin land, a martial master is merely the most basic combat force, considered cannon fodder level. He has been moving alone in this area for 3 days and nights, witnessing quite a few small-scale battles. There are skirmishes between small teams, as well as duels between the strong, but overall, as long as one is careful, there is still a chance to survive. After all, the bone-melting forest is vast. Chen Mo is heading toward the central area, a place where almost no one dares to go. It is said that upon entering the center of the bone-melting forest, one's soul will be directly extracted by the formation, and no one can escape. Chen Mo glanced at the map. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to court death. However, he planned to venture as far as possible, seeking opportunities to kill the alien race and earn attribute points. Just as he cautiously moved forward, a sudden sharp sound of something piercing through the air came from ahead. He used his divine sense to investigate and discovered a black panther in the air 500 meters away, with lightning flashing under its feet as it ran swiftly. On the panther's back was a person dressed in black, surrounded by black mist, tightly gripping a glowing white longsword. But that person was in extremely poor condition, weakly lying on the leopard's back, on the verge of falling. Close behind them, a humanoid monster with 3 heads, 6 arms, and wings on its back, holding a flaming steel pitchfork, was in hot pursuit. Chen Mo's divine sense enveloped the leopard and the person on its back, and his face immediately showed a shocked expression. I didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance as soon as I got here.